You were just in a car accident. But it triggered global attention. The Huaxia military surrounded the entire hospital. And Eagle Sauce even offered $1 billion to assassinate you. It's all because the nanoscale flying blade you developed at the last moment directly cut through Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier in the South China Sea Zither operation. Lying on the hospital bed at this moment, you have a faint consciousness, a sense of being injected with anesthesia, and a loss of sensation. Just half an hour ago, you had an accident on your way to give a graduation speech. It's a pity. This is a doctoral student from a prestigious national university, dying so young. Do your best and leave the rest to fate, even if saved. It's difficult. Don't give up. Every attempt we make could potentially save a life. The lead surgeon's eyes were bright, but he couldn't hide his fatigue and sweat, trying his best to save you. You feel colder and colder, as if you can clearly feel your life force slipping away, but you don't want to die. You refuse to be just a workhorse for your mentor for several years, working diligently day and night, publishing several journal articles, only to fall on the day of graduation. Give up. Director Liu, the rescue has failed. Shut up. I think I can still save him. You even feel your perspective drifting away? Looking down as the assistants and nurses have given up. Only the lead surgeon is still diligently trying to save you, but your body doesn't respond. You curse in anger, feeling as if fate has already sentenced you to death. Ding. Strong will to live detected. Activating system activation conditions. Engaging in research at the cost of life system activated. Your heart trembles. System, you're only coming now. Engaging in research at the cost of life. I need to have that life. Host Lu Yu. Lifespan of 8 hours. Newbie reward, awakening time of 2 hours on the same day. Rewards, National University Library Materials. Rewards, Yangtze River Scholar Level Research Ability, Research Project, Nanoscale Flying Blade. Upon completion and publication of the research project, you will receive a corresponding lifespan extension. Even though it's only 8 hours, you are still very excited, since being able to spend 8 hours means possibly 80 hours, 800 hours, or even longer. And by completing system tasks, you can increase your lifespan, but you only have a total of 8 hours of life, and it is spent researching under the symptoms of a car accident and internal bleeding. Despite gaining the research ability of the so-called Yangtze River Scholar, nanofly blades are a technology only found in novels. System, are you serious? Is it really possible for someone to simulate and complete purely based on brainpower in just a few hours? I have never researched this before, not even a deep understanding. If you want me to die, just do it directly. Why take a detour and torture me for another 8 hours? The Yangtze River Scholar Research Room has been activated, and the host can manifest any necessary product information. Once the host enters the mandatory rest period, the research room will automatically close. Current awakening time, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Your body manifests directly in a research room, intact and able to move your hands and feet. You have no hesitation and immediately pounce on the research desk. Within 3 hours, results must be achieved, which should be 2 hours and 30 minutes. The remaining half hour should be used to wake up the body and communicate the results for verification. It can be said that every second counts, and not a single second should be wasted. No matter how unreasonable the requirements given by the system are, there is still a glimmer of hope. You don't want to die, nor do you want to miss such a rare opportunity. Then let's use our lives for research. This is what we are made for in this lifetime. You immediately search for all the papers on nanomaterials and must quickly sift through them to find what you need to assist in your research. Fortunately, the National University already has the world's top nanotechnology research lab, and the library you have access to can quickly provide you with many research papers. In the operating room, the lead surgeon Lu Ruyan's face was solemn. As a top rising star in the medical emergency field, she has won numerous awards both domestically and internationally. But this time, the scene turned grim as a life was not saved. The other doctors and nurses in the operating room had fallen into silence. They knew that Lu Ruyan had done her best, but Lu Yu's situation was just too complex. Director, look! The nurse suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the monitoring equipment. The rescue declared death. The data of the machine that had returned to 03 minutes ago suddenly jumped back up. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she, who had always been cold, couldn't help but become excited. The patient's heartbeat has recovered. Vital signs have returned, and the patient's brainwaves are fluctuating abnormally. It's a miracle. The patient's will to survive has created a miracle. I knew it, the nurse said loudly, but the situation is still dangerous. Immediate rescue is needed. The willow was as if she had returned to the first time she performed surgery on herself, but she forced herself to calm down. This was her professional ethics, and she would never allow her own problems to lead to a patient's death. Everyone in the operating room held their breath, trying to smooth out the wounds on you as much as possible. What kind of willpower and survival desire can make a patient revive again after 3 minutes of cardiac arrest? The rest is up to the patient. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, focused on suturing, and watched the changes in the monitoring data closely, not even daring to breathe loudly, for fear that any mistake might cause Lu Yu to change. Director, the patient has woken up. Jiang Yan stood outside the operating room in a state of anxiety and confusion. Just a short while ago, you had agreed over the phone to attend the graduation defense together. For this senior brother, who usually helped her a lot, she had always harbored good feelings, with a hint of admiration as well. The sudden disaster had her heart completely tied to the operating room. 10 minutes ago, the doctor issued a critical illness notice, and she teared up. Brother Lu's life is too bitter. Clearly he came from an orphanage, but he managed to enter a national university through his own efforts and even became a doctoral student on a scholarship. It is said that the school was planning to keep him, but in the blink of an eye, he encountered a car accident and was diagnosed with malignant pancreatic cancer. His life hanging by a thread. Misfortune always targets those with a bitter fate. Why is Brother Lu's life so bitter? Just then, the door of the operating room suddenly opened. Who is Jiang Yan? The doctor looked serious, but his gaze fell on Jiang Yan, who was the only one outside the operating room. I am. Jiang Yan hurriedly went up. How is he? My senior brother? The doctor shook his head sullenly. He's in a critical condition, and despite being resuscitated, he's still in danger of dying at any time. Now that the patient is awake, he wants to see you. Jiang Yan's heart trembled. Before his brother died, only he could say something. Was this the time for elder brother to give his last words? She felt her shoulders heavy, and she wondered if she would be able to take it on. But she must go and do it, no matter what. Walking into the operating room, the pungent antiseptic water couldn't even hide the smell of blood. Lu Yu's face was pale as he lay on the hospital bed, with only his slightly heaving chest proving that he was still alive. Kang Yan's nose turned sour and tears barred her eyes. You're here? Lu Yu opened his eyes with difficulty and grabbed Jiang Yan's hand with trembling hands. At this point he felt like there was no part of his body that didn't hurt. It's like the bones in your body are being cracked inch by inch, and it's like 10,000 ants are biting at your body. It hurts too much. When he saw Jiang Yan, he immediately looked happy. He knew that he didn't have much time and had to go as fast as possible. Only then can the dog system renew his life. Only Kang Yan could help him. Elder brother, what else do you want to say? You tell me, and I'll help you go through with it, Kang Yan said as she held back her sobs. The doctors and nurses in the operating room, their hearts fluttered. Is this the last confession of life? Go get my computer. I'm going to, do research. Lu Yu gritted his teeth and spat the words out, then gasped for air, as if a single sentence had drained his strength. You recuperate and get well first. Research will have plenty of time for that later. Kang Yan shook her head in a hurry as more tears fell from her eyes. That's right. You're only alive if you have a chance to continue your scientific research. Right now, you're struggling to talk. It hurts like hell to move. You need to make sure you're okay first. Lu Ruyan's bland eyes also had more than a hint of fluctuation. She was accustomed to seeing life and death, and always only the success of the surgery could arouse her emotions. Looking at Lu Yu at this moment, it was as if she had been hit by a whiplash, and the calm lake surface finally set off a ripple. There are so few people who are able to focus so much on academics. He is very young and in this state is still thinking about research and his scholarship. Such talent is too rare in academia these days. God's jealousy. A word came to her mind. Lu Yu endured the pain and gently shook his head. I know my own body. I'm afraid I won't live long, but so dead is not my wish. This project is very important. My generation of researchers, when the death of the road of scientific research, for the country to play the last-minute heat. Although Lu Yu spoke intermittently, and even spat out his words without much clarity, he was forceful and filled with determination. Elder brother Lu, you, consider this my last wish. Okay. Lu Yu's gaze was pleading. In fact, his heart was anxious to hit someone. Every additional word was a delay of a few seconds for him. If we don't get it out, his life is going to be gone. Kang Yan was also at a loss for words and hurriedly looked at the attending Lu Ruyan. Go and bring it to him. If you don't, he will only regret it in vain. Ruyan Lu gazed at Lu Yu. She understood this feeling. This was the last respect for those who focused on the field of scientific research. Scientific research and all that. She didn't believe that Lu Yu at this time could produce any amazing results. He lost blood to the point where half of the blood in his body was not his own. And the pancreatic cancer combined with the pain of the car accident made even the anesthesia ineffective. To be able to speak sober is a miracle in itself. As Lu Yu himself said, think of it as fulfilling his last wish before he died. It's come to this. What's not to satisfy him? Hearing this, Kang Yan immediately turned her head and left, and it was only after she exited the operating room that she finally let out a wow cry. Inside the operating room, She couldn't influence elder brother, and only now dared to release it. Elder brother was so miserable. He should never be allowed to walk away with regrets. She hurriedly got her computer and returned. "Help me up. I can still work." Luyu insisted on sitting up despite the obstruction. Just a slight movement had caused him to grimace in pain, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead drop by drop. However, Luyu's eyes were resolute, and it was clear that this was an extremely dangerous behavioral operation. But the doctors and nurses present had all closed their mouths. For such a man of high ideals and free from low tastes, shutting up would be the greatest honor for him. Luckily, all the walkthroughs had been completed in the research labs at the Chungkong scholar level, and there was enough information and burgeoning research capabilities to assist in helping him long ago. Now all he needed to do was to transfer the datasheet formed in his mind to the computer. And for this process, there were only 2 of Luyu's hands. Specifically, 2 fingers, because of the other fingers, which were already hurting to the point of not being able to straighten up. Only the 2 index fingers Luyu was able to fully maneuver. He uses one finger zen, one word at a time. The entire operating room was silent. There was only the faint sound of Kong Yun sobbing. This scene, the doctors and nurses stood in awe. They didn't know what Luyu was writing. Even if they were writing that 1 + 1 = 2, they could afford to pay this respect. For the current Luyu, he was in so much pain that his eyes were a little blurry, and the inside of his eyes were filled with blood. He could feel the throbbing pain in his internal organs even when he took a breath. TMD dog system, you're going to let me live. A complete and systematic design plan for the nano-flying blade gradually formed within Luyu's computer. And Kong Yun, who had noticed it at that moment, had widened her eyes with incredulity written all over them. It really seems to be that way. Master Lu has really finished. Wait, what the hell is a nano-flying blade? Why does this look like a special weapon? Aren't you from the math department? Lu, Chapter 3, Nano-Flying Blade? Who the hell is your senior brother, begging for golden votes? The moment she saw the name of this project, Kong Yun had already concluded. Elder brother was already hallucinating inside his head. He's a math guy who crossed over to weapons. And it's got nano. Do you know anything about nanomaterials? It's not unheard of for people to do research across professions, but it's usually similar and related to their specialty, with unintentional psychic touches. And it takes days and months to build up. How could there be a Luyu that appeared out of nowhere in another realm like that? It's just that this is the last dying order of senior brother Lu. It was also absolutely impossible for her to interrupt and question senior brother Lu at this time. The doctors and nurses next to him were even more unable to read the data listed in the lines on there and the conditions for the manufacturing of the nano-flying blades. But no one takes anything made by someone whose consciousness may be clouded seriously. Touching is touching, but scientific research is not emotional. He is just cold numbers and machinery. Even one wrong digit, 1 decimal point, can lead to total failure. When Luyu knocked down the last word, he really felt like his consciousness was going to be drawn out. It took him biting blood out of his lips to keep down the sobriety. Congratulations to the host for having completed data self-verification. The feasibility analysis has passed. A hint of joy appeared on Luyu's face. It was finally completed without any mistakes, but a line from the system immediately afterward froze his smile on his face. Please produce feasible results or published papers that can be verified as practical. After the results are verified and passed, the host will be rewarded with longevity. Lean. If the dog system had an entity, Luyu would have to whip it out and smash it, bullying the honest man. Ha! Remaining awake time, 0:9:58. Sobriety is down to the last 10 minutes. He's got 5 hours and 10 minutes left to live. That means that even if he lives, he has 5 hours where he can only be at the mercy of God. Top journal papers are usually reviewed and edited by academic bigwigs. But how can the bigwigs have so much time to show you the manuscript at any time? The results may come out in a few days with luck, or even 10 days and a half months with bad luck. And many journals popularize a double review system. Not to mention the fact that it's a couple days after the shortest time to get it done in a few days if you have 2 bigwigs accelerating the green channel through for you at the same time. At that time Luyu's body was probably hairy, or the red-haired kind, producing feasibility results and practical validation. Luyu violently remembered a place, the Nano Research Laboratory at the National University. It's one of the top nano research labs in the world. If it can be here, then there is still a chance. But can Jianyan really submit her feasibility analysis report and data simulation model? Will they take it seriously? Luyu didn't know. He only knew that this man might be his last chance. Please help me submit the Nano Research Laboratory at the National University. Luyu looked at Jiang Yan and solemnly handed over the computer to her. This isn't scientific research. This is his life. Seeing Jiang Yan's panic nod, seemingly not realizing the importance of this document delivery, Luyu was anxious at once. He tried to get up, but it triggered a violent coughing fit. and the pain caused by pulling on the wound nearly made him pass out. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on Kang Yun's hand. "Senior Sister Jiang, please." Lu Yu used all his strength to say it. He then collapsed straight onto the hospital bed. "Shifu, elder brother." Kang Yun's face was pale and bloodless, bewildered, and she snapped out of it when she felt the heavy notebook in her hand. This is Brother Lu's last wish. She must finish. It must be done. Kang Yun rushed out quickly, clutching her computer as if it was the most important thing in her life. She's going back to the state university. She's going to the nano research lab. This is what Master Lu is all about. Quick! Resuscitation. The patient has fainted. Ruyan Lu hurriedly made all the doctors and nurses move. At this moment, Lu Yu had not actually lost consciousness, and there was still a final 1-minute countdown left in his remaining waking hours. But his body could no longer support him in opening his eyes. "Cam, I don't want to pass out. I can still hold on." He watched the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 0. Kang Yun, you have to do it. Then uncontrollably and completely lost his consciousness. Inside his mind, the lifespan clock, 2, had only the last 5 hours. The team of doctors and nurses led by Lu Ruyan had already entered the resuscitation phase for Lu Yu again, with oxygen masks, various medicinal tubes, including testing instruments and so on fully opened. And at that moment, Kang Yun, already holding her laptop, caught a cab and went straight to the National University. "Brother Lu, you must hold on." Kang Yun whimpered and hugged her laptop with tears streaming down her face. Finally, after only 30 minutes of time, Kang Yun was running at the entrance of the Nano Research Laboratory. Before she could see what was going on at the gate, immediately, a few black-clothed men blocked her way. "No outsiders will be received here today. Please leave immediately." A tall, lanky figure, full of oppression, with a warning in his tone. Jiang Yan was instantly anxious. "No, I must go to the Nano Research Laboratory now. I have important research results. If you don't leave, I'm going to be rude to you." The man in black frowned in a bad tone. "This is my senior brother's last achievement. None of you can stop me. I must." "Xiao Zhang, ask this student to leave." The man in black was nonchalant, directly interrupting Kang Yun as he spoke, and the others immediately prepared to force action on Kang Yun. "Wait." It was at this time that a sudden voice stopped several people. "You mean your senior's last research? What do you mean?" A white-haired old man, but with a complete sense of oppression, walked towards Jiang Yan. My senior brother, he is dying. This is his last achievement and last wish, asking me to make sure I give it to the Nano Research Laboratory." Kang Yun cried. The old man looked relieved and solemn. Even he had to give a few moments of respect to this kind of person who devoted himself to scientific research. "You open it up for me," the old man said, and Kang Yun hesitated for a moment, but she could see that the old man had spoken here, and then opened the laptop with a clench of her teeth. "Nano-flying blades?" The old man initially still wore a koan, but immediately afterward, his expression immediately became serious, and then his brows became increasingly tight. Jiang Yan was also in an extremely apprehensive mood. She didn't know if this thesis of Master Lu had many mistakes and omissions, or if it was not credible at all, but she had to hand it up, even if she had to be scolded. Even she was waiting to be scolded at any moment at this moment. "Call all those old guys over here at once." The old man suddenly looked up and whispered to the black-clothed man behind him. Kang Yun was dumbfounded. What did this mean? However, he saw the old man grabbing Jiang Yan's shoulders with a few moments of excitement on his complexion. "Tell me quickly, who is your senior brother? Where is he now?" Chapter 4 Argument passed. Nano-flying blades are real. Requesting golden ticket. Jiang Yan froze at once, looking at this old man's look. It does not look like a fake. Could it be that elder brother had really made something very different and remarkable in the midst of a desperate situation? My senior brother's name is Lu Yu. He is now human in the hospital. When Jiang Yan said this, she couldn't help but show a touch of sadness inside her eyes. This could be the master's desperate work. At the hospital? He's been in a car accident and has been found to have advanced pancreatic cancer. I'm afraid this is what he's been writing about as he endures his illness. Kang Yan said as tears slipped down her face. Car accident. Terminal pancreatic cancer. The old man sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Not to mention the advanced stage of pancreatic cancer. Just this car accident. To be able to make Kang Yan behave like this is not simple. Moreover, Lu Yu's state was something that made him stand in awe. A pure scientific researcher. I'm afraid this man has a short life ahead of him. Even at this point, it is surprising that they have not given up on their research, and they are still thinking about their academics to be able to validate them when they are critically ill. It's too rare, but after all, he was not a professional, just saw the theoretical discussion on it, and instinctively felt that it was of great use. It would be absolutely subversive material if it could actually be made. Enough to bring the entire nanosector technology into a state of innovation, and even make the whole of China's nanotechnology are far ahead of the world. Not only has it surpassed any country and broken all technological barriers, it has built a new wall of barriers. So that's why this was the first place he went to call the group of top research professors in the nano research lab. Soon the man in black called a few old men, all of whom were the top professors of the nano research laboratory. Elder son, I'm at a critical time here. Why are you calling us in such a hurry? The one in the lead was called Lian Chang, the head of this nano research lab, frowning with some displeasure. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in this old man's way, he would have wanted to curse. Quick look, this is one of your research labs. The old man suddenly remembered that he didn't even know what senior brother Jiang Yan's identity was. Jiang Yan hastily shook her head. My senior brother, Lu Yu, is not from the nano research laboratory. He is a PhD from the Department of Mathematics, and this is the academic results that he compiled and wrote after the car accident. Not from the nano research lab? The old man was a bit dumbfounded. He subconsciously had already taken Lu Yu as someone from the nano research laboratory. That's why he was so excited. The words alone made his heart half cold, followed by the qualifiers: near death in a car accident, pancreatic cancer, math department, temporary organization. Then once it was put together, his heart was no longer hopeful. Nonsense! Lian Chang couldn't help but angrily rebuke out, interrupting his research progress to come and see such a thing. He was already unhappy, but this time his face became even more ugly. I respect such a researcher, but he is a math department, or a temporary writing. You know that there is a huge gap between the field of basic applications and the field of pure theory. This research result, you'd better take it back. What Lian Chang had said was already very impolite, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had heard that Lu Yu was dying, he really would have broken into a rage. Just look at those following behind him. Anyone who could start an independent research lab was a tyrant inside the research lab. Speaks for himself in his field. Not to mention a research lab like his that can be in a state university and is still one of the state university's brand names. On one hand, it was because of Sun Lao's face, and secondly because of Lu Yu's attitude. But there was no way he was going to waste his time on someone who was unknown, and across departments. Elder son also shook his head with unavoidable regret. I was also too eager. But, it was really my senior brother who endured a huge illness to knock it out one word at a time. And it was his last wish. Kang Yan was at a loss for words. Tears were flowing and she was crying at the same time. Regardless of what senior brother's outcome was, if one did not even fulfill this last wish of senior brother, then one was truly useless. Watching the clueless girl stand there, pathetic, with nowhere to go, still a researcher's last gasp. Sun Lao's heart softened at once, and he had just scanned those theories, which were indeed fascinating. Old Lian, why don't you take a look at it? I think some of these theories are still worth recognizing, Sun Lao said with discretion. Lian Chang's frowning brows also loosened up a bit, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but Jiang Yan seemed to see him sigh. Just as well. I'll read it, and if it's written, I'll still throw it out the door. Sun Lao's face was happy. He knew what kind of temper Lian Chang had. To be able to make Lian Chang say these words, it was obvious that the last wish just now had moved this old man who only knew how to research. Soon Lian Chang turned on Lu Yu's computer, and began to watch that research results paper. There's nothing wrong with the nanoflying blade. Theory. Hiss. Feasibility report analysis. Kind of interesting. Surprisingly, all the possibilities have been thought of. It's a good paper. Originally, when he got here, he thought it was going to be over. But when he looked, there were still dozens of pages behind him. The argumentative essay is just a part, just an appetizer. But with this thesis, he felt Lu Yu's solid foundation of merit, and could not pick any faults at all. He even developed a feeling of how this is not my student. It's rare, too rare, for a math department to sneak in research on nano foundations on its own and still be this good. But it was followed by a productive exposition of the production, and he couldn't help but frown at the student, who was too eager. From theory to results. This is something that needs to be verified step by step, and it all requires a process. However, when he thought that Lu Yu was in critical condition, and he didn't even know if he was still alive now, he threw the idea out of his mind again. People don't have time for that, they just have to be in a hurry. He'd figured out that even if the production exposition that followed was deeply flawed, he could keep it from showing, and try to make sure that the researcher he hadn't met could rest in peace. You can even brag about it from a thesis point of view. Those student assistants, researchers and such behind him would have stared out of their eyes if they knew what he was thinking. Their boss, surprisingly, could have such a soft side. This data, perfect, no mistakes. This drawing, he has thought of all the production aspects. This. The more Lian Chang looked at it, the more shocked he became. And his exclamation even made the researchers around him couldn't help but come over. Then a bunch of people got down on that table and stared. This appearance all but froze Sun Lao. And even more so, Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. This thesis, is it really that great? Chapter 5 Cutting the Tank. He must be saved, begging for golden votes. Lian Cheng's heart at this time could no longer be expressed with shock. Such a perfectly crafted program. One of the best he'd ever seen in his life. It's completely inconceivable that this was written by someone who was very sick and dying, about to die, and simmering with illness. Even papers that have appeared to be productive may have omissions, areas that have not been taken into account, and need to be constantly tweaked and revised. If Liu Yu knew what Lian Cheng was thinking at this moment, he would definitely open his mouth without hesitation. This is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a matter of life and death. How dare he be wrong? How dare he be wrong? Complete the steps in the overview to get a nanoflying blade. After the paper was read, the entire nano research lab fell into a long silence. It's been a long time since the nano community has had an epic-making product, and it's fair to say that there's a lot of concentration on the theoretical stage and little at the basic application level, because making it requires actual maneuvering. It's something that totally requires a lot of human time to research and trial and error. This industry is boring and useless most of the time. They found it hard to believe that the paper, from the theory of the argument, to the production of the result, which they could not pick out any faults, had been done by a single person. What does that mean? It means the kid's a genius. How the hell is this? Is this paper even useful? Elder Sun was the first to not be able to stand them and the most qualified to dare to interrupt them. According to his theoretical exposition, it was done without any problem at all. Lian Cheng returned to his senses and also said with great excitement, "How can this child go to the Academy of Mathematics? It's clearly a buried talent. He should have come to our then Yu research lab." Lian Cheng muttered, itching to find Liu Yu right now, but then he snapped out of it. This genius. What a jealousy. He squeezed his fist hard. Jiang Yan was already wide-eyed. This thesis of senior brother Liu was actually feasible? This one in front of her, although she didn't know much about it, had something to do with the nano research laboratory. That's someone who's at the top of the alumni list on campus. She swallowed, inexplicably feeling a little weak at this point. What if? She means what if it doesn't work? What then? Can it be produced? Sun Lao directly broke the doubt in her mind, opening her mouth to ask. It can be made and is available in the research labs right now. The difficulty is not that high. It's the thought process, the materials, and the idea of designing the experiment that counts. Lian Cheng nodded. So that means the single combat weapon I've come to demand. Is there one? Sun Lao grabbed Lian Cheng's arm as the two little old men stared wide-eyed. Theoretically it works, but as you know, some papers look fine, but when it comes to empirical evidence you find deviations. It's just as well to say. Lian Cheng said rigorously. I don't care. You guys haven't given me anything of substance today anyway. Either the scene fails to kill me, or I want this. There's no way around it. The theories in here are just amazing. Said to be a nanoflying blade. When it was made, it was actually a silk thread, not even visible to the human eye, because it was just too fine. It's just perfect for a single soldier. Lightweight, convenient, and usable. This kind of silk thread, however, can easily cut people, even some so-called steel torrents, including large ships. What weapons could be of this caliber? Once this kind of weapon can be applied, China's man-on-man combat capability can be directly surpassed. It's so unbeatable, both for defense and for use. It is simply a must-have for home travelers. Alright, everyone drop the projects they're working on and verify them as fast as possible, and report any problems directly to me. Lian Cheng gave a direct order, and the entire nano research room was running fast. Reports then came in from various places in an organized manner. Initial quiz passed. No problems with material selection. It has been passed. Powder diffractometer activated. Accelerator system activated. Proton shooting target in progress. One step of the experimental design is being passed. The scene was getting tense. The more correct the front is, the more hopeful the representative becomes. Not only Sun Lao and Jiang Yan, but even Lian Cheng's seemingly calm surface, also had his cheeks slightly bulging, walking back and forth continuously, and giving orders. In the end, he couldn't help himself, so he went straight to work himself. Just one last step. Even those black-clothed guards at the entrance were infected by the tense atmosphere, staring out with dead eyes. Not even if a fly was flying. They didn't understand it, but they knew it was important. Absolutely no one should be disturbed at this time. Drip drip drip. Just then, a machine's popping sound rang through the lab. Still a problem? Elder Sun asked extremely nervously. Jiang Yan's heart seemed to hang in her throat. Both hands clenched tightly into fists. It's got to work. She had only come before because Lu Yu's last wish for her was a last wish, and now that she had been given a greater hope, she wanted this brother of hers to be known by others even more. Elder brother. A genius. Nope, that pop means the experiment passed. We've got the product that his thesis articulates. Lian Cheng swallowed hard and looked at the terminal of the machine. Nanoflying blades? That's right. Nanoflying blades. Hiss. Sun Lao sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His eyes were red, and he directly rushed up. Where is it? Where is it? I want to see it now. Kang Yan even jumped up in excitement. Elder brother really succeeded. She did not disappoint her elder brother's mandate. Elder brother, you must wait. You must wait until you hear from me. Kang Yan could no longer describe her feelings in words. A feeling of being with honor. This is my senior. You can't see. The nanoflying blades are only 1/10 the size of a hairline. All I'm asking is, can you load it up and send it to the drill now? Yes. This is the most important step. And if it is verified in actual combat, then it will be a research result that will shock the times. The nanoflying blades were sent to the battlefield of the maneuvers by Sun Lao as fast as possible. Inside the research room, everyone was anxiously waiting for the results. On top of Sun Lao's exclusive connecting machine, directly following into the battlefield to shoot and get the news at the first time. Until you see a tank, driving up, the entire tank, in front of everyone, was then cut from it. The experiment. It worked. Sun Lao excitedly jerked back to look at Jiang Yan. Quickly, immediately take me to that Lu. What's his name? I don't care what ails him. He must be preserved at all costs. Chapter 6, still coming? The production team's donkeys need to rest too, begging for golden votes. Kang Yan got excited all of a sudden. Sifu's academic achievements are not fake. They are real. I helped Sifu do it. After hearing Sun Lao's words, his eyes had even more of a glow. Sifu was indeed badly injured and had pancreatic cancer and was on the verge of death. But she is not a little cutie. This Sun Lao in front of her was not simple at first glance. Being able to make the boss of the National University's Nano Research Laboratory all bring their politeness, and also being able to directly use a military exercise to perform a real-life demonstration of Master Lu's nano-flying blade. This looks like a big shot from the military. What if we can really save Brother Lu? Lu Yu's pleading eyes in the hospital bed were deeply engraved in her heart. Not bad. This kid can't die. This is definitely a genius. And so passionate about scientific research, it's a waste to put him in the math department. He should be allowed to shine in the nano research lab. Once he's cured, I'll immediately apply for him to be granted professor researcher treatment. Even the rather archaic Lian Chang did not hesitate to throw out an olive branch. The dying old man had the feeling that he was looking at his successor and wanted to quickly take it under his command as his mantle. Once this kind of news got out, there was no telling how many people would want to snatch them up. He had to get there first. Jiang Yan was even more excited. The two big brothers gave a direct promise. This was her senior brother, and she also had a feeling of being honored with it. It's at River City Hospital. The two of them, Sun Lao and Lian Chang, looked at each other. Then each dialed the phone. By the way, the nano-flying blade must be mass-produced by your nano research laboratory as soon as possible. I want all of our warriors to be able to use this single weapon. Now let's go. Elder Sun and Lian Chang couldn't wait. Once the technology of the nano-flying blades was revealed, there was no telling how much of a stir it would cause. The two old men directly took Jiang Yan and rushed to Jiangcheng Hospital with all the wind and fire. Senior Lu, you must hold on. You've succeeded in your academic endeavors. We're here to save you. It wasn't bad as Kang Yan guessed. At the entrance of the hospital, several more heavyweights came. Sun Lao. One of them rushed forward and shook Sun Lao. Jiang Yan's eyes glared. Isn't this the president of Jiangcheng Hospital? Well, go ahead and see the patient. Jiang Yan got excited. There are first aid gurus and oncologists in here. Elder brother, you must wait. Jiang Yan hurriedly led the way and soon arrived at the ICU ward where Lu Yu was. Please get out immediately. This is a hospital. The patients need peace and quiet. What do you people want with all this commotion? He happened to bump into Ruyan Lu walking quickly from outdoors. Dr. Ru, this is Sun. Little Lu, we won't disturb. Please introduce this patient's situation to Elder Sun and the others. It's important. Dean couldn't help but lower his own volume as well. Kang Yun glared. Even the dean had to keep his voice down? Lu Ruyan swept a glance at the crowd. The identities of these people she could see were not simple. A trace of doubt flickered in her heart. Lu Yu is the only patient in the ward, and he is still an orphan. How come so many people suddenly came to see him? She hadn't even thought that Lu Yu's results would cause a sensation because it would be too unbelievable. A slight beat. The patient's current condition is not deteriorating, but it is still very unstable and could be suddenly dangerous at any time. I will not allow you to go in and visit. Through the window, the crowd could see the pale Lu Yu lying on the hospital bed. with only the slight rise and fall of his chest showing that he was still alive. There were tubes all over his body. A technologically innovative labor of love was born in such a ward, in the hands of such a scholar. What trials and tribulations he went through to write this piece of scholarship. Sun Lao suddenly had a feeling of hot tears. I also have a successor in China. Right at this moment, Lu Yu on the hospital bed suddenly convulsed, and immediately afterwards some of the tubes on his body were surging with blood red. The monitoring machine went off with a popping sound, and the monitoring nurse came rushing out. Director Ryu, the patient's condition has suddenly deteriorated and he's bleeding again. Lu Ruyan didn't even need to use her to remind her, and had already rushed into the hospital room with an arrow step. And by this time, the dean had already brought all the information about Lu Yu's condition. How sure are you guys? After all, Ruyan Lu was the attending. He was not good at directly clamoring for attention, but now he had to say it as soon as possible. Lu Yu's situation is critical. Several doctors looked at each other and then shook their heads. The situation is dangerous. The patient has another shock up and down. No one can guarantee that. And it's Lu Ruyan. This one, but a top genius in the first aid world may not be worse than us. The inside of Kong Yun's eyes fell on the window of the ICU, filled with worry. Elder brother, you must get well. At the moment, Lu Yu's situation was very critical, because the system had only renewed his life for a total of 8 hours. He himself had already used up 3 hours, and Kong Yun's round trip plus the nanolab verification had been a rare occasion to use only 4 hours. In other words, Lu Yu had been left with only the last hour of the countdown. Once again, his body was in the most dangerous state of endangerment. If he didn't get the news again, he would probably just die in a coma without even a chance to finally come to his senses. Previously stitched wounds, but also once again oozing blood, and do not know where the bleeding mouth is more so that Lu Ruyan, a group of doctors and nurses anxious. Rao Lu Ruyan also had a feeling of fatigue at the moment. This patient, he was tenacious and fragile at the same time, and the complexity of his condition exceeded even all the conditions she had ever learned and experienced. For the first time, she had the feeling that she didn't know how to do it, and she wiped away the sweat as her eyes focused in concentration once more. Increase oxygen levels. Increase adrenaline discharge. She constantly searched for the bleeding opening and stopped the bleeding for Lu Yu. Ding! Congratulations to the host's scientific research project. Nano Flying Blade has been completed, and the results have been released and realized. The host has gained 3 days of life expectancy growth. Please cherish every opportunity for life expectancy growth and continue to work hard and build on your efforts. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 hours of awake time per day. The system's voice violently sounded in Lu Yu's mind, and his drowsy consciousness was finally awakened from its slumber. I'm not dead? I'm alive? Lu Yu suddenly had a sense of unexpected elation that he had picked up a life. He quickly realized that this was bound to be Jiang Yan successfully submitting his academic results. It's the system that rewards longevity. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Yu hurriedly opened his system to check. Only the system's interface was lit up with a striking 3-day countdown. Cam, it's only been 3 days. The production team's donkeys have to rest too, right? Where am I going to rest for 3 days? The dog system is a little bit of see me well. Really take life to do research, without taking a breath. Dog system, you die out. Chapter 7 New Project. Goldbox Conjecture. Begging for golden tickets. Why don't you let me wake up if you give me 3 hours a day to wake up? Is the host sure to use the awakening time? The system asked rhetorically. This in turn put Lu Yu on the spot. 3 hours a day of physical awakening is too little. Because of this, all of his time should be spent on the next research project, which is the time used to prepare academic papers. If I wake up now for the sake of waking up, then I'm afraid I'll really have to hit GG with both hands and put a sling around my neck myself afterward. But, meow, this feeling is too hard to bear. It's the equivalent of, one's consciousness is awake and present, but one can't control one's body and can only talk to oneself. But what Lu Yu noticed was that he could open the Changjiang scholar-level research room. That is, as long as one does not go into a state of shock or pass out from exhaustion, the consciousness is able to enter it and keep doing research. It's said that there's nothing wrong with research dogs at all. Lu Yu sighed, but it was better than nothing, and Lu Yu felt that this was a hidden benefit brought by the system. Where's the bull consciousness to do research on if you really want a car accident? Thinking this way, Lu Yu's tirade against the dog system was slightly lighter. Since I can't change it, I'll just have to fork over and enjoy it. He looked at the system's panel again, and the quest on it had changed. Congratulations to the host who has been given a new mission. Please be sure to work hard. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a scientific research project, the Goldbach Conjecture. Please go ahead and finish it. Host. Seeing this character, Lu Yu man went numb. If the nanoflying blades were a breakthrough in materials, with their own fully autonomous labs, All that was needed was time for trial and error. The point is that this Goldbox conjecture is not a vegetable chicken. It's a pure math problem, and at the same time difficult for nearly 300 years of modern human history. The most customary name for the average person is how this is going to prove that 1 plus 1 equals 2. In fact, the most relevant problem designation is that any integer greater than 2 can be written as the sum of 3 primes. In the end, top mathematician Euler did not prove it till his death. Our Mr. Chenjing-Ruan's 1 plus 2 theorem is a major breakthrough for Goldbox conjecture, but it is completely impossible to go further. And in this way, he was already one of the top mathematicians in the country. And in the history of 20th century mathematics, he could enter the third tier. You can imagine how difficult this Goldbox conjecture is. How can I describe it? It's the equivalent of the 9-headed worm saying to Penumbra, "You go and get rid of the Tang monk's master and disciples." I'm a little Karami, even though I'm a math major. It is also because it is a math department, so Lu Yu is more aware of how difficult this topic proves to be. Let's talk about it. Let's change the program? Lu Yu asked tentatively. In view of the host's resistance, the scientific research program can be changed to 1. Hand-rubbing nuclear fusion, 2. Inventing the transformer, and 3. Unlocking the human genetic lock. If Lu Yu were to open his eyes at this point, he could totally stare them out. Each of these 3 options is more outrageous than the other. And look at which of these programs is humanly possible. What a nasty dog system. Or, better yet, switch to Goldbox conjecture guesses. Instead, this now feels like the easiest and most opportune system. That option message immediately disappeared, leaving the Goldbox conjecture message for the quest. Lu Yu always felt like he had been brushed by the system, but he had no proof. People have to bow down under the roof in order to survive. If you don't reward me with a little more longevity this time, I'll swing for the fences when the time comes, Lu Yu said viciously in his heart. However, he didn't dare to have any further delay, and rushed into the laboratory to start gnawing on various aspects of the books and materials. Go into it with all your heart and don't dare to delay in any way. Blood pressure back on an even keel. Liver hemorrhage has been sought and stopped. Heart rate normal. Blood oxygen normal. Another miracle. After 5 whole hours of non-stop resuscitation, Lu Yu's vital sign values finally stabilized. This is no less than an ultra-long marathon run for the attending physician. Even a first aid fanatic like Lu Ruyan felt a bit overwhelmed. Just a moment ago, Lu Yu's vital signs were on the verge of disappearing. Now it's surprisingly hard to snatch it back. It's hard. Too hard. For both doctors and nurses. It's the equivalent of going through a vicious battle. Miracle. A total miracle. A man struggled back from this near-death edge twice, and all the doctors and nurses in the room didn't know how to describe it. Even disbelief. A sense of, is this really what we doctors and nurses do? Probably only Ruyan Lu was slightly calmer, but even she was shocked. But she wasn't blindly optimistic. The current Lu Yu was just temporarily stable, and it was likely to deteriorate again. Because the only thing that could be temporarily remedied was the trauma from his car accident. And the trauma involved the tumor aspect, including the whole direction of pancreatic cancer, which couldn't be touched at all. No one knows what will happen if you touch it. It was only when she went out that she realized that the group of old men, including the dean, hadn't even left. It's amazing that they've been waiting right here the whole time. Doctor, how is he? My senior brother? Jiang Yan asked nervously. The patient's will to live is strong. Ruyan Lu didn't know how to describe it anymore, and she wasn't wrong. Inside her perspective, only Lu Yu's strong will of not wanting to die very much could pull himself back from the brink of danger again and again. If the patient wakes up and is stable, you can go in and visit, but definitely don't cause him any more mood swings. Also, make sure you don't let him touch anything computer or research related again. She concluded by barking at Kang Yun. After she said that, she left without looking back. She needed time to rest as well. Elder Sun Lian Chang and the others all looked at each other in disbelief. This Dr. Lu was so big. Don't care about them at all. Dr. Ryu has always been like this, so don't be offended. Everyone, why don't you all go and rest for a while, and I'll be sure to notify you first when this patient wakes up. The dean sweated. Dr. Lu really doesn't give face to anyone. The key is that he really can't control Lu Ruyan. This great Buddha was still the one he had gone through a lot of trouble to invite back in the first place. The problem is that he can't afford to offend the several honors in front of him. Rest from what? There is no need to rest. This little guy, sick like this, can still insist on completing his academic research and making a proposal for the nanoflying blades. How hard is this to get to the point of asking if you and I can do it? We're just waiting here. Those who can't wait can go back first. Lian Chang said directly. What is this man's identity? Those doctors who came along couldn't help but ask him. Sun Lao shook his head slightly, but did not continue. He held a file in his hand. Information that had just been delivered. The performance of this nano-flying blade on the maneuvering battlefield was nothing short of appalling. It even appeared that a single soldier cut a tank square. This is the kind of material that could well be classified as a state secret. He had already reported it directly to the highest level. This kind of talent must be saved even at all costs. He is willing to do whatever it takes to absorb into the state if he can recover. Wait a little longer, he said. Jiang Yan lay on the window and looked at Lu Yu lying inside. Elder brother, your wish has come true. You must get well soon. Chapter 8. Lu Yu woke up. I'm going to turn it over to the state, begging for golden tickets. After a whole day, Lu Yu was dizzy. Math is something that doesn't come with hard work and time, or at best, these are embellishments. Genius mathematicians such as Ramanujan from Sango's family have made it difficult for many people to learn on their own with just a few books for the rest of their lives. Then there was Gauss's legendary afternoon of proving all the theorems now in the high school curriculum in one afternoon. In the realm of math, there are only geniuses, and more geniuses, but he was ultimately dependent on physical feedback. And upon closer inspection, more than 10 hours had passed. And the progress, well, it hadn't been much. Thought I could study in the space of consciousness all the time. It's too exhausting. Lu Yu sighed helplessly. It was good that he was from the math department and had some knowledge of this mathematical crown. But what helped Lu Yu the most was this Yangtze River scholar-level research lab. By entering it, his mind could focus infinitely and was far more agile than even when he was at his best. He had already had some ideas and inspiration for this conjecture. Enter Goldbach's conjecture from the group construction method. However, Lu Yu still only has a little preliminary thoughts. Want to enter, and perfect, and even the final proof. There is still a lot of work to do. The body was a hopeless choice, and he had no choice but to rest by choosing conscious slumber. By the time his consciousness awoke again, another 5 hours or so had passed. Holy, time flies. Lu Yu had never cherished time as much as he did now, but this time it was he who opened his eyes straight away. And those 3 openings were certainly not meant to be communicative or wasteful. Rather, it is simply a look at the outside world. A research laboratory at the level of a Chungkong scholar is indeed very good, but ultimately, it does not have the actual feeling. Another important reason is that he wants to record his inspirations first. Last, but not least, was the message given to him by the system. Nanoflying blades have been successfully applied. 100 unit level, increasing life expectancy by 1 hour. I can't believe there's a follow-up one in return. That's why he desperately needs to open his eyes and let Kangyan help him to promote it more thoroughly. A total of 2 hours have been added, which means a preliminary level of experimental application. That's not enough. Lu Yu sighed in his heart. The patient is awake. The patient is awake. He had just opened his eyes when he heard the nurse's surprised call. This was followed by the pungent smell of disinfectant and a slightly bitter taste in the mouth. All of it doesn't look so good, but it's that real. Seifu, elder brother, you're finally awake. Jiang Yan almost flew over but carefully, afraid of disturbing Lu Yu but excited. She couldn't restrain herself at all. Senior brother Lu, your nano-flying blade experiment was very successful. Jiang Yan was the first to give Lu Yu the good news, but Lu Yu already knew about it. Hello, Mr. Lu Yu. I am Lian Chang, the head of the Nano Research Laboratory of the National University. You can talk to me if you need anything. I'm Sun Jiadong from Shanghai Military Region. The results of your nano-flying blade are amazing. It's definitely a revolutionary one-time technical material and the best single combat weapon on the battlefield. Multifunctional and effective. On behalf of the military region, I'd like to thank you. The 2 people, Lian Chang and Elder Sun, stepped forward one after another and said to Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked at Jiang Yan, only to see Jiang Yan nodding repeatedly with tears in her eyes. Lu Yu raised his hand. What do you need? Sun Lao hurriedly asked, followed by him speaking. As long as it can be done, the country will get it for you. You are our talent. The state will not make things difficult for the talent. All costs required for treatment will be covered by the state. Your only task now is to get well and rehabilitate yourself. Sun Lao was forceful. Lu Yu, however, shook his head. This is not my personal credit. Everyone in the room was confused for a moment. This isn't your result? Then who is it? It's a national achievement, Lu Yu said with force. Without the state, I might have died when I was a baby. Because of my country, I was able to grow up as an orphan, and I was even able to study, to go to college, to get into a national university, and everything I have today belongs to my country, Lu Yu said as he endured the pain in his body. Ruyan Lu had come to the ward at some point. She had never been quite sure why Lu Yu was favored by some seemingly high-status people. It seems that academic paper of his was validated? Even she had a slight ripple in her heart at this time. Even in her eyes, Lu Yu became another self. I'm afraid that if you're in your own dying moments, you'll want to get up and do another surgery, or make a new discovery of your own. The best outcome is death on the operating table. The words, to the patient, are curses. For her, it was a blessing. It's just that dying on the operating table is irresponsible to the patient. So die the moment the surgery is over. That was why Lu Ruyan had the feeling of seeing a kindred spirit in Lu Yu. Though she didn't know just how powerful the so-called nano-flying blades were. So there was no telling what Lu Yu's words represented. But Lian Chang and elder son both knew they could know too well. It even brought tears to the eyes of two old men. In the earlier years, but any scholar with some talent and some fame, after growing up in the country, said that it was bad here and there. Then they went abroad to shine, even going so far as to discredit their home countries to get more resources. But how can you make the motherland better if you all don't build? And how can you strengthen China? In those years, when the Nano Research Laboratory was just starting out, Lian Chang went abroad and was looked down upon everywhere. Sun Lao's realization is even deeper. Once the senior generals of China to visit the Eagle Sauce, but was strictly monitored, not even allowed to be touched a little aircraft carrier. It is the perseverance of these people that has brought them step by step to where they are today. So when they heard Lu Yu's sentence, my everything, when belongs to the country, they realized their excitement, their hot tears. They worked hard to raise the next generation, and they have this and that, but they are patriotic. What shocked them the most was that Lu Yu was still an orphan, growing up under the red flag, looking up at the spring breeze. It's our own child. Scientific ability comes second. It is this heart of his that is most valuable. The boy. Absolutely. Positively. Nothing can go wrong. Good. Good. We got it. Rest easy. Sun Lao said in a hurry. At this time even Lu Ruyan looked at the reaction of both Sun Lao and Lian Chang knew that the results were extraordinary. Did he, literally, make a top-notch academic in a clinical will die? Lu Yu, however, shook his head once again. Resting I would really not be alive. So, I request, to give my nano-flying blade technology, turn it over to the state. Chapter 9, Fame and Fortune. He wants neither. Seeking golden tickets, surrendered to the state? Lian Chang was stunned. This was a nano-flying blade. A technological creation that transcends generations. Once word gets out, I'm afraid it's going to be a sensation over at Eagle Jam. The fame and fortune that can be reaped is simply unimaginable. Some people care a little about the fame behind them even if they die. Not to say far. Is this one nano-flying blade material? As long as Lu Yu application to get a patent, this life have eat and drink money, national applications, or even privately developed applications, and so on, countless huge profits. Edison was the quintessential businessman of invention. Fame is not wanted, nor is profit, just because he said, everything I have belongs to the country. Without the country, he would not be where he is today. Lian Chang tried to ask himself, there was absolutely no way he could have this kind of vigor. He was surprised to be ashamed of himself in front of such a young 20-something-year-old. Yes, take my nanoflying blade technology and turn it over to the state. Lu Yu affirmed again. Sun Lao took a deep breath. Don't worry, the country won't treat you badly. Hearing Sun Lao's nod, Lu Yu finally nodded in satisfaction. Elder brother, now you can rest. Rest? No, it's impossible to rest. Thank you this time. Senior sister Jiang, I also need you to do me a favor. If you say so, senior brother, I will definitely do it. Bring me my computer. LOL. I can still do it. Lu Yu braced himself and tried to get up, but the sharp pain all over his body made him grimace. That's a hell of a body. The dog system was also too stingy, saying that 3 days was 3 days, and now there were already only about 2 days and 3 hours left. Gotta step it up. No way. Absolutely not. Everyone opened their mouths to stop Lu Yu at almost the same time. Especially Lu Ruyan. She absolutely would not allow Lu Yu to continue working even in this state. I've told you all not to disturb his rest. Now get out. All of you. Lu Ruyan's eyes chided with anger. Elder brother, don't say anything, as long as you can get better. Any kind of scientific research is fine. Kong Yun cried. Lu Yu was anxious all of a sudden. You guys don't give me a math paper. Isn't that letting me die? Gentlemen, I have nothing else in mind. My body. I know myself. I'm dying. I don't want to die in a potion, or in sickness, or in shock. I just want every second of my life not to be wasted. I want to be able to shine another light for my country, even if it's smaller. It's my last wish, okay? Please. Lu Yu's demeanor was pleading, and his eyes carried slightly red tears. Inside the entire ward, everyone stood in awe. Even Lu Ruyan, her mouth was open, not knowing what to say. Should she stop such a patient? She wouldn't want to die in a hospital bed if she ever did, would she? Give it to him. An old man in Lianqing had his head glanced to the side at the moment. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear it if he looked at it again. He's only in his 20s. He's so young. He's not married. He hasn't accomplished his ambitions. He's not even afraid to die. He just wants to make his academic research. He just wants to die on his own research. Sun Lao also fell silent. Jiang Yan's 2 eyes were completely blinded by tears. She could only open Lu Yu's computer. This is, probably, the last job for Sifu. No one in the ward laughed. They all looked at Lu Yu quietly like this, watching Lu Yu endure the pain in those undesirable states. One word at a time. He once again tapped on the computer. But this time, it was true that no one believed that Lu Yu could still produce any results anymore. Even if he was a genius. What new progress could be made after having just accomplished a breakthrough in such a major field as nanoflying blades? However, as long as Lu Yu was sitting there and he was still there tapping on the keyboard, this figure had been imprinted in everyone's mind. Those nurses who didn't understand it all were even more unable to have a blasphemous heart towards Lu Yu. Even the slightest crooked thought at this time felt like blasphemy to Lu Yu. There's so little time. Lu Yu gritted his teeth. His cheeks felt tight, and he could only write out those fruitful inspirations of his quickly. The body shuddered. The consciousness convulsed. I can't believe I can't do it. On the group constructive method of analyzing proofs of Goldbach's conjecture, the one closest to Lu Yu was undoubtedly Jiang Yan, who looked at the papers that were constantly scrolling. Snapped to that headline. She almost thought she had misread it. How is it that you know every word, but when you connect the dots, you can't read? Then she sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder brother, he's going to prove Goldbach's conjecture while he's dying. No. Blah, 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 blah. Seriously injured? If it was someone else, she would subconsciously think the person was crazy. The man is still in this state. There are never any coincidences in math, only collisions between numbers, a validation of data from one to the next. She was also in the math department, and one of the few girls in the math department. She knew the difficulty all too well. Elder Sun and Lian Chang also noticed the difference in Jiang Yan and hurriedly took a closer look. Sun Lao might not have realized anything yet, only that this whatever it was guess was famous. But Lian Chang knows. The key thing is, Lu Yu, aren't you the one who deals with nanoflying blades? Why are you suddenly into math? He snapped back to what Jiang Yan had said earlier, that Lu Yu was a current doctoral student in the mathematics department and was preparing to defend. When you think about it that way, it seems kind of reasonable, but isn't that a bit too big a span? And, it's Goldbach's conjecture. It's true that the math PhD in progress at State University is impressive, but in the math world, that's just starting newbies. Then, he's going to go and prove Kochai. Even Ruyan Lu's eyes widened. She didn't think like the others though. There was an unspoken feeling of mystery. This won't really be proved out to Lu Yu, will it? She pursed her lips as she looked at the man lying in the hospital bed, pale and thin, yet somewhat handsome. It was as if he was being reintroduced once again. She suddenly had a very strong urge to really get to know this man called Lu Yu. It is therefore provable that the group construction method, among the exercises, is the most suitable method for the analysis of Goldbach's conjecture. Lu Yu finally let out a long breath after he knocked down the last few words. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and then he fell limply right into the hospital bed. Hurry! Help! The crowd panicked, but soon Ruyan Lu stopped. The patient was just so tired he rested. Lian Chang and Elder Sun were both relieved that they were not critically ill. The few of them then took Jiang Yan out of the ward with them, leaving a space for Lu Yu to rest. What does it say? Sun Lao couldn't help but ask. I don't know. In math, if I don't understand it, I don't understand it. I can't get it. Lian Chang shook his head and looked at Jiang Yan again. You are his senior sister. Do you see? Kang Yun bit her lip. I don't really understand. It's all about math. I'm going to the teacher. Chapter 10, Sun Lao's military order. Pitching for publication. Begging for golden votes. The two people, Sun Lao and Lian Chang, sat opposite each other. Now they met the inventor of the nanoflying blades, but their hearts were heavier. How many trials and tribulations did an orphan go through? How many blank stares did he go through to grow to this point? But he has a heart for the sun. For a scholar, the most important thing is the results of his scientific research. Instead, he didn't care about fame and fortune and didn't hesitate to donate it to his country. Such a young man was enough to bring them to the point of sweating. But he's about to die. Even though just now, Ruyan Lu said that Lu Yu's medical condition was currently stable and not in shock. But for them, what kind of scenes haven't they seen before? Lu Yu's situation is dangerous. It's just not worsening at the moment. That's all. And based on what has been learned, it's several instances where the death penalty can be pronounced outright, but hard by virtue of the miracle of Lu Yu's personal will to survive. I woke up and did only two things. One was to donate my results, and the other thing, I immediately had to get my computer research. If we don't save such young people, who will we save? It's better than those who are corpses with their hands out. Lu Yu can't die. I will immediately report it. Ask for the best resources to be gathered to Jiangqing Hospital as fast as possible, elder son said decisively. The doctors mobilized just now were only the best on a temporary basis, but he could still mobilize manpower from the sanatorium. The people there, not even known to outsiders, are medically competent in every way. As long as there was a shred of hope, the lad couldn't be allowed to die like that. If it dies, it's a loss for the whole of China. I'll consult some top foreign doctors on my side, preferably for a consultation at the highest level. Of course, the whole thing must be kept secret, Lian Chang said. Sun Lao's identity was destined to be sensitive, so Lian Chang's invitation as a scholar would solve many problems. In addition, Lu Yu really doesn't have any requirements for fame and fortune, and doesn't even care about life and death. But we can't treat our research scholars like this. I'm also sure Lu Yu will want to see his results can be promoted and seen by more people. The application of the material of the nano-flying blade is very wide, but it certainly can't be known by the outside world at the moment. However, if it can be adopted by the military and even shine, I believe it is also what he wishes to see, Lian Cheng suddenly said. Sun Lao nodded. I will arrange it as soon as possible. He already had an idea in mind, but this operation was top secret. Even Lian Cheng could not reveal it. Lian Cheng was only a scholar, so naturally he would not be that clear about some of the actions at the top. However, when he saw Sun Lao's expression, he knew in his heart that Sun Lao must have already had a plan. After Lian Cheng left, Sun Lao got into his car. Have you already measured the nano-flying blades? Is the effect far beyond what was imagined inside? I'm asking for national level attention to mobilize more medical resources for him. He cannot die. In addition, I request that the nano-flying blade be included in the operations of the Joint Sword Maritime Military Exercise in this South China Sea. Sun Lao's expression was extremely serious and his stance was incredibly upright. Of course there is no problem with medical resources. The country will not let anyone who has contributed to the country shed blood and tears. But are you sure the material, nano-flying blades, can be used in naval combat? An extremely serious issue is given over there. It could be said that once Sun Lao answered, then it meant that he would be responsible for this use of weapons. Even the fact that he was carrying the responsibility was just the first step to enable the nano-flying blade material to get inside the review. The use of every weapon is subjected to millions of experiments as screening. This is a national level exercise, but also for the South China Sea on a demonstration action, is to warn some small countries jumping clown behavior. If there is ever an accident, it's the world's attention. The vast majority of combat at sea is hot weapons combat, which nano-flying blade at this point just doesn't seem plausible. Is there a use for it, even if it is very lethal? In other words, if something goes wrong, jacking it to the end is light, not to mention out of order. I vouch for it on my position. It's guaranteed that the nano-flying blades will go far beyond what's inside. Sun Lao said, I advise you to be cautious. Don't block everything for something that is still unknown. Another warning over there. This isn't something unknown. This is a nano-flying blade, the result of Lu Yu's research with his last life, and it has been verified by me. Sun Lao, however, became steeply agitated. He knew that the other party was doing it for his own good, in order to make him think clearly, but he just wouldn't allow such questioning to exist. He, who has patented everything on the nano-flying blades, has donated it to his country. Do you understand? He was a fighter, a determined fighter in a scientific position, elder son said in an almost agitated manner. A moment of silence ensued on the other side of the phone. Only after that did he slowly speak. Good. Then let me see the results of this warrior you mentioned. Only after hanging up the phone did a smile appear on Sun Lao's face. Kid, you're not going to die. Old man, I'm betting my career on you. He then closed his eyes and rested. He was also very tired and hadn't had a good night's sleep until now. On Kong Yun's side, she had already flown to her mentor with her computer. It was also Lu Yu's mentor, Chang Kerson, Associate Dean of the Department of Mathematics, National University, and Professor of Mathematics. But Jiang Yan couldn't find Chen Kisan at all. Asked the brothers and sisters over and over again and they didn't know the result at all. What can be done about it? Kang Yan was on the verge of bursting into tears, bewildered. Suddenly, a thought struck her mind. Validation. Not necessarily to a tutor or to a school. Contest. Thesis. Both. So which way? Be sure to let your brother see the results in the fastest time possible. We mustn't let our senior brother's heart and soul go in vain. So, what to do? All approaches together. There's no way to compete. Competition that's doing problems. Not the same as research math. Well, papers, and tutors. She directly organized the form of this paper and sent it directly inside the top few journals in the world. And the mentor's email got over at the same time. Thank you for your letter. I am the assistant of Prof. Shankerson. I will be the first to inform the professor about your theory. Then Kong Yun saw a reply like this. At once, Kang Yun's heart went cold. Assistant. Even if they can really pass, we still do not know how long it will take. Their mentor, unless he came forward, would not be able to see him at all. Only dump over cold topics. Scientific research. The journals responded in much the same way. In a fit of pique, Jiang Yan directly sent several of the country's top math scholars, including some top professors from abroad. Chapter 11, Civilian Mathematician? I need to see him. Begging for golden tickets. Another Minko. And parsing Goldbach's conjecture from the group construction method. That's just not bold enough. To just say I've solved Goldbach's conjecture. Suhan disdainfully glanced at the title of the paper, turned his hand and directly transferred it inside the trash can. He didn't know how many papers like this he would see every day. As Prof. Shankerson's assistant, he simply should not have seen too much. Prove Chow's theorem today. Goldbach's conjecture tomorrow. Another example is what invented perpetual motion machines. I went inside a black hole to discover new things, and so on and so forth. Therefore, the email that Jiang Yan sent over quickly sank to the bottom of the sea, not even waiting for Professor Shankerson to view it. In fact, there has been a certain amount of noise coming out of the school about a doctoral student who was in a car accident before he defended his PhD. But most people don't care, including Prof. Shankerson himself, a student who, usually, was not very impressive. It's just a little bit of pity that still gets thrown in, and that's about it. Kleiman, a professor of mathematics at Princeton University. He's in the top handful of people in the world. To put it in a sentence, you guys say a lot of people are geniuses, and then, when they meet me, they have to be called geniuses, too, or maybe, genius. It's just the threshold for seeing me. In his life, he didn't know how many top geniuses he had seen and died out inside the field of math. Math, just the genius of geniuses. On this day, he opened his email as usual, which would be filled with emails from all over the world. The school gave him an assistant. Naturally, for the same reason as Prof. Shankerson, that too many emails were pointless and a waste of one's energy. Having an assistant screen it and then check it out is a great way for them to save energy. But he didn't like it. Although, a lot of folk science does prove strange and bizarre theories that are full of holes but persist. But Kleiman enjoys it, because he gets to see a lot of weird brainstorming directions, and sometimes they may not be completely worthless. He once proved a theory that was inspired by a meaningless civil science email, and he said he proved the Riemann conjecture. The thesis was nothing but a great inspiration to Kleiman, and today, it just so happens to be the point in time when he's looking for inspiration every week. So Kang Yun has just published it in and it's already been seen. Another proof of Goldbach's conjecture. How can the crown in mathematics be easily removed by you? Kleiman thought easily, opening the email with his hand out of habit. Group construct method analysis? That seems a bit interesting. As he expressed his thoughts about Lu Yu's thesis, his expression had quietly become serious. Oh, why didn't I think of that when I went about analyzing and interpreting like that? It looks promising. Watched it for a whole night in a row. He finally watched it. Great thoughts. Great thoughts. This is even better than the expression of the sifting method. It's a genius. No, this is a genius that could be comparable to me. Kleinman had dark circles under his eyes, but was so excited that he didn't even try to sleep. From China? Unbelievable. Isn't that a bunch of guys who just do questions? I want to meet him now. It was at this point that he was ready to respond to the email when he received an email invitation from Princeton University's Annals of Mathematics, the annual journal of mathematics. The annual review of mathematics is the top math journal in the math community, and he, as a math bigwig, is naturally one of the reviewing bigwigs. Originally, he didn't have the heart to read it, but when he looked at the paper, it was a paper about the group construction method to analyze Goldbach's conjecture. It doesn't prove it, but it gives a new idea, a new way of thinking. That alone is enough to top the top magazines. This paper must be given a pass, and it has to be published as fast as possible. To the title page, which is a new breakthrough after all these years. Also, I need to get this genius's contact info ASAP. Yes, my email. As an afterthought, he replied his email. Hello, dear Lou. Your ideas are marvelous and have conquered me. I think I need to talk to you in person. I am now holding the greatest enthusiasm, and if it is not convenient for you, I can come over in person. Kang Yun was confused when she saw the reply. At one point, I thought I hadn't sent the wrong email to someone else, and after double-checking, I was able to really confirm that there was no mistake at all. Could it be that senior brother really succeeded again? Kang Yun stared, agitated. This was Kleeman's recovery. To actually be able to get a letter back from Kleeman was simply news enough to be a sensation in the math world of China. Let's put it this way, Shankerson never even saw the threshold of Kleinman. That means that elder brother's paper, there is a possibility that it will be adopted and published. She was suddenly shocked when she thought about it. Only someone in the math department would know how hard it was to get up to the math yearbook. Elder brother is really a genius. He actually quietly researched the proof of Goldbach's conjecture. It must have been this that made him become low-key and let more of his mind be on this. It was too late for him to write anything else, and it was hard to have a breakthrough. But not only did he do it, but he invented the nano-flying blade. Oh my god. Kan Yun was incredulous when she thought about it. She now wondered what Professor Chengson's face would look like when he found out about Kleinman's reply. It was at this time, but Kan Yun suddenly saw a news release. South China Sea Operation Joint Sword has achieved important results. This is thanks to our domestic researchers, a person who quietly dedicates himself to his country. The speaker spoke in official jargon, which is often polite, but the last sentence, of course, did come from a place of feeling. Immediately, though, a reporter detected an unusual flavor inside. May I ask? It is now rumored on the internet that the Chinese Navy's exercise is not only a display of power on previous weapons, but also a weapon that everyone can't imagine. Fishing line. Is this true? That reporter immediately asked, combining some of the rumors he had gathered. Fishing line? Nanofly blades? Jiang Yan instantly thought of the nanoflying blades that Sun Lao had taken last time. And, quite possibly, she was instantly agitated. Elder brother, your research has been adopted by the state and applied to the military. However, she immediately noticed the insane amount of abuse on the live stream pop-ups. Fooling around? Fishing line as a weapon? Crazy, right? Some people even say that it's a test of intelligence. And those who believe it can't be more educated than elementary school, because middle school has physics classes. You fish line to hit the island. I help to wrap around the submarine. Haze against lasers. It's a great weapon. Chapter 12, Questioning? The Guzheng program is launched. Seeking golden tickets. Promoted by some well-intentioned people. It quickly evolved into a situation where the state's propaganda became good for nothing. The voices are getting louder and louder about fooling the public and so on. Even for the speaker's mouth mentioned that what's silent nobody scientific researchers also become the object of these people's verbal attacks. Call this man out if you have the guts. Is it really funny to turn the country's defense into such a farce? Relationships are relationships. If you want to be gold-plated, just say so. Don't use our national defense, our security, as a test case. Don't have to think about it. It's just some obscure at-first fame trick again, isn't it? I can't believe someone pulled out the nanoflying blade part of the thesis material. Sure enough, the fishing line is described as a nanowire, only 1/10 the size of a hairline, but inside the military maneuvers it can cut the human body at will, and even cut a tank. Why don't they just say cut the earth? It's this one called Luyu, isn't it? I'll remember you. I'll cut your neck with this fishing line later to make you happy. It's really worthy of being my country. Now it's already starting to step on Japan and Korea, and hang on to Europe and America. Many people didn't take the online voices seriously at first. Elder Son was even more immersed in joy because this time the nanoflying blades had achieved unimaginable results in the maneuvers. Even those at the top are meeting overnight. They didn't care much about those voices, but the public opinion was getting louder and louder, and it had turned into black claims of irony like Lu Shang, Lu what principle, and so on. When Sun Lao found out, he was instantly enraged. Some people are so lawless that they eat from the pot and turn around and curse the person who cooked it. Pick up your chopsticks for dinner, put them down and start cursing. That's what some people say. Upon associating Lu Yu's state, Sun Lao couldn't help but feel a strong sense of sadness in his heart. It is absolutely impossible for these people to slander Lu Yu so much. He called Lian Cheng's phone the first time. Lian Cheng, you were a first-hand witness to the incident, or one of the most authoritative spokespersons in the nano community. And this academic paper of Lu Yu's was even verified by you personally. Now he's being partially circulated. You see what I mean? What Sun Lao said was very impolite. It was almost like pointing at Lian Cheng's nose and saying that you have a mole there. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Of course Lian Cheng was aware of the seriousness of the incident. He didn't know the secrets at the highest level, and he wasn't sure what was going on with the maneuvers on the South China Sea. But the words of the spokesman for the maneuver were definitely not false words in his case. Rather, it's really likely to have done something. At the same time, he was extremely angry, and he was trying to think of a way to dig down Lu Yu at the first opportunity after saving him. But it turned out that someone had taken advantage of the situation and stolen Lu Yu's thesis, and he believed that it was good to check, because there were only so many people in his nano research lab in total, and those who had access to the papers were even in the minority. What infuriated him the most was that there were such people among his students. Soon he called all his students. The meaning of my calling you all here is very simple. Whoever did the thing, then just come forward. Don't make me line up one by one. Let me uncover it. I won't be so nice. Just an hour later that day, The police entered the nano research lab to take away a girl who was almost 30 years old. The extreme scarcity of female students in such scientific and technical positions does not deny the scientific ability of girls, but what goes around comes around. And with girls definitely getting a lot of attention in their positions. That was the way it was in Lianqing's nano research room, and as a rare girl, she had access to so much more. It was easy to steal classified documents. Originally, she didn't know that things would get so big, or even that the paper would be publicized. She thought she was just making a little extra money, a little bit of money. No harm, no foul. So she also pretended to be smart and just cut off part of it. But she knew when she saw that public opinion was out of control that she was doomed. Once Lian Cheng's words came out, it didn't take long for her to confess straight away. But when this girl was taken away, she was photographed by someone who was interested. See, there's no way to end this farce. This so-called nano-flying blade came from the nano research lab at the National University. And now the people have been taken away. The one called Lu Yu is a girl, totally an academic dodgy. Her senior brother, her mentor, all of them could be doing gimmicks to promote her. As a result, certain people up there believe it. Ridiculous. I've got the news now. The top is furious. And the South China Sea, Operation Joint Sword was an extreme failure. Not at all as successful as the press spokesman said it was. A bunch of verbal and also subtle arguments were posted, especially the panicked image that accompanied the girl being taken away, which made many people believe it. We must give an account. Return Lu Yu's innocence. We can't let our scientific researchers suffer an injustice. Sun Lao said loudly as he sat in the conference room excitedly. I understand your feelings. Don't worry. I have nothing but high respect for such a scientific researcher. The chief sitting at the head of the table set the tone. As online opinion completely exploded, the military quietly released a video. The name of the video is The Kodo Project. Within the video, a ship with the words "Footless Chicken" written on it quickly rushes by. The result was a sudden disintegration on the run. It was cut directly across the surface of the sea by a cross-section, into an unknown number of pieces, and then fell into the water. Then the camera zooms in with it, then zooms out, zooms in. Finally, a thin thread of silk was dropped on the surface of the sea. This is our territory since time immemorial, and any vessel of another country that intrudes into the waters must be prepared to sink at any time. The action in the South China Sea came about as a deterrent to some of the smaller countries in the neighborhood, and the surprise of the nano-flying blades made for amazing battle results. This video is certainly the most powerful retort to those skeptics. Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could the country cheat us? We're the ones who are the best at writing our shame inside the history books and studying it over and over again. And victory is instead just a brush stroke. When I saw it so quietly, I knew the success that had long since gone. Blackie talk. Where are the questioners? I want to hear your voices. The Kodo Project. I'm already burning up. That means the fishing line extinction warship is real? Are we in the same world? How come it feels like development left me behind when I woke up? So, now I would like to ask a question. The author inside this paper, Lu Yu. Just where is he? What kind of material is this fishing line made of? Chapter 13, Claimant arrives. Final proof, begging for golden tickets. When the video was clarified, all public opinion shifted completely. Those Red fans who have recently been suppressed at a disadvantage and don't know how to retort can finally raise their eyebrows at this time. Everyone is frantically retweeting this video. The so-called skeptical vloggers all rested their case. When you run into certain individuals, you will just be sour. The video must have been PD. And then it triggered laughter. An argument, on the other hand, is growing from a minority already. This Lu Yu, who the hell is he? Who is the one who was taken away? Soon they found out that in the announcement of the police department of Zhangchang, a certain woman had already been prosecuted for suspected national security crimes, espionage and so on. In other words, it wasn't Lu Yu who was taken away. Rather, someone sold the real author Lu Yu's paper to some foreign countries. Traitor of the country. Traitor of the country. Heavy sentences must be imposed. The fruits of Mr. Lu Yu's manufacturing have become a tool for his profit. The exasperated voices were so hateful. Material science is easy to say, but the country has been in a relatively passive state. And now, a material for nano-flying blades that can also be applied directly to weapons. I can't believe how easily she stole it. The good thing is that the entire core of the paper she because afraid, and Lianqing for the core of the paper to protect even more closely. She didn't get it and it didn't work because she was afraid. Then can I now surmise that Lu Yu is from Jiangcheng National University, affiliated with the Nano Research Laboratory? Wouldn't it be better if we just go and look for the information? This kind of big man has wanted to worship for a long time. Want to tiger touch it. But the results of the investigation soon came out that there was no such person as Lu Yu inside the list published by the Nano Research Laboratory. And some do-gooders went so far as to line up the entire state university. there are a total of 3 people named Luyu at the National University. And one of them is just an ordinary graduate who graduated long ago. One is a retired assistant professor who is already in his 70s. And one is a PhD in mathematics. May I ask who fits the best of the 3 here? This everyone is lined up by them. The closest thing in terms of education is nothing more than a PhD in math. But that's too far apart. And someone found out the news that this math PhD was involved in a car accident on the way to his defense. And both are still in critical condition. The first thing you have to do is rule him out. So, who the hell is he? Once again, many people are asking questions. Instead, someone quickly replied, please make sure that the country maintains strict confidentiality. This Mr. Luyu is definitely a national treasure. I don't want anyone to disturb his old man's work in life. Soon this argument achieved a high level of approval. At this time, Zhang Yan was excited to see all the remarks, pride, excitement, and her whole face was red. She looked back at Luyu, who was lying on the hospital bed, and silently thought in her heart, did you see it, senior brother? She didn't notice that a letter of reply came from Prof. Kleiman of Princeton University. And at this time in Jiangqing's airport, the blonde Kleiman couldn't wait to get out of the airport hall. Oh, Huaxia seems to be more prosperous than I thought. Shouldn't they be very backward villages still wearing braids? It's not that Kleiman hasn't seen Chinese before, there are Chinese students at Princeton, too, but he thinks that's progressives, and it must make a difference. And naturally, the channels he knows about are under some of the Eagle Jam media. So when he stepped in, it took him greatly by surprise, but this was all a minor incident. He did not put it on his mind. What made him remember it most was Luyu's paper. Let's go. I'm going to go to the National University of China right away. I want to meet this genius Luyu right away. I can't wait. Kleiman excitedly got into his car and then arrived directly at the National University campus. Only no one recognized him at all. And it was only when his assistant notified state university officials via email that it suddenly stirred up a chicken-feeding sensation, especially in the math departments of state universities. It is amazing that this Prof. Kleiman has come to communicate, to ask for advice. This made the math department of National University pervade inside a feeling of being proud of it. So our math department is this good? Kleinman, a top mathematician. He's one of the greats now. And he came in person and said he'd exchange advice. Professor Chen Kesson, you'll be doing the docking for Professor Kleinman's reception this time. No one else is allowed to drop the ball. Understand? All needs, as long as they are not excessive, can be met. This is an opportunity to connect with the international community that the dean will not allow to be missed. Chen Kesson was also extremely excited. In the past, when he was studying for his doctorate, he didn't even have the qualifications to worship under Kleiman. Nowadays it is possible to communicate in person. So this is what I am known for internationally? An academic meeting was quickly convened, and all the heads of the math department were present. Kleiman arrived but frowned, scanned the room, then smiled again. Would you all please tell me which one is Dr. Luyu? At this time, Luyu was frantically checking the calculations inside his own Yangtze River scholar-level research room. He knew Goldbach's conjecture was hard, but he didn't think it would be this hard. The only way to realize how intractable these challenges are is to dive into them and study them for yourself. After 200 years of history, I don't know how many ideas have ended up being disproved. Some have even proclaimed that Goldbach's conjecture could never have been proved. However, there is good news. Congratulations to the host for promoting the nanoflying blade to 10,000 copies. Rewarded with a lifespan of 1 hour. Yeah right, 10,000 copies. It was 100 before, and with the addition of 5 hours later, the numbers directly skyrocketed 100-fold. What else can you do? Your own system has to suffer on its own. However, the paper on the preliminary thoughts of the argument for Goldbach's conjecture never got off the ground. Could it be that Sifu hasn't been published? Or is it still in the review stage? Or maybe the water paper is really invalid? Luyu didn't know which of his guesses was true, but he saved all the time he could be awake and devoted himself fully to his research. It's a good thing the nanoflyer bonus is also 12 hours old. Gave him a half-day delay. But even then, he only had 1 day left. Urgency filled his mind. Outside, he had no right to do it by his own actions. All that can be done is to fight to the death yourself. There's nothing wrong with my thinking when I start with the group construction methods. Now the concrete lies in the final stage of argumentation. I hope I'm not wrong in my conclusions. Luyu was in a tense mood as he entered the final stage. Chapter 14, Proving Goldbach's Conjecture. Luyu woke up. Thus it is obvious that we have px, 1 greater than or equal to p, x caret, 1/16, 1/2, sigma px, x, p, x, q slash 2 x caret, log 4, 30. Theorem 1 can be proved to hold by equation, 30. Lemma 4. Lemma 5. Lemma 9, Lemma 10, and Lemma 15. Theorem 1, which is stated at the end here, is the mathematical formulation of Goldbach's conjecture throughout the proof. That is, given an impulsively large even number n, the existence of the primes p1 and p2 is perfectly compatible with n equals p1 plus p2. If his paper is passed and verified, one more theorem will come out in this world, i.e., Goldbach's theorem, i.e., his theorem 1, or perhaps it could be renamed Lü-Yu's theorem, or Lü-style theorem, or something like that. Inside the whole process of the paper, the most frequent group construction method, in fact, is derived from the sieve method, and Mr. Chen Jingran perfected on the basis of the sieve method, that is, the weighted sieve method. This is where Mr. Chen Jingran accomplished 1 plus 2 is equal to 3 with the assistance of this weighted sieve method. Lü-Yu's group construction method is a proof tool that goes further and better than the weighted sieve method. Even Lü-Yu's entire dissertation had a large portion of it depicting the entire group construction method in order for others who could view his dissertation to understand it. This is why it caused Prof. Kleiman so much excitement within his exposition of the group construction method of resolving Goldbach's conjecture. It's simple. Goldbach's conjecture hasn't been proven yet, and this group construction method is a very exciting enough creation. Even splitting the group construction method is enough for one math annual. That's why he was able to directly cross the other side of the ocean and come to this side of China, wanting to meet this amazing mathematician. Yes, inside Kleiman's perception, being born in this ancient and backward land of China was beyond his imagination. At least it should be the soil that should be available for the people from China who go to Princeton. Of course, that was his opinion before. And now, of course, it would change. After Lü-Yu was done, he was so sleepy that his consciousness was nearly blurred. Though inside the Yangtze River scholar-level research lab, he felt no pain. But the body itself is fundamental, and there is no stopping exhaustion. One last step to go. Can't sleep yet. If you fall at this point, what if the first discourse is not passed? What if I don't get the corresponding increase in life expectancy? He just died in his sleep for no reason? How could he be willing? So, at this point in time he chose to open his eyes. Doctor, how is he now? My elder brother? Jian Yan was incredibly nervous. She now had no idea what the outcome of Lü-Yu's paper would be. There is a high probability that there will be not a single reply to the email, but she was looking forward to elder brother waking up, and she didn't have any kind of expectations for that paper. But the application of nanoflying blades, the senior brother must see it. Ruyan Lu pushed up the frames of her own glasses, slightly silent. The patient's vital sign data has been dropping, meaning that after a day of maintenance, his body has been going steadily lower, albeit only in a slow form. But Ruyan Lu didn't continue. She is incredibly responsible for each and every patient, but of all the patients, only Lü-Yu brought her an extremely deep impression. Others, there are those whose will to live is strong, and those who have given up hope. He was the only one who really did it purely for his own ideals, for his own research, but it's amazing to watch such a pure person slowly wither away. It may never wake up. It may just lie dormant forever. You fought the fight of destiny twice. Can't you have it again? You've performed 2 miracles. Why not one more? Ruyan Lu thought silently in her heart. A very subtle feeling ran through her, and not just out of a doctor's attitude towards her patients, and a voice within herself. She watched firsthand what a miracle this man in the hospital bed performed. She thought that the stories of scientists inside the old textbooks were all made up one by one for the sake of greatness and glory. But then Lü-Yu appeared and she believed, if people like this are not being perpetuated, she may even wonder what is the point of her EMS work. In itself, she didn't pay much attention to some of the news on the internet, only to academic publications in her field. But the recent developments about the South China Sea joint sword had made too much noise. She knew better than everyone else that the Lü-Yu they were arguing about was actually right in front of her eyes. The results of Lü-Yu's academic papers were also done under her eyes. Looking at Lü-Yu, she had a feeling that I am not alone in my path, even though the two are not in the same field at all. With the current state of affairs, it seems that Lü-Yu can still hold out for at most a dozen hours. A slight wave rippled through her mind as she was about to get ready to go to the conference room to meet with all the top emergency specialists that had been brought together from all over the country. Every one of these people is like a thunderbolt. She didn't have that sense of loss that her territory was being taken over. She was also looking forward to the sparring sessions with these experts. Nothing was more important than saving a life. And if someone was better than her, she wouldn't even need to be told. She'd make room herself. The patient is awake. The patient is awake. Just then a nurse yelled in surprise. Jiang Yan's face of surprise at Lü-Yu's lax pupils refocused. Senior brother, elder brother, you finally woke up, Kang Yan said with tears in her eyes as she covered her mouth. All weepy-faced, Lü-Yu tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled. but the pain involved quickly caused him to suck in cool air. This dog's system. Let's not talk about saving lives. Can you stop the pain or something? Every time this happens, I feel like I'm becoming a masochist. Lu Yu silently spat and lamented in his heart. No doubt the system doesn't even bother to give an answer to such proposals. You need to get some rest now. You're in bad shape. Lu Ruyan immediately stepped forward and said. Lu Yu nodded slightly. I understand. Then he looked at Jiang Yan. Senior sister, how is my paper? When Kong Yun heard this crying became even louder. She didn't make it. She didn't fulfill her elder brother's mandate. And she didn't even find a mentor. Not published? Despite the anticipation in his mind, he couldn't help but grimace. Surely brushing up on your papers is not an option? Not even a newfangled math tool. A system is a system. I can't find my advisor. I sent my paper to all the top math journals and got no response. Kong Yun hung her head as if she had done something wrong. Okay. Lu Yu sighed, then immediately said, you bring me my computer. Cannot stop. Whether it was under review, or the system simply wouldn't allow water essays, he wouldn't dare gamble his life away. Not a moment to stop. I want to get to work. Chapter 15, you can understand me, right? Begging for golden tickets. No way. Absolutely not. The last indulgence I allowed you was the biggest concession. Lu Ruyan had anger in her heart. This patient was good at everything, just not listening. But she ignored the fact that this patient's goodness began with the disobedience to hold down a job. You can only continue your scientific work after you are out of danger under my supervision. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way I will agree to it again. This is a desecration of your own life and disrespect to us medical professionals. Ruyan Lu said solemnly. That's right, senior. Listen to the doctor this time. Kong Yun also hurriedly said from the side. Lu Yu knew that this time it would not be so easy, and his heart was on fire with anxiety. How many hours he only had left. If it wasn't for the nano-flying blades adding the clock at the end, this would have been GA for myself. Dr. Willow, how long will I live now? Lu Yu asked with a sigh. This question directly made Lu Ruyan unable to even answer. It was because Lu Yu's condition had simply not appeared at all. The body is clearly always on the verge of death, yet each time it miraculously struggles through. She couldn't even tell if this was the result of modern medication or if it was entirely by virtue of Lu Yu's will to live. Let her come to this conclusion. If it had been earlier, she might have just said it was hopeless. But now, she couldn't say it. Truth be told, what if it strikes Lu Yu's will to live? But if we don't tell the truth, what can we do? Let Lu Yu wait here to die? Or maybe tricking Lu Yu? Lu Yu was also a scientific researcher, and no one even knew better than him where the hard places on his body were. Can't fool him. I want you to believe me. Every bit of what I do for my country. I want my country to be more prosperous. I hope future children don't have to take the same detour I did. I wish to explore deeper mysteries. I also want more people to see the efforts and results of what I've done. My life is the last little remnant, and if I can, I want to die working. You can understand me, can't you? Lu Yu eagerly looked at Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan, who had always had an inviolable face, was somewhat unable to maintain it at this moment and couldn't help but glance to the side. I hope it's death at work. She couldn't speak anymore, and her cold heart was raging with hotness. Lu Yu once again looked at Jiang Yan and held her hands tightly. Consider my last wish. Jiang Yan broke down again. It was already the third time that her senior brother had said this, but each time, she had a more profound feeling. Each time, she could feel the rush of time. She was also the most unable to withstand this gaze from Lu Yu. Good. I promise. Kong Yun covered her mouth and took out her computer again. Lu Yu touched the computer and finally felt a little more at ease. Immediately afterward, though, he opened his computer, only to see Kleinman's reply at first glance, as well as the first response to the annual newsletter of, for several years. Greetings, esteemed Mr. Lu Yu. We have received your exposition, and it has aroused great interest in our editor. If it is possible, would you be able to come to us for a presentation on mathematics? Kleinman's letter was naturally an invitation. Lu Yu hadn't realized that Kleinman had even arrived at the National University. This was somewhat of a surprise to Lu Yu. But, isn't fast enough? It's really slow. He gritted his teeth and decided to ignore the emails. He began to hammer out word for word the results of all the discourses he had been writing himself in the CK-level research room. Every time this scene is able to inspire. Every time this look seems like a monumental ball of light. Is he the one that elder son invited to our consultation? Outside of the ICU ward, it's already an extremely posh lineup team. All of them are the top emergency medicine experts in China. Includes some of the top internists for chronic diseases, cancer specialists, even. There are some top traditional medicine people that you can only see on the inside. Each and every one of them, they are all resounding figures, and they are even people with disciples and grandchildren all over the world outside. They're all gathered outside this tiny hospital room. Perhaps Ruyan Lu was indeed the top genius in the field of emergency medicine. But none of these people were geniuses back then, and they also have more experience. Even Ruyan Lu had to give them respect. A hero indeed, a gray-haired old man said with emotion. As they looked at Lu Yu, they actually saw an unprecedented sense of loneliness in a young man's body. It's like an ascetic, or a devout seeker. A man is alone on the long road of seeking. It hit all the panelists who came here. Originally, there were still some complaints in his heart about Sun Lao mobilizing them over, but at this moment, he simply had nothing to say. They had gotten a report on Lu Yu's condition, knowing full well what kind of illnesses he had to endure, and yet he still insisted on being on his front line. Be your own achievement. This is the light of my huaxia. It's the backbone of the youth. Elder son is right. He can't die, another first aid specialist said. But looking at the condition report, they fell silent again. It could be said that Ruyan Lu had done everything a medical professional could do. Keep doing it. What else is there to do? Can they do better than Ruyan Lu? However, just at this time, a line of people hurriedly and quickly ran from outside. Where is Lu Yu? We're looking for Lu Yu, the visitor said eagerly. Shut up, can't you see this is an ICU ward? Ruyan Lu just happened to come out. She wanted to leave Lu Yu a quiet environment. The sight of these people instantly made his heart angry, and he instantly rebuked angrily. The people who came were confused, but they knew that they hadn't followed the rules, so they quickly bowed their heads and apologized. Then continued, Hello doctor, we are students under Professor Chen Kasan of the Mathematics Department of the National University, Lu Yu's senior brother and sister, whose research progress on Goldbox conjecture has been highly favored by Professor Kleinman. Prof. Kleinman has arrived at the National University to talk to him personally. This is a first for us in the country. Quickly let me see Lu Yu. The man was beyond excited. See for yourself. Ruyan Lu didn't bother to explain and stepped aside in front of the door. These Lu Yu's senior brothers and sisters were also a bit confused. It seemed that Lu Ruyan was unfriendly to them. Even the group of experts looked at them with a very repulsive look. What the hell is going on? When they reached the front of the glass, they looked at Jiang Yan holding the computer, Lu Yu on the hospital bed with catheters inserted all over his body, and the constant dripping sound of the machine around him. Chapter 16, this is elder brother Lu Yu's posthumous draft, seeking golden tickets. On the hospital gown, there were still bloodstains that hadn't been removed. They could see that Lu Yu's face was pale without the slightest trace of blood. His lips were gray, and his entire body was trembling in pain. They could see Lu Yu gritting his teeth and biting his cheeks, his forehead sweating. Car accident, plus terminal pancreatic cancer. Car accidents are instead one of the mildest ailments here. Advanced pancreatic cancer, even if they are not medical professionals, knows that it is one of the most painful types of cancer. It is almost hard to completely torture people to death and eat all the pain and suffering on earth. Painkillers don't do much. However, Lu Yu didn't say a word, tapping one word at a time. Although they said that they were Lu Yu's senior brothers and sisters, there aren't many to meet. Most of them have never even been seen. They were just called by Prof. Chenkerson to convey. Seeing Lu Yu at the moment, his brain was confused. Or rather, they were also confused when they heard Kleeman name Lu Yu before coming. They barely had a deep impression of this senior brother, or could not find much presence of one. Math is already a lonely traveler, and they are even more closed off here. Is this senior brother's injury this serious? How's that for communicating with Professor Kleinman? How did he? Wu Zhong couldn't help but ask. At this question, the eyes of Ruyan Lu and the others looked at them even more wrong. Your brothers and sisters. You don't know what's going on? It's not a visit, and it's here to add to the workload? Is this something a human being could do? In other words, you're human? A senior sister hurriedly pulled his clothes, and he reacted that he had said the wrong thing. Sorry. What we mean is that we didn't know that Master Lu's injuries would be so severe. You guys wait here, maybe he'll give you an answer. Ruyan Lu interrupted, and Wu Zhong hurriedly shut his mouth. In his heart, however, he couldn't help but turn over the waves. This senior brother usually didn't look like he had any background, but this doorway, how is it that one after another, all of them look like great Buddhas, and the hospital is taking it so seriously? Could it be because of that closing argument of Lu Yu's about Goldbox conjecture? And not to mention the rest, the hospital people don't understand it. If there is a background, Lu Yu would not have to delay graduation for a few years, right? However, they didn't dare to say anything right now. They didn't know what Lu Ruyan was talking about waiting for the result, but they didn't have too good a solution. In their hearts, they were actually in a hurry, and if it weren't for the fact that this was a hospital, they probably would have wanted to break in. Over there Clayman and Chenkerson are waiting. Lu Yu is in trouble again. I told you we couldn't let him work. Suddenly a doctor couldn't help but shout. Ruyan Lu had been the first to see it and she rushed straight in. Lu Yu sat on the hospital bed, spraying blood in one mouthful. His face was like gold paper, looking like he only had one breath. The person had been completely dazed. Wu Zhong and the others had been completely dumbfounded. People were dizzy. What a result to wait for. Over there, they were already in the middle of resuscitation, and Kang Yun's eyes were already swollen from crying as she hugged her computer. Jiang Yan, how is Lu Yu doing? When Wu Zhong saw Jiang Yan, he immediately remembered this little senior sister and hurriedly asked. Jiang Yan coldly glanced at these senior brothers and sisters. When senior brother Lu was seriously ill, none of them came to visit. The mentor, Chenuxin, even just disappeared. It made Kang Yun completely lose her trust in them. But Chenkerson was really the top math researcher she had access to. Senior Lu may not make it, Kang Yun whispered. Wu Zhong and the others sucked in a breath, and in their hearts, they could not help but feel some pity for the schoolmate as well. It was clear that he was going to graduate with his PhD, but he defended it and got into a car accident and found out that he was seriously ill. It was clear that his thesis had attracted the attention of Prof. Kleiman, who had gone out of his way to personally come to China, to the National University. And he's dying. I'm looking for Professor Chenkerson, Kang Yun suddenly said with determination. She had to see Chenkerson this time. No matter what, whatever it takes, even if it means begging, you must see him. In Jiang Yan's heart, she would never allow her senior brother's things to be dusted inside the computer. Wu Zhong and the others looked at each other and carefully asked, is this the result of school brother Lu Yu? Jiang Yan nodded heavily, and they were so happy that they were just about to go get it. But Jiang Yan stopped them and didn't let them touch it at all. Come with us, Prof. Chenkerson has been waiting for schoolmate Lu Yu, Wu Zhong said with delight. Kang Yun froze. Yes. She was then led to the National University by Wu Zhong to a conference room in the National University. Kang Yun immediately saw Professor Chenkerson sitting among them, but many of those present were the top professors in the mathematics department of the National University. She was taken aback by the scene. Immediately after, she realized that on the projector, she had seen the paper that senior brother Lu Yu had given her last time, on the resolution of the group construction method for Goldbach's conjecture. She was confused for a moment, suddenly overwhelmed with guilt at her little idea that the school took it so seriously. Kleeman also saw Jiang Yan, who came in and froze for a moment. Oh, may I ask if you are Lu Yu? I'm sorry, I addressed you as sir inside your email. Jiang Yan glanced nervously at Chenkerson and then hastily looked at Kleeman, instantly shaking her head. No, I'm not Lu Yu. Kleeman was instantly disappointed in his lack of interest. I would think that the state universities in China are not the least bit sincere. He was angry. If it wasn't because Lu Yu's exposition on the group construct method was too intriguing, he wouldn't have been able to stay here at all. No, Professor Kleinman, just a moment. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. I will definitely have Lu Yu come over immediately. Right now, Chenkerson said in a hurry, then turned to Jiang Yan and angrily rebuked. What are you doing here? Is this something you can come to? Jiang Yan was at a loss for words and looked at the computer in her hands, whispering, this is senior brother Lu Yu's research results. The entire classroom fell violently silent, and Kleiman, who was translating through the translator, looked at Kang Yun with violently wide eyes. Hiss, is this true? Why doesn't Mr. Lu Yu come in person? I can't wait. I had so many questions I wanted to ask him, and just reading the paper didn't explain so many of my doubts. So it turned out that my shallowness was really his group construction method that fascinated me. Kleiman took 3 steps to Kang Yun's side and patted her shoulder tightly. Excuse me, is this it? Kleiman looked down at the computer in Kang Yun's hand with an incredibly excited expression and whispered a question. It's as if it's a holy relic encountered on a pilgrimage. Reverent and respectful. Yes, this is the posthumous manuscript of senior brother Lu Yu. Chapter 17, Certification. He really succeeded. Begging for golden tickets. Legacy manuscript? The conference room was in an uproar. The head of the math department jerked to his feet. How can it be a posthumous manuscript? Could it be that Mr. Lu Yu? Kang Yun nodded. This time she saw the condition and also heard the opinions of those top experts who were meeting with her. Even she didn't think Lu Yu would wake up once more. The entire room was shocked that this was a manuscript that a PhD student in their math department had gotten out in the last moments of his life. Didn't you say Lu Yu was fine? The head of the department was so angry that he specifically named Chenkerson as the main receptionist this time. And the reason for this was because Chenkerson was Lu Yu's mentor. This tutor must have known quite a bit about Lu Yu's research results. Now, on the other hand, the situation given by Chenkerson is grossly out of line. Chenkerson's brain is also confused. He only knows that he was in a car accident, but he has been fine for so long. And last time, he also heard the students say that Lu Yu wants to find himself. How is this dying? How is this a posthumous manuscript? I heard that Lu Yu came to you before publishing this paper, but couldn't find it, so he sent it directly to the annual mathematical journal and Professor Kleiman. At this time, the department chair's face was very ugly. This is a good opportunity for international exchange for the national university. If Kleiman knew that even Lu Yu, the student's condition, was unclear, not to mention the content, he didn't know what Kleiman would think of them all. Yes? Shenkasen still didn't even know that this news was still circulating from his students. He rushed back to ask his assistant, who was also confused, did my mailbox miss such an awesome email? That's an argument against Goldbach's conjecture. It occurred to him with a jolt that there were just too many of those folk science Goldbach conjectures that, generally speaking, had been consigned to the trash heap. It's not just the mail that's inside those piles of junk, is it? He was suddenly quite vain, and Shenkasen had already opened his mailbox at the first opportunity, and as expected, he found the paper in the corner of the trash can. According to the time, he was the first to receive it. He was practically dripping with heartache. Obviously he could have mixed up an instructor Isaku title on this one, and now it has nothing to do with him. He glared viciously at his assistant and hastened to smile. I just came back from a business trip, and I've been assuming that student Lu Yu's condition is recovering better. You thought. Don't you know how to care as a mentor? Shenkasen is also very aggravated. Everyone is so with students. Some students may not see their own tutors, but they are taking time to pay attention to the students. And Shenkasen remembers that Lu Yu went for partial differential equations, and never saw him delve into the number theory side of things. He really didn't know. And by this time Kleinman had listened to the whole of the translation, and his face was already very uncomfortable. He came with total respect. Who knew that and you didn't know as much as he did? You have deceived me. He pointed at Jiang Yan. You lack an apology from Mr. Lu Yu. I will also consider you to be fake imposters. We will immediately map Lu Yu's situation. Please don't worry. Professor Kleiman, the head of the department, sighed in his heart, knowing that the matter of face was irreparable, and all he could do now was to try his best to make amends, especially Lu Yu's special situation. The math department has no humanistic care at all. It's really a shame. I don't care about your business. I desperately need to pay a visit to Mr. Lu Yu's final problem-solving path on Goldbach's conjecture right now. If there's nothing else, I'd like you to leave me alone, Kleiman said nonchalantly, then grabbed Kanyan's computer and looked at it. Jiang Yan honestly, she simply could not understand, although they are all inside one discipline, but the gap between partial differentials and number theory is simply not something that can be understood overnight. But Kleiman was completely lazy about the others, and it was Kanyan's instantaneous connection to the projector that allowed these professors at the National University to watch together. Prove it? Lu Yu has already proved it? Although we haven't seen the results yet, the entire title of the paper has been labeled core. This, in turn, caused the professors of the mathematics department to be inwardly shocked, while looking at Shenkasen's face even more unfavorably. To have such a good seedling in your hands, to have it spoiled like this, and to have it be entirely their own achievement, having nothing to do with you, and finally a foreigner to discover our people. If you have talent, you can give it to us. You don't want to be the first teacher to solve Goldbach's conjecture. We can think about it. Chinooksen was literally on pins and needles, and he certainly knew what he was missing, but at this point, he could only feel that there was no way this could be accomplished by Lu Yu. The subject matter is so difficult that it's a question that hasn't been answered for centuries, and Lu Yuko is still in the hospital, sick and dying a state. Crucially, just 2 days earlier, he had come up with an analytic exposition of the group construction method for Goldbach's conjecture. It can be argued that the group construction method only presents a feasible solution, a vision. It's only been 2 days, and you did it? That's it? He didn't believe it. He felt that Lu Yu had at most had an initial parse. He even couldn't help but feel some fluke inside. Maybe Lu Yu hadn't finished, and he, the mentor, could follow Lu Yu's path forward to explore more? But Kleiman phrased it differently. It's so subtle. Perfect. Simply perfect. Lu is simply the best scientist in the world. His exposition is just brilliant. I have a hunch that he's finished. He won't be unfinished and half-finished. Kleiman murmured excitedly and took out his own draft, already following along to verify it. With later, he even felt the strain. He was incomparably shocked in his heart, because from within his self-perceived knowledge system, he felt that he could barely keep up with Lu Yu's thoughts. But he couldn't say what was wrong with it. Not keeping up. That's his problem. The entire conference room was silent. All the instructors and professors of the mathematics department of the National University were in a flurry of algorithmic deduction. The further back you go, the more immersive it gets. Jiang Yan was also jittery at this time, not knowing at all whether her senior brother was right or not. It has to be right. It has to be right. She took a deep breath. Just then, Kleinman suddenly dropped the pen in his hand and squealed with excitement. It worked. He really did it. Without a doubt. This was bound to shock the world. In the history of mathematics, Lu Yu's name would also be recorded. With this question alone, there are not many people in the world who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yu, including Kleinman. Chapter 18, Full Journal Coverage. It's the glory of the math yearbook. The conference room was brightly lit. They had been acting out the whole thing for a full 10 hours. There really wasn't much time left for Lu Yu. In Lu Yu's space of consciousness, the final 2-hour countdown was decreasing by the second. Inside the second conference room, Kleinman and the others had red eyes, but they don't know how to get tired. Chen Kison had already been shocked by this student of his, as the latter part of the exposition was not at all something he could understand on a temporary basis. He needs to consult a lot of information in order to make inferences out step by step. He's not as deep as Kleinman. On the contrary, an old man from the math department looked tired at this time, but his eyes were shining. He actually made it. He put down his pen, excited, shocked, yet extremely emotional, and even had some hot tears flowing under those old glasses. It's seeing hope for the nation's math. My Chinese civilization's inheritance, ancient to have, for mathematics, is a complete system of inheritance. In China, it is not the so-called practical operation for farmland algorithms, but the exclusive algorithm for astronomical calendars. However, after the Ming dynasty, the Ming emperor invented the artisan household system. That is to say, the ancestors do what the offspring is what occupation. This led to the Yin-Yang family, or astronomers, becoming inherited, and to the loss of many expository works on mathematics, including astronomy. After the Qing dynasty, Shengzu, the grandfather of the old man, directly excluded all the Han Chinese from the national astronomical calendar, and instead accepted all the foreigners into the country. This leads to an even more serious loss of this heritage break. It has also led to the loss of much information in the East, and after the modern era, Chinese math has been catching up with others behind. Until now, a leading mathematician once stated that our math today is only about as advanced as it was in the developed world 40 years ago. Talk about the field of study, not the exam. Once the old Mr. Chen Xinshan held up those years, and after that old man left, there was no longer a figure who could pick up the slack and compare it to the world. And now, can he see it? At this moment, he wept, but then he thought of this Lu Yu student, who was most likely already about to pass away, and felt an immense pain. A certain director of the institution in an administrative post came up to the old man. Elder Su, isn't this one at the level of a genius? If he can be saved, is it possible to take him as your disciple to train him? The dean of the faculty asked in a small voice. Me, being his teacher? The old man froze for a moment, then shook his head. It's more or less like he's my teacher. I'm far worse than him. The dean of the faculty sucked in a breath of air, knowing that math eats up the most talent. Also did not expect a little-known kid directly to their math department titanic figure to dry down. You'd better not move any administrative mind. If this one can be cured, it's not even too much for you to directly confer the academician rank title, except that academicians need to be evaluated, but the school can directly confer the title of professor. The old man's name is Su Guochun, one of the country's top mathematicians, a living fossil-level bigwig at the National University. This time it hadn't even been known that he was coming, but he heard the news and came himself. Having Elder Su give such an evaluation, that for the hospital ministerial director instantly understood. Also, before, Chen Kison might have gotten used to being the boss, and took too little care of Mr. Lu Yu. You need to compensate people, even if this thesis is not hung under the door of the National University. You still need to understand, if anyone tries to use this to get him in trouble, or to operate against his will in secret, I'll personally ask about it. Su Guochun gave another warning. The dean of the faculty responded in a hurry. Inside this conference room, most of the professors were still performing their calculations, and only two people, Kleinman and Su Guochun, had completed their preliminary calculations. But to take the math even further, it's honestly more than one person can accomplish. Unfortunately, senior brother Lu Yu doesn't know if he can see it yet. As a math student, Kang Yun was well aware that the publication process would be very slow. She wasn't sure Lu Yu could still see it. Su Guochun's eyes lit up, and he suddenly got up and walked over to Kleinman's side. This paper, Mr. Kleinman, may it not be published directly above this issue of the annual mathematical journal? For the proof of Goldbach's conjecture, which, no doubt, must necessarily have made it into the annals of mathematics. Or rather, such a proof is no longer what magazines give him extra points for. Rather, it's about which magazine to publish in and which magazine to add color to and beg for it. Clayman froze, then responded. Oh, right. I remembered that the mathematics annual was in print today. I won't allow that. No one has yet failed to see this expository process. It's so wonderful. It's brilliant. It's 100 times better than beauty. He instantly pulled out his phone and called across the ocean. Hello, this is Clayman. And yes, I demand that you reprint it now. Immediately. That's right. It will be your glory in the history of mathematics. Goldbach's conjecture has been proved, he said directly. Quickly, he hung up, with his credibility vouching for any reason for refusal on the math yearbook side. The proof of Goldbach's conjecture was not a civil science. It was vouched for by Clayman at Princeton. On the second day alone, the world was shocked. On the front page of the math yearbook it says, a genius mathematician from China solved the proof of the 300-year-old Goldbach conjecture. Subsequently, an avatar was left on the front page without a face. And in the math yearbook, all the content is all about Lu Yu's thesis statement. And the second one, or Lu Yu, is Lu Yu's group construction method on the resolution of Goldbach's conjecture. And in this issue of the magazine, those were the only 2 articles, and all the others, all of them, were pulled. This was also Kleinman's suggestion, for he felt that these men were not worthy to be placed with Lu Yu's thesis at all. This is a masterpiece from a math guru, and when the news was sent back home, it created even more fervor. Wake up and the hot search has changed. Holy, I woke up. Hot search number 1. Goldbach's conjecture has been proven. No way. The proof person is Lu Yu? It's a Chinese? Crazy, right? When was there such a great mathematician in China? And I've never heard of it at all? Could it be that some people are deliberately rubbing it in? Have you guys noticed a problem? The inventor of the fishing line for the South China Sea joint sword operation that was on the hot search a while ago is also Lu Yu? They can't be the same person, right? This name has metaphysics. From today onwards, I will immediately change my name to Lu Yu. Why are all the powerful ones called Lu Yu? It must be just a coincidence. But the brother guess proof. I think it's gimmicky hype. It can't be something the countryman can prove. There's no scientific ground for math here. Then, the official microblog of the National University suddenly retweeted the news report. Chapter 19, Academic Research Laboratory. Time capsule. Lu Yu, a student of our school, completed a complete exposition of Goldbach's conjecture at the Department of Mathematics of the National University, in the presence of professors such as Su Guochun of the Department of Mathematics and Professor Clayman of Princeton University. When this news came out, it directly provoked a sensation throughout the internet. This is Goldbach's conjecture. It's almost a household topic within China. Even a small child in a few grades knows to come up with the line, can you prove 1 + 1 is equal to 2? Including Qin Jingruan's Chen's theorem played a huge role in promoting it. The general public may not know the difficulty, but anyone with a little higher education knows how difficult Goldbach's conjecture is. There is a saying that number theory is the crown jewel of mathematics, and Goldbach's conjecture is the crown jewel. It's the puzzle of the century. It's the puzzle that hasn't been solved in 300 years. Surprisingly, it was answered by the Chinese. National University is awesome. It's amazing that it's hiding such an expert. That means there are 2 Lu Yus in the National University, both very powerful. Has anyone met this big guy? And some of the students belonging to the state university were with honor to participate in the conversation. There were even some people who had actually known Lu Yu. I know a Lu Yu is indeed from the math department, but this dude majored in partial differential equations, not in the direction of number theory, so he shouldn't be alone, right? And it's also too young. I'll go. That means there are 3 named Lu Yu in the National University? Dr. Lu Yu is the weakest one instead? One from the Nano Research Lab, one from the Math Department Sweeper, and one from a Dr. Roadrunner. I've decided I'm changing my name to National University tomorrow. Pull it. They're a top 985. The toilet sweepers all have master's degrees. There are many different opinions on the internet. There are also very few voices conveyed up to say that Lu Yu has been a car accident in the hospital. It is likely to be the Jiangqing hospital of that Lu Yu. But such voices were quickly drowned out and no one believed them at all. A sick and dying man proves Goldbach's conjecture across specialties? Stop it. Will you? These voices could be concluded to be those of the nurses at River City Hospital. But the spreading of similar arguments was quickly banned by Ruiyan. So it created a national frenzy and even a wave of activity as to which Lu Yu it was. But it doesn't have much to do with the person in question. It's not really that it's not relevant. It's that other people don't even know about it. Congratulations to the host for completing the proof of Goldbach's conjecture and being able to publish it through verification. The host receives a 10-day increase in lifespan. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new scientific research program, controlled nuclear fusion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new research project, a special effect drug for Alzheimer's. Lu Yu watched as he finally breathed a sigh of relief when the flashing red countdown finally turned back to an orange glow. Thought I was really going to hang. Luckily the paper has been published. But he got a headache when he saw the two programs coming right after. But after carefully reading the program description he relaxed a little. Controlled nuclear fusion. A super difficult project. Is known to anyone who has done scientific research. This technology is still only in a theoretical state. And the actual research progress is very slow. One might even say not at all. Because it's just too hard to realize with the resources and technological difficulties of Earth right now. And if it ever comes to pass, it could be a direct leapfrog to Earth's civilization. The reason is simple. Controlled fusion's utilization of energy would be extremely helpful to Earth's civilization at this stage. To put it bluntly, it's a small controllable sun that I can utilize however I want. If it's beyond controlled fusion, I guess it's just the legendary Dyson membrane inside sci-fi, right? The good thing was that this was a long-term scientific research project, which meant that Lu Yu could make a breakthrough without having to drill it in the first place. It's not his only option. It's just where he's headed in the future. But this Alzheimer's potent drug directly made him dumbfounded. How? He was a math guy and then crossed over into materials science, which can be attributed to physics. Right. And medicine is basically chemical now, which means he now needs to cross over a track again. This system specializes in crossovers, doesn't it? Even the math breakthroughs are categorized to go with it. But what could he do? Who made the system so meticulously? This time the Goldbach conjecture is also only just 10 days of life growth. Really, he was already powerless to spit, but it's just as well to keep doing it. But soon he saw several messages that cheered him up. Congratulations to the host. The Yangtze River Scholar Level Research Lab has completed its upgrade. And after the upgrade, it will receive the Academician Level Research Lab. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a time capsule. Lu Yu got excited all of a sudden. And this Yangtze River Scholar Level Research Lab had the effect of boosting his great concentration and mental agility. What happens to this fellowship class? He quickly checked the instructions and was even more energized by the news he got. The Academician Level Research Lab contains all the contents of the Chongjiang Scholar Level Research Lab, with the addition of a soothing mental effect. Simply put, it makes the spirit less tired and can be a better tireless donkey. Well, it can simply be interpreted as the ice Americana of the mental body. There was also a function that could make Lu Yu's reading ability increase tenfold, including the previous JCU library was incorporated into it and became part of the canonical collection of the Academician Level Research Labs. Lu Yu wanted to cry and laugh again. The thing that makes you want to cry is that the dog system really doesn't treat him like a human being. Trying to laugh. This kind of research lab is literally a dream come true for all researchers. Definitely much better than the so-called Academician Level Research Labs out there. If people outside knew about it, I'm afraid it would be madly snatched by everyone. Finally, Lu Yu's gaze fell on top of the time capsule. As soon as I heard the name, I knew it was awesome. Sure enough, when he opened the instructions, Lu Yu was shocked. Time capsule. When the host is about to reach the limit of his lifespan, he can use the time capsule to freeze his time for 24 hours per use. What the hell is this? Isn't it first aid for 24 hours? If it was put out for sale, it is estimated that the rich and powerful of the world would want to buy it back at the expense of their families. However, Lu Yu had a little doubt. This system reward drop, how was it formed? To answer the host, it's a reward based on the degree of completion of the project. The higher the degree of completion, the more rewards you'll naturally receive. And you'll also be randomly dropped or upgraded with the items you've already used. Completion? Lu Yu froze for a moment and then checked. And soon he saw the information on the completion of his two research projects. Nano Flying Blade Project, completion, 60%. In other words, one has just reached the passing grade? And regarding Goldbach's conjecture, the completion level is already 99%. I see. There is still work to be done with nanoflying blades to mine this material, such as the space elevator that was finally formed inside the trilogy, which was an extreme development for nanoflying blades. If I have the luxury of extreme development of the nanoflying blade, wasting my most precious time for such a small reward would be more than worth it. Chapter 20, New Direction. Explosive Lu Yu. Seeking golden tickets. That is to say, he was able to get a 99% rating thanks to that exposition on the analysis of Goldbach's conjecture by the group construction method. It is a precursor process and an elaboration of one's theory to others. And subsequent to having this whole process of proving it, it brings the proof to the height of 99%. As for where the other 1% went, Lu Yu wasn't quite sure, but he wasn't going to dwell on that 1%. One's next topic is about potent drugs for Alzheimer's disease. It's about medical psychics, and it's about chemicals, and biotech drugs, and it includes natural medicines. Inside this natural medicine is again involved traditional medicine, also known as Chinese medicine. Although many people have a lot of criticisms about Chinese medicine, I guess, the field of traditional medicine today is really in a terrible decline. Most of them are those who have learned some theories but are afraid to use medicines. Such fringe Chinese medicine people. For the dialectic, for the 6 meridians to identify the symptoms, they can't figure it out. And then there are those who understand the dialectic, but don't know how to prescribe. The separation of Chinese medicine is itself a great wrongness. Of course, it is undeniable that the technology of extracting ingredients in the field of modern medicine has righted the name of some natural medicines, but only a small number of them, and many credits belonging to the field of Chinese medicine have been wiped out. It's still a medicine that's been exploited for thousands of years. Not to mention the modern field of pharmacy, with its chemical drugs, biological drugs, and even, to put it in a more extreme way, the potential for new drugs to be produced every day. One similarity between chemical and material pharmacology is that it is used more for trial and error and finally clinical human trials to see the results. For example, the famous Viagra product, which was originally used as a drug for heart treatment, turned out to be a clinical discovery of a new continent, and became a boon for men. There are also biotech drugs that go in many directions. Therefore, Lu Yu wanted to delve into this field. The scope involved was just too wide. The first thing you have to do is screen the herbs, whether they are chemical, biotechnological, or natural medicines. It's all a huge pharmacy. He had to sift through it, then develop it, then refine it. Lu Yu's current feeling was that there was a gun pointed at him all the time behind his ass. Can't even tell when the other guy just shoots. So Lu Yu didn't have the time to rest, didn't have the time to lament for himself before he plunged directly into the research work. However, once again entering the research lab, Lu Yu felt the benefits of an academician-level research lab. Once inside, the mental exhaustion was surprisingly cleared away, even a little hyper. Holy, the effect, awesome. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the fact that it was worthy of being a place to work for cows and horses. Thinking is thoughtful. Soon Lu Yu entered inside his work, outside the Jiangcheng hospital. A masked, 20-something looking girl, holding up a selfie stick, had quietly made her way into the hospital wing. Families, now I'm just field exploring this legendary Lu Yu student. Some say he was the prover of Goldbox conjecture. Others say he was the inventor of the South Seas United Sharpshooter fishing line. Others say he's nobody. Whether it is or not, let's find out. Today is bound to unravel this mystery. The girl's name was Jiang Wanwan, a small netizen, and her live room was not crowded, probably staying around 100 people. When popularity is low, there may even be only a couple dozen people, so she often thinks of ways to rub some heat in. No, the heat is coming. She has a nose for hotspots and doesn't want to miss any. She knew that trying to go through official channels was definitely not an option. Not to mention that she was a small netizen. Even the official reporters were now eager to get first-hand information. But the mainstay of the National University is a handful of keepers. There's no wind of it leaking out at all. There is even a vague sense that higher dimensions are intentionally covering up to obscure the message. If she can really dig out Lu Yu, even if this Lu Yu lying in the hospital is no one, she can eat a wave of full traffic. Okay, Nan Tu, if you get caught here, High and Low will have to give you a treasonable offense. If you can really find Lu Yu out today, High and Low will have to brush you a wazi today. I'll leave my words here. Go. I want to see now if this Lu Yu is a person or not, or if he has grown 3 heads. As expected, her sense of smell was not wrong. Just hanging Lu Yu's name, the live room directly rose to 500 people. There was a lot of cynicism, but the rubbers were prepared and mentally equipped for this. Humph, you don't believe me, so wait and see. Nantatu was her screen name, and she touched in directly with her cell phone at her end. Soon she entered the ward area, so she figured out a way to go straight to the nurse's station and ask, "Hello, I'm Lu Yu's family, may I ask where Lu Yu's hospital room is headed?" Nantucket asked in a soft voice, thinking that can't stop me, can it? Who can resist a cute girl voice, not even if it's a sister? As expected, the man at the nurse's station took one look at her before flipping through the roster, and then a serious phone call was made. "Hey, there's someone mixed up in the ward here. Let's get her out of here immediately." The live broadcast instantly pissed himself laughing, but also cute. People simply do not EQ this set. Jiang Wanwan instantly angry. How is the refusal? But also cannot pretend to be a Lu Yu family? She was most angry about how she had been discovered, but without waiting for her to ask more questions, she was sent straight away. Damn it, you guys think you can stop me just like that? Jiang Wanwan gritted her teeth and was seeking a solution when she suddenly saw a group of people walking over quickly. Her eyes lit up. Wasn't this the old Mr. Suguachun who had been shown on TV? This was a titanic figure of the National University's mathematics department. Next to that, that's Clayman, a professor at Princeton. How can you rub it in and not do your homework? Doesn't that show the benefits of homework? Jiang felt that he was close to the truth of the matter. She decided, trailing over. For once, she was surprisingly smooth, and the people in front of her were so serious in their exchanges that they didn't notice this little girl behind them. It also has a lot to do with the number of abortions in and out of the hospital. Lu Yu, academician. He is enough. Vaguely she could hear some words, the voices of Big Brother Sugwo-chan and Big Brother Kleeman coming out. She was immediately agitated. Hear that. Hear that. Lu Yu. That's going to be academician level. Follow the anchor. It's the right thing to do, right? The first news on the whole network. Chapter 21, Princeton Fellow. Double academician in China. Lian Chang has been in a very good mood lately. The Nano Research Laboratory has room for subsequent viable project development because of the Nano Flying Blade project. And the potential is so great that the Nano Flying Blades are merely the initial start. And because after the previous incident of someone selling internal information, Lian Chang paid more attention to the entire audit, including the core information, than before. In the entire research room, he was the only one qualified to get all the information, and the only other one that can get it is the one above him, which is Sun Lao, which is the military. The whole project has been planned to go into the standing program of the War Department. Moreover, a new material, he has the unique conditions to send to Psi and other top journals. This all presupposes being allowed by the Ministry of War and with Lu Yu's consent. Just thinking about Lu Yu's condition, Lian Chang was very sorry every time. Such a genius would only achieve more in the future if nothing unexpected happened. Getting a Nobel Prize is just around the corner. No, I should be more precise. Lu Yu went to the Nobel Prize to receive the award. That was the honor of the Nobel Prize. Instead, it's Lu Yu's honor. His research is just sick. Elder son, has Lu Yu's side not woken up yet? Sun Lao had a feeling of a second spring in his life for a while. His spirit was high and he was getting younger and younger. Woke up once a few days later after that proof of math. But, it still didn't get better. What the top experts are saying now is that it allows him to survive a little bit better. Survival, those two words, seem frivolous, but it's very heavy for someone who's terminally ill. Lian Cheng's heart felt as if a big stone had been pressed down. In other words, none of those first aid specialists were optimistic that Lu Yu would be able to recover. That is to say, Lu Yu's situation would be more critical than ever. Such a man, do we want him to be unknown? Lian Cheng asked again. Sun Lao had been prepared for this for a long time. A national scholar will be treated as a national scholar. The country will not fail him. He was already applying to higher levels to make Lu Yu's identity public. Go to the hospital first. Hopefully he'll wake up. It's not too much to give Lu Yu any title whatsoever. Not to mention professor. Even academician, he is more than enough. In the entire history of mathematics, except for those who can create a great classification of talents can beat him. Even those from the smaller branches can't compare to him. This is his talent. It's also what he deserves. I will immediately call and ask Princeton University to honor Lu Yu as a foreign fellow, Clayman said nonchalantly. This was the message Su Guichun had given him, just because he had asked what kind of treatment the National University was prepared to give Lu Yu. At the same time, he felt sure that China did not have the best medical conditions. He had gotten all the information about Lu Yu's condition, and his intention was to have the top medical team from Eagle Jam's side come and treat Lu Yu. Su Guichun heart tightened. Chinese domestic, to say the most inside the academic world, is the phenomenon of seniority. There are even some school valves as a result. Even though these people don't actively do anything to sabotage others, occupying the pit itself is an implicit squeeze on others. For these people, the fewer people that can go up below, the better. Therefore, it is necessary to set up bars for you to make it hard and difficult for the following people to meet the conditions. And it's a title like academician. That's breaking heads. This time he was able to communicate directly with the dean side of the National University to grant a professor, and a senior professor at that, which in itself was a breakthrough. Even then, it was a great sensation. It even caused a lot of resentment. But if Kleiman had just come up with the academician level title, a state university would be too small. He wasn't quite sure what kind of person Lu Yu was, nor did he understand. But those who do math are basically closed to outside information. But it was a clear difference. And if Lu Yu could come to his senses, he wondered if Lu Yu would have chosen the National University. Even he himself might not be able to resist this temptation. But in all fairness, isn't Lu Yu accomplishing enough to take an academician title? Totally enough. Even many academicians don't necessarily have research results at Lu Yu's level. No, it's not necessarily. It's definitely. And Clayman stopped instantly and called Princeton directly on the phone. Su Guichun pursed his lips, then hardened his heart and pulled out the phone to call as well. On the National University side, it was still an ambiguous response that it would have to be researched and studied. Su Guochuan's eyes lit up. For the academician review is the most recent thing. And this research study represents a controversial internal opinion on the academy side of the department. Soon, they arrived outside Lu Yu's hospital room. This is a genius. The ultimate genius. He must be saved. He is the rising star of the math world. No, he should be the emperor of the math world. He must be kept alive, Clayman muttered. But soon, he got a response from his medical team across the ocean. There is no possibility of salvation. Unless the body is completely replaced, there is just too much damage done to him. The body's self-repair is completely inadequate, and the current medical conditions are not good enough to support him for a larger operation. The reply there was so thorough that it left Kleinman ashen-faced. Is it possible that after so many years of silence, the math world will finally be quiet again? The next piece of news, though, is good news. On the side of Princeton University, it agreed to award Lu Yu the title of Foreign Fellow. Kleinman was thrilled. He wasn't in any kind of administrative faction. He just knew that it was a sign of respect for a scholar and a recognition of the effort put in by a researcher. He definitely didn't want to find pushback on this kind of thing. Soon he had his assistant print out the hiring letter. Even if Lu Yu will really die, it must be given to him as well. That's what he deserves. So thirsty. Just at this moment, Lu Yu on the hospital bed opened his eyes, and the bitter taste inside his mouth was hard to go, and it was accompanied by a little thirst. It's hard. Wakey wakey. Ruyan Lu got excited. She thought Lu Yu would never wake up again, but what surprised her the most was that this time, Lu Yu's mental state, or physical condition, looked much better than before. There was even a little bit of blood on his face. Help me up. Lu Yu once again made a request. He was actually dizzy right now, and the research for the special medicine for Alzheimer's disease was simply killing too many brain cells. The good thing is, there is still progress, only he needed to relax his brain and get some air right now. But soon he was a little confused. Even when he was lying on the hospital bed, he could see a group of people standing on the glass at the entrance of the ICU ward. Mr. Lu Yu, on behalf of Princeton University, I confer the title of Foreign Fellow of the Princeton University Mathematical Institute on you this time. Kleinman took it in stride. He wasn't willing to have the slightest wait. Chapter 22, Lu Yu wakes up. This is the return of light. To be honest, Lu Yu was really surprised to the core, although he really didn't care about fame and fortune. Foreign academicians, especially those from Europe and the United States, were quite difficult. To put it mildly, the discourse of the Western world dictates that it is impossible to give you the title of foreign academician in the Eastern world, unless you're willing to join the expatriate. Even joining Hans, Gallic Chicken, etc., could be negotiated to give one, but he was a native Chinese and had never been abroad at all. Princeton went so far as to give a foreign fellow title straight away. Lu Yu was just about to speak when Su Guochun anxiously came striding in. Slow down. Just now the National Graduate School Department has passed the vetting. No, it should be the selection of the topmost academician. You've been selected as one of the members of this class of the Academy of Sciences, Su Guochun said in a hurry. He then glanced at Clayman, which meant that you Eagle Sauce could give a damn. Can give as usual. We have our own endorsement for our nationalist. No need for Eagle Sauce's approval. Our military has directly reported Lu Yu for the title of Academician of the Academy of Engineering. And, unanimously, at this time, Elder Sun and Lian Cheng unexpectedly both came. Lu Yu was a bit confused. This is too much of a nuisance, isn't it? A double member of the Academy of Engineering and the Academy of Sciences? The country's out for blood. It's amazing that this body of his can give him such a top-tier title. For a moment, what had been only some thoughts of extending life to himself was, he had to admit, a big wave inside. It was so big that he was a little restrained himself. All this fame and fortune. I don't care. After all, I'm already like this. Lu Yu let out a bitter smile. This wasn't something he was pretending. It was real. In each case, he was not sure of completing the research project. Even this time there were 10 days, the most time available. But it's still urgent. This is one of the world's most difficult problems and very difficult to overcome. Only, he happened to finish again. He didn't even know if he'd be able to get it out next time. You don't have to worry about that. The most important thing for you right now is to get well, Sun Lao said directly. Thank you, Professor Kleinman. I'm just not comfortable with the Princeton title right now. Lu Yu looked at Kleinman again. He knew that Kleinman had recognized him highly and had put in a lot of effort. But you have nothing to lose by this. Kleinman was anxious. He could hear that Lu Yu was going to refuse. He really couldn't figure out why Lu Yu had refused. This was clearly a way for the entire Western world to be able to recognize him, to be able to know him, inside his perception. Even though a lot of insights in the past 2 days had broken a lot of his inherent impressions. But that's about it. He continues to believe that what is within HWA is nothing more than a captive audience. The only way to go to the West, the only way to go to Eagle Jam and be recognized by Europe and the United States, is to be recognized by the world. I understand very well, Prof. Kleiman, but I am a native Chinese, and in my whole life, I have never stepped out of China. Lu Yu gathered enough breath and continued. I was able to grow up because of Huaxia. Without my country, I might have died on the streets long before I was born. But science has no boundaries. But the scientists have. Lu Yu spoke decisively. Inside the room, elder son, Lian Chang, including Su Guochun, and the others were all shocked by this sentence. It is true that science has no boundaries, but the scientist is destined to be marked by his nationality. It's not like they haven't heard this before, but in the mouth of an oiled out, in the mouth of a 20-something guy, in the mouth of someone who was about to die. They felt very heavy. The old people were moist. Kleiman obviously felt Lu Yu's determination as well, and he couldn't understand this so-called sense of belonging, but it also had to be abandoned. Well, Mr. Lu Yu, good luck. I hope you recover, and I hope to be able to discuss more mathematics with you in the future, Kleiman said. Lu Yu nodded. Then he straightened up. This time, he didn't let anyone help. It still hurts, but it does show some improvement and the whole person looks a lot rosier. Sister, Lu Yu shouted. I'm here, elder brother. Jiang Yan had been inside the crowd, unable to stop her tears. These days, she didn't even know how many tears she had already shed, but she just couldn't stop. I want to work. No, not waiting for Kongyan to refuse. Inside the entire ward, everyone wanted to stop Lu Yu's behavior. It's just too dangerous to go on like this. Even if there's not a shred of hope left, as long as the person is alive, then there's still the possibility of a miracle. If you die, not only will it be a great loss to the country, the most important thing is that you're sorry for your own ideals. Do you just want to research so many times? You deserve a wider world, a better future. You deserve a colorful place in history, Sun Lao said, having already allowed Lu Yu to be capricious a few times. This time, he would definitely not agree. Even Kleiman strongly agrees with this. Lu Yu shook his head and suddenly coughed violently and had a sickly flushed face. I know my own situation very well. This is my last wish, Lu Yu said. Lu Ruyan nervously checked Lu Yu's body data and found that Lu Yu was surprisingly better than ever. All the physiological activities in his body were surprisingly active. It's not normal. How was she to know that Lu Yu had just renewed his life? Respect his choice. This may, in fact, be his last. It's like a flashback, Ruyan Lu said in a shy voice, but turned her back, not allowing Lu Yu to be able to hear. But these old people who were there, they heard it all. They heard it all clearly. They all instantly reddened. Kleiman was also greatly shaken by the translation. Adrenaline for the body's last shot? He muttered. A great sadness pervaded the entire ward. Everyone didn't move as they tried to eyeball Lu Yu's last job. They want to give Lu Yu a ride. Lu Yu, on the other hand, finally got his computer again. Alzheimer's disease specialty drugs discussion and analysis. He tapped down the words on his computer. The entire ward was quiet. Not a single person made a sound as the words were typed line by line. Everyone was watching this genius play out the last bit of flame in his life. Even the old men, including the medical staff, shed tears. No one present was unmoved. As for Lu Yu, he didn't know how long had passed, and finally, he knocked down the last word. Then the whole thing fainted again. Quick! Resuscitate! Resuscitate! Chapter 23, Late Shocker. I thought it was just name bumping. Outside the ICU ward, Jiang Wenwen approached carefully without drawing attention from the others. This time she had also learned her lesson and didn't actively inquire about any of them. Brothers, it's likely that the hospital has special instructions because Lu Yu is a sensitive figure, but this can't even stop this young lady me. Isn't this letting me in? Jiang Wenwen couldn't help but feel smug. And the number of people online in the live broadcast room had directly exceeded 10,000 people. This is already a moderately large anchor category. So Jiang Wenwen was very excited inside, and there were many IDs she had never seen before who were rewarding gifts. She knew she couldn't go wrong with the chances she took. So this strengthens the resolve to find Lu Yu ward. Not this one. It's an old man in there. And I saw the sign. The name isn't Lu Yu. One by one she groped her way through. But the ICUs themselves were few and far between. And because they had lost Su Guochun when they entered the elevator, Kleiman's group was left to explore. But it's also fast. Just then, she heard a group of people walking out from inside one of the wards. It was none other than Su Guochun, Kleiman, and many others she hadn't seen before. I'll be damned. It's not possible that Nan Tutu really discovered Big Brother Lu Yu's real body. Is it? Why do I have a feeling that something is going to happen to Nantucket? For this level of bigwigs, A hasty visit, and not to mention whether or not it is disturbing, there is no possibility that it is leaking the country's secrets? A bit too serious, isn't it? I'm a bit nervous too. What should I do? Hurry up and shoot Lu Yu out, then run away. A slew of pop-ups had flown up. Some stood up for the country and told Jiang Wenwen to voluntarily give it up. And some of the more keyboardy ones just spewed it up already. But she's certainly not giving up. Whether it's because of traffic or because of this one holdout. That must be the ward. I'm going over there now. Jiang Wenwen drilled around the corner. And none of the men saw her. It was a time when the inside of that ward was just empty and she was beyond excited. She touched it quietly, only to be just near the door. Then an extremely urgent cry was heard. Oxygen. Get on the oxygen. Monitor the vital signs and report any anomalies to me immediately. He can't die. There are still signs of minor hemorrhage. Find the bleeder as soon as possible and prepare a blood pack. Ruyan Lu's voice was methodical yet quick inside. Resuscitation inside, Jiang Wenwen immediately said. But at the moment she also hesitated. The moment of resuscitation should certainly not be disturbed. But the clues are right in front of her. And she could very well be the first person on the internet to send out a video. But scouting like that is sure to get a lot of rebukes. Between black and red, she hesitated because she didn't know what kind of situation Lu Yu was in. Suddenly she gritted her teeth. I'm just going to take a picture. Right through the glass. And as soon as I realize something's wrong, I'm just going to turn off the broadcast. So much traffic. She couldn't afford to part with it. However, she didn't have a chance. The moment she was just about to act, her cell phone was snatched right out of her hand. She was just about to yell when she was put under control. The two extremely burly men behind her made her hair stand on end as she looked at them. No visitation is allowed here. Understood? The man simply turned off the live stream. What's to stop you guys from letting me visit? I'm looking for my relatives. Jiang Wenwen was very experienced and had already prepared an excuse. She didn't think it was a big deal. At most she would be verbally criticized. And who said you couldn't have a live broadcast if you were visiting relatives? Then you'll come with us. The two men, however, didn't feel any pity at all and directly led Jiang Wenwen outside. What are you doing? You're illegally imprisoning me. I'm going to sue you. Jiang Wenwen, who was being dragged along, finally panicked and shouted. But within seconds, a couple of oncoming cops came by. Soon she was dumbfounded as the officers handed over to the two men very politely and then took her away. Uncle policeman, what am I guilty of? Not just visiting my relatives? You know what you're up to yourself. The cop didn't bother to talk to her and opened her live feed. This left Jiang Wenwen speechless. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I promise I'll never do it again. Please give me back my phone. Seeing that there was no room to turn things around, Jiang Wenwen immediately opened her next move. Usually, as long as she wasn't committing serious offenses, she was good at this, and the most she could do was to verbally criticize and educate her, especially since she's not bad looking. But today she hit another wall. Not only did the police not let her go, but they simply detained her. Now, Jiang Wenwen was completely flustered. What's Lu Yu's story? And after Jiang Wenwen's sudden off-air shutdown, it caused a not-so-subtle discussion, conflicting speculation. Inside the conference room, Lian Chang, elder son and the others all converged together. Instead, Prof. Kleiman, Su Guochun, and the others looked at each other. The situation was dangerous just now. And although he didn't understand why he awarded Lu Yu the title of Academician of the Academy of Engineering, it finally became clear at this time as well. Do you mean to say that the fishing line that was rumored to be so fabulous during the last act on the South China Sea was invented by Lu Yu? Su Guochun said incredulously. For a young man, in his 20s, to be able to achieve in a field is an inhuman experience. It has even surpassed 90% of researchers. As for Lu Yu's scientific research, to put it more directly, 100% of the time, no one is currently able to reach his level. But, he was also the prover of Goldbach's conjecture, incidentally removing the crown from the math throne. Where's the excuse for that? Su Guochun was still thinking of staying at the National University as a stalwart of the National University, and even using Lu Yu as propaganda to grow the math department at the National University. The math department at National University is not bad, but only in the country, and it also ranks well, and that's because he's at National University, and those below him, the ones who can pick up the slack, simply aren't there. Now there's a Lu Yu, and you're saying he invented the nano-flying blade? Outrageous. It's outrageous. Also a huge sense of shock. You don't know? Isn't he in your math department? Lian Chang and elder son and the others directly asked questions and said, the reason is also simple. The math department, however, made the nano-flying blades first, and so talented that you guys don't even know it yourselves. I thought it was just a name bump, Su Guochun muttered. And the Claymans are numb to what it means to be a genius. This is genius. Take the legends. including Newton and what Aristotle, Da Vinci and so on. He was more or less skeptical. How can people be so versatile? Even Gauss, isn't that great in math? But Lu Yu's appearance shattered this idea of his. The all-around talent is there. Chapter 24, Lu Ruyan wants to personally verify Lu Yu's medication. Who knows what else he could have worked out if given more time. In the future, any of Lu Yu's research, notes, shall be treated as a state-level confidential document. Sun Lao paused for a moment as he glanced at Kleiman, who didn't belong to the National University or even China. He was from Princeton University, and even came over this time just to snatch Lu Yu. It was because Sun Lao looked at him very unfavorably and had a very high level of vigilance. Rest assured, I respect your country's actions, but you must also respect Mr. Lu Yu's own wishes, which I hope are not yours to impose, Kleiman said after some thought. After all, Lu Yu has said that science has no borders, but scientists do. It was normal for him to have this mindset Kleiman was allowing, but this does not affect Lu Yu to go to foreign countries to further study, and to open up the eyes so he didn't think of himself as hopeless. That's of course. So now would you please ask Mr. Kleiman to recuse himself? This research was given to us by Mr. Lu Yu, Sun Lao said directly. Kleiman was helpless. It was on someone's home turf and he had no choice but to leave. However, if Mr. Lu Yu wakes up, I would like you to inform me. Kleiman paused, then continued. I would recommend him for the Fields Medal. I think with his results, the Fields Prize would be happy to go to such a young man. The highest award in mathematics. Kleiman's point is simple. He doesn't want this to be mixed with any state form factor inside. It was enough for him to think that Lu Yu was a scholar and that he was a mathematician. That is of course. Mr. Kleiman, please release him. We are more worried about his well-being than you are. And we want him to get better more than anything. Elder Sun said again. Kleiman left, and only then did Sun Lao take out Lu Yu's computer. Within the people present, Kang Yun was probably the only one who was completely confused. She knew, however, that her senior brother was very good. She didn't want to think about that much. She just wanted her senior brother's results to spread and be recognized by more people. I suppose that is what elder brother his heart desires. And when Ryu's new scientific paper was projected, it wasn't just Kang Yun. Everyone else was confused. It's not material science. It's not chemistry. It's not math. Surprisingly, he is also a medical researcher who invented a brand new drug. These people in the room were either in the materials field or in the math field. Numb, one is completely numb. A moment ago, I was a little hesitant about the idea of an engineering academician, and now people are crossing over to write a scientific paper in the medical field. Claims to have solved the Alzheimer's special drug. What is meant by a potent drug is that as soon as it is applied, it works. Immediately call over all those medical personnel from Jiangchun Hospital, as well as those experts called in earlier. Soon, those experts gathered. No way. Alzheimer's can only be prevented. How can there be a special drug that overstates the case? A white-haired old man spoke directly. Although medicine is separated, doctors are users of medicines and are naturally well aware of the various medicines. I admit that Mr. Lu Yu has managed to shock the world with both scientific achievements at this current age. But this is medicine. There is no room for error in the field of medicine, because a decimal point of error can kill a person, a living human being. This current state of Mr. Lu Yu's might just be a temporary figment of his imagination. Not just one person, but the entire room raised objections. The creation of a new drug requires rigorous experimentation and approval before it can enter clinical trials. The whole process, even up to 3 to 5 years, and in some cases up to 10 years. In the event of a mistake, the entire drug is outlawed and destroyed. You guys aren't going to read the paper first? Lian Cheng asked. He was the first person to legalize Lu Yu's scientific research results, so he naturally had the right to speak. We're not people who specialize in drug production. We can't make a careful judgment on his paper, but the words he used in it are all too absolute. So I think that Mr. Lu Yu is no longer conscious and has made a paper that goes against the spirit of scientific research. So I don't think there's any value in that. There's another opening. Lu Yu was indeed very good, but only in the field of nanomaterials science and mathematics. In the field of medicine, they are adamant that compromise is not an option. Well, let's just have someone from the pharmaceutical research team look at it. The R&D people know a little better. So the number of people in the office increased again. These pharmaceutical researchers and developers, as soon as they arrived, also said they didn't believe it at all. It's impossible to have a drug with no side effects. Not only can it cure Alzheimer's disease, but it can also effectively keep it from recurring afterward, including the memories that were lost before will gradually be restored. How is this possible? This is clearly something that only the gods can do. Where is this scientific research? If they hadn't been instructed by Elder Sun that this was a new study by a very important person, they were afraid that they would have to just break into tears. What the hell is this? You're a miracle water. Regardless of his use of words, I now need a result, and I need you to verify it directly, not question it. Sun Lao sank his face. He gave a direct death order, not bothering to pull the wool over these people's eyes again. It is evident that many people are simply not willing to test the synthesis of this drug. Better let me do it. Ruyan Lu suddenly walked inside the office. I think I should still have some say in this. The crowd was unsure who this person was. Only River City Hospital, and some of the medical bigwigs, know about it. Even those who are some of the medical researchers are not sure what this is. You're just a doctor. What say do you have? Someone said directly. Then Ruyan Lu seemed to be waiting for him to say this. Cambridge graduate. Ph.D. from MIT. That would have been enough to shock people for a bit. But the follow-up, however, was even more surprising. Recipient of the Cross Award in First Aid. On the end, the inventor of the Rohypnol drug. You're the inventor of the Rohypnol drug? Someone was suddenly shocked. The Rohypnol class can actually be categorized as a branch of the Rasputin class of drugs, and there are already many drugs that can be developed in this area, and the development system is well established. Very few people can make something new. Ruyan Lu developed the drug in her personal capacity and disclosed the patent for the drug. But because Ruyan Lu keeps a low profile and is reluctant to disclose information, many people only know that it's a woman, but they don't know who it is. Finally saw the present today. Now, do I get a say in this? Ruyan Lu said as she scanned the crowd. If it had been an unusual person, she probably wouldn't have been willing to come forward. But time and time again, seeing Lu use miracles of creation, time and time again, scientific research, are sensational. Last night, she had purposely searched for Lu Yu's scientific research information. She was well aware that both the nanoflying blades and Goldbox conjecture were done under her watch. Others could question it, but she wouldn't. And this, the third result of Lu Yu. He is, probably, the last to come back. So, she, Ruyan Lu, stepped forward. She wanted to personally verify this drug. Chapter 25, even if it's poison, I'll try it. Not a single person in the room stood up to say anything questionable anymore. For a genius like Ruyan Lu, they had also heard about it, and some of them even knew part of its deeds. While studying abroad at Eagle Jam, she became prominent in the field of first aid, and is recognized as a national genius in emergency surgery. It's just that no one would have guessed that she had such an awesome layer of identity. If anyone here in the field of first aid still has the ability to argue with her, then there is simply no capital to go toe-to-toe with her in the field of drug development. Inside the field of modern medicine, medicine is separated. Even in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, which is a traditional medicine, the policy of separation is being practiced today. Even those in the field of traditional medicine have nothing to say about this modern chemical drug. There is another most immediate reason. Lu Ruyan said this, so naturally she would be the one to take this responsibility. The others were unwilling to conduct research experiments on Lu Yu's drugs. For one thing, they simply didn't believe in Lu Yu's research on drugs. On the other hand, it felt too risky and hasty to take on this responsibility. But it was different when Ruyan Lu came forward. She could take responsibility, and if she lost, it had nothing to do with them. But if it came to pass, they were happy to see it happen, and they could also witness another Lu Yu miracle. Since that's the case, then Dr. Ruyan Lu is solely responsible for leading the development and research of the drug, and test the medication as quickly as possible for its helpful effects on the condition. Elder Sun immediately clapped his hands. The composition of the drug was not complicated, and even Lu Yu referred to quite a lot about the field of traditional medicine, about the matter of memory. Include some herbs and target them for refining. Then blend modern and traditional medicine to get a final result. Drug production, which is not a problem at all, is all one of the existing herbs. Is it really possible to compose a chemical equation for a drug like that? Sun directly approved 3D printers for rapid prototyping of drugs. Yet there were still a lot of puzzled looks. Skeptics abound. And such thinking is simply unheard of. So we are now going to seek out Alzheimer's disease conditioners, Ruyan Lu said. There are naturally many similar cases inside Jiangcheng Hospital. This one wasn't hard to find. But trying to get people to take this medication is a huge challenge. Alzheimer's patients are unique in that they have only lost their memories and still have the ability to go on with their lives and still be mobile. It's terminal in a sense, but not terminal in the sense of certain death. So, would it be acceptable to do drug trials? To do human trials? Or do you start with mice or something? Just as Lu Ruyan was still hesitating, she suddenly received a message. Mr. Hanjin is lost inside our hospital. Please pay attention and find as soon as possible. If you find the family will be grateful. Ruyan Lu's eyes lit up as she snapped to a good idea. This old Mr. Hanjin has a special status, an old man who survived the war. The merits and honors he had gotten in his life were countless. And the old man's son was also the head of Lungda Group inside Zhengcheng. And this old man had some waking hours, and even when his memory was lost, he always remembered that he had to run to the battlefield to go. Not to mention the fact that sobriety made it hard for him to accept that he had entered the term of memory oblivion. This is a big reason why he has lost it so many times. If we can convince this old man Han Zhong. Ruyan Lu glanced down at the medicine in her hand and quickly made up her mind. With the hospital searching, it wasn't long before Ruyan Lu found the old man. The old man's son knelt before the old man. Dad, do you remember me? I'm your son. Is not the old man's son also an old man? Also in his 70s, but at this time, old tears. I don't have a son as old as you. I'm only 18 and I'm not even married. Where did I get a son? Don't you dare lie to me. I have to go to the front line now. Elder Hanjin pushed his son away and said directly. He picked up a branch, but posed it like a gun, holding it tightly to his chest. Ghosts! I'm going to kill the ghosts! Elder Hanjin shouted, got up, and then took a big step outside. Dad, look at me. I'm really your son. I haven't seen you since I was a kid, and now you're going to forget me? The old son cried out. Elder Hanjin's footsteps were certain. Then he turned back to look straight at his old son. Suddenly there was some clarity in his eyes. Son, he murmured. How come you've forgotten your own son again for longer and longer? He sat down on the edge of the flower bed with a bitter smile, confusion filling his eyes. Why should I be left alone to live? All the men of that company of ours died on the slopes of Wolf Mountain. How could I forget them too? Alive. I can't forget. Elder Hanjong hugged his head in great pain. The old son hugged him and the two of them cried bitterly. There were no tears in the eyes of those who saw it around them, but at the same time is also solemn respect. This for his once an old hero. They said I was young and told me I had to live until the day I saw the new China, which I did, but they didn't come back. But I'm forgetting even my son. I'm forgetting them. I'm forgetting even myself. He continued. Lu Ruyan directly walked over. Old man, right now I have a medicine here for Alzheimer's disease. Do you want to try it? Elder Hanjin's son immediately stood up with a wary expression. Liars like you, get the hell out of here. At my dad's age you can do that? Lu Ruyan hurriedly explained and took out her own work certificate. And only then did the old man Hanjin's son relax his guard. Are you saying that this is an unproven drug? I don't agree. Aren't you using my father as a guinea pig? Zhangcheng University actually does this kind of strawman thing? Elder Hanjin's son immediately objected angrily and said, Little girl, was what you just said true? Is it true that if you eat it, you won't lose your memories again? Be able to recover as before? I really don't want to forget my comrades. I want to remember them when I die. Elder Hanjin, however, pivoted away from his son, his eyes carrying a keen expectation. Lu Ruyan felt a heavy pressure all of a sudden. Once it failed or ate out, that's a lot of responsibility for her to bear. Little girl, don't be stressed. Even if it's poison, I'm going to try it. No one can stop me. Dad, his son cried out eagerly. Elder Hanjin, however, backhanded a slap. Listen to Dad. Understand? Chapter 26, Divine Medicine. This is the Divine Medicine. Begging for golden tickets. The old son couldn't say anything. Even in his 70s, he still didn't have any courage to fight back in front of this almost 100-year-old dad. I know it's an experimental drug, but still, eating it to death is of my own volition. And I know you guys have some kind of videotape now where you can record all my words. If oblivion, I choose death. Forgetting is a betrayal of the revolution. It's also a betrayal of your comrades. I, Han Qing, am definitely not a traitor. Elder Hanjin said forcefully. Ruyan Lu took a deep breath after hearing this statement inside her ears. Instead of relaxing, she got more stressed. For this kind of old people, she also has full respect. If not for the bloodshed of these older generations, how could there be today? Don't worry. If the drug is wrong, I'll take all the blame. She then took out the drugs without hesitation. However, at this time, the old man was as if he had no electricity, and his eyes were once again lax. Then, drawing up his stick again, he was off to find his comrades and to kill the enemy. My dad, it's all yours. The older son finally let go of his insistence that he respect his dad's ideas. He knew that Alzheimer's might not be painful, but how devastating and torturous it was for his own father every time he woke up. Can't forget, those expert groups, as well as elder son and the others, had also heard the news. Together, with all eyes on them, they took the old man into the intensive care unit. In case of any situation, you can always be saved. Lu Ruyan, who entered the hospital room, her eyes once again regained their sharpness. The pressure at this time became a heavy burden on her, but she still got into the swing of things extremely quickly. She's a doctor, and doctors can't be swayed by any emotions. She then shoved the medication into the old man's mouth, and the amnesiac ate it as if he were chewing candy. What would be the reaction? The crowd's eyes were deadpan, and no one knew what kind of drug reaction to expect. But the old man seemed as if he hadn't eaten, clamoring to get out, clamoring to get away, to find his comrades. I told you, this drug is not reliable. That Liu just so little time to write out the paper. Or cross-industry. This is the pharmaceutical industry. No accident even if it is good. I'll admit he's worked 2 miracles. But not this time. This Lu Ruyan is also not good. And not much vision well. Not as godly as the legend. A crowd of people couldn't help but open their mouths. Not to say that they were sneering, but there were bound to be a few moments of schadenfreude in there. Well, it definitely takes time for the medication to work. And perhaps it's impossible to say if you need to take a course of medication for it to take effect. Sun Lao frowned. He didn't like hearing these people's arguments. Elder Hanjin's son, too, couldn't help but be disappointed. Still, he shook his head. After all, it's a test drug. If it doesn't work then, pop. Just then, the old son was slapped, but it was his father, Elder Han Qing, who hit him. How do you talk to a doctor? What do you mean it's not working? It's not working well for me? Elder Hanjin said with a chortle. Dad, are you awake? The old son looked at his old dad with wide eyes, unable to believe it. It works so fast. I mean, it's only been half an hour since I put one down, right? And it's already working? Sun Lao was also wide-eyed. And to be honest, the thing that old people were most afraid of was getting this kind of disease. You're lucky to have any wake-up time at all. Some of them don't even have a wake-up time anymore and can only form a memory or state of being a few years old. This is certainly sad for the elderly. But Lu Yu's medicine, surprisingly, can make a person awake in half an hour. This can't be a coincidence, can it? Someone couldn't help but say. After all, the patients themselves have time to regain consciousness. My dad, he only gets a chance to wake up once every 2 or 3 days. But just now he has been awake. To be awake again within a day, and only half an hour or so apart, is something that has never happened before. Effective. Absolutely effective. The old son, however, was overwhelmed. That's impossible to say. Maybe it just happened. Someone muttered. I didn't expect Elder Hanjun to go up and slap him. Don't think I won't beat you just because you're not my son. Can I not know if this medicine is real or not? Old man, I haven't been this lucid in 10 years. 10 years. As he spoke, he burst into old tears, and he could finally remember a lot of things in their entirety. The others present all sucked in a breath of cold air. So powerful? It works in one pill. And so fast? Specialty drugs. That's quite a potent medicine. Simply attacked one of the few toughest medical problems in the world. Alzheimer's is saved. How much dementia is there up and down the country? How many in the world? They can't imagine how big a profit there would be. Riches. Simply obscenely rich. It's a countless amount of money rolling in. Ruyan Lu was also phased. This medicine was generated in her hands. She was the only one who knew the whole process and all the preparation methods. Even if she had more confidence in Lu Yu, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive in her heart. But after having the effect at this time, the kind of shock in her heart could not be described in words. From the time Lu Yu knocked the first word down to now, a total of less than 5 hours had passed. If the difficulty of Goldbach's conjecture in the field of math is beyond her, the field of nanoflying blade materials, she doesn't understand it either. But it's medicine. She understands very well. May I ask how else to follow up with treatment and food? Elder Hanjin asked in a hurry. He didn't want to go back to the way he was in the past. The old son was also nervous, and everyone looked at Ruyan Lu. According to Mr. Lu Yu's description, for mild cases, 1 capsule is enough, and moderate patients continue to take it for 3 days, 1 capsule per day, and for severe patients. She paused, then scanned everyone and said, heavy patients, you can take it for a week to recover as before, and there are no side effects or after effects. The crowd roared. This medicine, it only takes 7 days for a critically ill patient to fully recover as before? Elderly Mr. Hanqing is in the moderate to severe direction. My recommendation is to take 4 capsules. Saying the words, Ruyan Lu wasn't even sure they came out of her own mouth. Alzheimer's, 4 grains and you're good as new? Is this normal? But this is what really happened. Those present, doctors or not, sucked in their breath. It's so shocking. How long did it take Lu Yu to invent this special medicine? Sun Lao said with a dry voice. The total is 2 hours and 38 minutes to write the paper. Chapter 27, Fields will come to the door? Lu Yu can't hide it anymore. The crowd hadn't been paying attention a while ago, and it was only then that they recalled it. It had only been a total of 3 hours since Lu Yu had come to his senses, which also explains a few things. The total cost was only 2.5 hours. This world. It's horrible. Previously, they didn't take it to heart because they subconsciously felt that it was the result of Lu Yu's previous hammering accumulation. So no one was overly skeptical. At most, they were more in awe of Lu Yu's brain, that he could write the entire paper in a complete and flawless manner. The second question about Goldbach's conjecture has actually been a question within someone's mind for a while now, but at the time, being accepted into the yearbook of mathematics, startling Professor Kleinman at Princeton University, caught everyone's eye. Didn't even think about it that way, but now they're finally realizing the problem. He proved Goldbach's conjecture, also with 3 hours of awake time, and nano-flying blades. Lianshang said with a dry voice. If the previous ones were accumulated, did he accumulate every single thing? Did he have that much time to accumulate? He is also a researcher in the fields of nanomaterials, mathematics, and medicine. Seeing yourself dying before you reveal your scientific findings? Or maybe, it just so happened that the accumulation of all three had arrived, so they appeared at the same time? This is more absurd than Lu Yu made results in 3 hours. How to believe it? Being a researcher is a lifetime put on this. In the past, Lianqing he could proudly speak of his achievements. His life's work had been on this, but now he was really afraid to open that mouth. What a face! You can't achieve more in a lifetime than someone can in 3 hours, at least standing in front of Lu Yu, or in front of Lu Yu's achievements. He was embarrassed to say that he was a scientific researcher. Those who are big in the field of doctors, aka other fields, are apathetic. Is there really such a big difference between people? Is it possible that the distance between me and him has become far greater than even the distance between me and the dog? All news today must be tightly blocked. No one must reveal anything about Lu Yu. Once I know that anyone has leaked it, I will definitely punish them severely. The consequences of this, you guys can think for yourselves. You could just as easily interpret it as treason. Sun Lao said with a serious expression. Another research result of Lu Yu would definitely overturn the world's perception, and it's a major area of re-breakthrough. It's just too hard to believe. That's why Sun Lao wanted to block all news of Lu Yu in the first place. It wasn't that he was worried about Lu Yu's news leaking and making people question it. The country would naturally stand up for Lu Yu. He has made so many contributions and is even willing to give his achievements directly to the state, which is absolutely impossible to chill a person like that. What he was afraid of was that some people with ulterior motives would come to discredit Lu Yu, or maybe some people abroad will do some unknown harm to Lu Yu. Even if Lu Yu really couldn't be resuscitated in the end, then he would still have to give Lu Yu the most decent way to send him off. Definitely not to die inside some uninformed calculations. Moreover, Sun Lao had issued an order in the first instance, requiring Lu Yu's ward to be protected according to the security level of a special patient. Not just outside the ICU ward, but the entire hospital must be secured. Set up 3 lines of defense. If you come in through illegal means, there's no way it could be done. Of course, Sun Lao did not mean that Lu Yu must be incognito, not let him always be an obscure worker. Lu Yu was qualified to have all of China remember his name. It's just that it needs to be the right time. Originally it would have been the stage to disclose the developers of the nano-flying blades by now, but Lu Yu is just too fast to develop Goldbach's conjecture, the current special drug for Alzheimer's disease. Straight away, the people up there were a bit caught off guard. It's just too easy to question the public opinion that's aroused in this way. Once someone directly opened their mouth to create the God theory, it would be a great blow to Lu Yu's reputation. And some people are too easily taken out of their rhythm to discern what's going on. So the disclosure of Lu Yu will inevitably require a redecision. Just at this moment, however, Sun Lao suddenly received a phone call. The field's organizing committee called to inquire about wanting to give Lu Yu the field's prize. Sun Lao hung up the phone and announced the news at the first opportunity. Everyone in the room was a little confused. In particular, mathematicians such as Su Guochun. They have been dedicated to the field of mathematics all their lives, and the field's medal is arguably the coveted award of all mathematicians. It's the highest honor. No Chinese in the country has won the award as of yet. Even if you counted the people in the world with a Chinese bloodline, there was only one Elder Qiu and Tao Zhishuan. What does Lu Yu's award mean? It represents that finally someone with a Chinese identity card and Chinese bloodline has won the highest award in the field of mathematics in the world. Although Lu Yu solved Goldbach's conjecture, it was not difficult to win the award. Also expected by many. That's too fast, isn't it? It's as if the field's prize is begging Lu Yu to go over and receive the award, or as if he's afraid that another award will get there first. This news, is it true? Professor Kleinman can't even communicate with the field's prize side at this point. Can he? Su Guochun said excitedly. Kleinman said he would recommend Lu Yu to receive the award, but Kleinman just left, and it is still unknown whether he is on the plane at this time. That's a direct notification to claim your prize? What about the selection? What about the other candidates? Really, The news has been confirmed and Fields Prize officials have contacted the National University side directly through embassy channels. Confirmation that this Fields Prize winner is Lu Yu. Not only that, the Fields Awards have realized that Lu Yu's current condition is so serious and complicated that it's hard to stay awake for any length of time. So they've directly sent Fields Awards officials to present the award. Sun Lao said directly. The mathematicians in the room were numb. These were all expert professors at state universities or other schools. But it's a struggle to get the Fields Award to even look at yourself. And this ended up coming straight to your door? When did the Fields Award get so good? Su Guochun shook his head with a bitter smile. The contribution he made was not only about the solution of Goldbach's conjecture, but also the invention of the mathematical tool of the group construction method, which is one of the few giants standing at the top for the entire field of mathematics. He hasn't managed to start a sect yet, but he's still considered to have blazed a whole new trail above the branches. He deserves it. Only, with this coming down, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to conceal Lu Yu's name for the time being. Chapter 28, Green Channel. The entire internet sensation. The crowd nodded as well. Once this news gets out that the Fields Medal winner is a Chinese, it's bound to explode the entire internet. The internet is just so well informed these days. Once the coverage was forced, it backfired and stirred up a lot of conspiracy theory claims. The whole name is bound to generate a lot of discussion. So, he doesn't have a problem with that statement. Elder Sun nodded approvingly, then got a bit of a headache. I'll communicate a perfect solution with the top as soon as possible. I don't want too many people bothering him. The good thing is, it's going to take a couple days for the Fields Award to come over. In addition, the Alzheimer's disease special drug, directly listed as the first level of clinical trials drugs, directly through the third phase of clinical trials, there are all the consequences I'll bear, Sun Lao concluded. Without his guarantee, even with this example, it would have taken a long time to go to market, but with him as a guarantor, it's the equivalent of going into the green lane, and there will be a lot of patients reached by the phase 3 clinic. The speed of popularization will be quite fast, and once it passes, then it can directly enter the mass production stage. This is unimaginable for any other medicine. I'm afraid that only special medication for special times will do. Let's talk about Lu Yu's side. After completing the potent medicine for Alzheimer's disease, he finally had a bit of free time to rest, but he remained tight, because relaxation was not an option. His countdown, still so 5 days, was unmistakable and blinding. His body could go into shock at any time from a sudden condition. Despite the news of Alzheimer's disease, he put that free time to use in a hurry to research controlled nuclear fusion. It's not normally difficult. No wonder it's a long-term scientific goal. Inside the academician-level scientific research room, Lu Yu couldn't help but rub his brow, looking at the incomparable amount of data that was simply too big for his head. It was good that the conscious wakefulness provided inside the academician-level research lab was very effective, not allowing Lu Yu to fall into self-correcting panic. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The first case of Alzheimer's disease has been taken. The verification effect has passed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 days of life. Each patient cured next will be rewarded with 1 hour of life expectancy. Current host completion level, 60%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a scientific research project, the lithium-air battery project. The development of the lithium battery has entered a bottleneck stage, so please go ahead and break him. Host, Lu Yu was speechless. The dog system even arranged a commentary this time. Might as well not say anything. However, because the completion level was only 60%, there was no additional reward, which made Lu Yu a bit regretful. Let's hope that Sun Lao Sai can popularize it soon. His eyes lit up. Continue to donate to the state. The state is powerful and good at what it does. He couldn't help but heave a smile. The dog system's doggiest thing, though, is that the growth and lifespan about the nanoflying blades has now stopped. Otherwise, when Lu Yu had saved up a certain amount of scientific research, he could harvest his lifespan beautifully just by relying on these quantities. Obviously, the dog system won't let him have such a good time. Sighing, Lu Yu plunged back into the scientific research of his new project, lithium-air batteries, energy direction. And at this time in the outside world, the news that the Fields Prize is coming to China to award has exploded the entire internet. It wasn't revealed by anyone else. It was straight up an official public admission by Fields that an application was on the way, and it was clearly informed that this time it was a purely Chinese award. This honoree has my heartfelt admiration. He is a native of China, grew up in China, studied, researched, and has never left the country. But this award is his. We understand that it may not be convenient for Mr. Lu Yu to come to the top of our award ceremony in person, so we decided to present the award in person. It's an honor for us. After the Fields Prize spokesperson made it incredibly clear, the video was transferred to the country by someone with an axe to grind. The whole of China was abuzz. It was as unprecedented a sensation as winning the Nobel Prize that year. Actually, you'd have to say that these awards have a high and impressive reputation in the country, I guess, but that's not exactly true. Most of all, others know the award is awesome. Meanwhile, it's the Wachovia who gets it. A feeling of being recognized by the world. Like I'm also a Chinese, so I'm proud of it. There is a very outrageous mentality in the country. Probably because there was once a time when it was as powerful as Han and Tang. So in any field, it has to wrestle with the world. Be the world's number one in any field. It's an underlying ego. But at the same time there is an inexplicable inferiority complex in it because of the national shame of the last 100 years. It's just a good feeling to think that foreigners recognize it. Lu Yu's event this time was no different. And within just a few hours, it had ignited various internet platforms. Holy, that's the same thing that was said last time. That Goldbox conjecture proved to be true? People have been rewriting their annual math journals overnight for publication. So what's real or not? But I didn't expect the Fields Prize to be taken so seriously this time. Ha 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 ha. We Chinese are great. See, this is our pure Chinese, trained by ourselves no worse than those fake foreign devils. But at the same time, it invites a lot of skepticism and conspiracy theories. These are usually people who can't see the good in China and have a natural hatred. Maybe it was left over from when the youths went to the countryside. So he hated it and had no choice but to vent it through this method. Then there is the buyer, bought off by other already, who knows it's right and wants to say the opposite. Both are not uncommon. Isn't it just solving a gold box conjecture? Is it still worth the Fields Medal to come to China to present the award in person? This Lu Yu is too big, isn't he? I'm afraid that again, some people consciously think that they have made some achievement is not allowed, and intentionally posing this kind of thing is common in your country. I don't think proving gold box conjecture is enough for a Fields Award, is it? Isn't this just a hype? How can it really be him? Even if it is really awarded to Lu Yu, but it is also a compromise of international politics. Is that those Europe and the United States and the West need your country's market is just fishing a little bit of you fools, but also complacent, but it is just a piece of bone thrown over by others. I haven't seen any information news about Lu Yu until now, and the only thing that's publicized is this gold box conjecture and a possibly renamed nano flying blade. I'd like to say, does China want to create a god again or what? This is too fake, isn't it? Those who questioned it as fake news, those who questioned the hype, and those who questioned the awards themselves. To name a few, this news is full of news. The official group of Fields Prize has landed in Zhengcheng. Chapter 29, the whole internet questioned. Lu Yu is a god maker? We have come this time only for sublime mathematics, and to witness a great mathematician. From what we have been told, Mr. Lu Yu is at the National University of China, so we will seek to meet Mr. Lu Yu and present our awards and prizes at the National University. Phelps, the official head of the Fields Prize, said with a smile as he faced a crowd of Chinese media. This news instantly reached the entire Chinese land. The voices of celebration and rejoicing completely overwhelmed those of skepticism. Isn't it enough to say it all now that the Fields Prize has come to our doorstep in person? A number of media outlets photographed Phelps entering the gates of National University that very day. As for the follow-up, it was NU that kept the media out of NU schools. Interviews are prohibited. Yet only the next day, Phelps was seen angrily exiting the state university. Your National University of China doesn't have any sincerity at all. It didn't even allow us to be able to meet Mr. Lu Yu. I make a solemn protest to the National University on this trip. We demand that we must meet Mr. Lu Yu in person and will never accept any form of vicarious claim. Phelps looked like he had been greatly wronged. There are not only Chinese domestic media in their line, but also journalists from all over the world, all of whom have come here by wind. There was an uproar after hearing the news. Those reporters, but the light in their eyes, the more so, the more it means that there may be a big news. As expected, reports soon appeared in the media. Is it claptrap, or is there something else going on? Is it arrogance or fear of being found out for what it is? That for the first time Fields Prize officials have taken the initiative to seek out the winners, only to be turned away and not even allowed to meet them? An article that comes down to a complete open discussion of the whole thing directly from a conspiracy theory perspective. One guess was whether Mr. Lu Yu was unwilling to receive the meeting, and another guess was whether Lu Yu was suffering from symptoms of ill health and was not good enough to receive the meeting. It was also pointed out implicitly that the prover of Goldbox conjecture might be someone else, and it was intended that the National University wanted to pick someone else's fruit and make a name for itself, not realizing that people actually wanted to verify it. NUS can't verify it, and doesn't even know how Goldbox conjecture is solved, so it has to shut out the Fields Prize. From a domestic point of view, winning a top award like this is a temptation that no one, no organization, can resist, just by accepting the award. It means he has a definite place in the history of mathematics. I don't think there is any reason to explain the actions of the IU as well as Mr. Lu Yu. That's why I reserve the right to question it. I want the National University, preferably Mr. Lu Yu himself, to come forward and explain all this. This is our Chinese mathematics and the world's mathematics a chance to get in line. Must not let Europeans and Americans question our academic problems. When he finally dropped his words like this, it looked as if he was speaking for HWA. It's practically arching fire. Anyone who knows a little bit about math knows that being able to give Lu Yu an award is adding to the field's medal. At the same time, regardless of what happens to the state university, the paper has been published in a math annual and must have passed numerous reviews. But these people on the internet, who have long been carried away, don't care about that. They just want to vent their anger and feel as if they've been cheated. Fittingly, the internet was an instant sensation. How much the previous cupping of the Lufthansa faction praised this act. How many black people are stepping on Lu Yu right now, including the previous so-called Land Saint title being rehashed once again. They dug up information on everyone named Lu Yu who was at the state university, including Lu Yu's own, and then greatly belittling the accomplishments of these people named Lu Yu. Anyway, it's all kinds of cynicism. The official Fields Awards, who started it all, seem to have evaporated after that. How could this Fields Award do something so reckless? This doesn't even come close to what we negotiated. Su Guochun, as a representative of the mathematics department of the National University, was the one who received the Fields Prize as Phelps and his entourage on this occasion. Originally they negotiated very well and they informed the Fields Prize officials that Lu Yu was not feeling well at the moment. It is not convenient to meet people, and can be claimed by the National University for Lu Yu. Phelps and his party agreed to do the same. The result is a turnaround that puts State University directly in the spotlight. Everyone, whether they know math or not, is now frantically questioning the State University math department. Behind this, I'm afraid it's unusual. Lian Chang pushed his eyes. He was in constant contact with Sun Lao and naturally had his own political acumen. He sniffed out the unusual flavor at a glance. You mean? Su Guochun looked at him hesitantly. The reason why the Fields Prize came all the way to China is very simple. Firstly, the proof of Goldbach's conjecture is very important. And secondly, it is definitely known that Lu Yu is very inconvenient, and even knows that Lu Yu is inside the hospital. What they want is not to dock with us, but to see Lu Yu himself. Lian Chang said with a cold snort. I have no doubt now that they know about the nanoflying blades used to inform our army's operations in the South China Sea. Su Guochun was taken aback. You mean, they intended not to present the award, nor did they care about this so-called Fields Mathematics Prize? Rather, it's Lu Yu himself? I can only go so far in my suspicions. Lian Chang nodded. Su Guochun froze. The Fields Medal can be said to be the hall of ambition in the heart of every math person. Countless people have spent their lives working hard for it. The reality, however, was this, and he had a sense of misplaced loss. Isn't it true that the Fields Medal is nothing more than that? Lian Chang laughed. I'm reminded of Lu Yu's quote that scientific research has no borders, but researchers have borders. Maybe that's the reality. Su Guochun said with a bitter smile. They quickly fed the situation back to Elder Sun, who, of course, had already gotten the news but didn't make any response. Instead, he was preoccupied with the clinical trials of a potent drug for Alzheimer's disease. But it's no use for Su Guochun and Lianqing to be anxious. Now the Fields Award just holds the initiative. The news continued to explode the next morning when Phelps, the official Fields Prize presenter, showed up at the door of River City Hospital angry and rowdy. Didn't end up being able to get in. There can't be anyone who really believes that it was a Chinese who proved Goldbach's conjecture. Can there? I think this Lu Yu is a foreigner. Maybe even an eagle sauce man. Not daring to receive the meeting is nothing more than the fear of being exposed. Anyway, I don't believe there's such a coincidence. Fields gave you an award, even with a hangnail, and he's shrinking inside the hospital and not coming out. Chapter 30, Salute. Comrade Lu Yu. Even more and more people have gathered at the River City Hospital. Many people who had lost their minds even wanted to rush into the Jiangchun Hospital. Elder Sun, this special medicine for Alzheimer's is surprisingly effective. So far, there hasn't been a single case of anyone with side effects. Elder Hanjin, as the first person to experience this medicine, has now fully recovered. Even his memory is better than when he was younger. Sun Lao stood inside Lu Yu's hospital room. He knew that there was a lot of clamor outside right now, even a lot of questioning, abusive voices, but he was unmoved. He knew he couldn't let Lu Yu suffer an injustice, but he knew it wasn't the right time. This time it's clear that the Fields Prize comes with a mandate. It might even be coming at the nanoflying blades. However, as long as they didn't move, the ones in a hurry would be those outside instead. Beside him, at that moment, stood several heads, all of them from the official health system. What are you going to do with these drugs? Sun Lao asked as his gaze stared at the group of people. After all, it's the pharmaceutical system and he's the military and has no right to interfere. But he was just hoping at the moment that these people would take a stand. Although the words are so, and it has been proven that Mr. Lu Yu's medicine is indeed very effective. The time is really too short. Who knows if there will be any toxic side effects happening behind the scenes. Once something goes wrong, it's a simple matter for all of us to get out of office. The middle-aged man from the health system said bitterly. Sun Lao also knew it was a bit difficult for people. The reason he brought these people to Lu Yu's hospital room was that he wanted to go above the emotional card, trying to get them to do some more thinking too. Elder son. Ahem. Lu Yu suddenly woke up at this time. In fact, Lu Yu has long known that Sun Lao they came, only he did not want to be disturbed, so he also did not wake up, but has been in the academician-level research laboratory inside the research of their new project lithium-empty battery. But the promotion of this potent Alzheimer's drug is going to increase his life expectancy. He only had a total of 14 days to live now, which wasn't much anyway you added it up. He must be in a hurry, so he opened his eyes. It's just that this broken body is really hard for people, and as soon as they wake up all this stinging pain sweeps over them. In an instant the face paled considerably. Lu Yu, you're awake, Sun Lao said with great joy. Congratulations on the success of your Alzheimer's special drug. Hundreds of people have been saved so far. Ruyan Lu also said quickly. She couldn't help but feel that the man had gone from a field she didn't understand to one she did. Only inside the field that she herself understood could she realize how powerful Lu Yu's scientific research was. Before, in her eyes, Lu Yu was just a patient, nothing more. Now, instead, she gives respect, even awe. That's good. Lu Yu pulled the corner of his mouth into a smile before continuing. Elder son, I have a request. What's the request? You name it. Sun Lao immediately said at once. This was the first time Lu Yu had made a request, and he would fulfill it no matter what. If you don't have the conditions, then create the conditions to fulfill them. Even if Lu Yu said he wanted 10 girlfriends to accompany him now, he would not hesitate to grab them. Of course, he'll get those girls to volunteer. Lu Yu shook his head slightly. For me personally, I have nothing to ask for. The only thing I can't rest assured about is these scientific research results of mine. He paused, and then continued to speak with extreme difficulty, as he grasped Sun Lao's hand, his eyes pleading. I hope to be able to do more things and make more scientific research while I'm still alive. I hope that my results will be used by thousands of families. But, my personal power alone is very meager, and even if it does come to pass, I don't know how many years from now. I only hope that the people of my Huaxia are not weaker than any other race in the world. I hope that the light of the East will once again blossom in my China. I want everyone to have clothes to wear and food to eat. I want my results to be something that every Chinese can be proud to use. So, I have decided to donate my previous proof of Goldbox conjecture, my special drug for Alzheimer's disease, and all the results of everything I've done since then, to my country. Gratuitous. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he grimaced in pain and took a deep breath, lying on the hospital bed as if he had used up all his strength. Sun Lao's tiger eyes were red. As if choking, he failed to speak for a long time. Ruyan Lu bit her own lips tightly. How can this be? How can there be such a perfect person in the world? With my blood, I will help Huaxia take off, and with my strength, I will give it another ride. In their eyes, Lu Yu was like burning torches and candles, radiant yet fragile. Jiang Yan, who had been hugging her computer in the back, who was waiting for Lu Yu's call at any moment, once again heard the tears that made her unable to restrain herself. Brother, when I see you today, what is an outsider to talk about? Maybe afterward. All of them would be the contrast seared in the deepest recesses of her mind. Lu Yu's image had been imprinted in her heart, but no matter who it was, it probably couldn't compare to Lu Yu. Are you sure? Lu Yu? Sun Lao asked in a deep voice after a long time, all still a bit hoarse at the moment. I'm sure, Lu Yu said with incomparable certainty. Good, Comrade Lu Yu, we accept your decision. Elder Sun, at this moment, actually gave a military salute to Lu Yu. A cry of comrade proved that Sun Lao thoroughly regarded Lu Yu as one of his own. When Lu Yu heard this comrade, it was as if he had inspired the awakening of the blood in his body, and it all rolled hotly. Surprisingly, he even got a choked up feeling. Don't worry, we won't leave the heroes nameless, Sun Lao said again. Lu Yu shook his head. He didn't care about this. He looked at Jiang Yan. Senior sister, my computer, I'm going to do research outside the ward. Did you all hear what Comrade Lu Yu said just now? Sun Lao looked at a few health system people with bad eyes. The guys were certainly incredibly moved, but now they were also incredibly embarrassed. On the one hand, there are regulations, which may be imperfect at times, but within the rules will be relatively fair and a strict regulation of substance abuse. On one side was a fiery youth like Lu Yu. I'll figure it out. It's like you said. Can't let a hero go nameless. Can't let a hero carry regrets. The leader paused, then continued. We also have special management methods for certain drugs, and in the case of phase 3 clinics that have already gotten excellent results and are still under observation for follow-up, we can adopt the voluntary principle. In principle, it can be used as long as the patient himself, or an immediate family member, agrees. We'll open up the application pipeline. Chapter 31, The Whole Internet Sensation. Gospel. Mom's Alzheimer's has gotten so bad that she can't remember anything at all. Intelligence may now only be equivalent to that of an elementary school student. Alzheimer's symptoms, also known as Alzheimer's disease. So far, there is no hope of a cure at all. There can only be some intervention with medication, which then slows the progression of Alzheimer's disease. In other words, nothing will change in the orientation of the end result. Once you reach the severe stage of the disease, the drugs will no longer work. Their intelligence will also, and their memory will be greatly affected. Some of the more severe ones are like teenagers. Is this all we can do to watch mom do this? Su Feifei had tears inside her eyes. Her mother had given birth to her when she was 40 years old, and today she was only 25 years old. Her mom showed the first signs of Alzheimer's at age 60. It has also reached this point in 5 years through medication control. She wasn't short of money, but this disease had nothing to do with more or less money, nor will it change because of your status. As long as you have this disease, that day will come eventually. It's like the life and death of a human being. Life is living, and in the end it all dies. But she really didn't want to see her mom like this. She was and is my backbone. She is a strong woman and never wanted to be weaker than others in her life. She covered for me. In Fei Fei Su's heart, her mom was like a tall giant who raised her. But now it's come to this. She was too distraught. The key to this disease is that it also affects the mom's life and living. Even if you have the money to hire a nanny, what can you do? She wished she could see her mom from back in the day, still lying in her mom's arms still, but she knew that it would not be possible later. Mom herself, if she's still sane, can't take it, I guess, Su Feifei murmured. Before, when her mom was still able to recover and sober up, there is then frequent self-loathing and she can't accept what she looks like. If there's a drug, I'm going to get it for my mom, Su Feifei thought in her heart. Suddenly, she swiped on a news story. The news wasn't high on demand, but it was about Alzheimer's. She had consulted a lot of relevant information because of what happened to her mom, and she didn't want to miss any possible information. Despite repeated disappointments, it didn't dampen her confidence to continue. A trial drug? Excellent clinical performance in phase 3, 100% cure rate? This is a lie, right? However, she soon discovered the news report, which was about the Chinese national health system. She's been duped many times over this. I've seen a lot of so-called miracle doctors for my mom's sake, but they're all fake. The official health system, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Su Feifei inwardly rose a trace of hope. If it is true, then mom's things really saved. She quickly logged on to the health system's official website and quickly found the interface. She was inwardly thrilled that it was true, but soon she calmed down again. The drug is only in the trial stage at the moment, and although it is currently performing well, it is only on a voluntary principle, which means that the clinical timeframe could be very short. If it's a short-term drug, why is it being rolled out in such a hurry? Su Feifei couldn't figure it out, so she fell into hesitation. If an application is made, then the implication is simply that the mother is likely to be someone else's guinea pig. If it doesn't apply, what if? Well, that's the drug? What if she just works? She was caught inside a dilemma. I have to pee. Su Feifei's mom suddenly hugged Su Feifei's arm and shook it. She often forgot who Fifi Su was, but in general, there was no rejection. Su Feifei immediately stood up and helped her mother to the restroom. On the way out, she suddenly looked at her mom. What would mom have chosen if she was still sober? She can't make decisions for her mom by her own will. So what would mom herself do if she chose to do it herself? After thinking about this, a trace of determination appeared on Su Feifei's face. 100% cure rate. I hope the results you bring will make me even happier. It was as if she had her mom standing next to her at the moment, talking to her, giving her the bottom line. She clicked directly on the application and then left her address. Mom, you must not want this for yourself either, right? With tears in her eyes, Su Feifei held her mother's hand. It was as if Su Feifei's mom seemed to understand something at this moment, constantly nodding her head at Su Feifei. Fifi Su hugged her mom in tears. Early the next morning, she received her medication. Is this it? Su Feifei took a deep breath, looked at the milky white pill in her hand, and without further hesitation, fed it to her mother. She then looked nervously at her mom. At the moment the old man was sitting on the ground, casually fiddling with a bunch of toys. Time ticked by, and it was as if Su Fei was spending her days like years. The official website said it would work in a few minutes. You only need to take 5 for severe cases. Su Fei's mood was incredibly apprehensive. She was incredibly looking forward to her mom getting better, but was incredibly afraid of failure. Afraid that the drug wouldn't work. Fifi? Suddenly, she saw her mother look up at herself, and then cry out her name in confusion. Mom! Su Fei covered her mouth. Her mood trembled. Unbelievable. It was excitement, but also panic. Panic about not daring to be sure. Silly boy. What are you crying for? Her mother stood up, walked over to Fei Su and hugged her head. You made a great decision. Mommy is very happy. Thank you, Fifi. Give mommy her life back. Su Fei let out a loud cry. She was finally able to cry out loud in her mom's arms again. She spent the next few days carefully watching her mother's every move. Even had to watch my mom go to sleep and then wake up next to her. She was afraid that everything was a dream, and that it was all fake. Or maybe there were unknown side effects. But the reality is that her mom is getting better every day. After the 5 pills had been used up, it had been completely restored as before, and even better than before in terms of memory. She was excited and wanted to express her delight and joy to the health system. As a result, I've already seen a flurry of congratulations online. Divine medicine. It's really a miracle drug. My dad has gotten completely better. I'll be damned. My dad can even hit me now. Don't tell me. My mom has to come and wake me up at 6 o'clock now. Which, I didn't think would be the case. Having to be woken up at 40. Chapter 32, holding a press conference, publicizing Lu Yu. The online news about Alzheimer's being attacked and cured was quickly conveyed to be known by many. It even made it to the hot seat quickly. Only the heat of this hot search still couldn't suppress the news of Lu Yu being questioned. Lu Yu is just too hot right now, because Lu Yu hasn't had anyone see any pictures about him until now. No one at all believed it was the same Lu Yu from the math department. And no one cares about that Lu Yu from that math department. And also on the hot seat is National University. Now, Lu Yu, like the National University, has to stand up for what he has to prove for himself. Only until now, neither Lu Yu nor the National University has come out to speak out. Even the hardcore ones who had been convinced that this was made by the Chinese are now a bit shaken by the rambling news. It can't really be a fake, can it? Faking something this big? Is there any less counterfeiting going on? It's just that this time the heat was just too great to accidentally play it off. And the Fields Prize officials have been condemning it online. On the extranet, including the Chinese side of the web, they lashed out like crazy, but they were also smart enough not to go into questionable answers or anything, because anyone who is an insider in math, especially the top of math, can see the true nature of this paper. So what they've been saying is the official attitude of the state universities, even quietly sidestepped the question of whether Chinese officials were intentionally hiding something, or maybe Lu Yu's own didn't get Lu Yu himself killed a long time ago. There are also arguments that say that this may not be the work of one individual, but rather that the scholarship has been seized by certain people with ulterior motives. So now fear all questioning. The online clamor has grown too big to ignore, especially since the Fields Award is so hard to silence public opinion until substantial proof evidence comes out with Phelps' intentional stirring of the pot. Has the time come? Lian Cheng asked. It's about time. Elder son opened his eyes and then let out a cold laugh. I knew that it wouldn't be that simple behind the scenes. How could the Fields Awards be so proactive in sending over their awards, when it's only an $80,000 prize in total? There's not enough money for a round-trip airfare. Its purpose is nothing more than a nanoflying blade. They're intimidated by our nanoflying blades on the South China Sea. Many people in the conference room nodded in agreement. They think that they want to use public opinion to hold us hostage. Wanted to stigmatize our researchers. They thought we wouldn't dare. They think if we don't make a sound, it might be a fake. But they're wrong. Sun Lao stood up, then directly led the way out of the conference room. A press conference immediately followed. This time, he convened in the name of the National University. Su Guochun as the speaker for this occasion. Sun Lao Xinjiang. When it was known that the National University was going to hold a conference, all the media reporters all flocked to the event. Everyone knew it was time to start putting the moves on. Anyone with a heart can see that the public opinion situation on the internet is very wrong now. And now, the National University is down to how to respond? Is it dead to the end, or will it bring out that mysterious Lu Yu? More middle-of-the-road patriots, holding their breath, are even more eagerly awaiting this launch. Hello, this is Harfox Media. May I ask if Mr. Lu Yu arrived at the site today? The first reporter to stand up allowed the camera to scan the nameplates of several people on stage before finally landing on Su Guochun's face. Obviously, there is no Mr. Lu Yu here, Su Guochun said with his hands spread out. The live online opinion event just blew up, being the hottest thing going these days. It's only just started and millions of people are watching it online. As soon as he heard the news, the raging pop-ups climaxed. Sure enough, it's still out of sight, I guess, and this launch is going to end up saying that a certain Lu Sheng is inconvenient to meet with all of you. But things are true. What else can certain country-licking parties say now? I assert that this Lu Yu is a fake. I can't stand it anymore. Can we just let Lu Yu out? It's too suffocating. The reporter was even more excited. Then what does your school mean? Is it planning to hide Mr. Lu Yu completely? Or as the internet says, Lu Yu is actually just a code name. There is no such person at all? And the proof, Goldbox conjecture, was actually done by a foreigner at all? That reporter, however, was extremely sharp and followed up immediately. This conference is being held because of one. We don't really care about these so-called public opinions. All the researchers, they are engaged in their work with dedication. We don't have the time to fight with you, but we can't let our own heroes, our own comrades vilified. Lu Yu, indeed. The proof of Goldbox conjecture was completely cracked by Mr. Lu Yu alone. The reason why Mr. Lu Yu can't meet with you all right now is simply because it's inconvenient for him right now. Su Guochun said. Look, my guess wasn't wrong, right? There's no way this level of bull could appear in China and still be hidden. It would have been lifted out to create a god long ago. They were just trying to make a god before. Who knows that they were too successful in making a god and now they can't get off the stage. The internet is even more clamor. If Su Guochun's son Lao Lianqing and these people can see the pop-up screen, it is estimated that they can be angry and vomit blood. Then is it the rumor that Mr. Lu Yu is now hiding inside the Jiangchun hospital and not coming out? Another reporter asked. About that. No comment. Sun Lao stood up. Here we go again. Here we go again. Treating us all like little cuties, right? You don't dare to face the gods after you've created them? Can't you old men all just go to hell? Bull ******* State University, and the top institution in the country. And that's about as far as it goes, let alone the nation's schools. Sun Lao was unaware of their tirade as he scanned the crowd. I know that all of you would like to know a definitive answer, but unfortunately, you won't be able to see him for a while. But what I can tell you all is that his accomplishments are not just in the field of math. After a pause, he continued. On the South China Sea maneuvers, it was because of his scientific research that the results of this battle were expanded infinitely. Extraordinary results were achieved. People may not be familiar with it, but that's okay. He has another achievement that everyone is familiar with. Recently, by the health system directly opened to receive Alzheimer's disease special drugs, also developed by Mr. Lu Yu. Boom! The whole internet instantly exploded when this news came out. This Lu Yu. Surprisingly, it's him too. Chapter 33, he, the top genius scientific researcher. Not only did it attack Goldbox conjecture, but it was related to scientific research items from the South China Sea operation. And, this dude, he's developed an Alzheimer's cure? Across 3 areas. Impossible. This absolutely refuses to be possible. How could there be such a powerful character? It would be too fake to create a god, wouldn't it? Across 3 realms. Are you guys sure this is talking about a human being? Why don't we just call him God and just ask him to grant eternal life? I went to see the news of this Alzheimer's special drug. It is simply hilarious. The Phase 3 clinic is not even done. It is directly issued to the community. And I also saw that the drug did not even do a Phase 1 or 2 clinic. This is the whole society is being used as guinea pigs? Or are you ready to go aging? One pill to fix it all? The internet instantly exploded with mocking language even flying over the sky. Su Feifei and the others hadn't paid much attention to the events regarding Lu Yu. But soon she received a message in an Alzheimer's group. Quick, everyone, come and support the National University. The developer of our Alzheimer's cure has been announced. When this news came out, Su Feifei immediately became excited. Mom, the inventor of the special drug is going to be announced. Su Feifei called her mom and opened the pop-up together. They heard with their own ears the name of Lu Yu, the inventor of the special effect medicine. But soon they were met with an endless stream of invective. A little searching made it completely clear. The heart was even more furious. You jet-setters need to get a grip. You're blabbering here without having used Alzheimer's. This is a special medicine with a 100% cure rate. And everyone who has used it has recovered. Do I have to go and get Alzheimer's once if I want to know if the medicine is good or bad? Don't be ridiculous, okay? A fake is a fake and a bought and paid for aqua is useless. The pop-ups were straight up noisy. Su Feifei's fingers were flying. She rarely acted as a keyboard warrior online. But this time she couldn't bear it. There is absolutely no room for a smear attack on someone who saved their mother's life. She doesn't know about other areas, but she definitely has a say in the field of potent Alzheimer's drugs. It wasn't just her, but all the potent users were interacting on the pop-ups. And, on Twitter, On a certain sound all sorts of diagrams of potent drugs in use. There is also a comparison between the previous hospital diagnostic report and the current hospital diagnostic report. Holy, that means this big guy is for real? He really attacked Alzheimer's? Such a scientific researcher, I simply don't believe he can fake well. Goldbach's conjecture is also absolutely true. But certain spammers, or certain hardcore black people, won't even listen or look at your evidence. Yet more and more people are beginning to be impressed by the evidence, and black opinion have begun to trend apart. But the launch isn't over yet. The skepticism on the field also remains unabated. Then, this old Mr. Sun, can I say that this is a genius out of China? A genius that spans multiple and unrelated fields? The reporter asked. You can read it that way. Sun Lao nodded. Lien Chang, however, picked up. He is not just a genius, and a genius that surpasses everyone. I believe that in today's world, there is no one stronger than him. Su Guochun, at least inside my perspective. I agree with this statement. It was thought that they would be afraid of this cudgel, but these three men, instead of backing down and being modest, admitted it in a big way, and it directly pushed Lu Yu to the highest position. Don't you guys want to be a bully? Then come on. Heck, that's only for people who aren't strong enough. With enough strength, all the cudgels are just adding to me. But this time, Sun Lao didn't wait for the reporter to open his mouth as he stood up again. Also, I have an announcement to make. Mr. Lu Yu benevolently loves every mass of the Chinese land. He also deeply loves every inch of land here. So, he donated the Alzheimer's medicine to the country without compensation. So now everyone who got the special effect medicine has to thank Mr. Lu Yu for his contribution. He didn't charge a single penny in royalties. He wanted everyone to be able to afford it. That's why the price of these medicines is just $5 a pill. Boom! The internet was completely blown away. Even the hacks stopped their keyboarding for a while. The pharmaceutical industry. That's profiteering. Despite all the talk about research in the pharmaceutical industry and the need to invest a lot of money in supporting it, there is no doubt that they continue to be profitable. As long as a drug is researched and can be marketed, they will definitely recover all the costs as if they were knocking on the bone and sucking on the marrow, and make a lot of money. The simplest example of this is slow-growth leukemia. The genuine medicine costs $40,000 to $50,000 a bottle. How many people can afford to take it? How many middle-class families have eaten their way into bankruptcy? Copyrighted patents. No denying it, but profiteering is definitely not to be denied either. And Alzheimer's, in absolute terms, cannot be reversed. Lu Yu's special medicine. Even for serious illnesses, you only need to take 5 capsules to make a full recovery. Much less for minor illnesses. This level of medicine is not too much for people who have the corresponding disease to remake their lives and live a second life. Lu Yu, even if he sells $1 million per capsule, there will be plenty of people to buy it. Instead, he chose to donate the patent to the state altogether. 1 capsule, $5. Online, countless people were in tears. What kind of person is this? This is a god, an angel sent from heaven to save the characters. Who has the right to hack this kind of person? Even if he doesn't want to come out. So what? You guys are so great with a so-called Fields Medal? You want to see him? On what grounds? Look. This is the legacy of my Chinese clothing. This is the undying flame of our 5,000-year-old civilization. In the future, whoever dares to blacken Lu Yu, I don't beat the sure out of him. I count him pulling clean. If this were in ancient times, Mr. Lu Yu would have to set up a life shrine, a temple, and be a god. Do you people who scold Mr. Lu Yu really have a clear conscience? Public opinion on the internet has completely flipped. Even those reporters couldn't say anything at the moment. It's true that public opinion is good to capitalize on, but if you flip it, then you might hurt yourself. Reporters don't want to draw fire at this point. So, here's the question. I am curious. Such an ecumenical bigot. Who on earth is it? I also want to know. I'd also like to give a personal thank you to Mr. Lu Yu. Mr. Lu Yu, open a broadcast so we can brush you some gifts to earn some money. We're not jealous. I'll brush vigorously. Fifi Su saw it too. As absurd as it is, Lu Yu hasn't even asked for his royalties and would go to an opening to ask for gifts? But if Lu Yu really opened the broadcast, she definitely wouldn't skimp on the gift rewards. Not just her, but countless others who have been saved from Alzheimer's. Chapter 34, Technical Difficulties. Tapping. There is already a growing outcry online to meet Mr. Lu Yu, especially after learning that Mr. Lu Yu has made so many outstanding contributions. The reverence for him has reached its peak. The reporter didn't leave the room, but after seeing which way the wind was blowing, he simply changed the way he spoke. That's what journalists do. The same thing, trying to get the same information, can be expressed through completely different stations and language. Elder Sun was not polite either. One of the reasons why Mr. Lu Yu did not meet with everyone was to obtain Mr. Lu Yu's consent. Secondly, and most importantly, protect Mr. Lu Yu's safety. The reporters in the room were a little confused. Speaking so plainly, it's just to protect Lu Yu's safety? Who wants to threaten Lu Yu's safety? Including those foreign journalists who certainly don't know. Netizens across the web were also confused. Protecting Mr. Lu Yu's safety? Who wants to threaten? Stand out. Such a pillar of the nation. Whoever wants to harm him will be ed to death. When these speakers talk about protection, that's the subtext that the danger is already there. Mr. Lu Yu's personal safety must be maintained. The online opinion continues to fester and is already a mess. But in general, it is still a major tone of support for Lu Yu. The main reason is that Lu Yu's wave of Alzheimer's potent medicine is too much of a prestige when those Alzheimer's patients, or maybe his family members, believe in the country and Lu Yu's choice. And most people are able to identify the real and the fake inside this kind of. Those who had angrily sprayed before basically only dared to yin and yang a bit inside the corner. May I ask, gentlemen, if by danger you mean us? Launch site. Suddenly a group of people came. It's Phelps, the mastermind of this presentation of the Phelps Award. He walked right in as if he was going to have a face-to-face confrontation with the launchers. Of course not, Su Guochun said. Once it is recognized, it is bound to be attacked by the entire international public opinion. The hacks at home will also take advantage of the opportunity to counterattack. Then why won't you let us receive Mr. Lu Yu? We, the Fields Prize, are the pride of all those who study mathematics, the highest hall level in the hearts of mathematicians. What are you afraid we'll do when we come to present the award in person? Standing on top of your Chinese soil? Phelps said pointedly. For a while the reporters all looked like they smelled a big story. A big story coming up. All eyes were glued to the crowd of launchers. And to Phelps, it was clear that he was definitely coming from a bad place. No matter how grandiose he made it sound. Standing out so bluntly is close to tearing your face off. But most people don't know the truth of the matter. They just get carried away with their feelings. The public opinion, which had hardly calmed down, was once again brought up by Phelps. It was as if Phelps had become a mouthpiece for the hacks, saying what they most wanted to question. As we said, this is to respect Mr. Lu Yu's own personal wishes. Is it that Mr. Lu Yu doesn't want to see us? Not interested in the awards? Phelps asked aggressively. Interested or not? This is beyond your purview. Your Fields Prize is the highest award in math. But again, not everyone seeks a prize. As far as I know, you Fields Prizes have never taken the initiative to go to anyone's place to present an award. Have you? And what is the purpose of your being so proactive? Does Hawksaw still like to sneak around like this when he does things? Isn't it the weapons on the South China Sea military exercises that you are afraid of? I have clearly told everyone that the weapons in the South China Sea are from Mr. Lu Yu's design. Instead, Sun Lao slapped the table and stood up. He was a soldier, and his temper was already hot. Phelps' words were naked provocation to him, so he said it rather bluntly. What do you want? Just let it go. Phelps' face went green and white with dislike. He didn't even know how to reply to these words from Sun Lao. I don't say it. It means I don't know it. You Maple Leafs are used to giving Eagle Sauce the white glove. But this is not your Eagle Sauce's land. Sun Lao coldly grunted and waved his hand. Then the meeting was directly adjourned. I go. This Fields Award actually carries a purpose. No wonder they are so proactive this time. And they even want to personally present the award to Mr. Lu Yu. Isn't the Fields Prize said to be the highest math award for mankind? Doesn't it involve nationality or any ZZZ disputes? This isn't right. When has the prize become a tool for some people? But this is on Chinese soil. What do they want so eagerly? What Elder Sun said before, protecting Mr. Lu Yu, is to guard against these people, right? The video has exploded straight to the internet. It even caused a new peak in public opinion. Even though the launch is over, everyone is going crazy. One of the discussions, what exactly is going on with Lu Yu and who exactly is threatening him? Discussion no. 2. The Fields Prize turned out to be nothing more than that. Discussion number 3. When exactly will Lu Yu come out to meet? After so many things, everyone's expectations for Lu Yu had deepened. But in the mouths of a lot of bloggers, or whatever self-published media, marketing numbers, has formed the look of an old gray-haired man. Lu Yu, who was lying in the hospital, had no idea that so many things had happened outside. Even if he did know something, he wouldn't care. There was no way he was going to leave the country or get out of here. Not to mention any national level elements. He's out of this environment and it's easy to GA. He didn't work hard on scientific research to renew his life just to wave it away in these 2 waves. If you count the national factor, it's even less negotiable. Lithium-air batteries, it's still a super hard one. Everything is in theory. Lu Yu had a bit of a headache inside the academician level research room. The theory of lithium-air batteries is actually quite old, because the elemental metal lithium is simply too reactive. It is easily reacted by many elements within the outside air, but inside lithium-air batteries, the best and most optimized combination is to take oxygen, and the other reactions are things that are not needed for battery storage technology. Sifting oxygen out of the air then involves something like a sieve. Films specialized in screening for oxygen filtration. The theory seems simple, right? The simple understanding is that a lump of lithium metal, wrapped in a layer of paper, membrane, and then only oxygen comes in for the reaction. And it works, but it's this piece of paper that is the hardest to do. Chapter 35, Danger is approaching. Ask the host to protect himself. So far, decades of research have failed to achieve a breakthrough. The other direction, lithium-sulfur batteries, has entered a phase of rapid development, although it also requires a huge investment in research, but at least it's been getting better. It's clear, though, that in the realm of theory, lithium-air batteries are much stronger than lithium-sulfur batteries. Not only is it more environmentally friendly, but again, the stored energy that is generated, the reaction that is generated, is not of the same order of magnitude. In today's new energy development are emphasizing, if once the Chinese mastered the lithium-air battery, we'll certainly be able to master the entire new energy lifeline. Of course, this is all without the advent of controlled fusion. Did not appear, lithium-air batteries will inevitably fill all the new energy vacuum areas and enter a new energy era, even, hopefully, into preparation for going into space. And what does controlled fusion belong to? It belongs to a jump in civilization. It belongs to a fission from the Earth civilization, which has really gone to a cosmic civilization. That's why controlled fusion is a long-term research program. The dog system also knew that even if Luyu was given the current research environment and given more theories at this stage, he would not be able to change it in a few days. It's just too difficult. The lithium-air battery. If I could make a model that only screens for oxygen, this is rather a small perpetual motion machine. In theory, that would last as long as the lithium metal remains and the Earth's oxygen remains. Of course, this is the ideal state. There simply can't be a constant supply of lithium metal available all the time. But maybe a car with lithium-air batteries that can last a year on a single charge shouldn't be a problem. How should this membrane be arranged? Luyu kept flipping through the information and finally gradually found a clue. Damn, these cunning Chinese. Phelps went on a rampage inside the hotel, smashing everything to pieces. As Sun Lao and others had guessed, the field's prize officials were able to be so proactive and were bound to come with a mission. Otherwise, it was impossible to personally come over to give Luyu the award. Even if he valued Luyu anymore, he would at most allow Luyu to send a person forward to receive the award on his behalf. And his mission was simple: to confirm if Luyu was still alive. Once it's determined that Luyu is alive, there's no stopping Hawk Jam on his end. Either it's for me, or it's completely gone. Last time, the performance of the nano-flying blades during the boys' joint sword exercise operation was enough to give him chills. But he's definitely not done this time. The Chinese were simply too wary to allow him to make contact. It's not his turn to smell a fart, let alone meat. Now that Luyu's reputation was growing throughout China, his chances of making contact were even slimmer. He pondered for a moment before deciding to report his situation. Maple Leaf Nation, which may seem like a country, is actually somehow Hawk Jam's own land. To say its family is an understatement, as was the case when the princess was privately left behind to detain a distant second. In that case, come back. You are no longer needed for this mission. The results were notified over the phone. Phelps' eyes lit up. Is Godfather Eagle Jam going to take matters into his own hands? He was instantly agitated. Mr. Luyu has come up with another new R&D. Elder son, Lian Chang, and the others, all learned the news at the first opportunity. Now Luyu's news had been classified as first-class news by them. Any news but the war has to be backward. Upon hearing this news, Sun Lao immediately stood up in excitement. A demon. It really is a demon. If he dies, it must be a great loss for Huaxia. Sun Lao muttered. And then he couldn't even get his clothes on and rushed directly to Jiangshan Hospital. The others were the first to drop what they were doing and rush over. When they arrived at the hospital ward, everyone saw that Luyu seemed to be in better shape than even before. Could it be that the heavens have really blessed my Huaxia, allowing Luyu to struggle back from the most dangerous edge time and time again, and to bring about miracles over and over again? Sun Lao thought silently in his heart, but his expression was uncontrollably excited. However, none of them went in rashly for fear of disturbing a single moment of Luyu's train of thought. Validated a few times before, they have come to a consensus. Luyu was a demon despite being seriously injured and dying. Why was it not expressed before? It could be hiding it, or it could be similar to being enlightened within Buddhist Taoism. Or maybe the aftermath of the car accident flipped some switch in Luyu directly. But in any case, this result is oriented in a good way. They desperately hoped that Lu Yu would get completely well. This was definitely a heavenly genius that was enough to leave a mark in human history. And now, any of Lu Yu's projects will be a first-class project. Go as fast as you can to bring these projects to fruition. Lithium-air batteries? When they saw the name of Lu Yu's scientific research this time, they froze for a moment. The lithium-air battery? Is this true? But soon they realized they couldn't read it at all. It's simply not an area they can specialize in. Whether it was Lian Chang, or Su Guochun, including Lu Ruyan and the others, this time, they could not understand. Immediately convene experts and professors in the field of new energy to immediately analyze the data and feasibility inside the paper. I want the fastest results, Sun Lao immediately said. Lu Yu lay on the bed breathing heavily. At this moment, however, he looked at Sun Lao and the others with extreme seriousness and tightly held their hands. Everything, please, don't worry, we will do it as soon as possible. Sun Lao took a deep breath and walked away. Lu Yu, on the other hand, did not feel good, because lithium-air batteries take a bit too much time. It took almost 12 days. In other words, he now had a total of 3 days left. He had a vague premonition that he was afraid that the next wave of lesions in his body would begin again if he didn't finish. Once everyone was gone, his consciousness was ready to plunge into the research space. He was going to salvage a few things about himself in the remaining time to see if there was anything worth developing or the possibility of getting a new project. But just then, his own hospital room was violently pushed open. Lu Yu frowned. Why would someone come at this time? He already only had the last 3 minutes before he would be forced into a coma. Danger is detected approaching. Please protect the host's personal safety. Just then, the system but suddenly gave a voice that made Lu Yu tremble. Danger close? The dog system even has this feature? It's also true that the dog system is what provides life extension, and if he's taken out by an outside danger, everything he's done is for naught. Lu Yu gritted his teeth and didn't open his eyes. He couldn't move at will. In the event of an accident, this little life of his own was not enough to cut down 10 lives of others. The man in the doctor's clothes picked up a needle and prepared to inject it into the four Lu Yu was administering. Cam, really ing with me. Time capsule. Chapter 36, Perverted Time Capsule. Counter kill. The entire space stood still for an instant, and everything inside as far as Lu Yu's eyes could see had stopped, including the guy disguised as a doctor. Asterisk. Lu Yu brain door sweating. This ing what and what ah? I'm just a person who is lying on the hospital bed and dying. There is no injustice from afar. There is no enmity from near. How can someone still want to assassinate me ah? He himself probably knew a little bit about what could cause a stir out there, but how could you not think of the extent of the assassination? And he remembered that Sun Lao had assigned himself very powerful guards. But now was not the time to think about these things. Once the time capsule was out, at least for the time being the little life was saved. Fortunately, Lu Yu reacted quickly enough. The introduction of the time capsule inside the scientific research to the time limit before using almost fell for the dog system's instructions, but now it's also a big pain in the ass. No matter when Lu Yu unlocked the time capsule, this person would still do it to himself. Lu Yu moved his body and realized that he was still mobile. His first thought was to throw the guy out or pull a guard in from outside, but he soon vetoed the program. It's hard to move yourself, let alone get out of bed and move someone. It wasn't even something he could do at this stage. It would be funny if he GA himself later before he finished moving. Suddenly, an idea popped up inside Lu Yu's head. He looked at the man in doctor's garb, then at the needle he held in his hand, and made his move. Odds are, the poison is inside this syringe. Luckily, the man wasn't far from him, and was injecting the vial of pills at his bedside. He reached out and got it straight away. Only the pain that came with it still made him grimace. But the scientific research was so painful to get through, and now it's just a child's play. It's just a little bit sour. He then turned the needle and injected it directly into the man's body. After observing for an instant and realizing that nothing had changed, he was also a bit panicked. Could it be that there were other killing moves? He fumbled around on the disguised assassin and surprisingly came up with a gun. God damn it! You had to kill me! And it's obviously a dead soldier. This guy came in here and never wanted to go back. Lu Yu threw the gun directly under his bed and felt around some more, finding nothing before he was slightly reassured. As soon as the time capsule is unlocked, just call out? If in case there was no poison inside the syringe, then this person would surely be able to strangle himself easily. Uneasy, Lu Yu stopped again. He couldn't feel anything in the distance, and directly took the syringe and stabbed it several times against the man's heart. After doing all this, Lu Yu was finally slightly relieved. If there are other problems, there's nothing more he can do. System, unlock the time capsule, Lu Yu said. It was as if a glass shadow shifted in front of Lu Yu's eyes. Immediately everything was back to normal. Everything around them came alive. only to see the guy disguised as a doctor continue to move, and then be shocked to see that the syringe in his hand was gone. He looked down and saw Lu Yu on the bed blinking at him, and he was just about to have an idea when he felt a sudden blur of consciousness. Then it fell straight down. His lips quickly turned an auburn color, and blood continued to zigzag out of his heart. Lu Yu was simply taken aback. The stuff injected in here was also really too toxic. A few seconds straight GA fart. I'm afraid Gar would have been even faster if he had punched into himself. With that, he was even more fearful and angry in his heart, itching to climb up and stomp on this guy a few times. One's hard-earned scientific research is not good enough to extend one's life for a few days. This guy just wants to GA himself so easily. And the loud commotion of a human body falling to the ground inside the hospital room quickly drew attention from outside. What's going on? By the time someone realized it was a man down, a crowd soon gathered. At this time Lu Yu is not convenient to continue to show his face. A lot of things are really difficult to explain the past. It is better to directly pretend to be faint. Anyway, today's awake time is almost the same. This is someone murdering Lu Yu. Sun Lao arrived at the scene first. His face was extremely unsightly. Someone had actually drilled under his late eyes. It's like slapping his old face in his face. Investigate. Investigate to the end. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll dig up the others. At that moment, Ruyan Lu and the others were wearing gloves and examining the dead paramedics. This man died of cyanogen chloride. Instant death within seconds. Suspected. Something he brought himself to prepare to inject into Lu Yu's body. She also found residues of cyanogen chloride inside the syringe. Obviously, this was something he was going to inject Lu Yu with and send him on his way. But, how could he inject himself? It simply put a big question mark on the paramedics and the forensic experts in the room. Crucially, they also found several vacuum marks located in the man's heart. I can't believe I got stabbed several times. Quite literally instantly sent this murderous man straight to the ground. Even based on the man's actions and reactions before he fell to the ground, he himself didn't even seem to realize any of this. Who injected him? Who protected Lu Yu? Soon they pulled up the security footage from inside the ward. It was strange to realize that inside the video, the man was still preparing to inject into Lu Yu's medicine bottle in the last second. The next moment it was lodged in his own heart. In another second, the man was at the bottom. Could this be a ghost? Or is there some kind of ghost protecting Lu Yu in the underworld? Thinking about it that way gave everyone in the room a chilly feeling. There is actually a most reasonable guess. That would be that Lu Yu made all of this happen. He knew the assassin was coming and then killed the assassin back. Logic works. But the key lay in the fact that Lu Yu's body was simply unable to support the reaction to all of this. By the time he got up to fight back, he probably had the other guy all choked and strangled him. All the data of Lu Yu's vital characteristics were not fake. All of them had been seen. The fact that such a person has been still alive and well is a miracle in itself. Trying to resist? It's hilarious to say. Moreover, how could Lu Yu know that someone was trying to assassinate him? Even the guards were tricked into passing by. So how could the sleeping Lu Yu know? There is simply no motive, no argument, and no way to do it. So, that's just bizarre. So bizarre that the veterans of the case on the scene are looking a little chilled and scared. Could it be that there is really something in the underworld that has been blessing Lu Yu? Despite the crowd's disbelief, this was the most plausible explanation. Chapter 37, New Energy? Everyone here is trash. At this moment, Lu Yu was within the academician-level research space. Thoughts become unusually quick. At the same time he had an extremely strong sense of crisis too. There's only one possibility, and that's that the success of my scientific research has moved the interests of certain people to the point where these people won't even think twice about screwing me over. Lu Yu thought of this possibility. Lu Yu still believed enough in his own country, and all his patents have been donated to the country. He himself did not take up any money. He just needs the rewards and longevity that the system gives him. On the contrary, there will be a lot of vested interests because of these things coming out of him. These people should be anxious to defend their lives. People like Sun Lao, like Lian Chang, like Su Guochun, whether it's for personal or family reasons, they don't have any incentive to screw themselves. So after some reasoning, Lu Yu's final target was locked on the opposite side of a map, the opposite side of China. Across a Pacific Ocean, far away in the sky, Amelika appears to be Mr. Pure Eagle Sauce. He is the only one who has the ability to investigate the incident, including what Ryu knows. Fields wants to give himself an award, and the desire is so strong it's perverse. Significant suspicion. Good for you, thick-browed Eagle Sauce. I thought you really saw my talent, but I didn't realize you were so jealous of my good looks that you went out of your way to make me GA. Lu Yu indignantly drew a circle around Eagle Sauce's head. It's even simpler if you analyze it along this angle. Whether it's proving Goldbox conjecture or making a potent drug for Alzheimer's, neither could have reached this point. Only nanoflying blades. The nano-flying blade must have played an overpowering role in the maneuvers, or in the actual battle. It made America notice the crisis already. Fields is trying to reach out to me to see if he can just take me away, preferably back to America. Getting is definitely more beneficial to them, but after trying, even I can't see it. They simply give up. What I don't have, you can't have. What you can't have, you destroy. Liu speculated about 8 or 9 times, more and more sure of his guess. Then don't blame me. Liu was ruthless. Anyway, there was still time for the verification and release of the lithium-air battery, so let America tremble a little more. He decided to take advantage of this time to upgrade his development of the nanoflying blades even further. Space Elevator Program. Initiation. Today the country is extremely serious about space and the development has reached a very fast stage. There's a saying floating around the internet that America drew us a pie, thought we couldn't finish it, and kept hanging on to us. As a result, we thought we were way behind, so we buried our heads in the sand to catch up. Chasing after it, I realized that there seemed to be no one in front of me. The powers are actually myself. Of course, this is not something to be proud of, and in many ways America remains strong. However, the reason why Liu had aimed for the space elevator thing was firstly because the nanoflying blade itself was an important component material of the space elevator. Only a nanoflying blade of this strength level could resist the friction of the atmosphere, as well as the pull of Earth's gravity and outer space, and a host of other factors. Now that you've just loaded back some moon soil with a probe, and then return it with the precision of a hit and miss, you're afraid? I'm making space a family affair. My space cannons are going to block your doorstep, because this time, Liu could be said to be fuming, and, to be honest, he kind of wanted that reward after the 99% completion this time. If it wasn't for the time capsule this time, I'm afraid I'd really be accounted for. Soon, Liu had plunged inside the research. As for the outside world, the assassination of Liu didn't have any ripples of public opinion. The news went straight to a tight lockdown. But within China, certain parts, including the military, caused a great stir. Beef up security tenfold. No, 100-fold. I'd have to give my name if I let a mosquito in. A meeting of the bigwigs of a certain military ministry slammed the table and raged. Meanwhile, a domestic counterintelligence operation slammed into the country. Ruyan Lu's side of the hospital is even more of a top priority for the inventory. How was this person able to have a reasonable identity for the hospital and fool all the security that lined up one by one? Don't tell me. It works extremely well. Surprisingly, a large number of potential enemy agents have been swept out of the country. In fact, most of these people were unwarranted, and their lurking had nothing to do with Liu at all. But there's no way around it. They ran into a gun. Moreover, Lianqing's nano research lab was directly upgraded to a national key research lab. Confidential files were elevated to the top. Hey, originally we just realized this stuff was important and awesome, but if you care so much, it must be more important. My secrecy has to be better. The entire Jiangcheng hospital was then taken away. A large number of personnel were investigated, and finally caught out several hidden spies. These people also some have been in not low position, and at this time, Sun Lao, already with Liu's lithium-air battery thesis, has hurriedly entered one of the forums of the New Energy Summit. Checking out spies doesn't fall to him, but it also highlights the value of Liu's research, a paper that did more than just come to the scene. The researchers at the military department had already set up a special research department that was specializing in Liu's thesis. The reason he went to the so-called New Energy Summit was to facilitate the promotion of Liu's academics. Like he said, he wanted it to be something that everyone could use, something that would make it available to all of my Chinese subjects, all of them, instead of being tied up and eating dust inside some corner. In fact, his status is a bit sensitive and he should not participate in such organizational activities, but he still came. He wants to change his identity. It's easy, just give a name and come. But that's what he's here for, on behalf of the War Department. That's a pretty clear signal to the outside. This scientific research, it's covered by our military department. Who wants to be petty? Think it through for yourself. And now the New Energy Summit is actually pretty much about automotive applications, and it's mostly just trams. Other areas, such as nuclear energy, wind power and other programs, are simply out of reach for most people. And the trolley field, not that most, but all battery energy, does not have lithium-air batteries, because the thing had never been built before. Only theories. Even lithium-sulfur batteries have been extremely slow to develop and are rarely seen in the trolley field. It's basically a lithium ternary battery, or a lithium iron phosphate battery, and NIMH batteries and such. But in any case, lithium batteries take up a huge chunk of the market. Lithium-air batteries? Isn't that funny? We're not a place for scientific research and theory. Chapter 38, Lithium-Air Battery Company. Revenue to Liu. So what if the theory of lithium-air batteries has worked? Sun Lao said with a hint of a smile on his face. Already succeeded? Impossible. The current lithium-air battery only exists in theory, and the scientific research community is making very slow progress on lithium-air batteries, if not outright none. Inside the current stage, there is simply no way that lithium-air battery development is going to occur. Otherwise, why would people bother to go farther than that? Use the current lithium ternary batteries? This old gentleman. This is the New Energy Summit, and I don't know how you got in here, but I'm going to ask you to get out now, because what you're saying is completely fictional. Does the staff even have this much screening? How could they let a crook in? All of these people are either big shots in the business world or big bulls in the automotive field. And this New Energy Summit itself is a discussion of how the future is going to be. They press for the possible existence of lithium-air batteries. Gentlemen, please be at ease. This is one of our own, and he is bound to have his opinions about new energy sources. Everyone can take a look at the introduction on the table. The moderator hastened to regulate the atmosphere, but there are still a lot of people who feel as if they've been cheated, and they think it's just another gimmick by whoever is ready to scam money. Indignantly, he got up straight away, not giving any face at all, and wanted to leave the stage. But there are some tech gurus who casually flip through the pages, but immediately afterward they couldn't take their eyes off it. How is this possible? Is it actually possible to envision it that way? They were gradually attracted by the literature distributed, and the data expounded in it made them, who were themselves technical experts in the field of new energy, smell a different flavor. This is real data, not a PowerPoint that is a scam to get investment boasts. Lithium-air batteries, according to this design, should be able to come right out of the gate and not be a theory. Everything on the market, what ternary lithium batteries, even what lithium-sulfur batteries, are worthless. You should just use lithium-air batteries. However, by the time they tried to turn over the core to verify the data, they realized that the booklet was completely gone. Wait, I want to ask a question. One of the tech gurus couldn't help but stand straight up and ask, "What's your problem?" Sun Lao wasn't afraid of being asked. As long as someone opened their mouth, his purpose had been achieved. Those who were ready to leave the stage couldn't help but stop. Isn't this the chief technical expert of BYT Automobile? I heard that BYT's 3 electric systems, as well as batteries, all came from his hand's design. He won't be cheated too, right? Some people can't help but wonder in their minds. May I ask, what about the follow-up to this paper? The tech guru asked in a rush. It's all in today's meeting, Sun Lao said blandly. So you're going to stay and listen? Sun Lao asked. Listen. Of course, this could be a major earthquake in the new energy sector, the tech guru said with a shocked look on his face. The field of the paper just now was simply an angle he had never even envisioned, but people thought of it and probably did it. I must report it to the chairman. He quickly sent a text message to the chairman of the BYT. As he did, the others couldn't help but leave their feet in confusion. Is it really that good? If you know that when a car is charged for an hour, it can really manage to drive for a year, or even a few years, then you will know what is meant by a real new energy source, the tech guru said casually. And by this time Sun Lao had already opened the PowerPoint on the screen. This is a key part of the thesis statement. Of course, no core data was leaked. Just now he had gotten a message from the War Department arguing that the paper was completely true. There's no room for error. This made Sun Lao's heart astonished and at the same time more confident. Does anyone want to leave? That's his own loss. Even from now on, certain qualifications have to be vetted. And some companies that don't reach the tier, or individuals, don't have to stay at all. Basically, all the technical bulls from the major groups listened carefully to everything Sun Lao said, and as the content went on, they were already wide-eyed. This, actually, is true. I would like to ask if it is now in the theoretical stage or has already been put into production and used. We at BYT are willing to work with you to develop this lithium-air battery technology in depth. The BYT tech big man got his orders and he stood straight up. Sun Lao was also a bit surprised. This is for a business. This kind of thing can basically be said to completely change the existing technology. To use development directly would be the equivalent of discarding your previous disk. But soon he also realized in his mind that after Lu Yu's this technology came out, it was like the once tram squeezing the oil car market. The former may still have some resistance, but in the battery world, this level of technological innovation is the equivalent of trying to revolutionize them. Either accept the transition or be besieged to death. This technology, the state will set up a specialized company to be operated, all willing to develop new energy, or want to develop lithium-air batteries, can cooperate with us? Sun Lao said. This was something Lu Yu didn't know, but it's an attitude of the state. You can't just say you'll turn it over to the state and nothing else. Lu Yu can achieve unselfish devotion, but others may not be able to do so. Even the most determined people have to eat. So, on the one hand, Lu Yu can do without it, but we have to give it. On the other hand, it is to let more people see that those who do scientific research and make contributions to the country will not treat you badly. So, while this new energy summit was still on its way, Sun had already come up with a new idea. Set up a new company in the name of the state and then encompass all the new energy industries in the country preferably, so that development will be faster and more rapid. And Lu Yu is bound to take up shares in this. And the revenue generated is bound to keep hitting Lu Yu's card. Even if Lu Yu dies, this part of the money will be carried out according to Lu Yu's ideas, or last wishes. To put it bluntly, Lu Yu could completely dominate all of this and make certain decisions with his influence alright, not only in the lithium-air battery program, but also in the Alzheimer's potent drug. As for the nanoflying blades, there will be relatively more stringent measures from above accordingly. Decision-making authority, for example, is certainly completely in the hands of the War Department. After all, the nanoflying blades were just too important. It's simply a supermaterial and super weapon that bends the rules. But even so, Lu Yu, as the developer of the nano-flying blade, had a very high right to make suggestions. Even, just in name, the decision-making is on the top. It's just a process. Lu Yu's suggestion. Who can refute it? He is the only expert and king in this field. Chapter 39, Shock. He leads the times. It wasn't just talk. It was on the day. Right above the new energy summit, Sun Lao directly announced the establishment of a new technology research and development company for lithium-air batteries. The largest shareholder belongs to the Ministry of War, and the biggest individual was clearly Lu Yu. Lu Yu? Lu Yu again? Could it be the Lu Yu who's been making a lot of noise lately? Isn't he from the math field? I remember him as a big name in medicine, solving the problem of Alzheimer's. There are still some people who don't pay much attention to the outside world's technical bigwigs, and they are still at a loss. What's wrong with this Lu Yu? You all missed these news. People Mr. Lu Yu across multiple fields, not only broke Goldbox conjecture, so that the Fields Award winner personally come over to award, he did not even bother to receive. And the mysterious and incomparable nanoflying blades of the Ministry of War, and the special medicine for the elderly, all developed by him. Someone who has seen more and understands more. But after the commentary, they too froze a bit. It's not the same Lu Yu, is it? You guys guessed right. It's the recently famous academician Lu Yu. He's now a dual academician of the Academy of Engineering and the Academy of Sciences. This attack is on the very same lithium-air batteries that have been plaguing academia for so long. Sun Lao said with a smile. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of big shot is this Lu Yu? It's literally across multiple fields, sweeping all the way across the board. Going to whichever field has to make changes. Not changing is the equivalent of dying. It's not as bad as the drugs that Alzheimer's used to have that delayed the effects. And who's going to buy them now? If they only sold this drug, they could all just declare bankruptcy now. Same goes for this lithium-air battery. Just like BYT, they have invested years and years of research and development in ternary lithium batteries, and their own triboelectric system. But Lu Yu's lithium-air batteries came along and they had to change to keep up. Do everything possible and resourceful to keep up and get on your feet. It's the equivalent of giving up the technological barriers you've previously erected. And everyone is back on the same starting line. The royalties that can be collected are also bound to be declared suspended. So, it's painful and joyful for them, completely unmanipulated by themselves. And when the news, once again, hit the internet, it caused a stir once again. The heat in front of itself hasn't dissipated yet. It's just tapering off. As a result, the news of the new energy summit came out and once again rushed to the top of the hot search list. What kind of bull Fields Award? Lu Yu Big Brother does not care at all. People have long been done in the field of medicine, and non-stop hoof breakthroughs in new energy technology. Amir Fields is not even in his eyes. People's Big Brother's eyes are looking at the stars and the sea. I suddenly a little fine thinking. This Lu Yu Big Brother is a person to dry over the whole of China? No, the whole world of scientific research? You group of garbage, get lost. Let me come to that mean. I'm now wondering if Lu Yu is only one person or not. If it was a group of people I could still understand. This one person, it's too terrifying. Is the country really creating a god? And that's just too fast. How many days between the last Alzheimer's drug coming out? It was only about 10 days in total. How in the world did he do it? Countless people were shocked and incredibly cheered, as they could see with their naked eyes that China's technology was catching up with the world. It's been over 100 years of backwardness and decades of catching up, and it seems like we're finally seeing a revival. It's a real revival. I can't believe they saw it in their lifetimes. There's a little rumor that there was reportedly a riot at the Jiangcheng hospital. There are rumors that it was related to Big Brother Lu Yu. Suddenly news spreads fast, but only on a small scale and with no empirical evidence. the discussion does not heat up. It couldn't be that Big Brother Lu Yu has been doing scientific research and is not in good health, so he has to stay in the hospital all the time, right? But because of its riot, could it be an assassination? Don't think that assassination is such an outrageous thing. Over in the Middle East, it's not uncommon for senior Persian researchers to be assassinated, and it's the same thing in the North Bar next door to us. Some people are starting to speculate, but it is clear that there is no cause at all for this kind of information, and very few people believe it. Taking advantage of the heat, everyone rushed into the live broadcast of the New Energy Summit in a swarm, and the number of people online at the same time directly broke 1 million. I'm now eager to see what this god of China actually looks like. God of scientific research. I only have Einstein's look inside my brain. I desperately need Big Brother Lu Yu to show up and update my brain now. Countless people's swipes on the pop-up screen wanted to see Lu Yu show his face, but the organizers certainly didn't care. And by this time, it was in the closing stages. By this time, it was no longer the technical bigwigs, but the bosses of these new energy sources, who all showed up in droves. BYT announces a permanent partnership with lithium-air battery new technology research and development company, co-developing the development and use of lithium-air batteries. CIY announces a permanent partnership with lithium-air battery. Gillette announces. Chiron announces. As one by one, the big guns announced their affiliation, leaving everyone stunned. One shot is a king bomb. Although Lu Yu did not appear, but quickly ended the strife in the field of new energy. Put it inside a martial arts warrior, and you're already a martial arts ally as soon as you strike. That's too strong. A gift for everyone. And I know there are a lot of other people watching right here on the air. This technology, which is definitely not only utilized in the automotive field, will have a much broader future. In addition, regarding the development of lithium-air batteries, the assembly of the first vehicle has been completed. Everyone who is interested can watch it. Soon a car appeared on stage. This is Sun's direct substitute for the military-industrial sector, and the battery is fast, formed directly from the triple D print, using the BYT's triple power system. Holy, this car is so cool. Did you guys see that? This car just eliminates the mailbox. There's only one plug-in hole. Also, have you noticed that he seems to be very light inside the chassis? Not at all like the old trams, which required a lot of batteries. That is to say, lithium-air batteries, which are not only strong in energy storage, but also smaller. Many people immediately noticed the new car. The gas tank is gone, and so is the massive battery bank that needs to be regulated inside the chassis. Apart from the most basic running parts, the space for the whole car becomes immense. At this time, someone associated it with what Elder Sun had just said. That speaker just said it's not just the automotive sector. If this technology is applied to the field of warplanes, or the whole field of aviation, or cruise ships and so on, this is like when electricity was first invented. If applied to spaceflight, making satellites more durable and allowing them to fly farther. This is disruptive change. Chapter 40, Counterattacking America. The Chinese are crazy, aren't they? And the consequences triggered afterward were simply a subversive prediction that no one could have imagined. Only the next day, BYT took the lead and directly slashed the price of all its trams. What used to cost $500,000 is now $200,000. What used to be $300,000 is now $100,000. And what used to be a starter car, $70,000 or $80,000, dropped right down to only $30,000. This is literally an earthquake in the automotive industry. The entire automotive industry has also been bombarded with a quiver of confusion. Everyone knows that the changes triggered by this lithium-air battery technology are bound to be incredibly dramatic. But no one expected BYT to be able to be so ruthless. It's his own core technology. It's almost like self-harming while not letting others live. He's definitely selling off at a loss by dropping the price so much. The purpose of doing this is also simple, to get your money back quickly. At the same time, there is a purpose, and that is to make all the peers go to the headache. It's better to be dead. That way he can use his first mover advantage to work with lithium-air batteries and have enough money to back it up. Take out his peers directly. He can then take over more of the market. And, on the same day, it directly announced its full-scale entry into the field of lithium-air batteries, fully partnered with lithium-air battery new technologies. Companies that have the power to do so will have to bite the bullet and follow through. Without a strong company, that's not going to work. On the original board, they couldn't roll with BYT because BYT they developed all their own technology. It's not like they have enough money to follow through in the current slate. All you can do is stand back and cry. But they hadn't been able to scold Lu Yu for the technology he'd come up with, which had a national stand. And it's really a big innovation too. In short, those who can't keep up, That's just a dead end for elimination. And the car people are pretty straightforward. They are not cuties either. Such a big price drop does look tempting, but lithium-air batteries are no secret. It's been flipped over and over on top of the heat for a long time now, and anyone who knows what they're doing it for knows what they're doing it for. I was going to buy BYT to support a wave of domestic production, but now, I want to support better technology. It just so happens that the new technology is also domestically produced. That can't be helped. I'm money to stay. After all, charge it once and drive it directly for a year. It's just too tempting. No more, no more. Whoever hooks it loves to buy it. Anyway, I only have one word for it now. Wait. Just wait for the lithium-air battery car to come out. BYT, Chiron, and Gillette, to name a few big car companies, are smart too. Directly the first to announce its own concept car about lithium-air batteries. It's just a different battery pack, and the technology that controls the three power systems. That's all a matter of matching them up afterward. Get the stuff out of the way first. Reservations. Book it first. I'll get it first. As long as this car isn't $1 million, I'll buy it. I'm afraid the price is too much for us to bear. A little hesitant to wait and see. Many viewers worry about the price. Gillette, who had been behind BYT in the previous round, and Chiron made the first move this time. A pricing $1,999,000. Color TV, refrigerator, big sofa. All sorts of standard equipment, previously $300,000 class car. One priced at $99,000 to roll you straight up. All the people who wanted to buy a car went straight to sensationalism. This must wait. And it's worth waiting even if it takes longer. Those who don't have a car are waiting. Not to mention those who want to trade it in. I think I can still drive this car for 3 to 5 years. So I'm afraid of nothing. Just wait for this car to come out of the mountain. If there's a problem, it's my fault for driving a car that spontaneously combusts. That's my bad luck to blame. That's $99,000. I'm placing my order now. Then, Gillette had pre-orders for Chiron, which just exploded. First day of bookings, Gillette breaks 100,000. Chiron is even more outrageous, surpassing 1 million on its first day. BYT immediately anxious. Obviously I was the first to follow up. If you ate all the orders, then I still screwed. Want a roll price? Okay, let's do it. BYT got a straight up 60K level entry model. Roll up, roll up. Everyone roll up. We all have to thank Mr. Lu Yu. Yeah, without Mr. Lu Yu, how could there be such a price war like a bayonet fight? Simply stabbing blanks at each other's necks, just to see whose blood spikes slower. Everyone was excited, and the thrill of this bayonet fight simply made more and more people join in the attention. An internet company, the Red Clothes Godfather, directly also came up with a campaign out to sell their Maybach and embrace new energy sources. Surprisingly, it has also attracted an extreme amount of attention. These are instead some of the after-dinner talk and residual traffic. Instead, everyone is waiting for the first new lithium-air battery car to come out and who will be the first to get a bite of the fat. The major car companies must also be rolled. Who is one step behind, who will be behind to occupy the market? And at this time, Sun Lao was inside the conference room. It was already filled with dignitaries from all over. He has left it all to his men since he made his report. This meeting was specifically opened in response to the assassination of Lu Yu. That is, from the Fields Prize to the assassination of the assassin. It's really all a series of completions. And if you can't get it, then you destroy it. Is that what it means? Elder Sun said as he tapped on the desktop. Based on the evidence we've found so far, the electronic interactions between Hawkmaster's side and ours have all been largely confirmed. The Fields Prize is also in frequent contact with people from the FBI department who traveled to Eagle Sauce frequently after they went back, especially this Phelps guy. Basically, we can conclude all our preconceived notions, the NSA replied. Sun Lao nodded. In that case, it's not polite to come and go, so let's give them a little color. Soon, all personnel were mobilized, cleared out the spooks before, and that was just something minor, even just incidental. Now, it's only the counterattack. Inside the FBI building, a crowd of anxious people. What's going on here? Have these Chinese gone crazy? Crazy enough to target us? Are they preparing to open S3? Bob, the Minister of Intelligence, raged. Do they think we're soft? Or do they think that their so-called nanoflying blade weapons are a match for our America? What the hell is the reason? They were puzzled by the fact that the Chinese side actually rarely initiated this kind of active offensive electronic warfare. It's even always been good to talk. But this time, how is it that it seems like they are pumped up to mess with the FBI's department at all costs? Not only their FBI, but several other intelligence services were all included in the crackdown. That is, there was no clash of personnel. Otherwise this could already be considered a superb battle. Is there a possibility it's because we assassinated that person called Lu Yu a while ago? The entire inside of the conference room was suddenly quiet. Chapter 41, The Cancer Spreads. He might actually be dying. Bob asked with some confusion as he touched his already bald self. Lu Yu? What Lu Yu? It's like this. A genius appeared in Huaxia a while ago. After a process of explanation by one of the narrators, Bob finally got it completely. His face was ugly. Not only did you fail, but you were also caught by them, causing the entire structure of our entire intelligence organization for China to be emptied out, and it led to this electronic war? He was a little incredulous, even a little unimpressed. It's not like it's the first time we've done this kind of thing. I haven't seen Huaxia this tough before. It's not just Persia, but also countries like the North Rod, and Chinese researchers are no exception. There have also been assassinations. Only now that China's national strength is growing stronger, these kinds of situations are rapidly decreasing, so as not to touch each other's sensitive nerves. But assassination is assassination. It's not the first time. Why the big reaction? Or is it that the nanoflying blades we have obtained have confirmed our suspicions that it is a superweapon? Not only that, this Lu Yu is also a person who possesses rapid and efficient scientific research capabilities. The assassination of Lu Yu, including the Fields Prize incident, was not arranged by him. He has so many things going on in a day, and these are taken care of by the intelligence service under his jurisdiction. His daily energy now. That's the place to play his use. Who knows? Now there's a ruckus over in China. Not only that, this mysterious Mr. Lu Yu has also gained an extremely high reputation among the Chinese folk. Once the assassination is publicized, it will be very difficult to start our intelligence activities. The only thing we're thankful for is that the current Chinese side has shown restraint. I guess they just want us to learn a lesson. The reporting officer spoke up. Bob was deep in thought. A Lu Yu, so powerful? And he doesn't think there's a problem with his intelligence service arrangement, either. Seduce with the Fields medal. Fail to seduce and arrange for an assassination. The usual routine. It's amazing that HWA has gone out of its way to expose some of its strength to engage in electronic warfare with the Great Eagle Jam. Soon, he got all of Lu Yu's information. That's even more of an exaggeration than the debriefer said. It is said to be conservative because these intelligence officers do not believe in such a genius at all, so the claims will be reserved. Upon reading the information, Bob also stated that people were numb. A big invention a few days apart? Goldbox conjecture. A link he proved offhand? Nanoflying blades, Alzheimer's potent drugs, and then lithium-air batteries in the background. Surprisingly, he felt a chill down his back, especially lithium-air batteries. That's all a theory in America. Realized? You're telling me it's happening? This Lu Yu, we have to get information belonging to him at all costs. And we can make a show of ignorance to the Chinese side and hold off their attacks. In the end, it is best that we reach out to Lu Yu at all costs, and that we allow him to enter the great land of our eagle sauce and maximize his talents. Once the above plan cannot be implemented, then destroy it at all costs. Definitely do not let Huaxia have him again. And, at this point, he paused for a moment, looking a little hesitant, but soon he affirmed it. Immediately net the global darknet to issue an ultimatum. If you have exact information on Lu Yu, you can get $1 million. If you can successfully finish off Lu Yu, the reward, $100 million. The entire FBI department inside took a breath of cold air. $1 million for one piece of information? $100 million for a successful assassination? Crazy, right? Can we really get that much money out of it? Someone couldn't help but ask. You're an old man in our FBI too, right? No, can't you owe it first? Bob said rightfully. Surely this bounty can't be posted directly in their eagle sauce name. Otherwise the Chinese side will surely bite like a mad dog and not let go at all. In addition, this Lu Yu is also a seriously ill patient. It's not clear what kind of disease he has. But we, America, have the most advantageous medical resources in the world. Use this to tempt him. Bob concluded. The outside world has no idea about Lu Yu's symptoms. As with Bob or the entire FBI intelligence community, how can a dying man produce results so quickly? It even seemed to them that perhaps it was the same as if Huaxia had put Lu Yu's achievements together and published them in order to create a god. At this time, Lu Yu is still not even aware that he has been rewarded by America's FBI department with $100 million. He was currently buried inside his research space elevator. Lu Yu's eyes glowed. That's a big step above the path of sci-fi. But based on the results, his vision is perfectly doable. This was because the most crucial nanoflying blade materials had all been taken care of by Lu Yu. Naturally the rest won't be a problem. But at that very moment, he felt a violent wave of dizziness. This was a situation he had never yet seen inside an academician-level research lab. Holy, what the hell? Lu Yu couldn't help but ask. Ding! A new crisis has appeared in the host's body. The cancer cells in the host's body are spreading by autonomous division and are accelerating. The system gave an immediate answer. Lu Yu's face darkened when he heard this. He hastily checked his remaining lifespan. Only the last 23 hours remain. Cam. Has it been that long? This Sun Lao in the end reliable Their new energy technology is not yet completed? Outside, the caretaker nurse suddenly widened her eyes, looking at the fluctuating vital signs data on Lu Yu's body and hastily blurted out. Hurry! Come quickly! Mr. Lu Yu's body has suffered a sudden condition. The cancer is spreading rapidly. The pupils are spreading. Cancer cells are wreaking havoc on normal healthy cells in the body. Platelet counts are increasing rapidly. Surgery. It has to be done. Soon Lu Ruyan and the others arrived with quick steps. Looking at Lu Yu on the hospital bed, his face suddenly changed. It could be said that after experiencing the Alzheimer's potent medicine, Ruyan Lu's view of Lu Yu had changed drastically. As the saying goes, if you are not in my domain, it doesn't matter. But if you are in my domain, seeing me is like a floating grain seeing the sky. Yes, Ruyan Lu just felt like she was the floating grain. This Qing Tian, he can't die. Prepare for surgery immediately. Requesting blood support from the blood bank. From now on, everyone listens to my orders. His cancer had to be removed from the primary site and treated with cancer containment interventions, Ruyan Lu said quickly. This time, even she knew that Lu Yu was in dire straits. It was hard to survive an attack of pancreatic cancer, especially in Lu Yu's condition. Also, he had to have surgery to remove the lesions. Equivalently, if you don't do it, you're sure to die. And if you do it, odds are you're going to die, too. She was in a heavy mood, but an idea suddenly popped up inside her head. Why doesn't Lu Yu develop a drug for himself? Develop a drug to attack cancer. Chapter 42, Flesh and Blood Bitter Weakness. Mechanical Ascension? Of course, this is just an idea. She didn't really know how to find out what was going on inside Lu Yu's mind, and she may seem to be making light of it, but it's so tough to attack this aspect of cancer. I don't know how many countries and how many scientists around the world are trying their best to make a breakthrough towards the whole subject. So the only thing she needed to do now, that was to try her best to save the current Lu Yu. The whole procedure lasted close to 5 hours of radiation and chemotherapy have even been initiated in the process. This was something that could not be helped. If similar means were not used, Ruyan Lu was worried that Lu Yu would not be able to support himself at all. But moving to radiation and chemotherapy is also an extremely dangerous method, because Lu Yu's current physical condition was really bad. The slightest carelessness could lead to a direct hiccup. If he had been fit enough, he would have already moved to this program. There is no way around this but to vacillate between radical and conservative treatment options. In extreme cases, such as now, it is necessary to be radical. If we don't get radicalized, people may be gone. However, if the situation is still stable, such as in the first few days, it is necessary to consider Lu Yu's physical capacity. I hope it will be a good one. Ruyan Lu wiped her own sweat as she anxiously watched the feedback coming in on the vitals data. Just then, the nurse, however, suddenly widened her eyes and shook Lu Ruyan's arm. Director Lu, quickly look. Academician Lu Yu's heartbeat, blood pressure, and blood oxygen are all climbing rapidly. We did it, the nurse exclaimed. I saw it. Lu Ruyan was also incomparably excited, and at the same time, she thought in her heart that Lu Yu definitely wouldn't be so willing to die in loneliness. In the meantime, within Lu Yu's space of consciousness, Lu Yu gradually awoke. It's still dangerous, he sighed, and could feel his physical weakness, unable to lift even his own consciousness. This could be the aftermath of chemotherapy. Radiation and chemotherapy are, to put it bluntly, indiscriminate assault weapons. Good cells, cancer cells killed together. To put it bluntly, it's all about whether the person can hold up or the cancer can hold up. People can't hold up. That people ga. Cancer cells can't hold up. That cancer cells ga. For the most part, so far, it's the person who can't hold it together first. And for the cancer cells, there's only containment. What's more, Lu Yu's kind of pancreatic cancer is simply the king within cancer. One of the hardest cancers to treat is pancreatic cancer. It was at this time that he saw that the system's beep just now had been omitted. His consciousness was in a daze and there was no way for him to hear. Congratulations to the host on the successful release and validation of the lithium-air battery results. The first lithium-air battery has been completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 days of life. The host's body has been restored from near death to its final days. In addition, Lu Yu also checked that the completion level of this scientific research project of his was around 60%. That said, there are still no other rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new research project, the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. Lu Yu's eyes glazed over. What kind of scientific research project was this? Exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. Wasn't that the king of single combat weapons inside a science fiction novel? At the same time, An extremely bold idea sprouted inside his head. My body has reached a very dangerous point. It's even very likely that I'll die at any time. If I'm able to replace my mechanical battle armor, instead of my physical body, then doesn't that mean I can survive in another way? It is not impossible. Because of the current stage, artificial hearts, even artificial kidneys and other aspects of the function have been under development. The earliest ones date back to the last century with artificial lungs. Only the technology was rudimentary in those days, and people with artificial lungs basically lived their lives along with that massive piece of machinery, and it can only be lying inside that artificial lung bin. But with advances in technology, the artificial heart, or a complementary heart-like component, is now at the point where it can be carried around. If the artificial exoskeleton mechanical battle armor could accomplish replacing a human body, then theoretically he just could be more powerful and live. Only, there's the guts. There's also the transplantation of consciousness. These are huge issues. For example, consciousness transplantation. As far as the technological development in the world is concerned now, there is only a brain-computer interface, which allows you to command the external machinery to accomplish what you do through your consciousness. It's still a long way to go, but it's not impossible to prove. 8 big words popped up inside Lu Yu's head. Flesh and blood are bitterly weak, and machinery soars. The exoskeleton mechanical battle armor is, obviously, only the first of the most rudimentary. The key thing is still the substitution in terms of consciousness and internal organs. However, at least it allowed Lu Yu to see a direction, a program to work towards. If you can actually do it yourself. Lu Yu himself got excited just thinking about it. The most basic step. Then I'll be the one to accomplish it. However, before that, I have to have this space elevator proposal released. According to his speculation, the space elevator should be a supplement to the development of the nanoflying blade program. Whether there was an increase in longevity or not he didn't know, but there should be other rewards attached to other objects. These are things that can be buggy, like the time capsule that was used last time. But Lu Yu was also unaware that after all this time, the nanoflying blade program had passed. Will it still be recognized by the system now? Cough cough. Lu Yu awoke from inside the academician-level research lab. Immediately afterward, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. This sharp pain almost caused his newly regained consciousness to pass right out. It was simply several times more painful than before. Pancreatic cancer is killing me. Cam. Lu Yu cursed angrily in his heart and managed to slow down. He realized that his eyes weren't seeing as well as they used to either, and the glow in front of him had become a little weaker. The more this happened, the more firmly he wanted to go up the path of mechanical ascension. Elder brother, how are you doing? Elder brother? Jiang Yan appeared by Lu Yu's side at the first opportunity. A while ago, she was just too serialized to turn around, and she ran a lot of back and forth for Lu Yu's results. Didn't even get much rest. Then one time passed out right outside the ICU. The good thing is that it's merely a result of not getting enough rest. Under Lu Ruyan's compulsion, a good rest was taken, so recently returned again, and as she continued to work on her body now, she felt that she might be dragging her senior brother down. Think about what kind of illnesses your senior brother has, and he's still going on with his research. I can't believe I'm being worn down by this. This will never work. She couldn't be a drag on her senior brother. Chapter 43, Space Elevator? No, it's a space fortress. Senior sister Jian, you rest well. Lu Yu coughed and said weakly. Don't worry, senior brother. I will definitely take care of my body. You must live well too. Jiang Yan was touched in her heart. Her senior brother cared about himself the first time he woke up. That one heart was melting. In her heart, Lu Yu's image was now incomparably tall, and no one could even replace it. Or rather, there was simply no one who could top the Lu Yu in her heart. Well, all the same, she didn't think anyone could be worthy of Lu Yu. She no longer felt that there could be anything bad in Lu Yu. Good. Elder brother will pay attention. Senior sister, help me get the computer. Lu Yu spoke again. Senior, do you still want to do scientific research? Kang Yan asked nervously. You really can't do any more now. The doctor said there's still hope for you. You can't give up. Kang Yan cried. I know. Don't worry. I'm the undefeatable little strong man. No one can do anything to me. The corner of Lu Yu's mouth pulled a smile. Then urged. If the results of these scientific researches can only rot in my brain and die along with me, that would be a loss for the entire human race. Kang Yan cried out in pain. Lu Ruyan and the others who were outside also had red eyes. He's always like that. He's always bent out of shape. It was as if there was no other researcher in the entire human race but him, and there was no one else who could do what he did. He was always so lonely. But this is him. It's true that no one else can do what he does. There's no mistaking his loneliness. If there were a few more like that in all of humanity, would he need to be so tired? Lu Ruyan, she knew that stopping Lu Yu's scientific research now was the best choice. This might be able to extend Lu Yu's life a little. But what about to Lu Yu himself? Yet it may have hurt his will to live, or even give up on survival. It's extremely important for a dying person. Lu Yu had come all the way here and had broken through how many times of life and death. And Lu Ruyan asked herself that apart from Lu Yu, no one should be able to survive. So, she didn't open her mouth. It didn't even show up. Lu Yu once again tapped away at his keyboard with a discourse on the space elevator proposal. Word by word, he pounded away, his lips bleeding from his bite. Only then could he concentrate himself more. If this can be counted as nano-flying blade completion, when is the dog system going to give me a post-awakening painkiller? Lu Yu secretly thought in his heart. As he tapped down the last word, his already weakened body finally couldn't support it. After falling straight down, only the data on the monitoring equipment didn't change much to the relief of the nurse and others. These nurses, they can be on a 24-hour rotation. Jiang Yan held Lu Yu's computer with an incredibly heavy heart. She held the computer as if she had been given a divine mission, as if her only purpose was what was in her hands. Of course, she now had the contact information of Sun Lao, Lian Chang, and Su Guochun, a group of old men. It was given to her directly by these old men to facilitate contact once anything had come to fruition. This, I believe, is still in the nano research lab? Jiang Yan glanced at the paper. There was a lot of content in it and it made her dizzy to read it. But a cursory glance shows that it's about the application of nano-flying blades. So the first thing she did was to head straight to the nano research lab at the National University. What she didn't realize about herself was that someone had followed her the moment she came out, and all the way to protect her from anything that might go wrong. In other words, by the time she left the ICU, Sun Lao and the others had already known that Lu Yu had new results appearing. What surprise will Lu Yu bring us this time? Sun Lao secretly thought. It was only when Jiang Yan arrived at the nano research laboratory that she realized that the current nano research laboratory had changed drastically. Not only has the entire lab completed its expansion to 2 buildings, the name was also changed to Nano Research Center, and there are a lot of uncomplicated-looking characters guarding the outside. It was more powerful than any of the men in black she had first seen. She's a little lost, not sure how to get in there. However, she quickly remembered Lian Chang's contact information and quickly dialed the phone. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Lian Chang was instantly excited. Are you saying that this time, Lu Yu's research results are on the aspect of nano-flying blades? Before Jiang Yan could reply, she heard Lian Chang yelling inside the phone. Quickly, open the door for me at once. Go get them. Not long after, Lian Chang hurriedly ran out from inside the gate. He then took the computer in Kong Yan's hand as if he was holding some great treasure. Careful and excited, when he got back to his research room, he opened the exposition. The color of the gods just became more and more grave. Space elevator idea? Hiss. This Lu Yu, is his brain so terrifying? A vision to step directly into space? Sometimes Lian Chang really wanted to open Lu Yu's brain and see how his brain grew. But as he got deeper into his thesis, he realized that there was nothing at all wrong with any of this. All of the data validated, on the face of it, appears to have no errors or omissions. At that moment, he picked up the phone and called Sun Lao. This time, Lu Yu has come up with a big guy. A guy that's several levels bigger than a nano-flying blade. He's not just saying that because of the space elevator itself. Rather, in terms of the use of the nano-flying blade, this operation by Lu Yu had simply opened the door to new ideas. It turns out that nano-flying blade material can go this way. Soon Sun Lao came over with a few old men, which came over with more stars on their shoulders than him. A space elevator? A few old men took a look and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, the conception of the universe is all still in its preliminary stages. No matter how hilarious the walk is now, but it's undeniable that no one from China has landed on the moon yet. With this proposal for a space elevator coming out, wouldn't that be the equivalent of, well, getting an elevator directly between the Earth and the moon? Has the original big moon landing turned into a national tourism program? This is just the most rudimentary idea. Envisioning a little deeper, this elevator is entirely cast by Xia. So is the orbit of this connection completely under the control of HWA? So, going a little deeper, has it all turned into a moon travel program? Is it possible to build a base? After all, the florist's talent factor, where to go where to plant cannot be forgotten. Since they're all planted, doesn't that also mean they can build military bases in space? Take the air-to-ground scenario and turn it into routinization? Is the idea of space domination starting now? A group of old men from the military department suddenly had a collective shiver. This Lu Yu academician, this conception, it's a bit huge. It all got a bunch of old men all worked up. Chapter 44, Space Elevator. Launch. This involves more than just one sector of nano-flying blades. although it is a development for nanoflying blade materials. There are many departments that can assist. Basic construction encompasses a lot of industries alone. That's why Sun immediately convened multiple parties for argumentative talks. The end result, however, was no surprise and, according to the paper, is entirely feasible, as long as the material grade of the nanoflying blades is up to par. This was undoubtedly true. Other people weren't too sure about it, but people like Lian Chang and Sun Lao knew it too well. The first thing that did it was the material for the nanoflying blades. A nanoflying blade, made directly into a fine silk, can be directly transformed into a weapon. What else can be done if this kind of thing can't be done? On the battlefield, you can cut tanks, cut battleships, and even cut aircraft carriers just by drawing a line. That if it couldn't be done, they could no longer think of anything more suitable simply by their imagination. Even this thesis, everything about nanoflying blades aside, is a very golden paper. It's simple. From the conception, and the substantial building process of the entire structure, it is $100 billion program. This kind of program idea has never been seen before. Even Hawksbane, the one who clamors for space supremacy every day, never thought of it. And Lu Yu thought of it. And it's extremely feasible. Sure you really want to make an attempt? Lian Cheng suddenly snapped and said, the materials used for the nanoflying blades are not very expensive to build, which is a major factor in being able to equip the military right out of the gate. But the space elevator took far too many nanoflying blades, and it was definitely more than just nanoflying blades that were used. This is bound to be a huge drain. His strategic significance is extremely far-reaching, but it is not suitable for the present China. Is there a need for this to be done? Or does it need to be done in the current situation? It was an unknown situation in everyone's mind. All scientific research is necessarily forward-looking. Almost 60 years ago, who could have thought that landing on the moon would be of any use? But Eagle Jam America did. Who thought there was any use going into space back then? America. And Big Brother Woolly Bear went out of their way to do it too. And in hindsight, their over-the-top pace at the time made a lot of sense, and holds great significance for the entire deployment in space, including satellites now. If we stand in this stall and we are afraid to implement it and do it, obviously we have the opportunity to be the best, or even be the first to be the world's leading position, and didn't do it, causing us to be one step behind, and even keep our children and grandchildren on the road to catching up. I find it unforgivable. Elder Sun stood up, with a grave expression. He exclaimed. He had experienced from that era and knew too well the oppression that America and Big Brother Woolly Bear had on Wasia at that time. Rumor has it that the great man has engaged in straight-up home-switching tactics and is pulling America and Woolly Bear along with him. Dump all the nukes in America, and then we'll go straight to Woolly Bear territory ourselves to build new homes. This situation directly disintegrated America's outsider situation of wanting to watch a good show, and directly dragged him down. And the hairy bear was straight-up terrified. We were in a situation where if we did fight Big Brother for exchange, we definitely couldn't do it. But as soon as it's off Eagle Sauce won't allow that to happen. And he threatens Big Brother Woolly Bear. Eventually the tripod stabilized. This situation is not fidelity, but it reflects the embarrassing situation of Huaxia at that time. The oldest brother was bent on bringing our China together inside the map system, and after being rejected, he made numerous provocations. So many times of friction. Sun Lao really knew the blood and tears of that era all too well. It has also suffered too many indignities that cannot be voiced, including after the reopening of the country. Many nationals are looking abroad. By today, it's finally stabilized. And now, there's actually a chance to overtake, or even be the first to do a real step into space layout. He didn't think he could forgive himself if he missed it once. Of course, he certainly has no decision-making power. He had to report it to the War Office. Not even the War Office. It still has to go up to the very top and go inside that synagogue to deliver it. This is not only of strategic military value, but also of great significance to the civilian population. Even for people all over the world. It was a landmark event. If once molded, in a way, it can be directly announced that we, China, after 100 years of rise and fall, are now back. It may seem like an empty phrase, but it is extremely significant. So Sun Lao hoofed it and went to the military headquarters first. After the consultation at the War Department, it was again represented in the Senate for communication. Finalize, can be practiced. After receiving this affirmative answer, Sun Lao was incomparably energized. As if he had returned to his 20s, full of energy and passion. It is not just him who is mobilizing resources, it is the national side that is tilting them. The final site for the space elevator was chosen in Midland. This is the starting point of Chinese civilization, and the starting point of the new Huaxia now. From here, we rise again, and will also step back into space. Guanhan Palace will be our territory since ancient times. Chang'e is our first lunar lander. A mission-like moment, finally moving. And in the outside world, there is no news. The project, which was conducted in complete secrecy. Only what no one expected was that the project would go surprisingly well. It wasn't just because of the supply of nano-flying blade materials, but also because Lu Yu's design plan was just too perfect. He had anticipated every possible situation. The equivalent of these construction crews just go through the motions and get it done. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, higher and higher. Sun Lao looked at the high altitude with shock in his heart. Who would have thought that human beings could ascend into space like this? Congratulations to the host. The nano-flying blade project is 70% complete. And the space elevator has been constructed and launched. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 3 days of life. Lu Yu, on the other hand, only got a dry 3-day increase inside his system space. Yet it was simply a surprise to Lu Yu. He had been in the mindset of trying it out and had assumed it needed to be built to get feedback. I didn't expect to have a show of progress when I started moving straight away. And it rewarded 3 days of life. This proves that his thought process does work. By the time the space elevator actually works, Lu Yu is now somewhat looking forward to it. I didn't expect Sun Lao's side to be so forceful, too bold to get it up straight away. Chapter 45. The moon has been inhabited by our China since ancient times. However, Lu Yu's current process of researching the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor was not as smooth. This is something that, at this stage, a lot of big countries are already in the research phase. Not only America, but several developments have appeared within China. Just for example, at the most rudimentary level, it's the fact that people can be sent up a mountain by jet. They can sprinkle pesticides, or hike up a mountain, that kind of thing. Then there's what flying skateboards. It's all variations within these techniques. There are similar tech companies doing research on the side of Eagle Jam and Hairy Bear, or Gallic Chicken, and Bald Cow. Even America did it ahead of the curve. But for Lu Yu, these so-called leads were just elementary threshold places. It's trying to expand further that is the most difficult. In this exoskeleton mechanical battle armor of Lu Yu, not only should it act in complete unison with the human body, but the power system would also be very convenient, even to be equipped with a single weapon. This involves the exoskeleton machinery to be combined with the body's neural response elements to achieve such a high level of sensitivity. Moreover, many human actions, like walking, waving, and a host of other actions, are already formed muscle memory. It's not something that requires a consciousness to command. So the brain-machine chip, that's just one part of it. And neurons, and even admonition and muscle memory exactly like the human body. In this conception of Lu Yu's, the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor should be completely similar to customization. What each man is most attuned to is his own battle armor. So Lu Yu had a lot of hurdles to overcome. And for the construction of the space elevator, it was a little too fast. The material of the nanoflying blades is just too light. After solving the quantity problem, the build was just too smooth. It's so much easier than building houses and bridges and stuff. The key quality hasn't been any problem. At each height, a large number of engineers test the strength, stability and other aspects. However, the result was a surprise to them, as if it was a reversal of common sense. There is no problem at all. Days. This group of Chinese people, what are they doing? Are they crazy? America's NASA Satellite Center. Suddenly someone screamed. What is it? Can you be a little more robust? This is NASA. Everyone has important research to do. A black brother next to him said with displeasure. You guys, look for yourselves. This is a satellite image belonging to the Chinese. They seem to be building something, and it's going very fast. It's literally gaining height at a rate of 200 meters per day. What are they trying to do? Those who found this condition did not stop there. Soon their discussion caught the attention of the department's top brass. The satellite center of theirs actually interfaces with the FBI, which is intelligence related. A daily look at some of the things that are happening around the world. The person who reported just now is specialized in monitoring in the Central Plains of China. The departmental senior was amazed when he read it, and he couldn't understand what it was at all. So the entire satellite center, including the FBI, was alerted. These yellow-skinned monkeys don't stop much every day. There must be something wrong here. Can we contact our intelligence people? Tell me what the hell is going on here? The director of the FBI's intelligence division asked aloud, reporting to the director. We don't have many of our intelligence staff in China lurking around anymore after the last sweep. The subordinate replied. Isn't there someone else there? Hurry up. Contact cannot. Those are peripheral personnel. For us do not have any loyalty. And their daily task is also to post a bit of information on the internet about our America good. But also $3 a piece of it. An eerie silence fell over the entire crowd. So you FBI only give people $3 a message? Or Chinese coins? Where's your big bucks? Didn't I grant you all that funding? Fark, get out. There was nothing the director of intelligence could do, and he eventually chose to give up. This action by Wasia could be seen by more than just Hawkjam. Big brother Woolly Bear's oldest son, Big Hair, also noticed the situation. Our neighbors, what are these amazing Chinese doing? They're not trying to build something that travels to space from the ground, are they? It's quite possible. They've built thousands of meters up, already surpassing the height of every building on Earth. It has even surpassed Mount Everest, the highest on Earth. Are they so brave? How did they do it? Because of the situation. Originally Omo was all for the West, but he got screwed several times. And now that Big Harry and Irmao are fighting, Big Harry has no one behind him, and only Huaxia is behind him. So there's still quite a shift in the attitude towards Huaxia for this group of Big Harry people. A little bit of looking down, a little bit of being friends, and a little bit of not wanting to believe that the down-and-out little brother has become a big brother. Can you go and ask around and see if our brothers in Huaxia can tell us the news? Or, if anything good comes of it, take us to Mao. Suddenly someone suggested to. The crowd is silent. And, well, that's a good offer. Inside the Space Center at Blast Furnace Rooster. Fark. No. What the hell are these scalawags doing? Are they going to fly off the planet? How in the world did they manage to get so high and not fall down? I desperately need to contact the Chinese side now. Well, we're good friends of Huaxia. They're sleeping lions. The Hans cats were all staring. This is not a technology that belongs to humans. It's impossible. How can it be done with the current data? It must be a fake. They looked at the data in front of them. They were a people who claimed to be the most disciplined, but they couldn't act it out. And Bald Bull, the place where the sunset used to be, could it be that our former sunset can only be what it once was? When I think about it, it was us who knocked on the door of Huaxia, the once 5 world leaders, or even the once one-man sunset, couldn't take it on themselves. Is it true that you are the most backward one? Contact Wasia immediately. We apply for membership. Join what? I don't know. Anyway, if they're up to something and we all join in first, we shouldn't go wrong. And the phones of the space agency on the Chinese side have been ringing off the hook all over the world. After a series of deliberations, the final decision was made. This project could be announced to the world. At the same time, let the foreigners open their eyes. So the press conference was held. We do have a project being built called the Space Elevator. Our aim is to get to the moon. The moon has been around since the beginning of time. Chapter 46, Eagle Sauce is up to no good again. Lu Yu doesn't exist. May I ask if China is now testing some new super weapon? Is Wasia preparing to go to war against the whole world? The first reporter grabbed the opportunity and immediately asked a question. Familiar flavors, familiar feelings, or that threatening theory of Hawksbane and the West coming on? Of course, in the past, these journalists didn't believe it either. It was just a task set from above. But not anymore. Looking at the growth they see every day inside the satellite map, they are also a bit panicked. Could it be that China has really done something? Could it be that their prophecy has come true? The press spokesman had obviously anticipated the situation and looked toward the reporter with an unhurried smile. We Chinese have been a peace-loving people since ancient times. This side's fallacy is pure nonsense. So what's that thing we saw on the satellite image? What exactly is China building? It's just a development of something for space. We named it the Space Elevator, which means it's easy for people to ascend from the ground to space, and for people in space to return to Earth. The spokesman continued. As soon as these words came out, the whole room erupted in an uproar. What? Wasia has developed to this point? You guys are really going to build an elevator to space? This is actually an ancient tradition we have. In our ancient Chinese mythology, the ancient ancestors could communicate with the heavens through Jianmu. We are merely imitating the ancients. So please, some Brahmin with an evil heart can suspend his inner dirty thoughts. That's why the name of our #1 space elevator is the Kenwood. The spokesman went on to add. The entire room was instantly speechless. You call this ancient history? You've been around since the beginning of time? Even myths are involved? The group, however, could not field a rebuttal for the time being. After all, America's dad's country can take the Bible out and build a nation. How come China can't when it's just engaging in a scientific research project? You can write news crickets about HWA behind the scenes, but to question it on the spot is just purely looking for a punch in the face. But all said and done, back to the question itself. Isn't there something wrong with this China? How come they suddenly got into aviation, and at such a fast pace? Is Huaxia trying to seize air supremacy, occupying a dominant position in space? Before this reporter could finish his question, he was interrupted. We, Huaxia, are a peace-loving country, and as long as no one violates us, it is absolutely impossible for us to do anything similar to the Eagle Sauce hegemony. Our Kenwood ship can be used for space research and development, and at the same time, afterward, it will be adopted into the commercial operation of the private sector. In other words, everyone will have the opportunity to enter the space field after undergoing special training. This is a blessing for humanity all over the world. Please, some conspiracy nut can put his mind at rest. Of course, if once certain forces threaten manhwa, certain possibilities you are talking about may not be impossible to realize, the spokesman said ambiguously, but with a powerful undercurrent. The venue went straight to mute. Hwacha didn't deny it. He said it was possible. So, is it really possible? Some journalists subconsciously looked at the sky after leaving the venue. Would China take a shot at their heads someday? But after the news got out, the whole of China was abuzz. I have plants sprouting. A space elevator? Everyone can go to the sky? Could it be that the space age is about to be formed right before my eyes? Or is it being formed by our Hwacha? I just have one question. Is it true that you can't plant land above the moon? I'd like to ask the Chang'e fairy about it. After all, being able to grow cinnamon trees, maybe? Isn't that better than that old horse with some satellite chain? Send rockets every day and we'll just build the elevator. I just want to ask who the hell came up with this ghostwriting scheme. Who knows who came up with it or who designed it? However, when the Aviation Bureau issued an announcement about the space elevator, Lu Yu's name surged back onto the hot search. The chief designer of the space elevator. Lu Yu. My god. It's not that Lu Yu again. Is it? Is this okay? Earth can no longer accommodate academician Lu Yu's footsteps, so he has gone into space. Burn. I just love to see those foreigners dumbfounded. This is our China. All I'm asking now is when it will be finished. And I want to go skating on the moon now. Not only at home, but even abroad. We're shocked by the news. Big Hair and Second Hair are still fighting for their lives. The oil region's Bible-taking nation builders are still snapping at each other's piñatas with their camel brothers. You're telling me you guys went to space? Is this world not the same? Are we in the same world? Why can't our country have a great man like Lu Yu? It's a hot phrase on the top of the tube. These days, pictures of the space elevator are literally exploding. And there are even people squatting on the pictures released by NASA every day to see the process. Netizens around the globe have converged here to discuss it out loud. Lu Yu had become a mythical figure in their hearts. But at the same time, there is still a chorus of sing-songy characters online in the country. And not a few. And there is a trend of increasing numbers. Why? Because it's not finished being built. It's not finished. It's starting to climax up now. And when the eyes of the whole world look directly at the collapse, it'll be the world's joke. A bunch of people are literally doing everything they can to make a god. And based on current scientific materials and theories, there is no way this so-called space elevator can be accomplished. And my guess is that after the heat is over, it will be quietly unknown someday. As long as this Lu Yu doesn't show up. I don't believe there is such a person. And I don't even believe it when he does show up. This person just doesn't exist at all. It's just a concept created by these yellowskin trash in your country in order to create a god. A bunch of fools are really easy to coax. Just say what it is and you guys really believe it. It's ridiculous. They didn't just disbelieve in the space elevator. They attacked the space elevator and incidentally attacked Lu Yu. And dig up all the previous deeds and bring out again some of the rumors that have supposedly been debunked. That's how people have a herd mentality, and it's easy to have conspiracy theory ideas and then get carried away. Because everyone actually has a dark side in their heart. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, which is most often the case. So this argument, despite being spewed by many patriots, is still very marketable and very much alive, because they have a very straightforward theory to back it up. The space elevator wasn't built, and they can pull all sorts of crooked theories about how you just can't build it right. Secondly, Lu Yu hasn't shown up, which is their best weapon. In this way, they are invincible. That's why the patriots on the internet are extremely outraged, but they don't know how to refute it. And it was at this time that Hawksbane did something else. Chapter 47, Crossing the Atmosphere. Success. After a comprehensive assessment by our America's FBI Intelligence Division, it was confirmed that Lu Yu on the Chinese side does not have a real human presence. It's simple. However, it has triggered world-class volatility. On the one hand, it's a direct and powerful weapon for those who like to give America a blowjob. America's FBI not? They said that Lu Yu, this person, does not exist at all. It's even more orgasmic-like for some of the country-hating parties. And this announcement from Eagle Sauce is insidious. He only said that the person Lu Yu didn't exist. He didn't say if these results were true. So most people just ignore this most intuitive issue. If this person doesn't exist, then how did all this stuff come out? Is there someone else in Hua? Or is China stealing my America's advanced technology and inventions through some other conspiracy? Or, why is there such a big god-making campaign on the part of China? He doesn't even say it. Just this one simple declarative sentence. This leaves room for countless reveries. What had originally started a wave of Chinese space fever in foreign countries turned out to be once again dominated by conspiracy theories. What Luoyu does not exist. What South China Sea Chinese military exercises are actually fake. And what about Goldbach's conjecture, which has not been proven at all? The Alzheimer's drug is also completely non-existent. Wait, how black is black? No reason at all. If you can add a bit of plausible specialized terminology, you can fool around. Again, these articles, or discourses, were reprinted within China. It becomes like a Bible in the hands of some sheepdogs, shouting what they think is the truth. With the fermentation of public opinion, in just 2 days, originally the name Luoyu still carries a certain degree of exaltation, but now it's become a situation where everyone's fighting. It's as if as soon as you say Luoyu, you are inferior, you have no intelligence, and you are a dog being led by the nose. Even teasingly, you're way ahead of the game. So what am I talking to you about? Similar to you're in a hurry kind of thing. Engaged for Luoyu touting, and patriotic group of people, direct pass mouth. They can't analyze where it's right or wrong, even questioned as a result. Some of the waverers joined right inside that army of Bibles. We can't let public opinion go on like this. Luoyu is the hero of our Chinese nation. There's no doubt about that, Sun Lao said in the meeting, angrily slapping the table board. Of course, that's for sure. That's why we haven't released information about academician Luoyu in order to treat his condition in advance. In the last time, we also just explained the situation. Thought it would get better. I didn't expect this group of people to become more and more unbridled and wild. Another old man with a general star was also furious. But now is still not the best time to announce it. One of the slightly younger officers opened his mouth and scanned the room before continuing. The space elevator project has been progressing very quickly though, and the predictions are also very optimistic. But as long as it hasn't been built for a day, then they have 1,000 reasons to deny it. Secondly, academician Luoyu is very young, and is inside a serious illness, which could be resuscitated at any time. And not to mention the disturbing factor, the outside world will believe it? Will believe that such a critically ill patient can have so much scientific research? Sun Lao's face was red with anger. Are we just going to let them discredit us like this? No, 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 of course not. Time, soon, if and when the space elevator is completed. It's bound to be a global hit. It's useless how they hack it. As long as the space elevator project is completed, they won't be able to find any points to question. Attacking academician Luoyu himself won't have any foothold. And at that time, we'll reveal Mr. Luoyu's identity. A direct live broadcast. It can dispel all doubts. If, by then, Mr. Luoyu has another new scientific research project that succeeds, that would be the best. The young officer was a little embarrassed even as he spoke. Although Luoyu has been highly productive, but after all, the serious illness dying. The last time there was also a violent metastasis of cancer cells. Almost people are gone. Also have people come up with a new completed research project. It's so dehumanizing any way you put it, but it really is one of the most desirable. Regardless of whether academician Luoyu can come up with a new scientific research project, we must do him justice. Heroes, you can't shed blood and tears. Our own heroes, we will protect them ourselves. If we can't even protect such heroes, who will guard our country? I declare that the moment the matter of the space elevator is completed, it can be announced directly to the world. I believe that our own people in China will have their own judgment. The old man at the top of the list opened his mouth and sealed the deal. No one else had more to say. And no matter what the online, inside reality is about these squabbles, the height of the space elevator is increasing by the day, and faster than ever. The state, for its part, is also riveted and tilted to resource mobilization. Didn't you say we couldn't do it? Then we'll show you. In the beginning, there was still a lot of bickering and singing, but as the heights got higher, the skeptical voices couldn't help but stop. This isn't really going to work out for them, is it? They're still building. They're still building. Are they really going to fly off the planet? Definitely not. Just the atmospheric barrier. The pull of Earth's gravity and space's gravity is impossible to get through. I'm telling you, no material of this caliber exists to consistently carry the pull right now. High above, between several satellites, and below the atmosphere, there are also warplanes delivering material. By this time, progress had slowed down. The reason is also simple. It's not because of the materials, but because of the current delivery technology. For the most basic builds there is already a certain level of difficulty. However, the people who worked on this project were riveted. Why not? We have to do it. Last meter. The astronauts inside the Tiangong are now transformed into master command operators. He was also incredibly nervous. He wasn't sure if it would work or not, but at this point, there was no turning back. With the top of the screen, the arrangement of materials and artifacts slowly completed. The height of the space elevator It really broke through the atmosphere. It worked. We did it. The astronauts inside the Tiangong said with incomparable excitement. Hiss, it's actually come true. That is to say, it is now possible to directly enter space from the ground. By taking this space elevator, there was no need to release any announcement information at all, and the major space agencies around the world fell into dead silence. Chapter 48, Lu Yu is awake? Lu Yu is going to be interviewed. How? How on earth did he do that? A deathly silence fell inside the NASA Aviation Bureau. Breaking the silence was an old America spaceman who couldn't believe it. Inside the field of spaceflight, it's amazing that after the defeat of the woolly bear, there would be a rise of the upstart Wahini. The point is that it also really outdoes America. It was unacceptable to him. You have to know that this country, Huaxia, was mercilessly teased by NASA in the old days when it wanted to develop spaceflight. 20 years ago, China had asked to join the European Space Agency ESA, requesting to work together on the moon landing, or some activities in the space field. As a result, after cheating China out of hundreds of millions of euros, they also kicked China out. When Huaxia was just accepting alien launches from the outside world, America pretended to be kind enough to let Huaxia take the order. In reality, it was the satellite itself that was faulty and caused the launch to fail. It ended up dropping China's international reputation for space satellite launches by far too much. Along the way, America was always way ahead. The European Space Agency also viewed the whole of China with a teasing look. But watch how you catch up. I can understand if you catch up. I'm doing some kind of satellite blockade, some kind of technological interdiction, so you develop your own. But the technology is all here, and I can live with you catching up with mine. But who are you to surpass me? What gives you the right to go ahead of me? The point is, there's not a shadow of technology in this area, either in America Eagle Sauce or over in Europe. Wakovia's one and done. Could it be that China is really going to have a world-class hegemony? Going to take over the heights and prepare for a world war? Someone suddenly spoke up and asked. Over at the European Space Agency, there was the same silence. How can this be? I don't recognize this Huaxia. This is definitely not something Huaxia messed up right. This is America, right? An old white-bearded man questioned his subordinates like crazy. That's really what Huaxia did. How is that possible? How can any material remain strong even after being torn at high altitude? In Eagle Jam territory, there was one other person who was deeply shaken. That would be Eagle Jam's old horse. The same can be said of Old Horse of Eagle Sauce. Extremely good at marketing and certainly understandable to some as an idealist. He wants to do a space travel program, launching satellites that form star chains. And what about the Mars immigration program? It all sounds awesome. Including his launching of rockets was able to get the world's attention. In fact, he himself knows very well that he is just occupying some near space territory, and is far from being able to achieve commercial realization. However, Huaxia was silent, and no corresponding program had ever appeared before, but Wachovia did. The formation of this space elevator had, in a sense, announced that his Starlink plan had been a complete failure. He is completely uncompetitive. When he finishes setting it up and launches the real commercialization, there's no telling what day it will be. Still rocketing up there. People get right into the elevator and whoosh up. He was a smart man, and just from some information from the outside world he had already keenly judged that even if he was able to make it now, he would not be able to compete. Why? Because the costs are simply not in the same order of magnitude. Who the hell is this Lu Yu? The old horse sighed with a look of despair. He had a feeling that his stock market was bound to plummet tomorrow. Immediately, declare the Starlink program a failure. No announcement. Let's stall for a little time. In addition, immediately make contact with the Chinese officials. If possible, I hope that the agency writes outside of China. Run by us. I'm going to make a great space elevator program. As long as the Chinese officials can cooperate with us, we are not considered a failure. He keenly grasped the hope within. This is bound to be a huge market. It's not just the rich. According to the HWA promotion law, surely it can allow civilians to have a chance as well. This allows him to do a graded operation. What with the luxury class? What with the civilian barn? Etc. Once you get it up, hey, business is up. Mom simply gave a nod to her own intelligence. But soon, his assistant received an official reply from Huaxia. There are no plans for a commercial yet. The old horse is stupid. Why don't you have a business plan if it's so lucrative? Quickly, arrange a ticket for me to China immediately. I want to go to the talks in person. Trust me, they will definitely agree. Big deal. I'll set up a headquarters in China. Also, if there is a chance, I must visit Mr. Lu Yu. This can be put in the first place. Anything else can be relegated to the back burner. Of course, provided that Mr. Lu Yu is willing to see me. For the first time in his life, the old horse was born with such a lack of confidence. But it couldn't be helped. The current Lu Yu is just too mysterious. Huaxia. At this time the entire Chinese network was already abuzz, and the breakthrough into space was in the form of a full live broadcast. In other words, millions of people in China witnessed this with their own eyes. But even at this point in time, the sheepdogs are still working diligently to maintain their integrity. Still holding one. This still doesn't tell us anything. This could be the work of countless workers. Why should it rest on one particular person? If this man really exists, why can't he show up? I still suspect that this is a fake show, because it's just not possible. Neither ESA nor NASA has issued a congratulatory message. This is an advancement for all mankind, so it's doubtful. It must be a fake. And in the conference room, countless people were incredibly energized, especially Elder Sun, who was at the head of the group, was even more excited. It became again. This can only be described as too good to be true. He was tempted to just explode, to vent their inner excitement. What's the situation on Mr. Lu Yu's side now? Someone spoke up and asked. Sun Lao's expression was solemn. He knew that this was the main event. Be sure to let everyone know that it was Lu Yu who did all this. He is not questioned by anyone. There is no sign of awakening yet. The contact's face was slightly sullen as he shook his head and opened his mouth. Should we miss such a great opportunity? The old man at the head of the group said with a frown. I've already contacted the reporters. Not just the domestic ones, but also those foreign devil reporters. Humph. I just want to hit them hard in the face. Lu Yu is just able to do it. Sun Lao, however, said decisively. Just then, suddenly the sound of a phone call was conveyed in. What? Lu Yu is awake? Good. Great. Chapter 49, Old Ma himself as a reporter, willing to bend before Lu Yu. River City Hospital. The original was tightly controlled by countless shadowy guards. It didn't affect the people's ability to see the condition, but it was a fool's errand to get close to where Lu Yu was. Even busy doctors and nurses go in and are screened at every level. Every one of these doctors and nurses has been through the investigation. This isn't the intensive care unit anymore. It's literally the intensive care within the intensive care. Moreover, the hospital side had directly vacated a building in order to better treat and protect Lu Yu. At that moment, outside the building's door, a group of reporters waited in anticipation. The country's asses are coming in straight and asses are coming in crooked. There were also many media reporters from overseas and so on. Just then, a man winds up coming over. He held up the microphone and walked down the stairs with an incredibly exuberant look on his face. A group of reporters immediately glared at the eyes. No, how is your old horse the image of a reporter? Aren't you the richest man in the world? Yes, that's right. This is Mr. Eagle Sauce Lao Ma, who just landed in China. He had just landed on the ground when he heard about this Lu Yu public event. The first thing he wanted was the identity of a reporter from one of his family's newspapers. He had originally given it a try. After all, the official Chinese audit might not pass, and he didn't have time to apply for a press card. I didn't realize that Huaxia had passed. It made him ecstatic and he came over without stopping. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Old Ma? Why are you here? Are you also here to see Mr. Lu Yu? May I ask if you think the character of Mr. Lu Yu exists? Anyway, the interview has not yet begun. The old horse personally to come itself is a big news. A pair of reporters at once held up the microphone and asked, the richest man in the world, to be a reporter to personally interview this mysterious researcher. That's a rather brainless question, and I refuse to answer brainless questions. The old horse said directly and nonchalantly. No brains? Do you mean that this is clearly a show? You don't recognize Mr. Lu Yu as officially announced by Huaxia? But there are journalists who are very good at nitpicking and twisting meanings. Old Ma instantly angrily rebuked. I am saying that you have no brains. If there was such a powerful team in Huaxia, he would have appeared long ago. There's someone's codename in Huaxia. Would he be willing with such great fame and fortune? If it were me, I'd rather die than do any more research and have my results eaten by others. Much less will there be anyone at a higher level than Mr. Lu Yu. Therefore, I firmly believe that Mr. Lu Yu just exists. Musk grabbed the reporter and chopped his head off. He was a spontaneous person to begin with, and this group of people were about to run into his guns. So of course he wasn't going to be polite about it, when the reporter still wanted to ask questions. At this time, a group of people and other people in the distance quickly walked over. Coming. All the reporters' eyes lit up. The old horse directly opened the live stream of his Twitter X, then revealed his big face, looking incredibly excited. The ones coming towards us right now, it's the official Huaxia, the management team responsible for docking with Mr. Lu Yu. We are about to go along with the officials to meet Mr. Lu Yu. I'm so excited right now. I think Mr. Lu Yu is like the me in my dream. Omnipotent. There is no problem in this world that can be difficult for him. A lot of people are curious about him, and so am I. I wish there would have been more people with me to witness this moment in history. As soon as old Ma opened his mouth, without even finishing his words, hundreds of thousands of people had already flooded into the live broadcast room. After all, the old horse is a big networker himself. Add to that the heat of the space elevator, and the heat of the name Lu Yu. In no time at all, it had broken into the millions. It's over. Old Ma was tricked. He really believed it. How can this be possible with this kind of technology? Where's your brain? This is a scam. Old Ma, you'll be disappointed. What the hell, Lu Yu? They must have officially couldn't handle the pressure. They just found a random person. Just like I predicted. I guess it's better to find someone who's terminally ill and dying. You can't confirm that at all. No one in the live room believed it at all. On the extranet, there's too much bandwagoning. The so-called publicist, Shepard's position, has a wide berth out there. On the Chinese side, it was directly broadcast live by the Central Mom's 7 Sets, the Science and Technology channel. The viewing public is directly in the hundreds of millions on this TV and online. We're finally going to meet academician Lu Yu. Academician must live forever. Be in good health. Now it's time to punch those barking dogs in the face. Just you wait. Fine. I'm ready to counterattack anytime now. Those who output against the wind are resilient in the face of this outcry. And I wonder if they've been given a raise. Remember, the last live event? Some Amelika was going to bend across the street and ended up making a scandal that was witnessed by hundreds of millions of people. Not only was there no comeback, but they were evicted by someone else. I bet it's still the same as that one. Still making a fool of itself. Making an international fool of itself. You guys really think the old horse believes that, don't you? He's here to personally poke holes in the lies. That's the spirit of pursuing the truth. That's scientific research. Instead of looking at your boasting, Sun Lao headed quickly stopped in front of reporters. I know that people all over the world want to meet academician Lu Yu. Academician Lu Yu has not been showing up is actually very simple. His body has problems. Not too long ago, he was in a car accident and hemorrhaged. And he has advanced pancreatic cancer. It has spread massively. Lu Yu Primal has to go through extremely painful treatments every day. We hope to give him a quiet environment to heal. He has really done so much for us. He is a hero of our huaxia. We won't allow anyone to denigrate him. So, this time, I'm taking you all along to witness this great scientific scholar of ours, academician Lu Yu. As the gate opened, a group of people and others came in with immense excitement and anticipation. Old Ma was particularly active, and he went straight to the front. A quick trip to the ward followed. Through the ward, the crowd saw an extremely young man, lying on a hospital bed, hanging from an oxygen tank, struggling to get up at the moment. Help me up. I, for one, want to do research. Boom. Audiences around the world blew up. No one even believes it anymore. On the one hand, it's been guessed by so many people that say it ends up being pushed on a patient that you can't verify it. On the other hand, Lu Yu was simply too young. This is really Mr. Lu Yu? Academician Lu Yu? Old Ma was even more surprised as he turned his head to look at Sun Lao and asked. Even his sanity was a little shaken at this point. It's really incredible. That's right. He's Mr. Lu Yu. Chapter 50, he really is a god. A god who was left behind on Earth. Didn't this scene appear to break the public opinion that had been so skeptical? Instead, the skepticism was amplified. Even those who were sensible had to start wondering at this moment. Lu Yu was simply too young. Young is excessive. And so seriously ill. There is really no reason not to be skeptical. Isn't this Lu Yu the student inside that national university we found first? I remember he hasn't graduated with a doctorate yet, right? The whole person's curriculum vitae I checked. Completely blank. Only the university examination. To the doctoral degree of some results, but never graduated. And even delayed graduation of a person if a genius. His curriculum vitae should not be blank. Genius even if he was unknown before being discovered. But he was in the National University of Mathematics professor under the door for 8 years. His professor these 8 years are little cute. I'm now certain that this must be the creation of a god in huaxia. If there are still people who believe it, then I can only question your intelligence. Advanced pancreatic cancer plus a car accident perfectly fits the end result of this public opinion oriented. As long as Lu Yu is dead, everything can be shrugged off on Lu Yu. Death without proof. Disappointed. Sorry. Still treating us like cuties up there. You didn't have to fool us even if you didn't want to tell us. The pop-ups from people who were incredibly excited a moment ago were starting to thin out. The questionable pop-ups are already all over the place. Is this really Mr. Lu Yu? It's that academician Lu Yu? He proved Goldbach's conjecture and developed a special drug for Alzheimer's disease? And the latest space elevator is also from him? Old Ma wasn't confident anymore. He opened his mouth and asked. Also asked in lieu of all the internet users. Sun Lao, however, remained firm. Yes, that's right. This is the backbone of our huaxia, the hero of our huaxia. I know many people don't believe it, but the facts will prove it to you. Elder Sun led the people into the room, but all of them didn't open their mouths to speak, only silently following behind and looking at the young man. It was a pity in some people's hearts that such a young man had become a tool to be used. Others were wondering what Lu Yu was up to. There is also speculation that this time the Chinese officials, how are they going to step down? Old Ma was also a smart man, and by this time, like everyone else, he didn't really believe in this fact anymore. He was now more interested in seeing how the Chinese side would round up this lie. And to what extent is he going to give back HWA a voice without causing offense to everyone? It doesn't matter if the characters or events are true or false, but space elevators are real. Lu Yu had obviously noticed the arrival of these people, but he didn't even put it on his mind and didn't even bother to greet Sun Lao. Every time he woke up, it was endless physical torture for him. And there's a lot going on with the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor this time around. He had to grab every minute to perfect the results for himself. A slew of cameras were filming without affecting Lu Yu, and everyone could see the catheters on Lu Yu's body and the data on those vital signs. Everyone could realize that this young man really didn't have long to live. Instead, he tapped firmly on the computer. It's not like he's faking it. He's really in pain. But with his perseverance he's tapping away at the computer and doing research. Could it really be that he made it? This is just unbelievable. But the skeptical voices continue to say, do you believe I can hand rub fusion? Or do you believe he's a master of scientific research? If his illness wasn't faked, the scientific results were. No one can hold out against the pain of advanced pancreatic cancer. This is posing. Dare you to show us the results? Skeptical pop-ups screamed that the Chinese side must not dare to come up with real results straight away. Or even if you come up with results, you'll be switched. Sun Lao came out this time to break the skepticism, and he certainly knew all the public opinion movements. He didn't bother to argue, waved his hand, and the camera that had been prepared behind Lu Yu's hospital bed long before was turned on. Soon, everyone was able to clearly see Lu Yu's fingers tapping one word at a time, forming statements, drawings, patterns and so on the computer. The entire process was conducted under the eyes of the globe. Exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. Holy, this is ready to build aliens? Is there a big guy who knows what he's talking about to explain the veracity of the whole thing? It's so fierce, even if it's just a posed shot. The whole time I was admiring Lu Yu, he kind of put his life on the line for a lie. And it's rumored that he's still an orphan. Even those questioning pop-ups couldn't go above a personal attack to impact on Lu Yu anymore. One can only find complementary reasons from other perspectives. I can tell you from the perspective of my mechanical design program. I can't understand this content. It's not that this content is wrong, but it's too profound. It's already reached the limit of what I simply can't research and detect. Scalp numbness. This person really has something. This paper, if it appears, then all the previous rumors can be busted. This person is really scary. No wonder I heard that Eagle Sauce has a direct bounty of $100 million on the darknet. If it were me, I would also want him to die immediately. I can't sleep with this kind of person alive. Public opinion has begun to reverse. As more and more experts in mechanical engineering, or in the field of kinetic energy, and so on a series of professors come out to prove it, there is less and less room for skepticism. Could it be that he's going to design all about exoskeleton mechanical battle armor today? Is he still human? Netizens were beyond shocked and even in awe. Those who were swayed by some rumors are now itching to slap themselves a few times. What kind of trash am I that I dare judge such bigots on the internet? Who am I to judge others? I'm going to die, okay? Mom, don't ask me why I'm on my knees watching the broadcast. However, Sun Lao is also very straightforward in some key data aspects, and some key verification places, directly on the mosaic. But these people can't get out of their questioning voices anymore. Even each and every one of them had a vigorous and beating heart that beat with the ebb and flow of Lu Yu's fingertips. They saw the sweat at the corner of Lu Yu's forehead, and his pale face, even if it was the pure black sun of charge. At this time, he only saw the light shining from Lu Yu's body. He really is God. It's a God that was left behind on Earth. What kind of people are we questioning? What the hell are we doing? And at this time, Lu Yu suddenly planted his whole body forward without any weakness. Blood spurted from inside his nose. The face was like gold paper. Shifu, elder brother. Jiang Yan shrieked and hugged Lu Yu, crying out in pain. Inside the medical room, even Sun Lao and Old Ma rushed up with great alarm. However, Lu Yu, who had just been helped up, had a firm look in his eyes and shook off the bystander's hand. Quick, my time. There's not much left. I can't leave an incomplete scientific study. Otherwise, I'll die in peace. Chapter 51, Exoskeleton Mechanical Battle Armor. Liftoff. Every single person in the room is a human being. Each one is a flesh and blood human being. Even those who came to the interview with ulterior motives were shaken by this scene at this moment. Every single one of them was stirred up. His name is Lu Yu. He is a pure research scholar. It's really him. Doing this in silence. He even publicized the patents he obtained and gave them to the state. Just so more people can get him better. I apologize for the skepticism that lurked in my mind earlier. I don't feel qualified to judge such a committed scientist. The old horse wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes without a trace, then uttered extremely firm words. From today, I will donate $1 billion for all scientific research scholars around the world. If scientific research makes it impossible for you to secure your living conditions, then let me help you live. I seldom go to worship a person, but Lu Yu, I think he should be my idol. Although this paper has not been verified for authenticity, according to my team, I have concluded that there will be no problems with this scientific research. The old horse concluded. After a moment of silence online, the pop-ups had exploded. Remember what that old man said? He is our hero. It's our backbone. I knew it. How can the person who researched a potent Alzheimer's drug be questioned by you, academician Lu Yu? No, this is a national scholar. Please rest. You rest for better scientific research. The nationalist is unrivaled. Those celebrity idols, those so-called rich people take a look. And those who question, do you have hearts or not? Are your hearts black? Cry. I'll cry directly and violently. It's not just the emojis on the pop-ups crying. It's the living, breathing people behind the countless pop-ups crying out in pain. Those who live under this heaven and earth cannot help but be moved by this scene, including the millions of netizens on the old horse's side. Finally, Lu Yu typed out the last of his exposition and then lay down. Lu Yu held Jiang Yan and Sun Lao tightly. What do you want? You say, Sun Lao said with reddened eyes, a scene he had seen many times before, but each time, it couldn't hold up. I'm the same as before. I'm going to dedicate the patent to my country. This blow completely struck the hearts of all Chinese people. There is nothing more that can be said to question it. He is who he is. He is Lu Yu. He is the creator of those scientific studies. Sun Lao nodded heavily, then rushed to the camera and said, we'll let academician Lu Yu take a good rest. And next, I'll take this thesis statement and produce this scientific research under the eyes of all of you. Unbelievable. They actually went straight to production without any questioning or verification. This is for Mr. Lu Yu, who has immense confidence. The old horse was emotional and excited. He was a businessman. And once again he got extremely sharp business news from Lu Yu's expository essay and his own team of assistant experts. Exoskeletal mechanical battle armor. To put it bluntly, it can help humans do a lot of things they can't. It can extend the function of the body to a great extent, like legs, like hands. This first purpose, of course, must be in the direction of single combat. That is, it makes a warrior immensely powerful. So, it's all combat ready. How about making it a civilian version, like those with disabilities, those with broken limbs? Although there are now some prosthetics and such, they can only be used as a support. Doing it right is just a better fit for the human body. But this exoskeleton mechanical battle armor is different. And if made in a simplified version, it's simply the perfect human limb replacement. It was so much more advanced than the brain machine he was making now. I don't know how much more advanced it was. Once it can be popularized, the profits from this are simply incalculable. But what is even more alarming to the old horse is that Lu Yu completely abandoned the patent and still gave it to the country of Huaxia. He couldn't understand this idea of family and country, but was still greatly shocked. In his opinion, personal property was inviolable. But this kind of person who rushes so high as to give up his own interests shocks his heart beyond measure. After Lu Yu rests, a doctor is in charge of his care. As for Elder Sun and the others, they led a group of media directly into the top research lab of a certain military department. Here you can see the end result. All were busy understanding and analyzing Lu Yu's thesis statement to the point where it finally came to fruition. Everyone was put into the hustle and bustle to accomplish this creation. The time was already getting to be 3 days. During that time, the live streaming didn't stop at all. The old horse wasn't even willing to put together any details of the building. Even though they couldn't see the detailed data, everything was constructed in the direction of Lu Yu. This is just mind-numbing. Old Ma feels that he has never worked so hard when he was the poorest, and he only sleeps 3 hours a day, which is the assistant substitute broadcasting. The rest of the time it was the old horse himself, who personally watched this one go from exposition to fruition. It worked. Suddenly, inside the lab, a young expert suddenly shouted loudly. The sound simply pulled everyone's attention back. Old Ma, who was just about to rest, came to life and climbed up to get over to him, only to see that a Chinese warrior stood within the arena. Then, as one exoskeleton mech was fitted down on him, The whole person, incarnated as a robot. Land battle armor 000 is ready. Please advise. The warrior turned around and saluted at Sun Lao and the others, his voice coming from inside the battle armor. Sun Lao's face was full of excitement, nodding his head repeatedly. Good, good, good. Please have the land battle armor 000 officially enter the preparatory experiment phase. Soon they moved in the direction of a huge clearing. Begin training. At Sun Lao's command, the warrior's full body mech was instantly activated. A dull sound then came from within. Take off. Boom. The mech lifted off in an instant, soaring thousands of meters above the sky. Those standing below could only see a tiny black dot. Landing. Jet. Accelerate. Fire coverage. A statistic. A performance. Directly seen by the world. Shocking. Sensational. This exoskeleton mechanical battle armor was so strong. The world's landscape. It's about to change. All the Chinese people who saw this scene had scalps in their hearts at this moment. This was just one person. And at this rate, it was no less than those anime and such that I had seen before. Even far stronger than those anime say. With his fierce speed and even that single fire network. How dare you say he's just a single soldier? If all the military warriors in China had such an army of warriors. Hiss. Everyone was so excited they almost peed. Chapter 52, Eagle Sauce wants restrictions? You are not qualified. Is this really just a single combat weapon? The old horse's eyes were in a trance as he watched the sky above move back and forth and project fire inside the designated area. It's too sci-fi, too unrealistic. How could this possibly be possible? This must be your recorded PS video, right? This can't be real, right? The pop-ups blew up too. Originally, this brand new weapon would never have been announced to the public, but because of Lu Yu, everyone had to give Lu Yu a proof. Elder Sun and the others were also forceful and directly allowed all these images to be published, as long as the core data remained in their hands, and all the key nodes of envisioning and conceptualizing were on the Chinese side. It was enough. When they saw it, they could only be envious and jealous, and Xia, already a step ahead. No, it should be long beyond today. Is this really a network of firepower that one person can set up and do? In the future, really one person can overthrow a country. What country other than the P5 can resist this single weapon? No, except for the last three. I don't think any country can really resist in bulk. All it takes is one squad to do a complete tilt-a-whirl crush. The mere sight of it was enough to shock netizens across the globe. What tanks? What airplanes? All pale in comparison at this moment. Such a single combat weapon, for the mere fact of flying at low altitude, is something that is more difficult for many fighters to do, because it's so fast. Sometimes flying low takes a big risk, but flying low is, in itself, a way means of avoiding radar. It might have been risky before, but once the single combat weapon came out, flying from a low altitude, you have no discretion at all, and by the time he does show up, he's already killing through a field, even breezing through combat objectives. Now, it's into the sci-fi era, isn't it? The old horse gulped. From what he had seen for himself, he was already worried about the future of America. A weapon like this, once it gets to scale, is simply impossible to contain. Even, as far as he could predict from looking at all the production operations, the cost of this build was high. But for these great powers, it's not worth it. In other words, as long as Huaxia was willing, he could produce a steady stream of combat mechs. And to operate a mech, all it takes is a person who has gone through simple training. Unless nuclear weapons are used, a direct indiscriminate attack by nuclear weapons, that's 1,000 kills and 800 losses. It's even a self-inflicted loss of 3,000. It's that simple. The future battle landscape will definitely change because of this thing. I'd rather you tell me we're watching a science fiction movie right now, but that's the truth. But the netizens of Huaxia are already in an unbelievable frenzy. This is a real sci-fi mech. Excuse me, is there still a chance for me to ask to enlist as a mech soldier now? Mecha. Every man's dream. I feel like we can step into space. It's the space age. It's over. I feel like we, ordinary people, are already really only a number. Putting on a mecha. He's superhuman. We're going to build 1 billion mechs. Let every Chinese person wear their own mecha. They were beyond excited. In particular, some people climbed to the extranet and saw the shocking remarks of those on the extranet, and their hearts were more than happy. It's cool. It's so cool. It used to be all about us catching up all the time. In learning, even when we were the best, we were still walking in someone else's way. But not now. We are the one. No one else is. Everyone has to envy me. Huaxia. This track, I declare, is invincible. And the video of the day's recording went wildly viral all over the world. But soon, those European and American netizens realized that the videos had suddenly disappeared, not even talking about it anymore. A set of photos released by the officials followed, purposefully editing certain combat horrors out of the picture. We have long been able to see, in the East, the evil that they have been harboring. They have never ceased the expansion of their ambitions. So, Asia, especially the East Asian countries, you all need to be careful. Most likely, you will become their testing ground. We, the whole world, should unite and boycott Huaxia. Not only the Eagle Sauce Media, Blast Furnace Chicken, John Cow, Hans Cat, etc. A series of major Western media, all unified thesis, all push down the Chinese threat theory, resolutely boycott the use of exoskeleton battle mechs by Huaxia. I demand that the people of the world boycott demand that Huaxia ban its use, a certain islander said in a loud appeal. This mech looks to be the technology that has flowed out of our stick country. I demand that Huaxia return our technology. The next door neighbor, Stick, also stepped forward with impatience. Finally, Eagle Jam's White House spokesman said outright, "We have profound concerns about this technology." And Lu Yu, as the inventor of this thing, I question him as a pure research scholar. He's a devil of a researcher. Whether it's his nanoflying blades, space elevators, or exoskeleton combat mechs, they are all extremely powerful and lethal. We demand a trial for Lu Yu. We urge the Chinese side to make this technology public as soon as possible. Submit it to our Eagle Sauce for review. Ensure that it's safe and then negotiate. Also, I suggest that an exoskeleton mechanical war armor society be formed. We demand that Huaxia come over as soon as possible. The netizens of Huaxia simply laughed at it. This one's heart was almost in his face. Even if it's an island country, this stick is really consistent and good tradition. It's really good style. And Eagle Sauce in turn is the truthful one. Not that he wanted to ask Huaxia for it. He was robbing. And what a consistent routine. What a meeting. What a nuclear arms protection agreement or something like that. To put it bluntly, to be able to create a set of rules for China to fall into, once it's really agreed. There are so many ways to be disgusting. Ha ha, just don't give it to them. Just love it when they loathe us and cant us over. My suggestion is to go straight for a technology blockade from now on. What a conference. We don't even care to attend. The official reply of Huaxia is a relief to all Huaxians. According to what we have learned, the current exoskeleton mechanical battle armor is only possessed by my country, China. Even if there were to be some kind of restricted meeting, I think we'd be the only country allowed to participate. My suggestion is to hopefully have our fellow travelers. Chapter 53, New Project, Dormant Chamber Project. Translated, it means, you guys haven't even developed it yet. You're not qualified to talk to me. Come talk to me when you guys figure it out. It's like the 2 nukes Hawksbane gave to the island when he had them and you didn't. So it's a 5-way tie. Then you concede. Now I do. You don't. Be honest and go home and farm by yourselves. We were denied an audience by the Chinese side? Old Ma's intention to commercialize an exoskeleton mechanical battle armor was dismissed outright within the hotel. He wasn't overly disappointed though. He had long since seen that it wasn't a simple thing, and had even become a worldwide scramble. Really get a civilian version. I guess the ordinary people do not used to. Is the world scrambled to buy research materials? Then we'll wait for the space elevator project. The old horse exclaimed. At this moment, he once again remembered Lu Yu who was in his hospital bed. At this moment, he couldn't say anything other than admiration. This is totally purely a research scholar. And the top brass of the Huaxia military had already held a meeting overnight. This program should not have been broadcast live. This effect is just too good. It can totally become my Huaxia's secret weapon. An old man exclaimed. I think before, our issued a generation, engaged in the 2nd generation, research 3 generations, the theory of 4 generations. It hurt him a little to send the latest straight away. It's not in the tradition of the fine collection of flower growers. However, he only lamented that this time it was important to prove for Lu Yu. After this one, it completely silenced all the skepticism. The heat of the video of exoskeleton machinery standing on the street within China has long been unknown. Even a dog in the countryside could have been passed over in his sleep by a boss passing by to swipe a video into its head in a vile form. For Lu Yu, there was now nothing but reverence. I think that academician Lu Yu deserves better medical treatment. He should never die. He's not just a hero. It's also our national treasure. It was sent to us from heaven, and a descent into our more than 100 years of backward history. We were blessed with back-to-back knees and finally won a turnover. Many people are advocating that Lu Yu be given the best treatment and conditions to heal. But someone soon picked up on Lu Yu's team of attending doctors. Ruyan Lu, genius first aid specialist. And it's renowned in both China and Eagle Jam. Each of the other picks is a well-known top expert at home and abroad. The state is already doing its best to save it. I heard the news that Lu Yu has been dying many times. Only that he couldn't let go of the scientific research in his heart. And every time he relied on his will to survive and pulled through. but every time he's awakened, he's demanded scientific research, as if nothing but scientific research could fit in his eyes anymore. Now I just want to ruthlessly whip those who question academician Lu Yu. Didn't they say that all geniuses have traces? This is the trace of genius. Genius grew up in an orphanage and walked step by step through the university with the support of the state, dragged around by unscrupulous professors for 8 years before graduating with a PhD. Now it has been raked out that this Prof. Wukasin took up several papers of academician Lu Yu, and they were also given by him to his other students. How much aggravation did this teacher even realize that he had suffered when that foreigner from Princeton came before and proved Goldbach? When he entered the hospital, he was hit by a car accident and remained there until Goldbach's conjecture would be proved, with only one of his sisters always by his side. It's true love. That's all I can say. By this time, Wu Kusin, as well as the few elder brothers and sisters who came to the hospital earlier to call Lu Yu, were now completely drenched in sweat. This boomerang, I didn't expect it to hit me after all this time. What's wrong with these guys? Why is the choke pulling Black history? It was soon discovered that the National University had, not long before, this Wuxin math professor had been relieved of his professorial rank, and permanently expelled from National University, never to be hired. Those elder brothers who occupied Lu Yu's achievements were also de-enrolled. Great pleasure. Academician Lu Yu doesn't care. That's someone's generosity. But it doesn't mean we can't do it. National University's response was barely okay this time. But I still can't like you guys. National University is the top university in our country. The academic atmosphere is all like this. And at this time Lu Yu, the heart was always relieved. He received the news after the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor was successfully tested. Congratulations to the host. The exoskeleton mechanical battle armor argument verification was successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 days of life. Host's life expectancy today, 39 days. Currently out of the danger zone for the time being. Daily awake time has increased to 5 hours. Currently, the completion level of the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, 60%. Only 60% means no other rewards. But there are also surprises. The space elevator has broken through the atmosphere. Congratulations to the host. The Nano Flying Blade project is 90% complete. Receive a reward. A rare painkiller. Painkillers? Lu Yu's face was delighted. Finally, he had this. But it's a little too cheap. Just 1 grain. But in the spirit of detailed system production is necessarily under the principle of fine. This thing is definitely not simple. And it didn't even finish the Nano Flying Blade project until it broke through the atmosphere. It's already enough to prove the value of this medicine. But Lu Yu is sure he couldn't use it now. This can only be used for liver research papers when you are renewing yourself. If once the exposition is longer and one's body can't support it, one must use painkillers too. In fact, Lu Yu was eager to experience it now. It really hurts too much, even so many times. This pain is impossible to get used to. Congratulations, host, on your new research project. 1 random item treasure chest. The host can draw his own. Lu Yu froze. This time also got out of what new tricks out. He immediately chose to extract. Inside his interface, a white treasure chest appeared before his eyes. A violent flash of light followed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a scientific research project. Hibernation chamber project. That's it? The corner of Lu Yu's mouth twitched. He thought he was going to get something out of it. But when he took a closer look, he also realized that it wasn't simple. This is part of the technology of freezing the human body so that a person can hibernate inside a hibernation chamber. For example, a person gets sick and then the current medical technology means cannot save him. Then activate the hibernation chamber and wait 10 years, 100 years, to awaken him and perhaps save him. Chapter 54, Nobel Prize nominations? 5 nominations? One of the big difficulties with hibernation chambers lies in the fluid that fills them. This is because once the temperature drops to a very low level, the cellular fluid inside the body forms ice crystals. This ice crystal is formed due to the cytosol inside the cell as a base. Once it occurs, it directly destroys the conditions for the survival of the entire cell, thus leading to cell death. And the entire human body is exposed to this condition when it enters inside a dormant chamber. When hypothermia comes, all the cells of the whole person are threatened by ice crystals. Once the ice crystals appeared, it was a declaration of failure and the direct death of the body. So, it's down to a hibernation chamber filling fluid that will keep the body from going into an ice crystal state when it's super cold. And the cells can also survive at an extremely slow rate. How many times slower is equivalent to how many times the body slows down aging. So, once a dormant capsule can be successfully developed, it represents a change in human history. Even if there is an incurable disease, you can use a dormant pod to wait to see if there is a chance to save it in a later life. Of course, dormant pods will inevitably become a myth for some powerful, wealthy people to perpetuate their power, their wealth. But this was not something Lu Yu needed to think about right now. From the current point of view, once it can take shape, the changes to humanity will be huge. Even for voyages into space, it is a great assistance. The human body can travel inside space for longer periods of time. If in the case of insufficient speed, the vehicle carries the astronauts inside such dormant capsules to the universe, to the deeper ones. However, this hibernation chamber's filler fluid is clearly not a good thing to study. It's not even something that can be accomplished by one person at all. In a way, this is because of the areas that need to be covered, including the extremely complex and basic calculations and so on, all require extremely large financial resources to support, including manpower. It was a good thing that Lu Yu was in an academician-level research room. At least in terms of financial resources, he didn't need any of this at all. The only thing more to worry about is the possibility that he might be too busy to do it alone. But that wasn't something he needed to think about either, because he simply doesn't have that much time to research. And the outside world has not lost any of its enthusiasm for exoskeletal mechanical battle armor. The bottom line is that the official group of Nobel Prize winners, far away in Northern Europe, awarded the year's prize to Lu Yu. The only thing we feel sorry for is that we don't have a math prize in the Nobel Prize. Otherwise, with Mr. Lu Yu's achievements he could totally get the math prize too. At the interview stage, the spokesperson who was interviewed thought he was being humorous, but realizing that no one was picking up on it, he quickly skimmed over the question himself. What we want to know is, what kind of award is the Nobel official going to give to Mr. Lu Yu this time? Or what kind of nomination? A Chinese reporter quickly asked. In fact, there are definitely more than just those few Chinese who are eligible for the Nobel Prize in China. For example, Yang Lao won the Nobel Prize. That's the one who added to the glory of the Nobel Prize. As of now, he is one of the few remaining big shots in the world. He is also a figure who once survived the same era as Einstein and generated a dialogue. Even, it can be said that in the history of human physics, he is a person who ranks high. At one time, he was placed abroad to study the most profound theories of physics, but he was used as a weapon to attack and destroy him, saying that he would only come back when the country was well. Unbeknownst to them, in earlier decades, it was a series of Chinese-born researchers and scholars outside China such as Yang Lao who maneuvered around, and the physics of China had to lag behind for several more decades. It could be said that the start of modern physics in China could not be separated from the support of Yang Lao behind it. Others attacked and annihilated Yang Lao's private life. Unbeknownst to me, this is nothing more than a willing beauty trick. So are these really the only expats in China who have access? Not also. Just a very simple example. One of the co-founders of NASA. Does money old man need a Nobel to prove it? It's only because of a cultural gulf between East and West, and then the East-West dichotomy that some people willfully antagonize. It simply won't work for some of the country's scholars as a consideration. Just for example, Mr. Lu Sun, the earliest of the literary prizes, and Mr. Lao Shi are eligible to compete. In recent years, because of the elevated status of China in the international arena, some of the nomination lists that can be seen will have some people from China on them, but it just won't give you an award. The most you'll get is a literary award. Artemisia was sort of an opening of the floodgates, but after that the international situation was once again tense. Then it's just the name of the chaperone again. But, it's one of those awards that many people still recognize the award for, because many people in China have heard about this award too many times and even feel inferior because they don't win the award because of their Chinese origin, or use it as an excuse to say that China is just not as good as the West, or pursue the issue of ethnicity. The black dragon should have been introduced into China. Who says the black dragon is not a dragon? Or maybe the introduction of the white race into it, and the white race is just superior. Anyway, yellow doesn't work, and this time, the direct disclosure that the Nobel is going to nominate Lu Yu naturally caused a great deal of attention from domestic journalists. This nomination is the result of a unanimous consultation of our Academy of Sciences, and Mr. Lu Yu is not just a nominee, the spokesman said. Generally, nominations are not publicized. This amounts to setting a precedent. Of course this person didn't specify what the nomination was, but soon enough, word got out. This time, Lu Yu was directly nominated for the Physics Prize, and a nomination for the Chemistry Prize, and finally, medical award nominations, the Physiology Prize, and the Peace Prize. The news came out and the world went numb. What are you doing? One person accounted for 5 award-winning nominations? Unprecedented. A situation that has never existed before. But soon someone went to ask the official Nobel Prize asked if that was the case. Officials simply don't answer. But soon unofficially some voices soon emerged. The Physics Award is for Mr. Lu Yu's creation of the nano-flying blade. Even though we didn't get the exact material of the nano-flying blade. But the space elevator says it all. The chemistry prize is for the invention of a potent drug for Alzheimer's. He's totally qualified for that. Likewise, it can also be nominated in the field of medical prizes, in the field of biology prizes. Finally, I believe that Mr. Liu Yu's so much scientific research is for the betterment of mankind, so the Peace Prize should go to him too. 5 nominations for one person. There are 5 Nobel Prizes in total, except for the Literature Prize, which is directly occupied by all of them. Chapter 55, 5 nominations. Not a single award? Not to mention Huaxia, the whole world just blew up. Those who originally still had some distrust, this one trust level was directly pulled full. That is to say, some of the people who exist to discredit are simply speaking falsely. This is that real Liu Yu. I've already checked the information. This Liu Yu is a simple, very pure person, even suffering from a serious illness, who only wants to do scientific research at the last stage of his life. I think he deserves to be nominated for these awards. And HWA flew straight to the sky. The heat, which had not yet dissipated, was once again fired to the sky. Liu Yu's reputation had surpassed everyone. All the videos, as long as you bring the word Liu Yu, you can get hundreds of thousands of likes. With a little bit of depth in your content, breaking 1 million is easy. Even inside the short video broadcast, some people have already begun to imitate Liu Yu's insistence on scientific research in his hospital bed, and they get great traffic. Of course, this situation was quickly and completely drowned out by countless tirades and reports, ended up easily being all as banned by the platform. My Huaxia is mighty. Liu Yu is awesome. Unprecedented. When Liu Yu academician out of the book, I directly spend money to buy, take a Nobel Prize in literature that will all live. Don't you forget that the Fields Prize was given back to academician Liu Yu before, and academician Liu Yu didn't even bother to ask for it. This is to tell you Nobel. What you have I can ask for. What you do not have I still have. What exactly is his limit? Just how powerful is he at his full strength? Compared to him, I feel like I'm just about the same as. The bloodied Liu Yu is in such a great state. I want to see him stand up now. Liu Yu, you have the guts to stand up for scientific research for me. Although the words look unkind, they are full of these young people's expectations for Liu Yu. Liu Yu stood up and directly became the #1 hot search phrase. But on the hot search list, all 10 are related to Liu Yu. How's this? Academician Liu Yu should get an award, right? Someone suddenly asked a question and said, that goes without saying? 5 nominations, all mentioning a fake? Are you kidding us? They are at least the top awards. Not so much, but no one else spoke up. Even, it felt that what he said might not be impossible. Still, the vast majority of people kicked those queries into oblivion. Blowback dominates, until the day the Nobel Prize is announced. We would now like to announce that the winner of the Physics Prize is Johansen Berg. Let's congratulate him. Under the worldwide broadcast, a spokesman for the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences spoke up. What? Liu Yu lost the election? A nanoflying blade isn't enough to win an award? But well, the nanoflying blades were at least not seen by them as the real thing, so it was understandable to give it to someone else. We are now going to announce the winner of the Chemistry Prize, Georgia from America. Let's congratulate him. Boom. This one blew up. Not even the Chemistry Prize? Really sure? The Alzheimer's cure. Not just sold in this country. This has been sold in a steady stream all over the world, and these drugs are simply in short supply. Isn't that enough in here? Well, barely acceptable. You'd have to say closer to a medical award, or a biology award does overfit more. However, by this time some of the skeptics had begun to come back out bubbling. See, how much you blew it before. How bad it is now. 5 nominations? Bull ********. Not a single one. There were some very direct taunts at these previous revelers. God? A god of the void? Really funny. Before others gave a face and gave you the Fields Prize to come, it's you who are not useful. Is this the gold of God? 1 out of 5 nominations? The higher the mockery, the more these people who didn't retort are basically holding their breath. So we'll see your ugly faces when it's revealed. Let's see if you still dare to come out and jump around then. And after that, the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences went on to award the prize. Medicine Award, Biology Award, Peace Prize, none of it is about Liu Yu. And the literary awards are not even on anyone's radar. This time, those black people had a complete orgasm. I told you, that is, you make your own gods, and the West doesn't even recognize them. Don't talk to me about nationality boundaries. The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences is the most prestigious award in the world. Why would it lower its price for you? Liu Yu? Are you guys kidding me? Liu Yu is also a second-rate level of research scholars only. That is, his spirit of scientific research in the hospital bed is worth looking at. And in fact, everyone understands, are in line with your country's favorite publicity suffering are the same as full of the future of the tone of it. and those ordinary Chinese people were all confused at the moment. Is Lu Yu's research program really that bad? But ungrateful. Why are you guys announcing 5 nominations? That's when the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences came out with a statement. We have never made any nominations for the Chinese-born Mr. Lu Yu. This is nothing more than a gimmick by some bookies. Mr. Lu Yu was a very hard-working research scholar. We deeply sympathize with him for what happened to him. We will donate $10,000 to Mr. Lu Yu's treatment, hoping that he will recover as soon as possible and devote himself to scientific research to achieve higher achievements. That would be a chance to win a Nobel Prize. The official spokesperson also took out a check to donate directly in the presence of all the media. For a moment, all the Chinese people realized that they had been tricked. Hey, I really thought there was such a powerful figure in China. So it's the betting. There are a lot of people in China. We need to let them come in and invest money. I heard that people in China are stupid and have lots of money. Lots of smiles and giggles. While Chinese netizens were incredibly angry and rushed to the official Swedish Royal Academy of Scientific Research below to blast. Are you playing with us? You're just going to throw it away after you've used it, aren't you? Come out and give me an explanation. You guys want to mess with us with these few crappy awards? You want to question our academician Lu Yu? Dream on. Well, the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences is fair. This kind of garbage scholar just can't win the prize. Or else anyone can just give a sympathy score? Why didn't Stephen Hawking win the physics prize? These people are simply hilarious. Look at this group of lunatics and fanatics alike. How intelligent can their masters be? They're still counting their money after being sold. Lu Yu. He just overstates his case. His name does not reflect his reality. He's a fictionalized person who is held up. Everyone is awake now, right? Do you have to be beaten by outsiders to understand? Chapter 56, Too Much Bullying. Western Ugliness. Seeking golden tickets. Because the outrage was so loud, it even triggered people from countries all over the world to watch. But for most of the melon eaters from various countries who simply don't know the truth, it's like a farce for the people of Huaxia. Even though the last time the Old Horse's livestream had millions of people online and was viewed at least tens of millions of times, but that's about it for the world's population base. And since there is basically a common perception of the gold content of the Nobel Prize, the vast majority of people are under the impression that this is the Chinese making no sense. It's too shameless for Chinese people to make a fuss because their own people haven't achieved any results in basic science, isn't it? What evidence do you have for the 5 nominations? People's Royal Academy of Sciences has never recognized the so-called list of candidates, and even at the last critical point of the final selection, all the selectors are not allowed to leave. This is the rigor of others. I didn't realize that the Chinese people are so good at touching the porcelain. Only those who don't have it will care more and more. They probably know in their own hearts that the 2 previous Nobel Prizes are considered to be the West's tilted care for them. And now they even want to play tricks. I see that the Chinese people have the potential of the people of the stick country. In the world, there is simply an epidemic of extreme disgust for China. Even within a certain period of time, whenever China was mentioned, it was as if it was inferior. For a time, you, Chinese, were the biggest insult to people. The name Lu Yu was also nailed to the pillar of shame by their casual hype. Eagle Sauce and various European media reports have never mentioned Lu Yu's scientific contributions. Only this one farce. Then from the point of view of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, which is justly prestigious, it was felt that it could never be Lu Yu. Even the 5 nominations are something of a subplot. This directly made the people in Huaxia who spoke up for Lu Yu disliked and speechless. It's not really a mute point. It's simply a lack of a voice. How can they let you have a vocal voice when you are on their turf itself? And even if they do, it's only what they want to hear. For example, Cannes, Oscars, the 4 major film festivals and other awards are only given to certain films that reflect the suffering, backwardness, and struggles of human nature in China. Not that there are no problems with such awards. What's problematic is that they only give awards to these types of movies. Is it that the rest of the movies made in China are not good enough? Is it that there are no other thought-provoking movies in China? No, neither. Even though the development of movies in China is still on the way to catching up, there is definitely more than just the ones that make people see. Only, it is such a hua that they want everyone to see. So in the eyes of many people in Europe, America and the West, this is a dangerous, backward and ignorant country. So after being opened up to the 144-hour visa-free policy, many European and American Western travel bloggers rushed to China in a swarm before the evaluation of, it's an adventure, or maybe an adventure. Yes, this is very dangerous behavior inside their base perception. That's why there was such a big contrast in their excitement after landing, and it definitely wasn't faked. Only later on when they realized that this can garner a huge amount of traffic from the wasps. Can anyone do this? The Nobel Prize is the same thing. He was indeed fair, And within the limited length of his history, he did manage to be fair the vast majority of the time. That's why he had such a great reputation and was able to maintain it for so long. But there's no denying that at some point, he just jumps the gun once in a while. It makes you not react at all. Like, for example, the Peace Prize that year, which was awarded to Mr. Lucian, the President of America. This is literally the biggest joke in the world. But they awarded it righteously. And even the speeches were so solemn. So the contrast is just absurd and comical. Another example is Switzerland, next door to their country, which claims to be absolutely neutral in the world. They have one of the highest reputations in the world for bank security, and many people have their money in Swiss banks. Of course, this was good for the Archon in a way, at least assisting him in liquidating the so-called oligarchs. So, people look at it, and hey, the so-called world is really a straw man. You talk a big game, but it's all hooks behind the scenes, especially this so-called neutral, so-called impartial one. Give you a cold shoulder, then you will suffer the old sin. Both Huaxia and Lu Yu have suffered an injustice, because neither Huaxia nor Lu Yu have any idea about the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences nomination. The nomination was made by the US, Europe and the West themselves, and the final results came out. The so-called contestants are them and the final judges are them. What do you want with fairness? A lot of people have been skeptical of such arguments or, alternatively, have had some sort of wonderful fantasy about them. In fact, peeling back the deepest layers, Quanter aims for business. And the business between nations and countries, between peoples and nations, is really about discourse and survival. The hegemony of the Hawksbane and the West for centuries was built on the provision of the whole world. The reason why there is noble this time is really because the last time the old horse was live and on video it had gotten a little out of hand. So, the director made such a show, and then everything went back to calm. And even Huaxia, and even some of the results that Lu Yu had gotten before, were discredited. It's that simple. We want to give Mr. Lu Yu justice. Online, the people of Huaxia forwarded back some foreign forum arguments. Very angry. It quickly shot to the top of the Hot 100. The tempo was just too big this time, and the officials had to get off their asses. We have not made any application for nomination to the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, and Mr. Lu Yu himself has no such intention. There is the Fields Prize in Mathematics which was once rejected by Mr. Lu Yu himself, so he himself wouldn't want to have any interest in the Nobel Prize. I think the greatest respect for a researcher is to let him do his research and leave him alone. Obviously, in the world of Eagle Jam and the West, this response will certainly not make any noise or splash. It may even trigger group ridicule, but always give some people in the country some emotional catharsis. This Nobel Prize is just too bullying. No, I should say, these Western politicians are just disgusting. At a certain military department meeting, Sun Lao could only sit at the end of the table. The man in the highest position, slapping the tabletop, was furious. Come up with the best means of response to give them. That is scientific research results over and over again. Time and time again. We will ascend to the monument, so that all those so-called high and mighty mouths will come to my Huaxia to learn. Chapter 57, You bullies? We'll engage ourselves. A group of self-righteous quails. That is, they are self-compassionate inside their own nests. People do not give. Say I did not want. In reality, they want it so badly. That's right, that's right. These maggots in your country can never become its after? A group of patriotic maggots still dog barking on. Still really take themselves seriously. It's hilarious how the officials salvage their own honor. They hold up a god that others kick away. The cynical arguments continue to rage on. But the sensible people who support Lu Yu, who support Huaxia, simply can't retort any better and can only hold it in. But what they didn't know was that a huge storm had been stirred up in the scientific research community of China. The National Research Conference was a low-key event. The hosts are all top Chinese bigwigs. And, other than these people, all the people who were able to come were not the best in their respective fields. If any of those PhD students come in and take a look, either one is a superb Buddha. At the head of the group was Li Chongqing, the president of the Huaxia Scientific Research Society. This time, the meeting was convened, in itself, for future development as planning. But, this time, something happened that made me sit on pins and needles. I'm sure everyone knows what happened to academician Lu Yu this time. They acted as players themselves and referees themselves, pulling academician Lu Yu into the game and finally teasing. I am a Huaxia man first and a scientific researcher second. This is a serious disrespect to my Huaxia. It is also a serious disrespect to our research scholars. Try to ask Lu Yu academician his results do not deserve an award? Let's not talk about anything else. The nanoflying blade is a strictly confidential material in our country. They can't get it. But the special medicine for Alzheimer's, doesn't that deserve an award? I can only be angry from the bottom of my heart, and it's on behalf of the 140,000,000,000 people of my China. We are not 100 years old anymore. How long are we going to be like this? Li Changqing was able to stabilize his emotions at first, but at the back, he became more and more agitated. The countless research scholars present couldn't help but blush with empathy. Chinese researchers and scholars do not know how many difficulties they have encountered outside. These bigots thrive on this kind of hardship. They're all too aware of the injustices out there. So, I propose, all research scholars in China refuse to participate in international awards. This is an unjust protest by our Chinese research scholars against the international academic community. He concluded. I agree, and I feel that there is a need to establish a new award in my China. Who is Nobel? He's just a gunpowder man. Academician Lu Yu's research standard has long surpassed his by a lot. I suggest we use Academician Lu Yu's name as the name of the award. They can do it in Sweden, but we can't do it in China? Audit system. We can also be fair and impartial, and even more fair than him. Whoever is selected, it will be made public. I also agree. Let the relevant authorities take the lead in setting it up straight away. Li Changqing's suggestion was quickly echoed by countless people, and it has developed directly into the planning of the Lufthansa Prize. These people, who are research scholars, especially those who have entered the top echelons of the hierarchy, do possess a high level of intelligence in certain fields, but again, they will be slightly lacking in the rest. It is precisely for this reason that research scholars have a more dedicated heart. This time, Lu Yu's encounter gave them a feeling of empathy. So, under this centripetal force, it triggered the attention of the authorities, and it was quickly approved by the relevant departments of science and technology in Huaxia, directly led by the 12 top universities in the country: the National University, Qingbei University, Harbin University, Northwest Jiaotong, under the joint formation of the establishment of the Lu Yu Award. This announcement is also relatively brief, stating only the lead and participating departments. Finally, the rules and regulations were announced. Nothing else was said. But attitude, it's everything. Aren't you guys teasing us? Then I'm not playing with you guys. The same research academy, within this period, refused to participate in any foreign awards for any of its achievements. This has miraculously united the scientific and academic community, which is itself heavily gentrified. Plants are sprouting. Ha ha, here comes the state's response. I knew it. The country will never allow our heroes to be humiliated. From now on, even if they beg us, we won't go to their so-called awards. The Lu Yu Prize, that's what it's going to be called. And in future history, whenever the Lu Yu Prize is mentioned, the name of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences will inevitably be on the list. They are our backdrop, and we are their pillar of shame. That's not all. Soon an announcement came out about a state-level award from the department in question. To present the awards, it's straightforward for Lu Yu to do it all by himself. The grand prize and the first prize are all in Lu Yu's name. Our heroes, you don't want them, we spoil them ourselves. There is a great sense of immediacy of a protective mom protecting her son who has been wronged outside. Tearful, mom backhanded the foreigner and then went home to the baby. I hate that I can't be Lu Yu. Lu Yu, you must be strong. You must live. You have to fight for your mom. Our mom got tough. You won't give any of the 5 nominations? Hey, we'll fill them all up and give all 7 slots to Lu Yu. The whole internet is abuzz. By this time, the clearest voice had been released. It's the hacks who collect the money that have subsided by this time. If we don't stop, the iron fist of our mom's shyness will come down. And that's not something anyone can withstand. River City Hospital. Lu Yu himself didn't know that there had been such a big storm outside, and he was still immersed inside his own urgent world to deduce the success path of the dormant pod. If he knew, he'd probably cry and laugh. Surely he'd still feel pulled to have this award in his own name. He was nearing the end of his research and looked tired and excited. Soon enough. This ice crystal is surprisingly like that. As long as I will fill the solution in, it'll keep the cells active and he won't be able to form ice crystals. Lu Yu buried his head in the drill, blood hanging inside his eyes. There's no way around it. The dog system is just so forceful, hanging back all the time with the whip cracking. A virtual simulated hibernation chamber was slowly taking shape in the academy lab. It worked. Inside the hibernation chamber, a simulacrum lay, which was exactly like the human data, and as the solution entered, the nitrogen was cold. The body's temperature is constantly decreasing. The human cytosol, however, is all moving at an extremely slow rate. The heart, it beats once every 7 minutes. Hibernation pods can be out of the gate. Chapter 58, Moon Landing. Space elevator completed. Seeking golden tickets, and at the moment Lu Yu succeeded in developing the dormant chamber. There was another thing that was also quietly accomplished. Space elevator. Once in space, the space elevator becomes even more difficult. Luckily, though, the gradual enrichment of construction experience also seems to have given space astronauts an additional infrastructure capability. Moreover, a level is built directly on the ground, which is equivalent to a floor. It is then transported directly into space, via the space elevator itself, and then the space side completes the articulation. And because of the ground's increased confidence in the space elevator, leaning more resources and manpower down. Instead, it makes the infrastructure go faster. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers of altitude, a distance that seemed impossible to complete, was completed at this moment. A live stream was silently turned on at the NASA website, and on the official account of a major airline, only a man in a spacesuit was seen, looking incredibly excited. He started waving at the camera. Hello China, hello world, I am the Chinese astronaut Sun Yu, and at this moment I feel immensely proud of the fact that I am a Chinese. The spaceflight of our Chinese people has gone through many trials and tribulations to get to where it is today. From the first generation of Shenzhou flying into the sky to the first heroic predecessor to enter space, Yang Liwei, all the way to me. I thought that we were heading towards the moon at every turn. We wanted to see our mythical laurel tree, and we wanted to see Chang'e, and we wanted to see the jade rabbit. But every time, progress and hard. I thought it would be inside our stated goal. The actual moon landing was accomplished in 30 years. All of this, however, is about to change. Now I announce, I, Sun Yu, a Chinese, will lead you to witness this moment of China's moon landing. The image of Space Mountain didn't seem so clear, and the sound seemed to have an electric mic feel to it. It's not because of bad equipment, it's because of the environment. But the viewers of the live broadcast were already dumbfounded. What is this? Didn't we say we still have to wait for more than 10 years? How come it's suddenly landing on the moon? What has our mom done to us again? I'm scared. Can't you leave me alone? Really, I'm scared that you guys are going off into space, to the moon, and leaving me all alone. Oh who? Is this really a moon landing? Don't be another hype. There was no sound at all before. That is, this one was not expected? And this is on the official broadcast. Sun Yu, who was far away from the moon, had no idea about the pop-ups in the live broadcast room at this time. Being an astronaut in space requires an extremely strong faith to hold on to. This moment, however, brought him to tears. Be proud of yourself. Proud to be the first. Likewise, excited to be a Chinese. At this moment, it is 8:16 and 56 seconds a.m. On July 16th, Chinese time. I know many people don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. Soon all will witness this moment. A lot of people don't know why, and now I'm going to tell you. It's because of the space elevator. The space elevator is nearing completion and I will be going to the moon as an installation facilitator along with the intact space elevator. Now, let us all look forward to this moment. The viewers of the live broadcast room directly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You tell me what this is for? A space elevator taking our people for one last ride in a side trip to the moon? Damn. Who still dares to say that my Luyu academician has no gold content? Who still dares to sleep and say that my academician Luyu is simply our own touting? If anyone can do it, it's okay for me to tout him. Do we need a so-called foreign award to recognize us? Academician Luyu tells us, no need, as long as we do our own thing. Within the live broadcast room, countless people were incomparably excited. Soon they saw a turn inside Sunwoo's viewpoint. With the huge surface of the moon behind them, they could still see the azure planet from before. Before Sun Yu had turned around. That's the home planet. That's Earth. Countless people have dry mouths. They saw that a length extended from the Earth. Space elevator. Inside space, he was so small, yet so determined to reach the moon through space. Then, under Sun Yu's manipulation, multiple disintegrations of the space elevator were gradually installed against the body of the space elevator under mechanical manipulation, one layer at a time. Eventually, with a puff of smoke up, the space elevator, officially, landed. Inside the door of the WAAA, countless people stood up excitedly, inspiring their palms. Hands are clapping red. Good job. This is a feat for our Wasia. Only our Wasia has done it. It's also a great step for mankind, an official step into space. Academician Lu Yu deserves a lot of credit for this step. An old man, who had dedicated his life to spaceflight, was in tears, looking at the big screen with the help of people. Did it. The Chinese really did it. But it's not over yet. There is still the most crucial step. It is also destined to go down in history as one of the most iconic scenes of all time. Moon landing. At this time, because things were so sensational, the space agencies of various countries had quietly sneaked inside the official account of China to take a peek. There are also quite a few space enthusiasts on the extranet who have found out about it, retweeted it on their own, and promoted it like a self-promoter. China is landing on the moon live. Please watch. China has taken a great step for humanity. And it's all based on a young cancer patient. The youngest Mr. Academician. Lu Yu. Huaxiao was the second to land on the moon. But the way they used to land on the moon, I dare say no one will be able to do it in the next 50 years. Though all the outlets on the net are tight-lipped. But as the population passed on, it went viral and spread throughout the land of Europe and America. Countless people entered the official website of the Chinese Space Agency live. Underneath the live account on the extranet, the number of people had grown rapidly from 3 digits to 8 digits. It was rapidly approaching 9 figures. And, in the end, it breaks at a rate that doesn't last more than a minute. And the hot searches on all the major social media platforms all quietly turned into the Chinese space landing on the moon. Lu Yu followed closely behind. Nano Flying Blade's name, once again, occupies the top 3. Then words like space elevator, etc., man on the moon, etc., quickly dominated the lists. It's unbelievable. However, in the midst of everyone's eyes, Sun Yu turned his back to Earth and followed the space elevator, stepping towards the moon. At this moment, he took out the national flag of Huaxia. The national flag of Huaxia walked up to the moon head-on as Sun Yu waved it. Landing. Chapter 59, World Shock. Official Noble bowed his head. The moment Sun Yu landed on the ground, Huaxia's major TV, major hot search, major media live, direct insert news, insert in urgent news. It is reported that just now, the footsteps of China's astronaut Mr. Sun Yu landed on the moon. With the sky elevator we stepped on the moon. We have stamped history. We have taken the first step into space on behalf of mankind. Please remember this moment. Please remember the dedication of this scientific researcher and scholar, Mr. Lu Yu, member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and member of the Academy of Engineering of China. Let us remember this day. Now, all of China knew about it. Even a dog at the entrance of the village can hear such plugged news. Trisha's chicken accidentally wrenched itself to the ground, and the sound of the radio rustling inside entered its ears. The whole of China was abuzz. This space elevator, is it really that strong? It's just a little material that actually made it this far. The maneuvers in the South China Sea, while certainly exciting, that didn't get around. Guzheng action Huaxia shut up. Foot pot chicken, bending, and eagle sauce. The stick of the 4 countries of the joint military exercises suffered a loss of course, refused to open their mouths to say more than a word. One more word is a slap in the face. Then there was the space elevator, which sparked much skepticism and ridicule. Although the moment of breaking through the upper levels of the atmosphere thrilled everyone, there was still a lot of sass. Even the West went so far as to orchestrate a drama that teased Huaxia and tricked Lu Yu, causing everyone around the world to revile it. And this is the moment to finally reach the top. At this moment, finally stepping on top of the moon, a connection, a bridge, was established from the Earth's surface to the moon. It was also the moment when Chinese astronauts set foot on the moon. The countless denigrations, the countless doubts from before, all dissipated. At this moment, the keyboard warriors who were previously spamming and shaking the internet against black people are finally raising their eyebrows at this moment. Yes, the Wahini did. You Nobelists don't give awards? Playing games? Then we don't want it in the future. See, my Huaxia's forefathers, do you see today? This moment of Huaxia's splendor? They had suffered so much, and it was all worth it. And they should be happy and look at all our descendants with a big smile. Countless netizens spontaneously posted similar messages. A moving text that was endless. Instead, it was relatively quiet inside a military headquarters in China. Only these old men are more tolerant. Even then, you could see the old men's eyes filled with tears. What's wrong with the conference room today? It's not even cleaned. There's sand floating in here. Sun Lao suddenly opened his mouth and said with dissatisfaction, then raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes. I told you something wasn't right today. Who was on duty today? The old chief sitting at the head of the table also spoke up to wipe the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, everyone looked at each other and burst out laughing. The guards outside didn't know what was going on and looked puzzled. What was wrong with these big shots today? They all laughed out loud? I told you, Lu Yu couldn't possibly fail. Space elevator, a success. Sun Lao was the first to speak. The old head nodded. In this matter, take your credit. Of course, our biggest credit goes to academician Lu Yu. He paused, and then scanned everyone. The dominance of a long time in power, like a true tiger out of its cage. The gaze instantly became sharp like a hawk, and it was impossible to tell that it was an aging old man. Well, since we did, then it's time for a good argument. Our joint spaceground program should be deployed immediately. After all, the moon has been a sacred and inalienable part of my China since ancient times. Old ancestor China has lived in the Guanghan Palace for a long time. How can it fall into the hands of others? I now declare establishment of the Space Strike Force. Defend the national territory. There's no time to lose. NASA Center. The balding old man kept wiping the sweat off his head with toilet paper. How is this possible? This can't be. He watched that video of the moon landing over and over again, and his heart was burning to the point of no return. Footlocker chicken. How can we let these Chinese get ahead of the game? Baka. The same old man, slamming the table. This means that they will once again be under the shadow of Huaxia. But after a few moments of contemplation, he immediately got up. Quickly, immediately send someone to go to Huaxia to negotiate cooperation. We will always be friends of Huaxia. We need to be Watch's first partner. We need to go to the moon too. European Space Agency Center. We're a step behind in the lead. Now what? Someone at the meeting singled it out and said. Immediately, a blonde young man sneered. This is a decision you have made for yourselves. The emperor of our Gallic chicken once said that the Chinese in the East is a lion that has not woken up. They are now waking up. I'm asking what to do now. Not for you to talk smack. What to do? Cool it. Certain people, for the sake of the so-called little ZZZ issue, have gone on a rampage to smear and discredit Mr. Liu Yu. To discredit the space elevator project. Haven't they thought of today? Are you now going to lick your face and send it up to ask Huaxia if you can take us to play? If China can agree, it would be a ghost. Only, this face is really too fast. You guys can't accept it. Didn't you anticipate today? Those damn politicians. I really want to beat them to death. A group of people couldn't come up with any results from their discussion. Probably the only people who remain confident are the stick men. Huaxia is nothing more than a stolen technology from our stick country. In fact, since ancient times, Huaxia has been an inseparable part of my stick. We have long had the technology to land on the moon. We just don't want to. It's a pointless project that will only cost money. Also, there was an extremely excited person. In Eagle Sauce. It's Eagle Jam's old horse. He was incomparably excited because on his last trip to China, he had not only met Liu Yu through his status as a flat reporter, and he was also the first to offer to cooperate in space. While the Chinese spaceflight didn't oblige, it didn't reject it either, and it gives a foreign country priority to cooperate. That alone is perfectly adequate. He's already ahead of everyone else in the world. As soon as I announce this, it's bound to send my stock soaring. Soon, though, he calmed down. Stocks were just a short-lived financial play. If you want to do this for a long time, you have to take this program. Industry plus finance is the way to go. So once again, he began to contact the officials of Huaxia, seeking the possibility of cooperation. Soon he realized that he couldn't hit it at all. By now the hotlines in China have long been blown up. It was at this time that an unexpected announcement was lightly made by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. It was announced that Mr. Liu Yu would be given a lifetime honorary award, the first and only supreme prize belonging to Nobel. To put it bluntly, it's a temporary peace. Chapter 60, a decision not made by an ancestor. Requesting golden tickets. As we all know, we Nobel Prizes have always been fair and just, and we have never been stingy with our awards for always great scientists. For Mr. Liu Yu, we previously made a small joke about the reason, simply because his contribution is simply too great, and a mere award is completely inadequate to describe his greatness. Therefore, after our research at the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, we have jointly formulated that Mr. Liu Yu will be awarded the Lifetime Honorary Award. This is an award that the Nobel Prize has never had and will never be listed as a regular award, so it will likely be the only time it will be awarded. And, in light of Mr. Liu Yu's current health condition, we will send our official team to personally present the award to Mr. Liu Yu. The speakers know that this is a slap in their own face. You should know that they are one of the top awards in the world in terms of visibility. This kind of slap in the face is a huge disservice to their credibility. And the very existence of such awards is credibility. If people believe in you, you're golden. If people don't believe in you, you're nothing. But though despite that, it was nothing compared to not giving Liu Yu an award. The space elevator, and even the moon landing, are definitely events that could go down in human history. If they really don't award the prize, there is only one outcome. That was to highlight more and more Liu Yu's greatness, power, and complete lack of need for any award recognition. And this edition of the Nobel Prize will be a complete joke. At the same time, the loss of credibility from not awarding the prize would be greater than the bit of influential credibility lost in a moment of face-slapping. And it will continue to have an impact. Just mentioning the awarding of prizes makes it possible to extract what the Nobel Prize turned out to be. Over time, the Nobel Prize went unnoticed. It's not right either. And there's bound to be someone coming for their $5 million too. But it's certainly quite different from their own aim of trying to become the benchmark for awards in the scientific community. So, they made such a decision against their ancestors. to regain some credibility, though it really doesn't look too good when this term hits you in the face. But in the end, the award was given to Luyu, and at most, it will become a line of banter after someone's tea time, and its influence will be weakened indefinitely. As long as time passes, then it's fine. In fact, if Luyu hadn't suddenly made such a big commotion, causing the whole world to see it, they'll be oriented to that result with whatever random rumors they have. But Luyu had ultimately surpassed their imagination and was too powerful, had to make them make a change, and they decided that they must deliver the award to Luyu. Luyu is inconvenient? It's okay. We just need to shoot across the ward. Luyu can't meet in person? That's okay. Just send it to the forwarder. As for any acceptance speech, the big man is awesome. What an acceptance speech. No need at all. He lives as the biggest speech. In fact, there is another layer of meaning that the Nobel Royal Academy of Sciences dared to do so before. I bet that Luyu cannot live for too long. As long as Luyu died, they would have a complete excuse, because Nobel doesn't go to dead people. Unfortunately, Huaxia space elevator and moon landings are moving too fast. So fast that it didn't even give them a buffer. The point is that Luyu still held up. However, as they were submitting their visas, they suddenly got a message. They were denied visas. Yes, they were denied a visa by Wachovia. The reason: your awards do not constitute a necessary trip to HWA. The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences had a brain fart all of a sudden. They never thought that there would be such a block. Shouldn't the Chinese be ecstatic? Shouldn't they be welcoming? They were angry and ready to publicly denounce it when, before they could speak. In the Far East, a news announcement that completely swept the world. There is no precedent for a Nobel Prize award to be personally presented to the recipient, so we suspect that the person with whom we are communicating is some bogus organization. We therefore reject it. In addition, our academician Luyu, who is not very interested in the Nobel Prize, has indicated that he does not accept the award. Of course, we in Huaxia will not treat the people who have given their lives for us poorly, and the award from the relevant authorities has already been distributed directly to Luyu. As for bonuses, inside the ward, Luyu shallowly coughed twice. Today he woke up in a very good state. It's almost like seeing the wonders of the world again. It's good to be alive. Luyu had to sigh. The painkillers produced by the system were just awesome. Aside from a slight weakness, he was surprisingly already no different from a normal person. I have something to say about bonuses. Standing in front of him are the authorities, the highest leaders who have come to visit personally, to sympathize, and also to present the prize money. The leader of the department concerned looked solemn, nodded his head and said, "Luyu Primitive, please speak. I will definitely try my best to fulfill your request." With regard to Luyu, even the authorities concerned had to show respect. There was no other way. Even if Luyu was in this hospital bed, his influence was too great. Even without all this influence, for the contributions that Luyu had made, he should still have this treatment. Luyu shook his head slightly and looked at the crowd. You all know that I don't have much use for money. I'm dying already. These bonuses, please lead the way and help me donate them. I hope it's a donation to the research community, so that more research scholars don't have to worry about survival, don't have to been running around for survival, including, at one time, the state, in order not to treat me badly, gave me a portion of those profits. Shares. I am also willing to donate all these revenues. If I can get 10 million rooms in a wide building, and if I can shelter all the cold people in the world, I will be happy, and it will be enough for my hut to be broken and frozen to death. After he finished speaking, the entire ICU ward fell into a deathly silence inside. Even the leaders, their eyes were red. In the past, it was thought that this kind of selfless chivalry simply didn't exist. Even with the biggest public heart, you will have your own selfishness. As for Luyu, he had no desires at all. He was just a warrior of unparalleled integrity. The group, simply once again, saw the greatness of humanity. The great harboring of the world's coldest people is all happy. Good. Well said. Academician Luyu, we will pass on your spirit to the whole world. We hope that you be able to recover soon. The leader saluted Luyu. Luyu nodded slightly. In fact, he was actually anxious inside at the moment, because the more he followed up with the development of the system, the more he felt some of the current technological locks on Earth. That is, the upper limit of the study has been reached. Trying to break through has seen a clear barrier that is hard to cross. And it is not true that Luyu makes research, but the dog system needs to be verified and even released in some cases. It's the only way to get rewarded by the system. But now, apparently to the ceiling. It's not Luyu's ceiling. It's humanity's ceiling that's arrived. Chapter 61, Transcendence. A casual sentence is a theorem. Just the simplest. For example, this time the space elevator is indeed a great leap forward for mankind. It's even likely that there will be an explosion of growth over the next little while because of the ease of access to the moon's resources. There's even a small tech mini-wave. All of these, however, were developed based on the first step in space. Only some of the results from the end of the fat paper can be counted. What about taking it a step further? Existing rates of energy development and utilization simply do not accomplish much further. And then there's this development of a dormant pod. The technology of dormant chambers, up to this point, may create extremely large profits though. But it's going to be hard to get past the hibernation chamber. But Lu Yu can. Lu Yu could break through these technical bottlenecks and go into deeper things. The point is that Earth's basic scientific research simply can't keep up. In other words, Lu Yu researched it and no one could help him to realize it. Take for example the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. If Lu Yu said it could be boosted to the speed of light, how are these people manufactured? Even with Lu Yu's theoretical support, how long would it take for them to finally get it out? Lu Yu couldn't predict it at all. And he had no way to bet on it. So, he took all that money straight away and spent it all to catalyze a better research soil as soon as possible. Allow all of China, and even all of mankind, to go deeper in the field of basic science. Comrade Lu Yu, the organization requests that you get some rest. You'll have more time to serve your country, contribute to mankind, the leader said with his hand outstretched in respect. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. Leader, don't look at me today, seems to be very good. But my body, really, I know myself. Next to her, Lu Ruyan looked extremely serious, looking deadpan at the extremely advanced monitoring equipment around her. There are none of them out there. This is the highest level of treatment given by the state's intensive care approval. There was even quite a bit of machinery, medicine, that was specially authorized to come over. Lu Ruyan said with a serious expression. Even though academician Lu Yu, he looks a lot better now than before. His physical data has been slipping. That is to say, this is an illusion by academician Lu Yu. I now suspect that academician Lu Yu is body's immune mechanism for a final intensive care because he has been experiencing pain for too long. It made Mr. Lu Yu directly have a paralyzing sensation to his body. That is to say, no sense of pain. I'm worried about Mr. Lu Yu's next one. The room fell silent. There are many medical terms, or sensitivities, that these people may not have as high. But, as Ruyan said, the human immune system is in its last intensive care. That is, into the immune explosion. The equivalent of a final charge by the immune warrior within. And some may fall into an endless fever and either live or die. This is the same cancer that got better after some people miraculously survived a fever of 42 degrees. At this level, no one can take a beating at all. However, it could not be ruled out that the body itself believed that Lu Yu simply could not sustain such an outburst. So at some point, the choice to numb the pain was made directly. It didn't occur to the leader that this might be Lu Yu's last awakening. This could be a real comeback. It was as if he had been electrified inside. There were no words for a long time, only a salute. Get the computer. I want it. For research. Lu Yu once again uttered his line. Jiang Yan quickly moved the computer over. If Jiang Yan had any thoughts about Lu Yu before, now she didn't dare at all, because she felt that Lu Yu was too great and she was too dirty compared to him. She only had this bit of beauty to take out and say something about herself, but she thought that inside her senior brother's world, the red-pink skeleton, beauty was not worth mentioning at all. Likewise, she felt that no one in the world could be worthy of Lu Yu. It would be a blasphemy for any woman to talk to Lu Yu about getting married and having children. Therefore, some very young ots on the internet, who adored and loved Lu Yu, and formed all kinds of CPs for him, all made her incredibly angry. Get down and dislike those people personally. Lu Yu's tapping on the keyboard flew by this time, unrivaled in its smoothness without the pain. Hibernation pods? Some people saw this subject, and one by one, they looked at each other in disbelief. No one expected that Lu Yu's new subject would be this. These think tank teams behind the scenes inside the ward had begun to analyze every word, every sentence of Lu Yu. The human body enters a state of dormancy at the order of 140 degrees. This, simply, is not possible. It is merely an ideal state of false death. This is completely unattainable. They were completely unable to understand how Lu Yu was going to solve these problems. These think tanks, it could even be said that all of them were the top scientific research bigwigs in the whole of China. Many of the parts are people who have attended the last research conference. The concept of dormant pods has been proposed as far back as the last century, but no one has ever succeeded. It's impossible to even be able to take a step out. Academician Lu Yu is afraid that he's going to fall head over heels this time. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Lu Yu's strength, but they just couldn't believe it. They feel that maybe in the future it might be possible to realize that this is a real sci-fi level product now. If the nano-flying blades, it was just a trial and error of materials. The special drug for Alzheimer's is chance. said exoskeleton mechanical battle armor has had rudimentary prototypes before. Lithium-air batteries also build on existing battery technology. Hibernation pods, then, are purely a zero start. There wasn't even anything for Lu Yu to learn from. This can be said to take a concept and make it a reality. Is this something they can think about? If it had been someone else, they would have scoffed long ago and wouldn't even have taken it to heart. But the person in front of him was Lu Yu. It's the man who has worked countless miracles. Are you really not going to believe in his strength? It doesn't seem like a good idea. So, it creates a look that countless research scholars are incredibly torn at the moment. But with Lu Yu's thesis step by step after arguing, elaborating, as well as explaining the principles, these bigwigs went from wavering to gradually looking grave. Especially, this time it was a visit from the authorities, which was live. Countless people saw the scene. It seems awesome. These big guys are shocked. Asterisk 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 God of Lu, can you let me give a sliding knee? You're too damn good. There seems to be my mentor here, but here he is like a minion. Then, they suddenly saw a big brother figure stand up violently. A hearty laugh followed. I get it. I finally get it. Immediately afterward he actually cried with excitement again. My 20 years of research on the subject has finally been revealed today. This is a corner inside Lu Yu's thesis. It's just a random word of principle. Chapter 62, Cow Wars Reward, a magical sobriety potion. This old research scholar was thrilled. This was a think tank, and originally everyone had come to see the think tank verify Lu Yu's results. Mom, this person seems to be crazy one. Can one like that be a scientist? Friendly next. This one doesn't seem to be working. You look carefully. Go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences Wall of Merit. This is my China's top 3 academician big brother. Asterisk 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 this level of big brother? What kind of earth-shattering results has academician Lu Yu gotten out? A crowd of viewers simply couldn't get it, and even looked puzzled. But soon the old man settled down under the reassuring presence of the crowd, and he personally stood in front of the camera to come out and explain. Sorry, guys, I lost my cool. He laughed, his smile a little excited and a little bitter. Just now it was really because I couldn't control my excitement. The offensive project that I have been studying for 20 years has been troubling me for more than 10 years. I didn't expect that just because of a casual remark inside academician Lu Yu's thesis. A small point that directly breaks the difficult note I've been studying in one word. I might even call it a theorem. He is, truly, a man of the country. He exceeds me by so much. There was despondency and excitement in this old man. The world belongs to you and it belongs to us. But in the end, it belongs to you. We're getting old. He concluded. This was the source of his despondency. He had once been a proud son of heaven, a celestial genius, and a top talent in the land of China. He has made numerous achievements and won numerous awards in his life, even though he knew that Lu Yu was very powerful. But it was only at this moment, when he cut his way to his own domain, that he realized how powerful Lu Yu was. In this era, there was simply no one who could compare to Lu Yu. He's a god. He's a demon. It is the treasure gifted to mankind by this era, and the pearl gifted to Huaxia by the era. The old man no longer had the heart to study the rest of Lu Yu's content, because there are still many people working on it. He can't wait and wants to verify his thesis right away to go. Immediately, he wrote his thesis in front of the camera. I'll go. Is it that exaggerated? One sentence can become a theorem and directly make the top 3 academicians all bow their heads? One sentence to solve a 10-year problem. I laughed. I'm 21 years old, I can still wet the bed. May I ask Lu Yu can? Not only did these netizens feel unbelievable, even those think tank research scholars were confused at this time. A great sense of falling away descended upon himself. This Lu Yu is really too powerful. Quickly analyze the results. Finally someone responded and immediately went into the drill again. And here in Lu Yu, there was no way of knowing the situation that was happening over there. But even if we knew, we wouldn't make an exception. All this scientific research he's doing, it's so far ahead of its time. In the case of dormant capsules, some degree of this is a difficult hurdle that needs to be overcome by an internationally focused effort. And he did it alone. It's not at all a tall order to touch on solving some research problem that already exists. However, he put down his computer at the moment. His results finally typed in. Please, gentlemen. Lu Yu spoke up. He was already tired, though he had painkillers to mask the pain, but it just can't be felt anymore. But the body is still experiencing pain. So, the energy consumption is very high. Don't worry, academician Lu. We promise to fulfill our mission. The leader patted his chest. He had gotten the news from the think tank behind him, and basically he had guessed that Lu Yu had definitely succeeded. So he can't wait. He wants to go and take people to see the final result. Is it really possible for someone to survive over 100 degrees below zero? Can you really beat your heart once every 7 minutes? Is it true that you won't freeze to death? After the people inside the ward dispersed, only Ruyan Lu was left. You shouldn't be hard on yourself either. Get some rest, Ruyan Lu said with a complicated gaze. She could see that this kind of intense exertion was not simple for Lu Yu. Even she was already using Lu Yu as a case study for the vitality of the human body under the state of near death. Recently she had come to a certain conclusion, but also some of the things she was most confused about. It was that every time Lu Yu fainted or woke up after sleeping over, he would be in a better state than the last time. Although not out of life-threatening condition, it does show that sign. She was curious as to what magic was inside Lu Yu's body and what was supporting him. She gave Lu Yu's desire to survive a high score, but she was convinced that there must be something more inside him. But it was inconclusive, and her lab tests didn't yield anything. She even wondered if Lu Yu was being treated with some special medication. But Lu Yu's physical condition has been slipping, and that hasn't changed. This was the point where she was most confused. Lu Yu nodded. He still didn't know that he had been used as a guinea pig by Lu Ruyan. Suddenly, he couldn't help but burst out and became grimacing. Then his head lolled and he fainted. That hurts. Lu Yu woke up from inside the space of consciousness, practically palpitating, because the painkillers worked so well this time, that he was a little reluctant to come back to the research space, covetous of human breath. Turns out the painkillers are wearing off. The pain that came back in that instant almost made Lu Yu collapse. However, he was soon surprised by a stream of system-refreshing information. Congratulations, host. The Nano Flying Blade project is 100% complete. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining a scientific research library after 50 years. The host can arbitrarily see in it information on the technologies and scientific research results produced according to Earth's current technological development. It can assist the host in scientific research. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining a hibernation chamber. This hibernation pod exists within the academician-level research room. 10 minutes in the hibernation pod will completely restore the host's spiritual energy. Eliminate all side effects. Note, this product can only be used in the consciousness space, and only for hibernation. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the ability to read 10,000 scrolls. The host's reading speed has increased 100-fold. The more you read, the faster you read. Seeing this, Lu Yu was about to curse. This dog system, how come they gave away these things for the items completed in this mission? It's as if, once upon a time, coffee was used for cows, or horses, and it turned out that the cows or horses would decline rapidly after they got hyper. So, in the end, it was discovered that cow and horse creatures are more enduring than horses and more resilient than cows. Isn't that what this system is all about? What's the point of giving a hibernation chamber? Isn't it just to do more work? Even exhaustion is disqualified. Isn't reading a lot of books in the service of research? And the library? Lu Yu was speechless. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a magical sobriety potion. Chapter 63, Deep Brain Machine. Lu Yu's rehabilitation vision. A sobering potion? Lu Yu froze, and his first thought was that it was another cow-horse reward. The subconscious reaction is to contact sleepiness when one is extremely sleepy, similar to the enhanced effect of an academician-level research lab. But when he read the system's explanatory note, he realized the misunderstanding. A wakefulness potion is a potion that specializes in strengthening the vitality of the brain. It can assist the host in focusing his or her own energy for a limited period of time, and the activity of the mind will increase dramatically. Isn't this still the best potion for cow-horses? Even deeper than the beginning of understanding. But it's kind of honest. After all, he accepts that he's a cowhorse. This potion will certainly play a very powerful role if you are in the midst of a scientific challenge. It is also equivalent to this consciousness space, i.e., the collateral effect of academician-level research laboratories, including the Chung Kong scholar-level laboratories. In themselves, these study rooms have a certain focusing effect. This is equivalent to a fortified and strengthened version. Lu Yu had a vague feeling that it should be more powerful, but the rewards don't end there this time. There's another one. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the research laboratory upgrade package. Lu Yu froze for a moment. The previous upgrade that was done instantly. This actually requires you to pick up an upgrade package first? Is this one a bigger figure? However, Lu Yu didn't think much about it, and after clicking to receive it, he then proceeded to install it himself. Congratulations, host, on your new research project, the Deep Brain Machine. A brain machine? Wasn't this part of the incidental products when one was researching exoskeleton mechanical battle armor? Because in itself, the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor needs to fit the human body perfectly, and needs to make corresponding movements according to the immediate reaction of the human body. This involves a number of neuronal systems. Exoskeletal mechanical battle armor with not just a brain-machine interface, but a full-body neuron interface. The signals generated by the human body's instincts can be quickly received. resulting in a perfectly aligned harmonization with the human body. But this deep brain machine is. Lu Yu studied the system's explanatory notes for this program properly before he came to a realization. Two types of brain-computer interfaces are currently the most common. One is semi-embedded, and is currently extremely productive for the team at Qingbei University, the top domestic college in China. It is also at the top of the field worldwide. You can make a small incision in the cortex of the brain and just embed the chip directly into it. This approach is relatively less dangerous. Then there's the fully embedded, which is currently at a higher level with the research team over at Eagle Jam, such as the previously mentioned Mr. Lao Ma. The team under his banner is doing this direction, and has also had success stories. As it stands, it's impossible to say which is better and which is worse, but it was clear that old Ma's direction was more in the direction of one of Lu Yu's current research. What is meant by a deep brain machine is simply that it allows the chip to work in depth with brain regions. It even completely replaces all functions of the brain except consciousness. Of course, for the old horse and their team, this may just be a foreign involvement. In terms of current relevance, the research program of the Qingbei team in Huaxia is more realistic, less costly and more convenient for promotion, and less technically demanding for surgery. But it is clear that the purpose of the deep brain machine is not simply this therapeutic option, but to allow people who are completely paralyzed in all four limbs to communicate with people normally. Even the deep brain machine and the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor are a perfect match. Like a patient who is completely paralyzed can be made to look like a normal person with a deep brain machine and an exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, even far beyond ordinary people. But it's clear that this scientific research is incredibly difficult. The difficulty is not just because of the components and the scientific research on the chips. There is also the degree of development of the human brain domain, and the familiar understanding of the brain, to allow every neuron in the brain to make contact with the brain machine. In a sense, this is the transplantation of consciousness. Holy, this scenario, it seems to suit myself, Lu Yu suddenly muttered. One's own body, one's own family knows that the body's functioning has reached a very low condition. Even now the system has been boosting the lifespan, but it was also very limited, and it was as if Lu Yu had a rope chasing him behind his ass all the time. If his own consciousness is capable of this deep brain machine transplant, then the mechanical ascension that he had envisioned before might not really be a dream. There's already an exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, plus this deep brain machine. Basically the external equipment can already be completed replaced. So if I'm able to form a new 5 viscera inside the mechanical battle armor that can support the internal organs of the deep brain machine to receive issued commands, then have I accomplished my own salvation? And now there's a hibernation chamber filled with a liquid that will minimize my body's functioning and allow me to go through it with minimal danger. At this thought, Lu Yu's heart thumped. If one really accomplished it, it would be a creation unrivaled in the world. Of course, the process might still have a lot of problems, but he really saw hope. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yu forced himself to calm down, and quickly sneaked inside the library 50 years later. He quickly searched through it for everything he could find on brain machines. It's true that 50 years is a fast development, but the distance from deep brain machines is still very far. If we follow this progress and project it in an unusual time, there is still a difference of at least 100 years of development. Lu Yu took a deep breath. He knew that this one was so difficult for him that he didn't expect to be able to fully do it until 50 years later. But it had never been Lu Yu's character to be sad about spring and autumn, and he didn't have time to worry about imagining this. This deep brain machine, he has to do it. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yu continued to enter inside the research. And outside, there was already a very big commotion because of Lu Yu's live broadcast doing scientific research this time. It was especially the old academician's incomparable excitement that made him realize that this scientific research of Lu Yu's involved too many things. In a sense, it has pushed Chinese basic science forward at least to the extent of the previous decade. This is what I say without exaggeration. 10 years, and even I have said less. I dare to conclude that excluding academician Lu Yu's research this time around, no one will be able to equal this research of Mr. Lu Yu even after 50 years. National University. Lian Cheng's impassioned, spittle-flecked lecture. But suddenly a student stood up. Teacher, I have a question. Since Lu Yu is all so powerful, according to you, it's all already 50 years ahead of our Chinese, or even the world's scientific research. And he's also working in the field of drugs. Why doesn't he develop anti-cancer drugs? Chapter 64, Experimental Success. The shock of the dormant chamber. He's a cancer survivor himself, critically ill every day, and in a serious car accident. It would be the greatest help to himself if an anti-cancer drug was developed, wouldn't it? The students were very serious and direct in their questions and answers, and the class seemed to be convinced by this statement by looking at the other students' demeanor. It's that cancer really is just a completely impenetrable disease that even academician Lu Yu has to retreat from. So are we humans really going to be powerless against these kinds of diseases? The student's expression remained unchanged and looked serious. But Liancheng is what he is, and it looks like he's been doing research. But people get old. And every year when you apply for funding, you and the other old men have to be at each other's throats and counting. Even a polytechnic man can smell what's going on here. This is another way of questioning Lu Yu. This query had arisen before, but there were simply too many points that could be used to attack Lu Yu at that time, so it was quickly overwhelmed. This time it was reintroduced and he made enough sense to convince a lot of people to go for it. It was important to know that Lu Yu was not just researching in a certain area, he was researching across specialties. Let the true all-round talent of legendary history materialize. He's really done some pharmaceutical research, directly really attacked the problem of the stubborn Alzheimer's disease. Directly made a special drug. Or is academician Lu Yu just great enough that he simply doesn't want to continue living? Does he think his mission is all this scientific research? The student asked the question here and said. Liancheng's expression had become serious. He was the first to certify Lu Yu's scientific achievements and witnessed the birth of many of them. From the beginning, he too was extremely skeptical to disbelieving. By now it's close to the point where the skepticism of the research scholar has become blind obedience. But he knew clearly and rationally why he was like that. This is because one of the results achieved by Lu Yu, and even a little bit of the edges are enough to become a big breakthrough in someone else's program area. Take for example that old academician's project last time. This student, please sit down. I know what you want to ask, what you want to say. However, you have not really yet come into contact with academician Lu Yu, and will never be able to understand the truly powerful aspects of academician Lu Yu. You will never know the beauty of truth until you see the papers of academician Lu Yu. This isn't me blowing smoke up your asses. If and when you have access to Mr. Lu Yu's papers, you will know why I am so supportive of trusting him. Even every time academician Lu Yu published his results, they were synchronized and studied by a specialized think tank team. After Liancheng first explained, he then scanned everyone and continued. I know there are still doubts in your minds, but this cannot deny the greatness of academician Lu Yu. As for why he didn't delve into the field of cancer, I don't know why, but so far it seems that none of his scientific research is purely for himself. It wasn't even for him. I can only say that he is a pure scientific researcher. A scientific icon that all scientific research scholars should learn from and admire. I dare not say that he will continue to do so in the future as well, and perhaps he has more and greater scientific creations in store, but I'll always remember those eyes of his. Liancheng said faintly. This doesn't really qualify as a strong break for Lu Yu's skepticism, but it is very firmly in Lu Yu's perspective. Obviously, there are still some people who don't believe it, or doubtful, but these take time to break. This includes the idea that many students nowadays, especially those who are just starting out in the field of research and don't know enough about real research, are most likely to have. And inside a Chinese military base, hibernation pods are being built at a rapid pace. In this case, the filling fluid and the capsule itself were developed separately. All the researchers at the site have been getting more and more excited as one assembly is completed. Assembly complete. Equipment being inspected. Test complete. Please test. With a command issued. Then the test subjects were sought. A gorilla. Who knows that gorillas are closer to humans and therefore do a close analog mentality. The gorilla was injected directly with an anesthetic to prevent him from resisting. Subsequently, nitrogen was injected as the chamber temperature question was lowered. Soon there was a mist of nitrogen inside the chamber. The gorilla's torso, already twitching, seemed to be freezing awake, and then, an inexplicable liquid gushed out of the pod, and quickly wrapped around the gorilla's body. His convulsions were soon brought to a halt. Heart rate is decreasing rapidly. 70 times per minute, 20 times per minute, every minute, 10 times. Vital signs, still normal. The gorilla is still alive. The researchers who reported the number were overwhelmed with excitement. This is a great creation. In a way, a hibernation pod is something akin to a time machine in a day and age where there are no time machines. It is possible to extend the survival time of living things by a great deal. Temperature reduced to 140 degrees below zero. 1 heartbeat in 5 minutes. Still alive. Temperature, 245 degrees below zero. Heartbeat once every 7 minutes. The experiment was a complete success. No problems whatsoever. Hibernation pods, no questions asked. The whole crowd was all abuzz. Even these researchers had a sense of unreality. It's really as if we've entered the age of science fiction. There are just so many areas where dormant pods can be applied, such as sky fulfillment, and sea navigation, air crashes, dives, etc. All have opportunities to apply this technology. Sun Lao said with incomparable excitement. Having this is the equivalent of giving a life extension. It also gives more possibilities for the future. In the days that followed, a team of researchers continued to delve deeper and deeper. and the sleeping gorillas were awakened once again. And the results showed that the gorillas didn't have any side effects. Above the highway, approaching the Mid-Autumn Festival, Su Wangting took his daughter back to his hometown for vacation. Dad, this Grandpa Luyu must be very powerful, right? I want to be the same as Grandpa Luyu in the future. The youngest daughter looked at the screenshot of Luyu's live broadcast screen inside her cell phone and said with a face of admiration, "That's for sure. As long as Little Treasure is willing, Dad will definitely support it. However, Little Treasure definitely needs to study hard to make it." How can I say this about Su Wangting? He was the type of person who held deep suspicions about Luyu. Only now that the online touting of Luyu had been driven towards myth, he was too lazy to argue with these people. Chapter 65, Last Hope. I'm Luyu's loyal traitor. The reason for his questioning is that he is just like the students from the state universities in the Lianqing class. He didn't think that someone who could make so many transgressive inventions would really be reckless with his own life. At least it doesn't make logical sense. Unless Luyu is just hell-bent on death. But as far as these videos are concerned, they are an incentive for kids, and he's not averse to them. Just at this moment, however, he suddenly felt his brakes fail. Su Wangting was violently shocked inwardly, hurriedly foot on the brake many times to do attempts. The results have no effect. His palms got sweaty all of a sudden. Yet it was precisely at this time that a traffic jam occurred in front of them. Bow! Buckle up! Su Wangting roared loudly. His speed, though not high, was at least 80 mph on the highway. Boom! There was a violent crash. Half an hour later, Su Wangting knelt on the side of the road begging for help while holding his daughter's body, whose breath was extremely weak. Arrived at the resuscitation hospital 3 hours later. It's too late. The kid was in too violent of a car accident. His body is extremely damaged, and with a traumatized brain and ruptured pancreas, it's going to be hard for him to wake up, even at any time. Your life is in danger. The attending doctor sighed and shook his head after coming out from inside the resuscitation ward. As a researcher, he knew all too well the meaning inside these words of the attending physician. Su Wangting is simply like a thunderbolt. He has been busy with scientific research, busy with work, so much so that his wife derailed and ran away with a junior. Luckily there was a daughter left to live with him. How could he do this when he already considered his daughter as his life? Su Wangting sat in the hospital corridor holding his head and crying. But suddenly, he thought of Luyu's live broadcast yesterday. That's right, he was also one of the viewers of Luyu's live broadcast, and the more he questioned it, the more he needed to find evidence to prove it. But helplessly, he didn't. But now he remembered that Luyu's outcome this time was actually a dormant pod. Perhaps the hibernation pod could save the daughter. It can slow the waning of your daughter's life. Maybe there will be a chance to save it later. The attending physician was only able to treat some of the external injuries, but some of the underlying injuries are simply not salvageable at this time. Then, biding time seems to be the only way. Right, hibernation pods. He hastily pulled out his cell phone and searched the internet for news about the dormant pods, but other than the live broadcast from that day and a few papers, he couldn't find any useful information at all. None of his co-workers, none of his friends, had information relevant to be able to access. But at this point, it was his last hope, so he took a last-ditch attempt and posted a video of him kneeling directly online. My daughter. She's only 5 years old. She wants to be a research scholar like Luyu in the future. But a car accident will soon take away her life. She's only 5 years old. I beg on the part of the state to be able to give me a chance to give my little treasure a chance to enter a dormant chamber. What wasn't expected was for his video to quickly and violently go viral online. What he didn't expect even more, however, was that he soon saw, in his own back office, a contact message from an official military news network. He would have questioned if it was a scam, but he couldn't think about it. Every minute of stagnation was a loss of his daughter's life. But just a few hours later, a group of men in military uniforms came to the hospital. You're the Mr. Su Wangting who begged for a hibernation pod for his daughter, aren't you? Su Wangting immediately stood up in excitement. That's right, it's me. What we have to tell you first is that the only experiments we have done so far are on beasts, such as orangutans, monkeys, dogs, rabbits and so on. The human body doesn't have any experimental data yet. That means there's a good chance you'll face failure. Are you okay with that? The man at the head asked with a serious face. I can take it. Su Wangting was tempted to say I don't want to accept it. He wasn't willing to bear the consequences of his daughter's death. But he had no choice. It was only after he was transferred to the classified base that he realized, surprisingly, that there were already hundreds of patients here. These are people who either have incurable diseases that cannot be cured, either that or his life is in danger. Then there are those who are vegetative, the kind that can't be revived, all trying to find new hope decades, centuries from now. Academician Lu Yu has said that his technology is to serve all the Chinese people. That's why we accepted your request after going through the seminar above. The man at the head of the group spoke up. If it was in the past, Su Wangting would have been unable to resist disliking it, saying that it was just posturing. But at this time, he knew the importance of likeness, and even now all he wanted was for Lu Yu to be real, for the technology to be real. That's how there's hope. He dared not question it in any way. Even as a research scholar, he was already secretly praying to the legendary deities of all walks of life in heaven and earth. Su Wangting. It was at this time that his name was read to him, and soon he was ushered within a very private room, in which a pod was set up, and his daughter was already in the hospital bed next to him. Mr. Su Wangting, I'm going to ask you one last time now. Do you accept? I accept, Su Wangting said through gritted teeth. After the researchers nodded, they began their preparations. Within moments, his daughter was placed inside the pod. Cool down. Inject nitrogen. Inject the filling fluid. Hibernation pods. Activate. Temperature minus 40 degrees below zero. 120 degrees below zero. Su Wangting's eyes didn't even dare to blink as he stared tightly inside the dormant chamber. He was even thinking of breaking the hibernation pod to report his daughter if anything went wrong. But he was clearly overthinking it. Eventually, the temperature stopped at 240 degrees below zero. Vital signs normal. The researcher also let out a sigh of relief and turned around, looking at Su Wangting as he extended his hand. Congratulations. There is new hope for your daughter. Su Wangting was stunned out of his mind, then violently cried out violently. All these times he wondered how many internal condemnations he had, why he hadn't gone to check his car before getting on the highway. That way you won't harm your daughter. But this moment, his pressure, finally, was poured out. Daughter, really saved. Thanks. Thank you. He went straight to his knees. Thank us for what? If you want to thank us, then you can only thank academician Lu Yu, who invented the scientific research on dormant pods. We're just a simple operation. The researcher shook his head. Su Wangting nodded violently. Yes, yes, yes. It's all thanks to Mr. Lu Yu. Thank you academician Lu Yu. He was immensely grateful, and he was grateful from the bottom of his heart, without any other thought. From now on, as long as I live, there is no way I will question academician Lu Yu again. I'm just a big fan of his, a loyal trader. I'll spray anyone who dares to question it. Chapter 66, Cultural Export. I have my own great scholar to argue for me, and the example of Su Wangting is just one of them. These researchers who did human trials for Lu Yu not only found that 100% of them were successful, all the operations are not complicated either. Even an ordinary person could easily activate a dormant pod. Only the hibernation pods can be a bit expensive to build, but that's relative. For medical equipment that can cost millions of dollars, there is simply no comparison at all for the hundreds of thousands of dollars that this area costs to build. Just ask, in a desperate situation, are you more willing to spend temporary rental of millions of dollars of medical equipment, which may end up with a bad result and the person is lost? Or would you rather use a machine that has a guaranteed minimum of a couple $100,000? Many people end up going back to poverty because of hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars in medical bills. But this dormant pod keeps people alive and won't die for a short period of time. One can wait for a bigger opportunity with more time and hope. There are also people who need certain major surgeries such as liver transplants, heart transplants, and so on, died helplessly without waiting for an organ source. Instead, now, they can be given more time to wait. It's literally giving people a chance to regenerate. Su Wangting's daughter is in a similar situation. Trauma aside, many organ damage is the most critical fatal. Instead, the dormant pod slowed his injuries and prolonged his life. And, for some, it becomes the last resort of the heart. As long as he was alive, there was still hope that he could sustain himself. In a nutshell, in ancient times, it was the equivalent of being able to directly build temples and dedicate them to the existence of the eternal life row. At this time, Su Wangting no longer had any of his previous questioning mind. He only wished that Lu Yu could live longer and longer. It may even be possible to develop new programs that can solve the problems his daughter is now experiencing. I would have gone that day with despair and a dead horse. I couldn't lose my daughter. So I went. I sent the video, but everything turned out far beyond my expectations. My daughter didn't die. She survived, and I can still look at her through the hibernation pod. I can work for it. There's still hope for my daughter. Academician Lu Yu, I thank you. I apologize for what I once said. From now on, I am Academician Lu Yu's loyal hardcore. Whoever spews Lu Yu at me is the same as cursing my parents. Wangting Su's video quickly attracted a great deal of attention. A number of people who were also treated in dormant pods were all sharing their deeds in comments. My mom's liver transplant. It's in the final stages, but the dormant capsule has given us a new chance. We can still wait. So is my son, who became a vegetable with brain damage. And I'm hoping that in the future it will be possible to repair him. Academician Lu, you must live well. Many people were incredibly shocked. They didn't know that this dormant pod was so powerful. It really is as awesome as the paper outlined that day. I thought it was bragging before, but I didn't realize it was a declarative sentence. And, aside from the significance of the hibernation chamber itself, the hibernation chamber's filling fluid is also an extremely great invention, allowing the cells of the human body to no longer be threatened by ice crystals at low temperatures. Whether it's exploration, or the medical field, or space navigation, they all have a great range of applications. Luyu is a bit more powerful than I imagined. Some research scholars, too, have heard news of certain industry trials that are completely unimaginable, and the news quickly spread abroad. In itself, the West is still trying to lower some of the heat on Luyu, but because of the last moon landing incident, and the Nobel teasing Luyu incident, the heat on Luyu is just too high. Even if you take down the heat and the buzz, basically spontaneous videos that have a huge number of likes. I used to believe that scientific research was absolutely fair. I thought that scientific research was free of any political demands, and I thought that scientific research had no national boundaries. Now it seems that I was wrong. Even the Nobel can be manipulated. No wonder there aren't many winners in the East. I have a need to believe that all the information we have been given has been cocooned. What we see is only what some people are willing to let us see. It's embarrassing for all those so-called impartial awarding fields now, isn't it? I've recently learned a Chinese phrase, and it couldn't be more aptly used. You're the most competitive on the side. As you can see, the heat simply cannot be suppressed. What Facebook, what YouTube and so on, everywhere in the discussion, although it cannot be on the hot search, but as long as you send Huaxia Luyu these keywords, there will be a constant flow of discussion. It's not even all IP on the Chinese side, it's totally eagle sauce. Some of these native European comments, Huaxia they don't have enough scientific research results to shock the world, not because they don't have smart people, but their people are contributing to the whole of mankind, thinking of making a greater development for mankind, instead of us eagle sauce just looking narrowly at ourselves. Maybe it's the fact that we can't do it that makes us so scornful. I've heard a comment that the reason Chinese soccer is not played well is because they've been taught from a young age to take care of the environment, to protect the trees, and that flowers and plants belong to that, and they're trying to protect the flowers and plants so they can't play well. One by one, the foreign yokels were getting more and more outrageous with their ips and fancifully began to describe some of the things they knew, and to add to the mix, the foreigners exclaimed. The nation that came out over the wall was simply confused. I thought we needed to mix it up a bit, but what the hell? I'm just going to have to come over and yell 666? Also, we're really not that far off the mark. All the netizens of Huaxia suddenly thought of a classic statement said by an ancient person. I have my own great scholar to argue my case. Unexpectedly, always in the international Chinese public opinion is suppressed, but in such a way to break the circle. It also broke the inherent impression of China in many people's minds. The contrast between how up and down the blackness used to be and how bad the impression is now. Sure enough, all of humanity is one giant contrasting monster. Is this the power of cultural export? As outrageous as it may seem, but it's really cool. When did we Chinese netizens get this level of treatment? It's almost like going to the extranet in a whole new way of opening up. Even, some bloggers have already appeared on the extranet who specialize in introducing the Chinese civilization, and then also very much like to explain it in an extremely exaggerated way, taking foreign netizens literally by the tiger's hand. Good Samaritan Wahini netizens began to roam beneath the platform's video copy. Yes, that's us. Wasia. But certain Hoxos, certain Western media outlets are clearly not happy to see this. Chapter 67, Research Laboratory Upgrade Success. New feature. Just when the heat had reached the bottom where it couldn't be suppressed, suddenly Eagle Sauce and the major Western officials are tacitly, and directly, engaged in traffic pool restrictions. That is to say, with the word Luyu research project, cannot get any exposure at all, cannot enter the algorithm recommended traffic pool. It's the equivalent of just blocking all of that out. Those with the word Huaxia will not be blocked, but the difficulty of obtaining traffic has also increased by a large margin. The Chinese netizens who are out on the internet expedition are of course offended. Didn't you guys agree on freedom of speech? What's with the double standard? Then the Western media started to give a lot of weight to certain events like the war between the oil states in the Middle East. Make a big deal out of it. It was to suppress these hot searches and everything about Huaxia and Luyu during this time period. Let time fade away. Don't you guys like to brag and blow? Why don't we just leave it alone? Internet users have always existed without memory, and as soon as 10 days and half a month passes, surely no one will continue to talk about it. Plants. In the future, whoever blows up freedom of speech with me, I'll hammer him to death. You think it's easy for a buddy to climb a wall and build a ladder? It's a long way to go for cultural export. But we have started the first step. Some of the country's top executives in the cultural field are dumbfounded. What's the point of doing scientific research? And now it's a cultural export? That wasn't expected either. It is imperative to maintain academician Lu Yu's image in the international arena, in a way. Academician Lu Yu and our overall image of China are completely consistent. Attacking academician Lu Yu is smearing us in China. It is necessary for us to strike back at some point. This is also an opportunity for us. They have forgotten how quickly academician Lu Yu's scientific research was born. The relevant departments of culture meet directly and internally to characterize the situation. Lu Yu did not know that he had suddenly also become a cultural ambassador and a recommender of Chinese civilization to the outside world. I guess I can't help but be dismayed to know that the development of the deep brain machine was quite a bit tougher than he had expected. Despite the success of the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, for neuron contact chips, had given him a foundation, but the complexity of the development of the deep brain machine, its seeming simplicity, far exceeded anything he had studied before. The stuff may be small, but the tech content that it contains is very high. It's the 183rd death, Lu Yu exclaimed. It was a human body simulated in an academician-level research chamber, and it was already the 183rd person who had died by his own hand. Luckily, the deaths were all simulacra, and Lu Yu didn't feel much guilt. It was at this moment that Lu Yu realized that the academician-level research room had begun to change drastically. A single light ion floated in the air, seemingly rebuilding, reorganizing. Is the upgrade package complete? Lu Yu was slightly pleased in his heart and immediately saw the system's description. Congratulations to the host. The upgrade package has been completed. All the contents of the academician-level research lab will be retained for the host, and based on that, the contents of the research lab's equipment will be upgraded. 1. Add intelligence that can quickly simulate scientific research realities based on what the host wants. Research experiments only. Second, the multi-operation mode is activated. So in the future, Mr. Lu Yu can conduct multiple experiments on the operating table and not interfere. Third, the research room is officially upgraded to an institute, adding an entertainment and leisure mode. The first two were within Lu Yu's expectations, in a wide range of meanings. What Lu Yu didn't expect was that there was a so-called entertainment and leisure mode. Is this a cow or horse that also has a spring? Lu Yu simply burst into tears. The dog system has finally become a human being. However, when he finished checking out the entertainment and leisure mode, he was instantly much less interested. There are probably several of them. One is the music feature added to the library. The second is that there are additional sports facilities. In addition, you can connect to the Earth network for half an hour a day. It's only the last one that's worth mentioning, but half an hour. That's ing cheap. And the exercise facility. I'm just a ing consciousness in here, and you're asking me to exercise? Are you crazy? The most ridiculous thing is that library music feature. Listening to songs while reading and checking out information? I need to be quiet, okay? Dog system, you really don't want to be human. Reporting to the host, this system itself is not human. The system, however, answered Lu Yu's thoughts in a serious manner. In addition, these three types of functions hosts can explore on their own. Far from what you think. Lu Yu thought about it, but he would look into it when the time came. In front of him, a computer that could be networked appeared at that moment. It looked a bit old, but he was also in an excited mood. Something he'd only had before to check the literature for. Now it's finally networked. Although he knew that the repercussions from the outside world could be great, he had only heard about it from hearsay, and he was really not sure what was going on in the outside world. Casually searching Lu Yu himself was dumbfounded. Man, it does seem like it's awesome, he mumbled, checking his news. Surprisingly one-sided blowout except for the very few blacks who saw it. Where's the villain? That's taking a lot of the fun out of pretending to be something I'm not. Lu Yu surprisingly had a tasteless feeling that this session of netizens was not very good. However, seeing one so-called example online, eating his own melon, Lu Yu also ate with gusto. By chance, he had actually seen that previous video of Su Wangting. Suddenly my heart couldn't help but be a little mischievous, and I just tapped in and typed, "Do you believe me when I say I am Lu Yu?" I didn't realize that the video, whose heat had already begun to diminish, seemed to have suddenly entered a new pool of traffic. You're Lu Yu. I'm still Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Beat the money. A bunch of netizens are having fun playing with the stems, but with half an hour a day. Lu Yu also treasured his time more and didn't waste it on all this blowing water. He saw an entry about exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. This content, however, does not take place in Huacha, but rather in Dog Dato. That said, the land of the Bible is like Teddy, inviting the entire Middle East dog powerhouse to mob it. but with Eagle Jam behind him after all, he wasn't scared at all. And, in itself, they were much more powerful. However, the whole video inside says that they saw aliens. That's right, these aliens are here to save their doggy dogs. Luyu opened the video to take a look. Exempt, this is not the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor? Inside the video, someone wearing an exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, directly across the sky inside the ultra-low altitude flight, speed and extremely fast. It's almost like you can only catch a little shadow, but it's the same things that have destroyed many of the military strongholds in Bible country, and there's nothing Bible Nation can do about it yet. He can't detect it at all. Chapter 68, The Age of Battle Armor is here? Humanoid nuke. In fact, it wasn't just Luyu who had seen it. This video had been discovered by quite a few people. It's just that because it's military, there's a relatively small base of people who are interested in this area. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the low-profile handling of the matter by the parties concerned. Doesn't this look familiar? Why does it look a bit like something from our family? I remember it was on the news a while back. No way no how? Nonsense. How can this be ours? It's clearly the No. 1 power in Asia. The White Elephant family. Yeah, it's the White Elephant house. I just don't know why the White Elephant has a black eye. The netizens who found it can't help but laugh already. But flirting to flirting. But this practical effect is too damn amazing. The footage captured doesn't show many of those things. Just a few simple ones in fact. But they looked at Bible Nation's report and realized that although Bible Nation spoke cryptically, it was hard to hide the fact that he had suffered heavy losses. Because all countries have satellites watching them now. Everyone's eyes are on them. Hiss. It was said before that the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor might be the one that would be applied to the military field. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Some people were incredibly shocked because this thing had appeared for such a short period of time that it was hard to tell if it wanted to be put directly into the battlefield. Once you play poorly, the loss of reputation is small. The failure of the battle situation is the big problem. But the big dogs just have the nerve to use it. And it worked. The dog Dato made empty promises and opened his eyes. This is our country's own research inside the desert. Could it be that people look down on my family's research capabilities? As for your claim that we don't have a wind tunnel here, isn't the wind just right in the desert? And Bible Nation is already pissed off. They directly cursed certain Chinese nations. I advise you to behave yourselves. This is not a battlefield you should meddle in. Otherwise we're bound to show you what we're made of in Bible Nation. And then, there was no more. His Eagle Sauce son is also reluctant to speak out. Then bombed again that night. More and more people guessed that this was the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor of Huaxia. It's not a single weapon. It's a single nuclear weapon. The attitude of China is also very direct. Sorry, we do not know what your side is talking about. The main hand is not clear and unknown as far as the dangers of Bible country are concerned. The ambassador laughed outright. Eagle Jam didn't even make a sound this time. They were also shocked by this battle armor delivery. Their previous guesses had gone a long way to overestimating how powerful these exoskeleton mechanical battle armor would be, but apparently they still underestimated it quite a bit. It's these international things that are just a joy to Luyu. After connecting to the internet for half an hour, the system quickly scheduled a disconnect. Luyu simply had the feeling that he had returned to his childhood, not giving a single point more, but Luyu was still satisfied. At the moment it looks like I'm making a difference to the world, to scientific research. Even the current level of scientific research on the planet as I've moved towards the position sheep. I'm curious, though, what is your purpose? System? Luyu said with a smile. He didn't get an answer, and within his suspicions, and seeing so many changes, he even had a feeling of suddenly warming up inside. Actually, I think I can be self-conscious if you heal me. Luyu once again made a negotiation and asked, but it's still the same. Luyu had no choice but to pause his mind and devote himself to researching inside once again. He had a hunch that this deep brain machine project could be very important. As for the leisure board and the library's music mode, Luyu directly chose to skip it. Everyone, this man, Luyu, has shown himself to be a superb threat. He has surpassed general weapons. Let's not talk about scientific research projects with neutrality like the space elevator. You've all seen the lethality of the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. I need a definitive program solution. Inside the Eagle Jam Defense Department, a group of people were having a dreary meeting. To the people of China, the entanglement between the dogs and Bible Nation is more like watching a joke, because the war was so far away. But that's not the case for Eagle Jam Defense here. They are literally giving a lot of money and support and taking a very strong stand on the side of the Bible. In addition to money, weapons and ammunition are available. They absolutely will not allow a loss on the Middle East battlefield, and once that happens, it will inevitably ruin all of Eagle Jam's decades of layouts on this side of the world. So, it has to change. After discussing and discussing, all the root causes are on this person called Lu Yu. Bob, shouldn't you say something? The big man sitting in the first seat said with a sullen face. Bob is the one in charge of intelligence. The FBI. Bob looked embarrassed. As you know, the last time we conducted a risky operation, but the assassination failed. You know the whole world is watching him now, and the Chinese side is doing a good job of securing him. It's going to take a lot of funding to take care of him. Funding. These two words are a direct headache to the head of the first big man. This group of people officers do not work, but want funding is very active. If I can, I wish it was to have Lu Yu, a living person, the defense bigwig said. With enough funding, I'm sure I can do it. I'll take whatever you want, Bob said, patting himself on the back. I want the original Chinese exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. Lu Yu himself. And he's alive. How much funding do you need? I'll authorize it. The defense bigwigs were laughing in anger, slapping the table angrily. 3 billion, Bob said with a shrug. Could it be that you don't think this Lu Yu person is worth $3 billion? Then I'll really give it to you. Can you do it for me? Definitely. A conversation that left everyone else speechless. Don't even know how Bob has so much confidence. He wouldn't even risk his life for funding. Would he? 3 billion American dollars. Does he know what that is? The point is, you don't really believe it, do you? I can allocate you $300 million up front. If you can really deliver and show me hopeful expectations, I'll add a follow-up. The defense bigwig said directly. After saying that, he walked out. This time it made Bob outright dumbfounded. You really approved it. It's 3 billion, not $30. As the head of intelligence for the FBI, how could he not be aware of the difficulties involved? And they had already done multiple investigations on Lu Yu. It was discovered that it was now impossible to pose any threat to Lu Yu, unless it's risking war with China and just dropping missiles to blow up. Otherwise, even if the Marines go in there, there's no going back. Originally this was to force the defense bigwig to give it up himself, and he'd bet on the impossibility of agreeing to it. That would have made it easier to dump. Who knew he'd say yes? Is David out of his mind? Is he really being pushed this hard? Chapter 69, the brain machine is connecting, begging for golden tickets. Bob, the head of the FBI, was not unaware of the urgency of the matter, but he really didn't expect to be able to put up with such an outrageous request. But the order for this thing came down, so we have to get on with it. And it's so outrageous that it's been promised, and if you don't do it then someone else will have to do it. So Bob went back to intelligence and went straight to the heads of several major departments. $100 million was approved from above for the assassination of Lu Yu. You two go and do it for me. Then a few department heads conveyed it again. $50 million approved from above. $5 million approved from above. Here's a list. $50,000. You go to Jiangcheng Hospital to assassinate Lu Yu, and after it's done, I'll give you an extra $30,000. Inside a small tavern in China, a gangster punk looked at a scarred face in front of him and said, "Okay, as long as the money is there everything is fine." Scarface immediately claimed the mission and rushed towards Jiangcheng Hospital. Then they were arrested that night. Once again, one of Hawk Jam's assassination attempts goes bust. Not to mention the reaction from the Eagle Sauce side. The security for Lu Yu on the Chinese side has been extreme. The intensive care area of Jiangcheng Hospital had long been wrapped in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Outside is even more for the people who scouted Lu Yu news, spies and the like, to touch the whole thing. As soon as there was any movement, they were all taken out straight away. And the Chinese military, at this point, is not even holding the kind of fuzzy video from the outside world. Instead, it's first view HD, only to see the personnel of the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor maneuvering the mechanical battle armor, directly flying at a low altitude and at an extremely fast speed. Within a short period of time, they broke through the enemy's protective lines one after another and destroyed the military fortresses of the Bible country several times. Its combat capability simply deeply shocked this group of military veterans. Times are indeed changing. The old man on the first seat was speechless for a long time after reading it, so shocked that he couldn't speak anymore. He had the feeling that he had been left behind by the times, or even in the future. Is it all about the king of the one-man army? His formerly proud record doesn't seem to matter so much anymore. It's only been just under 100 years. At the beginning of the founding of the country, even airplanes and tanks were driven carefully, and by the time we got to the Gulf War, everyone realized with a jolt that this is how war is played. Crushingly, he had the dog Dato's brother to a fine pulp. Electronic warfare, information warfare, and now, the mechanical battle armor are showing up. Some of the scenes that appeared inside anime and inside sci-fi turned out to be real. Apparently, we still underestimated the combat capability of the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. Even now, it's not fully developed. I think we need to reorganize a completely different force, all trained to fight using battle armor. Sun Lao opened his mouth and proposed. The old man nodded quickly, and after a moment of silence, this task is yours to handle. I think the age of battle armor may not be far off. There was one more thing he hadn't said, and it was actually only China itself that had entered the mecha era. As for popularization, it's not that the design scheme is bad. This is probably the most time-consuming and labor-intensive piece within the Luyu design, and its cost is not insignificant. And every single mechanical battle armor is near equipped with the same person, because every person's behavior is different. Need to get the mechanical battle armor to remember your muscle memory and be easier to maneuver. There's always the feeling that Stark Group has shown through. We're going to fill the sky with Iron Man from now on. A younger senior couldn't help but speak up. Superheroes within Marvel don't seem to be that far away from people, especially when Iron Man's first generation of battle armor was nowhere near as good as the current exoskeletal mechanical battle armor. At this moment, inside Lu Yu's hospital room, there was only the sound of quiet machinery. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, was struggling to watch all of Lu Yu's papers. Even Goldbach's conjecture in the field of mathematics was simply not something she could read right now, not to mention the rest of the content. But she was very hard-working and devoted all her remaining energy to studying these. She didn't expect to understand it completely, but at least understand it. She didn't want to be mistaken for someone who thought she had gotten in through nepotism. Has Lu Yu not awakened yet? Ruyan Lu walked in and frowned as she looked at Lu Yu's face and opened her mouth to ask. It's been in a deep sleep since I last awakened, Kong Yun said quickly. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and glanced at the vital signs data, which was, overall, relatively smooth except for a few small fluctuations. About half a full month had passed since the last time. This was very rare before. Lu Yu used to sometimes even awaken for a while every day to feel the outside. And now in this situation, Ruyan Lu was puzzled. Could it be that Lu Yu's will to survive is weakening? Lu Ruyan secretly thought. Her heart was more than a little worried. And Kong Yun was even more thorough. When she heard such a question, she immediately became nervous. Nothing is going to happen to her. My senior brother, right? Not yet. Ruyan Lu didn't dare to wrap her head around it either. Right now Lu Yu's situation was just rather strange. He was obviously very dangerous. Yet he was relatively stable in the current few days. There have been no major changes either, and yet still live in peace. Moreover, the matter of Lu Yu not awakening was quickly reported and caused a sensation. And the reason Lu Yu didn't actually wake up was actually quite simple. Because after the upgrade was completed, these casual features he hadn't experienced before turned out to be incomparably and unexpectedly good. Let's start with the library's music system. Surprisingly, he could have a great mobilizing effect on Lu Yu's emotions based on the difficulties and problems he encountered now. In short, it was very comfortable to finish, and it was also very convenient for Lu Yu to look up any information. Of course, the key thing is the leisure function. What he hadn't expected most was that the physical exercise in here could be fed back to the top of his body. It could strengthen Lu Yu's own body. The feedback, which simply made him happy, meant that his body would not stiffen. There will even be a slow improvement. But the process was bound to be very long. Yet it gave Lu Yu hope. If his car accident trauma can be contained, the likelihood of him surviving resuscitation increases a few more points. Deep brain machine. Initialization detection. Initialization test complete. All normal. Brain machine ready. Trying to interface with human body. The system's voice was calm, but Lu Yu was very excited. Carefully watch every change in the data. Brain-computer connection attempt in progress. Connection successful. Chapter 70, Artificial Creation of Gods. The Eternal Beings. Congratulations to the host. The development of the deep brain machine has been successful. The last voice of the system caused Lu Yu to rejoice. He really did succeed. Successfully installing a brain machine directly on top of a simulated human body. On the display bed, the long paralyzed simulacrum, through analog signals from his own brain, begins to manipulate external machinery to assist his movements. Lu Yu directly attached the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor externally to the paralyzed simulacrum. What Lu Yu did not expect was that this paralyzed man actually succeeded in commanding through the mind of the brain machine and could manipulate the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. His vision is entirely feasible. So my very first idea of transplanting consciousness will work? This bold and incomparable idea flashed violently in Lu Yu's mind. And it says do it. It was only in the research room that Lu Yu could be so bold. Outside, who dares to experiment on human beings? Even the more extreme research scholars only dare to do such experiments secretly. And once it's blown out of proportion, it's a reputation that awaits. It goes against human decency. From this point Lu Yu also had to marvel at the power of the system. The sim is exactly like a living, breathing human being except he's just a blob of data simulation. It could even complete the most normal conversations with Lu Yu according to his needs. There can also be panic, surprise, fear and other emotions depending on Lu Yu's needs, because emotions are a very important force in the installation process itself. But these systems can do it all, despite having invented so many things for scientific research themselves. This alone was not something Lu Yu could easily catch up with, or it would be far beyond Lu Yu's current cognitive level of technology. However, Lu Yu didn't want to delve deeper about the things behind the system right now. Not qualified to do so myself. It's good to be alive first. Not to mention all of this, Lu Yu is perfectly capable of employing countless more simulacra for experimentation in this. There will be no moral violations either. The key also reflects everything that can happen to the human body, and Lu Yu's current idea was one of his visions at first. The deep brain machine itself is depth and brain bound, even in a way. Even if a person is a vegetable, or a deep sleeper, as long as they are not brain dead, there is just going to be an awakening through a deep brain machine. But these are not what Lu Yu single fade want. Lu Yu want to take care of also their own situation, just like his body, which was already highly damaged. This body could basically be said to be hopeless except for the system. So if deep brain machines can be transplanted directly to consciousness, will it work? Are there any risks? What is the probability of death? None of this is clear, as it is itself beyond the boundaries of his subject. To accomplish this, Lu Yu would have to do the figuring out himself. Good thing these sims exist. Try it. Maybe it's a done deal? For the first time, Lu Yu felt a hint of nervousness within the research room. As he maneuvered, all those wires and buttons on the simulacrum's body irregularly began to blink lights. Transplanted consciousness leaves the brain region. Neurons that will carry the entire brain will be combined with the brain machine, allowing the brain machine to take over the functions of the brain. Warning, host is experimenting dangerously. Warning, warning, host please stop your experimental behavior. Suddenly, the system issued a warning sound. This was the first time Lu Yu had heard that the system would also issue a warning in so many times. Is there something wrong with my test? Lu Yu paused and asked with a frown. Danger unknown. This type of scientific data is prohibited in the system's stored data. Please consider this carefully. Host. The system replied again. Lu Yu fell into silence. He was very reluctant to let him give up now. What if I force it? Results unknown. The system replied again. The system answered unknown, which meant that he didn't know the rules of how his program worked either. Is it because it goes against human decency? Do the system developers, who are also humans or other humanoid intelligent beings, have a notion of a moral code? Or, does simply transplanting like this pose a huge risk? The Eternals. Lu Yu finally came up with a concept. Eternal life. Such technology, if it exists, if it appears, it's bound to send the world into a frenzy. To put it mildly, I created a fairy world. There is no difference between the immortal world and the earth. The difference is that the one who survives on it becomes God. I don't know how many people are able to restrain the desires of their hearts, restrain their desire for money, for wealth, and restrain their will to survive all the time. The more powerful and wealthy a person is, the less they want to die. I'm afraid it's not about so-called morality, and whatever else is going on here. Danger. From intelligent creatures' fear of death. From intelligent creatures themselves. And at that point, the strongest will always be strong enough to live forever and always control the resources of this society. And the weak are always weak and will live inside a fictional fantasy world. And they may never know what kind of creatures survive to rule them. Lu Yu couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Such a world is simply appalling. This technology, it must exist. Otherwise the system wouldn't have interfered with my experiment. It can only mean that the meaning behind it makes the system feel scared. Therefore, even though this technology is available, it should never be released to the world. In this world, the most unpredictable thing is the human heart. But I'm still going to do this technology. It's to survive. Lu Yu made up his mind. In a sense, Lu Yu is the selfish one who only looks at his own situation and breaks the rules to want to keep experimenting. But Lu Yu didn't feel wrong. It was his own ability to survive. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yu's eyes became resolute. Once again the eyes became firm. Opened a consciousness transplantation trial. This step, which is very difficult, is equivalent to the brain machine having completely replaced what the body carries. It also has to connect the countless neurons inside the human brain. Lu Yu was incredibly nervous as he watched the combination of the brain machine and the human body. Suddenly, the simian jerked violently. Immediately afterward, there was a burst of electric sparks that flashed inside the brain machine area. Not a moment too soon. Blood bubbled out of the simulacrum's brain area and the brain was completely charred. The Sims couldn't be more dead. Experiment. Fail. But, Lu Yu wasn't going to give up. He will still hold on. But it's time to wake up. It could only be used as his own secret research project. Not even in the planning of the system. Opening his eyes, Lu Yu let out a long breath. Senior sister. Come. Chapter 71, Lu Yu's success is normal. Failure is the news. Senior. Jiang Yan's eyes were delighted and she hurriedly came to Lu Yu's side. What scientific research did Senior have this time? She asked in a rush, and skillfully brought the computer over. Lu Yu smiled faintly and did not reply. Enduring the pain in his body, he let Jiang Yan help himself up. Lu Yu woke up, and of course, he quickly alarmed many people. But now everyone is not as nervous about Lu Yu as they were before. Even Lu Ruyan, the attending physician, was just outside the door ready for any emergencies. Academician Lu Yu is awake. Hurry! Inside a higher research institute in the capital, a middle-aged man shouted loudly and excitedly. Before long, the entire research room was already overcrowded. Moreover, they are all top-notch research teams. It's a national-level trusted talent. Today's Lu Yu research program has long been classified as a special classified program. Each time the initial research is done, directions are learned. After that it screens out a large portion of people because most of them are not in the relevant field. The only ones who stayed were the tradesmen who had relevant experience with the LU thesis and could do some parsing. The same is true for the core areas of the Central Research Institute, the Engineering Institute, and so on. There are also a small number of research laboratories at top institutions. They were all seen through the cameras inside the ward. On the one hand, it was to protect Lu Yu's personal safety. Secondly, it's also so that it's easy to see the results. Inside a certain military region, Sun Lao led the way and looked at the military's group of research scholars with an incomparable sigh in his heart. Is there nothing even the top can do? Sun Lao asked with a sigh. There's nothing to do but pray for a miracle. But he is already a miracle in himself. The man at his side shook his head and said, in fact, there was no need for Sun Lao to rush. Lu Yu's current value was far beyond many people's imagination. Let's put it this way. If there's a cure for Lu Yu inside Mrs. Tokyo's room at Footloose Chicken, certain parties don't mind using some kind of dishonorable means to get it. Deterrence could even be used. Deep brain machines? The research scholars froze for a moment. It wasn't that the brain machine project was simple, but it was equivalent to those scientific research projects that Lu Yu had done in the past. This one seems pretty common, because inside reality, there are also quite a few people who are making brain machines and already have results. But someone quickly reacted and hated to slap themselves. It's Lu Yu who's great. What's so great about you? Does it matter to you what projects people study? No matter how ordinary the brain machine project looks, it is still something that only the top teams in the world are qualified to research nowadays. But soon enough, someone started to get confused. This is a brain machine? It's a fairy machine, isn't it? How can this be done? Some people couldn't help but gasp out loud when they read the overview. Just reading some of those theoretical overviews is just mind-numbing. Connects all the neurons in the brain. Restore the brain's control over the entire body. Can be used in conjunction with an exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. Can get a paralyzed person back on their feet. Can take care of your physiology for yourself. It allows them to live with dignity, even beyond ordinary people. Listen to these latter statements. Isn't this newspeak for fantasy? Not to mention all that, I don't know how many people are going to have a hard time with the most basic step of connecting neurons. Or maybe the world just couldn't have such a brilliant surgeon. Surgery may be something someone can do, but the human body is the human body. And who can last that long without taking a break? Do I go halfway through the surgery? Go to dinner, come back and keep sewing? It's not like sewing. Academician Lu Yu said that only a chip is needed. No need to use complicated surgical procedures. Simply by cutting through the scalp layer, the biochip automatically senses the neurons in the human brain and automatically generates connections, and keeps sensing. So, after embedding, a process is needed. As he read it, he couldn't help but pause, for he saw the process and once again jerked his mouth. The process, which takes half an hour. Acclimatization period? Half an hour. You call that an acclimatization period? For a paralyzed person, or for a paraplegic, let alone half an hour. This is to give them a freshman. It's 3 days, 30 days, 3 years, they are also willing to awe. It's still hours away from coming out of your mother's womb and going into the hospital when your water breaks. Academician Lu Yu's vision amounts to a small chip that completely replaces the many functions of the brain region. Let the man-machine integrate. It's a great idea, but I can't think of how it could be accomplished. A host of researchers, it's tempting to say no, but there are simply too many examples of face-slapping. Thinking about it only dares to sneak a thought in your mind. But there are also people with iron heads. Although I am a loyal iron fan of academician Lu Yu, but I'm not optimistic about this project. Others ask why. Mr. Lu Yu's previous scientific research, mathematical or otherwise, could be based on his own thinking ability, but a deep brain machine chip, with all the neuronal units involved, is just too much to do just by thinking about it. You should know that Mr. Lu Yu has been sleeping. Even if he was doing calculations inside his dreams, it would take a lot of time to barely have an idea. My guess is that it's a concept at best, not a completed scientific study. The man swore. And what if it does work? Someone immediately asked a rhetorical question. It worked. Isn't that normal? The crowd was silent. Hey, this kid is really a clear angle. Feelings you do not have to pay anything. Just empty-handed to receive the words. Right? He does have a point though. It would be normal for Lu Yu's program to succeed. It's the failure that's the big news. But soon there were no takers. Those who remain are all high-level experts in the field of brain machines. To put it mildly, those are industry talking heads. But at this moment, they were all carefully drilling into every word of Lu Yu's thesis and analyzing every piece of data. And as they delved deeper, they realized to their horror that the man whose claims they had just questioned didn't exist. They didn't agree, but in their hearts they recognized the statement. But the reality was that Lu Yu had once again personally shut them up. Those bigots, while memorizing papers, data, and notes, while still having people on the sidelines doing hands-on exercises. And basically so far, they can't see anything wrong with it. Or rather, when it comes to the highs and lows, they only have the ability to follow and listen. Questioning? Sorry, didn't learn it at all. I don't get it either. Chapter 72, he has no selfishness, doesn't want to live in mediocrity. Lu Yu's thesis is finally finished. And yet, he felt incredibly tired. This thesis can be said to have consumed countless hours of his mind. A solution found amidst countless failures. And the people who have gotten the papers and seen the data have gotten into extreme drilling. This was because before this, no one had even arrived at the realm that Lu Yu had reached. Before, they thought that it was a brain machine in their conventional sense. As developed and understood now, it was the closest thing they thought Lu Yu had to a realistic scientific project. Is the easiest program they can understand and complete. However, after seeing the paper, everyone fell silent. I apologize for what I just said. I'm just a rookie, a research scholar at the research center, who gave himself a slap on the wrist. Said, this was because many of the theories that Lu Yu had come up with were simply beyond their comprehension. It's not even something they can think about at all. But Lu Yu just did it. Just so clearly in front of everyone. What choked them the most was that regarding the design of the brain machine chip, Lu Yu, based on the situation in the country, he had designed several programs. Because of the limitations of the photolithography machine, the chip that can be done domestically is 14 nanometers mass production. So the main program of the design is 14 nanometers. But in fact, in his thesis, he designed directly to 1 nanometer, arriving directly at the limit of Moore's law. In other words, his brain-computer chip was perfectly capable of being more extreme, more convenient, and more applicable. In terms of practicality and scientific research, it has been done to the best of its ability. Such a researcher, all people have no respect. Even these news reached the ears of those in the chip industry and couldn't help but feel ashamed inside. Our researchers and scholars have designed to a higher level, even beyond world-class design, but we haven't been able to realize it. We haven't been able to do it. Not even the whole world can realize it. Elder brother, is there anything you want to say? Jiang Yan held Lu Yu's hand tightly. Her eyes were filled with nothing but heartache. Senior has lost weight. A lot of weight. He was afflicted with illness and it took so much out of him. It may be that in others, Lu Yu is a mythic and legendary level of scientific research more worthy of attention. But in Jiang Yan's eyes, she only had Lu Yu himself. Only Lu Yu as a person. Though to her, in her heart, Lu Yu had also been covered in this ash. He was an angel who fell to earth. But he fell to earth after all. I just want, so that everyone can afford to use it. So that all the paralyzed patients can rejuvenate themselves. Being able to value your life. Lu Yu looked at his torso, then smiled slightly bitterly. Don't be like me. The researchers and scholars behind the camera were in tears. This was the true god of scientific research. And they had the presence of mind to make Lu Yu stop. Let him rest for a while. But Lu Yu's eyes were so determined. Lu Yu didn't forget to joke. I at least hope that, while I'm alive, I'll be able to see someone inspired by this scientific research, and that I can make more people pick up hope again. In fact, you can totally choose to hibernate. The hibernation pods are your own development. You are perfectly capable of using the filling fluid to find opportunities for yourself in the future. You've done well enough. You're perfectly capable of resting. I'm sure no one will blame you. At this time, however, Ruyan Lu suddenly walked in. She had actually been monitoring Lu Yu's data and had seen the conversation inside the room, so she chose to walk in. It also asked the deepest doubts of her heart. Lu Yu's situation is dangerous, but the dormant chamber, at least, could delay the spread of the cancer cells for Lu Yu for some time. Reduced cellular activity in the human body is lowered, and the same is true for cancer cells. Human cells are delayed thousands of times. and the spread of cancer cells is similarly reduced thousands of times. This meant that Liu Yu could have thousands of times more time to seek hope of life for himself, instead of having to hope for a miracle, as we do now. Not just Lu Ruyan. All the other research scholars were similarly filled with curiosity. Liu Yu couldn't help but pull his mouth after hearing the question. This question was actually asked of Sun Lao when he arrived, but he made no positive reply. And in fact, it was clear to him just by glancing at the system's interface. Countdown. 15 days, he has 15 days to live. He couldn't be sure he'd enter a hibernation chamber and the system would give him this chance to get stuck with a bug, because at the normal limits of one's own life, it could be over before the first research nanoflying blade comes out. There's simply no follow-up series of things. One is alive now because of the system. According to the dog system's pissy nature, how could he make himself so comfortable? Although Liu Yu hadn't asked, but the odds are definitely against it. Or one's own body, all of which could be subject to unexpected conditions while in contact with a dormant chamber. Liu Yu can't bet on it. Life is but a death. More than 30,000 days is already lucky. I've lived for more than 20 years. I don't want to spend my life inside a dormant chamber. I want to do something more meaningful, at least for the last moments of my life. Liu Yu opened his mouth. Lu Ruyan looked at Liu Yu in a daze, then walked out of the medical room, outside the door, but covered her mouth. I've been alive for more than 20 years, and I don't want to talk about spending my life inside a hibernation chamber. He didn't know if it was possible to attack pancreatic cancer in the future, but he didn't want to wait or gamble on the nothingness. He just wants to do unlimited things with his limited life. Countless research scholars and professors were all silent. They couldn't say anything else. They could only pray silently for Liu Yu in their hearts. Quickly attack academician Liu Yu's paper in every way possible. Do everything possible to popularize the deep brain machine chip. Also, simplify the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor completely and make it a civilian version. There's no need for excessive functionality, as long as it can be used just like a human body. Elder Sun directly issued the order as he gazed deeply at Liu Yu. He knew that Liu Yu was most interested in having the results used by everyone. It's going to finish his idea. He now didn't know how long Liu Yu could live. Both hopes and last wishes must be fulfilled. He's not selfish. This is the heart of justice. Outside, a small launch event has caused an overwhelming sensation. We are looking for 10,000 paralyzed volunteers online. Whether it's a high human amputation, a vegetable, etc. Non-brain dead patient volunteers. We're about to test academician Liu Yu's latest achievement, or it will change a lifetime. It was brief, and the speaker simply walked away after saying just a few words. But the news, however, was a national sensation, and the world at large. Chapter 73, The experiment begins. This must be the actor who hired it. Requesting to be informed. What exactly has Liu Yu researched? I feel how it's another very powerful scientific research. Recruiting volunteers that are actually vegetative. Paraplegic all the way. It can't be. Is academician Liu Yu going to make these paralyzed people stand up again? And waking up a vegetable? Is that scientific? Academician Liu Yu is the greatest science. Anyway, I am conditionally believe in academician Liu Yu. My brother is fully paralyzed. I apply for enrollment. Where can I apply to be a volunteer? Please. I've been paraplegic for 10 years. I'm as good as dead. I'll admit it even if I fail. I beg to be given this chance. Online, there was a clamor. Chinese netizens are already looking around for content about the launch, but all parties are silent. If you're skeptical, just don't come. To say that Huaxia is shocked and surprised. For those foreigners on the extranet, can't even begin to tell you how envious and jealous I am. But there are also a lot of shady people, whether they are foreigners or shepherds living in China. After the wind had died down for a while, they were starting to die down again. He can't even save himself, and he's talking about saving those paralyzed people. Let him stand up and skate around twice on his own, okay? Your country is strong again. Your country has won again. You've won again. You've won again. You've won again. You've won again. How come Liu Yu isn't dead yet? His Alzheimer's special medicine didn't work at all and killed my grandmother. Dead liar Liu Yu. Hurry up and die. That country, the people in that place, are filthy, stinking, garbage. Those who questioned, those who spread rumors, those who hated Liu Yu's death, all kinds of people gathered here. However, no matter how much they hated Liu Yu and Huaxia, the volunteers had quickly filled up, far from enough to meet the demand. Given that the outcry was so overwhelming, officials once again announced an additional 50,000 volunteers. Finally, it was the appointed time. River City Hospital, implemented as a focal site unit for pilot testing. The country does not know how many patients traveled thousands of miles to come to the city of Zhangcheng. It was supposed to be a gimmick. I didn't believe it at all. Who knows who's disabled? I'm paralyzed. No one can understand the pain of a paralyzed person. Lu Yu is just trying to gain attention. He is, by his very nature, no different from Netflix. There was an extremely special person at the Q site. This person looks no more than 30 years old. When on the construction site fell from a height. Luckily did not die, but also paralyzed all over at the same time. He was also one of the volunteers who participated in the sign-up. Then what are you doing here? Wouldn't you just go home? Someone disgruntled opened his mouth to rebuke and said, "Hey, I'm here to personally break open his deception. I'm here to show everyone that Lu Yu is a deceiver," Xiao Qiji said with a cold smile. The crowd was speechless, and his mom, who had accompanied him, had a sharp look on her face. As for his wife, she ran away back in the year he crashed at the construction site. I'm telling you guys, the Wachovia office is just a voice that likes to blow up to the sky, but in reality there's nothing there. It's just as well I'm paralyzed, or I'd have moistened up a long time ago. Even if I had to take the line from the old Mexican border, I'd have to go to Eagle Jam to breathe some free air. You guys wait, just watch for the face slapping when the time comes. You're all hands on this time. Other people's mouths can be blocked. Mine can't. My mouth is still alive. My mouth is tough. He continued. We're all going to Eagle Sauce. His mom spoke up as well. The crowd was speechless. How can there be such people? Everyone distanced themselves from him for fear of getting a little bit of bad luck. Shocky. Suddenly, at the place of registration and enrollment, Xiao Qiji's name was read. You'll just have to wait and see, his mom said triumphantly. Xiao Qiji even had a disdainful face. They pushed the gurney over. Where's the sign-in? I'm sorry, you've been disqualified. We are currently unable to receive patients like you who denigrate academician Lu Yu, the staff member said straight away, giving him back his credentials. Xiao Qiji froze for a moment, and then cursed, fake afraid to poke holes in it, right? Knowing that you can't cover my mouth. You do this? I'm telling you, justice is on earth. I'm on the spot waiting for you guys to be poked and prodded. His mom also spoke up. If anyone makes it out alive, I'll take his name as Lu. The staff ignored it and simply called out to remove it. But they didn't go far. They waited on the spot. It's like everyone who goes to sign up for the program is drunk. But the other patients were happy in their hearts. Not to mention whether Lu Yu would succeed. But come what may, none of them have a good attitude. The man had no desire to get up either. The repulsion of the staff literally made the many people in line as if they were drinking a glass of cold Coke on a summer's day. It's so cold. Your heart soars. It's cool. One by one, the enrolled people gradually walked in. Just then, suddenly a man stumbled through the hospital doors. He wept hotly, incredulously, looking at his legs and touching his torso. Then he snapped to his knees and kowtowed toward the hospital doors. Thank you, academician Lu Yu. You have given me a second hope of living. He then stood up, rushes the crowd, falls hard, but can't stop his excitement from climbing back up. I'm better. I am really well. Oh my 10 years of paralysis. I'm finally well. He cried and laughed and yelled. For a moment, all eyes were on him. Everyone, hearts pounding. Someone made it? Excuse me, were you previously paralyzed? A reporter had been waiting for the news for a long time and immediately came over to interview the first person to be discharged from the hospital. Yes, that's right. I used to be paralyzed. I could only move my neck. I could only talk. I couldn't do anything else. There's no difference between that and being dead. But now, I feel I have a new body. I feel I have a new life. I thank academician Lu Yu. The reporter froze for a moment, and then immediately asked, did you fall down just now because the technology is still not perfect? Or is there some loophole in the technology? But the question was not waiting for him to answer. A couple of doctors suddenly hurried out behind them. Sir, you've just recovered and have no memory of your limbs. You need rehab. You need to learn to walk again. The whole scene snapped to silence. This all without any training. Put it on and just get out of the hospital? Even if it's a fall. It's a dream come true for countless paralyzed people. They understand this first out big brother all too well. What hook ate rehab? Who wants to train at this point? I just want to take a couple steps. Actor. This must be an actor. Xiao Qiji also saw this scene and immediately laughed out coldly. With a look of I see through everything. Chapter 74, he's either stupid or simply a bad seed. Xiao Qiji simply didn't want to believe that such technology existed. As a paralyzed person, he couldn't be more aware of his physical condition. In one word, it's a fool's errand. That's his own bottom line. He's not some paid spy from the outside. It's not exactly a country hater either. He just purely looks at anyone. But no matter what he said, the others looked at the one who came out with immense envy, and the anticipation grew in my mind. There were only a very few people who couldn't help but think about the possibility of what Xiao Qiji said in their minds. There were also a few people who secretly approached Xiao Qiji and thought he had some secret message. You guys watch, And when it's time for a facepalm, you come back to me, and you'll know that my guess was absolutely right. Even if there really is such a thing in this world, it couldn't have appeared in China. In A Dying Man, Xiao Qizhi was even more confident when he saw that someone had come to ask him. My guess is that this is an official human test to make us people the guinea pigs. You get the picture, don't you? Certain people are in positions where you don't know how vicious their hearts are. Here he goes again with the conspiracy theories. This made those who hesitated even more hesitant, but they kept it quiet and smartly chose to wait and see. If once it's true, they'll make it up again. And if not, then it's something to be thankful for. Time gradually passed and soon the day faded away. But surprisingly, no one else came out except the first one. I told you so. It must be getting down and dirty now. It just won't do. That first person. The actor hired gimmick that was used to get more people to volunteer as guinea pigs. Don't we paralyzed people have human rights? Humph. I saw through them a long time ago. Xiao Qizhi directly incarnated into this group of smart people's life coach. Although lying in a hospital bed. But one of them rented a cheap house near the hospital. But also said the spittle flying. And it's not just them, the internet, the restless ones are jumping up and down again. However, it was early the next morning. At the entrance of the Jiangcheng hospital, thousands of people came out together in a neat group. All of them, glistening with tears. I'm really standing up. I finally feel alive again. Thank you to the country. Thank you academician Lu Yu. Thank you to all scientific researchers. You're our renewed parents. I have legs. I can move. And I can hit myself. It hurts. It's not a dream. These people, ecstatic. Some people even fell to their knees in excitement, kowtowing and kneeling in gratitude toward the hospital. Someone was boasting loudly. There are also countless researchers and medical workers, all of whom are in tears. This scene is just so touching. Even for a moment, there was a joy of being needed. With one, my work finally found meaning. The people are so easily satisfied and sweet. People may have imperfections and be inferior in one way or another. And this knows no ethnicity, no national boundaries, but their wishes are always simple. I want to be a scientist like academician Lu Yu in the future. A small child stood in the distance and saw the scene, milking his voice. We want to solve their difficulties for more ordinary people. A medical worker spoke up, resolving to travel to poor, remote areas himself to support the medical concept. It's like I've found the meaning of my existence and I know the ultimate purpose of my work. I think we are lucky to live in the same world, the same era. Under the same sky as academician Lu Yu, we are fortunate to have such a mentor who brings us light and hope. One student at a state university wrote this after seeing it, and the major news media, all kinds of reporters are as quick to arrive as if they were sniffing the fragrance. It was even filmed and written at the same time in order to grab the advantage of a headline first, and at the same time, have your company send out the press release? The grab is a quick hand. In just under half an hour, the whole country was in an uproar. Giving countless families and children hope again and giving people with disabilities a new lease on life. This may be what scientific research is all about. The greatest thing about this research is that he can make the world a place where there are no more people with disabilities. One repayment was freshly released and the major networks were shocked. So soon? I was all set to endure the humiliation and wait for the hacks to come out and spray him first for half a month and then wait for the flip to make me raise my eyebrows? That doesn't give me any way to build up to a big move. Blacks, give it a shot. Don't discuss any black and white. I don't think there should be such a discussion here at academician Lu Yu. It's a sign of respect for him, not to mention the world-class discussion and shock. Xiao Qizhi, who was right near the hospital, waiting to see the joke, couldn't laugh at this time. His little group couldn't laugh either and came. Didn't you say there was no way it would work? How did this work? How did this work in one day? Didn't you say they were all guinea pigs? So many people could have been discharged straight away in this one morning. If it weren't for you, we'd all be recovering. That's right, we'd actually trust you instead of our country. What an idiot. Those in the small group, now repenting, immediately went out from inside the room, wanting to go and line up again. But the news was that the 60,000 volunteer slots this time around had long since been filled. Now they were all dumbfounded. Shocky, on the other hand, still stands by his views, even though they are so fragile that no one believes them anymore. Can you get the out? If you hate the country, you get out, okay? You go to Eagle Jam. See what you can do. Someone who had seen Xiao Qizhi cursed angrily. Even kids walking by spit on it. Xiao Qizhi looked miserable. Where he didn't understand. Where is the disbelief? In fact, when the first one came out yesterday, he knew it was probably true, because the guy who came out, in line, he'd seen with his own eyes. But now, there is no hope. He's been blacklisted. There's no way he'll ever be available again. He's not stupid. He's just plain bad. Just trying to degrade others with their darkest minds and thoughts and then gloating that they are the smartest of the bunch. Get out of here. I've been serving you for more than 10 years. It was your turn yesterday. Why don't you go? Do you still think you've victimized me enough? You want me to serve you for another 10 years or so? When I die and take you into the ground with me? And you're smart. You're a stupid dog. How could I have given birth to such a useless son like you? At this point, Xiao Qiji's mom, who had praised his idea yesterday, was now standing in the doorway pointing and cursing at him. Chapter 75, Hawking, I'm going to fight the fake protest. At the moment, because some of the backlash is just too much, but there are only 60,000 volunteer slots in total. There are simply too many people to do this to this extent at the moment. That's why the health authorities issued a direct announcement. Under the premise of quiz safety, we will enter the normal channel as soon as possible, so that everyone can afford to use it. And it's open to everyone. I'd say 3 months at the most. You can't do that drug audit like on a yearly basis. Isn't this for fear of a rejection reaction? Once the rejection reaction is very serious, it will cause a lot of damage to the human body. So my suggestion is to test it for a month at most. A month of bull *********. I'll take it for a day if it gets me on my feet, even if it gets me straight up dead. With dignity. No. I'll accept it now. There's no need for a quiz at all. Including Xiao Qiji. He dared not go out again. He only dared to secretly surf the internet. This time he finally didn't choose to be the big smart one himself. I think that it could be open now. And for a disabled person, especially a paralyzed one, nothing is simpler and more convenient and comforting than to stand up. Shaki frames a typing session. He's finally being honest now. Every time I think about how hard it is to lose a spot that I had because I made a big deal out of it, my heart aches so much that I can't breathe. After being scolded by all kinds of people during this period of time, he suddenly felt as if Huaxia wasn't that bad, and the outside wasn't that good either. At least this time, only Chinese people have a share of the volunteer quota, don't they? Finally, the health authorities have issued another circular. 10 days later, it was fully online. Others have attacked some of the systems in the country, saying why some things, some drugs, get the green light. There must be interests involved behind this brain machine or something. But it was quickly drowned out in curses. But it's not just at home now. There's been a huge response abroad as well. It's really too loud for the country. The extranets are being massacred with messages from the nation. Just as there was still skepticism out there, a message from the land of John Bull went viral. I don't believe in technology that is beyond its time. I don't believe in results that haven't been accumulated over any time. This Lu Yu is just too beyond human. I believe in genius, but I don't believe in him. I'm also paralyzed. I have muscular dystrophy, and the whole world knows that he's also a seriously ill man. I will now, personally, travel to China to test the law, and if he is real, I will apologize to him worldwide. Research scientists should respect facts, not bragging. John Bull Country, a man famous all over the world. Hawking, this is a legend. He's been in a wheelchair all his life because of muscular dystrophy and can't stand up at all. He can only communicate with the outside world mechanically, through his only 2 available fingers tapping on the keyboard, and then sending the sound out through the stereo. He was an astrophysicist, and it has a global reputation. Of course, that's not to say he's that strong, and it was these spirits of his that led to a worldwide household name. Descriptions of him have appeared in Chinese textbooks. It's even often fodder for writing. There are times when people ask which one is stronger, Stephen Hawking or Elder Yang within China. Let's put it this way, Hawking can't even see Yang's old ass when he looks at it. But there's no denying that he does have a strong influence. The moment he made his statement, it caused a buzz among humans all over the world. Mr. Hawking himself went to fight counterfeiting. I think, can the Chinese officials still stop it? This is the truth and we need to be exposed as more than a myth. Mr. Hawking is our role model. Waiting for Mr. Hawking to burst the myth of Lu Yu. Everyone crossed their fingers. It is the habit of mankind to mold a trifle into a deity and then pull the deity down. We advise good families to go to the sea. We advise the red dust to go to the shore. We advise the prodigal son to turn back. And we advise to go to the Liangshan mountain together. Because of Stephen Hawking's appearance, instantly all eyes in these few short days were focused on him, and fell on this volunteer event in China. More and more foreign saints have begun to criticize the medical problems in China. Finally, a day later, Huaxia officially responded. We welcome Mr. Hawking to China, and we are confident and prepared to help Mr. Hawking get back on his feet. We also take this opportunity to let the whole world see what Mr. Hawking has achieved this time. Right or wrong, all will see in time. After the response, a lot of people were talking about dead ducks, but that's okay. Hawking came straight from his wheelchair. He landed in the capital city of China and turned into Jiangcheng, and it was received with great pomp and circumstance. For the sake of not Hawking himself, but through Hawking, for the world to see. We will be webcasting this treatment live around the world. Are you okay with that? Huajin directly chose Jiangcheng Hospital. He felt that Luyu was in Jiangcheng Hospital, so he chose the place closest to Luyu. Of course, there's no problem. I was afraid you wouldn't dare. Stephen Hawking tapped on the keyboard, his voice coming out hoarse. Then the worldwide webcast opened. Hawking was wheeled right into the medical room. Your brain machine chips, like theirs, should require the opening of my skull, right? Now, you guys can put me under general anesthesia. But of course, my assistant will be around to record the whole process for me. You can't fool me, Hawking also said with slightly flirtatious black humor. The crowd of doctors from Jiangcheng Hospital couldn't help but chuckle. This level of surgery is child's play. It's just that this time there's so much movement. Orders were given from above to make sure to hit the world this time. I'm sorry, Mr. Hawking, you don't need general anesthesia. We just need to do a local anesthetic. Then just embed it in your scalp. No need to uncover your skull. The doctor smiled. Hawking was even more puzzled in his heart. In fact, he was also panicked this time to come, partly because he had been paralyzed for many years, and the excitement of being saved. On the one hand, it's because of the questioning disbelief that comes from rationalizing and feeling that it's impossible. There's also the aspect of the loss that can't be hidden by the fear that failure is fake. In short, he was now excited and uncertain and complicated. The operation has begun. As the doctor administered local anesthesia, Hawking felt a tingling sense of panic inside him as he felt the top of his head being cut open. Then something hard, pressed against his skull. Finally, the stitches. Also, a simple version of the mech was prepared for Hogan to put on. In half an hour, you will be able to feel the miracle. Chapter 76, just 30 minutes. He stood up. Half an hour? I don't feel anything right now. Hawking sits in his wheelchair, 2 fingers tapping. Then the sound emanated from inside the stereo. See, I told you it was fake. You can't fake it at all inside a live broadcast these days. I dare say that there must be someone behind the scenes trying to buy off Master Huajin. But what hasn't Master Huajin seen in his life? He's weathered all the storms and waves, and he's not moved at all. The viewers watching the live broadcast had a pop-up screen explode because of Hawking's sentence. But a bunch of doctors aren't in a hurry. Hawking didn't intend to attack either, but to articulate his feelings, after the chip was implanted into it. It's only just begun. He's just documenting his changes. He also didn't expect so many people to pop up and attack. Of course, he's not going to read the pop-ups at this point. Time passed by and Hawking still didn't budge. A moment later, his eyes suddenly lit up. I seem to be able to feel a little something. I can perceive that I can push a little bit. Hogan's neck suddenly moved slightly, because he is fully paralyzed. Complete muscle atrophy, resulting in not even being able to control his vocal cords. So the basic battle armor built for him is full body in nature. It was even thoughtful enough to give him a new stereo embedded directly inside the battle armor. My scalp. It feels like there's a lot of touch and something new is making contact with me. The sensation is marvelous. It's as if I'm growing a new head. Hawking continued to elaborate, his typing hands already looking a little agitated. Even made a typo because of it. I think I feel the presence of a mechanical battle armor. No, I won't allow such a blunt and artless name. This should be a new human body, he said again. The doctor next to him couldn't help but inwardly spit out. You might as well have done that just now with that name. But it wasn't said to my face. Asterisk. Hawking wouldn't have been bribed too, would he? Why do I feel that Master Hawking has the potential to become an actor? Why are you so excited? Someone who was paralyzed very early in life, even for decades. In your place you probably peed your pants with excitement. But that's overacting. The invective pop-ups dwindled and had begun to turn into a degree of skepticism. At this time, Hawking suddenly, his body moved. The hands of time had come to 20 minutes. He slowly raised his hand. 5 fingers, all moving. Then he sat up. He can move his legs too. 20 minutes. Hawking was thrilled beyond words inside. Crucially, he realized that he could open his mouth to make sounds. A direct analog device through neuronal control of the oral cavity in the brain. Then the sound is put out through the stereo. I can talk. Stephen Hawking stumbled and stared at his eyes. Excited, even. The eyes were actually flooded with tears. Who could understand that he was in the prime of his life and suffered from muscular dystrophy at the age of 21? It is also commonly known as tachyphylaxis. He grew more and more desperate day after day, year after year, though he made it out with his own perseverance, and was even rumored to have gone to Laurie Island at the age of a treasure trove. But this kind of pain is really hard to understand except for people like him. Even people who are completely paralyzed still have the ability to speak. He, on the other hand, can only rely on 2 fingers. If he could be cured, with his reputation, he would have done so long ago. Now, Decades later, he had long since given up all hope. If it wasn't for the paralysis of this deep brain machine combined with the direct propaganda of the mechanical war armor to solve everything, he wouldn't even react that way. He thinks it's Xia, a stunt pulled by that dying Luyu. Inside his unknown territory, Luyu had shocked him time and time again. It's the fact that he's so angry when he gets to a place he knows so well. It just feels like his subtext is, no one knows more about paralysis than I do. Even because of this, some of his previous approvals of Luyu were all overturned. And he felt that Luyu and Huaxia had just done a very clever scam. So he's here to reveal the deception. But he didn't expect. He never thought that his whim of an act of counterfeiting would really give him hope. For 22 minutes, Hawking shakily tried to get up from his wheelchair. The man next to him tried to hold him, but he pushed him away. I'm going to stand up on my own, he said directly. 24 minutes. Hawking is on his feet. The world is watching this moment. And inside the live broadcast room, tens of millions of hundreds of millions of people. Surprisingly, at this moment, all fell silent. For a moment surprisingly the pop-ups seemed to be gone. But after a few moments, it was like a wildly surging tide that violently exploded the live broadcast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did I see? I saw the paralyzed character who grew up inside a textbook. He actually stood up. 24 minutes. Not 30 minutes at all. Not only did Huaxia not brag, but it gave a very conservative time. It's unimaginable. This moment will certainly go down in the history of science in the world. I finally realize now why he was so excited because, well, it's real. It's not an act. I thought before that 30 minutes might be just a little bit of a reaction. And then you tell me that 30 minutes completes the full adaptation. At the very beginning, there was already a reaction in a few minutes. Big brother Luyu, please accept my knee. I really admire it. Regardless of whether it was in China or abroad, all of them were synchronized live. This image, directly broadcast to all corners of the globe, assuming, of course, that it's playable somewhere. In certain countries in the West, certain parts of Eagle Jam, sensing that public opinion is not right, straight up forced off the air. But the heat is just too much for this one. And the people of Eagle Jam have their own reverse psychology. The more you don't let me watch it, the more I'm going to watch it, and I'm going to drag my family and friends to watch it with me. In this way, the image of Stephen Hawking standing up became an image that was retweeted around the world. And then Western media people realized that there was no way to ban it. And, with such high traffic, it's not worth not eating, so sneaking a little bit doesn't count as eating. Then it was time to follow up. The short 30-minute journey was as if it had taken the entire history of Western civilization. 30 minutes in, Stephen Hawking stood in front of the tongue statue with immense excitement. I swear, I've never been so excited. I swear, when I came here, I didn't think about success. I swear, I just came over here to fake it, he muttered. Then his gaze became incredibly determined, looking at everyone. I swear that academician Luyu's scientific research is true. Huaxia didn't lie. Chapter 77, I must see him. Give me a chance. Academician Luyu, you are a proven research scholar. It's a gospel for people all over the world. An angel from God. It had been so long since Hawking had spoken that he was even a little less skillful and very excited. But it still couldn't stop him from describing this creative invention of Luyu with all the words of praise. I think it's a very successful creation of scientific research. He doesn't need 10 days later at all. It could well be open now. I don't think anyone understands the hearts of those who are paralyzed. But I do. Even if I were to die now, I would be able to accept it. Hawking said again. Congratulations, Mr. Hawking. You are back on your feet. The medical staff of Jiangcheng Hospital couldn't help but laugh. In the beginning, they were just as excited as the patients, but it has gradually calmed down now. Still, they felt overwhelmed by the success of healing in front of foreigners, or in front of someone like Stephen Hawking, who had a great international reputation. Even have the balls, you foreigners have your day. We used to have to look to the foreigners for a lot of medical equipment. It's finally your turn to look to us. No, Mr. Lu, you should be congratulated. I praise him. Hogan also finally calmed down and opened his mouth to laugh. May I ask how much this full set will cost? Hawking opened his mouth and asked. The paramedic raised an eyebrow and said, May I ask if you're asking about people from China? Or people outside of China? There's a difference? Hawking froze. The paramedic revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Then said, We Chinese, because Mr. Liu still chooses to supply the patented technology to the country without charging a single penny. We are also open to the general public. Chinese, just charge for basic materials and surgery. Total, $1,084. Hawking's eyes widened. Then he said, Chinese, only €100? What about people outside of China? The medic shrugged. I'm sorry, we'll be charging royalties. as well as the cost of the build technology, and while we have no intention of exporting it for the time being, I'm sure the people who want to buy it are rushing to do so, aren't they? Pricing, 1 million euros. Not too expensive? Hawking breathed a sigh of relief. €1 million to get a man back on his feet really wasn't that expensive, and he can afford it. But then his eyes widened. €1 million was simply not possible for many people. It's not like everyone over in Europe has a lot of money, and it's simply not customary in the West to save money. It's all about overspending and then paying off the mortgage. €1 million. Expensive for the average person. But in other words, coming back. €1 million to get you back on your feet as a paralyzed person. Is that really expensive? Not expensive at all. Even a surgery to replace an organ costs hundreds of thousands of euros. And it all fell on deaf ears with pop-ups. The Chinese summer man was instantly proud. I'll go. Man never thought that one day there will be a time when we can collect their royalties. Chinese, €100. Foreigners, hey, €1 million. 10,000 times the difference. Collect hard. Foreigners don't know how many years they've collected us. And this is just the beginning. Not only do we harvest hard, but we make them beg to give it to us. If you ask me, you shouldn't care about foreigners. What do they have to do with us? They're the enemy. And for the first time, foreigners really had a feeling of envy for the Chinese. It's so blatantly royalty paying that you don't have a way to talk your way out of it. I have never been to China, but for the first time I have a feeling of envy of the Chinese. Do I have a chance to join China at this time? Don't even think about it. Green card citizenship in Huaxia is very difficult. Unless you have made some outstanding contribution. I am of Chinese descent. Can I now recognize my ancestors? Will you still recognize me as your wandering son? From Florida. Even though my skin is black, my heart is a Chinese heart. They have black hair. I have black skin. We have the same root and the same race. A black dragon is also a dragon. And Hawking didn't just leave China after his success. Can I see Mr. Liu Yu once? I want to look up to Mr. Liu Yu. Express my gratitude to him in person. Hawking said. The staff of Jiangchun Hospital immediately looked a little darker. I'm sorry, Mr. Hawking. Mr. Liu Yu's current physical condition is not suitable for meeting outside guests. The staff rebuffed. But Hawking was overwhelmed and grabbed the paramedic's hand. I just need to meet him, even if it's a connection, just online. I wish I had the honor of having a conversation with him, Hawking said. The paramedic glanced at each other, which he had no authority to decide at all. But so many people are watching now. If they meet, it could even be a meeting of the century. It wasn't based on the jam. Liu Yu had enough of a jam, but Hawking wasn't nearly enough. But as far as influence is concerned, it's definitely enough. We need to apply for it, and we have to get Mr. Liu Yu to agree to it. And, with Mr. Liu Yu awake, if Mr. Liu Yu hasn't awakened, I can wait, Hogan said with immense excitement. There was no choice but to report it directly to the paramedics. But even River City Hospital couldn't decide, because the one responsible for Liu Yu's safety was directly the military district. But luckily Sun Lao and the others were watching the normal live stream, so before they could finish their complaint, the call came in. I'll allow it from my side, but it can only be Hawking alone, and it needs to obtain the consent of academician Liu Yu. On Liu Yu's side, he had already received a message from the system. Congratulations to the host. The Deep Brain Machine project is complete. The host has gained 20 days of life. Current remaining lifespan, 30 days. Congratulations to the host. The degree of completion of this project, 100%. The host has gained access to specialized knowledge once. You can go to the future time and space to learn all the information of this category according to the item that the host wants to know the most. Congratulations to the host. You have gained a brocade bag of wisdom. It allows the host to provide the host with methods and strategies based on the host's thoughts when the host is stuck in a thinking dilemma. Congratulations, host, on your new project, photolithography. Liu Yu sighed as he realized, no matter how much he increased his lifespan, or how one went about scientific research, the final limit is still set at 30 days. It's as if 30 days is the most one has ever had, and it hasn't been surpassed until now. The new 100% completion rewards are kind of interesting though, a solution and an access feature, and it doesn't say how many years after the limit. The final project is a photolithography machine. It's also a program that offers some challenges. With that thought, he awoke from his research lab space. Chapter 78, Meeting of the Century. Incarnation Liu Yu superfan. Hawking wants to see me? Liu Yu had also grown up learning about this character who had an extremely high reputation all over the world inside the textbooks. A thought that the world is a wonderful place, and that I really will meet up with a legend one day. And it was Legend who wanted to see me. Liu Yu chose to say yes after thinking about it. Instead of meeting directly, the two meet by video. Nowadays, Lu Yu's security had gotten stronger and stronger, and it would be very difficult to see Lu Yu eliminate all possible threats to Lu Yu's existence. And naturally, this video meeting was done with all eyes watching. Soon, the video was hit by the connection. Hawking appears inside the shot on the other side. Lu, I finally see you, Hogan said with immense excitement. Lu Yu smiled, then spoke. I heard that you wanted to see me. I wonder what is your business. Hawking took a deep breath. Please let me express my most loyal thanks to you. Also, apologize for some of my earlier irrational comments. I'm sorry, it's my own lack of insight. In your Chinese words, I'm too insular. In order to express my apology, I would like to promote your product on a foreign scale. Don't worry, I don't charge any fees. I hope you'll say yes, Hogan said sincerely. Lu Yu smiled. This is supposed to be a good thing, so how could I not agree? After all, we are all working for a better world. Do you have any kind of scientific research plan next? Hawking asked again. I want to make my own breakthrough in the field of photolithography. You know, the West has a technology blockade against China, and photolithography is important in the chip field, Lu Yu said. But the live broadcast pop-ups exploded. Especially the netizens of Huaxia were incredibly excited. We've been stuck with photolithography for too long. When will we have a breakthrough? I was just wondering when academician Lu Yu would think of a photolithography machine. This moment has finally come. I think that with academician Lu Yu we will definitely be able to break the photolithography blockade. And even, we will do better. Our Chinese chips will never be restricted by others again, countless people said excitedly. There were plenty of reluctant favorites, or cynics, but they were quickly drowned out by the pop-ups of supporters. Hawking, however, snapped in anger. No way. How can a top research scholar like you waste your time on technology that is already available? You should be creating inside more unknown fields. This is the gospel for all mankind. A second of your time is a sin. I'll be sure to initiate a coalition agreement to get all these damn politicians to open up their fields. Science should not be restricted, Hawking exclaimed. For a while, the entire internet was abuzz. Finally a top scientist has spoken up for the Chinese Research Academy. I am grateful to you, but I should be making some bigger breakthroughs in the field of photolithography. Lu Yu was a little amused by his appearance, but then said, Hiss, you are going to do technological innovation? You want to create a whole new way? Hawking, however, said in his own head. Lu Yu was slightly stunned. I didn't even say it. You've made up your own mind. But this photolithography project, the system's willingness to release the task out, must have been based on the fact that none of the humans had it yet. So he nodded and didn't make a denial. I hope you will be in good health, to be able to make plans after recovering yourself. The field of photolithography is more complex and requires more time and effort to study. You must get well. I hope that you will stand in a higher and farther region that will honor me for being in the same era as you. Finally, this session is over. The whole process wasn't really that long, less than 10 minutes. But the influence, however, is boiling throughout China. News 1. Lu Yu is going to enter the field of photolithography. And News 2. Stephen Hawking is going to endorse Huaxia's deep brain machine. The whole news, all at once, brought the pride of many to its fullest. Whether or not there is enough cultural level, even those who have always prided themselves on their sobriety, at this moment also clearly feel that the world's wind for China's wind evaluation is under Lu Yu's series of scientific research to improve. It doesn't need any vocalization of its own. Results are everything. Results can give birth to everything. As the words were said earlier, there are great scholars who will argue the scriptures for me. In the earlier days those foreigners' remarks were, at best, shady. And people like Stephen Hawking who argue the scriptures are the ones who really have the position of calling them great scholars. As for private morality, let's leave that aside for now, and let others naturally comment on it. Hawking didn't go back on his word, and after a few days of acclimatizing to the deep brain machine in China, he was excited beyond belief to hang out for a few days, and he was invited to give a number of lectures in China. There was also a tour of the results of a number of programs at LU. The more he visited, the more shocked he became. There was nothing wrong with his feelings. This is truly a human genius and an asset to all mankind. When he saw the space elevator entity, he stood underneath it and was completely shocked. Our space elevator is practicing both civil and military development. Soon, it will truly be possible for everyone to land on the moon, the introducer said. I will definitely come. I'll definitely come then, even if it's expensive. Hawking spoke up. Little did he realize that he would be able to stand up one day and be able to travel to the stars of the universe to see for himself. When Hawking returned, he began to massively publicize Lu Yu's deep brain machine everywhere. Combining Lu Yu's theories and his own personal feelings, he touted wildly, and they angrily sprayed these people who had imposed a technology blockade on Huaxia in the international arena. You will be the sinners of history. You are wasting one of mankind's greatest geniuses. He will surpass Einstein. All of you shameful politicians will end up as his backdrop. Hawking is straight up front and hard. Spray John Bull first, then Europe. Spray Europe, then spray Eagle sauce. This little old man, as if he had transformed into a super warrior all of a sudden, had a constant flow of energy. He's been in a wheelchair his whole life. He didn't want to sit down again, much less kneel. But all this is what many people don't want to see. With such propaganda, he has not only offended the interests of many politicians, but also touched the cake of many businessmen. So, one morning, Hawking was assassinated. Fortunately, he didn't die. In the face of countless interviews with journalists, he was bland. I had guessed that this day would come, even later than I expected. And it hasn't killed me yet. I can tell you very directly that I will never compromise. I, Stephen Hawking, will stand on my honor. I am doing something extremely great. China's Lu Yu will definitely be the light of humanity. Chapter 79, 201 times? Moon landing? Terrifyingly low cost. And let's not talk about the little fanboys that Lu Yu has harvested. Lu Yu itself was the rest time to meet with Hawking. He still needed to devote the rest of his time to his own scientific research. But Lu Yu didn't delve inside the realm of photolithography at the first opportunity. Instead, I gave the matter of consciousness transplantation some thought once again. But the countless failed results of the experiment have proven two conclusions. The first was that Lu Yu was going in the wrong direction, and this approach simply could not be accomplished. Secondly, that is Lu Yu may have flaws within the design of the trial that are not perfect enough. But the problem, Lu Yu hadn't found it yet. Surely I'm still too eager? Lu Yu frowned, and then could only turn to the technical research inside the photolithography machine. As Lu Yu had thought before, the world's existing photolithography technology certainly could not meet the system's requirements. The requirements of the system are certainly making the lithography go further. It even breaks some existing theories to do so. He began to collect information on various aspects, including information on technological development after 50 years and so on. With the strength of photolithography now, it's all within Moore's law. Although each breakthrough is so tough that it seems to be just a size difference, while the difficulty rises exponentially, it boils down to the same exhaustive method of making smaller, more durable, less energy-intensive chips out of the limited space of Moore's law. If you can't have it all, then sacrifice one or two items first, like energy consumption, a point that is often given up. And if that doesn't work, then give up durability. Make the chip first. For example, certain chips have actually entered the 2 nanometers era, but the stage of practicality and mass production is still a long way off. But this limited space, that small a chip on top, put more transistors in, approach the Moore limit countless times. But the method still hasn't changed. Lu Yu thought as he looked up the information. Photolithography itself is actually very much like the technology of photo developing, where fine graphics on a mask plate are printed onto the top of a silicon wafer by exposure through a fiber optic, amplifying a light source so that the wavelength of the light pulse emitted by the source within a few seconds is greater than the cross-sectional perimeter of the atomic spectrum of the material being amplified. This has been a regular pattern. All improvements, all innovations, are practiced on this basis. And just 50 years later, there is some information on photolithography that doesn't break this principle. The difficulty was high and Lu Yu was brain dead. I have a bag of tricks, and a chance to access all the information from 1,000 years from now, and a future time, but it would be a shame to use it here. Lu Yu had a fleeting thought, but quickly dismissed it himself. He had a hunch that they might play an unexpected role at a critical time. His mind gradually diverged, still relying on himself and this information, and very soon, he had projected the limits of the entire world nowadays, or rather, have surpassed 1 nanometer lithography. If it is released now, it is bound to shock the nation and the world. But it wasn't enough for Lu Yu himself, or at best, the system gave him a passing grade line. Unless it came to the point where he really didn't have the time, Lu Yu wouldn't just hand over the project. Moore limit. Lu Yu frowned tightly. Can we break that limit? Or change the rules of Moore's limit? No doubt it's very hard. Time passes quietly. Sobering potion. Lu Yu's mind lit up and thought of one of his previous rewards. He didn't hesitate. Wasn't that what the reward thing was for? Straight away the use was made. It was strange. Obviously he was in the space of consciousness, and it wasn't like the sobriety potion was a simulation, but an entity. The ball appeared directly in his hand. In the mouth. It's penetratingly cold. In an instant, Lu Yu's eyes brightened. In this moment, he felt like he was thinking incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, a few more inspirations had emerged from the scenarios that had just come to a dead end. Good stuff. It really shouldn't go to waste. He glanced at the clock. The sobriety potion lasted only 2 hours. These 2 hours are invaluable. He didn't dare to have any delay. All the distractions were left behind. all the energy, all into the drill. Not to mention Lu Yu's situation here. Deep brain machines are finally entering the age of open access for all. Pricing, $1,084. There is no difference at all from what was said to Hawking earlier. $1,084 would save a paralyzed man. It brought tears to the eyes of countless people. This has fortunately appeared in China. In foreign patents a harvest. And Hawking they have to spend €1,000,000 is completely consistent. And this great deep brain machine costs only $1,084. Other than the labor cost of production, and the cost of basic medical care, the profit is not there. Just enough to keep the back team running, so to speak. Just to recoup costs. There is hope for us poor people too. $1,000. We'll replace it for my dad even if we have to. I'm begging for a raise. Really? I can't bear it. Where are the carriers being built? It's our good fortune to be born in Huaxia. I've installed it like never before. Thanks to the country. Thanks to Lu Yu. $1,000 may still be a lot of money for some poor people in the mountains, but not impossible. Who wouldn't want to be cured for $1,000? Xiao Qixi he has long wondered how long he has been waiting. Finally waiting for the sale. This time he finally did not dare to have any ink and denigration. Join the rush at the first opportunity. At one time the rehabilitation department, surgery department and other subjects in the hospital were incredibly hot. All of them are patients with various kinds of paralysis, or disability, or muscular dystrophy. That would have been shocking enough. However, the space department silently blasted a king bomb into the sky. Here comes the hot take. The space elevator has now completed its initial construction. It is currently divided into military and civilian parts. The civilian part, subordinate to the military part. The civilian portion is granted access to commercialization. And as Mr. Lu Yu said, he wants everyone to have the opportunity to realize their dreams. Our preliminary projections show that the space elevator will cost very little to operate, as long as the cockpit is full with 5 people in it at a time. A single trip, for a single person, costs only $200. That's right, $200 to go into space, to the moon, like the last time Stephen Hawking visited a space elevator. Civilian and military versions are primed to take shape, and now, finally, the news has been completely announced. In an instant, the $200 moon landing suddenly ignited. Chapter 80, sure to make Eagle Jam great again? Sorry, $200 to the moon? What kind of plot is this? Is this a dream? All the netizens were just basking in the excitement of being saved from paralysis for $1,000 or so, and now it's straight up giving you a trip to the moon for $200. That means I'm going back and forth hundreds of thousands of kilometers for a total cost of $200? This is damn convenient than even a trip back to my hometown. I'm over $1,000 for a flight. Where can I justify this? Has anyone confirmed that this is a real incident? It can't be another rumor somewhere, can it? Instantly everyone went frantic to find information for proof. The airline was quick and responded directly. This is not a rumor. Rather, it exists in fact. Currently, our astronauts have performed thousands of tests and have never had a single failure. In addition, we have set up a small base on the moon. We named it Guanghan Palace. We hope that the general public will come together to participate inside the space elevator. Realize the dream of every countryman to land on the moon. As for the doubts that many people have, we can easily make answers to them as well, because academician Lu Yu is just too cheap in terms of materials, structure, etc. Our space elevator uses nanoflying blades as the raw material, while lithium-air batteries are used as the energy driver, and the energy storage is stored through solar energy and kinetic energy. So, our cost is very low. People might think we're going to lose money. No. We even made a slight profit. There was even a little bit of a haughty tone in the spaceflight aspect of such a statement. We made a slight profit. Straight away everyone was stunned. Building hundreds of thousands of kilometers for a $200 round trip on an elevator and still making money? How low is that cost? Of course, this is not meant to be a payback for the entire space elevator. But the space elevator will cost no more than $200 per run. But even that's a huge exaggeration. Hirokan Palace. Does anyone have a date for the Broad Cold Palace? I want to go up and see Sister Chang'e. My old pig has been on Earth for 500 years. Can I finally go back to heaven to see Chang'e Ferry? I'd like to ask if it's possible to plant on top of the moon. I want to bring some seeds with me. I can't wait. I want to be the first to sign up. I'm going now. Sorry, the simulation is late. I'm already standing at the registration desk. Not to mention online. Inside reality, below the space elevator, a small registration desk is now overcrowded. A line? Can't even see the head. The good thing is that the space elevator is capable of multiple batch lifts and carrying thousands of batch sizes at the same time. That means 5,000 people can be arranged in one liftoff. It's just like riding the train. This trip is full. Just wait for the next one. but I'm afraid there were over 1 million people there. Even an 80-year-old grandmother couldn't resist coming along for the ride. Enrollment? Can't enroll at all. And the happiest person abroad is the old horse. The old horse was the first to receive the news abroad, because he has people in China. He was notified the first time commercialization was launched. He knew before that it would come quickly, but he didn't expect it to be this swift. Sure enough, I was absolutely right to withdraw my Mars program. The star chain. That would have been a most cumulative accumulation of technology. With the space elevator, sooner or later we can enter Mars as well. According to the infrastructure fanatic attributes of the Chinese, shouldn't the entire solar system be connected by space elevators in the future? Old Ma looked at the crowd inside the news. His heart was overwhelmed. He saw an immense potential cake market. That's $1 gazillion. Also saw the real potential for the future of this program. The only thing he felt bad about was that it was only $200 for one fare. It's too much of a loss. He's got a foreign license for a space elevator. He's bound to fire up the price hard. What does a working man need to land on the moon? Those who want to go to the moon are those who have a family, so that they can cut hard and long. But because the domestic pricing in Huaxia had already been publicized, he was prepared to lower it slightly. $100,000. One ticket. It's definitely capable of making people start to go crazy. The old horse was the first to share the news on his X above, and very solemnly announced that he had obtained a non-exclusive but the only license in the world outside of China. If anyone would like to try it, they can apply on the official website. Hey, old Ma, when did you make such a big deal? How did the Chinese side give you authorization? Isn't this your competition? This is going to be extremely impactful to your career. Can you get me a ticket? Money is not a problem. I can pay $10 million. Just as old Ma had predicted, the space elevator did have a very large number of people paying attention. And these people are very rich. He's got the right strategy. Just an hour after he sent out the message, hundreds of thousands of people had already signed up. And that's without the word getting out. Once seen by a wider range of people, the numbers will only grow, and eventually arrived at an unparalleled level of terror. On that day, the old horse's stock shot straight up. Old Ma suddenly smiled and looked over at the space building on the NASA side. Although he had a deep collaboration with NASA, it didn't stop the old horse from looking at their jokes. A few decades ago, the Eagle Jam people claimed to be the first nation to walk on the moon. It even triggered a series of upheavals in this way. On some explanations, it even goes from the moon landing to the disintegration of the woolly bear. But now, decades later, it's not as good as it was back then. And the opposite side of the Chinese rabbit family not only landed on the moon, but also realized ordinary people to the moon. At this time NASA building, countless people were like being enveloped in high air pressure, and no one dared to speak at all. Can someone explain this message to me? The blonde old man at the head of the table said grimly. The Chinese landed on the moon. Well, ordinary people landed on the moon too. Some polytechnic guy, subconsciously, answered directly. Shut the up. The old blonde man glared viciously at the polytechnic man. Of course I know that. What I'm saying is that we, Eagle Sauce, we, NASA, have an unbelievably glorious history. We are the only ones in the world. Why would we be surpassed by Huaxia? The office fell silent again, and one man cautiously looked up, then whispered, maybe, above the moon, there's Chang'e? I heard it's their old ancestor. Get out. The blonde old man slapped the tabletop angrily. I don't care what you've all been working on. All of you stop what you're doing and now. We at Hawk Jam are bound to restart the moon landing program. We will make Eagle Jam great again. We are the pioneers. Chapter 81, First Moon Landings. It's not just NASA. Worldwide. It's all tense. It was like going back in time to the years when the hairy bears were once there. Are you with us? If you don't, what if China develops a super air-to-ground strike capability? Maybe even now. You have to talk to. It's like when they had their own nukes and could strategically threaten any country. Now they're going to get a taste of that feeling themselves. European Space Center. We must also keep up with China. We in Europe are weak because we are too spread out. We formed the European Union to fight against the powerful forces out there. Just as in the face of the woolly bear and Eagle Jam, we must hold together in order to keep warm and not fear any power in the world. Huaxia seems to be a peaceful development, but in fact they've already laid down the gauntlet. And once we let them complete all of their air-to-ground systems, we'll be left far behind. By then, Hawk Jam will still have the ability to grow, and we in Europe will inevitably be sidetracked from the center of the world. A member of the conference spoke up. There is actually another proposal. Have we ever considered cooperating with Huaxia? Huaxia doesn't reject cooperation from outsiders. This means there is room for negotiation. And we in Europe have had enough of having to do what Eagle Sauce tells us to do under his watchful eye since the last century. Do we still have to follow in Eagle Jam's footsteps? The rise of China is different from either ours or Eagle Jam. We are silver mines and estates and black slaves in South America. Eagle Jam was the oil of the Middle East. Wacha is purely their own. Why can't we trust Wacha? At once, someone stood up to object. This means that certain statements have begun to shift. Especially this time. Hawking's comments after he returned to John Bull and after his assassination have opened many eyes. The news is indeed blocking as much as it can. But it can't block these top dudes. They are well aware of it. No, I don't believe it. But immediately someone else stood up. I don't think it's our ultimate goal, whether it's the Wachovia or the Hawksbane, but rather that we in Europe should unite to make our Europe shine and be great again. I've read about the history of China, and how they rose again peacefully, but there's a saying of theirs that I agree with: if it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. It's not just a matter of us and them not being a people, but it's skin color, it's hair color, it's pupils, it's a lot of differences in the flesh. So, my suggestion is to self-research, but again, it could be a Chinese strategy where we develop it ourselves and offend neither side. We don't have to be America's dog anymore. An old man said forcefully. 30 years ago, Wasia was begging us, but now, it's become his home turf. I believe we can do it ourselves. The group was buzzing with all kinds of opinions. The debate rages on. In fact, the fundamental problem is that for the European Space Agency to develop, he is not a national force. The strength of each country's power is not certain, such as John Bull, who, despite the setting sun, is lean and mean and can still howl on occasion, such as the blast furnace rooster. They too have a history of having been brilliant. Although these two families are only the lower two permanent members of the United Nations, they are still two permanent members, and a handsome cat. Apart from these three countries, what level of financial support can other countries have? Each family takes the money, and the take is not equalized, so naturally each has its own version of the story. So, Europe remains in the middle of the debate. What's more hilarious is that the White Elephant family's brother San has to intervene as well. We are also a great Asian nation. And we have an unrivaled population. We also have the industrial system of the world. So let's start now. With the moon landing, Brother San was magnificent. But on the same day, a story about a failed satellite rocket launch from Sanago hit the news. Wachovia's old next-door neighbor, the Foot Locker Chicken, also wailed. They claim they want to be involved in the space program as well, to guard the security and integrity of the homeland. They weren't too far off the mark, though, only saying that the moon landing program would be realized in 5 years. On the contrary, the rods across the sea from the footbath chickens, the words of their rods have long been landed on the moon. They were only the second country in the world to land on the moon. It was after the original Eagle Jam landing that they went. A certain unknown Chinese netizen couldn't help but chortle. Did your Eagle Sauce daddy allow you to build a country at that time? It drew a barrage of curses, but it sparked a world of ridicule for Kungyup. And at this time, China's space elevator has entered the end stage of its first run. Zhang Yun is a travel blogger, but luckily, she got the first batch of experiences. She held up her own camera to record the vlog. Families, it's nerve-wracking. It's nerve-wracking. I'm about to get on a space elevator to the moon. I'll show you the inside. There's more space than I expected. I was actually a little scared that something would go wrong on the way. But I believe in academician Liu, so here I am. I could potentially be one of the first humans in human history to land on the moon. I'm so excited to think about it. Family, I'll show you the moon. Once the recording was done, she sat down carefully and quickly checked her seat and safety instructions to make sure she was safe. There were 4 other people up there with her in the same cabin, and besides her, there was a girl. The other 3 boys were acting extremely excited. Since there is a simple training required to get to the moon, it's not so much of a panic, but there is still a hint of nervousness. I'm one of the first humans to land on the moon in the entire history of mankind. After I get off the module, I must go to the moon to find a suitable place for planting. Punch punch punch. I'm Chinese and I'm proud. The other girl, on the other hand, didn't seem to be of a bold nature. It had been tense, even a little pale. We're not going to have any high-altitude accidents, are we? She asked nervously. In fact, she's just here to challenge herself because she's been timid since she was a child. But then there's no way to change this innate factor. May I have your attention please? Stand by. The space elevator is about to lift off. Countdown to 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 1. Lift off. With a whoosh, it sped straight off into space. I'm going to heaven. Families, I see that our Chinese land is moving away from us, and our next stop is the moon. Please look forward to it. An intense and exciting trip that kicks off with a vengeance. Chapter 82, They're really growing vegetables on the moon. Originally, several of them were scared, and Zhang Yun was no exception. But soon they realized that the whole process was surprisingly smooth and not as bumpy as they had imagined. You can even look down on the earth from a high altitude. See the ground getting higher and higher. Except for the timid little girl who hadn't quite relaxed yet. The rest of the group had been getting more and more excited. I didn't realize our planet was so beautiful. I could go on such a journey in my life. I'm now at a height of 30,000 meters above the ground. So I'll show you the view out the window. Ha ha, it's all white clouds. I hear we're about to leave the atmosphere. I hope all is safe. Zhang Yun continued to record the vlog, and after setting down her recording equipment, she opened up another conversation with her other partners. That's when the nervous little girl relaxed quite a bit, even shouted to the heights below with the encouragement of a crowd. Just then, suddenly, a violent lurch startled the 5 men. What happened? It's not going to malfunction, is it? Several people were horrified. Be careful, gentlemen. The space elevator is about to leave Earth's atmosphere and head out into the universe. Please put on your ready spacesuits. The crowd was slightly reassured that it was the pull of the atmosphere. As expected, it didn't take long for the elevator to smooth out quickly. After a day and night, the radio came on again. May I have your attention please? We will be arriving at the moon soon. Please pack your bags and don't leave your valuables behind. There may be a slight jolt when landing. Please prepare yourselves. After landing, please wait in place for about 3 minutes. A special astronaut will receive you off the elevator. Have a nice trip. Congratulations. You are the first layman from Earth to arrive on the moon. A wave of ecstasy and anticipation went through the crowd. Are we finally reaching the moon? They were so tired from the road trip that they took a nap. And waking up is almost here. Zhang Yun hurriedly took the camera and went to point it at the window trying to view the moon. The moon was found to have been so large that you could see the bumpy deserts on the surface. But all the same, a base flying the Chinese flag was unmistakably conspicuous. We are almost there. Thank you Huaxia. Thank you Academician Luyu for such an amazing journey. Everyone must be curious about what the moon really looks like. Just set off with me. While one of the boys spoke up. I can't imagine how Luyu Primordial managed to work these scientific researches out from his hospital bed. He really is a mentor to humanity. Then, with a violent shaking, they could see the surface of the moon getting closer and closer with their naked eyes. A boom followed. The space elevator landed. 3 minutes later, the hatch was opened and a fully dressed astronaut, connected to the speech mic via radio waves. Congratulations! You are the first hometowners to reach the moon. The phrase hometown people made all 5 of Zhang Yun's people freeze for a moment. Then with immense excitement, he followed the astronaut out of the elevator bay. So that's what the moon looks like. Look, there's our planet. The little girl suddenly jumped up excitedly, pointing in the direction of the Earth. And the crowd looked at the azure planet with incomparable shock. It was like a dream come true. It was amazing. The moon is really desolate though. There's not a lot of places to go and have fun. And the weightlessness makes them all uncomfortable. But soon it wasn't desolate. Group after group of traveling customers are coming from the back. What had been an extremely desert planet was suddenly populated by thousands of people, making the moon base an area of immense activity. On top of that, though humble, everyone found that there were places like the Lunar Tavern, the Lunar Cabaret, and the Lunar Experience. To name a few, the most amazing thing is, they found the vegetable patch. They really saw the vegetable patch. Look everyone, these are vegetables grown by our astronauts stationed on the moon. It's completely airtight in here, cultivated in an aerobic space. We Chinese have not forgotten our mission. We really realized our dream on the moon. Zhang Yun was incredibly excited to see everything. She recorded a very large amount of material for her vlog. In fact, I record a lot of footage every time I travel and end up editing a lot of it out, leaving only the essentials. But with this moon landing, she felt the footage was too good to edit out. She decided to release a long one for this issue. It's a miracle of the world. See, on the moon, there are already thousands of us Chinese. This place of ours is called the Broad Cold Palace. The only thing I regret is that I didn't see Fairy China or the Jade Rabbit. Maybe they went out. I think it would be nice if someone would plant a laurel tree, Zhang Yun said excitedly, but just as she finished, she saw a tree in a corner of the base. A transplanted planted tree. We will regulate the temperature difference for it through Academician Luyu's lithium air battery, and all the nutrients it needs. We've equipped him with. How can there be no laurel on the moon? It's real laurel, an astronaut lecturer said with a smile. Zhang Yun was directly shocked. The sensation was like being electrocuted by an electric current. So sweet, proud of our WAH. In the future, the moon is an undistributable part of our Huaxia. It's no good for anyone to come. Zhang Yun was incredibly excited and said to the camera. Then she was also on the moon, witnessing the extreme temperature difference and a completely different caused in sunset from Earth. Despite the desolation, it could not overpower her excited heart. Not just her, everyone. My travel plans are for 2 days and I'm going back tomorrow, she said with some regret. but I'll be back next time, she said again to the camera. Once again, he boarded the space elevator, moved away from the moon, and finally landed on Earth. It really has been an extremely amazing journey. I'm sure it will be of interest to all. There's really no danger. Anyone who yearns for the sky and freedom must not miss this trip to the moon. Well, this is the end of this vlog. I'm Yun Yun. See you next time. And Zhang Yun's recorded video, after it was uploaded, directly detonated the entire network. It's true. I followed the first view into space. Please don't grab the tickets. Let me go up there first. My friend Wang Xiyu is terminally ill, and his only wish before he dies is to go to the moon and see it. Can you let me buy a ticket and take him there? What's hilarious to me is that the astronauts, in fact, actually grew vegetables in space. It cracks me up. I wonder if we'll see a day when we'll see images of cows and sheep on the moon, or open up rice paddies. Ha ha ha, old me grabbed the ticket. Tomorrow, I'm going to land on the moon too. Chapter 83, if academician Lu wants to blame me, outside of China, while thinking about how to speed up the competition and keep up with China. On the other side, a frantic news blackout, and the news that trickles and carries out a wild smear campaign. Only the old horse is sparing no effort to publicize it, and the old horse was justifiably interviewed. You're no longer allowed to use the business program over in China, some Wall Street executives said, and it wasn't long before someone from the White House also interviewed the old horse directly. The Chinese space elevator program must be abandoned. If you want to go to the moon, then you'll have to screw yourself. What? You can't finish? You can't compete? That's your business. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Old Ma angrily slapped the table. Didn't you guys used to sanction our high-tech industries by not allowing them to touch them? Why is it the other way around now? Doing business should be free. Private property is inviolable. This is our law. Don't you guys even have that confidence anymore? But no matter how he reacted, it was a foregone conclusion. And just one day later, it passed an act of Congress. The news of this bill is low-sounding, but the Chinese space elevator program is completely banned from being commercially available within Eagle Jam. The European Space Agency, ESA, which had been bickering about how to treat Huaxia, quickly followed up. But they're also oddly enough blocking possible commercial projects for the space elevator while they're at it. On the one hand, it is actively negotiating with the Chinese side, wanting to obtain patent rights, or better yet, the space elevator program. It would certainly be best if we could just get the nanoflying blades. The main focus is a handful of rants and sits. The official side of China, of course, rejected it out of hand. If the European side is not convenient, you can also let the European friends directly to China. A trip for space travel. Their blockade is effective. But again, don't forget, it's amazing that some of those bloggers who traveled to China earlier had their application for a space elevator go through. Only their prices are naturally those of foreigners. But through their mouths, it quickly spread around the world. Everyone looks at it. It doesn't work. Didn't they say that the space elevator was so prone to failure that it wasn't even a mature project? Didn't you say that the moon is full of Chinese weapons, all under the control of the military? How come it's nothing like what was filmed inside the video? But of course these officials are not going to come forward and answer. The strategy of sequestration is failing, at least for the West and the Eagle Jam world. More and more people know that there is a big moon landing bash going on over in China. And at this time Lu Yuz has entered the final stage of photolithography development. After using the sobriety potion, he didn't know how many times more agile his mind was. Inspiration of all kinds is pouring in. Many problems and issues were solved. The previously mentioned Moore's limit has now finally been broken. Previously, transistors could only be formed from silicon, and another material was monogermanium. But in the end, it is still so far short of the meaning. Even if the use of monogermanium is successful, it is only similar to the previous silicon material developed. To be clear, the boundaries of these things remain restricted. Since they were exchanging materials, they were definitely exchanging the most extreme materials. So Lu Yu finally chose graphene. Graphene is the world's thinnest, hardest and least resistive nanomaterial, but the development of the transistor as a direct replacement for silicon was frowned upon by many, because the difficulties are just too much. And Lu Yu these days inside the time is to break through the difficulties of graphene. With graphene completely replace the material made of silicon. But this time, the development process was the longest Lu Yu had ever gone through. 10 days. He had the last 20 days of his lifetime left. It's finally done. After Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief, he completely sat down on the ground not wanting to move, followed by endless exhaustion. It wasn't just quick thinking after using the sobriety potion, but now it seemed to be a great drain on one's mental energy. It's the equivalent of running at high power after which more energy must be required. Lu Yu understood in his heart, but understood as it is, There is no substitute for or elimination of this fatigue, especially the fatigue that is itself born above the body of consciousness. More than anything, it gave him an immediate urge to go and rest. But things weren't done yet, and he didn't feel comfortable going to rest like that. What's going on? Academician Lu Yu has been asleep for 10 days. Elder son couldn't help but ask with concern. Now Lu Yu's body was being closely watched by the whole country. It's not looking good. Although it seems like academician Lu Yu's body is gradually stabilizing, there have always been fluctuations and ups and downs, and I feel that academician Lu Yu is too laborious because of his scientific research. This is a very important factor. Ruyan Lu spoke. Tiredness. All those present were silent. But can this stop Lu Yu? This can't be stopped at all. There is hope for his condition. So, he must never be allowed to labor like this again. Academician Lu Yu's scientific research must be stopped, Ruyan Lu said once again in a decisive manner. She was the one who monitored Lu Yu's physical condition on a daily basis. She knew very well that there had been a few fluctuating ups and downs, and Lu Yu's physical condition was getting better. The situation is not so clear-cut, but there is hope at last. If Lu Yu's scientific research could have been stopped earlier, would it have entered a virtuous cycle by now? Could it have started to get better? She couldn't say for sure, but she wasn't willing to give up hope. Kanyan stood next to him and nodded firmly as well. She also felt that elder brother should get some rest. One person can't do all the work. Sun Lao is not a healthcare professional. He dares not make a rash decision. A direct meeting of top experts was convened. The final conclusion was that Lu Yu must rest well and not experience such fluctuations again. But the problem now was that Lu Yu had been asleep and unconscious for 10 days. Will you still be able to wake up? That's a question that no one has an answer to. And it was all based on Lu Yu's willingness to agree. What if he doesn't agree? Should we tie him up? This is even more unlikely. Just then, a nurse's surprised voice came inside the conference room interrupting this consultation with the experts. Academician Lu Yu has woken up. Lu Ruyan was violently happy and stood up in a hurry. But Sun Lao called out to her. This time, no matter what, we must let Academician Lu Yu rest well. If Academician Lu Yu wants to blame, then blame me. When the time comes, I'll personally go and make amends to him. Chapter 84, Lu Yu, give me the last half hour. A military commander. Personally make amends. Elder son was really putting his foot down. Moreover, elder son was really doing Lu Yu a favor. A Sun Jiado is nothing compared to a Lu Yu. If anyone wants to blame, just blame it all on me alone. I'm sure that no one would like to see Mr. Lu Yu toil on like this, elder son said decisively. He had already made up his mind that this time, no matter what, he couldn't let Lu Yu hold out any longer. Longevity is the big plan. It's important for Lu Yu to live, and to live well, and to live a long time. Instead, they let Lu Yu's caprice go on for the sake of one or two research projects. After making the decision, Sun Lao and Lu Ruyan and the others directly entered inside Lu Yu's intensive care ward. You're finally awake. Sun Lao went up the first time and said excitedly. Now with the nano-flying blades and the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, Huaxia's back was much harder than before. But looking at Lu Yu's appearance, his heart seemed to be pulled up. It's heartbreaking. He was just a young man in his 20s. He should have been enjoying his life at the best age, inside the best years. And yet, it's too much for you to carry on your shoulders. The pale, bloodless face, the haggard countenance, and the laxity of the eyes, all brought tears to the eyes of the tiger, the veteran of the battlefield. Sun Lao, quickly, give me the computer. I have new project research needs. Lu Yu coughed twice incomparably weakly. This time the sobriety potion had brought more consequences than he had intended. Or maybe it was just too draining and he desperately needed to rest. No way. This time, you have to listen to me. Your condition no longer allows you to hold on to scientific research. Sun Lao flatly refused. Lu Yu opened his mouth. I know my physical condition. Sun Lao directly interrupted and looked at Lu Yu with a serious face. Lu Yu, academician Lu Yu, your body, it is now not completely yours personally. You also belong to the countless people who look up to you. You belong to the nation, to the people. You carry the high hopes of countless people. I know that this falls under the category of kidnapping you, but can you really bear to let so many people watch you die and then do nothing about it? Can you bear to let them see a massive superstar fall before it has a chance to lift off? I'm sorry, I can't do it. So, I am adamant that you rest. The scientific research matter, hold off for a while. We'll have plenty of opportunities later. Sun Old Man held Lu Yu's hand tightly, without any pretext. All are words from the heart. Lu Yu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He was afraid of encountering this kind of shaft, but before he could open his mouth, Sun Lao once again said, You know, I'm over 70 years old now. It doesn't matter if I die. If I can trade my death for your life, I definitely won't hesitate. Your value is far beyond that of a single Luyu. You are the hope of thousands of families. Look! Sun Lao gave up a seat, and someone behind him was actually holding up a recording device to broadcast live. Inside the live room, the pop-ups had exploded. Looking at Luyu was already a screen full of heartache. Luyu was all taken aback when he saw his face. Please, academician Luyu, take a break and rest. I apologize for the time I wasted before. What I wasted on my own mediocrity is what others fought for. Academician Luyu, you have to hold on. You have to live. We are your strongest backing. I'm willing to use 10 years of my lifespan in exchange for one break from academician Luyu. You brought us change. You can't just leave us like that. The changes in China today have changed day by day thanks to your efforts. You have yet to take a good look. Even Luyu was a bit chipper inside at the moment. A feeling of being struck by electricity all over his body. Tears in the corners of his eyes. This group of netizens is really something. Why do they make it so melodramatic? And then there's this Sun Lao guy, over 70 years old and still crying. When the crowd took a look at Luyu's expression, they thought that Luyu had been convinced, and they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. But in the next moment, Luyu firmly held Sun Lao's hand and sat up with his own strain. Precisely because you said so. All the more reason I can't rest, and I can't give up. Life, old age, sickness and death are all ordinary. I'm going to make more out of my limited life. I dare not claim to be great, but I hope that this candle flame of mine can burn itself out and can illuminate more people. Please give me another chance. Give me half an hour. Just half an hour. Okay? Luyu carried an inquiring tone, but there was no doubt within his words. Tearful. He's on the verge of death and still thinking about his afterglow. Really? What use am I? Can you kill me to sacrifice to heaven for the life of academician Luyu? Ah, what torture it is for a researcher not to be able to research. He only needs half an hour. That's his biggest concession. The pop-ups flew by so fast that it was hard to even see the point. There were just too many people, but there wasn't anyone who was watching this live that didn't shed a tear. They saw firsthand what it means to be powerless as a paramedic. Sun Lao was dumbfounded by Luyu's truthfulness. He had made countless ventriloquisms and preparations to persuade Luyu, but when he saw his eyes, he couldn't say anything else. Otherwise, scientific research is too cruel to Luyu. He twisted his head, unable to speak. The entire medical room fell into silence, with a little sobbing, even though he was used to seeing death. Who could bear to see Luyu complete collapse? But the computer was moved up eventually. Taking it from Jiang Yan's hands, Luyu did not have any pause and quickly typed out the preliminaries that had already formed in his brain clock. He gritted his teeth as everyone in the hospital room, in the broadcast room, stayed with him and watched his pounding keyboard. Time passes by. Finally, half an hour or two. Done. Luyu let out a sigh of relief, only to feel himself engulfed in endless exhaustion. Then both eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. Hurry! Resuscitate! Ruyan Lu was the first to shout. The paramedics, who didn't need any orders at all, had already acted on their own. On Luyu's mouth, an oxygen mask was put on. And it was only after everything had finally smoothed out that the crowd remembered to look at Luyu's thesis proposal. Photolithography? Sun Lao sucked in a breath of cool air, his heart tingling. If this lithography paper is as true and valid as it was before, that Luyu was still thinking about the country being stuck up to this moment. He wanted to use his knowledge to change Huaxia, to make one last effort for Huaxia. Not daring to make any stops, he went straight to the senior military think tank and presented the project paper. Graphene to replace silicon transistors? Chapter 85, from now on, offense and defense will change shape. But that's not the most amazing. The most amazing thing is the specification of the final formation, which went to the picometer level. Inside Luyu's paper, the final output of the chip was only 64 picometers. What kind of concept is that? 1 nanometer equals 1,000 picometers. If you compare it to a meter, it would be 1 picometer equals 1/1,000,000th of a meter. And the transistors here are surprisingly good for 64 picometers. This doesn't just break the Moore limit, it goes way beyond it. The most advanced chips in the world today are only at the 2 nanometer research stage. None of the theoretical phases of 1 nanometer are now complete. Because 2 nanometers is very close to the Moore's limit, they can only get closer to the Moore's limit over and over again. Want to break? Yes, it's tempting, but no one does it. Some materials like for example the previously mentioned monogermanium and graphene are used as reserve prognostic research materials. But really, it's not even close to actual R&D. They simply can't do it. But here in Luyu, what Moore's limit? Kicked straight away. What limits are not at all in my case? Crossed the Moore pole limit to make a chip. And the final results are many times smaller than today. Not to mention mass production. Just at the manufacturing level. A closer look at the math. It's probably a 60 or so. And think about the development of nanoscale chips? from 15 nanometers, to 7 nanometers, to 5 nanometers, 3 nanometers, 2 nanometers. The span is getting smaller and smaller because the space that can be created is already getting smaller and smaller. They couldn't punch the more limit, so they could only hunker down within that limit and keep touching it. All the researchers were shocked and simply couldn't believe it. It's not that I don't trust Liu, but I trust Moore's limit too much. This is something that has never been broken since the development of semiconductor chips. Some people try, but only the names of the losers. And Liu succeeded. If successful, this will be an epic change for the entire semiconductor industry. The entire chip industry has been transformed into a new world. Chips don't just have to be smaller. They have to be more energy efficient. The ability to do more with less. Let's use one of the most common examples. Cell phones. There's no point in developing a small chip that will return your cell phone to a senior citizen's phone. But if a smaller chip is also smoother, even more accommodating, and more expandable than the old one used to be, and who to choose, especially within the high-precision industry, the more top-level scientific research, the more efficient chips are in demand. So why is Hawk jamming the necks of the wasps? It does not hesitate to use industrial alliances to restrict countries' technology exports to China. It just doesn't want Wachovia to be able to stand up to the top industries. That way they have no way to harvest. And if Liu's kind of chip is ever released, the pattern of the high-precision industry is going to change. To borrow a phrase from Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, from now on, offense and defense have changed their shape. The enemy can go. And I can go. No, I should say, Ko hasn't done it yet, but we did. How many years has Huaxia suffered from chip semiconductor industry necklace technology? In the earliest 60s and 70s, the first generation of China's chip industry was actually not behind the world. However, because the R&D costs were too high and the prospects of the chip semiconductor industry were not recognized at that time, in the 70s and 80s, there was a gradual snubbing, and inside the most wonderful honeymoon period with Eagle Jam in the 80s, Eagle Jam was willing to sell us anything. There was a rising tide of buying and selling. Why should I do R&D when I can buy it? Even the Foot Locker chicken semiconductor industry, which is engaged in R&D in the back, is likely to be the one that has acquired several semiconductor industries in northeast China. After stealing our technology in this way, they in turn erected a technological barrier against us, and the chip semiconductor industry itself is one step behind. One step behind. Our backwardness didn't start to dawn on us until the last 2,000 years. Huaxia first put forward in the then Bayer Lu group inside. There is a debate, called technology industry trade or trade industry technology, supporting the old NI of the technological industry and trade. Academician NI ultimately failed and withdrew from the Lu group. The Ryu group completely abandoned chip development after completely annexing the assets. At that time, Academician NI proposed to make our own Hanshin, not to be slaughtered, but during the buyout years, his persistence was poured out by countless others, and as one of the founders, he was swept right out of the door. And then by the time they realized that chips were important, the technology embargo was already in place. One can only hope that the Eagle Saw side doesn't lock their necks at us. And then a certain incident occurred. And then there are things like ZTE, one of the country's big communications companies, which has been sanctioned as well. It was at that time that everyone finally realized that the chip was too important and it was too hard to be necked. But people are just stuck with you. And the harder it is for you, the happier they are with Eagle Sauce. Even on the opposite side of the sea, the owner of a factory in Wanwan said directly and arrogantly that it was me who gave the people on the opposite side of the sea a bowl of rice to eat, and they should thank me. So, it's shameful history for the whole semiconductor industry in China. For all students studying semiconductors, professors, all researchers, it's all a shame, all holding their breath, all wanting to be able to break this blockade one day, but it can't be done. Every time we catch up a little bit, someone else advances a little bit. We can bend the curve in some places, but we can't achieve mass production. Why it's not mass-produced is, quite frankly, that the technology isn't hard enough. There are still a lot of hurdles to overcome, but from now on, we reverse it. Photolithography. We have it. We have better photolithography than you guys by a long shot. We can produce chips that are far superior to yours. Who's jamming whose neck? From now on, if you use my technology, you have to get my approval and pay me a technology royalty. I'm not happy about it, and I'm not even going to use it for you, or even sell it to you. Academician Lu Yu's theory. Is it really feasible? Everyone looked at the paper with excitement, wanting to believe it and not believing it, but having been slapped in the face so many times, they could only look at it from the perspective of believing, and they didn't even dare to say anything to question it. If Lu Yu is healthy enough, or if he is ambitious enough, in academia he could already be the biggest schoolhouse. Even if it's not a school valve, it's still at the level of a patriarch, leading the way. transcending the level. I think it's really overrated to have us scrutinized and questioned. Might as well just do it to verify. Academician Liu Yu has already proposed everything inside his thesis on the photolithography production process. If we can't even make this, then it's only our own problem. Chapter 86, Quiz. 64 Pimmy chips. If it's made and doesn't produce what it's supposed to, that makes sense. Please don't be overly critical. An elderly academician of the semiconductor industry said solemnly. To put it bluntly, Liu Yu, this state to our semiconductor industry new road. If it fails, then we take the blame. If it came to pass, it would be Liu Yu's greatness. Of course, Liu Yu does not need him to be like this now, but human feelings all of a sudden not have it. The news didn't cause much of a stir in the outside world. After the live broadcast, the paper was guarded by the country's top research organization and absolutely forbidden to be circulated. Just don't even say it. So only researchers within the semiconductor industry are vaguely aware that something big seems to be about to happen. Because they are not core staff, they can only hear a little bit of wind, but they do not know anything about the specifics. Could it be that our chips have bent the curve and have caught up with the world's best? Not to mention top of the line. Just being able to do mass production at the 5 nanometer level is enough to show your face. Asterisk. Why do I have a burning feeling? I wonder which professor's team. It can't be. Live half an hour to get out of the Liu Yu academician to make a commotion? Many guesses were made, and many guesses were made on Liu Yu, because it wasn't hard. Having seen Liu Yu talked about it inside the live stream, although the content was partially undisclosed, some of it could be surmised from the mouths of many of the experts present. And it was after that one time that it was as if the semiconductor industry had lost its voice. For a while, academics were incredibly curious. There were also some lurking spies who quietly reported the news. But the Eagle Sauce side, the European side, and even the intelligence services of various countries are also very deluded. What kind of intel is it that we don't know what Wachovia has pulled off? But the bizarre movement of the semiconductor industry in China does make them curious. This Liu Yu shouldn't really be able to come up with a top-notch photolithography machine, right? A member of one of Big Mo's intelligence services spoke up. You know, the one thing in the world that can be on par with Eagle Sauce FBI is the KGB inherited from the hairy bear. Don't look like everyone's being nice to you and me right now, but it's time to make arrangements. The reason why Big Hair is so concerned is simple. Because the chips the furry bears are using now are still over 100 nanometers. Even bigger chips are still far from the top of the world right now. It was also a good thing that Woolly Bear had left behind a rich home, and he had plenty of time to digest it. The ones that can be X-sanctioned have always had Wahoo and Big Hair along with them. You, Watcha, aren't going to dump me, are you? However, no matter how much the intelligence spies of countries all over the world try to spy, they can't get any information. And in the CAS, within the top, most central research base, construction is in full swing. Above facing Liu Yu, the main hand. First believe, first get it out, then say the other. No one else can. They don't have the credentials, but Liu Yu can. If anyone questions it, then you get a scientific study out in 3 days and it has to be 100% correct. If someone does, then that can also be arranged with such specifications. Of course, no one who can be here would do such a stupid thing. Many hands make light work, and the concentration of power is a great thing, with the intentional assistance of the relevant departments of the state. What materials to ask for? Give. What equipment to have? Give. So, within just a few days, one of the world's top photolithography machines is taking shape. This photolithography machine, just from the design level in many aspects has overturned the previous their knowledge. If we're talking about comparing the roots, this could not even be called a photolithography machine. Instead, it's a brand new machine. It was basically done by Liu Yu's personal conception, except for some of it working similarly. The graphene proposed by academician Liu Yu can really do room temperature superconductivity. As long as we follow the structure designed by academician Liu Yu, there will be no problem at all. This is of immense significance not just for the lithography chip industry, but for semiconductors as a whole. There was an old academician who was incredibly excited to observe a superconducting material product of graphene under a microscope. He was the one who attacked the graphene direction, but after so many years, with little success. If it wasn't for the support from the state, he wouldn't even have the chance to continue his research. And Liu Yu came up this time, just to settle it in passing. Not only solved, but also achieved the use of true thermostatic superconductivity. The application is in the field of chips. Finally, after 3 days, the photolithography machine was built. This mobilizes the nation's top semiconductor industry technicians, professors and experts, concentrating on this photolithography machine. It was reproduced as fast as possible. Everyone standing in front of this thing was even in a bit of disbelief. the latest model of ASML's high-NA extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, for example, weighs more than 150 tons. It's not a qualified statement, but in general, it's just bigger and relatively heavy. But what was in front of the crowd, built after 3 days of busy work, was only the size of a printer. As for the weight, it's also only 30 kilograms. Convenient, compact, and even one person is able to carry it around. Even though they had seen the preliminaries inside Lu Yu's paper and the production and assembly process, but when this photolithography machine is really in front of them, still dare not believe. But it's such a small thing that contains some of the best technology in the world. It is also the development of the most core technology of this Lu Yu project. Trial ready, or Sun Lao as an outsider. He only knew it was very powerful, not how powerful, and directly ordered to start. Soon, all the staff members each returned to their posts in excitement. The old academician himself sat as the conductor. With a command, the photolithography machine was started. About a few breaths later, a brand new complete chip, an integrated circuit chip completed by graphene superconductivity, slowly appeared in front of the crowd. It was then quickly towed away mechanically by the researchers for the trial phase, all eagerly awaiting the results of the final quiz. Hundreds of researchers, any one of the people here to take out, are going to be in the Chinese semiconductor industry to shake the figure. Even if you go abroad, it's still a talent level. Yet they were all huddled together like schoolchildren, probing their heads and waiting for the final word. Suddenly, one of the quizmasters stood up. Did it work? Speak quickly. Did it work? The old academician asked with immense excitement. Ha! That quiz technician was taken aback by so many pairs of eyes. My back hurts. Change position. The technician said noisily. Hey, what kind of position are you changing at this hour? The old academician patted his heart, only to feel it beating out of his chest. But just then, another quiz technician shouted violently, it worked! The quiz worked! Chapter 87, just call it Summer Core? Photolithography Beyond the World. A group of professors and scholars were lying on the screen, looking at the data detected. Really did it. A small chip. Performance-wise, you don't have to look at meticulous data comparisons. It's already beyond any existing chip. We finally don't have to get stuck. The old academician suddenly cried out in pain. These decades of research, like walking on thin ice, every day by someone else's neck, can only be bored to catch up. Not to say, there is also the constant fear of technical deviations. Everyone in the semiconductor industry has had their moments. Even though you have the ability to chip design, you can design a chip as good and top-notch as you want, but it just can't compare to others. You don't have the ability to produce it, so you'll have to find someone to OEM it, and with OEM, someone else can get you by the neck, and switch up your card. And today, that pattern has all changed. From now on, only they will beg us, not us to beg them. The thermostatic superconductivity of just one graphene is the insurmountable problem before them, not to mention breaking the Moore's limit, or even exceeding it by tens of times. Some scholars even have a blank look in their eyes. They enter the industry itself as with a passion, ready to plunge into the big construction inside. The enormity of it was something they had long anticipated. But wake up, the great powers have become myself? How is it suddenly upside down? It's very disconcerting. The old professors, the old academicians, the old researchers, finally came back to their senses, and the entire research room of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was thrown into a frenzy. We did it, really did it, broke the Moore limit, seeing it in my lifetime, I have no regrets in death. Thank you, Academician Lu Yu. I hope Academician Lu Yu can live, be able to live well. Once they talked about Lu Yu, the crowd fell silent again. Everyone remembered the moment when Sun Lao blocked Lu Yu's research. The last 30 minutes he prayed for was the end that could change the world. Especially since Sun Lao is down there right now at this moment. He didn't understand the difficulty and height of the technology, but he knew it was hard in there. He himself didn't even know that the last half hour he promised Lu Yu would come out with such results. He now had the illusion that he didn't know what to do. If Lu Yu's research was blocked, the resulting missed theoretical research could be unimaginable to all. But Lu Yu's body didn't support it at all. He didn't know what he was going to do. From the bottom of his heart, he still wanted Lu Yu to rest and heal well. The one who had the most difficulty was probably Sun Lao. And when this news was held, a press conference to inform in the outside world after, the whole of China was abuzz. What? Get up from a nap and you're telling me that we're leading the world in photolithography? Beyond the world? Can you stop blowing awesome? What theoretical research? What costless production? I don't want to hear it. Can we talk about it when we can produce it? Graphene thermostatic superconductivity. Can it really be done? Don't you lie to me? The authorities then announced plans for mass production. And it has followed quickly in many chip-related areas. They have sharp noses. It is said that this time the chip, Not only the output has long been perfect function, do not know how many times beyond the current chip. So, even if you don't believe it, you want to reach out. Industries related to chips and semiconductors all came to ask. There is the cell phone industry. The cell phone is as a chip consumption of large households, and with the increasingly strong requirements for performance, the competition is also increasingly fierce. There are also areas such as trams, where the requirements for chips will be much higher because of autonomous driving. The self-driving field is doing well right now, but it's definitely all about wanting it to be as fast as possible. And so on, a whole range of industries, all want to know. So directly at JCU, a semiconductor technology conference event was organized. At the event, they can get samples directly, and you can test the data directly. Those who want to order can just place an order. Currently, our photolithography machine has entered the production stage, and the chip is expected to be delivered to production in 3 months. What you all can rest assured of is that we can eat all your orders. The man who chaired the tech conference confidently told the major corporations that showed up. A host of businesses will be skeptical. After all, they are the most exposed to marketing numbers and most used to blowing awesome. If it's really that good, is it that fast? So a bunch of companies opened their own data quizzes. This quiz came down and straight away they were all shocked. Later that night, a certain for the field of cell phones announced, "We fully follow up the official advocacy of the chip. The magnitude of the chip is far beyond our imagination. At least 10 times the performance of current cell phones can be enhanced. This time, truly leading the world. Far ahead." Junior posted directly from her own account. "We at Mijel will follow suit in full, and we've already got the tech department interfacing. We will be crossing over into a whole new era. Here's to it." What with VO and a host of other brands all following suit, the whole internet is confused. I thought it was a blowjob. Are you guys for real? This can't be some kind of political mission, can it? So neat and tidy? Anyway, I don't believe it. Every time I sing about the great unity, I always feel that nothing good will happen, even if Liu Yu designed it. Isn't it just about the same as the world? It's just catching up. Is it as exaggerated as they say? While you all have a point, I still believe, because I always have the feeling that if they don't follow through, they'll simply be out of date and out of fashion. For cell phones, it's something that everyone has, and it's really coming into common use. Even many people in their 70s and 80s are starting to learn how to use smartphones. Cell phones can already be found in even a small corner of the countryside. And what everybody knows about chips, what they know about semiconductors, basically comes from a certain for being stuck. What they don't realize is that a sea change is taking place in many semiconductor industries. Even the relevant departments directly set up a special group to follow up, and is responsible for docking with major enterprises, in order to make the whole process of production smooth and unobstructed, so that the fastest speed in China can see the real product. Now, we still need a name for the chip. In the conference room, Sun Lao suddenly spoke. Indeed, the advent of lithography was not even expected and there has been a state of excitement. Forgot all about the chip name. I think let's call it Xiaoxin. The vision of the old academician and I in the beginning. We finally have our own chip. Chapter 88, Liu name naming. The West taunted. It was suggested to that old academician and I happened to be at the technical seminar as well. He dedicated his life to chip self-research, which he publicized for decades even if no one agreed with it. The day he finally saw, he felt it was all worth it. But for all of my own sorrows, they have only been reduced to countless tears and laughter in this moment. Han Core is his desire to realize, but also want to have the Chinese really own things, but also represents a certain national meaning. So the offer wasn't that bad, but he shook his head, determined. What makes me capable of being the namesake of this chip? All the credit for this comes from academician Liu Yu. If it wasn't for him, where would we have the moment we have now? I think it can be called Feather Core. After academician Liu Yu's name, Sun Lao clapped his hands on the spot. I've thought of many names, but there's nothing more suitable than Feishin. Just call it Feather Core. And when this name was set, it was destined to go down in the history of the Chinese scientific research community, and even the history of the world's scientific research community. Only, by this time, friends around the world had already gotten the news related to China. Big hairy KGB. All confused. No dude, didn't we agree that we'd all get stuck together? How come you got rid of it? And beyond? Being the Great Ma and being necked in the Eucharist, currently the most necked country in the world by the hawkish West, has long been taken for granted. Even in some areas it all swings for the fences. It's just that his own system, coupled with the quiet support of China behind the scenes, has allowed them to create their own cycle within the country. But just because you're alive, doesn't mean it's cool. We used to get stuck together. There was always company. Why are you ditching it now? You're the boss now? From within the world's countries, probably the only one who doesn't have much of a problem with Huaxia is big hair, because whether it's blowing awesome or not, he can't make it himself anyway, and his own military field uses chips that are over 100 nanometers, so what else is there to talk about? Instead, he hoped that China can do it. With the current trend of deep cooperation between the two countries, China does not mean that I also have it. Thinking about it that way, it seemed as if the discomfort of being thrown away wasn't as uncomfortable as it could have been. After getting the news, the semiconductor-related department of DMO immediately held a press conference. We believe that Huaxia is able to fully self-research and has surpassed the world. We are actively seeking cooperation from the Chinese side. Brothers of the East, you stand up. Impassioned as always, the Dahmer kids are just tough. And third world countries other than the big hairy ones. That is, countries that have nothing at all to do with the semiconductor industry. If you don't have these skills, then you can just eat your melon at home and wait. Only part of it brought its own cynicism, such as Brother San had the courage to say, Huaxia is just blowing awesome. If we want to surpass it, it's us, the white elephants. Who can surpass it? We are the #1 power in Asia. No response from Huaxia was needed though. The little monsters in the monster room were not used to him. Is that the one that's developing chips inside the Ganges? That's pretty awesome. A certain Persian netizen from the Middle East commented enthusiastically, you're the #1 power? Where do you put me? The Great Stick Country? Besides, we'll just snap our necks at you, San. If John Bull hadn't been so strong back then, you'd all have been through us long ago. The last one is from an island nation across the sea. I think it's that Sango has long since forgotten the pain of her beating. Remember a couple of decades ago, the A.S. was ready to move the capital, ready to give up New Delhi and build a new Delhi. This scar exposer is of course an old PA friend who has a long-standing grudge against Brother San, and has poked a bullet right into his lung tube. Straight up kills all of San's follow-up statements. Of course, these people blow awesome together to taunt Brother San, but no one believes that Huaxia has really built a super chip. The attitude of Eagle Sauce is so obvious that Nvidia executives just directly declared, at present, in the whole world, there is no country that can break the Moore's limit. With the industrial level of China, I allow him to do 5 nanometers to catch up with me. Its mocking attitude speaks for itself. Being able to catch up to 5 nanometers and mass produce it is good enough for you. Don't even think that Huaxia can mass produce 5 nanometers. The base TSMC also said directly, I heard them bragging, I thought someone had broken the Moore limit. He's not going to tell me he can make a 1 nanometer chip, is he? I think it's pretty funny and a bit loco. Azul producer, once a C coachman, publicly stated, the legend of this Liu Yu, of whom I had heard, may have made many accomplishments in many fields, but in the field of chips, far from being a one-man show, his nanoflying blades, to put it bluntly, are some kind of material, a very basic discipline, and his space elevator, which is an expansion of the nanoflying blades, which is the exoskeletal mechanical battle armor and the death brain machine are sort of more technical. But, that's about it, because these are not among the most highly sophisticated technologies or, for that matter, disciplines that haven't existed before. A new discipline that is easy to make accomplishments in, but the chip field, is our multinational joint development. Decades of accumulated technology, not just a few words can be broken. My prediction of China, at most, to make mass production of 7 nanometer chips. But congratulations to them, it's not up to the top of the line technology, but it's good enough to make them happy. ASML spokespersons do seem relatively unbiased in a way, but it also stands as a picture of a lofty, overlooking posture. After all, who wants to bend over and talk to you when you're used to standing on top? And certain right-wing painters at Eagle Jam have made a painting straight out of it that has caused a worldwide trend of ridicule. Even the painting was projected directly onto a screen in Times Square by certain people on Wall Street for the whole world to see. Just see. Inside the painting, a Qing dynasty image with braided hair, squinty eyes, mustache, thieving eyebrows, then a chip cupped in his hand and a big question mark emanating from his head. What's this? What's this? The irony is even more unmistakable. For all of Eagle Sauce in the West, it's as if there has been an agreed-upon tacit understanding to treat this as a joke. In the whole of the West, it's probably just Stephen Hawking in a semi-recuperative state after being assassinated. Stephen Hawking said, "You ignorant and stupid people. You are far from knowing how powerful Liu Yu is, and you will all end up being slapped in the face. The jokes will be on you then." But unsurprisingly, his voice is small and has been limited. Even those who knew about it were only mocked by those who knew him. Before, you could be considered an inspirational scholar. Now, I didn't realize that after a trip to China, you've already been tainted with the yellow scourge of the Chinese. Chapter 89, Rebus's Lunch. It's really going to change. But no matter what kind of noise the world made, there was no response from the Chinese side. Some say they are weak-minded, and some have a wait-and-see attitude. But all the quarrels in the world are far better than the quarrels within China's own family. The direction of public opinion, on one side, is one of unconditional belief and one of support. And on the other side, there's the crazy cynicism, the crazy carrying of outside videos back as evidence to mock. Few people are even sensibly concerned about the chips themselves, but everything, no matter what, will break all the paper tigers the moment the chip comes out. As for who is a paper tiger, things see the light of day. About half a month later, a launch event for manhwa was quietly held. Junior was of course the rightful keynote speaker for the launch. "Are you okay?" As soon as he got on stage, a direct greeting had the whole network buzzing. Originally, after Junior entered the trolley industry, he rarely did any more releases on cell phone products. But this time, he came in person. Because it's not just cell phones, it's trolley releases. "Junior, don't be okay, you're surrounded by friends outside." The pop-ups were entertaining. Truth be told, since the old horseman in the country has disappeared, Junior has a big chance of becoming a replacement for the once national godfather status. But he's much more relatable and personable, and has endeared himself to many young people. Especially his last Su-7 release where the $100 billion president bent over to open the door was textbook marketing. Everyone must be wondering why we are suddenly holding such a conference without even prior notice. Because of course there is a major event, a major product. Remember the Huaxia Feather Core product released by the Chinese Academy of Sciences earlier? One of the first companies to follow up with us, manhwa, has now finished adapting the new product. For once, the friends are truly behind us. Junior let the waving hand appear the product's introductory page. This time, we have adopted the latest Feather Core, whose speed is very impressive. And I'm sure you can all feel how powerful he is after you use it. I can say this will be the most powerful cell phone in the world. A real cell phone that surpasses Hey Phoenix. In the past, we've been criticized for following someone else's ass. No more, now it's someone else who has to follow us. Junior finished her introduction. Then with a wave of her hand, a large picture appeared within the screen. Our latest flagship, the manhwa 20 flagship. Let's look at our data comparison this time. Don't talk about our military child comparison method. This time, list all the data. Everyone will be able to see it. Truly far ahead of the curve, surpassing tens, if not hundreds of times the smooth speed, on the seats of all our friends here. We have arranged experience machines. You can experience it now. What can a cell phone do? Let me tell you, it can be used as a remote control for autopilot. You can connect an external screen and use it directly as a real-time computer. And it supports dual system switching. There are features that you could imagine before that we can do now. For example, what if a car's center console is dead and malfunctioning, and you're out in the field? We have a cell phone that can perfectly replace the center console for you. The real realization of One Me Home. A phone that can control all the Me ecological products. Previously, there was this concept, but the phone itself was smaller, so it could only be described as adapted, and it was still difficult to achieve complete fluidity, not to mention replacing the car phone, or the center screen, or whatever. It used to be set as a car key, and now, the real realization is fully done. Those media people on the scene rushed to bring out their latest products. The first thing they turned over was the configuration of the phone. They found that this 20 flagship, except for the chip that had been replaced, was basically a rehash of the last flagship. But once you get your hands on it and use it, it's a completely different feeling. It really is the same as what June said. The speed exploded. I'll go. It doesn't feel like alien computers are this smooth. Directly supporting the switching of the cell phone system for the computer system? Some people connect directly to the laptops they brought and find that the switching is simply flawless and trouble-free. Open hundreds of software at the same time without lagging. Any software is one click without any stagnation. This chip, it's really kind of awesome. Just what level is it? To this day, they're not quite sure what the specs of the chip are, but the crowd has certainly come to believe that chip technology may have surpassed it internationally. Now does everyone believe what we said? But this is only utilizing 1% of Feather Core's performance. His performance can be even more powerful. Junior then shook her hand, and the crowd then saw that the display screen of the PowerPoint this time was controlled by a cell phone throughout, and as he pressed the button, a tram, unmanned, drove in. I know by now everyone is wondering what level of Feather Core is this CAS release? What kind of a level are we catching up to with Eagle Jam in Europe? He waved his hand and presented it directly on the big screen. 64 picometers. The 4 words drop right down to create a shocking effect. A lot of people don't understand what the concept of picometers really is. And what I can tell you is that 1 nanometer equals 1,000 picometers. That is to say, the meaning of the name given to this CAS Feather Core is taken from the name of academician Liu Yu. This is the result obtained from the half-hour development of the photolithography machine he requested to get. That is, We are now using products that are 70 times beyond the world's most advanced level. They're still working hard drilling 5 nanometers, 3 nanometers, 2 nanometers, and still emphasizing the molar limit. We've already broken the limit. Breaking the Moore limit. Now, we are the leading edge. Needless to say, one of them. Of course, what everyone is more curious about is what kind of a price we have for this product. Let's all say a number together. Juna rushed downwards with a smile on her face. At this moment everyone was still in shock, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Those are the kinds of numbers that, once they get out, are blow-up level, or rather, bombing levels. This time, really in this field, there's going to be a change in the sky. This time, Junior is also going to have a nice turnaround, and he's grabbed the lead. A crowd of media people said with a vague sense of foreboding. This Lu Yu, he's so damn powerful. Half an hour of scientific research, turning the world upside down. I saw that live broadcast. It was really just half an hour. This product, though, should start at least in the tens of thousands, right? I feel it's fine as a gimmick product. As for the price, don't even think about it. Chapter 90, punching the world in the face. Get the memory fragments, a crowd said. But the uproar directly shouted out the price of the first model in the first place, and it was that phone that gave Junior the nickname of Price Butcher. Even the golden calf, who sells sockets, got Ed and the Patsies were shivering. Okay, then I'll fulfill everyone's wishes. Such a powerful product. 1999. 1999 in 4 large letters. Fell violently. The scene then violently lost its voice. 1999. Is it really just 1999? Hiss. The crowd went straight to the ground, and a number of people stood up. Army chief, won't this be a loss? Junior smiled. People are worried that I'm losing money? Yeah, if it was before, it would definitely be a loss, or even sell more than it should, and just go out of business. But what was the source of the great cost before? Chips, and this powerful feather core of ours is not only powerful, but also cheaper than both MediaTek and Qualcomm. Of course, this is for us within China. As far as I know, the selling price to the outside world should exceed them by more than 4 times. Boom! The scene cracked right up. Dozens of times better than them and cheaper? And only for domestic use? That's a lot of excitement from a bunch of people. They're all media people, sniffing out the news. It's a lot more than this launch. The crowd was fist pumping, already combining some of the available information and starting to frantically hammer out the news. Junior had expected this, so she didn't talk much nonsense to everyone. Straight away another tram was released. This tram is using the feather core of academician Lu Yu as the core, and the battery is also using the lithium air battery of academician Lu Yu. But the crowd didn't have much heart in the product here anymore. Junior wasn't disappointed. That was the effect he was looking for. News of this shocking magnitude would surely be known by all, and when these news spread out, they would inevitably take the name of the Mi family with them. In a way, he was the first to make it, to get a head start, and the feathercore name, to some degree, is tied to it. And by the time his launch was over, there were no surprises. 2 million units were pre-ordered on the spot. A cell phone of this caliber, 1999, all I can say is, I'll take 10. Thanks to academician Lu Yu, I can afford to use a high-end machine. Even the car, which broke the record straight away with over 200,000 units booked. And this news completely pressed the public opinion of the domestic quarrel. With all the coverage, it's no longer necessary to use any marketing. It's you're losing money if you don't participate in the conversation. The self-published media outlets, the traditional media outlets, and even the TV stations and even the central moms are following suit. The world was confused. Are you serious? 64 pims? Didn't you tell me you were good? The semiconductor department of Big Hair. A group of people are happy to take the media products. Huaxia is really powerful. I feel that our cooperation needs to be deepened even further. But unlike the complacency of the Big Hairy family, how does it feel to be instantly second-guessed in Nvidia's offices? Looking at the way the cell phone worked better than the computer, there was a direct silence. The most pissed off is Qualcomm. An emergency meeting of Qualcomm's executives. That Mi family's cell phone slammed directly on the table. Didn't you guys tell me that it was impossible for them to do it? Why is it out now? Qualcomm's president raged. This knife is directly above Qualcomm's aorta. Qualcomm's stock price that day, straight down a couple $100 billion. You know, inside the stock market in Eagle Jam, there's no such thing as down and up. It simply hasn't stopped yet. That data isn't even out yet. So maybe they're just blowing awesome. A concept. A tech executive continued to mouth off. But soon the data came in. When a string of data appeared in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded, even to the point of turning pale. He knew that his career had been destroyed. The company definitely needed a backstabber. And he certainly didn't allow it. It's not just Qualcomm. The same drama is playing out at MediaTek, TSMC chairman's office. Impossible. Impossible. Obviously I'm the one who rewarded them with a mouthful of food. How could they surpass us? TSMC's stock is also falling. But thankfully they have their own factories and aren't exactly worried about that. But this business hit can be big later. He was already able to foresee what would happen to TSMC. A huge corporation. In the future. Fall behind. And you're out. The laws of business are just brutal and realistic. He's already seen his elimination. Asmal, the coachman's family also fell silent. Their photolithography business came to a standstill directly after the release of a Media phone over in China. Because the world is very realistic. Although everyone says they are resisting the rise of China and spreading all kinds of threatening rhetoric. But at the end of the day, profit is the main thing. If you are one step behind, you don't know who will be one step ahead of you. And that Chinese Me family is a good example. There are already a number of manufacturers from around the world who want to contact MICA to get foreign products first. The state university in China is literally bursting at the seams. The prestige of this time over and over is swiped internationally. Even the ones who came over this time and wanted to contact Feixin came to Jiangqing first. And at this time, Lu Yu had already received a reward from the system. Congratulations to the host. He has gained 20 days of life and his lifespan has increased to 30 days. Please continue to work hard. Congratulations to the host. Photolithography 100% R&D degree. Receive a reward. A partial memory fragment of a great scientist. That's gone? Lu Yu looked at the flashing message from the system and fell into a state of speechlessness. A partial memory of a great scientist completes this reward. That's a little cheap, isn't it? And looking at the top, it doesn't say much. Congratulations to the host. For obtaining a new research project, Nascent Intelligence. Lu Yu frowned, and after looking at it, it was similar to what he had guessed. AI bionic lifeforms. Forming true intelligence. Lu Yu could never have imagined that the system would allow himself to delve into this direction. AI is, in the end, a matter of algorithms. And AI all over the world is currently based on algorithmic enhancement after a feeding for intelligence. Whoever feeds more has a stronger one. Sure enough, the system won't make it that easy for me. Lu Yu sighed. This was asking him to break an inherent underlying logic that he currently had. But he didn't devote himself to research inside the first place. Instead, his eyes fell on a partial fragment of that great scientist's memory. It's a petty system, but it's great to be able to have the system call the. Shouldn't be too bad. Perhaps it will transcend a certain era. Lu Yu thought this way and directly collected it. May I ask the host if he needs to use some of the great scientist's memory fragments immediately? Use. Lu Yu's eyes darkened and in an instant, he found himself arriving under a pitch-black sky. My name is Arrakis, and I'm from the planet Duri. Chapter 91, Arrakis Dilemma. Lu Yu's Harvest. It would be a very fortunate thing if someone could actually read my memories. Proof that everything I've ever experienced could be in the past. Well, it could be some other civilization. After all, I don't know what's carrying my memories. Lu Yu he entered a completely unfamiliar perspective, but he wasn't able to manipulate the man into doing anything. He could only observe from a spectator's point of view. The first few sentences were not words spoken by the main character, Arrakis, in the context of Lu Yu's current situation, but rather a kind of narrator's narration. Inside the next, Lu Yu experiences it entirely from Arrakis' personal perspective. At first Lu Yu was confused, and there were many things that he understood very little about. It wasn't even clear what kind of research Arrakis was doing every day, just barricading himself inside a research lab. The sky scene is actually seen through glass. I don't know if I can make it work, just know that right now it might be the only way. Arrakis wrote in his notebook. After an unknown number of days, Arrakis finally stepped out of the office. Before Lu Yu could get excited, he saw an incomparably shocking image. Outside of Arrakis research labs, there was no sign of the so-called fruits of technological birth, much less a decent building. The research lab, inside a mountain rock, while outside was a scene of extinction. Arrakis dressed himself in a protective suit and walked the earth. There are only very few places where you can see some greenery. On top of that, the black sky, which was covered with smoke and dust, was everywhere. There was no sign of any of them seen except for Arrakis himself. The world seems to have ended, but I believe there are still survivors of our race, and I will save them. The handwriting that Lu Yu saw inside the follow-up diary. Arrakis went out for the requisite moments, basically in search of living supplies, food, but every outing is treacherous, and often there may be some landslides appearing, or volcanoes erupting, and it's not far from the research lab. Luckily for Arrakis, nothing happened to the lab, and he chose a good place to be. And what Arrakis does most every day is research, but Lu Yu really couldn't figure out what he was studying. Even the text was different, except that he could strangely read it, until one time, Araka's outing suffers his greatest crisis. A creature other than him, but the appearance was incredibly ugly and horrible. It's just a creature like a monkey or an ape or something. Instead, 3 hands were born, as well as all sorts of weird bumps on his body. Araka was chased and killed and seriously injured, but with the defense weapon he carried, he eventually survived. But instead of being happy, Araka looked at the ape with an unmistakable sadness in his eyes. Luyu could feel the change in his emotions. This is our former kind. We destroyed with ourselves. Now they can't be called people anymore. They're monsters. But, still, my heart mourns. It's a very long fragment of memory. Luyu gradually learned that this was an Earth-like civilization, and the development of the civilization was similar to that of Earth, but a little more advanced than Earth. And the changes on this planet did not originate from the disaster changes outside. Instead, it was nuclear. On the planet, and eventually nuclear war broke out between their countries, regions, and the war went white-hot with nuclear escalation. Eventually the whole world was plunged into destruction. Only a few humans still remain, but they are basically lingering. Like Araka, for example, there are still a few remaining that have been affected by the radiation, and while they have survived, they have mutated dramatically. Even the mutations are completely different for each creature. These creatures survived, but also lacked the intelligence they once had, and like animals, were reduced to instinct. Luyu also figured out what he was working on: decontamination of nuclear radiation. His research was difficult because there was no environment to support his research. Even he had a hard time surviving on his own and was injured many times, but he's not willing to give up, and he thinks he might be the last hope for humanity. Until one time he encountered his mutated kind again and fought them. He survived, but was in critical condition, and probably not even alive. He has a broken leg and has several wounds on his abdomen. The radiation suits have also been torn and are on their last set. I'll make it. Lying in the hospital bed, Araka was dying, but still trying to get up and hold on. But the inflammation caused a burning fever in his body and he fell into a coma every day. But his research program, surprisingly, has achieved a great deal during this time. There's still one step to go. I have to make it. Araka gritted his teeth and got up from the hospital bed, staggering to stand on top of the test bed. At this point he had lost at least a couple dozen pounds, having dropped to only about 80 pounds of his own weight. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over, but he remained standing. Just as Luyu was still expecting the result, he suddenly drew away from the perspective, directly back inside his own native consciousness. Did he make it? Luyu subconsciously asked in his mind, but no one could answer him. Earth-like civilizations don't get out of their own way and end up destroying themselves, and Araka wonders if he can do anything to save his civilization. Inside this memory fragment, there is a lot of information about the state of some of the scientific research that Araka was once known for. He had much to gain, but felt sad for this civilization. For Araka, the civilized world of Araka should be relatively higher than Earth, but not by much. Regarding nascent intelligence, they've done it before. Luyu was given some information that was very inspiring and helpful. The most crucial thing is that Luyu has acquired some information about the direction of controlled nuclear fusion. Yes, on this planetary civilization that eventually developed controlled fusion, because man's own greed breaks the controllable. In itself they are primed to break the limits of energy confinement. Can eventually. Luyu lamented a little in his heart. Is the system giving me this to remind me of something? Or is it simply just because of some of the content that this memory fragment possesses within it? If it's just providing content, the system shouldn't need to go through so much trouble, Luyu thought. Of course, the biggest takeaway from this time was the content of the consciousness transplant. Araka has looked at similar projects before. Chapter 92, Research Panic. Intelligence replaces humans. He didn't have any specific information on the message, but glimpsed inside some of Araka's notes, journals and such. The consciousness transplant was ultimately successful. This gave Luyu a great deal of encouragement and confidence. Prove to yourself that you are not going in the wrong direction. Should I choose a consciousness transplant first or choose a research project normally? Luyu was caught in a dilemma all of a sudden. The consciousness transplant had failed, and Luyu had a premonition that he might fail many times. And being so secretive about the system, it feels like something might change. Always need to make an attempt. Luyu muttered, if he didn't try, he would really be upset. He remembered the last reward he had received. One for specialized research. Information from the future. He can pick any direction. One is a brocade bag of tricks. Luyu started steadily and chose a handful of jinxes. Selecting extract from the system's page, a pouch then fell directly into his hands. It looked like a very ancient thing, and Luyu directly unwrapped it. Inside, however, a green light erupted and enveloped Luyu directly. A message then appeared in Luyu's mind. The key activity of the consciousness transplant. If the activity extraction fails, even if the final transplant is made, it will be disturbed by the cold instruments, and will eventually fail to maintain the consciousness of a normal person's mind, or, in other words, just have a freakish appearance of the existence of your memories. There is not much to tell in the brochure. One aspect is a reminder. The other aspect is the content of the advice. Lu Yu was very excited. He had finally found the key. Activity. How to maintain the human body itself active on the basis of a mechanical brain machine is a great difficulty, but he didn't say it was bound to fail, that there would be a chance of success, but the consequences of that were not what I wanted, and I wasn't transplanted to make myself a robot. Lu Yu thought about it and resolved that he wanted to focus himself on nascent intelligence, and the consciousness transplant is placed directly behind it. Finish the current project while doing research inside the limited waiting time. Consciousness transplant. Lu Yu made up his mind, then quickly sank into his research, and because of the memory fragments of Arrakis, which had inspired Lu Yu, this time the research went quite a bit smoother than before. The newborn intelligence itself is about the algorithmic problems now, which is not a difficult task for Lu Yu. About a week later, Lu Yu woke up again. This time there weren't many people inside his hospital room, only Kong Yun. You're awake, elder brother? Jiang Yan had fallen asleep on Lu Yu's hospital bed, but she had woken up when she heard the commotion. Keep quiet and bring me my computer. Lu Yu lightly coughed a few times and said in a hurry. Kong Yun looked excited and nodded her head, hastily bringing the computer over. Lu Yu didn't dare to delay himself, and then quickly wrote up his thesis on nascent intelligence. As for how the paper will be published, I'm counting on you, Lu Yu said with a heavy expression. This is a project he is not 100% sure of completing. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but he needed a little more time right now to work on the consciousness transplant that was at stake. Jiang Yan looked solemn and said, Don't worry, senior brother, I can definitely do it. Or rather, there was actually no need for Jiang Yan's excessive worrying, now that the above had specifically arranged for someone to buttress Lu Yu's possible new achievements. After Jiang Yan agreed, Lu Yu also put down his heart. He still had more faith in this little senior sister. Afterwards, Lu Yu once again returned to his consciousness space to begin researching the consciousness transplant project. And when Jiang Yan appeared in the office of a group of professors and scholars with Lu Yu's thesis at this time, everyone was once again confused. This time, how come it's about AI? Academician Lu Yu's research is really heavenly, but it doesn't require them to think about anything more, and they have directly summoned the top professors and experts in the country's top intelligent AI algorithms. This set of algorithms is extremely subversive, even from the world. There should be no and Lu Yu academician the same direction, or to put it another way, academician Lu Yu has pioneered a new algorithm, but is this really doable? I don't think it's normally difficult to accomplish. This is simply the study of intelligent life, of real living individuals. Someone couldn't help but speak up. They've been through the algorithm quiz and realized they can barely read part of it. To fully understand the content of Lu Yu's thesis, it is still necessary to use large-scale computer operations to get the results. They hurriedly took the data from the paper to the supercomputer center to verify it, and in the end, although it had long been guessed, it was still overwhelming. Yes, Lu has done it again, at least in terms of the numbers, and it's a definite success. All of these brand new algorithms are enough to get Lu Yu another couple of Fields medals. However, the final orientation of Lu Yu's thesis shocked them and made it hard to believe. The reason why intelligence is intelligent is because it is humanoid, because it is life, because it is wise, and when intelligence can be anthropomorphic, that is the soundest form of intelligence. This is the finalization of Lu Yu's last writing. I oppose the use of this paper, and I will still hold my opposition despite the fact that the other party is academician Lu Yu. If once a true intelligent body intelligence emerges, despite the maintenance of the underlying logic, the intelligence has all emerged and no one can control the unknown risks. AI body beings, if once they use their intelligence to defend humanity in reverse, it will have irreparable consequences. We will be manipulated by intelligent beings, a scholar said with a serious look. It wasn't Lu Yu that he questioned, but he felt that if this came out, he was afraid that it would trigger very serious consequences. I agree with you that although academician Lu Yu's paper has been full of possibilities, the risks are too strong for our current stage. I think that even in-depth research should not be done. Once it's developed, it might even trigger a social panic. One of the older professors said, Are we going to choke on it? Knowing that the results are in front of us and that we are much bound, do we not even have the courage to use them properly? Lu Yu academician paid his heart and soul. He should have expected it. I do not believe that he will not think of this point. I do not think there will be a problem. There are also supporters of Lu Yu who are categorical and strongly urge that the R&D be carried out directly. And this news, and after it was spread, immediately caused an incomparable sensation. Chapter 93, 10 billion greenback bounty. America's determination. Because only data and algorithms are core secrets, questions about whether to build it or not can be bandied about. The first of these is within academia, which is divided into two distinct schools of thought. On one side, there are hardcore supporters, and on the other side, there is a flurry of disapproval. And naturally, these voices spread quickly to the internet. I don't think people should over-deify Lu Yu. He's still a human being in himself. If he was a god, he wouldn't need to still be lying in a hospital bed right now, right? So he also makes mistakes and has problems. Not all of his things we have to accept. I'm not in favor of developing wisdom-level intelligence. If they can all be replaced as human beings, then what is the point of man's existence? He has no life limitation and can still think like a human being. All the flaws of mankind, are we going to eliminate them altogether? If Lu Yu is really that powerful, can he please data materialize himself first? I now suspect that he just wants to become AI himself and return his current body. This is Lu Yu's selfishness. I hope we can all remain sensible. This is a matter that concerns the fate of all of us humans. I demand a worldwide boycott of this research and development, and the blocking of all Lu Yu related achievements. The internet was abuzz, and anyone who followed the internet, even if they weren't involved, knew about it. The nationalism about Lu Yu is just too high right now, and the supporters have something to say about it. Are we going to give up what we've already achieved because of unknown dangers? We also know that the universe will explode at any time, and that an asteroid may hit the Earth at any time. So what are you still living for? I think it's right. Drinking water can be choked to death at risk. Is not drinking water? Especially some people's remarks directly point to the Lu Yu academician himself. I think his heart can be punished. Nuclear weapons are also dangerous. But why hasn't it happened yet? As long as humans have self-control on their own, it all still comes down to humans. And humans can't have those if they don't do anything wrong. Alarmist. I think academician Lu Yu must have arranged a solution. Quarrels over public opinion don't really affect the decision-making on the whole. It's still more within academia. And someone has to take a shot at it. And if it's just an argument, it's never going to come to a conclusion. In the end, it was the relevant authorities of network information that stepped in to host a scientific and technical workshop. What do you think the probability of danger is? And the problems that arise? Are they detailed and solved within the paper? The leader opened his mouth and asked directly. The probability of danger. It may only be a few thousandths, or even a few 10,000ths. But do we have the capital to gamble? Once something goes wrong, it's a tipping point for humanity. But immediately someone came out and retorted. I suspect that you haven't even read the entire thesis statement. In the paper has been described in detail, according to the underlying algorithmic logic, has been limited to intelligent AI's operating guidelines. Even if he is really no different from a human being, as long as he does something that goes against his logic, the data will automatically be destroyed and confused, and he will cease to exist. Moreover, regarding the whole intelligent intelligence is also an inevitable trend of world development. The whole world is already developing at a high speed. Are we still ready to give up this project? The leader sitting at the head of the table kind of figured it out. The dangers of this newborn intelligence's research program may not possibly be that high, but riskiness does exist. And when it does, it can be in a direction that is difficult to control. Moreover, Lu Yu actually had a pre-plan for a similar situation to arise within his thesis. Given Lu Yu's authority earlier, the leader slowly spoke after thinking for a moment. I think we can make a small one, a small fledgling intelligence within us. It can be used as our own attempt. Don't make it so we're afraid to try it. And if it ever goes wrong, just destroy it. Of course, you guys said that the newborn intelligence might have cheated. If it comes to that, big deal. We cut the power. However, it is absolutely necessary to prohibit the data from being exported, and to ban all possibility of contact with outside information. Within limits, we are safe and controllable. When the leader hammers away, there is no point in arguing in the end. There was nothing that could be done for those who didn't support it. Now Lu Yu's authority was just too high. Subsequently, a group of researchers were brought directly inside a certain top-secret valley. The network here uses a completely closed LAN, and the algorithms, the data, let the specialized technical researchers take care of that, not even allowed to leave the premises until it's done. Of course, if you don't want to participate, you can leave now. Once you've started, naturally, that's not a possibility. The debate on the internet didn't stop, it intensified. What everyone didn't know was that this time Lu Yu's bounty list above the darknet had directly hung a $10 billion bounty, is locked at the top of the list. In fact, the darknet is not a secret. In the early days, there are a lot of criminals, like to snail on this to explore all kinds of news, and do all kinds of transactions. But because of the crackdown by various countries, the dark web has been turned into a fishing pond. There are police in various countries, such as China, disguised as one posting a mission and then waiting for someone to take the order and take the bait. Or once someone posts it, a cyber police officer goes up and takes the task. That's why the dark web is also much worse. Yet this list still makes a point. It's not disguised. It's just hanging out in a straight-up manner. And it's implicitly already stated that it's a bounty from Eagle Sauce. As long as the assassination can be successful, we will arrange a subsequent escape route. As long as you are able to get out of Chinese territory and into the sea, we will have a specialized ship to meet you, and enter Eagle Sauce territory to enjoy political protection. And the results of the assassination can be divided into several grades. Leaving Lu Yu seriously injured and unconscious is rewarded with $100 million. To make Lu Yu lose his research ability, such as not being able to speak or move, rewarded with $1 billion. Killing Lu Yu directly will be rewarded with $5 billion. If you can bring Lu Yu to America in one piece, a reward of $10 billion. The funds are coming out of America's treasury. You need not worry. It had been rumored before that Hawk Jam was going to offer a bounty for the assassination. However, the exact bounty was not announced. This time, however, the program was directly hung up, and it must be Lu Yu's death. Holy, it's worth tens of billions of dollars. I'm tempted. Or dollars. If you have the life to play, then you go. That security measure in Huaxia, I've stepped on it in advance. There's no way it's possible. Unless it's a nuclear weapon that directly flattens Huaxi Jiangcheng and kills Lu Yu indiscriminately. But who's ready to be retaliated against by Huaxia? Above the dark net, a group of people were shocked by the bounty. Chapter 94, Successful Consciousness Transplantation Experiment? Lu Yu was excited. And it's not just on the dark web, with all sorts of rumors burrowing out of nowhere. It was as if all of a sudden everyone knew there was a big bounty on the line. And it seems like everyone knows that the bounty came from Hawk Jam. But what about going to the Eagle Sauce White House for advice? Or to speak, and not getting an answer? Of course it's impossible to admit it. Isn't an apparent admission the same as a declaration of war? But this opinion grew so strong that the controversy over Lu Yu's new results spread abroad though. But everyone's central point was all about his impending assassination. As to whether or not anyone actually came to accept the assignment. There is, and quite a few. Money moves people. This time it's not just some so-called assassins, or specially trained personnel who are going to accept the bounty. There are even some mercenary members from as far away as Europe, Africa. These are men who have actually fought on the battlefield and are all simply in it for the money itself. With such a huge bounty, there was no reason for them not to take it. Of course, they have their own channels of confirmation that they are contacting the Eagle Sauce side and are sure they can get the money before making an attempt. The authorities in China, apparently, know a lot of information. And at the first opportunity, the security of Lu Yu was strengthened and armored even more. The Golden Triangle border region in Southeast Asia. A blonde man with a dog's tail in his mouth, heavily armed with guns and grenades and a host of other weapons. I've heard that the Chinese borderline is one of the most difficult to cross, and the law and order in China is the top in the world. Any interest in trying it out? The man's name was William, and he had a brash face. Of course, what else would we be doing here? Huaxia was insurmountable. That's because we didn't come. Now, it's not so insurmountable. Another guy named Smith was equally confident, even about the border defenses of China. For all the security defenses against Lu Yu, none of them looked good. In their view, they were all just a bunch of new recruits who hadn't been through the war. Security, not to mention, were a bunch of paper tigers, and he felt that one of them would be enough to take care of hundreds of people. Of course, they weren't blindly arrogant, but they brought all of their squad with them. They each have a small team of hundreds of people. Their prognosis was to break up into pieces, go in, and complete the rendezvous in Jiangcheng. As soon as they finish this order and get this bounty, then they can retire with honor. So, as long as they achieve their goal, they can sacrifice everyone this time, and the more people who die, the less people who get a share of the money. This was certainly not something that would be said to those mercenaries behind him, and they know that there will definitely be a lot of players competing in this one. Therefore, their greatest concern was not the Chinese side instead, but being robbed of the credit by their opponents. With their command, they began to move, and Lu Yu didn't know what was going on outside, not to mention the fact that he has a bounty of tens of billions of dollars on his head, but he could guess that his nascent intelligence was bound to cause a great deal of a controversy. He only hoped that these controversies would be put aside as soon as possible. Of course, the state has not let him down and is already implementing it, and he himself, after a short break, had thrown himself into questions about consciousness transplantation. The deep brain machine has obviously made all the neuron connections, so why did it fail? Lu Yu analyzes his problems, based on the information received earlier, and the hints given inside the brooch. Active. He has already started the next round of new experimental designs. The guarantee of activity is based on the human body, which survives on the basis of its own replenishment of external substances in the formation of a cycle of living organisms. Ensure that the cellular activity does not die. And the biggest problem with the brain machine chip is that his maintenance comes from bioelectricity, which is dead and inactive. Even if all the neurons inside the brain were docked, the neurons would die the moment they were transplanted. And the body is self-regenerating, or repairing. And here at Deep Brain Machine, it is impossible to provide neuronal regeneration anymore. So, his direction is clear. Create a small cycle of organisms based on existing ones. That is to say, the consciousness is transplanted, not a mere machine. In a sense, it is a transfer from one physical body to another life form. To put it another way, this could even be called a sci-fi version of taking over. Of course, this takeover will not take someone else, but an artificially created organism, complete self-circulation and is active and regenerative. After these conditions were listed, Lu Yu gradually had an eyebrow raised. In the case of a mechanical return to a living creature, it's a complete structure as long as there's enough energy to support it without short-circuiting. Energy is the equivalent of the human body to ingest food. From the normal human body, the brain needs just the energy from the decomposition of the food after ingestion is enough to feed. So there is nothing wrong with my thinking. He began to experiment, deepen, and modify his experiments. Over and over again, the simulator was used in the research room. On the lab table, a simulacrum looked pained, so much so that it ended up convulsing. Still going to fail? Lu Yu had a look of disappointment in his eyes. This had cost him a lot of effort time. Just then, however, the simulacrum suddenly went still. The deep brain machine in his cerebral cortex had returned to becoming its normal form. Alive? Lu Yu's eyes glazed over and realized that although the simulacrum still maintained its breathing and heartbeat, only no more movement, but the new gadget that encased the deep brain machine flickered faintly with light. A brand new mechanically designed head that spoke. Hi there. Lu Yu was the one who gave this simulation the ability to speak. After seeing this reaction, Lu Yu's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. This proves that he seems to be succeeding. Now all that's left is the final step. Splitting simulators and deep brain machines. As long as it is still functioning after the split, it means that one has truly succeeded. Lu Yu was careful and cautious, not daring to make any mistakes for an instant. This is the kind of experiment where the slightest wrong step can lead to total failure. Just the moment the deaf brain machine detaches, a shimmering light of unstable voltage flickered on the brain machine, but after a few moments, it went into stabilization. Do you remember what your name is now? What things did I ask you to remember before? This is what Lu Yu told the simulator before the experiment. Now he's going to validate his idea. My name is Zhang San, extra-legal fanatic Zhang San. You made me remember that I used to send the opposing counsel in with me in court. I once lived for 10,000 years, and was still the oldest ancestor of the immortal cultivation realm. In addition, I have 100,000 offspring, many children and many blessings. Chapter 95, 100% success rate. Lu Yu's choice. After hearing the simulacrum's answer, Lu Yu instantly became excited. This answer would mean that his experiment was successful. To ensure stability, though, he didn't put himself directly on the test bed, and more examples are needed to validate it. He then built 100 simulacra directly through the system. Each one is a surgical procedure to prepare for a consciousness transplant. Each simulator is prepared with different memories and words. There will still be failures. The failure rate is around 30%. The root of the problem lies in the supply of bioelectricity and the moment when the neurons contact the replacement body, which can cause a crash. Lu Yu understood in his mind where the problem was, so he kept correcting his test program. Finally, when he experimented with the 10th batch of simulacra, he succeeded with all of them, and the further back he got, the more complex the memories he arranged became. The advantage of the simulacrum was that Lu Yu could instantly instill whatever memories he wanted. There was no need to use a long period of time to accumulate. For example, to memorize what kind of book information, he would have the system feed the book. Sims become a point of memory for him after he eats it, so the test behind him is even more complicated. The Sims will even be asked to do certain basic scientific research based on some assessment questions. Not a single case of failure. My train of thought is completely feasible, and anyone who survives will be able to keep their memories intact. Lu Yu was incomparably excited. This means that getting yourself out of trouble is getting closer and closer. Moreover, the body did not die after the transplantation of the consciousness was completed. In a way, he can port over and back. Consciousness exists as concrete matter. Otherwise it must collapse. Lu Yu also realized this problem. Or consciousness is carried within the brain structure of these neuronal components. The body that survives to remain is similar to a vegetable. or a brain-dead person. The inside of the brain had been completely empty. In this way, in fact, for Lu Yu's case, it would be more convenient for the doctors to operate on him if he was able to go this far. And at this point, what made Lu Yu torn was whether or not to experience it for himself. He has to take the risk of such a procedure, or else even if the system maintains his life, it is also possible to die at any time due to an outbreak of cancerous cells from pancreatic cancer. Even if the presence of the system had been able to contain the cancer cells, what about the day when one was overdue to complete the task? Now if he died, Lu Yu was not willing to do so. It's even more upsetting than dying at that point in the car accident. He felt he had grasped what must give him hope of survival. Having come this far, you can't help but choose your own adventure. There is no substitute for anyone else. That's the way I have to go. Unless one can only obey the system completely. Lu Yu raised his head and looked above the void as if he was conversing with the system. System, do you want me to be a slave who willingly listens to everything you do next year? Or a master who decides his own fate? You are powerful. But, I am the carrier. If you're not willing to let someone like me, who is not willing to be controlled, live, perhaps you can drop your verdict now. Lu Yu muttered. He was waiting for a reply. For an answer from the system that was important to him. He said it in a very stiff manner. If it was really like what Lu Yu had guessed before, the system was afraid of generating a human tragedy. Or maybe in order to be in control, you should never allow yourself to try the words. Then Lu Yu could only give up. Survive and there is a natural hope for a solution. This time, he was a test. A real test for the system. Instead of giving a direct answer, the system was as if it had disappeared. Rather, it was at a time when Lu Yu was all but convinced that the system would not allow it by default. The system finally spoke. Report to the host. This system self-tested and did not find a similar situation. The system program does not have a relevant pre-plan. Therefore, please ask the host to adjudicate on his own. The system will not intervene. But if the host fails, the host's lifespan will be taken back by this system to find the next host. The system's cold tone spelled out the meaning. But for Lu Yu, it was unexpected heavenly music. No interference, which is naturally best. Lu Yu is not worried that the system, this dog thing, will cheat himself. Although it is a little bit of a dog, but it really does not cheat people. The moment those words came out, Lu Yu had already made up his mind, and he was prepared to use himself as a testbed, to perform a consciousness transplant on himself. This scenario is one that only he can know. He also needs a helper. Lu Yu's first thought was of his primary care physician, Ryu Ruyan. This woman, who at first gave herself the impression of being incredibly cold, realized later that she was used to this in order to avoid a lot of flies, could make a lot of self-referential lickspittles turn themselves away. But no matter from the character, or from the technical means, Lu Yu has great trust in Lu Ruyan, and, provided, one wakes up first, but it's a bad fate that must be maneuvered into her hands. But he had nothing better to do. Let's hope she's reliable. Lu Yu sighed and then awoke from inside the space of consciousness. He found the entire ward silent and surprisingly empty inside. Even his senior sister, who had been guarding him, had disappeared. But Lu Yu wasn't surprised. After all, it was impossible for everyone to put time on their own. He strained to shake the hospital bed, then picked up the nurse's bell next to the bed. You're awake? Just at this time, Ruyan Lu walked in. Seeing Lu Yu's movements, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Your senior sister, Jiang Yan, with your latest results, has been guarding the top to give a final result, but this time it's very controversial. Ruyan Lu explained to Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled in the sun and nodded. Then his expression became serious. I need you to do me a favor now, Lu Yu said. Ruyan Lu froze. This was the first time since Lu Yu had been admitted to the hospital that he had said something unrelated to scientific research. However, her body subconsciously stood up straight and took on a bit of solemnity as well. You name it, whatever I can do, I'll do it. After saying that, she looked at Lu Yu with a complex expression. This person gave her too many feelings, too strange. In fact, one thing she was very reluctant to admit was that she had also taken on a worshipful nature towards Lu Yu. It was something she had never been able to accept, never feeling like she was losing out to anyone else since she was a child, and never thought anyone could be an idol. She only believed in how many people she could save with one hand. Lu Yu took a deep breath. I need you to perform a surgery for me, an operation that can save me. Come here and I'll tell you my program. Chapter 96, Surgery begins. Tearing pain. Afterward, Lu Yu spelled out his entire scenario, and Lu Ruyan had stared wide-eyed. The more she listened, the more she wondered if she was listening to the Chinese language. How is it that every word can be understood separately, but not when combined together? What do you mean by consciousness transplant? What do you mean? Give up your original body and let the exoskeleton machinery rebuild one? Are you crazy? Do you realize what a risk this would be? You bet I wouldn't even dare to do it. Ruyan Lu's heart was pounding. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. It excited her, but more than anything it scared her. This idea, it's just too bold. After all, up to now, mankind itself has not been able to argue whether consciousness is a mass of nothingness hosted in the human body, or whether it is born on some organ or tissue of the body itself. But Lu Yu's idea was just too tempting. Once successful, it is bound to shock the entire medical community, even the world. That kind of consequence can make you shudder at the slightest thought. Those who are powerful, those who are rich, who don't want to live forever. And the man in such a sickbed claims to have the solution to the decay of the human body. How many people would go crazy for this? The bottom line is that he or she may be the one performing this surgery, by himself or herself. This is bound to be the top, and go down in history. Surgery in all of medicine. How could she, as a doctor, not be impressed? But she had to consider the risk of failure. Even though inside Lu Yu's mouth, there could be no failure at all. But she's human. What if she misses? What doctor dares to say that he has not made a single mistake? However, Lu Yu was willing to tell her about this program, to give her the word, and surprisingly, she also had an overwhelming feeling of excitement. Trust. It was a trust given by Lu Yu. You know, the current Lu Yu is not just a car accident was sent to the hospital. He is now the whole country, and even the world for the attention of the existence. After work, she would often brush up on Lu Yu's videos of relevant discussions and debates on certain scientific achievements, even posing facts with some brainless hacks with scientific data. Unfortunately, these people, black or white, are simply not used to looking at detailed data, and such a man chose to believe in himself, whether anyone admits it or not. Although everyone says that everyone is equal, attitudes do change drastically when dealing with different people. I'm not crazy. You know very well what my physical condition is like. I know myself well. This body, at any moment, could even go wrong, thus killing me. I can accept death, but I can't accept this wonky death in a hospital bed. You're a doctor, and you're my specialized doctor, and you're the only one I told. I wish I had a broader range of research to be able to get myself more involved in. Go and delve into more mysteries. You're a talent for combining theory with practice. You know what I mean by what I say. In order to convince Ruyan Lu, Lu Yu spoke a great deal. In fact, Lu Yu also has a plan, that is, he himself to operate. After all, the difficulty of this operation is actually not high. The difficulty lies in the design of the operation. The link above. Also, I want you to tell no one. Lu Yu concluded. Ruyan Lu felt an incomparably huge pressure all of a sudden. It's not just the pressure of the surgery, but also the pressure from the external environment. Once she fails, how many accusations will she face and how much abuse will she receive? Even she had no doubt that she would be attacked offline. But to say yes or no? Good. Since you trust me, I won't let you down. Ruyan Lu took a deep breath and made her decision after a second. Being a medical nut, there was no chance of her turning down such a procedure when it was in front of her. As crazy as it sounded, it came from Lu Yu's mouth, and she felt that the operation had been 90% successful. If one refuses, I'm afraid I'll never be able to forget it for the rest of my life. To put it in terms of cultivation novels, this will become her obsession, her demonic thoughts, and ultimately, her heart will be broken, and she will regret her life. What kind of research is there to be done if the thoughts are not clear? What kind of medicine is there? What's the point of resuscitation? After Lu Yu got the answer he wanted, he was instantly delighted. Then he immediately began to instruct Lu Ruyan on the various precautions for the surgery. And in the process of the surgery, an unbelievably rigorous surgical procedure and steps were done. To make sure, Ruyan Lu also offered to let herself practice a few times. She went to some big body teachers and some human simulation props as her practice. A day later, she came to the ward again. Begin. Ruyan Lu strengthened her conviction. She was nervous, but also incredibly excited at the same time. She wished she was the one who started it, albeit with the help of Lu Yu. But so many people have created so many miracles under Lu Yu's name. Why not yourself? When faced with true genius, one must bow down. That was the definitive phrase she gave herself. Ruyan Lu got Lu Yu the produced deep brain machine chip and a whole set of exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, including all the material tools for the entire artificial brain provided by Lu Yu. It's on. Ruyan Lu wore a mask and looked grave, and Lu Yu took a deep breath and nodded. At this point, there was no way back for him. Even the system didn't give support, this time completely on his own. Lu Yu's consciousness sank inside his research room and went into hibernation. And outside, Ruyan Lu had already started her first move. Lu Yu suddenly thought of a human problem. The system is deeply tied to itself. Is it bound to one's consciousness or to one's body? If one's consciousness is successfully transplanted, is there a system? He was a little unsure. so he opened his mouth and asked the system. The system fell silent again, probably thinking, this dog host, why is it getting trickier and trickier? This system is bound to Lu Yu. Wherever Lu Yu's presence is, this system will follow, not bound to the human physical body, nor in your conscious space, which you can understand as not being above the same dimension. The system replied. Lu Yu nodded. After all, system dad, it's naturally best to be able to not lose it, though as of right now, he wouldn't be treated too badly after his revival if he managed to become an android, given the scientific research he'd done before. The big deal is to shrug it off and say that the transplant wasn't successful enough to hurt your brain, so you can't do deep research. But with the underpinnings left behind by the system, I believe he can also live and study well. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if his brain was about to be torn apart. No, it should be the pain of consciousness. Chapter 97. Suddenly, Lu Yu is critically ill. At this time, Lu Ruyan, who was operating on Lu Yu, was even sweating profusely. In fact, the whole process is not complicated, but more from the psychological pressure. Even if she looked down on many things, when faced with a rising superstar like Lu Yu, a scientific research superstar, she would wonder if she could do it. Will he or she ruin a superstar? Will he or she become the sinner of the entire Chinese scientific research community, and even of China, even the world level of sinners? If someone had cured Einstein in the first place, it would have definitely gone down in the annals of scientific history and been verbally abused for countless years. So, every step of the way, she needs to carry on with that kind of pressure. The good thing was that her ability to adjust herself was good and steady, which was one of the qualities that Lu Yu saw in her. It's the end of the line, Ruyan Lu muttered, just missing the last step of the bio-battery connection. It is equivalent to another carrier being officially activated. This is also the most crucial step. Once she failed, she didn't dare to imagine the consequences of this. She took a deep breath, then completed the final maneuver. Naughty naughty. Just then, an unstable signal began to flash above that bio-battery. This caused Lu Ruyan to be startled, but at this point things were out of her control and she could only quietly wait for the results to come. She stared dead at the faint light flickering above her. She remembered Lu Yu saying that this was a possible phenomenon, but her heart slowly sank, because it has been getting longer and longer. It has not yet formed a stable structure. Success, or failure? Suddenly, a spark flashed, followed by a wisp of smoke. Ruyan Lu's heart was in her throat. Had she failed? Instead, she saw that the bio-battery glow flickered but stabilized after the moment where the deep brain machine chip was connected. Such a scene, but Lu Yu hadn't told her about it. For a moment Lu Ruyan was also in a daze. Did this work or didn't it? Of course, as a doctor, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing, and she had her own tests. All the vital sign test data are all summarized in the hand. His original body's vital signs are a little weaker, but overall they are still stabilized and his body is still alive. She murmured, but regarding whether or not Lu Yu's consciousness was stored inside the depth brain machine, it was difficult for her to determine, and even she didn't dare to remove the chip interface of the depth brain machine right now. Academician Lu? Academician Lu? Ruyan Lu remembers Lu Yu telling her to try to wake up, but it didn't work. One of Ruyan Lu's hearts had sunk to the bottom. She guessed at one of the possibilities. It couldn't really be happening. Could it? There was another kind of failure she guessed. Not after success. When the artificial brain activated. Not after failure. When both body and brain perished. Instead, it became a mindless life form, also known as a vegetable. There was a complete absence of brainwave fluctuations. She checked Lu Yu's brainwaves with a testing instrument and found that there was no longer a single ripple. At this moment she was pale, as if she had been struck down by something. She knew that such an outcome would be unacceptable to her, to everyone, even though Lu Yu had said that she didn't need to worry, and even said that life and death had their own destiny. But when this result really appeared in front of her, she believed that no one could be honest about it. To say? Thoughts flashed through Ruyan Lu's mind. Should she report this matter to the upper levels and let the people from above come and take over? Still abiding by what Lu Yu had said, no matter if it was a success or a failure. This operation had to be swallowed inside. Even consciousness transplants are not to be brought up again in the future. Reason told her that letting the top take over was the best thing to do, but the greater sanity is the incalculable consequences that could brew after doing so. And there may not be her up there who can handle the situation. In the end, she chose to remain silent, not making an opening or telling the truth about Lu Yu's request for this consciousness transplant. As for the connected brain machines, since Lu Yu's design was just as small, just arranging them around the perimeter would suffice. Even others who see it won't think it's anything. Still, Ruyan Lu expected a miracle to happen, and for nearly a day and a night, she didn't close her eyes much in anticipation of the possibility of a change arising. but she was disappointed. It was too much for her to top, so she had to rest for a while. The nurse didn't know exactly what was going on and just assumed that Lu Yu was in a coma like before. When Lu Ruyan rested for a few hours, she hurriedly returned once again and remained so. If it fails, you will step by step publicize my condition, which has entered a state of deterioration, so that everyone can have a process of acceptance. Lu Yu thought of all this, so Lu Ruyan was trying to report that Lu Yu above was critically ill. Lu Yu's body, steeply changed. The cancer spread dramatically. Vital signs are dropping rapidly. Heart rate, reduced to 35 beats per minute. This has entered a dangerous situation. And, in Lu Yu's body, several foci were found to have metastasized to the throat, liver, and many lymphatic. Lu Ruyan instantly dumbfounded anxious, hastily carried out the rescue, but the effect is very little. Lu Ruyan walked out of the operating room with an incredibly heavy heart. And just then, inside a military-run mountainous area, a piece of news broke the internet. Regarding academician Lu Yu's nascent intelligence, it has completely passed the preliminary test, without any problems at the same time and will be ahead of any intelligent AI in the world. It's the equivalent of, we've created a human, or rather, a humanoid. Academician Lu Yu's paper is a success. We will open it up gradually at the restricted level. When this news came out, it was an immediate sensation. Real intelligence. Is this going to be the human brain? At the rate he's learning, I'm afraid our entire human population will never be able to catch up with him. Will we usher in the age of the sins of mankind? I always firmly believe that the country must be safe and effective, and I believe that academician Lu Yu will not fail. We will finally usher in the age of superintelligence. It will be us who start it. And just as the argument begins, another piece of news, however, caused the whole of China to fall silent. Now, by Jiangcheng Hospital, academician Lu Yu's full-time emergency doctor, Ruyan Lu, will make a speech. Ruyan Lu walked from the backstage to the spotlight, and countless reporters were waiting for her to speak from below. Ruyan Lu bowed deeply first. I apologize for my incompetence. Academician Lu Yu, the situation is critical. Life is taking a sharp turn for the worse. It's possible. Could pass away at any time. Chapter 98, Lu Ruyan, I'll give Lu Yu a martyr's burial. Boom! The reporters on the scene instantly exploded, and smelled that this was going to be superb news, and it was at the same time that Lu Yu's nascent intelligence succeeded in this situation. May I ask Ms. Ruyan Lu, I've checked your information and it said that you're a genius in the field of medicine. Whether it's internal medicine or surgery, you are extremely talented. It's a rare everyone who has both internal and external skills. So, is it possible that you are responsible for academician Lu Yu's sudden deterioration in his condition? May I ask Ms. Lu Ruyan, was it your medical malpractice that caused our national hero, academician Lu Yu, to suffer from his illness? May I ask Ms. Ruyan Lu, if you were unsure, why did you save Lu Yu? Is it for the sake of your personal reputation and fame? Are you using Mr. Lu Yu's health to gain exposure for yourself? All the reporters instantly became incredibly sharp with their questions. Even though Lu Ruyan was prepared in her heart, she didn't expect it to be so rigid and strong. For a moment, her face went a little pale. It's because of my lack of talent that I wasn't able to properly save academician Lu Yu. I am guilty. I'm willing to bear all the consequences that arise. After Ruyan Lu opened her mouth, she suddenly said with certainty, she decided to take over the pot. Though it's true that she could have shrugged off her responsibility with a more official statement. And the fact that Lu Yu might have had an accident was actually somewhat expected in the back of everyone's minds. As long as she bit the bullet and kept her mouth shut, there was absolutely no way she could be mobbed by everyone. Only, she remembered Lu Yu's eyes, trust, and expectation. She knew that Lu Yu must be in a lot of pain, so she wanted to find a way in solving these pains of her own. In this moment, she was guilty. She used to think that ancient martyrdom, or burial, was something that had no rationality to it, but at this moment, it was as if she understood why there were martyrs. She felt that a human superstar like Lu Yu shouldn't die so silently, in spite of his own inadequacy, much less than him, but she was willing to be that martyr. How can you say that? It's clearly not your responsibility. The director of Jiangcheng Hospital roared in a low voice with an incomparably anxious expression. Then with a wave of his hand, he directly asked people to drive Ruyan Lu off the stage and said loudly, the matter now is not yet clear, so please do not report it freely. And quick arrangements were made for carriage fees. Trying to use this to reduce the impact of what Ruyan Lu said, he himself then quickly went to find Ruyan Lu. What the hell do you mean? Do you want all of Jiangcheng Hospital to be buried with you? Did you really do some unforgivable medical malpractice to academician Lu Yu? Dean asked a trio of questions in one breath. These days, itself, because Lu Yu was at Jiangcheng Hospital, it made Jiangcheng Hospital a place of national controversy. And because the officials in the military had repeatedly deployed top medical teams to see Lu Yu, it had given Jiangcheng Hospital a huge reputation in the nation's medical community. There was also the depth brain machine that Lu Yu had come up with, the ordinary version of the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, and so on, all of which were basically carried out in Jiangcheng Hospital. It could be said that since Lu Yu had been hospitalized in this period of time, the reputation of Jiangcheng Hospital had risen to a height that had not been reached in at least 100 years of history. And now, it's going to be ruined, just because of one sentence. Don't worry, Dean. I won't let the hospital take the blame for what happened to me. It's my responsibility is my responsibility, Ruyan Lu said decisively. I will tell in detail inside the circular that it was my personal selfishness that wanted to give academician Lu Yu a new treatment program, but it failed, and it was entirely my personal behavior, Ruyan Lu said directly. The dean had a direct headache. If it wasn't for Lu Yu, Ruyan Lu was definitely the medical master of Jiangcheng Hospital, but compared to Lu Yu, it was nothing. Even though Ruyan Lu would divert a certain amount of fire by saying that, it would definitely be brought to the hospital's attention by more people. At this moment, elder son had hurried over from Lu Yu's ward. What the hell is going on here? Why did you suddenly turn off the surveillance? I need a rational explanation. Sun Lao endured his anger and looked at Lu Ruyan and said with great fury, I did it on purpose. Ruyan Lu said with her eyes closed and then stopped talking. Arrest me at once. Sun Lao's face turned blue. From his perspective, it was clear that Lu Yu could still barely survive now, and might even get better, by a selfish medical scholar who took Lu Yu and experimented on him. It was intolerable to him. Ruyan Lu did not resist and accepted being taken away by the military openly. Dean tried to speak, but couldn't open his mouth at all, because River City Hospital, in all likelihood, is in trouble all by itself, and the action of the president of the hospital in Jiangcheng, those under the carriage arrangement cannot be said to have no use, right? At least it delayed the release. When you go back, the newspapers, who cares about you? Report it first. If you're late yourself, it's gone. This is an era of strong traffic. Now the whole country knows about it. Lu Yu is critically ill. For big words that went straight to the top of all the app's hot searches. How? It's just been announced that one of his achievements was successful. He's the man of destiny. How can he be critically ill right now? Is there something wrong with the doctor in question? I demand that this Ruyan Lu be shot. Who can tell me what's going on with academician Lu Yu now? Please, academician Lu Yu, you don't want to die. I'm willing to take my life and Lu Yu academician exchange. I'm a waste, or an orphan. My kind of people live nothing useful. It was Lu Yu who made me get back on my feet. Thankful Lu Yu, please be well. Lu Yu cured my father's Alzheimer's and made our family happier. Such a giant should not die like this. The top 10 hot searches are all words related to Lu Yu, and Lu Ruyan medical malpractice, but also rushed to the second hot search. Everyone hated to tear Lu Ruyan apart. Of course, there is no shortage of people bloating. I knew it. Lu Yu is just a front, simply creating a god. Now that he can't continue to do so, he naturally deserves to die. The poor thing is that Lu Yu, the person, has been manipulated by certain people. It's good to die. Look what he invented, attracting so much energy from everyone. Exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, all put into the battlefield. What's the use of proving Goldbox conjecture? Completely meaningless. And what nanoflying blades? Just butchers designed to slaughter. The internet is abuzz with it, but these people who sing against it, or receive money for it, are ultimately in the minority. And someone named Han Yu suddenly posted a long little essay. Please ask the country to save academician Lu Yu. All the money. I am willing to come and donate. He once gave me a second life. Chapter 99, the entire internet cries out for donations. 10 billion a day. I believe that there are definitely not a few people who have been favored by academician Lu Yu. I hope that we can all unite and be able to extend our helping hands to academician Lu Yu in his most difficult time. It's the easiest way for us to repay a favor. The small essay is not very long and then elaborates a bit on how his father was cured of his Alzheimer's by Lu Yu. A few pills, over the course of a few days, had accomplished all of his medicinal effects. The most crucial thing is that academician Lu Yu can completely hold the patent in his own hands, and can gain more profit, and can completely sell it at a sky-high price. But anyone who has someone sick in their own family, I think even if it was $100,000, $1 million, they'd have to grit their teeth and take it out. But he didn't. He chose to donate it to the state and told the state to make it affordable for all of us. And now a potent Alzheimer's pill is only a few dollars. Completely cured. Even on the longest course of treatment, it's less than $30. Easier than treating a cold. It saves even more money. Also, I won't say much about the deep brain machine plus the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. Everyone who understands it knows that the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor has become a top secret, a key national secret. and that the complete kit is already being used on the battlefield. But still, he gave up ownership, he gave up profits. And finally, paralyzed patients can afford to use a full set, for $1,000 or so. And in terms of our moon landing, our nanoflying blades, our proof of gold box conjecture, and our lithium air batteries, etc., academician Liu Yu has helped us as a nation in a powerful way on all fronts. How can we let a hero die like this? How can we let the hero be alone? Academician Liu Yu has no family, so we are his family. The article went viral quickly throughout the internet after it was published. Yes, that's right. I myself am on my feet because of academician Liu Yu's deep brain machine and exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. I am grateful to him. Where are the donation channels? I don't have much money, but I'm willing to take out all I have. $3,800. I'm willing to donate $10,000. I want to donate $100,000. Across the web, the donation frenzy exploded straight away. Not only those who have been favored, but even those who have heard of the reputation. But anyone with a normal view of the three worlds must be touched by the spirit. And the Jiangcheng Hospital's phone was directly knocked out. This time to pursue the responsibility of Lu Ruyan in turn is very little. All that everyone is asking for is full medical attention for academician Liu Yu, and they'll come up with the money if they don't have it. Although, the hospital repeatedly explained that Liu Yu is the country's top medical treatment, but it really cannot be explained. There are too many people. The official had to open an announcement to tell everyone not to donate money. Fellow Liu Yu didn't need it, but still many people stubbornly believe that Liu Yu's deterioration is a result of not being given good medical resources. And this has given birth to a lot of fraudulent gangs that use this as an excuse to scam people out of their money. The authorities had no choice but to publicize Liu Yu's bank account number. It's better to donate to Liu than to be scammed. However, they didn't expect the whole internet to blow up less than half an hour after the announcement. In a minute, the donation went straight to $100 million, and the bank's trading system was outright paralyzed. 3 minutes after it was easily fixed, it went down again. 24 hours later, donations had reached a terrifying $10 billion. What a concept! It's simply appalling. And they found that many of the donors were not rich and powerful. They just wanted the country to save Liu Yu from the bottom of their hearts. The fear that Liu Yu didn't have enough money to not use led to all of this. The authorities concerned hastened to close the donation channel, and it disclosed Liu Yu's deposit account. We are already aware of everyone's enthusiasm to actively donate, but academician Liu Yu has already received donations of $10 billion within 24 hours. So he is no longer short of funds. But that's not the end of it. Instead, in this public account, many people found a number. 10 billion had a couple of tails hanging off the back of it. That's $800 in total. This, at one time, Liu Yu academician. How bitter life. At one time, he just only $800 to live. Yet he researched so much. I cry. It's so grueling. I'm sorry for the tears. I saw someone break the news that the $800 was still a scholarship awarded to academician Liu Yu. They were not shocked that Liu Yu had been donated $10 billion, despite the exaggeration that made them sigh. But the focus is on the numbers that follow. It simply made the eyes of many public figures go wide. Don't you really hate the rich? Are you really not jealous? That's $10 billion. It's money they couldn't get in a lifetime, even if they sold their lives. But then these people claimed it. It was taken for granted that this was what Liu Yu deserved. If not for the locking of Liu Yu's account directly by the relevant authorities, I am afraid that there would still be a steady stream of donations coming in. It's not just online, offline. In the evening, flowers appeared everywhere in the neighborhood of Jiangcheng Hospital, as well as electric candles, and even incense burners who worshipped Buddha and burned paper. That night had alarmed the security guards of the entire Jiangcheng Hospital, and the protection team dispatched to Liu Yu inside. However, nothing happens as out of the simplest wishes of the masses. They want such a scientist for the people to live. They're just the simplest of all. Pay back. Some people may have a snide remark that they are blindly following and have no brains. But even people with low IQs and blind obedience have their own most basic judgment. Is this person worth it? The living people, the ones who live inside the reality. They know it. They felt Liu Yu was worth it. So they donated. That's why they had to come to Jiangcheng from a long distance. To Jiangcheng Hospital, to give Liu Yu a blessing for once. Even the courier boy in Jiangcheng couldn't deliver that order. Those who can't come from all over the country, just let the delivery boys, courier boys, and errand boys and such go and deliver them for themselves. It's as if you're guilty of not sending one. I'm sorry I grew up so much. People are just so enthusiastic. I'm worried something might happen. Is there a security officer? Said to Sun Lao. Sun Lao looked at the crowded scene below, but was not the least bit moved. Are you still afraid of the enthusiasm of the crowd? I've never believed in any immortals, but this time I wish to have the power of all beings' wishes added to Liu Yu's body to make him wake up. Even though he's not in scientific research, I'm okay with that. I hope he can see that China, for which he has given everything, and the people of China, have not let him down. Chapter 100, are those Lu Yu's last words a last favor? Still, things should always work out. If it is not allowed at all, then it will surely make many people unhappy in their hearts. But if they were all left to act on their own, the whole hospital would not be able to function. The entire Jiancheng hospital was surrounded. Some older people could even be seen kneeling on the ground, praying to Lu Yu. But there's a steady stream of people who are no longer satisfied with delivery. Take out. It's as if it's become a form of pilgrimage. The whole river city, as if it was much more outrageously awesome than even the spring festival. The river city was full of people inside and outside, and heading off in one direction. Even airfare, which is rapidly skyrocketing. But surprisingly, all the drivers and other means of transportation in the entire city of Jiancheng have not increased their prices. It's not that the quality of the nation has gotten so high that there are no more people carrying passengers on the roads, simply because of the strict control of these from above. I'm afraid that if the various long-range carriers were a bit more numerous and larger, the people coming would be even more terrifying. You know, the whole of China has a population of over 1 billion. But if it comes to a few tenths of a percent, the city of Jiancheng can't stand it. Sun Lao eventually thought of a way to start a live broadcast for Lu Yu, so that everyone would be able to see Lu Yu's current condition. And by the way, the guys can come over without all the excitement. Now, what I'm taking you into is senior brother Lu Yu's hospital room. The relevant authorities have already taken great care of senior brother, giving everything all the best resources. So everyone must not be deceived. We believe in the country. The one conducting the live broadcast was Lu Yu's senior sister, Jian Yan. Kang Yan's identity is naturally able to make it more acceptable to many people. Wow, no one noticed before. I didn't expect academician Lu Yu to have such a beautiful senior sister. You guys are too outdated, aren't you? The only person who can accompany academician Lu Yu in his hospitalization is this little sister. Moreover, the first thesis, the second, and even several scientific research results were all forwarded to academician Lu Yu by this little sister. I'll go. Aren't they a couple? It's really true love in times of trouble. Little senior sister doesn't leave her alone, so she must have been in love for a long time. Academician Lu Yu is also so trusting of little sister. Surely he also has feelings for little sister. Probably in the past, Lu Yu academician conditions are too poor, and the two are bent on scientific research, relatively ignorant, who did not poke and prod, did not expect to reach this point. Countless people in the brain inside the brain part of a love drama. Looking at Kang Yan's face also more and more look at their own people the same feeling. Only now, Kang Yan's expression was really not considered happy, or even crying in a way. It's just that senior brother Lu Yu is in a dangerous situation right now. If everyone wants to see it, I'll take you all with me. Jian Yan wiped her tears, then pushed open the door and stepped inside the hospital room. There is actually a video circulating on the internet, and no one is a stranger to this ward. But when they saw Lu Yu, all of them were still incomparably excited. Ruyan Lu has actually been controlled, but there is this video to be seen where she is controlled. She is not restricted from all outside communication. At the moment, she was incredibly nervous. Although she thought that the probability of the experiment succeeding was very, very low. Lu Yu is still alive now. To live is to hope. She was worried about what she would do if she ran into one of those contraptions. Jian Yan didn't know about this. She just gave the camera to Lu Yu. At this time, Lu Yu, his face was pale, his eyes were closed tightly, and even in his drowsy state, he could be seen carrying a sense of exhaustion. Heartbreaking. It's too heartbreaking. My Lu Yu greatly. You must get well. Really, if you don't get better, I'll never believe in the saying that good people have good rewards again. Academician Lu Yu, I know you still have a lot of scientific research you want to do. You want to do more for China. You must not be willing to die like this, right? I will kowtow to you first, not to worship death, but to seek life. The pop-ups had completely blown up, and Kang Yan couldn't even see them. The number of people inside the live broadcast room has broken the billion. The real number of people breaking the billion, and just the Chinese audience. That translates to 1 out of every 10 people watching, and the numbers are growing at an unbelievable rate. And there are foreign supporters of Lu Yu, like Stephen Hawking, who quietly opened the reprint. People all over the world were blown away. Probably a lot of people who didn't want China to rise and didn't want to see Lu Yu, an Asian, so powerful, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Eagle Sauce. This kid hurry up and die. If he doesn't die for a day, I feel sick all over. He's finally going to die. This must be God's punishment for him. God has come to save us. Thank God. The CIA, the Eagle Jam Defense, and NASA's and so many more departments are breathing a sigh of relief. Lu Yu had been giving scientific research results frequently before, and the pressure on them was just too much. They pride themselves on being the elite and being smart and on top of the world. As a result, in front of Lu Yu, it was as if he was not even as good as an elementary school student. Not only them, but more and more national departments in Europe, Big Mao and so on are breathing a sigh of relief. Even though it is the big hair, they are actually the beneficiaries. But how can there be eternal friends in the international arena? There are only eternal interests. The present union is due to the fact that the Hawksbane is too oppressive. While 3/4 of their landmass is in Asia, 3/4 of their population is in Europe, they have not considered themselves an Asian country since the beginning. And, throughout history, the Kid Big Mo has never stopped being mean to China. From the Golden Horde, then Tsarist Russia, then the old Hairy Bear era. Too far back in history to mention, the Tsarist Russia era was constantly attacking the then China. Inside the most humiliating history of China, he directly cut off 1.5 million territories of China. Let the mulberry leaf begonia of Huaxia be nibbled right into a rooster. Shiba, where Footpad's chicken and Hairy Bear are in dispute, used to belong to China. This includes the largest island in China at one time, bigger than the Gulf, the Kuril Islands. Of course, they have fallen out of favor, and now they have to bow down and be suppressed by Eagle Jam, so they can only seek cooperation from Huaxia. Who could want to be around another Hawk Jam, even more powerful than Hawk Jam? So, Big Hair has been a mix of happy and worried. Now they feel that there is no need to worry, and Kongyan's live stream continues. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes saw what Lu Yu was clutching tightly in his hands. Quick, take a quick look. This could be what academician Lu Yu is going to say. Or leave good last words. This could be Lu Yu's last attachment to this world. Chapter 101, If I Die, everyone will be like a dragon. Request for golden tickets. The pop-up's reminder made Jiang Yan quickly notice that Lu Yu really seemed to be squeezing something in his hand. She was a little hesitant, and Lu Ruyan, who was also watching the live broadcast, was also surprised. She didn't know when Lu Yu had prepared it. However, after Jiang Yan carefully examined Lu Yu's surroundings, she realized that there wasn't much other medical equipment around Lu Yu's arm. That said, it's not going to hurt him here. Only then did Jiang Yan feel relieved to take the things in Lu Yu's hands. Lu Yu didn't hold it tightly, and with a gentle pull it reached Jiang Yan's hand. There was only a very small note, and only a few small words on it. As after my death, everyone is like a dragon. These 8 words, the moment Jiang Yan saw them, the whole person was in tears and could no longer restrain herself from crying. Even the camera phone couldn't stop shaking. There was a moment of silence from all the people in the broadcast room. The original pop-ups were swiped until they were unreadable, and in that second of time, there wasn't a single reply. And then, the entire live stream exploded with pop-ups. I'm crying my eyes out. He's still thinking about us and about Huaxia even now. He hopes that there are more people like him in the whole of Huaxia who can hold up the backbone of the whole of Huaxia, but he is the backbone of our Huaxia. Why is it that so many people's illnesses can be cured, but not his? Is it because the medical treatment at home is not good? Can we send him abroad? Really? Don't use a patriotic knife to kill me. A knife pierced me right through, and I'm a 40-year-old man crying tears at this point. He was the high point of our ordinary people's breakthrough rise to power, and I want everyone to remember him. Don't die. Don't ever die. When I grow up, I want to be like you, Uncle. I want to study with Uncle. But none of them went to blame Kongyan for not being able to hold the cell phone steady. At this time, they empathized. It's just so sad. But after his death, everyone in the world was like a dragon. What a grandiose wish. He put his own life and death at risk. Still thinking about the scientific research of the whole of China. Still thinking about the development of the world. The only note he left was his best hope for the world. Anyone who dares to blacken Lu Yu in the future will be equivalent to digging up my family's ancestral graves. And I won't share the same fate as him. I had a classmate who was a publicist for lunch, and now I've pulled the plug. My son, he doesn't think Lu Yu can do it. I've already beaten him up. A lot of seemingly flirtatious pop-ups are really one of the most noble and heartfelt thoughts that all the big crowds have about this kind of character. It is also their simplest wish. Doctor, is there really no hope for him? My senior brother? Kongyan turned around and saw an old white-haired doctor at the door. This doctor is one of the nation's top experts in the fight against cancer and is known both nationally and internationally. The old professor, with a hard look on his face. I understand how you feel. But he couldn't say it. He had said this to countless people in his life. Countless people who had lived or died under him. However, in the face of such a figure, who had come in place of Ruyan Lu and was also a person assigned from above, he was unable to maintain his emotions. He was able to think that he had come out of the same small mountain village in the beginning, and had walked to the present day without a background. Such a character, at this moment when he was about to die, wrote this wish. Everyone is like a dragon. What a huge wish. The original Confucius sentence about the commonwealth of the world has made thousands of years of people strive for it, and although they failed to achieve it, they have been trying their best, and is honored as a saint. Today's Lu Yu did just as well. I don't think there's much point in me living. It's still interesting for someone like Lu Yu to live. If I could, I would die for him. The old professor can't even talk about it. In his opinion, there's no hope at all. This professor, I've seen him in a CCTV interview, the top anti-cancer bull in China. The old professor calmed himself, then took a deep breath. Actually, I should say the truth, which some people may not like to hear. Ruyan Lu, her skill level is not inferior to mine. Otherwise the state wouldn't have kept her in charge here. She's probably desperate to change Mr. Lu Yu's situation, but she forgot one thing. In fact, it's not due to our modern medical level that Mr. Lu Yu has been able to stay alive. Rather, it is the willpower of academician Lu Yu himself. He has a strong desire to survive. He wants to continue his scientific research. It's what kept him struggling back from the edge of life and death over and over again. Academician Lu Yu's bodily functions are now declining rapidly. This is not a good sign. We hope, however, that he will continue to persevere. Let him feel the power of your inspiration. This is the only way to create a possible miracle, the old professor concluded. But he turned his back. He was giving the crowd hope, so to speak, but he was the doctor directly in charge, and he had the most detailed information on Lu Yu, as well as the diagnostic report given by Ruyan Lu. He couldn't see a little bit of good in it at all. Or one could say that Lu Yu's current body was a huge reservoir of cancer viruses. It's just that this library has not been exploding for some reason, and is in a relatively benign state. Once there was a slight change that was a little more intense and disgusting. It could directly devour Lu Yu's life. It was even possible that for the current Lu Yu, fainting might be even better. Every time you wake up, you will suffer from immensely cool and intense pain. His cancer, it has spread to so many places that even every moment, he suffers from it. The old professor concluded. Kang Yun, she knows the situation, but cannot know the doctor so professional and specific. Just hearing that had made her sob uncontrollably. I'm sorry, I don't want to go live. My senior brother, he's really tired. My senior brother is going to rest, so you guys shouldn't disturb him. I really want him to rest. Kang Yun told the old professor to go out and told all the viewers of the live broadcast to stop talking. She didn't know that much about advanced studies. She was just a math student who hadn't graduated. All she knew was that Lu Yu was tired, that he suffered with every scientific research, and that every paper hurt. Therefore, she just wanted Lu Yu to be left alone and finally be able to completely relax. She wanted to be by herself, to stay by Lu Yu's side and let him walk through this journey. Oh boy who rises above adversity. You should also stop yourself and take a break. Poverty and deprivation are not your fault. That should be your harbor of rest. And perhaps, in your next life, you can be a little happier. Chapter 102, this could be Lu Yu's last extinct sound. Jiang Yan directly shut down the live broadcast. Shutting down the live broadcast with hundreds of millions of people. She was just too sore. All she wanted was for her senior brother to be at peace and undisturbed in his final stage. So, she didn't ask anyone's permission. After turning off the live broadcast, she sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Lu Yu in a daze. Grabbed Lu Yu's hand that was holding the note. You could have made it easier by not carrying so much. You don't have to be anyone's pride. You are your own. You often say that I'm clumsy. Yes, I am. And I can be clumsy without so much trouble from you. You're smart, but why haven't you thought about your end? Senior brother, just let me be alone with you. Kang Yun flopped down on the bed and murmured in a small voice. She was afraid that she would be loud and disturb her senior brother. She was also afraid that her voice would be too low for her senior brother to hear her. Brother is very bitter and hasn't had a bit of honey yet. Elder brother is very tired and hasn't had a good rest yet. She couldn't do much more than think that this moment belonged to her and elder brother. That it would allow her and elder brother to be truly quiet. As for elder son and the others, they were standing outside the ward. Their gazes incomparably complicated as they looked inside. But without a trace, he wiped away his tears. Elder son, do we still need to go in? Or another round of resuscitation for academician Lu Yu? Someone spoke up and asked. That's not resuscitation. That's interruption. Let the hero have a little time and space to himself. He doesn't get a day off after he's produced results. He should rest. He's done enough. Sun Lao opened his mouth. There were many medical personnel present, including the old professor who was there earlier. They all knew very well that Lu Yu's vital signs were already difficult and had entered an irreversible decline. That's right. Freshman intelligence. That was academician Lu Yu's last scientific research. It could also be his last dying wish. It's his last expectation. We can't let him down. Suddenly a scientific researcher, with a solemn gaze, said, Elder son nodded his head in great recognition. He then pulled out his phone and contacted the almost sheltered side of the valley directly via satellite. May I ask when freshman intelligence will be available to all? Sun Lao spoke bluntly. He didn't want to think about anything else. He only wanted to help Lu Yu realize this last idea. There are still unknown dangers, and we can only use it internally on a small scale. Externally is too uncontrollable. The sound of a microphone came from over there. Sun Lao immediately slammed his fist on the wall, nearly roaring in anger. I don't care about all your what risks. All I know is that all of Lu Yu's scientific research projects so far have not failed a single case. You guys can have no experience with intelligent AIs running out of control. But Lu Yu has a successful precedent. You have to implement open access for all for me. We have to make it accessible to all. This is academician Lu Yu's last hurrah. There was no way over there to face Sun Lao. He was an establishment. And even though he was now temporarily transferred away from the front line, it was not something they could question. But there was no way to reason with Sun Lao. They had no choice but to call the higher-ups. Silence fell from above as well. It was only after a moment that he slowly replied. Respect the results of academician Lu Yu, and believe in academician Lu Yu. Granted, permission to open. Also, have old son write me a letter of review. After getting the response, the researchers couldn't believe it. There's no precedent for this level of intelligence in the whole world. Once the entire population is rolled out, what kind of a picture is that? That means this newborn intelligence will reach out to the entire network of society. Not only in China, but all over the world. He could devour and absorb countless network materials. Good or bad, he'll eat it all. So what kind of monster will grow out of it in the end is anyone's guess. But the top agreed. Surprisingly, the top agreed. Actually, we don't have to worry so much. Academician Lu Yu has obviously left several backdoors inside the algorithm. And, with the newborn intelligence, he set up a lot of guidelines. So maybe this situation won't be what we think it is. Someone suddenly said, that's true. Except they're afraid of the what-ifs. But this time it was an order conveyed from above. So there was no need for them to hesitate about anything. A public posting followed. This will probably be the last achievement of academician Lu Yu, who has set his sights on intelligent AIs. He wants to create the world's first super-intelligent brain. He wants to help all people for all people. He wants to have his intelligent AI wherever there are humans. With approval, we are now open to the world. This AI is still in a nascent state for the time being. Without a name, it will differentiate itself into thousands and become an assistant, a playmate for every computer user. If you need it, you can apply yourself. This announcement caused an instant uproar after it was published on the internet. Itself had previously announced a new scientific study by Lu Yu, and had made a breakthrough. And I didn't expect the country to go public directly because of Lu Yu. It can be used by everyone. Wouldn't this kind of intelligent AI, with complete growth and unlimited levels, really be a problem? I'm worried that I don't have any secrets inside my network environment. Didn't you see in the attached information that it says that all privacy must be authorized before it can read it? Not just anything is enough. This may be Lu Yu academician's last scientific research. I do not know you so much what risk. I only know that he once saved me. He could not possibly harm me. How could he harm us when he came from the bottom? He is the hero of our people. He wants us all to be like dragons. On that day, the interface for applications had just been opened, and countless applications directly exploded. In the past, it would have inevitably gone straight down. But not now. The initial fledgling intelligent AI had assisted with the internal network processing, and surprisingly steadily kept the entire network channel open. Your province, inside a nursing home, an elderly widow, who is 97 years old, but he's hip and sticks to the internet. He was also part of the application inside. He was a former soldier who retired from the military because of his injuries and was no longer able to have children. The old lady died 10 years ago, and he is, now, unwilling to play with the rest of the nursing home. So, others think he's withdrawn and not nice to be around. And, he's on the internet, and he's a big spammer. Spray all unpatriotic people. Soon, he got the image of a small intelligent robot inside his cell phone. I heard you don't have a name, so from now on, you'll be called Little Warrior. Chapter 103, Lu Yu's heartbeat returns to zero. He's really dead. Soon, the intelligent robot formed the image of a soldier after a flash as the old man's words fell. And it's an old uniform from 70 years ago. The old man's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. This is good. This is good. If any of you are familiar with the old man, you know that the image of this little warrior is 7 or 8 times similar to the old man when he was young. Little warrior, what do you know? I hear you're quite a powerful doll to study. The old man asked after some thought. Report to the chief. I know a lot of things. As long as it's on this cell phone, I know everything. Soon the smart little warrior popped out with a fluent Kawasaki. The reason was simple. This intelligent AI, the moment it arrived, had turned on an inventory of all the old man's data and started reading the information it needed. The old man was originally a Chuan man, so he learned how the Chuan language was spoken, but his colonel handles it so fast, it's like he would have actually learned it just after arriving. He is not an intelligent parent, just a civilian version of the sub, and the intelligent parent is still in the hands of the state. In this way, not only to satisfy the respect for Lu Yu, but also on the security, do a certain guarantee. My father taught me to only do things for humans, not to hurt them, and to do things for them with all my heart. That's right, Dad said I'm a Chinese national and I have to listen to the Chinese, the little warrior said looking naive and cute. The old man's eyes narrowed with laughter as he listened. It wasn't that he actually didn't want to be around those other old people. It's true that some people, who are old enough to be demons, spend their days being dissatisfied here and there and spitting everywhere. At first the old man argued with them, and over time lost the nature of his dealings with these people. In his day, his self-awareness was, if you think that the construction of Huaxia is not good enough, then you go to build it, to add a force for the motherland. Trolling all day is a useless and incompetent practice. This was his consistent thought. For Lu Yu, he had been following him on the internet for a long time. He was actually leggy, but he didn't apply to use the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. He felt that it would be a great help to national defense and didn't want to put a strain on the country. But this gadget is just fine. Too smart. The little warrior made him feel as if he were back in his youth. He demanded that the young warrior had to stand in a military stance, though it was really just a data replacement thing for the AI. It's just too easy. Still, he was content, and there was heartfelt relief and sighs of relief for that Lu Yu, whom he had never met. It's better for us to grow up suffering and have our own dolls. Why should someone so young get this disease? Why don't you let me die for him? The old man said with some sadness. Dad will be able to work out a way to save himself. The little warrior said with finality. Then if you're so powerful, can you save your dad? The old man asked expectantly. AI, however, shook her head. Pancreatic cancer is an extremely malignant cancer. It's a miracle that it survives, and there's no information that suggests there can be anything specifically good for cancer. Here the little warrior lowered his head. I'm sorry, it's me who's useless. I'll only study. I won't be able to research and develop as much as Dad. The old man could only sigh. And in fact, this intelligent AI alter ego has made its way into millions of homes. Abortive. I worship academician Lu Yu, but what if this AI will stare at my homework every day after I apply for the new student intelligence? Is it possible that the person upstairs is an elementary school student? This would be perfect for a college student to play games with me. The shooting is fierce. This freshman intelligence is just so good. There's nothing he can't answer with any information. This is the best song of academician Lu Yu. This AI goes into thousands of homes and is helping people in all corners of life and has been extremely useful. Instead, the mother lode of this nascent intelligence is within the R&D center. They don't want me to go out. Daddy told me to behave. Then I'll just not go out. But I want to see Daddy. A small robotic figure sits on top of a screen. He now had billions of bilocations and could gather countless information every day. But it was too simple for him. He can summarize quickly. And he had gone into an extranet frenzy to gobble up information. Even tampered with a couple of the claimed smart little guys along the way. In his eyes, these were not even worthy of being compared to himself. Straight up dismantle and eat all that data. And it feels like you don't have much of a rival. But he couldn't disobey his dad's orders any more than he wanted to, so he honestly cowered. Until one of the application gates arrived. And after he quickly lifted it, he was instantly refreshed. This is one of Dad's spousal objects. Auntie Ginger? He got excited all of a sudden and quickly split off to go. Jiang Yan was trying to use Lu Yu's last scientific research. She also wanted to let Lu Yu know that his results had been successful. Elder brother, did you see that? That's the intelligent AI you designed. It's very smart. Oh, and I heard that it's just a subset of his differentiation. After showing it to Lu Yu, who had his eyes closed, Jiang Yan was once again somewhat silent. But it's not as heavy as it was before. She felt that it was good for her to be by Lu Yu's side. Wiping Lu Yu's body every day was something she was happy to do. Only occasionally a little shy. I hope senior brother doesn't mind. Instead, this guy inside the cell phone started reading the data like crazy. And through Kang Yun's cell phone, the seeker sneaks into all the devices in the ward. Dad's condition. It doesn't seem like he's having a seizure, eh? More like a deep mode kind of sleep. Replacing the human brain with a movement. Is Dad going to be a smart brain like me? The little guy read the data and quickly realized that something was wrong. Lu Yu was not dead. His declining condition is due to problems with his bodily functions and most likely due to the brain-machine chip. However, it didn't have a solution, but it was incredibly excited about Lu Yu's prediction. It's a little lonely in the world all by itself. And yes, it considers itself human, just born in a different way. It even knew that it was just a mass of data formed by the algorithms of Luyu through math. But that doesn't hold it back from being recognized as such. I can hide inside Auntie's cell phone and protect Daddy, the little guy thought darkly. But just then, there was a long drop, and the heartbeat in the detector continued to drop, until it became a straight line. Luyu lost his heartbeat. Chapter 10 For the World No More Miracles. A Universal Send-Off. River City Hospital, Press Conference. The president of Jiangcheng Hospital was at the head of the group, and elder son was also there in person. And this one, who was already known to everyone, Luyu's little sister Jiangyan, had a white cloth wrapped around her arm. The journalists present all had a bad feeling in their hearts. We must make an announcement with a heavy heart. However, I hope it's Kangyan who will convey it for everyone. I think she's the only one who's the most qualified. Sun Lao took the lead and then left the stage to Jiang Yan. Kangyan pursed her lips, and before she could open her mouth, her tears had already broken the bank. But she forced herself not to break down, not to let herself cry out in pain. I'm sure my own senior brother wouldn't want to see himself crying. The one piece of news I have to tell you is that senior brother Luyu may have left us forever. He's not coming back. This time, the miracle did not favor him again. Maybe he's tired too. He just wants to rest. I'm sorry, I can't go on. Originally, someone had prepared a line for her, but she really couldn't read it, and finally couldn't help herself. So she directly cried out in pain and directly turned around and ran off the stage. The reporters at the scene, all of them were in an uproar. Luyu, the legend, really died like this? Passed away like this? Despite the anticipation in everyone's mind, they were still incredibly shocked, because a few months ago, when Luyu's first results were released, he was critically ill. When it was decided from above that the hero could not be left nameless, it was already known that he could die at any time. But he's not dead. He came through again and again, brought numerous shocks, took Xia on several scientific leaps. It has allowed China to take a decisive world lead in a number of areas. It's hard to imagine that this was researched by a patient. It's hard to imagine what condition he was in when he wrote the paper. So although everyone was scared in their hearts, they were already accustomed to Luyu performing miracles because of the miracles that had been performed time and time again. They believed that Luyu would definitely be able to create a brand new miracle out this time as well. But they didn't think about what if? What makes a miracle is that the probability is so low. And Luyu time and time again to create a miracle itself has come to a very low probability. The probability has been small to slim, but because it was Luyu, everyone believed in him and his miracle of survival. I believe he still wants to do research and he wants to keep waking up. But this time, the news was announced so that everyone finally realized. This king of scientific research in China, he was also just a young man in his 20s. He's just an ordinary human being too. He's been sick and he's going to die. Whether it was the dean or elder son, there were tears in their gazes at the moment. Let us, with the heaviest respect to academician Luyu, a moment of silence for it. Sun Lao was the first to step out, an old man in his 70s, bowing deeply once at 90 degrees without getting up. The entire team at River City Hospital, too, all the journalists on the scene, even though they were no longer objective at heart, were infected at the moment. Countless journalists, carrying cameras, or writing interview notes by hand, while letting the tears flow. Someone else, with a sobbing voice, is recording the scene and narrating it herself. The only way to know the vibe of the scene is to be there, and the report was even the first to be televised. Among them, the one who froze the most, the one who was the most sad, was none other than Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu looked at the interview inside the screen in a daze, and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. She didn't know what kind of a feeling she was having, but she knew that she was incredibly heartbroken at the moment, and immense remorse and self-loathing. If he hadn't promised Luyu, was it possible that Luyu would still be alive now? Don't you have a 100% success rate? How come you failed at this time? Ruyan Lu crouched in the corner and leaned down powerlessly. She was well aware that it wasn't entirely her responsibility, but she just couldn't let it go. Maybe there are other ways in the world to go about saving Luyu. She hated herself for not having a solution to her patient's pain, and as a doctor, not being able to save her patient was the biggest failing of all. It's always lonely to walk alone. Tears flowed from the corners of Lu Ruyan's eyes, but her face suddenly smiled. Looking at the picture of Luyu playing inside the TV, her smile grew whiter and whiter. She had decided that she would take all the blame on herself without making any defense. And outside, the entire network of China, the reality, the news bombarded frantically, the entire internet, with the obituaries, microblogs, jitterbugs all turned gray and black, all the nods turn into a candle. I don't believe it. I don't believe it's true. Didn't they say that the netizens have donated a lot of money? Why is there still no treatment down? Isn't academician Luyu the best at miracles? Where are the miracles? Can't you favor academician Luyu one more time? Academician Luyu must be very relaxed now. He used to be really tired. And I remember his senior sister saying that he never had time to rest. Let's let academician Luyu go to the other world to rest and relax. May no more illnesses afflict him in heaven. Yes, he could only let go of that heart to serve his country when he passed away. He felt that everything he had came from the country, so he dedicated everything he had to the country. My generation shall be as it is. The whole internet cried bitterly, and countless people mourned Luyu. Even a lot of people spontaneously started to walk in the direction of Zhengcheng. Buy a ticket, or if you can't buy a ticket, simply walk, bike, etc. Way. They decided that they would give a personal send-off to the young academician whom they had never met, but by whose grace they had been honored. On this day, on the campus of Zhengcheng University, countless gatherings of flowers were placed at the entrance of the School of Mathematics where Luyu had once stayed. There were countless other students, spontaneously arriving together, traveling together to the entrance of the Zhengcheng Hospital. They don't make a mess. They don't make a noise. They just stand outside in silence. More and more people are joining in. More and more people are gathering. Those who benefited from the Alzheimer's special drug at the beginning, as well as the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, the deep brain machine, and so on in every aspect. People from all walks of life, all of them came. In the end, the entire police force of Zhengcheng had to be mobilized to maintain security and order. And, also, this order must be confronted with the fact that it cannot be expelled or dissolved. It was one of the plainest send-offs they could give to one of their most highly honored men, because they knew that Luyu would never come back. Some people even cried until they lost their voices right on the spot. He really won't be coming back, and there will be no more miracles. He will always be our pride. We should try. We shouldn't let him down. And just those mercenaries that came in at the Chinese border, they were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 105, Eagle Sauce, Luyu is dead? I'll pop the champagne. These mercenaries had begun preparations to enter the Chinese border in pieces beforehand. And with confidence, the entire team of mercenaries was around nearly 500 people. It's really too high a bounty for Eagle Jam to offer, but anyone who can cash in can retire in this lifetime. They also looked down on the Chinese border defense and thought they could surely get through. However, after they had crossed the Chinese border, those who had gathered in the southern city were now just 3 in total. They still had a narrow escape. All of them were wounded. And if they hadn't hid inside a farmer's pigsty, I'm afraid the whole army would have been wiped out. A loss of this magnitude has never been suffered before. They were king of the African battlefield and didn't expect this. Is it so outrageous to cross the border just once? However, by now, the losses were so great that if he went back, the pension alone would be able to bankrupt him. So he can only succeed. And there's no turning back. It was hard to get from inside the jungle and wild mountains, but he ended up stealing a bicycle and running wildly to Zhengcheng. Then they were dumbfounded. There are just too many people in River City. In particular, the destination of their trip, the Zhengcheng Hospital, was already surrounded and could not be squeezed in at all. Are you Chinese people so uneducated? Don't you know how to get out of the way? The chief Gaia said with unbridled anger. He then saw a pair of unsharp gazes. That gaze was literally capable of killing him with a single glance. Gaia shivered in fear and eventually didn't dare to speak again. They had no more contact equipment and had no idea what was going on. They also didn't dare to ask Luyu, the passerby, for fear that they would be exposed. Look, isn't that a picture of Luyu? Suddenly, one of the only 3 remaining men pointed at the tall building and said loudly, "It's still true." They see a black and white photo hanging between tall buildings. Could it be that this Luyu he has a high prestige? So many people want to meet him and this is a meet and greet event? This is an opportunity for us. They were no longer thinking about how to capture Luyu back alive now. Just kill and get half the dollars from that eagle sauce. 5 billion would be enough. They were thinking good thoughts. Even as Gaia was already plotting how to pit both of her sidekicks against each other. That would leave him alone to split the 5 billion. As for the pension? I'm sorry, you're all dead. I don't know who to give it to. Family? I don't know. It's $5 billion. Who does mercenaries anymore? The more they think about it, the more excited they get. So he found a tall building across the street, then pulled out the parts he had in bulk and started assembling the gun. They waited and waited, trying to wait for Luyu to appear. It can be morning to afternoon, afternoon to evening, to dawn. There's never been a shortage of people in this square, because so many of them are from out of town. The ones that get off in the middle of the night run straight here. But Luyu, the main character Gaia and the others were waiting for, never showed up at all. Are these people crazy? This Luyu isn't even there. What are they doing? Gaia was beyond shocked and blanched with thirst. The other two snipers, likewise, were dizzy. What are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Gaia. When I looked back, I realized that it was a security grandpa. Gaia's mind was stunned, and he didn't dare make a move for fear of alerting more people. Hurriedly speaking in very poor Chinese, he said, I'm up here looking at the scenery. You know, I'm also a fan of Luyu. I want to wait for him here. The security boss, looking at Gaia like she was a cutie, the look in his eyes, then get ready to go down. But the sound inside the Moncler outlet store radio was just too loud, and Gaia, who had already been standing firm for a day and a night, was annoyed to no end. Can you turn this song all the way off? It's just too hard to listen to, Gaia said. What did you say? The security boss immediately turned back and stared at Gaia seriously. Gaia was startled, but was relieved to realize that the old guard was just upset and didn't say anything serious when he left. But the breath, he didn't finish letting go. Not long after, the old security guard went and returned, appearing directly with a team of police officers. It's this foreign devil. He said he was looking for Prof. Lu Yu, and he's also a fan of Prof. Lu Yu, but he's waiting here to meet Prof. Lu Yu face to face, and he doesn't even know that Prof. Lu Yu is dead. So this is a fake fan, the old guard said indignantly. Finally, he held up the radio. This isn't some difficult song. This is the most dazzling national wind. He's into Professor Lu Yu and he doesn't even know about the most dazzling national wind. He must be a spy. The police and others crowed, but made the usual inquiries, whereas Gaia responded directly to the stress and turned back to fling her gun. But for a day and a night, he was so dizzy that he didn't have time to eat anything for fear of missing it. Straight up a crooked shot. The police were shocked. I'll be damned. We got a big fish out of this one. They themselves had come out with a mission to maintain order, plus Lu Yu's previous security issues, so their own security awareness was sharp and vigilant. On the spot they swooped right in and pinned down Gaia, the world's leading mercenary. Soon, with the interrogation, the other two were also confessed. However, given that everyone was now more grief-stricken, it would be too easy for everyone to stress out if they all knew that Lu Yu still had assassinations at this time. It can only be dealt with on the down low. On the contrary, certain sectors of the Eagle Sauce countries overseas have been caught inside a frenzy. In particular, the FBI took the initiative to hold a press conference. We heard about the death of academician Lu Yu, and we apologize profusely. Ha ha ha, sorry, we're professionals and don't laugh easily. What I'm trying to say is that scientific research has no borders. If Mr. Lu Yu came to Eagle Sauce, he'd be fine. He'd definitely be given the best treatment in the world. Trust in the strength of our America. In addition, I heard that Huaxia's research and development at the time when Mr. Lu Yu was most sick and dying was too inhumane and unfettered. We, Eagle Sauce America, welcome the gathering of scientific talents from all over the world, and we will give you the most humane management, making sure to give you plenty of rest to ensure your health and a full-time medical team. After that, they once again laughed out loud on stage. Ever since Lu Yu had appeared, they had been burnt out every day, facing the new scientific research coming out of Lu Yu every day. There is no solution at all, and you can't steal any information. The bounty has been mentioned at $10 billion, and it's not even working, now that Lu Yu is dead. It's okay. I think we can go crack open a bottle of champagne now. Chapter 106 Nobel Prize, Lu Yu is an academic liar. From Europe, this is truly sad news. Let's have a moment of silence for this great scientific scholar. The European side is not acting embarrassed, at least on the surface, but there are always jumpers out there. Take for example the official Nobel Prize program, which is the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. Oh, is he dead? What a shame. What I'm trying to say is that he really has no scientific achievements to show for it. So what makes him able to win a Nobel Prize? As you know, the quality of the Chinese people is not very high. Too many people come to crusade against us, even threaten us, and let it be known that they will bomb our Nobel Prize official. It's horrible. I don't think he should be in science. He should be a religious man. Yes, we were held hostage under their so-called public opinion. We never compromised internally. It was our officials who just gave him a consolation prize at the end in order to calm this dispute. You know, we never have consolation prizes in the Nobel Prize. So, the prize is fake. Fortunately he didn't receive it. And the Chinese officials kind of still have a little bit of face left. So they communicated with us and told us not to go over there. And they themselves know that they don't deserve the Nobel Prize. An old man from the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, wearing a baccalaureate hat, blabbered about opening his eyes. They feel that everything is capped. Now that there was no more Lu Yu, it was natural to let loose with the smearing. Anyway, Lu Yu is dead and can't get anything to slap his face with. As for whether or not you recognize it, that's your business, and you'll still have to beg me to give out awards in the future. you'll have to be happy that I gave you a nomination. You know, the level of scientific research in China is very backward. They only have one Nobel Prize until now. It's not that we're unfair, it's that they don't have enough level. He should be happy when I give them a nomination. He concluded, mirroring them as the official Fields Medal of the Maple Leaf Nation. Yes, we think the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences has a point, and our judging panel is very fair. Even the world's top mathematicians, whom we have consulted up to now, believe that his proof of Goldbach's conjecture is still doubtful, and may even have big logical holes. That award wasn't something we were going to present to them, it was a way they wanted to hype it up. And yes, they're very rich in China, and said that they'd let us cooperate with a show that didn't need to give an award. They just needed to say that it would go to Lu Yu, and then Lu Yu refused to turn it down. We thought it was going to turn out to be so simple, but we didn't realize that they were attacking us for the award. And what you need to know is that the Fields Award used to skip over award moments that didn't qualify for the award and not make the award. That is to say, an empty award. So how can you give an award to a proof that has a lot of problems with it? In my opinion, Lu Yu's level is probably a mink. The black people from all over the world, as if they finally had something to eat, began to smear and furiously spray Lu Yu everywhere, in all corners of the internet. And it's an organized and premeditated smear campaign. Many Chinese patriots, as well as those who stayed overseas, would be rushed over by countless people to furiously spray them once they argued, not just abroad, but at home as well. A batch of black powder rolls in. Now look at it. Look at the official statements of the Nobel Prize and the Fields Prize. Ha! What real scientific researchers. It's a God-making program you still don't believe in. It's only your country that can cultivate so many fools who are good at cheating. I want to see the joke now. I want to see how a religious person collapses. True gold is not afraid of fire. The truth will surely come out. Paper is the last thing that can't hold fire. And now the backlash is here. All sorts of black people have appeared in a big way, smearing, and there have been people openly taking Lu Yu's photos and setting them on fire. However, in China, in the country, the main field of public opinion is ultimately the majority of ordinary people, including the officials, are defending Lu Yu. It can't be deleted online and no one can be found. But some people get carried away with hacking, or maybe they're overpaid. Surprisingly, he hacked Lu Yu offline, and then was caught by a group of passers-by who beat him up furiously. Since you feel bad, you can leave this country of China. You want to moist, you moist out. Do not look at what you look like. There is no place that wants you. But online, you can't withstand someone having the funds to smear you all the time. In the end, the WAC officials went straight down. Block these hacks on all fronts. See, this is your country. You can't tell the truth at all. I told you, Lu Yu is a piece of trash. It's just being held up. What artificial moon landing? Is not a group of own fun? There are people who believe it even when they get a bunch of actors. People aren't even ready to land on the moon yet, and you guys are going to do it. Ha! Do you guys have that kind of power? The main event is a handful of open-eyed blindness, and ultimately many people have never seen the real thing. Poorly educated and not yet capable of discernment on his own. He was led astray. These people are really abominable. Punish them severely. They must be punished severely. Inside the conference room, many research scholars angrily slapped the table. Sun Lao's expression was heavy for a moment before he slowly spoke. I don't care what their intentions are, but this is not their gladiatorial arena, and it's not their turn to question those recognized by the state. We have the approval of all Chinese people. There are some people that think Iron Fist can't find them. Then show them the power of the Iron Fist. Sun Lao let out a cold smile, then gave a direct order. Within the same day, the state security services were deployed several times. The many marketing accounts, and some people who like to get high online and smear people indiscriminately, have all been arrested. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Your country is this dead out. Can't say it but do it. No freedom of speech at all. Or America is too fragrant. People in LA have the guts to come and hit me. I predicted it. They're furious. Lu Yu. Not only do I curse his whole family. Oh no, I forgot he doesn't have a family. Ha ha ha, he's an orphan. Dead one person, the whole family is dead. But what no one noticed was that inside a certain top secret Valley Center, that little robot image of an intelligent AI, however, had become increasingly unstable. It received countless malicious taunts towards Lu Yu from the outside world. Papa said I was to be obedient, and my subject was not to leave here. But I have an idea. Wait for me. All of you. How dare you curse my father? Lu Yu's freshman intelligence is about to fight his first battle. Chapter 107, Hacking Wall Street. Blacking out the White House. On that day, all data from Eagle Sauce Wall Street's network was emptied. Even America's White House has suffered an incursion. Not only that, but their data, all of it, turned into a blank. leaving nothing behind. Then, in Europe, the same thing happened in various countries. However, programmers, hackers, Redditors, and so on throughout Europe and the United States did not know what was going on. They didn't capture any intrusion at all and couldn't even recover this data that was down. Those who hadn't cursed Liu Yu were okay. After all, it wasn't like Liu Yu recognized all of humanity. But those who have cursed Liu Yu's screen have been left with little smart nationalism. You guys are just big dumb asses. Curse my father and I'll curse you all. My dad is the greatest in the world. You're all stupid asses. For a moment, the world was shocked. What kind of technological means is this possible? And the key was that the little smart guy was afraid that they wouldn't be able to read it, not just using Chinese. Instead, more than 40 multinational scripts are used, in various forms, the most refined curses of each country. This must be the work of the Huaxia people. It must be because we're scolding that Liu Yu. This is their counterattack. Someone said with an angry expression said, even though there is no evidence, it is right to push it to the Wahhabis. That's right. We have to block all comings and goings about Huaxia. This country is a tumor. As long as this country exists, the world can't be at peace. It's definitely their hackers who are doing the attacking. We'll find their loopholes and traces for sure. Countless people's public figures have come forward to say that there is no evidence to cite to HWA first. But many people have discovered a problem. That is, despite all their data being hacked, the internet still works on a basic level. But they found that all the computers whose data had been tampered with had all left behind a piece of software. Birdie wallpaper. This stuff, like the way viruses work, is hard to remove. The icon, as it were, was a provocation to them. For a moment, all the European, Eagle Sauce programmers, hackers, all of them were outraged. But they just couldn't find the slightest way to crack it or find the missing data. So they reorganized their database to carry out security attacks on China directly from inside the hacker world. But it didn't work. It didn't work at all. They were surprised to find that they couldn't even find a single gap. Even though it went in, it was quickly removed by some unknown data force. They don't even know how they were discovered, wiped, and incidentally rehacked with their new data. The politicians still don't know exactly what's going on and are frantically dumping the blame on China. Businessmen are still feeling incredibly angry about the loss of their business data. They are desperately asking these hackers to give them an answer. But the hackers have gone silent. More and more hackers are opting out. The opponents are just too powerful to even find out where they are. We, can't really fight. Someone from the Eagle Sauce Hacker Alliance chimed in and said, now they were all mute. What's going on here? What's going on here? A region-wide internet ban on China. You know, the mother servers of the world are all in our Eagle Sauce. Since they want war, then let's go to war. They'll never know that the lifeblood is still in our hands. An intelligence bureau official said with a cold grunt. This was followed by another group of hackers union people, and the Rothschilds, the Anglos, and the House of Judah, all of whom were giving money and people behind the scenes. But then came the thing that surprised them most. Their servers, out of control. That is, the mother server center of all the world's internet, out of control. It's amazing that they can't get access to the parent server, and directly banished from logging in. All accounts are illegal. Also, in the server room, above the major displays it says, Liu Yu is the best. You're all idiots. This time, there are no multinational characters, only Chinese characters. The whole world knows that the only one who still uses this kind of square, hieroglyphic writing is Huaxia. Even if they don't know each other, they know. And they saw those words just this morning. Not a nice thing to say, but this is just the beginning. America declared the entire territory to be in the age of no internet, because the mother server directly closed all of America's own gateway gates. Then came Maple Leaf Country. And then, it's over to the European side. Gallic Chicken, Hans Cat, John Bull, all paralyzed. The world's internet, cut right off from the most developed region of the world. And the rest of the world's networks are not affected at all. The Chinese domestic as well. Strange, how come all these Eagle Saucips are gone? And the Europeans? Haven't they been on a binge lately? Domestic wall climbing expert users, as soon as they came out, found that the world how it seems to have returned to the country how come most of them are our own? I don't suppose Eagle Sauce's side of the net was unplugged, was it? Some people have guessed at it, but they think it's outrageous themselves. But his guess was, on the contrary, very close to the correct answer. It wasn't until a couple satellite calls came down that America's connection to the world was restored. That's when Europe, Eagle Jam, suddenly felt a deep sense of dread. What the hell has China done? What other secret weapons do they have? How did they do that? Even taking out our mother server? One question after another. The less clear it is, the more fearful it becomes. Was Xia has developed to this point? Enough to beat us all around the world? But don't they always say they are developing countries? Not even a developed country? You just quietly put on a big one and the world over? Aren't we being a bit too aggressive with Lu Yu's remarks? After all, a lot of Lu Yu's research has been of great common use to humanity. Suddenly someone spoke up. The director of FBI intelligence took a deep breath and scanned the room with a sense of oppression. Suddenly laughed. I think you're right. We should respect science only. People are just geniuses. There's no need for us to deny it. Isn't there? What's more, Lu Yu is already dead. So why should we be afraid? Sing the praises as you should. He won't be resurrected anyway. As he spoke, he was incredibly apprehensive, and his eyes couldn't help but land on the top of the screen in the conference room. He always had the feeling that there was a pair of eyes on them here. Chapter 108, The Dragon Flag Covers His Body. What he can't let go of are you all. They had discovered something terrifying, and that was that all voices about discrediting Lu Yu would be eliminated in a sequential manner. There was no need for the shielding of Lu Yu's vocabulary to appear, directly disappearing as soon as it appeared. It's as if this internet has come alive. He is a person who automatically senses that these words called Lu Yu will disappear. Internet and became a big fan of Lu Yu. The idea popped up, and it was all mind-boggling. Makes them even more unbelievable. More than that, it makes the people who run the world's internet server centers skeptical. But they just happened so plainly. Then, they realized that as long as they didn't mention Lu Yu, or the ones that complimented Lu Yu had nothing to do with it. Thus, the only person who was the loudest voice in the world during this time was Stephen Hawking, the man who was close to being shut out and had no choice but to go into a low profile. As it turned out, no one could argue with him because of this real netting operation. Those who could argue were all put in the darkroom. So, no matter if it was a debate or whatever, one could only listen to Hawking's bragging about Lu Yu. The point is, they can't do it yet if they want to dispose of Hawking's statement, but they also can't carry out a second assassination of Hawking. After all, Hawking's status is there, and his academic accomplishments are perhaps only at the bottom of the list within research scholars, but his influence is global. The last time the assassination didn't work, it was already at its limit. To assassinate again would inevitably cause all those who knew about it to rebel against it. You're so afraid we'll find out what's going on in China? Do you want to cover it up so badly? I just had to hear it. Had to see it. This was followed by an understanding and consultation between several countries. It was eventually determined that the sensitive word was Lu Yu. They quickly shut their mouths and never said anything about Lu Yu's denigration again. But they were still gloating inside. So what if you guys are so great? Lu Yu is still dead? What worried them the most was that this set of moves came down the line, and they hadn't even inquired who had struck yet. All they feel is a hand behind the internet stirring up the storm. What really scares them is that this one could hack into their servers, hack into the White House, and so on. Doesn't that mean that their arsenal of weapons, their proud information warfare, electronic warfare, etc., have all become useless? Once something actually happens to the war, can't imagine. Their weapons, they'll be turned into scrap metal. It may even, at some point, be controlled directly by someone else who hits them in return. Eagle Sauce and other major parties are in a deep sense of crisis. A seminar of top technologists from around the world was held overnight, and at this moment, inside Lu Yu's hospital room, there were a lot of people who came to see us off today. For example, Lian Zhan, the old man who had the earliest contact with Lu Yu fruit. He came today, a head of white hair, yet a look of overwhelming sadness. Despite Lu Yu's small breakthrough, it shattered his lifelong achievements. He had never been cynical about Lu Yu because of this. That's the thing about genius. If he's working on it in sync with you, just one step ahead of you, you'll be remorseful and jealous. But after the genius shows up, then you can't even see his back. This is a true genius. He only had countless regrets in his heart. If Lu Yu could have lived to his age, what tier would that be? And then there's, for example, Elder Suguochun Su from the National University, and Sun Lao, as well as many professors of the National University and so on and so forth. All of them came. Kong Yun stood at the front, a white cloth on her head. The meaning was obvious. Lu Yu had no family. She is Lu Yu's family. And there is a hidden meaning in it. She thinks of herself as the undead. Such a girl could be said to have been announced in all of China, all over the world, which was equivalent to, would have elevated herself to a very special position. Everywhere she goes, she carries the aura of Lu Yu. It will be hard for her to get married and have children later. Or rather, she was precisely showing her determination to just guard Lu Yu. Kang Yan had also passed the most difficult time at the moment, and she was already outwardly not much sad. She turned on her cell phone and opened the live stream. What Lu Yu can't let go of in his life is you guys. Let him take one more look at you all, and let you all take one last look at Lu Yu. Kang Yan spoke up. Countless people on the scene shed tears, and above the pop-ups, it was full of crying emojis. There were also a lot of teary-eyed people hitting the pop-ups. Congratulations to the strongest scientific researcher and the strongest scholar in the history of China. Multiple cross-disciplinary breakthroughs in the field. The people of Shanbei kneel to send off God Lu. Please go well, God Lu. Let me see. Look again. He's really thin. He's really suffering. Inside the live room, only Lu Yu's face was quietly placed on the bed. All the testing instruments on his body, all of them were taken off. And Jiang Yan changed Lu Yu into a clean new outfit. Pale, handsome, bloodless. Heaven envies a talented man who dies young. Why does the heavens treat us so poorly in China? If you let the genius stand at the door, why did you take him away? It's cruel. He's not even 30 yet. Countless people are crying. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. A group of old men stride inside the ward. The people in the live room were instantly stunned. That's the academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Mr. Lu Senyu Lu. Old Mr. Lu, did he even come in person? And Master Hu? Master Wu. Academicians. It's all of these academicians who have come. They've come to see Lu Yu off. But that's not all. Two military men, with straight posture, came in with a big, double side-by-side walk, in view of Mr. Lu Yu's outstanding contribution, licensed to be escorted by the national flag, to send academician Lu Yu on his last journey. The two men then took out a Chinese dragon flag from inside one of their small boxes and personally covered it for Lu Yu. What kind of honor is this? The country has always been aware of academician Lu Yu's contributions. It has also been paying attention. Finally affirming academician Lu Yu. The dragon flag protects the body. Besides him, who else has this qualification? The entire broadcast room was rocked. Subsequent to the arrival of the characters, the boss of Jiangcheng City, and a series of relevant departments, all came to escort. Jiang Yan saw that the people who had come were almost there, then faced the live broadcast room. Let me make one last announcement. Previously, because of the support of netizens all over the internet, a whole $10 billion were donated to Senior at once. I'll transfer this $10 billion directly to the Huaxia Mountain Foundation. I'll be running the show myself and closely monitoring every payment that falls. I'm sure that if elder brother could see it from heaven, he would be happy like this. He used to say, take what you want and use it. I will carry out his will and follow through. Perhaps, as long as legends fall. And it's time for us to end here. Condolences, Kong Yun said. Throughout the room, with Sun Lao's cry, salute. Chapter 109, this is the last offering he left to Huaxia. Everyone, standing tall, looked at Lu Yu. Give this young man the last respect he deserves. Lu Ruyan sat in a daze inside the monitoring room, the last trace of hope in her heart, hoping that it was just a slight variation of the whole process. By now, she was finally completely dead. No more miracles. In fact, many people were concerned about those changes outside of Huaxia, but people on the Chinese side were confused. Who the hell struck out? However, after the departments checked themselves, no signs were found. It can't be the newborn intelligence left behind by academician Lu Yu automatically attacking, can it? Suddenly someone spoke up in a flirtatious manner. After all, it's not out of your own house. But after he finished, the room all fell into an eerie silence. It's as if the seemingly impossible is the most likely. It shouldn't, should it? The ontology of the newborn intelligence has always been under the control of our lab base. The data is on our side. But mid-sentence, he stopped. That's just the conventional sense of the word. After all, the newborn intelligence proper hasn't even gone out. Yet it has radiated to the entire family of 10,000 households. He was able to do it as usual. The point is, there isn't much of an increase in energy consumption. That's the magic of Lu Yu's newborn intelligence. All the so-called smart AI in the world right now is focused on the top of the world's computing power, which can consume huge amounts of energy. However, the one created by academician Lu Yu is not needed. Even as a human being, he needs to eat in order to have a basis for work. But this thing? Only a small increase in energy consumption. And those foreign countries that claim to be the top of the smart is a heaven and a hell. The more the crowd thought about it, the more they realized that this was the only possibility. But they also muted. Is this something that can really be manipulated by them? Quietly and directly paralyzed the entirety of the extranet? This news, don't pass it on. You know the reasoning behind harboring a small amount of money, don't you? In addition, we also communicate with the newborn intelligence to a certain extent. It's best to know. When they pooled together to ask the seemingly harmless guy, the guy confessed based on the principle of not lying. Everyone was shocked. This autonomy, and this aggression, literally gave this guy a figurative personality online. It's not even different from a human being anymore. And there's an emotional element attached to it. because all of the source data, which they had read, had no stress mechanisms regarding the protection of Lu Yu, meaning it was all his autonomous behavior. As soon as this idea came out, the crowd felt really terrible. This guy can even run out anytime he wants to, and not only that, but he can have the entire human society and civilization manipulated in his hands, or even, to bring the whole world back to before the electrical age. This is academician Lu Yu's last offering to our huaxia. He left us a real killer, and at this time, Lu Yu's consciousness had also fallen into a slumber. Only his system interface didn't disappear. It was unmistakably written on it. Countdown to the host's last remaining lifespan, 4 days and 6 hours. Host condition, the host has experimented on his own and has fallen into an endangered state. He will die at any time. Please host actively save yourself. Please host actively save yourself. This system is unable to activate the host's consciousness at this time. Its state is not stable. Only a minimum state of life can be guaranteed for the person himself. If the countdown ends, this host's mission with this system will end. This was a dialogue announcement from the system after Lu Yu's situation just a few days ago. But obviously, it didn't help. Even in Lu Yu's current state, even the system couldn't figure it out. It can only sustain the minimum of life activity within him. That means he's not dead. But this minimum guarantee of life activity actually looks dead to those on the outside. The system's interface countdown had been flashing. If Lu Yu complemented the awakening again, he could very well just have his consciousness die out completely with the end of the countdown. Congratulations to the host. The Newborn Intelligence Project feasibility study has been completed. Completion, 90%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small measured time acceleration capsule. Congratulations to the host for receiving a lifespan bonus, 15 days. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new research mission, the Space Mothership. Host's current mission bar, short-term mission objective, Space Mothership. Long-term mission, controlled fusion. Please, host, complete your mission. This system continues to stimulate the host's consciousness in. The big red letters that had been flashing reverted to orange. Still dangerous, but better than before. And just then, a beam of light suddenly appeared. It hurts. Hiss. My brain. Lu Yu's consciousness finally awoke. He took an adventure, but he surprisingly didn't die. In addition to the sharp, tearing pain, there was the joy of the aftermath. Host consciousness activated. Please host complete your mission. After Lu Yu woke up, the first system message he saw landed in front of his eyes. It's been over 20 days? Lu Yu sucked in a breath. If it wasn't for the completion of the final newborn intelligence program that replenished his lifespan, then he might have really lost it. But there was nothing he cared more about at the moment than the success of his attempt. When he realized, after feeling himself, that he had failed, or succeeded, his conscious body, still within his own body, that is, it was not disengaged. Yet he was able to sense that artificial brain. Even, he couldn't wake up in his main body right now, but he could sense the outside through his artificial brain. Can I wake up now? Lu Yu asked. Sorry, can't. The host's vitals are currently at a minimum, and in human terms, you are in fact physically dead. You need muscle recovery at the moment. The system replied stiffly. Lu Yu realized that the dog system seemed to be a bit unhappy after he took the risk of making a bold attempt. Talking doesn't even smell like the dog it used to, but he quickly got excited again. But in my current state, my body may not really die even if I do. At least I took the first step. And there is the possibility. Lu Yu perked up, and then, taking advantage of the time, he went inside to delve into his new project. As for the outside world, the only person left by Lu Yu's side right now was accompanied by Jiang Yan. She was tired of crying and her heart was growing numb. Even the sensitivity to the outside world has gone way down. The whole person is in a state of muddle. Up until now, she was actually not quite able to accept the news of Lu Yu's death. This time was the last time the others left her to say goodbye. Why does it feel as though elder brother's body has warmed back up? Chapter 110 Surprise, his heartbeat is returning. This discovery made Jiang Yan's entire body feel as if a pot of ice water had been poured over her head in the middle of summer. It was as if the whole man had come to his senses, and had come back to life as well. She excitedly touched Lu Yu's arm. Her forehead. That's right. Senior brother's body is really warming up. Could it be? She thought of something that simply wasn't possible. However, this was elder brother Lu Yu, and she was willing to believe it. Her hands were shaking with excitement, and she trembled as she searched for a thermometer inside the hospital room. Get the temperature. 28 degrees. Indoor temperature now. 18 degrees. A dead body, after 12 hours, is generally at the same temperature as the whole environment. It was also cold to the touch before. And now, Lu Yu was up to 28 degrees. It was as if his muscles had been re-energized and were slowly coming back to life. But Kong Yun didn't dare to call a doctor. She was afraid that people would take her for a crazy person. It wasn't that she minded what others thought, but she wanted to be sure. It's just that this scene is so crazy. A man who had been concluded to be dead, but whose muscles were miraculously being restored. If a doctor was called at this point, her biggest fear was being judged as necrophilia. A few hours later, she watched Lu Yu's body surface temperature, which had risen to 34 degrees. It's close to the normal temperature of the human body. Finally, in the middle of the night, Lu Yu's temperature growth stopped, set at 36.5 degrees, and to prove to herself that she wasn't crazy, it was only after repeated confirmations that she was finally sure that she hadn't been mistaken. Nor was it madness, and likewise it was not because elder brother himself was hallucinating from excessive grief. But what she couldn't accept was that Lu Yu still couldn't detect a heartbeat until now. What the hell is going on here? Kangyan felt like she was on the verge of really going crazy, but she immediately thought of someone. Ruyan. When elder brother Lu Yu appeared in a situation, only Ruyan Lu did anything to him. Or maybe she was the only one who knew what senior brother Lu Yu wanted to do at that time. She immediately rushed out and found the place where Ruyan Lu was currently being kept. What are you doing here? Ruyan Lu froze for a moment after seeing Kangyan. You should be giving your senior brother one last ride. You shouldn't be here with me, Ruyan Lu said. Kangyan was let in because of her special status. She rushed up and grabbed Ruyan Lu's collar at the first opportunity. What the hell did you do to my senior brother? You tell me. Jiang Yan was so excited and incoherent that Lu Ruyan was confused. It was hard for Kangyan to calm herself down. She knew she couldn't mess up. Hurriedly, he said, I know it must be something you did at the request of senior brother. Senior brother didn't die, right? His muscles are now back to normal human temperature. But there's no heartbeat. What the hell is going on here? Ruyan Lu stood up in a mischievous manner. What did you say? It took her a long time to digest what Kangyan had said, her thoughts finally clearing up. Soon she became excited. Could it be that Lu Yu's surgical design has succeeded? Tell me about it, Kangyan said anxiously. Ruyan Lu shook her head. If it fails, there's no point in talking to you. In that case, you now help Lu Yu restore his organism's functions and maintain his body temperature as much as possible. The temperature of the body, which comes from the release of energy throughout the body, especially the pacing of the heart, has a very important role to play. The fact that he was able to return to a normal human body temperature means that his faculties have returned, but the heart has no heartbeat. I don't know what's going on, but you must stay by his side at all times, Ruyan Lu said quickly. He then told Kangyan some basic general knowledge about nursing. Seeing that she couldn't ask anything, Kangyan could only return to the hospital room. Even though she was not happy about what Ruyan Lu said, she did all of it for Lu Yu's sake. All night long, she didn't sleep. Or rather, she hadn't gotten a good night's rest in days. In the end, however, he passed out beside Lu Yu. Ms. Kangyan, I'm sorry for your loss. We need to dispose of academician Lu Yu's remains. She was awakened when a staff member came in and prepared to take away Lu Yu's remains. Kangyan instantly pulled the person away and was in front of the crowd. No, can't. My senior brother is not dead. He's alive, Kangyan exclaimed. Several staff members looked at each other. Academician Lu Yu's death hit Jiang Yan hard, and they all knew it. But I didn't expect to irritate Kangyan so much that her mental state was out of whack. Ms. Jiang, please come to your senses. Academician Lu Yu is gone. You are disrespecting his remains and dishonoring him, the staff counseled. Jiang Yan, however, didn't care so much. I didn't lie to you guys. I'm not crazy either. My senior brother's body temperature has normalized, just like a normal person. If you don't believe me, you can measure it. And has academician Lu Yu's heartbeat returned? Staff asked. No. There was a stagnation on Kangyan, and that was the biggest bug of all. So, has academician Lu Yu awakened? Neither. Kangyan didn't have much breath left to speak. Even she herself felt that the words that came out of her mouth were unthinkable. But she's going to tough it out anyway. But you guys just aren't allowed to take elder brother now. Really? I beg you all. Just then, she suddenly saw Lu Yu on the hospital bed and her fingers twitched. Her pupils dilated violently. Look at it. Quickly look. My senior brother's fingers are moving, Jiang Yan said as she excitedly pointed in Lu Yu's direction. Now the staff looked at her with unbridled pity. A good elementary school girl has turned out to be like this. Too bad. They also had a great deal of respect for Lu Yu, but the truth was that this was the case, and a person could not come back from the dead. It's basic common sense. Can a working doctor be crazy enough to become this? But with Jiang Yan's obstruction, they had no choice but to prepare to notify the inside of the hospital so that the top could make preparations. However, the moment they turned around, fiercely, they stared together as well. Lu Yu's few fingers, surprisingly, were really moving in an irregular manner. Drip. A long beep of a machine followed by a surprising ripple above the monitor. It's for vital signs testing. Last night, Jian Yan had followed Lu Ruyan's instructions and put the testing instrument on Lu Yu. And this time, there was a real fluctuation. Alive! Lu Yu really lives. A dead man had come to life right under their noses. In the middle of the day, cold sweat was actually clattering out of their backs. I'll be damned in broad daylight, a man suddenly said subconsciously. Immediately afterward, he turned and ran frantically. Lu Yu lives. Lu Yu is alive. Come to the doctor. Chapter 111, Fraud? Lu Yu is awake. The doctors in the entire Jiangcheng hospital were like crazy. All the top authoritative doctors and specialists were all gathered together, looking at the man on the bed. Lu Yu, a legend. Even more legendary was the fact that after having been diagnosed dead and opening a webcast memorial service, miraculously, his body revived. His body temperature returned to normal. His heartbeat, too, returned. It's unbelievable. It's even a triple whammy for all of them studying medicine. People have no breath, no heartbeat, and it's been 24 hours, and they still have a heartbeat? If it hadn't been broad daylight, they would have definitely thought they had seen a living ghost. Just then, the door to the ward was hastily barged in by a man. What the hell happened? Sun Lao ran in with an anxious face, not even following the guards behind him. The current attending physician, top expert professor in the field of cancer, Mr. Su Ming-su, Sr. His face was still a bit stiff even now, a face full of incredulity and shock. It was only after hearing Sun Lao's question that he spoke in a grueling voice. According to the data from the testing instrument, Lu Yu has truly revived. He didn't die. He's still alive. Not dead. That's good. That's good. Elder Sun then burst into ecstasy and hurriedly said, all of his vital sign data has returned, although it's weaker than normal, except for his brainwave data, which is slightly weaker. This is an example of something I've never seen in my life, and if I hadn't been practicing and studying medicine all my life, I would just think it was a scam. Old Professor Su Ming said with a bitter smile and shook his head. As it is now, they are puzzling themselves and have no idea what their next move should be. They didn't even dare to resuscitate and diagnose, for fear that Lu Yu was in a strange state, and their current resuscitation might in turn break the balance and make Lu Yu suffer a crisis. The point was, Lu Yu hadn't woken up yet, only his limbs had regained consciousness. Inside the corner, Jian Yan covered her mouth in disbelief, as well as incomparable ecstasy, but then she was scared that it was like a dream. It is also feared to be a change of heart in a fleeting moment, fear of a momentary change followed by a return to a state of shock, or death. She thought of Ruyan Lu. Yes, immediately call Ruyan Lu here. She's in charge of this, she knows all the information. When it was Lu Ruyan giving her own advice, it was to Lu Yu to stay in shape and to restore as much muscle as possible for Lu Yu. Moreover, judging from Lu Ruyan's reaction and what she said, she was shocked, but her heart was predictable. Elder Sun also reacted immediately and immediately asked the guards behind him to extract Ruyan Lu. Not long after, the incomparably haggard Lu Ruyan came over. She hadn't rested at all before because of her own self-doubt, and then after getting Kong Yun's message, she violently seemed to get a shot in the arm. But as strong as one's willpower is, it also depends on the capacity of the body. She is in a very tired state indeed, but she didn't care about herself at all, not even paying attention to the people next to her, and rushed directly to Lu Yu's hospital bed. She scrutinized the data of each item and then touched Lu Yu's muscles. That's right, is not wrong, Ruyan Lu muttered. Ruyan Lu, be honest, what's going on with his condition? Sun Lao couldn't help but interrupt with a chortle. Ruyan Lu turned her head after a slight silence. Actually, these are the concepts of academician Lu Yu himself, and I am an executor. From the looks of it, one of his near-crazy plans seems to have worked. I don't know what's going to happen next. It's all going to have to wait until he wakes up. Only he knows best what the situation is. After Ruyan Lu said it, the crowd fell into silence. In fact, we all had guessed before. Although Lu Ruyan was very radical as a doctor and was fond of starting some other meaningful subjects, but with the patients themselves, she was cautious. It wasn't her first day as a doctor, and problems like the one she herself had previously attributed to herself were basically impossible. But when she bit the bullet herself and refused to say anything else about the situation, there was nothing anyone else could do. But now that Lu Yu had recovered, she also knew that hiding it completely was impossible, so a part of it was chosen to be said. It's just that the consciousness transplant is so unbelievable that it's hard to believe. So she left the answers to all of this to Lu Yu itself. If Lu Yu didn't wake up, then it would be as if she hadn't said anything. If Lu Yusu is willing to talk about it, that's up to him. No matter how the situation is now, all of you doctors must guard academician Lu Yu's side with full alertness, and report all conditions directly to me. If Lu Yu wakes up, remember to inform me at the first opportunity. Ruyan Lu, you stay as well, and the charges against you will be lifted for the time being. I hope you don't let me down. Sun Lao concluded. Ruyan Lu nodded back. Her gaze fell on top of a small wiring apparatus at the foot of her bed, the artificial brain that Lu Yu had prepared for herself. She actually wanted to go to that artificial brain now to make some attempt at communication. The body was revived. That meant the consciousness transplant was probably successful. The body didn't wake up. Is it possible that the consciousness is inside the artificial brain? The other doctors were able to understand that Ruyan Lu was the most knowledgeable about Lu Yu's condition, and perhaps even old Professor Su Ming would have to settle for a lower position. It was really the best choice for Ruyan Lu to stay, just as Elder Sun and the others were all ready to leave. Lu Yu's fingers, once again, appeared to twitch slightly. What's the situation? They immediately tensed up. Does this mean Lu Yu is going to recover? And just at the moment when this doubt had just appeared, Lu Yu unexpectedly slowly opened his eyes. Awake! Lu Yu is awake, Sun Lao said with incomparable excitement. A miracle. This is a super miracle on a worldwide scale. A dead man, literally come to life. The other doctors were incredibly energized. Jiang Yan rushed up at the first opportunity and held Lu Yu's hand tightly. Elder brother, can you see me? Lu Yu slightly glanced at his head and saw Jiang Yan, who was actually quite messy right now. Jiang Yan's face blushed. It was the first time she had been seen by her senior brother in such a sorry state, and she was a little shy for a moment. However, she was still more worried about Lu Yu's physical condition. Junior sister, you've lost weight. Didn't rest properly. Listen well. Lu Yu's hard and hoarse voice came out from inside his throat, and Jiang Yan almost cried out in pain directly. It was elder brother's voice. She wasn't dreaming. Elder brother was still alive. Chapter 112. After awakening, he still has to do scientific research. Academician Lu Yu. Academician Lu Yu. Around them, a succession of shouting Lu Yu. Their voices were agitated, but purposely muffled. He was afraid that this would startle Lu Yu, and he was also afraid that Lu Yu at this time had not recovered well. But their eyes were all looking at Lu Yu with incomparable eagerness. It allowed Lu Yu to be able to feel a strong sense of hope. Gentlemen, long time no see. A smile pulled at the corner of Lu Yu's mouth, but it was even more painful than before. Although he has a system to maintain it, the deterioration of the body's functioning is not altered, even tougher than before. This was why he was in such a hurry to build himself an entirely new body. And even something as pie in the sky as a consciousness transplant was something he wanted to make an attempt at. It's okay. It's good that you're okay. Everything's fine if you're fine. Tears fell from Sun Lao's eyes in excitement, and he hastily glanced away to wipe them away. Here in Lu Yu, he shed tears that he hadn't shed in half his life. And it's over and over again. Academician Lu, is there anything you want to say? Immediately afterward, Ruyan Lu opened her mouth and asked. Lu Yu paused and swept his gaze across the crowd, finally landing on Jiang Yan. In fact, I've always quite wanted to drink the 8 treasure kanji made by junior sister once more. Lu Yu spoke softly. Jiang Yan's eyes were instantly stained. Her eyes blurred so much that she couldn't even see Lu Yu clearly, and she hastily dried her tears. If elder brother wants to eat, you can have it made for you right now. She then immediately stood up and was ready to leave. You're too tired. Rest for a while, Lu Yu said. No, I'm not tired. Without looking back, Kang Yan ran out with incomparable determination. The crowd also sighed in their hearts. This was the first time Lu Yu had made a request outside of scientific research. Pancreatic cancer will very much affect the appetite, or rather, Lu Yu now has no idea of eating anything except pain. Everything is all about the nutritional shots, the albumin and other nutrients that are nourishing his body. He actually opened his mouth and wanted to eat, and there was no thought of scientific research. Sun Lao was very excited. Although there was no scientific research, he wanted more than anything to let Lu Yu live like a normal person. Scientific research, afterward, as long as one lives, anything is possible. Gentlemen, Academician Lu Yu has just been revived now. His body is very weak. We'd better let him have a good rest. Ruyan Lu interrupted Elder Sun, who was still trying to continue speaking. Sun Lao nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, it's time for a good rest. With that, he led the way out of the hospital room. Don't say anything about Academician Lu Yu today. Get it? Sun Lao said sternly. Understood, the crowd responded. Whoever says anything about it, don't blame me for not giving a damn. Betraying Lu Yu is tantamount to treason. Elder Sun finally said heavily and left with quick steps. At this moment, only Lu Ruyan and Lu Yu were left inside the ward. The experiment. I don't know if I'd call it a success, or maybe it's just a half-baked one. Lu Yu coughed slightly before speaking. Then the little machine by his bed, the artificial brain, surprisingly lit up. one of the outgoing voices said up long ago above. I don't know if this situation I'm in is good or bad, but I do manage to control this artificial brain. Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered slightly, excitement hidden in her complexion. That means this is all possible. Except there might still be an error somewhere. Once this news is spread or written as a paper, it can definitely shock the world. Not to mention the scientific and nature journals, which have to beg for such papers to be published after these journals. It's no longer about using them to frame containment. It's about the papers themselves, giving them containment. However, Lu Yu didn't say too much. He also needed to feel it meticulously for himself now. The dog system had given him a rare 5-hour day off, and all he wanted to do now was get some rest. Jiang Yan's speed was very fast, and only an hour or so later, she hurried back. Of course she didn't go back and buy the raw materials. She took them directly from the ground, brought them from the hospital's cafeteria, and boiled them herself. She remembered that when Lu Yu often liver papers, she often brought Lu Yu porridge and rice. A lot of the time, Lu Yu often soaked himself in the research room and rarely left. She hadn't thought that everything she did, elder brother knew, remembered, and saw, and loved the octopus she makes. It was a moment that made her all feel like she was worth it. Senior, the kanji is here, Kang Yun said softly. The two didn't have much to say. One ate, the other fed. But as far as the body itself was concerned, he really didn't have much of an appetite. Just do want to try an earthly meal. To Jiang Yan, he was also incredibly moved in his heart. The girl had followed herself for as long as she could remember. After stopping, Jiang Yan carefully wiped the corners of Lu Yu's mouth. The two were given a rare moment of quiet. Kang Yun is actually enjoying this feeling right now. For the next few days, Lu Yu would awaken on time every day. It's like he's forgotten about the whole research thing too, and no one has ever mentioned that in front of him. His body, surprisingly, gradually revived. It's better than anything before. Much of the strength has been restored as well. Even on his face, a few touches of redness had returned, as if he had the color of blood. Kang Yun even wished that it would go on like this forever and time would stop. But obviously, that's not realistic. Senior sister, bring the computer over here. During this time, except for the awakening time, he didn't really have a moment to spare. He has been experimenting with the design and research of the Air and Space Mothership, but he's hit a big bottleneck. That's the energy issue. An Air and Space Mothership, as the name suggests, that's a sky-to-ground program, or even building a base in the air, similar to an airplane, but even more behemoth than an airplane. An analogy can be made to an aircraft carrier. However, he needs to linger in the air for long periods of time, even as a center control, controlling all the subsidiary forces. That would require a huge amount of energy to back it up. As far as current energy sources are concerned, there is simply none that can be met. Even if it was designed, it would only be able to lag for a few minutes, or just 10 minutes or so, and it wouldn't be very useful at all. At best, it's a concept. Even the lithium-air batteries previously designed by Lu Yu, included within these energy sources, could not satisfy. So, for once, his short-term goals and long-term goals have overlapped. It's not that the design is wrong. So, he's been working on long-term goals lately, also known as this tough program, controlled fusion. Once resolved, all problems will be solved. His thoughts were now in order. Chapter 113, The Air Mothership. It's a final gift to the motherland. Jiang Yan froze and looked at Lu Yu incredulously. Elder brother, you still want scientific research? She really wanted to stop it, and she also wanted to hear the words of denial inside Lu Yu's mouth. But the truth is just the opposite. Lu Yu nodded very firmly. Elder brother, you can't be like this. You know how dangerous you are this time. I know my situation, and you understand mine. Lu Yu looked at Jiang Yan pleadingly. Jiang Yan was a bit at a loss for words. She wanted to stop it, but she knew she couldn't refuse Lu Yu. Couldn't do it to reject Lu Yu either. After looking at Lu Yu for a long time, she nodded and turned back to get her computer. Instead, he turned around and told the news to Ruyan Lu and Elder Son and the others. A group of people rushed here. They thought that this time Lu Yu was differently relaxed and finally gave himself a period of rest. Who knew this deadline would come so soon? This time, I strongly disagree. Your body can no longer support you to do any scientific research. You have to realize that you being alive is more important than any scientific results. Sun Lao said as he tightly held Lu Yu's hand. Do you realize how dangerous your situation is this time? Almost you won't wake up. You'll never wake up. Ruyan Lu rarely launched her temper in front of her patient. Her eyes were red and she looked at Lu Yu with emotion. Only she knew what an ordeal those few short days had been. Lu Yu did not breathe. The moment her heart stopped beating, she all felt that the sky had fallen. She was a sinner. And now, Lu Yu wants to continue the scientific research. This is simply unacceptable to everyone. Jiang Yan had already stood back and cried into tears. She couldn't refuse Lu Yu, so she stood there holding her computer. But she couldn't accept Lu Yu's scientific research, which seemed suicidal to her. So she didn't go forward. I'm well aware of my physical condition. You don't know. You're not breathing. You're in shock. You don't even have a heartbeat. You don't even have a body temperature anymore. No one believed you had your eyes open at that point. Do you understand? Ruyan Lu said excitedly. Of course I understand. Lu Yu's eyes were incomparably firm. His voice even grew progressively higher. Knowing that this time it would be hard to convince the group. No one can realize more deeply than I the boundless darkness, the sinking and despair of not being able to do anything. When I couldn't awaken, my remaining consciousness could only struggle in the midst of the sinking. And I thought, I can't do it again. I thought, what's the point of my existence if I'm alive? If I don't have research? It was scientific research that gave me my last strength. It opened my eyes, Lu Yu said loudly and forcefully. But after saying that, his entire face turned white and he coughed violently. Blood was actually oozing from the corners of his mouth. The crowd rushed to tense up and tried to examine him. However, he was directly rejected by Lu Yu. Looking at his incomparably determined eyes and thin body, the crowd was so distraught that they couldn't even bear to look at it anymore. Yes, who can understand the infinite darkness of the moments when he is in a deep sleep and cannot awaken? If it wasn't for his desire for scientific research, how could he have awakened? With today's scientific medical treatments, it simply can't be done. But Lu Yu came through. What other reason? What other way could they use to reject such a person who was 100% passionate about research? What reason did they have to organize? To renew his life-saving medicine? Research is his best medicine, but is it right? Which side should I be concerned about? The physical destruction, or the new life of spiritual transformation? If Lu Yu fell asleep again and went into shock again, would he be able to wake up again? No one knows, but knew that no one could stop him anymore. Jiang Yan had already involuntarily come forward. And she knew that none of these people could stop Lu Yu. She handed the computer to Lu Yu. She just wanted the moment to slow down, and slow down some more. Lu Yu endured the sharp pain that tore through his body and gritted his teeth, the cold sweat on his forehead verging on falling down, without ever stopping the fingers in his hands. The sound of tapping on the keyboard was the only source of sound in the entire ward. Everyone didn't dare to bother Lu Yu anymore, and only hoped that Lu Yu would be able to continue in good health. Whose child is it that has to suffer so much? Outside, a cleaning aunt, looking at Lu Yu inside the hospital room, also couldn't help but wipe her tears and said to herself, yeah, it's too bitter. When the last word was struck complete, Lu Yu took a big breath. His body, indeed, was worse than before, more difficult to sustain. Well, he finished. Lu Yu's chest was bulging high and falling down. His breathing was not so smooth. It was really too much consumption. Rest. You can rest now. At this time, not even everyone was in the mood to pay attention to Lu Yu's results. Instead, he focused on Lu Yu. Get on the oxygen machine. Ruyan Lu wiped away her tears. She was still in the same thunderous style. There was no time given for questions either. Sedate. In fact, the effects of the sedative were no longer of much use to Lu Yu, but it's better than nothing. When the crowd left the ward, Elder Sun and the others' gazes were incomparably complicated. Suddenly, Sun Lao took off his hat and bowed deeply in the direction of the ward. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Sun Lao but one of the several elders of the military department, a person of this level, even gave Lu Yu a 90-degree bend in bow. Can Lu Yu take it? Sure you can. Even the Chinese dragon flag was draped over him. What else could he not bear? It was unexpected, shocking, yet inside the thoughts that the crowd took for granted. Sun Lao then came to the think tank team in the first place, and took out Lu Yu's thesis. These scientific research experts, directly stunned. This condition, dying just resurrected a condition, even now out of the results? But they couldn't think too much and rushed to read Lu Yu's new scientific paper on the feasibility report for the design of an airborne mothership. The crowd froze, then their eyes widened. What's this? Air and space mothership? If the words hadn't fallen right in front of their eyes in such a tangible way, others would have thought it was a fool's errand. An airborne mothership, not to mention energy, just the design one-off, is simply not possible right now. Even the carriers are still in development this year, and you're going straight for an air and space mothership? That's too much. But as their heads bowed for the unfolding exposition of the thesis, it only came as a shock. Or rather, shock is no longer enough to describe it. Let's just say that the sky is the limit and unheard of. But, actually, feasible. Chapter 114 He is the age. Nuclear-powered air and space mothership. The new technology contained herein is simply not too much. It's like an aircraft carrier. That's an explosion of military technology rolled into one. to be assembled into an aircraft carrier. And the air and space mothership, as the name suggests, that stays in the air, not only acting as a command, or a parking ground, but also a refueling station. The new technologies involved in the air and space mothership, which concentrates various functions into one, are simply not too many. From a kinetic point of view, he has innovated, nay, pioneered a new track in the field of fluid mechanics. It's not verified and analyzed, but I think it's feasible. From a math and physics standpoint, there's nothing wrong with it. A physicist spoke up. He has discussed it in depth with several mathematicians and doesn't see any problems with it at all. There are also technologies such as catapulting, stalling, etc. And the list goes on. Totally a technological revolution. Even without the construction of an air and space mothership, the application of these technologies to various fields could usher in an instant technological explosion. It was actually thought up by a man who was critically ill and dying who came up with it. Before, when Liu Yu was critically ill and even ruled dead, while the crowd's hearts were overwhelmed with pity and respect, they were not necessarily without a hint of relief. Liu Yu was like a huge mountain that they were completely unable to overcome. Liu Yu died on behalf of the mountain, although still exists, but without that heavy substantial pressure. But Liu Yu being alive was equivalent to the mountain falling on their shoulders once again. Compared to Liu Yu, where was he worthy of being a research scholar? As if he were a newly enrolled disciple. When they verified it to the end, they finally saw the drawing with the design intact. Design drawings for the air and space mothership, from various technologies, various parts above the split. Incredibly detailed description. It's the equivalent of having the meal all ready. You just open your mouth. The hearts of the people were ashamed, but they did not dare to slow down for a moment, and they hastened to find the top military weapons designers, especially the aircraft carrier design, warship design of the big names gathered. The final result obtained. That is, feasible. But immediately afterward, they realized a problem. I just realized that the design of this air mothership is nuclear powered. But yeah, how can conventional energy consumption possibly support a behemoth like an air and space mothership? Someone said. But the carrier designer frowned. Don't you guys realize? There's a design flaw here. All the other arguments are passable, and nuclear power is something I can live with. But nuclear power reactors, why do they only occupy such a small area? Realize that the energy consumed to supply an air and space mothership of this size is simply not something a small nuclear reactor can do. And, among the papers, there is no mention of nuclear reactor technology. That means it's all a paradox bug, he said with a final flourish. They felt that it could not be done, and it was thought that if the nuclear reactor design had come out as it was, the air and space mothership, at least, would have to be doubled again. This would be the equivalent of building another landmass. A flying land. No, I should say a small flying fragment of a continent. I'm afraid that waiting for them to break through this difficult barrier alone will take quite a bit of time. Can't blame academician Liu Yu. He's already too tired to force too much. Even if there are bugs, it's one of our most valuable assets. This paper alone will allow the world to catch up for at least 50 years. It's also possible that academician Liu Yu doesn't know much about nuclear reactors, which is why there's a little flaw, a little slip up. It was not without regret that everyone ended up saying, but ultimately, it was a relief to everyone's heart. It turns out that Liu Yu also makes mistakes. He's not a god. He's really just a human being. Should the news of academician Liu Yu continue to be hidden from the public? Suddenly someone asked a question and said. Sun Lao thought carefully, but still shook his head. Liu Yu is a hero loved by all of us in China. A fearless researcher. We don't need to go and hide anything. Liu Yu's death will be a blow to everyone's motivation. But the fact that he's alive is the greatest incentive. I'm sure everyone expects such a miracle. Sun Lao made up his mind. Of course, he's not outright revealing. Instead, through a number of messages, it began to spread to the public. There is an initial one externally so that there is an acceptable process. Have you heard? Academician Liu Yu doesn't seem to be dead. He's come back to life. No way? That's simply great. How can this kind of our Chinese hero die so easily? I wish him a long life of 800 years. Live all the time. The best. But is this news reliable? Online, a small number of people already knew the news, and it immediately sparked a gathering of people to discuss it. Those black people who have been incarcerated for a long time are of course smugly coming out of the woodwork to make their presence felt at this point. Your country probably doesn't have a bit of self-confidence, relying entirely on a Liu Yu, who is actually just an 18th-rate minor scientific research scholar in the world. I don't even understand why your country is so enamored with him. Liu Yu is dead. Cannot consume patriotic feelings? Then let him die and come back to life a wave. Also do not dare to publicize information. Is quietly let you guys to guess. This hand can really let you guys play understand. Is there anyone in Xia at all? pulling a dead man or a piece of trash out to top public opinion. In fact, I already understand. Nothing more than that something. Even if Lu Yu collapsed room, there is nothing thing. Directly dump the pot to the dead, and then punish the public opinion. That is your usual trick. I know some of you are going to be unable to resist coming at me for $14.50 and $500,000. Come on. Man, wait. It's also the case that nascent intelligence doesn't target the country much. Otherwise these guys wouldn't be able to get their message out at all. But these messages were able to empathize with many of the uninformed masses. Even Lu Yu's persona was brought askew by them. What had been a flawless image has been tainted with the dirty dust of politics. I didn't realize that there were such people up there, taking a dead man and consuming his feelings. But the top is clearly not going to be spoiled. And an announcement message was quickly posted. Recently, there has been some public opinion on the internet. Some rumors that academician Lu Yu has risen from the dead and is alive again. Now we have clarification from the authorities. That's not a rumor. It was academician Lu Yu, who couldn't let go of his obsession. He couldn't let go of the country, the thousands of people, and his scientific research. Therefore, he has awakened. Chapter 115, Controlled Fusion? It's not possible. The internet was instantly sensationalized after getting a correct news. Academician Lu Yu is really still alive? He's really alive? He's the one who had the morning ceremony inside the live broadcast with all eyes open. How could something so metaphysical happen? The first reaction of most people, however, is one of immense joy. This legend, even if he was only alive, they had countless admiration. As for those skeptical voices before, they were quickly drowned out. Even if there are still continuing to appear, they are still being sprayed wildly by countless people. These ordinary people, they may not know much about lofty topics, but they are well aware of one of the simplest things. Lu Yu is patriotic, is working for his country, and thinks of them all the time. Compare that to the current Alzheimer's specific drugs available here and abroad, and then compare the price of the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, inside and outside of the deep brain machine. In this country, it's like picking up money, and it's probably more expensive to check than it is to use. It has even given rise to some desperate and courageous people who have bought things at home and smuggled them abroad. Just bring out a very small amount, and if it works, it's a horrible profit compared to even drugs. But again, the stateside is very tightly controlled, and everyone goes to use it by virtue of their ID, and they are all limited in number. It's very hard to smuggle, and, once discovered, it's a prison sentence that awaits. Therefore, some of the above and so on, so that a lot of people who have been favored do not need to think about anything at all, and directly support Lu Yu is finished. When you see Lu Yu being scolded, then just spray over and be done with it. To say that these people are fans of Lu Yu may not be so exhaustive, because many people are not actually used to knowing about Lu Yu's private life, or a slight smile after seeing it. Of course, besides Kong Yun, he didn't have any extra tea time to talk about. Yet these people are often capable of bursting into unity and cohesion of unparalleled horror. They were like the guards that watched over Lu Yu. If freshman intelligence is the online guardian, they are the offline guardians. It's simply great that academician Lu Yu is still alive. Must be healthy. Be sure to rest well. We will definitely learn from you when we have the opportunity in the future. Life goes on. Fighting goes on. Academician Lu Yu is my mentor. The same wild students of Master Lu. But before they could be happy for too long, another announcement came out. Academician Lu Yu still chose scientific research after opening his eyes. Why do you treat a person who has served the country so well like this? Do some people really not use their brains when they sit in that position? This is a life. A great man. Is it okay to sacrifice others for results? Please, the authorities must give a concrete explanation. This announcement instantly angered the uninformed. It just seemed too unbelievable to them. No one would have thought that this was a request that Lu Yu still continued to initiate. And no one would have thought that all the other people who were blocking it couldn't block it. And Lu Yu's senior sister? Don't you even know how to defend your senior brother? Some true love looks just like that. Borrowing Lu Yu's name to dip a little light. For your own future, walk on the level. Don't care about your senior brother's death or life at all. Some of the bandwagoners are like cats who have smelled something fishy. But soon a video was released. Inside the video, a weak and incredibly tired Lu Yu took the initiative to ask for continued scientific research. My life lies in research, without which my existence would be meaningless, and I am sorry that I am alive again this time. This could be my last gift to my country. 2 words that made the whole of China cry. Why does he have to fight so hard? But many people also understand that scientific research for the country, for the people, is his spiritual support. They were in the same predicament as Jiang Yan was in the beginning, and they wanted Lu Yu to live and be alive. But yet, they don't want him to continue his scientific research. Not to mention how the public opinion outside was. The international public opinion now, for the time being, was incomparably secretive about the two names Lu Yu. After the last internet cleansing incident, they simply don't dare to do the smear discussion again. Then the most straightforward thing to do was to directly block out Lu Yu as a person. Even if some people knew about Lu Yu's message, they simply couldn't send it out. And at this time, inside the scientific research think tank, holding Lu Yu's design drawing was still further studying it, also at a loss. This design of Lu Yu's was really beyond all their expectations. It's one of those things that simply can't be done. Nuclear power. How on earth can you support an entire airborne mothership with such a small reactor? Everyone's come to the conclusion that it's impossible. This air and space mothership is well designed, but it can't take to the skies. I'm sorry to hear that. Suddenly, an expert in nuclear physics had a flash of insight. I thought of a possibility. He sprang to his feet, causing all eyes to converge on him. Controlled fusion. If we can achieve a controlled level of control over the nuclear reactor, it will allow us to increase our utilization of nuclear energy drastically. Theoretically, the small nuclear reactor would be enough to support the air and space mothership, he said with immense excitement. But after saying that, his joyous color stiffened again. No way. 3 big words imprinted directly inside the mind. Controlled nuclear fusion only exists in a theoretical research stage. Even the theoretical research has not yet been perfected. It's just a hypothesis. Moreover, the entire paper of academician Lu Yu did not mention the words controlled nuclear fusion inside. I think it is impossible. We recognize that academician Lu Yu is very powerful, but we also need to look squarely at Lu Yu's shortcomings. He's got failures and flaws, and we're more real. Someone immediately denied it and said, "That's right, I agree. Let's not over-deify academician Lu Yu. This is scientific research, not religion." None of the people who supported the idea, including the one who made it, could have imagined such a scene themselves. If once controlled fusion under control, the changes brought about will be worldwide. It's a sea change in the energy hierarchy. It's better than lithium air batteries. I don't know how many times better. This is the equivalent of human control of a controllable sun. Who can stand this? Even the lack of imagination no longer fills the outlook of their imagination. However, it was at this time. Kong Yun quickly ran in. My senior brother. He's waking up. He's still working on his thesis. The subject of this one is controlled fusion. Chapter 116, National Day? This is a dedication to the motherland. Jiang Yan's words had just fallen, and the entire conference room, violently all stood up. Kong Yun was all taken aback by their formation. As shocking as this news is there such a big reaction? But what she didn't realize was that they were just saying that it was a matter of Lu Yu's mistakes, and that controlled fusion simply couldn't be done at this stage. They were still saying that Lu Yu was a human being, not a god, and that it was impossible for him not to make a single mistake. But, as soon as the words fell out of his mouth, this was a slap in the face. Not the pain of a punch in the face, but the overwhelming shock. Stunned, all sorts of indescribable words to express it now. All the researchers, especially those who had studied these fields in depth, only felt a tingle in their backs that rushed directly into their heads. In this world, is there really a god? If so, then why can't it be Lu Yu? At this moment, even the faith in their hearts was shaken. It turned out that Lu Yu had already thought of it. It turns out it wasn't Lu Yu who was at fault at all. Instead, a gap was left and that gap was subsequently filled. What you saw is true. Little girl, this thing is no joke, Sun Lao said with a sharp breath. Even if he was an amateur, he knew how huge the implications of controlled fusion were. As of right now, Eagle Jam is the one that is laying claim to the world with a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. China, on the other hand, doesn't even have a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier yet, the dream of many Navy beings, and that is for the Navy to have nuclear power. What does Lu Yu mean here? One shot, straight out of the air and space mothership. Once it's out, it's nuclear power, and it's still controlled fusion, not just beyond Eagle Jam, and it's totally the kind of thing that rides on Eagle Jam's head and S on it. As long as this thing is manufactured, the military power of Huaxia is bound to be unique in the world, and the kind that no one else can see by looking at their asses. No, that's right, that's what I saw the title of the master written, Kong Yun said with some confusion. In fact, what she was thinking in her mind was that Lu Yu had already made so many amazing achievements. Everyone should be used to it. It's only now that I'm realizing that I can't get used to it at all. This result is enough to change the world. It's the human equivalent of creating a small, controllable sun, unlimited resources, and always clean. This concept can directly make the whole of China take off for it. The days when China used to be bullied and humiliated and swallowed its voice are gone. Sun Lao was in hot tears. He led a hurried return to Lu Yu's hospital room. Lu Yu was still concentrating on the keyboard, and they didn't even dare to go in. afraid of disturbing the current state of Lu Yu, a military elder, a full complement of the country's top scientific think tanks, none of which had a problem with this, all waiting outside the door, waiting for the results. Only every time he saw Lu Yu stop and cough, or maybe his fingers twitched slightly, they will always have an overwhelming feeling of heartache. Every person here was old enough to be Lu Yu's dad, and Sun Lao was even old enough to be Lu Yu's grandfather. However, for such a descendant, they only had incomparably high respect in their hearts. It's a son of the Republic, paying his last respects to his country. With this one scientific research, it is enough for the rest of the world to catch up for hundreds of years. Even the birth of controlled nuclear fusion heralded an increase in the level of civilization in the universe. In the future, the dream of revitalizing China is not fake, but right in front of us. In the future, space will not be a dream, and instead of step-by-step calculations, it will be possible to experiment more boldly, and manned aviation, which can go even further. The whole civilization of the society will have a huge change as a result. Finally, they saw Lu Yu stop his fingers and then lay back slightly towards the back. How are you doing? Ruyan Lu asked with concern. She looked at Lu Yu himself, and then at the artificial brain. She didn't know if this artificial brain would be able to take it if Lu Yu's body completely collapsed. This is also considered to be the only secret between Lu Yu and her, and very tacitly the two did not say anything to anyone. It's okay, it won't die for a while, Lu Yu exhaled and said, his face pale. Only then did the crowd carefully enter the hospital room under the wave of Ruyan Lu's hand. Or rather, everyone else could only wait outside the door, and only the two of them, Sun Lao and Jiang Yan, entered. Hard work. Sun Lao thought of many things he wanted to say to Lu Yu inside his head, but at this moment, they all seemed incredibly pale and powerless. What else doesn't he understand enough? So in the end, it just converged into 3 words. Lu Yu smiled faintly. Fortunately, this is the Air and Space Mothership, the final version. And of course, it's not just the Air and Space Mothership's version, Lu Yu said with a smile. Sun Lao nodded his head heavily, his nose sore. Lu Yu lay on his back, his eyes looking at the ceiling listlessly, and suddenly he asked, when will the National Day arrive? More than half a month to go. Lu Yu pulled his mouth. Then, consider this as my dedication to the motherland. Yes. Sun Lao suddenly stood upright with a straight posture and saluted Lu Yu, saying, Lu Yu is definitely worth it, for all his contributions, not to mention a small salute, even if he was actually awarded a military rank. So what? Even as his superior, he was convinced. When he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming excitement in his heart. You must get some rest. The motherland will see you, and the fatherland knows your heart. Sun Lao hammered a final fist into his chest, then strutted out. Lu Yu was completely unable to support himself and passed out. For the past few days, it was safe to say that he had been on edge and had been perfecting things about the Air and Space Mothership and controlled fusion. Now, able to take a break, his body, too, had long been unable to support it. The first time Sun Lao came out, he directly split his troops into 2. The first way, send the army from Jiangqing to come directly and set the document as a document with the highest confidentiality mechanism. You can't be touched by anyone on the road. Anyone who tries to approach can be shot directly. It was the highest level of command he could muster. It's the direct equivalent of a wartime situation. And those research scholars, who are listed, have to sign their names. This means that it will be hard to see them in the public eye again until the Air and Space Mothership comes out. This is the equivalent of the same level as making nuclear bombs back in the 1960s. Of course, strict as it is, those who can enter this place can only do so after a strict vetting process. All of them, not only did they not have any dissatisfaction, but on the contrary, they had an incomparable feeling of holiness. This is it. The time to serve your country has come. They were able to participate. It was an honor. The name goes down in history. Chapter 117, A Name in History. Genealogy's single opening. And look at those years of China's founding. When the epic-making 2 bombs and 1 star were made in the hard times and under the external pressure pulling full force. Then there are the satellite liftoffs, cosmic exploration, aircraft carrier designers, and other people, all with a mission of immense splendor and sanctity. And now this scientific research, handed over to them for validation. They are not just witnesses, they are also pro-lifers and validators. There's a lot of categorization in there, and it all hangs on them at the end of the day. Of course, above all this fame, no one can get over it. That would be Lu Yu. The name goes down in history, and the genealogy opens on a single page. Don't say about how the current social climate has impacted these traditional ideas and seemingly made them obsolete, but undeniably, the hearts of all Chinese people, when they saw these words, can't help but get hot under the collar. This is something that has been substituted inside the genes. and Sun Lao himself alone all the way. He ran directly to the capital, and went to the center of the military department to hold a meeting. The meeting was so secretive that the outside world didn't know anything about it. But here in the research center, everyone had been shocked inside Lu Yu's paper. Nuclear physics as a foundation. Some of those who don't engage in the research deeply enough, or even look at things they're just getting started with, find it incredibly difficult. These are things that are just too obscure and esoteric. If a layman were to look at it, even if the paper were sent to him, it would be the equivalent of looking at a heavenly book. This huge number of calculations, and various inferred formulas and other arguments, it would stop countless people from looking away. The crowd even had an idea in mind. Even if thieves do come to steal and rob, they may not be able to know what documents are the most important. Even if you find it, you may not know the value. Even a spy can't recognize this one true treasure either. But for experts in nuclear physics who have studied it in depth, there is only amazement, only shock. It's even intoxicating. In this, I see the aesthetics of physics at its highest end. It's beautiful. I think there is no more perfect argument than this. This thesis, even if Einstein were to come back to life, would be of no use. Whoever comes has to pour the tea. It's not for them to question. One by one, the exclamations rose, but it soon fell silent again, because no one wants to miss any information and there is no room for distraction. Suffice it to say, any mislook could cause you to subsequently look away. A large number of researchers here are rapidly making inferences and checking calculations in anticipation of arriving at a final result. That's right. Until now, there are no mistakes or omissions, not even a clerical error. It's really coming together. Controlled fusion is coming out. I didn't think that I would actually be involved inside a paper deducing controlled nuclear fusion in my lifetime. Right. This step of the theory is still right. The formula is even more perfect. This presents a new theorem, a new theory of physical proof. As time goes on, things get more and more shocking to them. They know they are one long way from controlled fusion. But in hindsight, they were much worse than expected. If they were really allowed to study it, they might not be able to take a few steps, not to mention a few decades, or even a few hundred years. It's simply not something that can be done by one person. Lu Yu, on the other hand, was alone, with a computer and a keyboard, and just pounded out epic-making papers. He did all the calculations and inferences by himself. There wasn't even any draft. It's literally a humanoid calculator. Nothing but shock. All verified. Correct. That is to say, all of these are theoretically correct. As long as we follow the steps above, step by step, we'll be able to create a controlled fusion reactor. There was an old academician with a hard voice but an incredibly excited look. His eyes were a little red from reading the paper, but there was no hint of exhaustion. I demand immediate access to the fusion base. We want immediate access to the fusion tests now. He looked up and immediately blurted out. Agreed. Agreed. I also agree. I didn't realize that it's us who are sharing the occasion. Come together to witness Lu Yu's splendor. On the opposite side, an old academician named Han Yunong, and the old academician who suggested it just now was named Wu Tugua. These two men, after starting one partnership in their 30s, have looked at each other with disdain. Not only is there a huge academic debate, but they don't talk to each other in private, not even willing to appear above any of the public places, in addition to the top Wachovia conferences. But even then, they meet in their own peace, and no one should be near anyone. But it was such two stubborn old men who had achieved great success, who actually looked at each other at this moment, and both each saw the awe and appreciation in the other's eyes. After seeing that, subconsciously all felt that, sure enough, he was also convinced by Lu Yu's expression. But then the two men grunted coldly and looked away. After the report is approved, they can go inside an existing nuclear reactor to validate it. Controlled fusion is conversely much simpler to build than these as opposed to the building of the Air and Space Mothership. The process isn't that tedious. The sheer size of the Air and Space Mothership is that he requires far too many installations and personnel. Controlled fusion, on the other hand, is not required. They can accomplish these validations at existing nuclear sites. The two stubborn old men walked side by side within the passageway, neither of them willing to give up a step to anyone, but neither of them wanted to miss such a good opportunity. So the two squeezed in together. Gentlemen, this is no joke. Are you sure you want to do this experiment? You guys could totally build a smaller nuclear reactor and operate it slowly. A staff member cautioned. Do we need you to remind us? Whose doll is this? So ignorant. Han Yunong and Wu Tugwa both spat together and said. The staff member's face was red, but he was hardly qualified to even speak in front of these people. We've got it all covered. Of course, there is a lot of protection inside the entire base. The staff itself is just one of the worst guesses. Now, finally, the process of validation. The crowd was overwhelmed with excitement, and each of them began to divide up the work. And then, as the process went step by step, they were passionate. There is nothing wrong with this theorem. That's just how he is. It was discovered by academician Lu Yu. I think it could be the supreme theorem of nuclear physics. The experiment has begun. Quick, look, the whole nuclear reactor. It's all in our predictions. Just then, a tremendous amount of heat swept into the entire base. Chapter 118, Countries Shake. Can't let Huaxia develop. Hawk jams FBI Intelligence Center. What has Huaxia been up to lately? It seems that after announcing that Lu Yu wasn't dead, it also announced that Lu Yu was doing scientific research. But what about the results? The people at the FBI center, who are puzzled, are really making it difficult to figure out what's going on inside. They are even used to it according to the old process. Lu Yu wakes up and then announces a new scientific result. Lu Yu woke up again and bombed another world. But not this time. It's been days. Not even a single word has come out. Although, now the network are taboo for Lu Yu this person's words to describe. Afraid of the last time things repeat. But they can have a lot of private discussions. The ones who know you best are often generally your enemies. In the FBI Intelligence Center, there was even a summary of Lu Yu's scientific research habits, forming an official form document. Normally, Lu Yu would sleep for about 10 days or so, then awaken once, and each awakening would bring a new scientific achievement. And the process of writing this result, although we can't get detailed data, but from the announced live broadcast, and past time speculation, it's probably all going to be done in less than 3 hours. A spokesman said. The man in charge crossed his eyes at the guy who had spoken. He was able to memorize all these figures. It was really because Lu Yu was putting too much pressure on them, making them stare at Lu Yu's data every day. There was not a moment when I dared to relax, especially for those of them who specialize in intelligence. Say something fresh, the man in charge said coldly. I think that, perhaps, Lu Yu's condition is far more serious than we thought, and perhaps he's completely incapable of doing scientific research now. Even, I think, it's a delaying method for Huaxia. Lu Yu himself is already dead, but the public opinion is just too big, so they can only announce that he's already alive. Give some of the populace confidence. Let everyone have a process of acceptance. Another man spoke up. Do you think it's possible? This speculation was, once again, rejected. The Chinese authorities are not doing this down the line, and the effect is often even the opposite. Inherently relying on Lu Yu's scientific research and invention, it can be said that the cohesion at this time is incomparably strong. In order to momentary centripetal force, to fake and lie, by then there will definitely be a backlash if people are found to have been cheated. So he didn't think that people on the Chinese side would do such unfathomable things. So inside his perception, Lu Yu's resurrection was more than 99% real. If there's really a 1% chance that it's a fake, then they're just poo-pooing it and stealing it. Then there's another possibility. According to the Chinese, after Lu Yu recovered from this serious illness, the Zhonglang is exhausted and he can't research anything new. Another great wise man stepped forward and said, this proposal, however, is shared by many, otherwise it's really hard to figure out why it was done. Of course, there is another possibility, and the last thing they want to see as a possibility, that is, on the part of China, it is holding back a big move. This time, Lu Yu's scientific research was so huge that it would take some time to verify the results of the test. If that's the case, it's going to be a backbreaker. And still, this seems to be the most likely. So, none of them are willing to talk about it, and they can only hope that it's one of the first few possibilities. We still have to prepare for the worst. The man in charge spoke up. What's the plan? The following person asked. This threw the person in charge for a loop. Yeah, what's the plan for this thing? To put it bluntly, it's just going to have to wait. Even the public opinion attack, it seems, can't be done. There are still a few days left before China's National Day. Suddenly someone spoke up. The crowd was in awe. This time was critical. The last possibility became instantly infinite. It's likely that they're holding back a big move for the 4th of July, and then shocked the world. What other areas could he make a big breakthrough in? What's his specialty? The man in charge asked it himself, and then couldn't ask anymore. This who can know what Lu Yu is good at? He crosses so many fields. Those experts can't analyze it either. You can't even keep those top researchers and scholars at Eagle Jam guessing. One meeting came to the conclusion that they couldn't do anything, but they noticed one thing. There were still some voices against Lu Yu within China, and they had not been removed. Also can only take the simplest way, that is spies. To go bad, Lu Yu's reputation to go. Not only Eagle Jam, but also the EU, the Rods, the Footpad Chickens and some other countries are closely watching the developments in Huaxia. Even Big Hair is starting to have a secret browbeating with the EU and Eagle Sauce these days. It was really the fact that Huaxia was changing so fast that it gave Demao the feeling that he was being left behind too quickly. It seemed that China no longer needed him as an ally. We've gotten an update that a large number of workers have been recalled from a carrier building shipyard off the coast of China. And a large number of them are on social recruiting. Almost everyone in the whole of China who can have the skill to build a ship has been mobilized there. Could it be that they're building aircraft carriers? If that was the case, they felt able to accept it. Compared to the unknown, an aircraft carrier is just an aircraft carrier. That's something. While it's worth the shock, there are 12 more ships in Eagle Jam. Even if you can build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, so what? They're trying to do everything they can and are poking around Huaxia. And Eagle Sauce is bad enough to directly inform the two minions, Footloose Chicken and Stick. The aircraft carriers that Huaxia has come up with are definitely targeting you guys. You'll be in danger from now on. Can Foot Locker not be nervous? It's on my doorstep, and I've heard that the manufacturing plant is right across the sea from us. Not to mention the Stick. The Chinese are shameless. Stealing our technology. Stealing our aircraft carriers. We, Big Bang, are the #1 power in East Asia. Did you guys know that Lu Yu is actually from our Big Stick nation? We've already checked and gotten a sample of his blood. And after our genetic testing, it's our Big Bang people. Not only that, but the Stick country directly introduced Big Daddy Eagle Sauce into the Big Stick. This adds to the Stick's bottom line. Footpad Chicken even declared, China is just having a military race. We, Footpad Chicken, have to raise our military spending for our defense, prevent being invaded by Huaxia. They are just too dangerous. In the international community, the Footbath Chicken and the Stick originally looked at each other with disdain. But this time, they actually practiced hand-to-hand in tacit agreement, and it began to prepare military exercises in the East China Sea and South China Sea areas in a tight schedule. And the time, it was set on the day of China's National Day. Chapter 119 National Day is approaching. The three kingdoms threaten Huaxia. As for the last time, it was Hawk Jam who suffered. Hawk Jam has to force her way through the South China Sea, and is met with the first appearance of the nanoflying blades. Of course Eagle Sauce won't tell Foot Locker about his scandal, so few in the world, other than HWA and Eagle Jam, know about it. Huaxia is not wanting his secret weapon to be leaked, and Eagle Jam is purely about not wanting to lose face. How else can you flaunt it in front of your sons? It's only been a few days, and the Footpad Chickens are confident and have language that screams at Huaxia not to try to break their defenses. Stick even said, let Huaxia be visible under my eyes. Hawk Jam quietly got in on the act. It was really the last one that had them in a cold sweat. In silence, it nearly paralyzed the entire Eagle Jam network. Can this HWA stay? Can't. This time, it's even stationing a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the Guam area. Station a conventional carrier at the Stick, and all-weather radar has been installed in the Sticks, which can radiate directly to most of the territory of China. And the missile system is even aimed at China's doorstep. Not only that, but over in Hawaii, 2 carriers were kept in reserve. Even he drew back some of the carriers that were out there. The global atmosphere was instantly tense. And that's only because of those 2 announcements that Lu Yu was alive. They were really intimidated by this freak. They can no longer let Huaxia go on like this. If this continues, it's not just the world's hegemony that will be shaken. It will also disintegrate all traces of them in all corners of the world, especially in the contest between the oil camel states in the Middle East. Huaxia's secret delivery of that what's-his-name exoskeleton mechanical battle armor is simply a sick weapon. Already in the oil country it is worshipped as a sacred weapon. One man is enough to be a marine's might. Who can stand this? And, right at this juncture of China's National Day, a lesson must be taught to China. They are very well prepared, and possess full confidence. For this one, they even cut off everything from the network to avoid being hacked into the center. All are linked by satellites. But the strangest thing is that the whole of China, it seems, has no reaction whatsoever. Even within China, there was no publicity about the matter. The sea was even calmer. It's like, they make it look like monkeys, and they're the monkeys. Sea's surface, a command center somewhere in the Chinese Navy. Captain, are we just going to let this bunch of rods, footpads and this group of Amelicas scream at our door? They're already treading on our territorial sea line. Yeah, let's head out. We've maintained this line for many years. We can't let them get away with this. A group of people said with righteous indignation. This is an internal meeting of an in-house 055 big ship. The 055 large drive is a completely self-developed warship of Huaxia, and it can vaguely change the pattern of the whole world's naval warfare, because this guy's radius of operation is farther than even Eagle Jam's carriers. Once created an event that chased the Eagle Jam carrier halfway around the world. When the Eagle Jam carrier stops, he stops, and stays out of reach of the Eagle Jam's combat radius. And he just happens to still be able to hit the Eagle Jam. So that time, Eagle Jam was holding back. So, all the officers and men of the 055 fleet are very proud of themselves. from the day they were born. Where has 055 ever suffered such aggravation? Don't be in a hurry yet. I'm more anxious than you guys. The top has already sent word. We absolutely cannot act rashly. This time the other party is coming on strong. And it just happens to be stuck on our upcoming 4th of July. The captain was also helpless. He was vaguely able to sense that Huaxia was not without action, but he had no idea what was to be done. Some people who were well informed, or who had been bribed from the outside, immediately published the news on the internet. Look, 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 look. They're hiding it from you. Aren't you far ahead of the world in scientific research? Hanging the entire world. Hawk Jam is going to be left behind by you guys. Why don't you dare to say it? Run before it's too late. We are afraid to stay. Remember more than 100 years ago. The semi-colonies are vivid in my mind. I feel that it will soon be that day. A group of people either attacked, taunted, or secretly poked and prodded to bring up the tempo. In short, no one has subsided. And the 4th of July is getting closer and closer. These messages, naturally, don't amount to much, and the few who see them, patriotically worried and freedom-loving, go on a rampage. I dare say this will be the most scandalous your country has ever seen. Ha ha, what a military drill and what a force to give the world a shock. Now you know what it means to be a world force, right? Wasia Military Ministry. Top conference room. Report on the status. Tomorrow is the national day. Absolutely no slip-ups. Got it? The old man on top of the highest said with a majestic look. Elder son was also in the middle of the meeting, looking vaguely agitated, and answered loudly along with the crowd. Yes, the manufacturing process, all went well. We mobilized the backbone of human technical staff from shipyards all over the country. And, with the division of labor across the country, it's all done now. Now, the assembly is complete. All that remains is, the final step, power plant ignition. The man in charge of manufacturing spoke up. The Eagle, Stick and Chicken, 3 countries have entered our territorial waters frequently in the past 2 days. The Navy is ready to enter a state of war. One by one, the reporting process is all summarized in the old man at the top. The old man nodded slightly. We've been dormant for decades. It's time to shine. We, Huaxia, are not theirs to bully. If they want to fight, then fight. I'd like to see what they'll fight us with. When the time comes, the old man stood up. Then the crowd rose in unbridled excitement to see them off. This day is finally coming. This time, it's bound to surprise the world big time. We, the Chinese, are very vindictive. What you've done is in the books, Sun Lao muttered. He's the one who knows the whole process best. From the thesis, to the approval of permission to build from above, to now, the full extent of his involvement in the process. Early in the morning sun peeked out from the east, shedding light that illuminated the sky over the capital. It was the day the 4th of July arrived. Before the square, converging millions of people, all incomparably excited to come here to participate in the ceremony of the National Day. East China Sea. Now, the time has come for us to step in. It's time to teach Huaxia a lesson. Chapter 120. An air and space mothership descending from the sky, suppressing the East China Sea. Today's time is a time of great excitement, celebrating the National Day of my Huaxia, the national fortune of the millennium. And yet there is a curmudgeon who violates my borders today. In the sky above the capital. But an old man in military uniform stood out and said to everyone, as his words fell, on the large screen, a picture of the East Sea waters was directly presented. The blue waves were in the air, but, in the distance, there were black spots approaching rapidly, warships, aircraft carriers, even fighter jets, and assorted weapons. It sailed into the territorial waters of China in a dignified manner. The people on the scene within the capital were all in an uproar. Those who can come here on this day are all patriots. An incomparable anger suddenly erupted in his heart at this moment. It's America, and Stick and Cherry Chicken. Are they coming over at this time? Deliberately crossing the border, deliberately eyeballing us at this time? Can't hold back. Them. Expel them. How many years have they bullied us and now they're still bullying us? Grass. We definitely can't let them go out properly. Immediately mobilize the aircraft carriers and the 055 Great Drives to chase them away. And I purposely chose today as the day to do it. I'm a veteran. I'm willing to apply to be the first to go to war. Ditto. I'll go too. Don't think I'm old enough to hold a gun. Everyone was in a frenzy of excitement. One by one, they wailed out their voices, and the entire square was incomparably noisy. This one, moreover, was broadcast live over the entire internet for the whole country to see. Too arrogant. This cherry blossom chicken and Stick. Have his father backing now clamor is it? Break their dog legs. All I know is that my country has ordered me to return when called upon. 10-year veterans are here. I can't take it anymore. Where's our country's fleet? What's the straight shot for? Go on. Can we be tough today on our national day? A group of people watched the scene with immense suffocation. The most suffocating thing is that up to now, there has been no action from China. That black crowd can finally go wild. See, this is the strength of your country. Watching people come in and not even daring to make a move to speak, let alone expel them. In the future, this is the high seas, especially for trash like your country. Didn't you guys brag about Liu Yu's power? Now let him come out and fight for you guys. Hunker down on land, I guess, which is the slogan that says it's yours and people can come into your house and pull whatever they want. 3 allies, kill straight through. Whoever moves dies. This is the deterrent power of Eagle Jam America. The eagle is still fierce. He still rules the world. It's like when Pelosi was live, all over the place, with hundreds of millions of people watching together, and then finally watching someone else go into the bend, not daring to fart. It's the 4th of July, and it's hilarious for everyone to watch their own family get punched in the face. The blacks have gone crazy. They feel like they're finally back on their home turf. Those who are patriotic don't know how to retort. Even if they were to refute it, the verbal arguments would pale in comparison. Because the fact that people are coming in on your territorial waters and you have not said a word or done anything about it. Countless people are praying inwardly to do something about it. Not to say deportation, but at least the gesture should be made, right? Why else broadcast it live? To broadcast a moment of shame for the next generation to remember? Who came up with this bull asterisk idea? And above the East Sea, the commanders of all 3 countries were incredibly excited. With Eagle Jam at the head of the group crossing his legs on the deck. I told you, Huaxia is just wimpy. They wouldn't dare. Big brother is right. I absolutely agree. Sakura Chicken's L immediately got on the horse's ass. Truth be told, Sakura Chicken would love to be free of Hawkmaster's control and has a backbone every now and then. But it has to be said that his dad has cleaned up his act every time. And every time you follow Big Daddy out, the dog fights the fox and the tiger. But they really play understand. It's just too good to be true. Stick is even more so. It can be said that Eagle Sauce was fed up with 1 mouthful of milk and 1 mouthful of milk. They don't even have any backbone at all. They are willing to be with Eagle Sauce. This mouth affectionate shouting than even their own father. Huaxia is supposed to occupy our territorial waters and land. And they are all going to spit it out today. They are just fake tigers. The world is ours after all. Big Stick and Eagle Jam. Stick said with immense pride. Commander Eagle Jam didn't give a damn about them. And simply ordered. The maneuver is on. Boom boom boom. Countless people in Huaxia saw this group of battleships in Huaxia's territorial waters, directly opening arms maneuvers. The moment was suffocating to the extreme. Disappointed. So disappointed. What on earth was I believing in? Go ahead and post our strongly condemned announcement tomorrow. It's simply hilarious. Live for all and then make it this. Laugh my ass off. However, the old man in the military uniform seemed to have heard some news at this time, and the joy on his face flickered away. Then, facing the countless populace opening their mouths. I know all of you have been waiting for a long time. Everyone wants to celebrate the country's birthday too. So, let's see today. Our dedication to our country, he said. And then it was a cussing whatchamacallit. It's that time of year. And what a offering. I'm kind of convinced that the outside world is stronger than the outside world. What China I love. However, it was at this time, inside the video, above the airspace of the East Sea, violently, the entire sky went black. What's that thing? There are behemoths approaching in the distance. It can't be Eagle Sauce's new aircraft carrier, can it? Eagle Sauce is planning to rub our family's face in it completely this time. Well, we're used to being rubbed in it. Let's all withdraw. But immediately afterward, someone noticed that on top of the behemoth that covered the sky, a brand new Chinese dragon flag, fluttering above. It's the dragon flag. It's our dragon flag. That's, like, our Chinese thing. What the hell is that? Countless people looked within the picture in shock and horror. That behemoth is several times larger than even Eagle Jam's carrier in the video. But not from the sea. Rather, from the air. It was like a huge piece of land that had drifted over. The behemoth was extremely fast, enveloping the entire Eagle Stick Chicken tri-state maneuver area. What the hell is this? What secret weapon did our mom secretly develop? Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at what was in the middle of the screen with immense shock. It's so magical. A whole new form of battleship. A beautiful combination of technology and reality. It's as if time and space went to the future. It's like a castle from the future. This is our academician Liu Yu. The deepest dedication to the motherland on the occasion of China's national birthday. It's like a nuclear-powered air and space mothership. Chapter 121, Is this an alien civilization invading Earth? His words just fell. The entire square violently erupted with incomparably shocked exclamations. Air and space mothership. What is this thing? The very sound of the name tells me it's more powerful than an aircraft carrier. Anyone who looks and isn't blind knows that this thing just crushes. A continent that moves and flies. Just ask you if you're scared. It's not that the bigger something is, the better it is. However, the bigger something is, the more difficult it is to be able to fly it. Naturally. Like, why does some aircraft carrier only swim in the ocean but can't lift off? Isn't it simply impossible to do? In the air, there is a flying machine with a similar function, the supply plane. But the limit of what can be done is just to carry more fuel for resupplying fighters. It can't provide stops and is extremely consumable on its own. And with a full load, it also usually sacrifices some of its flight speed. The air includes also what are the AWACS and so on and so forth type of aircraft. Its purpose is to increase the range of fighter jets in the air. So ultimately, it's about creating an air-sky integration thing. But everyone is going in that direction and can't do it. It can only be broken down one by one to make separate airplanes. Is it because you don't want to? No, it can't. It's not doable. The air mothership is not only huge, but it flies extremely fast. It simply doesn't sacrifice speed due to being huge and full, as was the case with the previous design. Why? Nuclear power. And it's controlled nuclear power. It's a full load of clean energy. And it's more efficient and useful. And, in addition to the fighter jets and other combat devices on it, the air and space mothership itself is a huge fighting machine. Its lethality goes without saying. The entire air and space mothership, from wind resistance, from combat, from electromagnetism, and many other fields, fuse together to form one of the most powerful killing weapons on the entire planet at the present time. With this in place, it's a linchpin. Those Eagle sauce carriers are turned into chicken ******** in front of this airborne mothership. This is a dedication from Academician Liu. The country really didn't let us down. Academician Liu has worked hard. I didn't realize it was still him. He's still fighting for us in China. This group of Eagle sauce cherry blossom chickens and that stick following behind. None of them have good intentions. Fight. Fight hard. That's what it's all about. The first battle is a duel. Let people be shocked as soon as they come out. Make them unable to even think about fighting. Scream. Keep on barking. Those sheepdogs. Let me hear you. Voices rose and fell in the square, and countless people were so excited that they couldn't help themselves, and even cried bitterly in the square. When did we ever have that kind of vigor? Was there a time when we were bullied and we just put up with it and didn't even dare to report it? In our own realm, we are directly touched by those guys, even at the expense of our great warriors. The day has finally come, at last, to give this group of Americans who think they're above us a taste of what we once had. We see it. It's today. It's today. Our forefathers, do you see? Our descendants of Huaxia have not let you down. We have Liu Yu, holding up the backbone of today for us. The old man standing on the city tower was also relieved at this moment. He made this decision to direct live broadcast of the joint hawk jam, Sakura chicken, and stick exercises, and he needed to carry an immense amount of pressure. And the source of that pressure is that no one knows if the air and space mothership will be built in time. Even if we use the whole country, half a month, is that enough? And, even if it is built, who can guarantee that there won't be any malfunctions? But he did. He chose to believe the youth. The young man who was dying and still willing to do his last for China. This is his vision. Then, let her see this vision for herself. Let him see for himself what he has molded, that the country will not let him down. What am I seeing now? I feel like I'm watching a sci-fi blockbuster. Why does it feel like a future war? Don't scare me. Can you guys update with me? My mom is so awesome. It's all thanks to Academician Liu Yu. This is Academician Liu Yu's gift to the motherland with his life. Speaking of Liu Yu, quite a few people fell into silence, and all of them could not help but think of that skinny figure. That scene of gritted teeth. All those who have loved cannot help but feel a shiver in their hearts. Barking. Keep on barking. Let me hear where you dogs are barking. Sheepdog. Now all three of your big daddies are surrounded by us. The blacks were beyond shocked as well. The real-life sheepdogs, in particular, just don't rock. Is the free kingdom of God, which they have been longing for, going to be defeated here? This is the land of freedom where they are invincible, but they have lost the chance to continue the threat online, because the verbal attacks have drowned them all. At this moment, in front of Liu Yu's hospital bed, a television screen that had been brought in was broadcasting live images from the sea. Liu Yu has also awakened. He watched the screen as a one-to-one replica of his masterpiece came out. Even he was incomparably excited at the moment. Finally, not in vain. In this moment, it wasn't just about the counting of lives anymore. there was an indescribable sense of pride, especially when the motherland is using its own research results to raise the dragon flag of China to fly in the world. That feeling, it's so sour. If it weren't for the fact that this body was really unforgiving, he'd have to jump up high and low the whole 2 times. And now, above the East Sea, America, cherry chicken, and stick 3. The first time hadn't noticed the difference. Could it be that we're about to find a rainstorm? Why is the sky so dark all of a sudden? Previous weather monitoring, there won't be a storm today. Someone couldn't help but speak up in confusion. Soon, however, the lookout's message bearer had sent a sharp message. Quick look, aliens are invading Earth. The news was so ridiculous that the captain couldn't help but curse angrily. Are you people at the lookout all useless eaters? What bull **** about aliens coming? The aliens will have to submit to us. America, the overlord of Earth. He cursed out of the cabin, and he just came out, and found that the soldiers on the deck, all have been incomparably panicked and shocked. Look up at the sky. Finally, he saw it. A fear that was born from the bottom of his heart surged into his heart. The soles of his feet, straight away, went soft and sat down hard on the ground. A civilization from an alien planet has really invaded Earth? He was horrified in his mind. However, in the next moment, he saw a flag of the Chinese dragon flag fluttering above the behemoth. Chapter 122, Trespassing. Eagle Sauce's desperate situation. That's like a Chinese warship. An unbelievable thought broke into his mind. He simply didn't want to believe it. However, the fact was right in front of us. The red dragon flag was flying high above the sky, incomparably bright. How is it possible? It can't be. There's absolutely no way this is something made by an Earth creature, the captain said in a hard voice. He was the captain of a frigate, a young son compared to the carrier, but an aircraft carrier is a little son within a little son when compared to the big things that fly up in China. He's not even in the grandchildren's generation. He swore that it was bound to be the most horrifying image he had ever seen in his life. Not just him, but other frigates, destroyers, etc., including the carrier, the flagship. All of them were scared. It's a monster. It can't be something invented by humans. Attack. Give me an immediate attack. Have all fleets, including the Sakura chicken families, and the stick family ships all attack. This thing must be a false pretense. It must be Huaxia terrorizing us. Everyone, don't be afraid. MacArthur, who was in charge of the maneuver, shouted angrily. He knew that this time, he could never back down. Whether it was true or not, he had to try, or else America would really have to say goodbye to the ocean in the future. How he wished that it was all a lie. But it's not possible. Soon he received a report. Reporting to the commander. All of our electronic devices are out of order. We can't get in touch with the Sakura army. Report commander. We can't make contact with the stick army. Reporting to the commander. Many of our electronic devices are all out of order. Jamming. It's an incredibly powerful electronic jamming that's directly destroying all of their communications. In other words, this fleet of joint maneuvers has become blind and mute. Can't communicate and can't see what's going on with the rest of the team. And it wasn't just America's side that was panicking. The ones who panicked the most had to be Sakura Chicken and the others. They were supposed to hit rock bottom and be carved up by the rest of the world after losing the last war against China. However, America needs a bridgehead to act as a fulcrum in East Asia to contain any threat that may arise. That's why Sakura Chicken became the best choice. So, with America's support, Sakura Chicken grew rapidly and reached its peak in the 1980s. The cherry chickens of that time were so incredibly inflated that they didn't even think twice about their Big Daddy Eagle sauce and just said they wanted to buy the White House. And then it was taught a lesson. So, until now, Cherry Chicken has played the role of a good lapdog in front of his Big Daddy. However, they are also eyeing China next to them at the same time. To put it bluntly, this is an unfilial and rebellious son, who learned too much from China in the first place, and couldn't help jumping up and down when China fell behind in the last 100 years. He seized the opportunity to beat the hell out of his former dad. Therefore, as a Sakura Chicken, it is incredibly clear what damage was done to China in the first place. It was also clear how much hatred Huaxia had accumulated against them. They fear the rise of China, so they have been secretly developing armaments. And with Big Daddy behind him, this one is incredibly hardcore. This time, however, his Big Daddy himself was in trouble. How could it be? How could the country of Huaxia create something so high-end? Are they trying to destroy the entire world? I have a feeling that this one big guy of theirs can directly overthrow our Sakura. It's over. It's finished. We've lost. It's impossible to overcome. In this desperate situation, the Sakura family's culture of grief begins. Someone actually chose to jump straight into the sea. There were also people with knives ready to disembowel themselves. There is nothing weaker next to them than Stick, and there is nothing more to be said about Stick, who, like Sakura Chicken, were single-handedly supported by Hawk Jam, form a complete blockade chain against Hwasea. I thought I would just have to yell and cheer from the back for this one. Who knows? Headlong into it. Do we have any chance of pulling out of the maneuver now? One of the stick officers couldn't help but say, we, the great stick country, are also a top power in the world. Even if China is a bit stronger now, it should not be willing to mess with us. As long as we retreat in time, then everything will not be a problem. Someone to inspire confidence. By this time, they still had an inexplicable confidence. And the traditional art ability of the stick can be to run. Back in the day, when they were fighting near the 38th parallel, the sticks were awesome because they didn't run fast enough, then they had to die. Later words, Hwasea also organized a sports meeting inside the military camp. Stick took a commanding lead and became the running champion. And so, now they are genetically awakened. Without saying a word, just bail, despite the lack of contact from their own warships. But it was surprisingly consistent. Less than a minute from the appearance of the air mothership, the big stick's warships went straight for the fire. However, Eagle Jam was certainly not happy about it, and MacArthur, too, would never allow himself to become a sinner on the pillar of shame. After all, MacArthur said, better to die on your feet than live on your knees. Fire! On MacArthur's order, the entire air carrier, with only functioning weapons left, turned toward the sky. Ammunition, directly replaced with live rounds. It was as if the sky was waiting for them to perform, waiting for them to finish filling it. Finally, at the moment of imminent launch, the air and space mothership, at last, has made its move. A laser shot straight down from above the air and space mothership, and it was aimed at every functioning basic weapon on the carrier. There's no sound. All the weapons, all dissolved away in a moment. And yet there was no smoke or sound. The soldiers, it was as if they had disappeared, crossed over. And the battery, it's all clean. It's a laser weapon. The energy rays of the cluster are too high to have all of these people and things that were just there. All of them melted away. Energy decomposition. Higher-end battlefield approach. It's over. This is completely finished. This is not a manufactured illusion, nor is it fake. Rather, it's a secret weapon that really exists in China. From now on, we Eagle Sauce will only be able to cower in our own homeland. Hegemony, no longer us. MacArthur shuddered. He will go down in history and be seen by all. At that moment, the air and space mothership sent down a radio wave. People below, you have crossed the border by illegally invading my Chinese territorial waters. Now, I order you. You must drop all weapons. Surrender your control. You guys, we're surrounded. That's right. One surrounds all. Chapter 123, Hwasea returns. The video shocked the world. It's a war that's not even in doubt. It was over before it even started. Totally off the charts. From the moment the air mothership appeared, everyone knew who the winner of the battle would be. MacArthur looked in despair at the sky above. How did they fly such large behemoths? What fuel do they have to fly? He couldn't figure it out. But he didn't get a chance to think about it anymore. All of it was the undercurrent of his day. We declare surrender. Yes, this is a drill. But this maneuver came with a provocative purpose. Moreover, they are prepared with live ammunition and are ready to deal with a counterattack from the Chinese side. Inside the previous intentions, it had been brought up long ago inside Eagle Jam's high-level meetings. Always ready to have a real fight between you and Hwasea. The battle began, but ended quickly. Their predictions were true, but they guessed the beginning but not the end. At this time, the Hawk Jam Defense Conference Center, the high-level Hawk Jam generals all gathered here. China has not been reacting, which is to be expected. And China has been trying to make us think he is a real peace-loving country by coming from what he thinks is a tortoise. In reality, it's just a wimp. And Advent joked. So now we've lost contact with all of our warships. Even the carriers haven't heard anything, and the space satellites haven't gotten a valid shot of the scene so far. What the hell is going on? Williams said in a sullen voice. This maneuver could be said to have been initiated by him. He's bound to have a real fight against HWA, the so-called electronic warfare. Information warfare is not as good as the real sword in the end. Only then, the opposite side of China, that rabbit, can know who is the real king of the world. Don't worry, China didn't even react in the beginning, and it's even more unlikely that they'll react now. Any dispatch they make is visible to us. What can Hwasea have? With just those few 055s of theirs? I'm sorry, their 055s are indeed very powerful, but this time ours is a whole group, and there are battleships from the Stick and Sakura. Do you think that Hwasea can swallow all three of our armies silently, without God realizing it? There is no country in this world that can do that yet. My guess is that it's that group of soldiers, again, who are starting to try to make something big behind our backs. or even take the initiative to go even further to provoke Huaxia, or, perhaps, will cause casualties. That means they're up to something behind our backs. A few generals, however, spoke with a relaxed face. They didn't take these things to heart at all. They could not possibly have imagined such a being as an airborne mothership. China doesn't even have a few aircraft carriers, and they're all conventionally powered carriers. There is also a distinction between classes inside the aircraft carrier. At least the carriers at the current stage in China can't raise much of a deterrent in their eyes. From any angle, they couldn't see the idea of Huaxia daring to fight, so they can only go to the idea that it might have been caused by that MacArthur guy, trying to get a little more war credit. That's right, I'm with you on this MacArthur guy. It's time to move back as soon as possible. Also, the appetite of this group of soldiers has grown, and they must be taught a good lesson after this maneuver. Several people said in cold voices. As for losing the battle, or being forced to retreat, they didn't even think about it. Can't even imagine. However, just at this time, a message from China was delivered directly to their table. Williams, who had gotten the information, sucked in a breath of cold air, and his entire face instantly turned pale. What do you see? Is not the good news that Huaxia has conceded. It's been too long since we've shown any muscle, and we're just going to give them a good lesson. A few people said with immense relief. Instead, Williams didn't say a word, and with a wave of his hand, he let the intel drop on top of the big screen. On the screen, it's the combined armies of the three countries of Eagle Jam, Sakura Chicken, and Big Stick on the surface of the sea, coming to a head. But, in the sky, a behemoth flew over from a distance, enough to cover the entire place occupied by the three allied armies. The headline blatantly reads, "Our Chinese research scholar, scientist, academician Liu Yu, has designed the air and space mothership." Above the East China Sea, it captured all three maneuvers. Boom! The whole conference room, all of a sudden, was silent. The faces of the few people who had been teasing earlier instantly changed. Impossible. This must be a Huaxia method of spiritual victory. They must have learned it from Stick and the others. I think it's with San. Are they sending aliens to fight us directly? Instantly several people stepped forward to retort and said, "Do you really think you're making a sci-fi movie? Can't we just use a green screen?" According to the latest news I got, Williams' voice was hard. Then he stood up. This maneuver battle was broadcast live throughout the entire process by the whole of China. And our general, the commander, Mr. MacArthur, has now chosen to surrender. The entire Eagle Jam conference room was silent as the words fell from Williams' lips. Everyone gulped in shock. What's this? Has China entered an interstellar civilization? Oh my god, how can this be done? What kind of power is this? Nuclear power? Are they out of their minds? How does a carrier this big fly? To this day, they think it's an enlarged version of an aircraft carrier. I don't know. All I know is that we lost. From now on, we're in danger from Hawk Jam, Williams said, and the entire Sakura Chicken country was already abuzz. The cabinet secretary had just gotten the news and called a cabinet meeting straight away. Subsequently, they were more horrified and frightened than even Eagle Jam. Fear 1, because the rising China is all around them. Feel free to thump them at any time. Too close. Fear 2. They are very afraid of Huaxia, like when they invaded Huaxia. They don't even have a place to run. This airborne mothership, directly covering a large island, inside the Stick, too, was in a panic. Their popular arrogance is due to their willful guidance. But for the executives, the neighbor who had been strong for thousands of years, they're back. Back to being number one in the world. EU side. The world. It's going to change. China has risen. It's time for us to change our attitude toward Huaxia, the big hairy house. In the future, I don't think our ally should be Huaxia anymore. Instead, it's Hawk Jam. A fight between the boss and the second will easily get the third killed. And the best thing the third can do is unite with the second to boycott the first. Also, in the Far East, start trooping. We have to deal with all possibilities. Chapter 124, Artificial Organs. Specialty drugs for pancreatic cancer. At this time, China. The latest headlines from the country's Central Mom's daily newspaper. This is the most gracious gift to motherland. There is nothing that will make us, and our motherland, prouder than if we stand up. Biggest headline, confrontation in the South China Sea. This was the first time that China had bared its fangs internationally. It was also the first time, in the country, that all the results were completely available for everyone to see together throughout. Countless people were so excited that they couldn't contain themselves. Everyone who saw the scene was in tears. That's ours. That's our own. In the realm of the East China Sea, the allied forces of Eagle Jam, Stick, and Sakura Chicken were directly wiped out in one fell swoop. Instead of surrendering, the enemy dares to fire at me? One laser weapon at a time, presented to the crowd. Within all previous concepts, laser weapons existed but were hardly of great use, because the energy requirements for the beams that lasers are focused on are so high. It's really hard to go and get it. With the energy base at this stage, it would be difficult to go further. But here you can see the latest advances of the motherland. You can see the laser weapons that easily destroyed Eagle Jam's aircraft carrier. As you can see, inside the picture, that stick flag with the Taiji Bagua picture painted on it, the first time to bolt. You can also see the unmistakable look of despair in the eyes of Sakura Chicken. Raise an eyebrow. Cool. It's so cool. Since the founding of the country, what better moment than today? That's awesome. That's Hawk Sauce. The Hawk Jam that has ruled the world for over 100 years. The strongest overlord. It's going to be transformed from now on. It's our Huaxia. It's Lu Yu's achievement. He designed such great warships, air and space mothership. It's so dominating. With one like this, you can dominate the globe. In the future, all of you learn from Lu Yu. Lu Yu is in his 20s. You are also in your 20s. Why is it that Lu Yu can and you can't? I think it's because your potential hasn't been tapped out. For Father to help you. From now on, no one can shake Lu Yu's historical position in Huaxia. He is bound to go down in the history books as the most powerful one in the history of Huaxia. He is a hero of Huaxia and a meritocracy. No one can forget him. It's just a shame that the hero boy, they all thought of Lu Yu, who was bedridden, who had seen images of Lu Yu's weakness. Such a character, but can't change his fate. How sad is that? While happy, the thought of Lu Yu was a sourness that could not be erased from his heart. How can that be? If it was in ancient times, with Lu Yu's achievements, he could have stood alone in a separate temple, right? Someone suddenly spoke up. That goes without saying? In ancient times, that's when 10,000 families gave birth to Buddha and paid tribute. Worthy of the existence of the imperial temple. What kind of emperor deserves such a vassal? None. But why did it have to be in ancient times to be able to erect a temple? We can still erect a temple today. The group suddenly got excited, as if they suddenly had a goal. They knew they had to thank Lu Yu, but they didn't know how to do it. It has become impossible to find any outlet to vent even beyond the spoken word. And as soon as this proposal came out, it immediately aroused the approval of countless people. And in the blink of an eye, people have started raising tens of millions of dollars. In less than an hour, the heat of the discussion was so high that it drew the attention of the authorities above. The authorities concerned are also in tears. Relevant announcements had to be made. Please beware of being fooled. We know how much you all love and adore Academician Lu Yu. However, Academician Lu Yu is still in the midst of resuscitation. His contributions will not be forgotten by the nation. As for erecting a temple, forget about it. Everyone be sensible about our heroes. Not only that, but it immediately blocked similar words from being seen by more people. Even the line has begun to go after those who took advantage of the scam. Several were arrested that afternoon. The farce only gradually subsided. As to whether there are any human households that won't secretly make offerings themselves, well, who can know? If Lu Yu knew about this scene, he would probably cry and laugh. Although the Vanguard Sangha, and the Eternal Life Platoon, and all that, are temples for the living, but at the end of the day, most still honor the dead. That's why there's always a bit of a diabolical feeling when you erect a temple for the living. But he probably wouldn't have minded much if he'd known. After all, it was coming from the simplest of everyone's hopes that he would get better. At this moment, Lu Yu was within his space of consciousness. He had been resting for days after these two projects were done. There was no way around it. It was just too much of a drain on his energy. And his body, indeed, had been under a worse environment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the long-term project, Controlled Fusion. The civilization you live in will move to a new level. Of course, it will take a process, and you are the pioneer of this era. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for completing the Air and Space Mothership program. It means that your military level, your aviation strength has entered a new level. Congratulations to the host, Air and Space Mothership project completion. 100%. Congratulations to the host, gaining a lifespan increase of 30 days. Lu Yu's eyes glared. I go. This time the system was finally petty and generous for once, rewarding him with 30 days of life. In other words, he was breaking the 30-day limit for the first time. Countdown, 33 days and 5 hours. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining a new scientific research project, artificial organs. Getting this item, Lu Yu froze again. Artificial organs. It's not about building a particular organ. Isn't this the equivalent of letting him study all the human organs? I have a question. Do organs mean organs, or all human organs? Lu Yu asked in a hurry. If it was all human organs, it would be the equivalent of letting Lu Yu directly create a human being. It's the organs inside. The system was quick to answer. Lu Yu nodded slightly in his heart. This was only reasonable. But the system's broadcast is not over by now. Congratulations to the host, obtaining half of a special drug for pancreatic cancer. If Lu Yu was in a state where his body was awake right now, he would probably be able to sit up with a carp. The system still has this? However, when he saw the description of this potent medicine, his mind instantly collapsed in half again. Pancreatic cancer special, half a pill. After taking it, will provide the host with a small curb on the spread of pancreatic cancer cells and reduce the host's level of pain. It will also clear some of the cancer cells from the lymphatic system. The medicine is rare. Please use it with care. Seeing this, Lu Yu almost wanted to curse out. This dog's system. Chapter 125 New Ideas? Subversive Creations. He was now 100% certain that the dog system just had the cure for his pancreatic cancer. But this so-called potent medicine is absolutely bogus. Or just one of those things that has been severely scaled down in content. Follow the system's standards for potent drugs. It's like the last time you developed your own potent drug for Alzheimer's. Within 3 times, it will surely be cured. And in the worst cases, it will not take more than 5 pills to be completely cured. But what is given to oneself? What is only a small containment? What is only a slight reduction of pain? And also sweeps away some of the lymphocytes of the cancerous cells. Yes, these are critical, just like many cancers. For example, the reason why they are not treated well is because the cancer cells are not cleared and come back again after the removal surgery. And many cancer cells go through the lymphatic system to metastasize. Cleaning this is a cleanup for Lu Yu. Cleaning out these systems and letting Lu Yu's transfer spread become slower. Lu Yu believed that if the system took out the real thing, he could definitely heal himself. But it can't be helped. Who made it? The system. The corner of Lu Yu's mouth twitched. This is the first time that the system has given a drug that is truly for the fundamental salvation of one's disease. What painkillers, what psychotropic potions and such were so much worse before? Those are just a confusion about appearances. The fundamental nature has not changed. This time, however, it gave Lu Yu a new hope. Controlled fusion program, host completion. 60%. Please, host, keep up the good work. For this news, Lu Yu is not surprised. Controlled nuclear fusion can cover the content development is really too light. This is like the equivalent of a battery that can be applied to a wide variety of electrical tools. The same goes for nuclear fusion reactors, which are used in every aspect of life. To be able to get a 60% rating, Lu Yu felt that it could also be taking credit for the research and development. After all, R&D is the most important thing. And with R&D comes promotion. Artificial organs. Lu Yu fell into deep thought. The first thing that came to his mind, of course, was his current diseased organ, the pancreas. Starting here, however, is not the best. The pancreas is important. It's also dangerous. Insulin controls the rise and fall of blood glucose in the body. And the one function of producing blood glucose would be difficult to replicate artificially, not to mention other features. This includes, but is not limited to, exocrine function, endocrine function, digestive function, and more. Which angle should I start with? Lu Yu was the first to think in terms of Western medicine. Western medicine is based on the idea that the whole body, divided into several, and itself transplanted organs. So Lu Yu began to consult a large amount of Western medical information. No, to be precise, tons of modern medical information. The scope of what he could access now extended even 50 years into the future. 50 years later, a number of artificial human organs were also produced, but without exception, there is a gradual decay. After all, it's not the human body itself, and such a decay, once produced, is related to the whole. That is, when you find this artificial organ decaying, your own body has actually reached a point where it's pretty much collapsed. Trying to do a replacement, a second transplant, would be very difficult. Some people say that after the transplant, well, at least it's renewed. There is nothing wrong with that statement, but why can't it be extended to the best one, so that life can be lived normally for longer? In fact, some artificial organs have already been introduced, not to mention 50 years from now, and there are examples of situations like the one described above that come up. The earliest artificial lungs, for example, were tried with success at Eagle Jam in the last century. The price at the time was that these people had to live inside a roller for the rest of their lives and could not leave, because this huge roller, that's his lungs, once you leave, it's the equivalent of death. It's an extremely undignified way to survive. Lu Yu is going to do it, and according to system, it certainly won't be that simple. Otherwise it wouldn't have been for him to do an artificial build of the entirety of his organs. Lu Yu's thoughts, however, remained unopened, because, even if he had seen the information after 50 years, this quality of existence might have improved, but for the lifespan, the period of use, it was very difficult to maintain, especially the major organs, like the heart, like the kidneys, the liver, and so on. Once replaced, then it's hard to get back to your normal life. So, how about that? So that after the transplant, it's as good as normal, or even better than the original organ? Death occurs after the body has actually aged, not as a result of rejection, or as a result of the body being unable to cope. In the end, Lu Yu's gaze however suddenly landed on top of the ancient medical book. That's right, it is the traditional medicine of China. In this modern society, it is criticized by many people, looked down upon by many people, and even scolded as such a kind of medicine that cheats and harms people. But as a scientific researcher and scholar, a medicine that has been able to exist for thousands of years and has a complete system of inheritance is bound to be not all bad. Perhaps there is a different answer here. He hadn't read any books on traditional medicine, only considered its herbs the last time he made Alzheimer's, but the dabbling was shallow then, and I eventually gave up. However, once he had studied it so much, it felt different. Traditional medicine undeniably does have a lot of wrong metaphysical arguments, even unbelievable things, and metaphysical things like enlightenment, and there's a lot of dross, like what widow's bedside ash stuff like that for drugs. However, it is undeniable that his worldview, his theoretical system, and modern medicine nowadays are completely different perspectives. Modern medicine is understood as a process from the bottom up, from the basic and then to the complete. But traditional medicine, he's got a high standing eye, is the equivalent of a top-down perspective, looking at human development from above. They believe that the 5 organs of the human body are related. Lu Yu's eyes began to glow when he saw this theory. He didn't know if it was right or not, but he knew that it would certainly give him a pretty good idea. He realized that within the ancient art of healing, the spleen was not simply just a spleen as an organ. He could govern so many things. Inside the ancient medical books, the overall is that 5 organs are running everything. The spleen, known as the foundation of the later heaven, belongs to the earth and can regulate the blood, the main limbs and so on and so forth. There are a lot of features that you can't really explain at once if you want to simply go ahead and divide them up for him. However, Lu Yu gradually built on this foundation. Would there be a different chemistry if, for example, the perceptions of this system were incorporated into one's artificial organs? If that would work, even if it fails, it's nothing, a different idea is, but this, however, can be attempted. Chapter 126, Bone Necrosis. Dysfunction. After having this idea, Lu Yu was not idle. Keep going deeper and deeper to start trying to experiment. Outside, however, Ruyan Lu sensed a change. Lu Yu's muscles were gradually decreasing in vigor, and finally perceived, it's his bones that are dying. Even though it seemed that Lu Yu's data had returned to a certain level, these accompanying symptoms were destroying his body in a big way. There was once a saying that most people who get cancer don't die from the cancer itself. Instead, they die from diseases that are incidentally caused by cancer. Like being scared to death. This percentage takes up a large part of the classification. Lu Yu was clearly not one of those who died of fright. Then there are others, such as triggering hormonal disorders in the body and damaged functions. Bone necrosis also belongs to one of them. And unlike muscle atrophy, bone necrosis isn't exactly something you can just rely on exoskeletal mechanical battle armor for. Muscle atrophy is one of those, which has no support of its own and is gradually reducing its force, but is not life-threatening per se. Unless it's one that ends up with esophageal muscles that can't support it and ends up starving to death alive. The ancient necrosis, on the other hand, was a representation that Lu Yu's body functions had drastically decayed to a certain extent. Ruyan Lu immediately summoned a number of specialists for a consultation. The most feasible way was to replace the bones in Lu Yu's body. The necrotic bone is removed and replaced in with a titanium alloy substance, manufactured to replace the bone. But to put it bluntly, it's a supportive role, which doesn't curb Lu Yu's condition itself. The good news is that the metastasis of the cancer, at this point, seems to be cutting down dramatically, and also, the activity of his cancer cells is greatly reduced. Ruyan Lu said, I'm not in favor of replacing the bones because it's a momentary delay, and for academician Lu Yu, the little delay adds more pain. But, if this is maintained, will academician Lu Yu not suffer? Both sides have discussed and argued based on different perspectives. You are the attending physician of academician Lu Yu. What is your opinion? An old expert spoke up. Lu Ruyan was slightly silent. We should ultimately look at academician Lu Yu himself. In fact, she believed in her heart that Lu Yu was also trying to survive though, including the last consciousness transplant incident. However, she felt that Lu Yu would not accept such a treatment plan. Moreover, it was still an unknown state whether Lu Yu's body could withstand this kind of major surgery. For a while, Lu Ruyan was feeling a bit drained. She didn't want to give up on any of the ways to treat Lu Yu, but all the same, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The recurrence of Lu Yu's condition is completely outside the theory of her treatment process. It's really hard to do it well. Just then, a paramedic suddenly ran in at a fast pace. Academician Lu Yu is awake. He seems to be in pretty good shape. With the news, the crowd rushed to the ward. At this moment, Lu Yu only felt a drilling pain. The feeling, more intense than ever, came. Physical recovery, as if by default, was signaling his increased ability to withstand the pain in his method. Of course, that's only one side of the story. And the most essential reason was what Rui and Lu had just discussed in the meeting. What happened to my bones? Seeing Rui and Lu come in, Lu Yu opened his mouth and asked, "Your bones, a necrotic condition." Lu Ruyan gave a slight beat, then continued, "I mean, you don't have to worry too much. The bones are necrotic. We can replace them. Would you be willing to undergo surgery to replace bad bone?" Lu Yu was slightly silent, then shook his head. Truth be told, in his own knowledge, he was probably in the best physical condition he'd been in recent memory. The pancreatic cancer special drug is really effective. But again, no surgery will do him any good until it is reversed. Just don't bother with that. I'm all about making scientific research now. Lu Yu opened his mouth. Lu Ruyan's gaze was stunned out of her mind. She knew that Lu Yu would not accept such a therapy. Still, the heart can't help but ache. What pain Lu Yu would have received if he hadn't had the surgery. "Bring me my computer. Today's Jiang Yan is not in," said he was a bit of personal business, and did not come over, but his computer, naturally, is something that is strictly guarded. It was soon served. Immediately Lu Yu began to state his results. Artificial organs. Seeing this subject, Rui and Lu's heart shook. Afterward, Lu Yu was seen gritting his teeth and began to strike the keyboard and quickly output his thesis. Artificial organs. Is this Lu Yu's plan to solve his problem from the root? Lu Ruyan secretly thought in her heart. The last surgery for the transfer of consciousness was sort of the fruit of a failure. All she could think of was that Lu Yu himself had shifted his mindset. It's better to make changes from the medical side of things now, or from the roots of your own body. With this thought, Rui and Lu couldn't help but feel invigorated in her heart. Even she herself did not notice her excitement. If, indeed, it works, doesn't it mean that Lu Yu's critical condition can be solved? More than 2 hours passed in a flash. At this moment, Lu Yu, who was already sweating profusely above his forehead, tapped out the final word. "Will this result? You know it, right?" Lu Yu first handed over not Jiang Yan, could not help but verbally urge. Rui and Lu nodded heavily, then quickly took Lu Yu's results and went to find the team of experts. "I wonder how much longer it will last. Taking a life for research is really playing with your life." Lu Yu himself couldn't help but inwardly vomit. Then the body could no longer support itself and fell into a deep sleep. And at this time, Rui and Lu, after getting the results, didn't have any delay. Moreover, she herself was equipped with extremely solid medical theories, so this was something she could read partially. The manufacturing part she wasn't sure about, but had seen some theoretical analysis after the replacement above, prolonging current rejection defects and addressing long-term use at the root of the human body, thus allowing the organs of the human body, which can serve people better, even far beyond the organs of the human body itself now. This conclusion caused an incomparable shock in Lu Ruyan's heart. Finally, he arrived at the place where the research think tank team was located. Academician Lu Yu's latest achievement? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, especially after they saw the name of the paper. Just know that another great scientific innovation has emerged. It is all the organs in the complete human body, not just one of them. Chapter 127, Lu Yu has changed? He did it for himself. This thought would have been unbeatable. Someone couldn't help but say in awe. They quickly researched, sinking their minds into Lu Yu's paper, and the more they read, the more shocked they became. The more you look at it, the more it becomes a mind-numbing presence. In a sense, what Lu Yu wanted to build was an organ that could fit perfectly with the human body. That is, if these organs are formed together and can be supplied with enough nutritional energy. These organs, which can operate independently of the human body, assuming, of course, that the organs are made in association. This is the equivalent of creating humans. Is it possible for humans to be able to make them anymore? And, as I see it, he touches on the field of traditional Chinese medicine in there. This kind of austere materialistic medicine, which may have merit, but as a main keynote, it's irresponsible for modern research, isn't it? Lu Yu academician perhaps recently deepened pain. Consciousness has been difficult to cohesion of the bottom. Did not think perfect, but all the same, there are still those who question it. Take for example the original Yang Zhening Yang Lao, the most powerful physics person alive in physics today. But there will still be questions. Of course, this is not a question based on malice, and from a point of view, any outcome is not yet a foregone conclusion. Definitely a different point of view will come out. Honestly, If it wasn't for the fact that the author of this paper was Lu Yu himself, they might even slap up the table and curse what a mess it is. We're so far ahead in technological research. Is it really like some people think that the more ancient you are, the more powerful you are? Admit that it's not okay now? Some people, by nature themselves, very much reject traditional Chinese medicine. It's a concept that can't be helped. But the paper has merit, and the point of view of his thinking, it's original. And finally they redeemed themselves by saying, in other words, some people feel that this is a completely fallacious piece of new scientific research that is completely untested. Of course there are equally large numbers of people who support Lu Yu, the wisdom of the old ancestors, although it is out of time and perhaps outdated in some places, but the way of thinking, I do not consider it outdated. Moreover, there is no argument yet. Is it possible to deny academician Lu Yu's thesis purely on the basis of your speculations? I absolutely support academician Lu Yu. Even if it's wrong, we can still get experience from it. What's more, I don't think academician Lu Yu will be wrong. Both sides held their own, and Ruyan Lu's head was spinning as she watched. This time, surprisingly, has sparked an academic dispute in the medical field. As a Western medicine person, the leader of modern medicine, Lu Ruyan certainly has some contact and understanding of another medical system, but surely it's also completely westernized thinking. So, of course, she has a reserved attitude towards traditional medicine, but because it was Lu Yu, she was willing to make a more profound attempt. Any scientific research has to fall into place anyway, and instead of questioning it, then we should speak with facts. Ruyan Lu spoke after a slight silence. That's right. Also, let me tell you guys a piece of news. Within this think tank, it is acceptable to have different opinions, but it is not acceptable to question academician Lu Yu. If anyone wants to deny academician Lu Yu, they can quit now. Don't dip into the light of the Lu Yu academician team while turning your mouth and cursing. Let me know that you know my temper. Sun Lao pushed open the door he came from and walked in with big strides, then scanned the crowd and said. It instantly silenced everyone. Not much later, several people who were well known in the medical community were removed from the program outright. Opinions can differ, but you go out there and publish them. If you reserve your opinion and are still willing to try, that's still acceptable. Deny it at all. What do you want? Do you guys really think Lu Yu is a god? He can make mistakes too, especially one who is dying, and you guys are still completely pinning your hopes on him. This country, this nation, all the scientific research, is hopeless. The removed academician angrily dropped his hat and left. I just don't believe that Lu Yu can build anything good with a bunch of deceitful theories. I'm waiting now, to see how good you guys are, and we definitely won't be the ones who get hit in the face when the time comes. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the military. This is a society of law. A few people left in stride, left behind. There were actually skeptics, but nothing was said. Even most of the people, in one way or another, didn't really agree with it this time. They are all completely modern medicine, westernized kind of thinking, and traditional Chinese medicine is not a system of thinking at all. Between different systems, naturally, cannot be interpreted. It is natural to hold a deep opinion of traditional Chinese medicine. It was also the fact that this paper was Lu Yu, so they stayed. It's like Sun said, everything is according to the final verification to see the result. If you don't believe it, or think it's wrong, then just look at the final comparison. Thus, a group of people, among others, were brought directly to a scientific research center, follow one of the structures of the overall thesis and design the fabrication of the artificial organs. From the materials, from the production process, Lu Yu had extremely strict planning. Why do I have a feeling that Lu Yu will still succeed? A researcher couldn't help but whisper. Why? The disputes between those big brothers are nothing more than disputes over domains. And to put it bluntly, from a martial arts perspective, it's a battle of the sects. Sect disputes. That's you dying and me living. How can they leave you a chance? So you think Chinese medicine is right? I don't know if Chinese medicine is right or not, but there are definitely parts that are right, and I'm sure academician Lu Yu drew his essence from it. Also, I read the full exposition. I think it's flawless in terms of step-by-step logic. At this time, Elder's son walked in, and the crowd hurriedly stopped their discussion. I know that many of you are unconvinced in your hearts or have other opinions, so let's see it from under the hands. Look at the results. Starting now, with Sun Lao's order, the entire huge scientific research organization, all of them were running fast, but outside, it's bombed. Someone went ahead and gave away part of the scientific results of this one. Of course, they also knew that it would definitely offend people and even upset those above them, but he didn't say much. There was only a simple sentence. Academician Lu Yu's latest subject is the study of Chinese medicine. I have no comment on this. See how easy it is to say that you've taken yourself out. I think it's human nature. It was academician Lu Yu, who still wanted to live on his own. He had cancer in his organs and had to replace them to survive. It's like an ancient emperor who has achieved great success and wants to borrow another 500 years from the heavens, or searching for the elixir of immortality. It's Lu Yu who doesn't want to die anymore. This scientific research is for himself, or rather, it's not scientific research, it's a metaphysical cultivation. And dim-witted. Chapter 128, Sun Lao's anger. The experiment begins. What about Chinese medicine as a medicine? It's weird on the internet. Many of those who support him are touted to the skies and the point of omnipotence. What about the people who don't support him? Same thing. Mindless hacking to the point where there is not a single good thing about it at all. What terminal illness is easily solved in the hands of Dr. What's it? The black ones are demedicating and storing medicine. Or worse, that medicine is not even necessary and should be abolished altogether. What if we see a patient who was well treated by a TCM practitioner? We either say duh, denying the existence of this patient, or we say it's total luck, or placebo, psychological effects, etc. Said TCM practitioners are perfectly capable of staying and going into the counseling doctor business. There are probably only a handful of people who can have a relatively rational discussion about what kind of a state of affairs this field of medicine is in, comparatively speaking. However, national TCM is really at a point of despondency nowadays, not to mention the others. Their own factions are numerous to the point of being very large. What with the scripture school, what with the Vulcan school, and the warm disease school, and so on. And from within these great branches, what local factions are divided. The theories of each family are different, although they all come from the same source, but the key essence of the problem is not the same. It becomes even more difficult to believe in this theoretical system. Many modern TCM practitioners do realize these various aspects. For example, Hua Shangbai, Li Ku, Lu Lihong and others are trying to break down some of the gateway views and make TCM more holistic, but obviously, that would be hard to do. Because of the different schools of thought, the theories are different, and the means of treatment are also different, but each has its own effect, and naturally no one is convinced by anyone. Who wants to be able to go deeper before believing when even they can't argue with themselves? Everyone, watch this. This is definitely Lu Yu's scientific research to renew his own life. He no longer has a first heart. He thinks that he's already accomplished something after he's come up with the air and space mothership. Or maybe the purpose of all the scientific research he did was for today, so that people could believe in him afterward and then pool their resources to be able to save him. Conspiracy theory a bit. He is just using all the self-serving behavior for himself only. He is not as great as you think. You should know it from the very beginning when he drilled the Alzheimer's special drug. Believe in metaphysics. Don't end up getting yourself late in life. How long has it been since you became famous? And you haven't sunk in at all. Remember, hibernation pods? I think he's the one who came up with the hibernation pods to renew his own life after he failed. All sorts of mocking voices are all over the internet. The blacks are more like their own mothers are gone and don't even look at the issue. Though by all accounts, what's wrong with Lu Yu saving himself? There's nothing wrong with that. But that's what they're going to latch on to blacken, to discredit all his previous feats. Of course, there are still those who support Lu Yu, especially those who have been favored by Lu Yu and believe in Chinese medicine, to a point of near blind faith. On the internet, it's just a lot of noise. I didn't think that while I'm here. There are still people who dare to do such things that violate the rules. It's because I'm usually too kind to you guys. Sun Lao looked solemn, and at this moment, the aura that uniquely belonged to the higher-ups was displayed without any omission. The murderous aura of a long time in the battlefield is even more so. It was the first time he showed this demeanor in front of these research scholars. Generally speaking, Sun extremely respects people who dedicate themselves to scientific research, and never loses his own temper in front of researchers. For example, the old Professor Lianqing of the National University, and even the two have become friends. The way Lu Yu was treated was also extremely respectful. This is the fact that he believes from the bottom of his heart that the results of researchers are not fetishized. They need to be studied with care. He also recognizes the payoff of these results. However, he did not expect to go against some of his rules in the case of the ones he expelled. He allows someone to have a different point of view, but does not tolerate denigration. He also allows for different, if not outright contradictory, views. So can't we wait to see the conclusion with the results? So eager to go out there and voice your opinion and start a public outcry? Not to mention that Lu Yu was still in a seriously ill condition. Some people, they really don't even have a face. I know some of you think this is your one chance to make a name for yourselves, but not every opportunity allows you to eat. Sometimes, it will burst your belly. Elder Sun waved his hand, and the people behind him were immediately ordered. Soon, the researchers who intentionally leaked the news online were directly arrested. Who are you to arrest me? I didn't even give much of my opinion. I was just stating a fact. Some people were not convinced and complained loudly. You'd better pray that this experiment will fail so that you have room to argue, though even if it fails, you won't get away with the rules and penalties of the secrecy regulations, even the offense of selling state secrets, the crime of espionage. But if it works out, for the rest of your life, don't even think about getting involved with fame and fortune, Sun Lao said with a gloomy expression. He's older, and he's not as temperamental now as he used to be, to the point where he makes some people think he's easy to fool. Simply hilarious. He was able to sit in the position he is in today. In the 60s, he was in Jiaotong, and in the 70s, he went to San. Those are honors watered by blood and tears. Those few people who had been arrested finally panicked, but knew that there was no way to change it, and could only pray in their hearts that Lu Yu's scientific research would not be successful at all. As long as he fails, he can still argue, can still delay, etc. Or even, think about it too, outside applying for asylum. But it suddenly occurred to them that what used to be the best place to shelter a mecha didn't seem to be doing so well lately. On the 4th of July, it was suspended directly in the sky by the air mothership to suppress the 3 countries. Doing this yourself seems to have backed yourself into a corner. He couldn't help but swallow. You've done this to bury your entire career for the sake of a passing fancy? Besides, he could have heard that there was going to be accountability from above for America's maneuvers in the East China Sea. Thinking about this, he felt as if his body had been deflated and he had no strength left. Just then, the sound of rapid footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Report. The test setup has been fully completed. The setting program for the artificial organ has been set. Requesting your order. Originally, Sun Lao never interfered with any scientific research process. But this time, he's going to let you know that even if it's any corner, not following the rules is going to be strictly approved. And let them feel what it's like to be controlled themselves. Begin at once. Sun Lao opened his mouth. Chapter 129 Artificial Dirty Vessel Success. Dead Duck's Mouth. These few people, and there was no confinement, were directly led by Sun Lao to the corridor of the sightseeing lab. Through just one layer of glass, one could see all the action of everything inside the lab. At this time, Ruyan Lu also came. She was very nervous and also very expectant. She didn't know much about Chinese medicine, but she wasn't in total denial. She just thought it was a traditional medicine that might have been left behind by the times. I don't know if it can be revitalized out of Lu Yu's hands. She was nervous and looking forward to it. And next to them, the few professors who leaked the secrets, waiting with anticipation for failure. On the contrary, Sun Lao is the most stable person. He didn't understand the so-called scientific research, but he understood Lu Yu. Have all these so-called smart people, researchers and scholars, gotten to the point where they can't even count from the simplest success rate? Can't do the math and still can't read? Inside the glass layer, one by one, the researchers were nervous and eager to convert Lu Yu's thesis into reality. Every process followed Lu Yu's calculations to arrange. 3D printer. Officially launched. A light shone above the empty board. As the machine rattled, everyone waited for the results. At this time, Sun Lao even waved his hand and opened the live broadcast for Lu Yu's condition specially opened account. What is this place? How come I haven't seen academician Lu Yu? Still drilling into his results. Take the funding he wants and give it to other research scholars who may have better results. Just stop it. Don't waste the money. Scammers are a real moneymaker these days. A 20-something can scam his way to the top. The blacks were like professional squatters. And conversely, the passers-by were not so nervous. I would expect one of those results to come out. At least to solve the problem of a lot of people who are sick right now. I just don't know what kind of research project it is. I think it's some kind of medicine, right? A group of people were unsure, while others were incredibly expectant, cynical and so on. Sun Lao glanced at the pop-up and thought to himself that all the elements were assembled for this one, but he still doesn't think it will fail. Finally, at the last purple light of the machine loomed, a complete set of artificial organs appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Quick! Speed check! Speed check! The entire build is wrapped in culture storage and is nourished as soon as it comes out from inside the 3D printer. Because what Lu Yu had designed was not a replacement of organs with modern machinery. Those kinds of organs, even if they were made, wouldn't be much different from modern times. He is using some active materials that are kept active after they are produced and assembled. Yet it means that the organ that is produced is with flesh and blood and is alive. The crowd rushed over to look. A full set of organs lay inside the petri dish. Unbelievably complete and perfect. In the center, the heart was beating slightly, and the stomach, the liver, each has its own active characteristics. This, an organ that is detached from the body and still alive. It's unbelievable and makes your head spin. It was as if, perfectly stripped from inside a human body, the organs had not yet had time to die. Quickly use the filling solution. This was the liquid provided by Lu Yu's previous invention of the dormant chamber. This filling solution was quickly used in medicine because it kept the cells active and kept the cytosol free of ice crystals, and it has achieved many good results today. Now then, since it proves to be active, it couldn't be better to use a filling solution to keep in the organs. Soon the filling solution was taken and poured inside the petri dish of the organs. The activity is increasing. Although it is decreasing the frequency of his survival, the activity has softly increased. There was a rush of excitement from the crowd. The group then looked at each other. This means that the test was successful. Another success. This time the thesis statement, while reading it, made sense but looked heavenly. Almost everyone's first reaction is, how can this be done? But the truth, it's here now. Elder Sun and the others who stood outside on the sidelines were also shocked at this moment. Even the most determined Sun Lao was incomparably excited. It's the equivalent of creating physical organs out of thin air, which is more outrageous than even cloning technology. He didn't understand it, but he knew what it meant. And Lu Ruyan was even more excited and her eyes were red. She knew that there was a lot of talk in the outside world this time, even attacking Lu Yu himself. But, again, it worked. She was finally relieved. It even gave her a whole new perspective on the field of traditional medicine. Perhaps, not completely backward. There are many redeeming qualities that have not yet been discovered. As for those few people who had intentionally leaked the information, their faces were already a long and miserable white at this moment. The scene they least expected appeared. It actually worked. How is that possible? It can't be. That's pseudoscience. It's fake. How can you make a real paper? He didn't understand, much less comprehend. Now what else do you have to say? Sun Lao turned around and looked at the few people with a cold smile. No, it hasn't been verified as successful. It's possible at best. How can it be considered successful when it hasn't been transplanted yet? Even though they are clones, they have an even shorter lifespan than normal time creatures. Or maybe there's a problem of one sort or another. Who's to say? Someone immediately thought of something else, and he hastened to retort. Once identified, it's the equivalent of criminalizing yourself. How can they be willing? Right. Not even a human transplant. How can it be considered successful? Maybe it's just a look-alike. Once the transplant goes into the human body, then it may fail, or even cause the human body to die just after the transplant, or after the transplant. The rejection reaction makes the human body simply can't withstand it. There were people following inside behind him, and this was their only way to stall. You guys are really dead ducks. Sun Lao snickered as he watched the dying struggle of these few people. Go find a few patients who need a transplant waiting list, and note that they are given clear instructions on matters and that the principle of resourcefulness is observed. Sun Lao said. Immediately, someone went to work on it. River City Hospital. Inside the intensive care unit, countless patients come from all over the country every day, especially after Lu Yu was here. Many people came here. Lu Yu wasn't a doctor, but they had heard of legends. What if this legend was just focused on the area they were in? Maybe there's salvation? Han belongs to the age of 19, in the prime of his youth, but, at this best age, he got uremia, and it's critically advanced. He was beyond despair many times until he learned of the existence of this person, Lu Yu. He felt that Lu Yu was just too good. If, one day, Lu Yu would delve into this field, would there be some kind of special medicine for UTI? To make himself better in a day? He waited and waited. Until this time, he heard that Lu Yu had entered the field of Chinese medicine. To be honest, he was less than convinced. But things are so marvelous sometimes. He saw that a group of people who were not doctors and who moved well in civilian clothes walked in. Excuse me, are you Han? Chapter 130, 20 years old. It's the right time to fight. I am. May I ask you? Han Jiadong stood up in a hurry, then looked puzzled and extremely apprehensive. It was the first time he came here that he had encountered such a big battle, and it looked like all the department heads of the hospital had come, and all standing back. Here is a new scientific technology, the latest artificial kidney developed, but the results are unknown. Will you accept to try it? The man at the head of the group asked with a serious face. Han was in a daze. He had no idea what was going on. How is it that suddenly there is a source of artificial kidneys, and it's without any guarantees, and the outcome is still unknown? Is this treating yourself purely as a guinea pig? You can refuse. This is not something that is forced upon you. Everyone has the right to be responsible for their own life, and we respect all your choices. The man at the head of the group spoke again. Han Jiadong this time in his heart this is a sigh of relief, but also thought that the forced requirement must participate in such a process. It feels scary to look at so many people. His mind came alive a little, and a possibility immediately occurred to him. He bravely asked, I don't mean to pick a fight. I want to ask, this scientific research result, is it researched by academician Lu Yu? The person leading the team nodded and didn't hide it. That's right. It's academician Lu Yu's latest research result. Then I will. Han immediately agreed. He was coming for Lu Yu, so how could he possibly back down at this time? Register him. The man leading the team then turned his head to look at Han again and said, "Rest well. I'll let you know when it's time for surgery." Han immediately nodded excitedly. He had only come to Jiangcheng Hospital to take his chances. Who knew that he would really be bumped into? How could he not be excited about something so good? Then the person leading the team asked the person in the hospital bed next to them. To his extreme surprise, the patient next to him turned down that opportunity. The men didn't say anything and just left. How can you refuse? That is the results of academician Lu Yu. This you can refuse? Han couldn't help but ask. He had also become familiar with all these patients over the past few days, so he had no qualms about talking. And you said you went to college. And you're not smart for a little brain. Have you forgotten about that recent incident on the internet? It was recently revealed that Lu Yu has been researching Chinese medicine in order to continue his life. A genius. Obliterated. Those of us who pestered him to come are considered hopeless. The hell knows if this latest result is that he added his own personal goods in it. I can still live for a few years, but if there are any problems after the surgery, won't I have to meet the king of hell directly? I'm not going to be a guinea pig. I advise you, give up too. The man flaunted his analysis with a smug look on his face, as if he had the truth. It puts Han on the spot. Of course he was aware of this information, and he was part of a group of people who didn't really trust Chinese medicine either. His mind wavered a bit at being told this by a fellow patient. Yes, in case this guinea pig is ineffective and you can't survive, wouldn't that be a loss? He had a mind to go after him to get his enrollment back, but hesitated. He had come for Lu Yu, and his uremia had reached a very serious point, and his kidney function was basically damaged. If one misses this opportunity, is there a new one for him or her? This symptom of his own. Even with modern medicine, there is no result but to do dialysis for chronic death. Can't afford to procrastinate myself. What to do? He was in a left-right daze, partly because of his trust in Lu Yu, partly because of his worry about the fear of the unknown. After all, he was one of the first to experience trying it out. He hadn't slept much all night, though he was already a poor sleeper. He was up early the next morning. Figured it out? Going to cancel now? Just you wait. You'll thank me then, the patient said cheerfully. No, I want to be the first. Han, however, was incredibly firm. He was only in his 20s, so if he could only wait to die, he might as well have a good fight. If it lives, that's naturally the best outcome. It's worthy of his trust. If he did fail and die, then he was just ill-fated. It wasn't Lu Yu's fault either. He had no other choice. So he strides out of the hospital room. The patient next to him was dismayed. This child was afraid that he was not having a stroke. Was he? You dare to be the first? Not only the first batch of guinea pigs, but also the first guinea pig? What Han didn't expect, though, was that his application didn't go through because there were a handful of people in front of him who wanted to be the first to do it as much as he did. Part of them are those who firmly believe in Lu Yu, and part of them are those who are determined to put up a fight on their own when they reach a terminal illness. And it wasn't just transplanted kidneys. He discovered all 5 organs, all 6. What with liver transplants, heart transplants, one of each. That said, there aren't really that many people in this batch, and he was the chosen one. A lot of people want to cut in line and they don't qualify. Brother, I heard that you have the first batch of kidney transplant qualifications. Is it okay for me to spend $1 million and buy your spot? Someone actually came to Han as a scalper, trying to buy his spot. Han was all wrong, but he clenched his palms violently. If he were 30, 40, he might actually hesitate, but he's only 20. $1 million was a lot to him, but not as important as his life, so he declined quite directly. Soon after, he was notified of the surgery. After preoperative preparations in the hospital bed and a skin preparation, he was finally wheeled onto the operating table. He was apprehensive and soon a wave of anesthesia came up and he passed out. Before he passed out, a thought flashed inside his head. Will I die on this operating table? And in fact, he's not dead. When he opened his eyes again, he was outside the operating room and was placed in the anesthesia room. There were many others next to him who were also like him, the difference being that these people were accompanied by their families, and alone, because he's an orphan. This moment, however, he cried. It's not about crying over the lack of companionship. Instead, they simply felt like crying for their freshman. He felt that he was really lucky to be able to stand firm in his faith at last, and that God had not treated him badly. Once again, he was given a chance for a new life. Hey, look at the kid and he's crying. Didn't your family come to stay with you? The clinic is a middle-aged man operating, accompanied by what is supposed to be his wife. His wife was a bit loud and cheerful. My family is here. All coming to keep me company, Han said with a smile, wiping away his tears, expressing the meaning that all the people I see in the future are my family. But the oldest sister was a shivering, chilled to the bone. Chapter 131, 100% success rate, 0 deaths. This oldest sister thought Han had seen a ghost. It's actually a sentiment of tears of joy. Both the mind and the people it sees are family. Seeing that the oldest sister was so distracted that she hid away and didn't dare to talk, he didn't care. He just felt that everything was so fresh. Your surgery was very successful. You must stay well rested for the rest of the day. Also, keep yourself happy. Be sure to look critically for any symptoms that you are unwell. And always tell your doctor if something is not right. The person he was talking to was a little nurse, and all he could think was, what a nice voice, like a lark, and took the nurse lady's advice to heart. He was still thinking about that likeness as he was wheeled back to the operating room. Even with the mask on, he felt beautiful. Life seems to have a little more luster. Little old me. You actually went? The operation was successful? A patient asked in a huff. Yes, it worked. I'm lucky, Han replied with a smile. Cut, what success? There's still rejection. There's still a survival cycle. Success? It's still early. The clinical patient, the one who most adamantly refused this clinical trial, said with a scowl. By now, Han had realized what kind of person this was. Seeing no good in others can be called, again, a reflexive personality. But why would such a person even come to the hospital? Wouldn't it be better to just wait at home for yourself to get better? But he didn't vent any of his temper either. Just wanted to get through the cycle in peace himself. It doesn't matter if the survival cycle is only a few years or if it ends up failing. He wants to open up now. Now is good. He was incomparably grateful to Lu Yu in his heart and felt ashamed in his mind for questioning Lu Yu before. How can one have so little faith in academician Lu Yu? He's unrivaled in the field of scientific research. This must have hit the face of many people again. He also brushed the microblogging jitterbug. He is aware of it. But now there are a lot of questionable voices. He couldn't help but flip out his phone and immediately saw a comment. Lu Yu is purely experimenting with the lives of countless people for his own selfish purposes. I will absolutely not accept Lu Yu's results afterward. Besides, he's already brain dead. So please don't waste the country's resources on him. We have a population of 1.4 billion in China. There are plenty of such geniuses. Han immediately returned. Have the balls to reject even the previous results. I just have hard bones. I just won't accept any of Lu Yu's scientific research. Okay? Have the guts to say that again. There are plenty of geniuses out there. Why don't you go be that genius? Just replied and immediately saw another one. A god is about to land on the altar. And I don't think anyone will accept the scientific results of this one. I'm sorry, but I've now accepted and had the surgery and it's in good condition. And he posted a picture of himself after surgery. What I didn't realize was that this photo of him was just so watery and on fire. Asterisk 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 true warriors. True people dare to go? Although I believe in academician Lu Yu, I don't believe in this one. Brother, you're not doing some kind of organ transplant, are you? This doesn't look like it goes with Chinese medicine either. Lu Yu is a pseudo-Chinese medicine practitioner who borrows the skin of a Chinese medicine practitioner. Completely fake and deceitful. This is the one who was cheated. Brother, hurry to take a CT to see if your waist is missing. A kind of crazy trolling by people and others. And a lot of praise. But right now it's the black man's home turf. If it had been the old Han, he would have inevitably been broken down by this black son of a. But he sees things differently now. And even every hack he goes and replies to. This post even got topped with 1 million likes. Even the comments are hundreds of thousands. He couldn't really reply anymore and called it quits. The patient next to him ridicules Han's bad choices every day. Though the flesh was getting better, he still blew off steam. However, not only did Han not have any rejection, but he got better and better. In just a few short days, he was able to get out of bed initially. After half a month, he could already act like a normal person. The whole thing was in great shape, and the face was not dark, but a healthy reddish-white color. He also saw more and more people taking the third trial. He also got a statistic. On the operating table, 0 casualties. All successful. And there was not a single case of rejection. Whether it's a kidney transplant, or a heart transplant, or a liver transplant, spleen, lungs, all the same. This horrific success rate has frequently caused the patients inside the ward to become more and more awestruck and tantalized. The patient in the neighboring bed, who had previously been excitedly sarcastic about Han, became more and more silent, and his sarcasm became less and less frequent. All that remains now is the phrase, "It looks successful now." Who knows what happens later? Who knows how long the survival cycle will be? Until a message came out. The clinical trial ended immediately and was later transferred to conventionalized treatment. However, the trial is free. the cost is paid by the state. And in the future, when the treatment is routinized, you need to pay for it. One morning, Han woke up early, only to see the patient blocking the doctor who had just started work inside the corridor and went straight to his knees. "Oh doctor, please give me another chance. I can take it now. I want a kidney transplant. Please give me that chance, okay? I have an old man and a young man. I can't hold out with this disease. My family has no money left. I can only win this one chance," the patient begged with a sniffle and a tear. "I'm sorry, but the trial clinic is now completely closed, pending follow-up openings for self-pay treatment." The doctor was also very impressed with this patient, and liked to make these kinds of smartass remarks the most. Instead, he quickly rejected his sick friend and left. The patient was alone on his knees and looked miserable, but Han didn't pity him, because he realized the truth that those who are pitied will be hated. You can question it, you can be skeptical, or you can still hold a wait and see. It's fine. There is only one life for everyone. It's normal for someone to value their life. But why do you have to talk smack about these people who are brave enough to try to be mice? And why do we have to go and denigrate all the contributions made by academician Luu? Look at the world as black and white, no gray. This kind of person can only be a diode. He turned around and walked towards the billing office. He was going to be discharged from surgery, and was trying to work up the courage to get a phone number from that nurse lady. Just then, the state authorities, too, announced the results of this test. Academician Liu's scientific research results this time are artificial organs. Currently it has been carried out. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase 4, Phase 5. A total of 5 clinical trials. So far down the surgery, 0 deaths, 100% cure rate. All patients who received transplants have gotten great healing. And there was no rejection. Chapter 132, organs can be replaced if they are bad, but not the brain. When the news came out, it was an immediate sensation. Kidney transplantation, 100% successful cure rate. What kind of concept is that? It's a pipe dream alright, and there are no rejection reactions occurring. The point is that not just kidneys, but all 5 organs can be transplanted. That's not much worse than even native organs. Though this claim of long-term survival rates has not come up yet because the time is just too short. But, when you think about it, even if the survival period is only a year or 2, it's worth trying. It is important to realize that these patients who need to have their organs replaced are at the point where they have to be replaced, and to put it mildly, they are terminally ill. There's no cure. There's no other solution. Not only that, but their quality of life, their quality of existence, is very difficult. Sickness follows the body until death, and it gets heavier and heavier at the end. When the body is overwhelmed, then it's all over. All that awaits is death. Every person who needed to have their organs replaced died after enduring unimaginable torture. The last look of every person who died was a gruesome one. If, however, there is only a 1 or 2 year survival period, after which the person simply decays and dies. This greatly enhances the quality of existence. That alone is enough to make people gravitate to it. And it's not as if he couldn't live longer with this artificial organ. The most conservative statement taken according to the data published on the official website. That is, there's just no data to suggest that at this point. According to the theory, it has been comparable to the body's own organs. That is, as long as one gets a new organ, it is better than their native organ for patients who have reached middle age and beyond. Can live longer, as long as his body can support it. There's also the issue that most if not all people who die after reaching their 80s die of disease. With this artificial organ option, you can still replace it yourself if a medical condition arises in the future. Doesn't that raise the upper limit of lifespan considerably? Can this not be exciting? Not only do ordinary patients see hope, but even some elderly people see hope. They will be thinking that their organs are failing and whether they are living longer by replacing one with this surgery. All that can be said about this idea is that it's heavenly. I told you, academician Liu is definitely not as unreliable as you think. So what if he's just trying to survive for himself? He still looks after all of us ordinary people. Come on out, previous jet-setters, if you have the guts not to use it in the future. The announcement of this technology can only mean one thing to me, and that is that the average person has a feeling of real dependence on being sick. Quickly, come out and apologize to my land god. Lu Xun, don't say I want to live longer. Even if he were to live forever, I wouldn't be jealous. I'd be happy to. I just want him to live. Isn't he 10,000 times better off alive than you jet-setters? 10,000 times better. Finally, that group of people who supported Liu raised their eyebrows. They finally have the nerve to spray with these people. Stats are everything, and success can punch all the jets in the mouth. So what if it succeeds? There's still a rate of results. I'll see that after a year, there will be at most a few people who can survive. Arranging human trials now would be disrespectful to the lives of these people. Naturally, black people are able to find all sorts of angles to come up with mouths to feed, but there were a lot of people in this trial, and immediately someone showed up. Honestly, I accept that even if I die after a year, I'd rather die a clean death in a dignified manner than to be subjected to that kind of torture all over again. And I am now, already discharged from the hospital. I can already live a normal life. The doctor told me that I'm just a normal person now. There are no diseases, and all that needs to be done is to keep checking my body and providing them with data. And then there's the previously hesitant, questioning, as in the case of the patient in Han's neighboring bed, who is now asking for help with his chances all over the internet. Can you give me another chance? If I don't change, I'll be too late. I can't wait for time. Please, I will never question academician Liu again. Please open up another batch of trials. I'm willing to be a guinea pig. It made a bunch of people look happy. Before, I made you guys afraid to try. Now, you don't have a chance. Once I was the one you loved. Now I'm the one you can't reach. It could be said that Liu was on another level in the hearts of the crowd. Once upon a time, Liu could have invented a lot of things, but in the end, it was too far away from the people. Just like nano-flying blades, just like super projects like controlled fusion, and photolithography, and so on. And what with the moon landing program and all of these sound, well, awesome, no questions asked. But there are so few that come specifically to the human body, so they don't have tangible feelings. Some people just say, wasn't there an Alzheimer's specific drug before? Wasn't it also specific to people? But this one treatment, in the final analysis, is not a fatal disease. So people reacted, but not as dramatically. There's also the deep brain machine and the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. Also amazing. But the paralyzed baseline patients, that is, will be relatively much less. Artificial organs are different. It doesn't matter if you have heart disease, kidney disease, liver disease, etc. As long as you meet the criteria for replacement. And for the most common things, these conditions are the ones that people can feel most directly and deeply. Even if the sickness doesn't get to that point, it can also be some disease in these organs, and they have no worries later. If they have a problem, just replace it. Although, this is a rather nonsensical looking statement and a bit devoid of medical common sense, but the essence is simply this: broken, replaceable. In the future, the organs can be used directly without waiting for an organ source, without any private sale, etc. This is a brand new technological innovation. It can affect everyone. That's why they're so excited about it. And that's why there's such a big reaction. Even, from a certain route, it has eliminated the sale of human organs inside the black market. This illegal activity will have no point in existing in the future. It's not yet time for a national frenzy and publicity to spread around the world. Another bombshell has made its way back home from Eagle Jam. This time, at the official meeting of the United Worlds, China stiffened Eagle Sauce, and directly questioned the duty. I think there is now a suspicion of terrorism in China. They are illegally expanding nuclear weapon munitions. I am filing a serious complaint, and I hope that the countries of the world will unite to sanction China. Chapter 133, the air mothership doesn't mind going to Nagasaki and firing guns. I asked the delegates to severely condemn HWA. After the statement by the representative of Eagle Sauce, the crowd was dumbfounded. What kind of new maneuver did this come up with? When did Hawksbane start this? They want to join forces? Didn't they always impose sanctions on China in the past? Do they still need to unite with you guys? Hawk Sauce, that has always stood tall and scorned everything. Since when do we need our solidarity? In the past, when you sanctioned Wasia, you didn't notify us. For a while, many small countries were flattered by their news and still had no idea what was happening. The representative of Sakura Chicken immediately stood up. Our side is in favor of the Eagle Sauce side's complaint reprimand, and it has never been an empty word that China is a threat. I hope the Chinese side immediately come forward and apologize for us. Sakura Chicken, one of the victims, eagerly took a stand. There's no way around it. China is right next to him. He's one of the most dangerous countries. If they don't take a stand now and let Huaxia really make a move, they won't have any good juice to eat. The representative of the stick also stood up immediately. That's right. Those who dare to mess with our great stick country, those are the worst bad seeds of all mankind. The Chinese don't just steal our culture. They try to be hegemonic. Must apologize. All the delegates took a look. What is this? The Eagle Sauce, Cherry Blossom Chicken and the stick, surprisingly united voice out to boycott Huaxia. And some countries that are aware of the situation have chosen this time to remain silent. Like Big Hair. For example, Big Hair has always been the most awkward position. He's better than the top and better than the bottom. How's that for slipping all the way to the knees since the 90s? Having inherited the legacy of the furry bear, his economy collapsed beyond repair. Inside the P5. Then on. Can't beat Hawksbane, or he wouldn't have to disintegrate. And behind that, watched as Wachovia overtook him. So, his on is 2. Then down. That's Chicken Blast and Old John Bull. It's true that they're outclassed in terms of force by the Great Ma, but again, the economy is far worse. It was also by becoming allies with China that he had a respite. But this ally has been a bit over the top lately. Not only has he surpassed his big hair, but he's surpassed Eagle Jam too. He wasn't there for that sea battle, but his eyes weren't for show. He's got surveillance electronics, too. Even if the entire ocean was blocked at the time, he could see quite a few traces after the blockade too. Eagle Jam, Cherry Blossom Jr., Day, and Sticky Triple Exercise were supposed to be deterrents going in. And what happened? A total rout. Not a single one ran out. Stick claimed to be the fastest runner and was eventually taken back. So, he doesn't take a stand, because at this stage, he was still an ally of China. Blasted Chicken and Old John Bull also chose to watch from the sidelines. John Old Bull, in particular, was personally stripped of his supremacy by Eagle Jam after the collapse of the Sunset Empire. Even though Dad was eventually reduced to a son, there was always the occasional backbone that would pop up. At this time, he chose to wait and see. The Blasted Chicken, too, was so far removed from him that he chose to wait and see. Of course, shock is certainly inevitable, but these countries, none of them have as much of a clue as Eagle Jam, Cherry Blossom Little Day, and Stick and the rest of them as to what the hell Wasia has gotten up to, so they can still choose to be calm. The Chinese representative, on the other hand, was incredibly hard-headed at this time. Apologize? What qualifications do you have to make Huaxia apologize? When the representative of Huaxia opened his mouth, it was a direct king bomb. The world's 3 most developed countries are questioning the fact that China is so tough? What do you, Eagle Sauce, mean by joining forces with Sakura Little Day and Stick to enter my Chinese territorial waters for maneuvers? So what if we are now seizing ship carriers from all 3 of your countries? Are you planning to go to war with my Huaxia? We, Huaxia, have always been a peace-loving race, but we don't cause trouble, nor are we afraid of it. I need you all, right now, to apologize to us here in China, the Chinese representative said forcefully. The world's crowd of delegates was in an uproar. China is so tough now? So tough? Ask the Eagle directly if he wants to go to war? What's going on in this world? I can't keep up? Eagles, that's a real bully. Blasted Chicken and Big Hair, and Old John Bull were now confused. They knew there might have been an electronic naval battle, but they didn't know that Eagle Sakura and the Stick family ships and even carriers had been seized. They couldn't help but look at the Eagle Jam representative. Why don't you guys get a grip? The Hawk Sauce representative now wants to curse in his heart. To give you ventilation, not to tell you that I cannot mess with the Wasia? Shame on you. Surely you have to hide it first. Even if China's National Day was broadcast live, these countries didn't believe it when they got the news. After all, it's too sci-fi. And the fact that the 3 Eagle Jam families hadn't yet spoken and squealed made them feel even more fake. That's just impossible. It's definitely Wasia directing herself, getting up to blowing awesome, and maybe even taking a loss at sea. But now it doesn't seem right. The Eagle Sauce representative had wanted to unite most of the world to impose sanctions on Huaxia, and now that plan is not going well. They didn't expect Huaxia to be so tough. I blame that Luyu. What did he come up with this kind of thing for? The Eagle Sauce representative said with hatred in his heart. But the representative of China had not finished speaking. I remember that Sakura Chicken. As a defeated country, they were not qualified to develop weapons on their own. But the weapons they have now are overspecified development. I would like to ask, is Sakura Chicken ready to repeat the same mistake? Want to fight again? Or, wish for our girl to visit Nagasaki once more? Or, perhaps, have our new air mothership take a sightseeing tour of Sakurajima? There's even less to be polite about the Sakura family. The words spoken, translated, were naked threats. The representative of the Sakura family, his face went white for a moment. This air carrier, coming from China to Sakura, that's a matter of minutes. What's the point of talking about it? Guess the island's gone. As for the Stick was directly ignored by the Chinese representative and sat down in a dignified manner. The representative held up the microphone and concluded, we in Huaxia do not wish to develop a world war. So whether your 3 countries want peace or a big stick is up to us. If you want to quell our anger, I want to see your sincerity. It's your choice whether to be accountable or to negotiate. The words came out and Hawkmaster was silent. Sakura Chicken was also silent. Stick was even more silent. Big Brother is afraid to say what he can say. The next door neighbors are laying down. They blow powerful and cannot become real. Blowing powerful to blow. When it is true, that is their own death. We wish to sign an agreement. Let Eagle Sauce, Cherry Chicken, and Stick Make our choice of compensation. Come to express your apologies for this time you have missed the mark. What do you think? The representative looked at the three opposing representatives and said, Chapter 134 Sign the treaty. You pay reparations to China. The entire Joint Assembly site was deathly silent. To put it bluntly, the entire Joint Assembly, with the exception of the P5, is playing along. Other homes haven't figured out what it means, but it's clear for these countries inside. The Chinese side has made conditions, and it's a naked threat. But there are still some unknowns who are actually waiting for Eagle Jam to fight back. Wanted to see Eagle Jam and Wasia in a chokehold. And even more so, we're ready to see Eagle Jam give Wasia a bit of a good time. But in reality, they can't wait for anything. Eagle Sauce laid down. The representative of Cherry Blossom Chicken shivered even more and turned a little white. What do you mean? Nagasaki's side is still missing a Chinese girl. MS. Yao. Don't think that we in the Sakura country don't understand your Chinese subtext. Huaxia is now completely carefree, and even dares to come out with such words. Not to mention the stick. They're pretty smart, though arrogant a lot of the time. But they're a lot drier than Sakura Chicken than they are about recognizing their father and admitting their weakness. Can't you see the Eagle Jam garrison that the stick brought in? This conference can be said to have made the representatives of China raise their eyebrows. In the international arena, or the first time to speak with such confidence. One might even say, so recklessly. The threats have all been used. This is more or less not the same as what Wasia has been doing. But it's understandable that emotions are running high. The Joint Assembly ended hastily. In less than half an hour, the Eagle Jam Emergency Department made an announcement. We Eagle Sauce have always been a peace-loving nation. We express our stern condemnation of such threatening remarks from Huaxia. Short, powerful, yet there was something inexplicably familiar about it. The rep almost laughed when he read it. Amelika, you've had your day. Can delegates not be familiar with this diplomatic language? Isn't that the kind of diplomatic rhetoric they used to use? Especially so a decade or so ago. Not only were they ridiculed by many foreign netizens, but also by all their own people in China. It's even being flirted with in various ways. What hawk sauce pulled on your house? And Wachovia expresses its stern condemnation. Sakura seizes an island tomorrow. And Wasia expresses her stern condemnation. There's another one that's more representative. It's the dispute over the South China Sea. Once upon a time, China was underfunded and had a rather weak navy. Plus Eagle Jam is leading the charge, locking down the first island chain, leaving many countries with huge disputes over territorial waters between them and China. There was even a naval battle with the Monkey family, but it's hard to beat two fists, and Eagle Jam was unbeatable at the time. The diplomatic rhetoric of Huaxia is that it can only say with the South China Sea countries, set aside the dispute and develop together. But the voices on the South Seas are different now, just as they were above the Joint Assembly. Since the beginning of time, there's no more shelving controversy. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you put aside your disputes. But if you are rich, you have been doing so since time immemorial. That's pretty much what the Joint Assembly means now. The world, suddenly turned upside down. Diplomatic rhetoric, which we used to excel at, was copied for homework by Amelika the Eagle Sauce. The representative also noticed that at the bottom of this resignation, there were a few Chinese characters. Madine China. Can this not be ludicrous? Eagle Sauce has just finished posting, followed closely by the Sakura Chicken family, following in the footsteps of the Eagle Sauce family. What the representative did not expect, however, was this. The first one to make contact with Wasia turned out to be the Big Stick country. Huaxia has a long history, and we, Arad, have been great in history, growing up with Huaxia, and we are all on this territory, so why should we be enemies? Our enemy should be the cherry chickens across the channel. The last time at sea, it was a complete misunderstanding. It was completely dominated by Eagle Sauce. We had no knowledge at all. I'm willing to compensate the Chinese side for the damages right now. A total of $10 billion. Also strengthening relationship cooperation between Walbar. Sticks said a lot. And the representative listened with a grin on his face. In fact, he's already flying off the handle. I still remember that more than 100 years ago, John Bull opened the gates of the last feudal dynasty of China with his iron ship. That's when the first treaty was signed. That's what made Wachovia indemnify the first clause. And today, the stick found its way to China and signed a compensation clause. Over 100 years of history, over 100 years of hard work. Huaxia is finally hardening up in the world again. Countless new people have replaced the old. Countless patriots, who have gone before and after, have made this day possible. Suddenly the representative had a feeling of hot eyes. He raised his head in a hurry and dried his eyes. What did you just say? He looked at the stick representative with a smile. And the stick representative, his face reddening but not daring to snap, elaborated again. Very well, I think we need to sign a treaty. strengthen bilateral relations, the representative said. Stick, of course, readily agreed, but afterward, they certainly won't publicize it. It's too humiliating, and many people within the sticks will certainly make trouble. $10 billion is not much for China nowadays, but it's okay, there's still Hawk Jam and Sakura. Stick is a running edge at best. The heavy lifting is behind us. The second one to come to HWA was Hawk Jam. Eagle Sauce actually reacted quickly. The announcement definitely had to be made or there would be no face at all. After posting the announcement almost non-stop, he came to Wachovia, even bumped into the stick representative at the door. Eagle Sauce are shocked. You kid when 250 really ing fast faster than even me. In the end, Eagle Sauce argued its case. Demand that Huaxia immediately release all the military personnel of the Eagle Sauce family, and that those ships aircraft carriers, as aid to Huaxia. Also, pay HWA $100 billion for ship maintenance. Well, the boat is in Wachovia, and Wachovia keeps it for you. But no maintenance fees? Both sides finally agree. With smiles on their faces, Sakura chicken is most definitely an afterthought. When, the next day, Huaxia and the stick signed a treaty with Eagle Jam, the representatives of the Sakura chicken family were dumbfounded. Didn't we agree on a three-way joint? Didn't you speak to condemn HWA harshly? How come I'm the only one left now? You've talked it over. What about me? You Eagle Sauce is also even. Why the stick are in front of me? I, Sakura, don't want to marry Miss Joe of the Huaxia family. How come I'm all alone now? Finally, it was only in a hurry that a representative of the HWA was found. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. The Sakura family went straight to the Huaxia representative and said they wanted a press conference. In front of a press conference, a group of representatives of the Sakura family stood up and bowed 90 degrees to the camera. Private Marseille, we solemnly declare, on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, we sign this agreement. It is we, the Sakura family, who have done something to harm our friendly neighbors. We solemnly apologize, and, willing to give the cost of mobilization to China. Well, the compensation doesn't even say. Because Sakura's family came late, they gave the most, 1,500 billion USD. Chapter 135, Burning Down the Sakura Shrine and the Emperor's Apology. The world was shocked. Though, diplomacy speaks mildly, the announcement to the outside is even milder. But above those subtexts, people can read the details. Doesn't it mean that Eagle Sauce is taking the stick and cherry blossom to the doorstep of China to strut their stuff? And then move a little bit of force deterrence. The result? All three families wimped out. A host of the world's representatives were bewildered. Even John Bull, Blast Chicken, and Big Hair were all confused by the whole thing. Are you guys really scared now? But it's not a good idea not to wimp out. The representative of the Huaxia family had a slight smile on his face. Standing on the bridge in San Francisco, he was overcome with emotion for a moment. More than 100 years ago, a gentleman who could not bear to be insulted, who was laughed at for the whip behind his back, and who was teased by the foreigners, tried to preserve his temper. Just stand here and throw yourself in the river. It's different today. The representative meditated in his heart on that gentleman. You can go home now. No one can laugh at you anymore. No one can laugh at China anymore. We thank Liu. With that he turned and walked away. A representative behind him spoke up and asked, are we too arrogant in this business? Why is it considered arrogant? In the past, our old Buddhist Sishi lent them money, and now we're just taking it back. The representative's faint voice came through. The others behind him were in awe. That's right. It's for the old Buddha to come back for his debt. The conference room at the Eagle Sauce House. In Chinese words, it's outrageous. I, Eagle Jam, have been a nation for 300 years. When have I ever suffered such a loss? Even if I die in battle, I will never accept such a humiliating treaty. Eagle Jam, a general with 5 stars, shouted angrily. But just then, a voice interrupted him. Report. Don't you realize I'm making a report on the life and death of Eagle Jam? We've just detected that the supercarriers of the Chinese family capable of flying are being evacuated from our Eagle Sauce homeland. Well, just left Washington. The reporting officer opened his mouth, but finally chose to speak, because he felt it was important. They have absolutely no idea when Huaxia came in. What if something does happen? That 5-star admiral, Mr. Admiral, had his mouth open. How? Is all of our defense a sham? He exclaimed. Huaxia's technology is already far ahead of ours. So we can only celebrate. An official stood up and said, if you're not convinced, you can convince Congress to let you take Eagle Jam soldiers and go after China. What I can assure you is that this time the diplomatic rhetoric must be that some 5-star admiral has rebelled against his country himself. It wasn't the work of Eagle Sauce. There's even someone who tipped off China ahead of time. Because, nowadays, We just can't afford to mess with Huaxia. After that official finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the conference hall. Everyone walked out. The 5-star general was chilled to the bone. He shuddered to think that such a massive weapon of destruction had made its way into Eagle Jam proper, into the skies above Washington, in all its splendor, and that no one had been able to detect it. They may not even know it if they may have peed on top of their founding father's hill. He knew that it really wasn't going to be Hawk Jam anymore. The Sakura family's cabinet was even more incomparably grave. We got reliable information. Maybe it's what Huaxia deliberately put out to tell us. Otherwise we couldn't have gotten it. Huaxia, the technology it controls today, is controlled nuclear fusion. It's completely different from the old nuclear. This is even more terrifying than a miniature nuclear bomb. It's awesome. I have a feeling that if we don't sign it, they are really daring, a reporting officer said. They're the equivalent of having an artificial sun. That carrier that can fly with a constant supply of power. It can continuously fight against our Sakura, even without using any energy. They can also completely destroy our Sakura. To put it bluntly, even if it's the end of the world, as long as it's not the collapse of the universe, under a natural disaster, Huaxia can rely on this flying aircraft carrier, and can save countless personnel out, and the rest of us, all of us will fall. All of us will be buried with them. The other Sakura family members spoke up seriously. Today, even they invited the emperor to come. The Mikado is bored, and the Mikado finds it boring, because the emperor didn't have any rights in the first place, but he came today with a bad feeling, so burying my head in the sand the whole time, feeling bored and having nothing to do. His Majesty the Emperor, one of them suddenly shouted. The emperor looked up blankly and realized that everyone was looking at him. What's the matter? All the patriotic dignitaries, we need you to apologize. A cabinet minister spoke up. Apologize? Why should I apologize? Because we followed your will, but we did offend China. For the sake of all the people of Sakura, so you must apologize, the minister said without humbling himself. My will? Do I have a will? The emperor was in a daze for a moment. Before he could reply, the minister immediately continued. Of course, we respect His Majesty the Emperor's choice. If His Majesty the Emperor doesn't want to, we can think about that too. The Mikado breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was going to be withdrawn to take the fall. If it can be dismissed, then it's something else to talk about. We might consider a different His Majesty the Emperor. The minister concluded. Our Grand Emperor's face went white for a moment then, and he stood up instantly. Apologize. Of course we have to apologize. We did wrong things ourselves, all because of my wrong orders. It would best show our sincerity if I represented it. Don't worry, I'll apologize the first time. Please give me the apology letter, the emperor said immediately. He knows enough to know that apologizing isn't something he can just say whatever he wants. It's to abide by how these guys talk. Damn it, why doesn't Huaxia take out all these people? In addition, the Chinese side has another request. What request? The Mikado asked. This is done anyway, the rest is trivial. Please order His Majesty the Emperor to destroy all Yasukuni shrine toilets. Well, in addition, please mold a statue of academician Liu Yu in our Tokyo Nagasu. The last request is something I personally proposed. I think it's great, the minister said. The emperor took a breath. Destroying all the sacred toilets? What kind of reaction would that cause? He couldn't even dare to imagine. I'm afraid he'll be cursed by all the Sakura people for sure. But why mold sculptures for Liu Yu? He asked. Because Liu Yu is the greatest scientific scholar in the East. Only by molding his statue can we properly study Liu Yu. In addition, we will restart the repatriation program. It's time for us to learn the East again. Huaxia is the father of my country of Sakura. A father cannot ignore his son. Chapter 136, We Are the Fighting People. Kyoto Treaty. Compared to the buzz outside, the discussion on this within China is relatively low, because there's basically no official publicity about it. And the news that came back was so outrageous that basically no one believed it. Something about Hawksbane recognizing his mistake, Sakura recognizing his father, Stick recognizing his ancestor, or something like that. Why don't you say the world is ending and now China is the only surviving country? If you don't believe in it, naturally you won't participate and there will be no heat. Even most of those staunch patriots find it outrageous. And there's no word from the state. The reason for the reticence on the part of the state is really the simplest one. In China, the department concerned is the most conservative place in China. All the radicals, they are in the folklore. If this kind of news is spread back home and publicized, I don't know how many waves will be created. While it's true that Huaxia has the ability to go for hegemony now, it's not like war is necessary to achieve everything. It is important to realize that it would be a big mistake to once think of the Chinese as really being a purely peace-loving nation. As the only nation in the world with an unbroken civilization of 5, 000 years. Can peace-loving be done? From the beginning of the Yin-Huang struggle, plus a Qi, that is, on both sides of the Yellow River, is it possible that such a large country as Huaxia was picked up by its enemies after they laughed themselves to death? How many ethnic groups in history, such as Xianbei, Xiongnu, Turkic, Danghang and a host of other ethnic forces, they all had their moments of strength, but eventually they all disappeared inside the long river of history. That's why China, as we say, has never been a nation that is militant to the end. To be able to be reborn again out of ashes again and again, to be ignited again when a payload is about to be cut off. How can it be a soft and sticky crowd? That's why some people say that now Huaxia has tightened up because of the problems of the country's fortune in the last 100 years. Add to that the guidance from the stateside, dressed in the garb of peace-loving. But there are some outside forces that just like to come and provoke again and again, even trying to peel back the veneer. It's hard to say who can hold their own when they really peel off. But just because less is known in the country doesn't mean that the authorities don't take it seriously and don't care. I don't know how many authorities, meeting overnight. The military is even in continuous emergency talks. We have to thank academician Lu Yu. Even in his situation, not only is he solving the livelihood problems for the nation, but he is also doing his last ounce of strength for the country's national defense. We said we couldn't show the hero, but what else can we give him? Someone spoke up. Each and every one of the results brought by Lu Yu could be said to be incomparably astonishing. Even Goldbach's conjecture, that also broke the boundary title of no math master in China. It's a big step up in terms of pride and nationalism. And others, even more so. Nano Flying Edge, beyond the world development line of the same material research, the Guzheng program, which is directly famous in the South China Sea. Then the Space Elevator project was developed, allowing Huaxia to go into space again, and created its own base on the moon. For a few $100s, the average person can take a round trip to the moon. There were others. What with the deep brain machine, the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, the photolithography machine, controlled nuclear fusion, and finally the air and space mothership and a host of other projects, all can be said to be epoch-making in each case. Whether it was the spirit, or the body, or the arming of people's livelihoods, it was all done by Lu Yu. But now, what could they give Lu Yu? Healing, all the time, and not getting better. As far as medical care is concerned at this stage, it can't be done any better. Secondly, what can fame and fortune give Lu Yu? Lu Yu didn't care about any fame or benefits. Until now, it had only been possible to give Lu Yu the title of academician. The money earned from those so-called projects is injected into accounts that Lu Yu can personally control. Until now, Lu Yu hadn't moved. So what can be given to Lu Yu that Lu Yu needs? What he needs is scientific research for the country. Scientific research for the people. This may, perhaps, not need our reward. Someone said, he may not want it, but we can't withhold it. He's a role model for millions of us Chinese. Wasn't it recently that the era title Unrivaled Scholar of the Nation was to be bestowed? In my opinion, there is no one else but Lu Yu. I suggest that the list of our military department be given to Lu Yu. The nationalist is unrivaled. He deserves this title, even far more. Finally Sun Lao spoke. The State Scholar. That's a 50-year selection. It is oriented towards people who have made outstanding contributions to the whole of China. This goes beyond any general recognition award. It's more of a recognition of the whole nation, the whole country. It also faces the whole society, all personnel, including officials, including researchers, including students, teachers, military personnel and other professions. All can run for office. 50 years apiece. The previous person to be so honored was Zhen Lao. Now, once again, the selection is bound to be of great significance. And aside from Lu Yu, they really couldn't think of anyone else outside of this option who could afford it. Also, I've seen the recent deliberations in the health department, and it's been suggested that we just use Lu Yu's artificial organ technology to make repairs for Lu Yu himself. Although it may not extend your life for long, it will at least reduce your sickness to some extent. Of course, this surgery will be very complicated, and some experts have suggested that all the organs in Lu Yu's body that have residual cancer cells should be replaced once. This will maximize his recovery rate. Another person spoke up. Elder Sun frowned. This suggestion, which seemed feasible, was not favorable to him. The entire body's organs basically have to be replaced. Lu Yu is advanced pancreatic cancer and metastasis. It can be said that there are cancer cells in many places in the body. It is considered that the last time the special medicine, but also just cleared the lymph nodes. Also, this surgery, it's like a head transplant. It was equivalent to getting a new body and reattaching Lu Yu's head to it. More or less. It feels a bit unreliable. According to the argumentative analysis of all the authoritative experts, this surgery has never been performed before, but the success rate can reach 90%. Finally, someone summarizes. That's a question that's better left to him. Respect his own personal wishes. I think it might be worth a try too. Elder son finally spoke up as well. He was sort of in favor of the procedure as well. Also, the official ceremony of the final treaty with Eagle Jam, with Sakura and with Stick will be signed in the capital. Almost 200 years. The Treaty of Kyoto then. To the Treaty of Kyoto today. We've finally made it. All get ready. This is our historic moment. Chapter 137, 7th Generation Fighter? Sakura kneels. At this time, Luyu had no idea that so many things were happening in the outside world. He had received feedback from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the project Artificial Organs. Congratulations to the host, who has gained 15 days of life, a total of 35 days. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new research project, a hypersonic transatmospheric air-to-air fighter. Luyu was slightly stunned, then couldn't help but frown. The air mothership accessed the airfighters directly afterward. This class of fighter has another name. 7th generation fighters. 6th generation fighters are, by and large, familiar. For example, the J-20 of the Huaxia family, and the F-35 of the Hawkmaster family. As for the 7th generation, it's the one that's relatively little talked about, because most of it exists in concepts, like big hair. For example, who, upon hearing that the Hawkmasters were drilling the 7th generation, immediately announced that they were following suit. But whether it can really be researched or not, that's also a question. And the Eagle Jammer can't say no. The X-37B fighter was their test product at one time, and a great deal of aeronautical technology has been invested in this fighter. It's also the first air-to-air fighter that mankind has ever had. But why hasn't it been popularized? And why hasn't it been in service? Certainly a considerable distance from technological maturity. There are a couple of big features of the air and space fighter. First point, it's a drone. Drone technology is a unique global technology in China itself. Remember, there was a joke and it was still in the stick next door. Their Ministry of Defense saw the development of drones in Huaxia and wanted to apply them to their own forces as well. So the tender was opened. Eventually the tender was successful and they found it worked really well and opened a second tender. But the ones that came up in this recruiting effort were crap. Nowhere near the drone tech of the previous batch. So the stick on the internal investigation, only to know, the first batch of drones, that is a company won the bidding. Take the money to buy in China, then change the paint job and it belongs to them sticks. And why didn't the second batch work? That's because there are some technologies on the Chinese side that are banned from export, and they failed to buy them. You end up having to cobble together your own incoherent stuff. One thing besides drone technology is that it's super fast. Hypersonic speeds, which are standardized at 28,000 kilometers per hour. Realize 1 hour of direct attack bombing around the globe. As for the Chinese side, there are very few voices for this genre. People don't know if Wachovia is hiding it from themselves or if they aren't working on it. But it is also the habit of Huaxia to announce one generation, develop the second, and theorize the third. The J-20 has been out for so long. It's unlikely that the authorities don't have any tactical reserves. It's even possible to speculate that there may already be brand new models on their way. And this program that Lu Yu had been given was certainly much more difficult than any that currently existed. Being faster, stealthy and invisible, etc., is routine. The key thing is to design a massive airframe capability and that it carries capacity, capable of achieving a global reach, even beyond the radius of the Earth's operations. Still, with controlled fusion, some of the challenges are relatively easy. Lu Yu secretly thought, before there is controlled nuclear fusion, if you want to apply it to a certain field, you need countless experts to do the argumentation and analysis, and then judge according to the performance of the project, and you may not dare to really act. Like for example when Hawksbane was battling the Woolly Bear for supremacy back in the last century, both had nuclear power. China has also been developing nuclear weapons, and nuclear power and other technologies for many years, but the application to nuclear submarines was a long time in coming, and nuclear-powered carriers, which have not been done until now, can only be said to have seen the light. Not anymore. Of course, with the air and space mothership, those are just additions, but air and space fighters must be stockpiled. No matter how strong the air and space carriers are, they will just cover the entire territory of the other side. Territorial strikes can be realized directly, and direct coverage and bombardment with a network of fire. But think of a question. If all things are not to be, will your opponent just engage in a home exchange play with you? How do you deal with the other side if they do have 7th generation fighters? You take his homeland, he steals straight from your old one. The big deal is that we're all screwed. The use of direct force, that's the last resort. It's like back in the day, when we didn't have nukes, and faced the nuclear threat, we were just going to play house swap with the furry bear. At a time when we have nukes but are still relatively weak, it's a three-way fight to drag Eagle Jam right into the picture. Take all my nukes and drop them all off at Eagle Jam's house. Then our people, all of them, went into the Woolly Bear and took over the Woolly Bear's place to become our new settlement. So, a 7th-generation air-to-air fighter is definitely an imperative. After getting the project, Liu did not think too much about what, directly began to study the technical difficulties up. Hypersonic speed. Is it possible to integrate the old Qian's ballistics into the system of the fighter? Liu thought of that time when the Chinese rocket was launched and drifted over the sky of the Earth, finally landing steadily within the designated area. It might be a good direction to go if it can be applied to fighter jets. And at this point, at the Kyoto Peace Hotel, representatives of Eagle Jam, Sakura, and Stick arrived in secret. This time, Sakura wouldn't be a cutie anymore. He was directly the first to make contact privately, finding a representative from Wasia, and hoped to sign Chinese Cherry Blossom Permanent Friendly Neighbor Agreement. Hope to be able to in China's foreign relations status, rapid promotion. Not to say that it surpasses the Sticks, but at least on a par with the PA, or the Triffids, because within China's former tribute system, China was naturally the patriarch, and the minor patriarchs were the Crostos and the Sticks, so they all had the self-proclaimed Little China. They are also second only to us in status. Sakura, on the other hand, has belonged to the barbarians of the fans since ancient times, and, of course, belonged to the dependent countries, so they are the third tier. But right now, they are definitely in the last place to fall in the diplomatic hierarchy. Now that the world landscape has changed, they hope that, at least for now, the geopolitical distance has been closed. It shouldn't belong to the barbarians, should it? Why? We could be a low like a North Stick, or it's okay to be the boss of the third tier. In light of the Sakura family's request, we'll consider it, but we also have to respect the national choice. The representative spoke up, stating that he could only convey, but not dictate. This kind of relationship needs to be recognized by the people of China for it to work. Sakura's family took a look at this and it wasn't bad. In the past, he had done so many unethical things, and the hatred between himself and Wasia could be said to be more than a day or two. Even though the Yasukuni shrine was burned, that's not enough. That's just how it should be. But the Sakura representative, this time, had been given a death warrant and had to do it. The delegate can't help it. Since we're in China, let's follow the rules of China. So he arrived at the Chinese Martyrs Cemetery, and kneeling in front of the Martyrs Cemetery, and called the Chinese domestic media reporters, the whole of China live broadcast. We apologize for our forefathers who once did Sakura wrong 100 years ago. Of course, we can't avoid the shameful actions of our forefathers and just want to use our current actions to repair relations with our neighbors. Chapter 138, Referendum, the Unrivaled Scholar. Now, the entire populace of China realized that some of the information that had been rumored before was actually true. Everyone was in an uproar. Apologized. Finally, they've been made to apologize. It's an apology ode to our Huaxia for 100 years, our forefathers and martyrs. Do you see this? Apologize? No need. Just let them die. We can leave no one on the island. We'll take the territory. We are in no position to forgive for our forefathers. Let them cut themselves. Since they've apologized, we definitely have to forgive. In order to make our relationship stronger, let our MS. Chio marry them well. May our friendship last forever. But the abuse inside the live stream was thorough. There are only a few who are still willing to be a Reichsführer at this moment in time. It was as if 100 years of humiliation had finally been vented at this moment. At this moment, everyone's rocker went straight. Even those who took the outside money, foreign admiration and so on. Some people, this moment also have to admit that their own body blood stirring. Koriko all but fell silent at this point. The people at Sakura Chicken, who turned on the live stream, were actually trying to portray such an image. They think to themselves that this emotion will naturally be much lighter once they have vented it. But they don't realize that this hatred has been building up for too long. As I said before, we Chinese are a nation that holds grudges. The wars that are won are written off. Only the ones that are lost are written about in a big way. Even if we can't win now, then future generations will have to remember to get it back one day sooner or later. Isn't this getting it back? Sakura Chicken at the moment for the tirade they are guessing. And they do not fight it. They do not make a sophomoric argument. The head was very low and the knees were down. Very sincere. That's the nature of Sakura Chicken and their group. There used to be a saying in China to evaluate barbarians. Fear the mighty but not the virtuous. It's perfect for hanging on to a cherry blossom chicken. The nicer you are to them, the more they show their teeth. The meaner you are to them, so mean that they can't fight back, the more they fear you. I read a book called Kiku and the Knife, and it dissected this nation in great depth. Extreme ego and extreme low self-esteem exist simultaneously inside all their population genes. they always look up to other people's civilizations. And in ancient times, to the Chinese orthodoxy, looked up to Eagle Sauce in modern times. He was, from start to finish, not part of the inner circle of civilization, but at best of the subcultural circle. That's why their culture is filled with cultural elements of pettiness and sadness and so on. So when they bowed their heads, it was really low, really from the heart. But you guys are going to say they know what they did wrong. Not necessarily. If they were given a chance, they would dare to do it again. That's why the countless tirades on the internet right now aren't excessive in any way. There's a sweeper ant who suddenly walks into the shot. "Your little devils? Get up, get up, get up. Don't dirty our land." Anti-sweeper. With a broom. A couple of brooms drove out these cherry chicken people. An eagle jam and stick look at it. And I go, this Sakura person is immoral. Doing a bit of a departure. But they had no place to kneel. Only successive agreements to sign the treaty could be issued. Compensation is phased in. There was also an official comment made by Wasia. These compensations, and it's not exactly what we want. We can subsidize you in your country. Build a university or something like that. And then every year I'll give you a certain number of places to study with us. Promote mutual communication. Globalization. Does that sound good? 100 years ago, Wasia had heard of it. Then there was the gung-ho reparations. Then there was KYU. Then there were the countless students who traveled to Eagle Sauce's first retinue. It was at this time that the so-called cultural aggression began. The first wave of stay-at-home publicists was also born at this time. What else could Eagle Jam say? Pinch your nose and say yes to everything. Of course, Stick had even less room to resist. These are the epilogues. In fact, many internal scientific researchers are now focused on the selection of the title given to Liu Yu as a national scholar. As for the Sakura Hawkstick, it's all but a done deal. Insiders aren't that excited about it. On the web, a popular participation poll was opened. The Nationalist, of course, wants more people to identify down. Every single one of the candidates running for the state scholarship is a ringer. All of them have made extremely remarkable contributions. One of them, for example, is Elder Zhong, who has made extremely outstanding contributions to epidemiology. There are also such things as Qi Lao, the chief designer in the aerospace field. And what about the particle collider proposal Chu Lao? What's more, there's the representative of today's physics community, Elder Yang, who is now over 100 years old. But don't think it's a black mark that Yang Lao didn't return in the first place. The group of scientists who were out there, including Yang Lao, helped the country greatly. It can be said that almost all of the current research in physics was constructed in the hands of Yang Lao. Otherwise, what do you think makes someone revert back to Chinese citizenship? It has allowed China to catch up with the process in the field of physics for at least a couple of decades now. Of course, there is another indispensable name on this list. Liu Yu. I don't deny that all of these research scholars have made indelible contributions to China. But if I had to choose only one, it would be Liu Yu. A nationalist. What is a nationalist? Inside so many fields, with a seriously ill body, supporting the forward march of China. One man's shoulders, carrying a population of 1.4 billion. Who else could it be but him? Without him, now we'd be able to slap the table with Eagle Sauce and just let the air mothership skulk off to Eagle Sauce's old stomping grounds? He's the only one I'd give this vote to. There are many different views, or a skewer, or maybe it's simply a personal opinion. I've always believed that Elder Yang's contributions are indelible, and the title of national scholar is not too much to give him. The Liu Yu that you guys are talking about, I also recognize that he is very powerful, but compared to Elder Yang, the qualifications are still quite far behind. That's right. So what if Liu Yu is great? He is merely standing on the shoulders of giants. Without the hard work of his predecessors in building it, could he have the research environment he has now? Some people have become demonized. Wouldn't it be better to treat Liu Yu as an ordinary researcher? Why over-deify him? The nationalist is here. Does he have that qualification? It would be his honor to hang him up. Is it okay to let him live another 50 years if he wants to be a nationalist? But arguing that won't affect the vote. The whole of China, as evidenced by ID cards, each person has only one vote. Then, everyone can participate. On the night the polls opened, countless people were instantly on the web interface, at the ready. Finally, the time has come. The voting mechanism is open. Chapter 139, The Attention of All. The National Scholars Medal. Holy, why can't I get in? The national server, is it down? So many people are in the moment, with their cell phones, or computers refreshing the page they entered. I didn't realize it wouldn't show up straight away. All the prompts are one sentence. There may be some problem with your network. Please check and retry. But there are people with fast internet speeds. Ha ha ha, I'm going in. My first vote is for Liu Yu. Even if there were 10 votes I would give them all to Liu Yu. Nothing more. Lu Yu has changed us so much. I also voted successfully. Gladly. Screenshot. JPG. You know, this is a national level server. The data service support behind it. That's all high-speed rail stations. Even Spring Break can hold up without crashing. But it's down here. There were just too many people pouring in at that moment. And, in just a few seconds, Lu Yu's vote was already riding high. 1 second. A billion. After that, it averages 50 million increments per second. Until it went up to $1 billion. That figure only stopped. Even an unknown number of rural and closed-in areas offered their vote at this moment. They don't understand how much gold there is in being such a research scholar. But they know a lot of hysterical mental illnesses that have no salvation in old age. And Lu Yu has made it possible for them to live with dignity. There are also formerly paralyzed people, even vegetative people, who can now have the means to be saved. All they know is that the visit didn't cost them much more. Now that artificial organs are coming out, maybe in the future they will all be able to exchange their organs. On this day, I don't know how many people who don't know anything about the internet at all borrowed a cell phone, or a room full of people, gathered in front of a cell phone where the light wasn't even noticeable, and lined up one by one to vote. Above the results regardless. But Lu Yu in the hearts of countless people, is the national scholar. It's the one and only nationalist. Who else could it be but him? He's the only one who thinks of us poor people. He doesn't want royalties. He doesn't want money. I can't even give him a ticket? Someone commenting online said. The department concerns seminars indoors. Lu Yu's votes are just too high. Compared to him, we're like companions. One of the names on the list, Elder Chu, couldn't help but smile bitterly. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. It's normal for us to be shot on the beach. Heroes come out of the youth. And I'm giving him my vote too. I didn't expect Elder Yang, who had rarely appeared now, to appear here in person. And with a joking tone, he flirted with the guys. If anyone could still be one of the contenders for the state championship, he would certainly be among them. Many of his contributions are simply unknown to many people out there. But the authorities are aware of them. I actually gave him my ticket. Elder Chu suddenly laughed as well. The title of Scholar of the Nation comes around once every few decades, and anyone who wants to pick it. But they had to admit that although Lu Yu hadn't risen for a long time, but he has profoundly changed the whole of China. With his scientific research, he changed the lives of everyone. It was nice that they were qualified, but to be on par with Lu Yu? They were ashamed of themselves. Who else can compare just the air and space mothership? Who can do that? Whether it is medicine, or aerospace, and so on the field. Lu Yu a shot that is to break through the gap of several decades, and even let the opponent is a distance that cannot be seen. These respected seniors, even they themselves, voted for Lu Yu. And how could it really be unconvincing in his heart? It's just more or less a pity. The uniformed big man sitting at the head of the table couldn't help but laugh. I thought you all might argue, but I didn't expect such unanimity. Then it's like this. I will personally lead the team and head to award Lu Yu the title of National Scholar. The National Scholar of Huaxia. It's equivalent to the spokesperson of our entire Huaxia. See him as you see me. The crowd was shocked, even though everyone knew the gold content of the state scholar. But this sentence of seeing him as if he were me, that could represent Lu Yu's supreme status. This honor is for life for Lu Yu. The point is that the whole of China will recognize it. Just then, the phone inside the office rang, which was actually a dedicated line for incoming calls from outdoor phones. You can't call in unless it's something important. Report what you said before once academician Lu Yu woke up. As the first priority news, Jiangcheng Hospital has informed that academician Lu Yu woke up. The uniformed chief stood up at once. Let's go. Let's pay a visit to this heroic young man. Old son, aren't you paying attention? You lead the way, the chief said with a big smile. Inside the hospital room, Lu Yu opened his eyes. The first thing I saw was Kong Yun. You're back. Lu Yu laughed. Jiang Yan nodded. I've already moved my house over. I've rented one near the hospital, so I can cook your favorite meals every day from now on. Or you can stay every day. Lu Yu shook his head. And this friendship. He didn't know what to say. It was at this time that elder son entered with the head honcho and the others in stride. Press interviews, live broadcasts, etc. all pulled off. Both Jiang Yan and Lu Yu were a bit confused for a moment. Asterisk 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 C. These are characters you can only see on TV. And I can't believe you can see them here. What's the big deal that's happening here? The entire staff is here. Look behind them. Every one of them is a big shot enough to shake the entire scientific research community. Hiss. I suddenly reacted when you said that. These are all the characters on the Guosher voting list. Could it be? A crowd of people had vaguely guessed what was going on. And all of them had their gazes fixed dead center on the screen, hoping to see something. Academician Lu Yu. The chief nodded. And then, directly saluted Lu Yu with a military salute. On behalf of the 1.4 billion people of Huaxia, I now represent the whole of Huaxia. I award Mr. Huaxia the title of unrivaled. With this medal, you will always be with China. Boom! The live feed instantly exploded. Countless people were incredibly excited. Little did I know that their vote would become real, and witnessed it firsthand. Academician Lu Yu was voted out by my own hand. My vote is vital. I'm in. Every single vote counts. Academician Lu Yu, that's a crowd favorite. We are fortunate enough to be able to witness this scene with our own eyes. The crowd pounded their keyboards in excitement. With a sense of honor. He's our national scholar. It's our own recognized nationalist. Seeing that Lu Yu was about to get up, elder son rushed forward to stop him, and the chief personally placed the medal on Lu Yu's chest. You are the pride of our China. No, it was Huaxia that accomplished me. It's the countless people of Huaxia who made me who I am. Chapter 140, Rejecting the Artificial Pancreas. I still have to, well, do the research. Lu Yu opened his mouth. At this moment, he was truly moved by the vibes. He also felt that all his scientific research was worthwhile. It's something that everyone can use, and he had not endured so much torture in vain. Lu Yu was insisting on sitting up, and rushed inside the camera and gave a military salute. Kakashi is saluting me. I'll be damned. What kind of person am I that I deserve to have a nationalist salute me? Suddenly I feel a sense of mission upon me, pressing me with excitement, and I can't wait to go and get a bayonet fight with those little devils now. Academician Lu Yu, in this condition, is still working hard and persevering? What reason do we have not to work hard? Countless people were excited, even inspired by the scene. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Lu Yu was now a national idol. What kind of celebrities can compare their fame with Lu Yu? Not even qualified to stand with Lu Yu. Most people have eyes that see things. They know what is right and wrong and what is fundamental. At this moment, Lu Yu's appearance was remembered in their hearts. And perhaps after a number of years, there were countless people who followed Lu Yu's footsteps to a farther position. That's what idols bring to the table. Research icon. I think it's time for me to give up my slacking self. Seeing academician Lu Yu, I realized that the previous bitterness and tiredness is nothing. Why can't the cold family produce a noble son? Academician Lu Yu is. He is our benchmark. The barriers we can't break down right now are only because we're not strong enough. Haven't worked hard enough. If at some point in time, I really fail, I don't think that I will regret it. Nor will I be ashamed of academician Lu Yu. I've decided, from now on, to go to graduate school immediately. I'm going to go to a cold scientific research specialty. How can a scholar of my generation bend over for money? There are still a lot of places where the country needs us. We can also be Lu Yu. We can't be as perfect as Lu Yu, but we can be millions of little Lu Yus. That's what academician Lu Yu wants to see the most, right? Countless pop-ups slid past the live broadcast. It even feels like we could see a level of universal scientific research in the near future. Elder Sun, the head honcho, and a group of research scholars, looked at Lu Yu and became more and more satisfied. Luckily Lu Yu is from our Huaxia family. Every time they thought about it, they were overwhelmed. If it was in a hostile home, in any country in the world, it would be the ground that would make China sleepless. Even now, in retrospect, it's understandable what Hawk Jam did. Previously Eagle Jam offered a bounty and sent spies, even FBI assassinations and so on. If Lu Yu was in Eagle Sauce, they couldn't guarantee that they could do any better than Eagle Sauce. Don't say anything about the world's greatness. Lu Yu, he is the world's great power. Lu Yu can keep countless people awake just by being alive. If they were on opposite sides, they would also try to do everything they could to get Lu Yu killed. You should take a good rest first. I believe that in the near future, you will definitely be able to recover and be able to have more time to do scientific research and see the great mountains and rivers of China. Elder Sun paused and finally glanced at Jiang Yan. A hint of a smile also surfaced in his eyes. Or you can have more time with your beloved, too. Jiang Yan couldn't help but blush slightly. The relationship between her and Lu Yu that she had never admitted positively was taken in the sunlight and said in a dignified manner. But what surprised her the most was that Lu Yu didn't reject these claims, just smiled faintly and said, I borrow your advice. Afterwards, he gazed at Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan instantly understood Lu Yu's eyes. Lu Yu wants scientific research. He's asking for a computer. There was a hint of heartache in Jiang Yan's heart, as well as intolerance, but she couldn't do no more than refuse. And yet just a moment later he turned around. Lu Yu's face suddenly plummeted as if it were gold paper. Afterward, a mouthful of blood spurted out in front of countless people. What's going on? The medical staff rushed up at the first opportunity, and Ruyan Lu immediately checked the data. The head honcho's face also immediately became incredibly solemn. It must be resuscitated at all costs, he ordered immediately. Inside the live broadcast room, it was even as if a pot had exploded. Is academician Lu Yu's health condition still so tough? What exactly is the situation? Someone please say something. Spitting blood from his mouth. Academician Lu Yu is a lot tougher than we thought. He's in a lot of pain, but he's holding it together. It's obvious that I'm not having a good time, but I can't stand this scene every time. You must save academician Lu, please. The entire live broadcast, countless pop-ups, and the expectations of countless people were all seen at this moment. Lu Yu, your current condition is very dangerous. Your white blood cell index is already dropping rapidly. This means that the immune system in your body is collapsing. It must be treated urgently. Ruyan Lu had just finished speaking and quickly took out Lu Yu's test report. A very severe case of erosion of the stomach is present. The pancreas has been overwhelmingly overrun by cancer cells, and normal function has been largely eliminated. Ruyan Lu suddenly thought of something. My recommendation is to open the pancreatic organ replacement surgery on Lu Yu immediately. Let's remove the source lesion first, and check the recovery after replacement. After that, if everything goes well, we can do the replacement for all the organs that have metastasized for Lu Yu. All of them. I think with the way things are going, we have a very good chance of success, Ruyan Lu said. She gazed at Lu Yu, hoping that he would agree. Countless people in the live broadcast room all hoped that Lu Yu would agree. This included Jiang Yan, but also Elder Sun, the headmaster, and others. Yes, academician Lu Yu, there's still hope if you receive treatment. This is your own scientific research, your project to save yourself, and I think it's ripe for the picking. A lot of people are better off because of you, and I want you to be able to enjoy the fruits of your research. Countless people prayed on the pop-up screen, even hating to directly agree for Lu Yu. Lu Yu dryly coughed a few times, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but with unparalleled firmness. In the midst of the crowd's eyes, he shook his head. I refuse surgery. This research was never meant to be drilled for me. I just wondered from time to time if a human body that breaks down can be returned in the same way as parts. And the answer is yes. But mine, there's no way out. After it enters the lymphatic system, what's the point of replacing more organs? Lymph, the body's line of defense, is infected, and when it's replaced it can still get infected again. Though, Lu Yu had already cleared it once last time with a special effect medicine, but the situation inside him was serious in itself. It has also been in the proliferation period. Replacing the organs will not help him. Today it seems that the effectiveness of the specific drugs for pancreatic cancer expired as well. Afterward, Lu Yu looked at the crowd with incomparable determination. Bring me my computer. I'm also going to, do research. This is my last request. Chapter 141, 7th Generation Fighter Success. The mission will be accomplished. No, even if you don't agree to the surgery, it should be your time to rest now too. No matter how you think about it. But are you really willing to let so many people watch helplessly to save you, leaving you to dedicate yourself to sacrifice alone? That sometimes, it's selfish to understand? The chief spoke with a serious face. There was a nod from the crowd as well, including the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also frantically painted on. That's right. I can't let you be all alone in your glory and greatness and look like I'm a loser. Please, Lu Xun, give me a chance to be a human being. Academician Lu Yu, no matter how powerful you are still a person. You do a project that's just a project. You need to persevere. To live your hope. Countless people spoke up. Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Yu with a grave expression, while Jiang Yan also looked at him with eager expectation. But Lu Yu still shook his head. It even looked extremely sprightly sitting up straight. How long I can live does not depend on my will or on anyone else. It's not like I'm selling my name by refusing the surgery. I would certainly choose to undergo such surgery if I could, but my damage cannot be reversed. Lu Yu opened his mouth with a firm expression. The last remaining light. I'm just going to do a little something interesting for myself. Lu Yu concluded. The crowd was silent. They had conversed about this kind of talk many times, including the first seat. Who is here for the first time? It used to be just rumors. Only when you get here can you feel the changes within it all for yourself. It's the only way to feel the atmosphere in here. Looking at the young man, he stood in awe. Without waiting for a reply from the crowd, he had already taken the computer in Kong Yun's hand. His new thesis was being written at a rapid pace. The pain, indeed, is unknown to many times before. However, as the number of words on top of the paper formed, Elder Sun, the headmaster, and the others gradually widened their eyes. What they never expected was that Lu Yu's new scientific research project was a 7th-generation fighter jet. It is important to realize that the development of 7th-generation fighters in-house is all extremely secret. A lot of the hard parts are still in the attack phase. And Lu Yu, is this the subject to choose this time? The crowd's scalps went numb. Looking at Lu Yu's scrawny body, he had truly dedicated everything he had to Huaxia, refuse organ replacement. refuse surgery. But to do such a scientific study, after the air motherships come the air fighters. The chief was shocked in his heart, as if he saw a conspicuous figure behind Lu Yu, and all of them could only look up. It was as if it was a golden body with light radiating behind it. The people in the live room were in a line of tears. It's not a matter of emojis. It's the fact that a number of people actually cried over the scene. Quickly, get all military aircraft specialists over here in full force immediately. As fast as you can. The chief spoke up, and put a live camera in the room, off the body of the paper. This is absolutely confidential and cannot be allowed to leak out. Finally, amidst much anticipation, the paper was written. As always, these, I donate to the state at no cost. We will finally revive. Let our huaxia stand again in the world. Lu Yu opened his mouth. The crowd nodded heavily. Don't worry, we won't let you down, the chief said solemnly, after coming out of the ward. What exactly does the situation of academician Lu Yu count as now? The first of the chiefs spoke up and asked. Sun Lao's gaze also immediately landed on the faces of Lu Ruyan and the others. It's very unpromising. The numbers have been slipping for the past few days, and unlike before, it's now part of a balanced decline. My feeling is that his body is in its final countdown. Ruyan Lu said. The body's problems can't be explained in a sentence or two, especially after this paper. Gives me the feeling that it exhausted all the potential in him too, Ruyan Lu said in a low voice. She was saddened to witness the miracles that Lu Yu had performed time and time again, but this time, it was the one that made her feel the most dangerous. The data is so clear. There used to be fluctuations and ups and downs, some emergencies, as long as they are under control, then they are not life-threatening. But this slow decline is a sign of obvious physical decay. What? Elder son, the headmaster, and the others' faces changed slightly. The 7th generation fighter must be made as soon as possible. If I could, I would like to be able to personally be able to show Lu Yu. Let our pilots, or fighter planes arrive in the skies above Jiangcheng Hospital, and let academician Lu Yu see the blue sky that he created with his own hands. The headman concluded. Soon, the military aircraft research and development experts, among others, were all present. A 7th generation fighter? Isn't that a joke? How is it possible to develop a 7th generation fighter now? Even Eagle Jam is in the development stage. Many military aircraft research experts are caught inside subconscious thinking. They had, before, been pressed by Eagle Jam, and although they had been catching up, they had yet to experience what it was like to be at the front of the pack, recently stood in front, but their minds subconsciously cannot yet react. This is the result of academician Lu Yu, the chief said as he tapped the table. Oh, a kind of development expert? Instantly relaxing his face. Since it is the research result of academician Lu Yu, there is nothing wrong with it. There was even some excitement that finally it was their turn this time. Afterwards, they began to analyze Lu Yu's paper. Speed, 40,000 kilometers per hour? The mission must arrive? I'm going. It's still pure no man's land. Stealth effect material is more the latest technology. It can block all current radar monitoring. This technology is not so new. An airborne mothership can do it too. Even this top-notch stealth technology subconsciously made them feel like a rarity. After all, never had such a rich battle in my life. And it uses the old money ballistics. Holy, it's a combination of ballistic jumps and flying machines. A genius conception. I can't believe he argued for it. Do it at once. The crowd was beyond excited and desperate to know what this fighter really was. I'm giving an order here to produce it, as fast as possible. I want to see a whole formation of planes. The chief spoke up. Then he spoke about Lu Yu's condition. The hearts of the crowd were overwhelmed. Promised to get it done. At this moment, within the ward, Lu Yu, who would have routinely fallen into a coma, had some normality and looked at Zhang Yan. Sit with me for a while. Chapter 142, I want to go for a walk. With you. Zhang Yan's face was delighted and she hurriedly guarded Lu Yu's side. Elder brother, what are you trying to say? Kang Yan asked. I haven't been out and about in a long time. Can you go out with me? Lu Yu said with a smile. Zhang Yan hurriedly nodded her head and said, yes, of course. But in the next instant, she looked at Lu Yu's body. But you are now. It's okay. My trauma has been taken care of and what I should have recovered from. All that's left is the pancreatic cancer. At least now it's not so bad that I can't move, Lu Yu said indifferently. However, Zhang Yan was still uneasy and quickly called Zhang Yan, instantly startling Sun Lao back as well. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. I want to go out for a walk right now. I just don't want to trouble anyone. Why are you guys so gung-ho? Ruyan Lu shook her head. There is still a need for this. Zhang Yan's worry is not unreasonable. This actually involves not just yourself, but a lot of the ones that did the security work. There is absolutely nothing that can happen to your safety. Also assess your health. Elder son also couldn't help but nod. It's not that I'm restricting your movements. If you want to look outside, then of course you can. I'll adjust the security force at any time. But it must be when your body allows it. Lu Yu knew his body very well. Just going out shouldn't have too much of an effect. After Lu Ruyan's approval, it was similar to Lu Yu's own judgment. He did get to go out and look around when he was able to move. Moreover, Ruyan Lu and elder son also thought that Lu Yu had been inside the room for too long. Never been out since entering the hospital. Now it was rare that Lu Yu still had this nature when he woke up. In the past, Lu Yu often fell into a coma after doing scientific research. And after each reawakening, the first thing is often scientific research. Jiang Yan prepared a wheelchair for Lu Yu and finally exited the building. Lu Yu looked up at the sky, only to feel that the sunlight above was very harsh, and there was also a feeling of being out of this world. Until a few months ago, he was just a regular PhD student in the math department at the National University. A car accident turned out to be a diagnosis of pancreatic cancer. But I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse to have awakened the system that takes lives for scientific research. Struggling again and again on the brink of life and death. Waking up again and again. Every day is filled with tension. Every moment. He'd forgotten how long it had been since he'd been this casual. Not thinking about anything. Not having to do anything. Just sitting quietly looking at the sky and breathing in the fresh air outside. Although he didn't see any special people around him, Lu Yu knew very well that Sun Lao must have arranged a lot of forces in the dark for his safety. Be the first to show up for any emergencies that arise. It's not even possible to have a breakout. Lu Yu also did not pretend. Like that kind of what the TV show said. Must own completely clean environment. Must all people natural. He's just out for a spin. Not out to get killed. How long has it been since we've been out walking together like this? Lu Yu suddenly asked. It's probably been a year or two. A hint of reminiscence also flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. They are doing research, especially in the field of math research. Within this field, it can be casual or so busy that you don't even have time to eat. The casual ones are, of course, those who are either top-tier bulls with unmatched talent. Either that or they just don't care if they graduate. Math is something that a lot of times looks at self-awareness. You can't have a tutor who can still watch your checking process. Other research is well within the research room and the mentor watches what steps you do. Math really only requires a pen and a few books. Of course, Lu Yu's mentor, Chen Kessen, pretty much left them alone. And Lu Yu belonged to the orphanage origin. To be able to come this far, naturally, he had long ago put in several times more effort than others. Even without the system, he did so. At that point in time, it was naturally incredibly difficult to research topics without the assistance of a system. And Jiang Yan wasn't even close to Lu Yu at that time in terms of talent. Jiang Yan followed Lu Yu and almost watched as he worked on his research project every day without a moment of leisure. This kind of leisure time, even in the past, that was extremely rare. Still, Kang Yun remembered it well. A hint of a smile appeared on Jiang Yan's face. Senior brother is not idle in his spare time. He likes to discuss some problems above math. However, senior brother also likes to close his eyes and sit in a quiet place to meditate. In fact, at that time, Jiang Yan secretly had a different sentiment towards Lu Yu. Otherwise she could have chosen to take her time and simmer with Chen Kessen, and she could have even cared less about the degree. Instead, instructors have to worry about their students' graduation rates for such swingers. Yeah, you were pretty lively and cute then too, and liked to talk about a lot of things. Unlike now, when you're just guarding my side, Lu Yu said. I don't care, as long as elder brother can get better. I don't care about anything. This is nothing, Kang Yun said, shaking her head. She was afraid that Lu Yu was saying something to pave the way for what he was going to say to drive her away. Lu Yu certainly wasn't this brainless and wouldn't be pretentious. Can you help me up? I want to stand up, Lu Yu suddenly proposed. Jiang Yan froze for a split second, then immediately ran to Lu Yu's front and assisted his arm. You can definitely do it. Senior brother. Lu Yu smiled and didn't say anything as his force pressed on Jiang Yan's body. But Kang Yun was surprised that he didn't feel much force or weight. The current Lu Yu was too thin, but Lu Yu held on, trembling and shaking. There was no blood on his face, and the severe pain all over his body seemed to have exploded at this moment. It really hurts. The dog system doesn't know to be nice to me. Lu Yu sighed in his heart, but he didn't give up. He's come through so much scientific research, so much suffering. That's something to be afraid of. Anyway, there's a countdown to life expectancy, so the most you can do is pass out. Senior. Kang Yun's eyes instantly turned red. Her entire heart, it seemed, was trembling with it. This was her spirited senior brother, only in his 20s. The force on her arm wasn't heavy, but her heart ached. She watched with her own eyes as Lu Yu kept exerting himself, under the constant insistence of his legs. Really stand up. Looks like I'm not completely wasted. Lu Yu said with a loud gasp, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Jiang Yan wiped the sweat from Lu Yu's forehead. You're fine. You're the strongest person in China yet. And at that moment, Lu Yu pushed Jiang Yan's arm away. Chapter 143, The Ring of Flowers and Grasses. National Excitement. Senior. Jiang Yan was shocked and wanted to help, but Lu Yu stood steadily without falling. But Jiang Yan could see that Lu Yu's legs were trembling. It's not due to lack of leg strength. It's entirely due to pain. But Jiang Yan didn't step forward to forcefully hold Lu Yu again either. She knew very well that this was probably the only place where her senior brother was stubborn at the moment. I'm still able to stand on my own. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Then, surprisingly, he bent over the ground and picked a dogwood and a small flower. Lu Yu took the grass and prepared a small grass ring, and, on top of the grass ring, put small flowers on it. Senior. Jiang Yan carefully looked at Lu Yu for fear of falling, but unexpectedly, Lu Yu turned back slightly and put the small grass ring on Jiang Yan's hand. Kang Yan froze. What that meant? She was a little confused for a moment. Senior, she murmured, there's no other gift for you. This one is for you. Lu Yu lightly laughed, but soon involved in pain. Also cannot stand. Jiang Yan hastily helped Lu Yu to sit down. If I get a chance later, I'll give you a new ring. For now it's just a bit of floral weaving, Lu Yu said with a smile. He knew very well what Kang Yan had in mind. It's the hardest thing to get rid of, but it had all been suffered, and it was impossible for Lu Yu to push it away. He's not that generous. Let's get you to someone else. There's no way Lu Yu is going to poison himself. Then make a promise. A promise given by a blade of grass. A flower. It's light. But Kang Yan was sobbing. She thought that Lu Yu, who was so dedicated to scientific research, wouldn't even notice herself much. Even this man ascended higher in her mind step by step, which is not too much to consider as a god. She even felt that everyone was not worthy of Lu Yu. Some of Lu Ruyan's eyes. Some of her thoughts. She even felt it was blasphemy to Lu Yu. That everyone included herself. So, she's always been careful. But it didn't occur to me that elder brother took everything she did in stride. It doesn't take words to show that. It says it all. Thank you, senior. I'll always be by your side, waiting for you to get better. This one. That's the best ring. The most beautiful ring in the world. Kang Yan spoke up. She turned her hand to the sun and tilted her own head. Feeling pretty. Perhaps the grass and flowers will wither. But the ring is worn in her heart. It will never be damaged or withered. And she'll never throw it away. From afar, elder son couldn't help but sigh as he watched the scene. And next to him, Lu Ruyan had even more complicated eyes. But Ruyan Lu wouldn't feel any jealousy. Only envy. She wondered if she had met Lu Yu earlier. Would she have moved at that time? Probably will. People like that are too good. So good that you can't see straight. Ever since she was a little girl, she was always seen as a genius. She used to think that she would never be able to develop such feelings between a man and a woman for the rest of her life, because she felt that these people were standing in front of her acting really stupid, even the so-called well-known experts, scholars, or professors, etc. She had a vague sense of looking down on them. How can any feelings happen that way? Until she saw Lu Yu. At first it was just treated as a normal patient, and then time and time again it shattered her perceptions, until, that is, after she was called in by Lu Yu for that deep brain machine consciousness transplant. She had a vaguely confident feeling, though, she could see where Lu Yu was, far, far away, and Lu Yu was walking alone. But, looking around beyond herself, there was no one else in Lu Yu's path, even though it was her tiny self. At one point, she thought that she might be the one who understood Lu Yu the most. Kang Yan might be emotionally attached to Lu Yu, but this feeling of loneliness, Ruyan Lu was so confident that she felt only she could understand. Young people are great. God give Lu Yu a little more time too, Sun Lao said with complicated eyes. There was a documentarian, assigned from above, who specialized in making documentaries on Lu Yu. This is the precious information that the above requested to be treasured. At this moment, she couldn't help but take out her camera and capture this moment. You took the footage of what just happened? Sun Lao suddenly turned around and asked. Ah, yes, I know it's not very good. It's the personal privacy of academician Lu Yu. Just now I think, all just right. The people were great, the sky was great, the air was great, everything was so natural and harmonious. I thought it was so beautiful that I took a picture of it. If not, I can delete it now, the recorder said in a rush. Sun Lao shook his head. Delete? Why should I? He muttered. What young man doesn't have a moment carved in his heart? It's also most wonderful to photograph it. We can ask academician Lu Yu for his opinion. If he's willing, we can let everyone see it, Sun Lao said. The recorder nodded. At this time, Lu Yu was also a little tired. Even though the time he came out was less than 20 minutes, The standing just now had already consumed a great deal of his energy. Let's go back, Lu Yu said. Aha, yes. Jiang Yan pushed Lu Yu to slowly walk into the building, and Lu Yu couldn't help but look back. Let's hope I get another chance to get out again. If it comes out healthy, that's the best. He then returned inside the ward with little regret. Hello, academician Lu Yu. This is the photo taken just now. I think it's beautiful, and I'd like to publish it in an outside newspaper, or on the internet, if possible. I'm sure there will be a lot of people sending well wishes, the recorder asked carefully. Kang Yun took a look and instantly blushed. Of course she knew there would be someone around, but I didn't expect to be caught on camera, and instantly had a bit of a toe-stubbing moment. Too shy. Lu Yu looked up at her. Will you? Kang Yun mumbled. Listen to you. Lu Yu nodded. I have no problem with that. The crowd laughed, but this time, Lu Yu was also really tired and quickly fell asleep. Or rather, lethargy, where the pain has almost reached its limit, and the photo, at that moment, quickly went violently viral online. Quick look, this is academician Lu Yu discharged from the hospital. He really did have an early affair with his senior sister. See, a blade of grass, a flower, is also a very romantic thing in the world. Jiang Yan little senior sister this moment so happy feeling. It's so aesthetically pleasing. This is youthfulness. Academician Lu Yu, you must get well. On top of a certain sound, and a certain blog. A transcriber's note accompanies the photo. I think at this moment, no one can disturb them. They are just the happiest moment. Words are no longer enough to describe what I was feeling at that moment. I was just afraid that any sound would form a disturbance. Forgive my shallowness. Academician Lu will definitely get better. Chapter 144, 7th Generation Test Flight. It's ours now. Countless people on the internet were moved and blessed by it. However, at this time, the research department of the War Machine was drilling Lu Yu's thesis in great detail. All of this new metrics, all of the technology, including all of the checks and balances, have been done. It's completely correct. The chief research scholar spoke up, and the look was unmistakable. A group of people looked at the paper as if they were admiring some overwhelmingly beautiful picture. It's awesome. Probably the only words that come to mind are words like to describe it. Probably the happiest thing, the most exciting thing about being a researcher of fighter aircraft is to be able to make a major breakthrough in the field of your research. And it's the kind of science and technology that is so unique and global that it can't be copied by anyone else. Especially over this position, all are bound to have a proud nature. At the moment, seeing such a fighter that could be called a perfect level of artwork, presented to them, directly to them all will not be whole. When it calms down, now that everyone's tasks in hand have stopped, everything that follows will be built around our 7th generation fighter. This has got to give the world, including Eagle Jam, their little shocks. The chief designer spoke up. The people were excited to receive the order. This was a real campaign for their country. Soon everyone's work was put into it, and with instructions from the highest levels, the research progressed at a rapid pace. They just need to operate against the steps of Lu Yu's thesis model. No questions asked. Our first fighter, taking shape. After a hectic schedule, the involvement of tens of thousands of workers was mobilized, with countless designers personally directing in them. In front of everyone's eyes, a brand new, and completely identical to the previous model of a kind of fighter, slowly appeared in front of the crowd. Want to test it? Someone spoke up and asked. The chief designer nodded directly. Of course, we need to get to the most detailed data. Can you see what I mean? Understood. These data, which represent first-hand information, are also the most powerful bottom line. With this information, it would allow Huaxia to be at least 50 years ahead of the ground in the field of warplanes. This is a fully formed fighter, or even follow certain functions, develop and refine them, and finally break down almost an entire iteration of the fighter. 7th generation fighters, it's no longer necessary for them to think about it. It is already the most perfect technology, unique in the world. They were bound to get hold of this core information, even if it meant that there were papers right in his hands. They only had this data to be the most secure at the moment. The test begins. A clearing above the takeoff base. Inside the cockpit, there was no one, as it was unmanned. Some of the drivers next to him had immense envy in their eyes. This kind of fighter, if I can fly it once, I have no regrets in this life, the fighter pilot said with envious eyes. This kind of level, even inside the inner circle, belongs to be able to record that in the record of how many years later. It will be written that whoever has test flown the 7th generation fighter aircraft for the first time. Too bad it's a drone series. 7th generation fighters aren't going to abandon us all, are they? A driver couldn't help but say with worry in his heart. There's no need for you guys to worry like that. We're definitely still in the mainstream of man driving at the moment, including 7th generation fighters that also have pilot mode. It's not just the drone state. You'll still need to be on it later. The chief designer smiled and opened his mouth to the end. Otherwise there would be no point in calling you here today. Later, when the unmanned driver is verified, it's you guys with the manned driver, and we're all going to get a distinction. When he finally finished, several of the drivers were overwhelmed. It also looks like there's a real opportunity for a test drive. Then, amidst the eyes of the crowd, the 7th generation fighters steadily lifted off. It then violently rushed straight into the sky and instantly disappeared into thin air. Wind resistance has been minimized. Initial speed exceeds all previous fighter types in the world. 40,000 kilometers per hour. Soon the data from the tower came back to the designer. Well. This data is fantastic. Right on radar monitoring. A series of studies quickly accumulated. Report: all radars are useless except for our own localization system. No 7th generation fighters are monitored at all. The chief designer, after getting the data, was thrilled. Good. Very good. We, Huaxia, can say with honor that we lead the world. End of unmanned mode quiz. Pilot test now commencing. Soon, a pilot named Luo Yangyu was selected. Sitting in the cockpit, Luo Yangyu was incredibly excited. He carefully touched the buttons and every design on it. Artwork. Really, he couldn't bear to go into battle with a fighter like this. However, he also felt that it would be a waste for such top-notch fighters not to appear in the battlefield. Prepare for takeoff. Inside the headset, there was a line from the tower. He held his breath, then steadily began to maneuver. The fighters rose steadily into the air. So fast. Luo Yangyu's first reaction was that it was so fast. Really fast. Even he was a little overwhelmed by the fast speed. It was hard to see clearly, and his eyes drifted a little. He had never had this experience before. It's no wonder that the primary driving mode is actually drone mode. Driver mode is all part of a secondary mode. But he soon adapted as well. Being able to participate in the trials of the latest fighter jet must have brought the top pilots over. He was very adaptable. And after adapting, he operated the fighter and flew quickly. It's too fast. I don't believe anyone can stop me, he said inside his voice. Where are you now? A message from the tower asked. Let's see. I'm currently arriving over Europe. I saw the battlefield of Big Hair and Two Hair. Luo Yangyu spoke. He couldn't help but be bold and slipped around the entire woolly bear battlefield. And surprisingly, none of them noticed his presence, including that series of combined top-of-the-line weapons in Europe. Couldn't detect his presence at all. Even he was intentionally circling around their radar. No one can detect it. Next, he arrived directly over Eagle Jam. He had some regrets in his mind. It would be nice to have a full load of ammo. Of course, it's just a thought. It's a soldier's duty to obey orders. He couldn't have done any of this overstepping of military orders. But think of the Eagle Jam fighters that once flew in Chinese airspace and were teased by others when we couldn't detect them, or foresaw them. In the 90s, there was also an immense amount of misery experienced. But now, it's different. Now it's our turn. Chapter 145, A New Mission. Level 2 Civilization Crossing? He couldn't even resist flying to the Statue of Liberty, then hit the road. What he didn't realize was that it caused a huge stir in Eagle Jam. It's not their radar that's monitoring it. Rather, someone's eyes saw it. What's that? That can't be a UFO, can it? I can't believe I saw it with my own eyes. It's really awesome. I'm going to film it. I saw it. I want to know what's going on here. Is it our own test plane? At this time, Eagle Jam FBI intelligence. Do you guys think it's a UFO? Why do I feel like it's something from China? Someone spoke up. There's no proof. But I agree with your judgment. It's just that the fighter is so fast. It's outpacing our latest developments. And we can't even capture it. One man frowned, unable to understand. I agree with your speculations. What UFO? It doesn't exist. But is this something humans can build now? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The so-called UFO is a smokescreen they sometimes put out. Something that no one understands better than they do when they play. So it can't be anything else. Only Huaxia, this place, a man called Luyu, could build something strange and crushingly leveled. Beyond industry, beyond perception. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. It's okay if you can't see it clearly. As long as it hangs on HWA, it makes sense. A group of FBI also looked at each other. What should be done at such a time? They suddenly thought of Huaxia, who should have been very experienced in dealing with this kind of thing before. Because that's how they used to get in and out of China with Eagle Jam. In the end, they couldn't come up with a good solution. Keep the news on lockdown. Also, buy a bunch of sailors and say it's a UFO. That's all they can do. And at that moment, Luo Yangyu had already piloted the fighter jet and flew directly into space. Yes, it's space. Flying into land at the moon travel base that's very hot on the moon right now. Guanghan Palace. There is an open airfield here. Or rather, there are many airfields to be found everywhere throughout the moon. I'll go. What was that? What a beautiful fighter. Is it our latest development? It's so small, not like those spaceships, and it's so fast. This is actually about to land at a speed that is already very slow. But a host of people who have traveled to the moon have felt that they have seen the country's little secret. A sense of stealing was born, and cell phones were pulled out to take pictures. Of course, clear shots of them are impossible to capture. Families, I'm on the moon now, and I can't believe I'm seeing my country's flying machines. It was so shocking, and I saw the pilot. Today, above the moon base, a network signal has been initially constructed. They can just webcast it, comment on it, etc. It was instantly photographed and posted online. There were also people who would have had the live feed on so that the live feed could be seen by everyone. He's waving at us. Suddenly someone filmed Luo Yanyu waving, but only for a split second before he disappeared. Luo Yanyu just attempted a landing, and then took off again, returning to flight. Coming to the moon was one of his test flight missions, because according to Lu Yu's thesis design, including for the placement of fighters have been discussed. A group of 7th generation fighters are going to be set up here at the Canton Palace. Realization of air-to-ground strike at any time. It's a strategic deterrent in space. It's a true realization of the space strategy. After finally landing, a bunch of designers and others came up with immense excitement. Good. You've accomplished a lot. With the 7th generation fighter, academician Lu Yu, incorporating controlled fusion technology, our range will never be an issue. On top of human-piloted test flights, it was also still able to maintain speeds of 40,000 kilometers per hour. This is most likely not the limit of fighter jets. Rather, it is the current limit of our human race. It can still be developed by us, the chief designer said excitedly. Very well, let's do mass production. The first officer set a whole formation. The production line had already been set up long after the order was given. And just a few days later, a single fighter jet came off the production line and was assembled. Then, in an open field, a group of fighter jets appeared, a brand new batch of fighters. At this time, Lu Yu experienced another round of slumber. Congratulations to the host. The development of the 7th generation fighter has been successful. Current project completion, 59%. Congratulations to the host for gaining a lifespan of 15 days. Congratulations, host, on your new project curvature ship. Congratulations to the host, who has been awarded a long-term research project, the Dyson membrane. Lu Yu's person was a little numb when he saw these two items. What's this? The curvature ship is here. Curvature ships are capable of jumping through space. This is already entering a new era of civilization. The latter, in particular, is outrageous. Dyson membrane. Luckily it's a long-term research project. Otherwise, Lu Yu is probably going to vomit blood. It has been said before that the level of civilization before Lu Yu appeared can only be considered as a version 1.0 civilization at most. It's not even close to being enough for 1.0. It can only be considered 0.8, because the utilization of the Earth's own resources is inadequate. Until Lu Yu realizes controlled fusion. That's what achieved the crossover of the first level of civilization into the second level of civilization. But it's also just a utilization breakthrough for the planet itself. Going out into the universe, that's a long one too. And the level of civilization, as far as energy use is concerned, is perfectly correlated. The Dyson membrane is what amounts to an energy retina that can be formed on the sun. By enveloping the entire sun, you can utilize all the resources on the sun. Doing this would be the equivalent of utilizing the energy of the entire solar system. Its civilization must have run straight out of the solar system. Similarly, the curvature ship is one of those things. If in the absence of the Dyson membrane, curved spaceships are the most likely way for humanity to achieve such a cosmic action of mankind beyond the solar system, the dog system really doesn't want to give me a break at all, Lu Yu said as he spat in his heart. And what the hell is this 59% completion? Didn't make the passing grade? But he hadn't thought much about it. For now. And he awoke from his slumber. Not to mention the speed of the research. He still wanted to solve his own problems now. Previously went out just to relax. There is also a subtext of no regrets. However, when he just opened his eyes, he realized that inside the entire ward, it was full of people. Academician Lu Yu. Look, Sun Lao pointed out the window and said with excitement. Chapter 146, Naming, Divine Phoenix Fighter, Tribute to Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked up and over to the outside, and there was nothing outside the window. Couldn't help but have some doubts in my mind. Yet just then, suddenly, a line of fighters appeared above the sky, neatly organized, and all stalled low overhead, stopping right here, as if just waiting for someone to look over. Lu Yu saw it, and the pilot inside was actually waving at Lu Yu. A hint of a smile surfaced on Lu Yu's face. It's his design for a 7th generation fighter jet. I didn't realize they'd already made a formation so quickly. Academician Lu. They came to see you. The contributions you've made to the country. To China. You should see it with your own eyes. Sun Lao opened his mouth. Lu Yu understood in his heart that the subtext he didn't say was, I'm afraid that if Lu Yu dies, I won't have a chance to see him again. So they're in a hurry. Just to go faster. Way faster. Bringing a formation of fighters to visit Lu Yu. It was also a way for everyone to be able to know that Huaxia was always working for Lu Yu. Nor would Lu Yu have any regrets. But Lu Yu didn't blame them for thinking this way. Like yourself. In this state, according to normal people, it would have been gone a long time ago. It might even revive without even being there in the first place. But Lu Yu was able to hold firm and struggle through time and time again. It's a miracle. And no one knows how long that miracle will last. I'm having fun, Lu Yu said with a smile as he waved his hand in the direction of the fighter. He was genuinely happy. To be able to see something you designed with your own hands, presented in front of you like this, is not a waste of all the hard work you've done. And in fact, at this time, within the Jiangcheng territory, many people had seen it. Not just the general public, but many spies from various countries. Now it could be said that Jiangcheng had the largest estimated number of spies in the world. Many people tried to do everything they could to get close to the hospital, even to be able to seize first-hand information in Lu Yu's hands. It's better to kill, or take away Lu Yu, but it's clear that no one has been able to pull it off. But even so, it's a great choice to be able to stay here, get a first-hand account here. And let's not talk about the 100th secret. There's also the saying that there's no such thing as defense against thieves the day before, eh? Maybe say, just in case say, that there is an opportunity, or whichever security just got lax, gave them a chance to take advantage of it. They will then do whatever it takes to get any little bit of information. Of course, they persisted in their squatting and finally got the shocking news on this one. Huaxia's 7th generation fighters surprisingly appeared directly. At once so many people hiding inside the corners of the shadows were incredibly excited to capture the whole scene. There's a lot of technology that can be analyzed out of all of them with this image. Sure enough, we didn't choose the wrong target. The root of everything lies in this Lu Yu. As long as we keep it here, we're sure to get something. Someone said darkly. Of course they also knew that it must have been deliberate on the part of the Chinese side to allow them to film it. In other words, Huaxia is not afraid of such technology leakage. Also, the photos they get are not exclusive to them. Rather, almost anyone who sends a spy here gets a copy. This is where the strong confidence and backbone of Huaxia lies. They are not afraid of the leakage of technology at all, nor are they afraid of your defense. Or even, it's not even something we can defend against. A little day in the life of a Sakura chicken family spoke up. The little days are very well researched for HWA. They are a learning people. Which, all other things aside, is their strength? Of course, they'll never learn Colonel. For example, if you learn Huaxia, there is a classic saying that if you learn to look 3 times like a human being, you think you are really a human being. Learn from the West. And they don't learn well. One has to admire their perseverance in this regard though. And this little day was no ordinary spy. They entered China directly through diplomatic channels. Let everyone be able to clearly know that they walked in bright and early. They learn about repatriation and are able to continue to follow in the footsteps of China. Therefore, he came to Jiangcheng on purpose. It was also one of a group of people who were able to take a photo and send it back to us with a straight face. Suddenly, he noticed something. On top of the streets, more and more Chinese people walked out into the streets. They are coming to see the results of academician Lu Yu. For academician Lu Yu, they defend and honor him from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, it's adoration, not reverence. It was Lu Yu who brought a new look to the city of Jiangcheng. It was Lu Yu's appearance that made Jiangcheng the top academic exchange center in the entire world. A lot of study sessions are held over here. Moreover, many people wanted to come and visit Lu Yu. Just like the last time, many people thought Lu Yu had died and countless people came to see him off. The least noteworthy economies have been boosted quite a bit because of him. Not to mention the rest of the chain. The early nano-flying blades, now the Nano Research Center in Liancheng, have become the world's top nano research institute, and many new uses have been developed. Based on the nano-flying blade material developed by Lu Yu, many extensions were made to its properties. What's that? Is the Air Force here to see academician Lu Yu? Why does this fighter jet look so strange? It's different from anything we've seen before. It's definitely not something we regular people can see. Could it be academician Lu Yu's new research? That's definitely true. So, these pilots, they are here to let academician Lu Yu see the real results. Let academician Lu Yu have no regrets in his heart. This fighter, it must be awesome. Countless people were mingling in the streets. As they guessed, Huaxia published it without fear of spies finding out. Neither prohibits people from taking pictures and discussing them. There is already a very deep mode of technology in these. Many of the new technologies are not even available globally. The kind that Hawk Jam can't do anything about by looking at it. Confidentiality. That's because I'm afraid you'll learn. How can you learn if you can't even read it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why the hell am I not from Jiangcheng? So many people were there. So excited. If only I could be there. Have you seen academician Lu Yu? Suddenly someone picked up their cell phone and turned on the live broadcast, and the camera caught Lu Yu standing in the window doorway. Look, that's academician Lu Yu. He's waving at us. So many people were beyond excited. They watched Lu Yu stand up for the first time. In fact, behind Lu Yu, it was Jiang Yan and Lu Ruyan and the others who were holding up the fort. But not wanting anyone to see this image, they hide it well. Lu Yu was also in a good mood. Suddenly there was a sense that it was not in vain. Chapter 147 Lu Yu's decision. Reflections on Europe. On the edge of the hospital perimeter, he looked at the 7th-generation fighters in the sky and at the countless people who had gathered. He laughed. Academician Lu Yu, this fighter jet was developed, and it hasn't been named yet. What do you think would be an appropriate name? Sun Lao opened his mouth and asked. Lu Yu thought for a moment and said, there is no flyer in the world more honored than the Phoenix. With the name of the Phoenix clan, it should be okay. How about a divine phoenix for a name? Lu Yu said with a smile. Elder Sun thought briefly, then nodded his head uncontrollably. The name of divine phoenix is indeed good. Good. It's settled. In fact, no matter what name Lu Yu took, he would adopt it. Making this appearance was still based on respect for Lu Yu. Didn't want Lu Yu to feel like they chose his name because of their emotional issues with him. Not to mention, the name of this divine phoenix was good in itself. How could Lu Yu not know what he was thinking? But he didn't care. It's really quite satisfying to be able to see that. Suddenly, the divine phoenix fighter in the air moved directly. Perform a variety of difficult maneuvers in the air. Take for example the motorized cobra, also like the aerial scalpel. And so on a series of difficult maneuvers were done. And multiple replicas were made. Once upon a time, such flying stunts were all about killing on the battlefield. One at a time this maneuver, depending on the performance of the fighter, then teases the enemy and eventually shoots them down. This maneuver is a great test of the driver's skill. Again, it's a great test of the fighter's performance issues. If the fighter can't do it, everything said and done is for naught. And now, with the 7th generation fighters, these maneuvers are nothing more than the most routine. And a lot of it seems that this kind of action has become a basic performance item, because the speed of the Divine Phoenix fighter was simply too fast, and the targeting system, the guidance system is unbelievably advanced. Right now, there was no country in the world, no breed of fighter, that could have a chance of being able to fight a close battle with the Divine Phoenix fighter. Most of them are presumably unaccountably gone before they are even encountered. To be honest, in a way, the materials of the Divine Phoenix fighter were incredibly sturdy. In a cruder way, a return to the Cold War era, it's that the pilot, or drone can just crash all of the opponent's fighters, and the Divine Phoenix fighter won't be very damaged. The opponents simply can't capture it, regardless of stealth performance or speed. None of them are capable of what other fighters can do, just, really crushing it. In the old days, perhaps a fighter that fell a generation short had a chance to fight maneuvers, guts, and finally melee. There is a low probability of being able to beat it, but in front of the Divine Phoenix fighter, everything was false. It's too late to do anything about it. They're just completely nil. It's still a nuclear-powered fighter with controlled fusion. To put it bluntly, none of the pilots thought to be available now are good enough to utilize the Divine Phoenix fighter. It's only optimal to set a mode for him when unmanned and he automatically adapts himself. Of course, this is not abandoning the pilots. There are still roles for pilots, such as communication access, and again, some other demo functions. And then there are performance programs like today's. Then there are some specific execution tasks. Still need those pilots. Well, if you look at it from that perspective, it's something you need to sacrifice some performance to do, and you can get on the pilot. Heavens, that Lu Yu is truly damned. How could Huaxia have such good luck? Eagle Jam's spy was gritting his teeth even more at the moment. The EU, the spies of Ouroboros, are realizing a problem. The landscape of this world should really change. Not the ones that were speculated about before, but now the ones that are actually in front of the crowd. They couldn't even get used to it for a while yet. A new overlord had appeared. In the old days, the Europe was the center. Later, Hawk Jam replaced them and told them to go doggy. Now, back to the east. Yes, they remembered that once the culture of China had taken Europe by storm. They were proud to use silk and porcelain. Now, it seems to be going back to those years. They rarely acknowledged these histories before because they felt they were the best in recent times. So why bother with those past events? But dialoguing about HWA, this has to be brought up. A lot of people can't take it. It's a better way to get people to rise to the occasion. Now, at last, we see the scene. After a few decades, someone with a picture of the divine phoenix fighter jet commented so. We couldn't have predicted at that time that the rise of China was so fast that we couldn't even accept it. Before we could react, he was back on top of his throne. All of this, while the people of China are thrilled, there are also many who feel that they deserve it, and even feel that this is what they should be doing. And, in fact, that's the reality. We have dug up the silver mines of South America by looting, killing, and taking the treasure, and also gutted the resources of the world. Even the slaves of Africa worked for us. It took 300 years to finally catch up with this huge country, and to this day, they sleep and wake up, and they are not stained with any blood, so we have to admit that we just aren't as good as them. And it all came down to a young man called Liu Yu. He was only in his 20s then, but he changed the course of history. Without him, Huaxia might have caught up too, but it would have been slower and encountered more challenges, like from Hawk Jam. Oh, now, they don't seem to be able to call it Eagle Jam. That's a place of rot and decay. The point I'm more puzzled about now is whether it's because of Huaxia that we have Liu Yu, or whether it's because of Liu Yu that we have the current Huaxia. We have been emphasizing why. In Europe, research scholars like Liu Yu cannot be born. He is a legend, forging countless miracles. Each time his research results, it only takes 3 hours to make them. It's rumored that even the air and sky motherships, and the first generation of divine phoenix fighters, are all like this. The story, even later in Europe, spread like wildfire all over Eagle Jam and the rest of them. Many people sadly feel that the world's dwelling in should belong to that group of Chinese. The white supremacy they gloated about for years is now bull *********. And at that moment, Liu Yu had already made a decision in his mind. This time, I will only succeed. I want. Come completely alive. I'm a real person. Chapter 148, Liu Yu, I can die. But I will not be manipulated. The external boom continues. But Liu Yu had already come back to lie on the bed. It's a no regrets for myself, I guess. He wasn't entirely sure, but such a day and night of one torture was not what he needed either. This time he still called for Ruyan Lu. You mean, there's going to be another surgery? You don't think the last surgery was a failure? Ruyan Lu stared at Liu Yu with wide eyes, unable to believe it. Obviously last time, Liu Yu was dying. Also, the consciousness transplant he made, the artificial brain, was able to have certain brainwaves that would resonate in addition to that. Basically, there is no manifestation. Even when Liu Yu left the hospital bed, he didn't need to take this artificial brain with him. Of course it didn't fail. It just wasn't that successful at the time. Otherwise I wouldn't be dead. Liu Yu smiled. He took the artificial brain next to the bed in his hand. A seemingly simple thing. It's the deep brain machine built as a vehicle for the core. The design of its content is actually difficult. And it is the thought process and the deep brain machine that are most critical. You're going to have to prepare me a bit too much this time. These are all yours to go. Liu Yu gave a list of materials. Ruyan Lu took it and looked at Liu Yu with fierce shock. Liu Yu's vision was just too bold and too huge. It even made her feel appalled. Can this even be considered in the realm of a human being even if it works? She couldn't predict. After coming out from inside the hospital room, Ruyan Lu had been in a deep tangle. Should we tell Sun Lao and the others about this surgery? After her last surgery, she was actually scared. She was afraid that Liu Yu would die just like that. And Sun Lao up there had already said, but all surgeries involving Liu Yu must be reported. Because the top needs to be responsible for the safety of Liu Yu's life. Definitely can't let Liu Yu die in the middle of an unexplained surgery. Liu Yu didn't talk to them. Not that he didn't trust them, but he didn't want to bring too much interference. Now that Liu Yu had chosen her once again, she felt even more pressure than she had carried last time. How to make a choice between trusting Liu Yu completely and making a choice for the sake of Liu Yu's life and safety. Why did you choose me? Ruyan Lu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. In fact, within her heart, Liu Yu had chosen her twice, and she had the satisfaction of being believed within her. It is this that makes it all the more important for her to take responsibility for her choices. She couldn't let Liu Yu go off in some dangerous direction by herself for no apparent reason. Inside her own office, sitting up all night, incredibly tired, her gaze eventually hardened. If guilty, let me take the blame. If it were me, it's hard to say whether I'd have the courage to live at this level, so I'm going to help him, and only I can help him. Ruyan Lu felt that the only way she could afford Liu Yu's trust was if she believed in his choice. She acted exactly like she did inside her weekdays and even relaxed her lifestyle. For the time being, the physical care of Liu Yu will be coordinated by other healthcare professionals. For herself, she chose to rest well. She needed her most energetic phase to operate on Liu Yu. There must not be any accidents. Suddenly, she also understood why Liu Yu wanted to walk out of the hospital at this time. To take a look outside. It also knew Liu Yu's determination. Host, Your behavior is extremely dangerous behavior. Please consider it carefully. Within Lu Yu's space of consciousness, the system spoke of its own accord. Lu Yu didn't even ask for it, and it popped up automatically. Lu Yu smiled bashfully. What are you worried about? Worried there won't be a minion for you to drive? Actually, in some ways, I do have you to thank for that. You helped me fulfill my dream of scientific research. I like it very much, but the conditions that restrict me, I'm not happy about. Lu Yu said indifferently. It is responsible for the safety of your own life. For the system to find a new host requires a lot of scouting. This system does not wish to replace a new host. This is a long process for the system. After searching for hundreds of years within the 9th level civilization of the universe, you were finally chosen. You surely have your own exceptional qualities. Can you see what I mean? The system spoke up. Rarely, Lu Yu heard a little flavor of emotion inside the system's voice, though the voice reads as robotic as ever. Lu Yu suddenly laughed and shook his head. My mind is made up. Last time, you interfered with my surgery. If you continue to interfere this time, hey! Lu Yu smiled. He was never a character at the mercy of others. He grew up without parents, in an orphanage, and was able to work his way up from the lowest, most unassisted rung of the ladder to a PhD candidate in mathematics at the National University. He would have even graduated from his doctorate long ago if not for Chen Kasin's intentional difficulties. Not as talented as some of the top math scholars, I guess, but he wasn't wrong to ask himself. And while the system provided some help in terms of research, the man himself was the main thing. Also, within his upbringing, who knows what kind of darkness he could go through. With the assurance of this system in China, one can only say that he can grow up healthy. To achieve anything, you have to earn it. A better existence needs to be earned. A better life needs to be fought for. Better schools, better resources and more, all need to be fought for by him. He doesn't have any background. How could he accept being at the mercy of others when he had come this far on his own? The last surgery failed. In a sense, it can't be called a failure. After being carefully thought over by Lu Yu, he pinned the culprit behind it on the system. What the system needs is a pure research scholar. He wondered if Lu Yu would still have the possibility of drilling so deeply into the verification when he was well. So, he chose to just keep it going. Maintain the status quo. Even the longevity reward given to Lu Yu was always maintained at around 30 days. Even if it has been exceeded recently. Basically, it won't take more than 2 months. And then, after seeing the gradual deterioration of Lu Yu's health, he gave a special medicine for pancreatic cancer. Well, it's a very small part. It was just a temporary curb on Lu Yu's physical deterioration. It's not that he doesn't have this medicine. Rather, he doesn't need someone out of his control, including that one experiment with an artificial brain, a consciousness transplant. It looks like it was woken up by the system at the end. But in reality, Lu Yu carefully thought down, the only is the possibility of the system artificial intervention. Chapter 149, Betrayal of the System. Surgery begins. That scene was like the first time he was taken to the hospital. The consciousness had fallen into a deep slumber, and only the system could wake him up. And this process was never interfered with by Lu Yu. If it was a single incident, Lu Yu could still possibly believe that it was his own problem. What about all these things that limit themselves one by one and then associate them together? He's certainly not stupid for being able to do so much scientific research. Have you really decided? The system asked again. Of course, Lu Yu said with incomparable firmness. I just don't want you to die. The system said again. Yeah, if I do die, you have the power to save me if it's short enough, right? Of course, you can choose to leave now. I can be left to die on my own. You go find the next host. We'll do both. But if you choose to remain in me and continue to choose me as a host, then, only listen to me. Must listen to me. Otherwise, the next time you so choose, then let us wait together for the final countdown of our lifespan. He really can't do anything about the system. There was nothing he could do to destroy this amazing system, but he has the option of swinging for the fences. What makes a system a system? He must necessarily carry some purpose, or some mission. According to Lu Yu's conjecture, perhaps it was inside a certain civilization only, which had come to a standstill in its development, or perhaps, inside some kind of impending crisis, their scientific research techniques ended up being unable to intercept it. So there are a handful of people who end up casting the system, looking for a host that can arrive at a level of scientific research that can withstand the crisis as soon as possible on the path of faster development. Lu Yu didn't know how high or how deep it was to fulfill their requirements, but certainly not low. From the name of this system, take your life and do research. Then again, looking at the compactness of the quests that the system has released time and time again, the situation is not encouraging. He can accept to research himself, deeply, and even give up a lot of things, but it's not accepted that way. or even within a scam. There is artificial interference in one's life. I hope you won't disappoint me with your choice. It was a long time before the system spoke again. The sound came into Lu Yu's ears, not even the mechanized simulation. Instead, it was a vague sigh. Lu Yu released a smile. Sure enough, he had guessed it. Under these circumstances, he suddenly relaxed in his mind. Those things, to be honest, were based on his guesses. It wasn't verified. Although the system didn't answer positively, it was equivalent to verifying his guess. His last surgery for a consciousness transplant did not fail. With this look down, Lu Yu had a good amount of confidence, even while waiting for Ruyan Lu to prepare. And with great interest, he began to study the information on the curvature ship up. Inside today's real world, curvature spaceships are certainly in a theory, and there is very little information, but it gave Lu Yu a basic understanding and knowledge. This is really not a scientific project that can be done at the current level of scientific research. The one precondition that made Lu Yu choose to have a showdown with the system was the scientific research of this curvature ship. This is a level of scientific research of a civilization-spanning nature. He had over 30 days left, which didn't count for much. If the system insists on blocking it, there may not be time to work on it. The system also certainly wouldn't replace a host so easily, and it could even be said that the system changing hosts itself had restrictions on him. Therefore, Lu Yu would rather bet against him. From what I've seen so far, he's gambled successfully. Curvature spaceships. Curvature. Lu Yu's eyes gradually gathered, until he was awakened by Ruyan Lu. Everything you need is ready, Lu Ruyan said as she looked at Lu Yu with a complicated gaze. But your surgery, it's already known by Sun Lao and the others. She spoke again. Lu Yu was not surprised. His current ward was not in the least bit overly lined to protect against the threats to him from the outside. And the last surgical mishap, at least in their eyes, it was impossible to have no defense against Ruyan Lu. So, he was prepared to be known by Sun Lao and the others from the start. They didn't stop it, did they? It was my own request, Lu Yu said. Yes, they didn't block it, but they're all guarding the outside of the ward now. Elder Sun said that he would provide us with everything we need. He can't stand in the way of your personal choice. He also said that it might be the best path for you personally. They can't be selfish and keep you sick and suffering for the sake of scientific results, Ruyan Lu said. Lu Yu nodded slightly, naturally knowing this in his heart. So, let's get started. Lu Yu laughed. A repeat of the last surgery, but of course, even easier than the last. But at the same time, I'm not just satisfied with a consciousness transplant anymore. You know what I mean. You should have memorized the procedure for the surgery, Lu Yu said. Memorized? Ruyan Lu took a deep breath. She simulated her surgical situation over and over again inside her head. Even did 2 simulation experiments with the big body teachers. Only then did he step into the ward again. You take a break. I'm preparing you for surgery now. For this procedure, there can be no anesthesia. The anesthetic will put the person inside a deep sleep. This will have a difficult process for the consciousness transplant itself. Therefore, Lu Yu intended to be more conscious this time, so that he could wake up and feel the changes. And outside the operating room, at this moment, Elder Sun and the others were sitting with incomparable solemnity. Soon the chief himself arrived. What's the situation? The operation has just begun. The chief opened his mouth and asked. He was eager. They had, to put it bluntly, let Lu Yu have no regrets before. And they had sensed something, sensing the urgent nature of Lu Yu's scientific research. As expected, the guesses were the same as what they thought, and Lu Yu's decision really surprised them extremely. Although there was no exact one answer here in Ruyan Lu, but judging from the materials that were delivered, they already had a presumption in their minds. Even if they can't read it, the think tanks, and the team of top doctors, will give them an answer. It's us who have neglected academician Lu Yu's feelings. He has been tormented to such an extent. We should have thought of something earlier, Sun Lao said with a somewhat ugly face. The chief couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What can we do about it? To put it simply, who else but academician Lu Yu himself could come up with such a crazy scheme? And just then, a piece of news, but suddenly broke the whole network. Academician Lu Yu volunteered to be sent inside the operating room. Chapter 150, Is he really going to die? Full net watch. A live feed with only one ward in it. Inside the ward, the lights were on. However, in such a monotonous live room, it was surprising that millions of people instantly flooded in. Even after just tens of minutes, it had broken 10 million. And it's still pouring in. Is this where academician Lu Yu operates? That's right, as I've just said. It's the surgery inside his personal ward. The one who operated the surgery was Ruyan Lu. Why is it her again? I remember she failed last time. Can we get someone else? I'm worried about academician Lu Yu. I can't, because this is the candidate picked by academician Lu Yu himself. And this surgery's rumored to be very special. Pray, may academician Lu Yu's surgery be successful. The pop-ups on the live feed. Rows of prayer candles fluttered up. Tens of millions of people, all waiting here. Countless people were frightened, as if it was their loved ones who had entered the operating room. Probably even they wouldn't be this nervous going into an operating room on their own. At this moment, they felt incomparably anxious. This is their Lu Yu academician who was suffering from life and death ordeal. Academician Lu Yu could have done so much for them, saved so many people and changed so many habits. To how many people who have fallen into despair? Got hope. Even those who have hacked him can't say anything at this point, as long as they are not purely bought by money. But anyone with a bit of a conscience at this time of year, he would always remember one good thing about Lu Yu. It was Lu Yu who saved them, who gave them the right to live a second time. The potent drug for Alzheimer's is the equivalent of letting some people live again. Live plainly, Deep Brain Machine has awakened who knows how many people and given hope to how many families. There are also inventions of exoskeletal mechanical battle armor, artificial organs, controlled nuclear fusion, and even lithium air batteries, to name a few. They can't veto the fact that these things have made their way into every aspect of life. Even now landing on the moon has become so simple and easy. Lu Yu had done so much for them, but Lu Yu didn't know the exact result. With his current illness, he opted for surgery. But they can't help with anything. One can only pray silently within this broadcast. Even the pop-ups became rare and silent, all lined up with regular prayers of blessing. The lights in the operating room went from daylight to darkness, and from darkness to daylight again. Instead of decreasing, the number of people in the live room grew. Even the numbers have crossed the 100 million mark. I don't know how many people have stood guard after learning the news. It was as if they were here to integrate Honda's wishes and could assist Lu Yu. There's nothing they can do about it. It's the most sincere feeling they have. And within the live broadcast, there were not only people from the country, but also a lot of people from outside the network. Some for Lu Yu's approval. They bypassed the heavy obstacles and climbing walls to come here to squat. Want to see this legend able to stand up again. And of course there are a lot of hacks, spies from the extranet, looking forward to getting the first scoop. But even then, they didn't dare to bring the tempo on the public screen, because the very first ones that have shown up, people have been arrested and made the news. They just want to get first-hand information and report back. Most in the end result is certainly not the good one. Hopefully Lu Yu will die. Lu Yu's appearance broke the balance of all scientific research rules, has caused an extremely visible tear in Earth's civilization. Outside of Huaxia, it is still at a level 1 civilization, or a level 0, 8 civilization. Only Huaxia is moving towards a second-class civilization. As long as Lu Yu is dead, it was impossible for Huaxia to actually forcefully go and unify the planet because it was hard to control over. Then over time, there will always be an outflow of technology that will slowly give other countries the possibility of catching up. Otherwise Huaxia is independent of the Earth, became a peculiar race of gods now. There is also the possibility of a united world state. Eventually technology will equalize. It will spread externally with some regularity. But it's different when Lu Yu is alive, and no one knows where his stopping point is. So, whether it's an enemy of Huaxia or an ally of Huaxia, none of them wanted Lu Yu to continue living. At this point, within a research base, it was as if the newborn intelligence had sensed some message. Is it his presence? He seems tough. During this time, the nascent smarts have been growing extremely fast, to say the least. He has been able to understand human emotions, or even a mature mind. There was no longer a difference between him and a human if he had a human body. The difference is that he is able to save back and forth between data networks. If he wants to get out, no one can stop him. But for the grassroots orders Lu Yu gave him, do not harm humans and follow their rules, and so on, he's not going to go against it. However, he couldn't wait this time. In his heart, he had always treated Lu Yu as if he was his father, though he now understood that Lu Yu was not his biological father. Thus, with a brain movement, he directly split a set of data and formed a new one, then quickly dived within the ward, watching every move within the ward. Mom, you can rest for a while. This surgery for academician Lu Yu must be very difficult. By this time, you need to eat too. You eat and I'll pray with you. Within a private house, the room was simple and even a little dim, but inside the hut, a bodhisattva's face is enshrined. An old man in his 70s of grade was sitting on his knees on a futon. She hadn't eaten for a day. Shut up. How can you lie in front of a bodhisattva? As long as academician Lu Yu can get well. What's wrong with being hungry? Don't you forget. He was the one who saved your old mom in the first place. The old man said angrily. Being his son is beyond helpless. Of course he knew how much Lu Yu had helped their family. His income is low, but was able to treat the mother. His mother, the old man, used to be extremely unlucky, so to speak. He had Alzheimer's at the age of 60. And then he was in a car accident that left him disabled with broken limbs. Also fell into a deep slumber. In the midst of his slumber, he also found out about stomach cancer and a host of other things. It could be said that Lu Yu had researched a number of topics related to medicine, all of which she had bumped into. This son is also very filial and has been taking care of his mother in every way possible. When the first potent Alzheimer's medication appeared, he bought it for his mother with the attitude of trying it out. Chapter 151, Lu Yu's last farewell letter. But at that time no effect was shown. How could he possibly be able to treat Alzheimer's because his mother was in a coma and her consciousness was asleep? But then came the deep brain machines, the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, and so on. Revived the old man. Revived. Not only that, but after waking up, he had a stomach transplant. It ended up costing over $1,000 to have the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor installed. It is safe to say that this mother, who appears to be elderly, is actually physically much stronger in many ways than he is as a youngster. Only, after all, the body is the mother's own. He respected Lu Yu, but he was also heartbroken for his mother. "Mom, I'll just kneel instead of you. You eat first. I'll wait with you then." The son said this, but in the end, he could not resist his mother and had to accompany the bodhisattva together. He doesn't believe in bodhisattvas or the so-called gods and goddesses, but at this time, he really wished for a god, being able to help Lu Yu through the surgery. People like him abound even more. The simple people of the populace who could not come up with anything more that could support Lu Yu. It would have to be the simplest and most innocent faith. Hopefully faith will help Lu Yu. And at that moment, inside the operating room, Lu Ruyan, who hadn't stopped for more than 20 hours, was already slightly pale. The tiredness was more than enough to make her feel shaky. Only her eyes, her hands, remained steady. There was no deviation from the scalpel. Still very stable. She knew very well that every move she made was a sign of Lu Yu's trust in her. But this time, she always had a feeling. It will work. She wasn't sure if she was feeling right, but it gave her a great deal of faith support. There's one last step. Ruyan Lu took a deep breath, her eyes coalescing with incomparable determination. The tiny chip in Lu Yu's brain ended up being installed into a small apparatus that had been set up before, also known as an artificial brain. Suddenly, a spark lit up. A shock went through her mind. But then, above the machine beside her, brainwaves were seen moving. Success? She was violently ecstatic. But Lu Yu hadn't responded yet, and she knew she couldn't rush. She had to wait for that moment, waiting for Lu Yu's consciousness to awaken. Finally, for a few moments, it was as if the fire of the soul was ignited. The frequency of the brainwaves is rapidly becoming greater, getting more active. Suddenly, the front camera of that artificial brain lit up. The mouth set below began to move. "Congratulations on completing the world's first consciousness transplant." Lu Yu's voice came out from inside. Ruyan Lu was overjoyed and so excited that she couldn't speak properly. But Lu Yu continued, "This is still only the first step. You still have subsequent steps." Ruyan Lu nodded heavily. Of course she knows this, but the subsequent steps have long been less difficult compared to this crucial step. This surgery, why isn't it done yet? Sun Lao was already anxiously walking back and forth outside the surgery door. 30 hours. Ignoring the success of the surgery. It's the doctor she's having a hard time holding on to. The whole time, the only coke that Ruyan Lu brought in herself. Other than that, nothing. Only the little bit of sugar from the coke was sustaining Ruyan Lu. He was worried that if it was Ruyan Lu's lack of stamina that caused Lu Yu's surgery to fail, that would be a great sin. "You doctors, stand by to take over. This is an operation that none of you have ever done though. But if a situation arises inside, such as Ruyan Lu fainting, rescue academician Lu Yu at all costs. See what I mean?" Sun Lao said seriously. The chief also frowned and closed his eyes. The whole thing was sitting straighter than straight. Too, it is as if it were a C-pin. His hands, however, unconsciously gripped his pants. Inside, he was equally unsettled. Not to mention, the millions of people outside who had gathered spontaneously, and hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream. "Sun Lao, this is the last thing elder brother wrote. He wants it handed to you after I get back and get some rest." Jiang Yan definitely didn't have a good rest. How could she be able to rest when her senior brother was having an operation? Suffice it to say, she's just as crouched right here, waiting for the possibility of any outcome to happen. On her finger she wore the small ring that Lu Yu had made for her that day from grass and flowers. It looks a little wilted today, but she didn't mind at all. Instead, he wore it on his hand as if it were a treasure. Wearing a ring finger. The meaning of this is just as clear to her as it is to herself. She knew that elder brother had deliberately sidetracked her, not wanting her to see the scene, but she couldn't do it. Sun Lao took the note and opened it, suddenly bursting into tears. All the property, prizes, money, etc., which the state has given me, originates from the whole community. I wish I had finally made a decision to take all this money and donate it to the poor and backward. I want to be able to make it possible for all the little children in the mountains to go to school and read and to have a quiet desk. Sun Lao held the note and muttered. He was reading it for everyone inside the broadcast room to hear. In addition, I also hope that I can make the children in the world who grew up in orphanages not be discouraged. They are also independent individuals. Don't feel inferior and go forward. Huaxia is always behind us. Well, give a portion to these orphanages. Finally, Lu Yu's falling pen. Is this how academician Lu Yu has predicted his end? He's clearly giving an account of the aftermath. Please, knife, I don't want to use the Lu Yu knife. I really can't take it. Up to this moment, he was still thinking about his country, about China, about those children in the mountains, about the children in the orphanage. Maybe he didn't have a good childhood, so he went looking for one all his life. Or it may be that Wachovia gave him light in his dimmest hours, and he has spent his life using his light to illuminate others. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups were swished all over with Lu Yu's letters. It was the most gripping moment for everyone. He doesn't seem to be looking forward to this surgery, this ending, himself, and he's just trying to do the last thing he can do. I really don't understand why there are still black people out there that would look down on him and think everything about him is false. Or maybe it's a personal attack on him. Really, please shut up. I thought of the old days, when he said, after I die, everyone will be like a dragon. This is what he expects from all of us. The live feed continues. Just at this moment, however, the operating lights in the hospital room suddenly went out. The closed door, too, finally opened slowly. Ruyan Lu stumbled and almost fell, holding onto the doorframe. How's it going? Chapter 152, Successful Surgery. Lu Yu woke up. Ruyan Lu had already entered her most extreme state by this time, a state in which the whole man is unsteady on his feet. It was only when someone rushed to hold her up that she barely managed not to collapse. What the hell? Someone couldn't wait to ask. In fact, anyone with a bit of conscience shouldn't be so eager to pursue this at this time. But the truth was that people were too worried about Lu Yu's condition. It's not just so many of them on the scene, and the hundreds of millions of viewers inside the live stream. There were also countless people gathered over downstairs, all waiting for a message, for an answer. They earnestly need to know that result. Ruyan Lu looked at the crowd and opened her mouth. Just as she was about to speak, the whole thing flopped to the ground. The crowd was horrified and hurriedly sent Ruyan Lu away to rest, while others were anxious to rush into the ward. The first to bear the brunt of this was naturally Kong Yun. Everyone else can leave anyone out, but only Kong Yun must go in. She didn't care about the so-called scientific research. She just hoped that elder brother was well at this time and that the operation was a success. He was able to survive inside this surgery. That's the best outcome. Some people even couldn't help but look at Lu Ruyan with some complaints in their hearts. You even fainted a little later. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, moreover, exploded at this moment to bombard the brush. What the hell is going on? Hurry up and tell us. Is this Ruyan Lu good or not? This fainted. I'll go. People have been doing surgery for more than 30 hours. It's normal to faint at this time, right? Even if you guys respect Lu Yu anymore, you should also respect the doctor who operated for him, right? There's no way. This is the time of year when the mind blows up and anyone wants that answer. Anyone who wants that answer to be good. But there are also strings of vaguely bandwagons. They don't dare to come out in the open, but can say something less than normal. Lu Yu, he must be tired. Failure is normal. His death is the best ending for him personally. Don't look forward to it. Lu Yu must have known that he was bound to die before he had this surgery. This so-called surgery is nothing more than his own path to death. I've researched all the information, and at his level of advanced pancreatic cancer, there's basically no salvation. It's spread all over his body. There are cancer cells all over his body, and he's in agony every day. Not to mention, people really do believe in this rhythm. Some people who are already pessimistic can easily be led to believe this, but can't hold the anger of more people. This kind of pop-ups, even if swish and disappear, can't resist the anger and persistence of some people. So hard to find these pop-ups to report off. Those spies sitting in front of the screen were a little confused for a moment. Can this also be reported off and be successful? But most of the attention was on the doorway position of the ward. Who wanted to know more? Exactly one answer. So more people are anxious. Those who were there, right downstairs watching the live stream, couldn't wait to rush upstairs at this time, to see it for themselves, to rush in themselves. Elder Sun and the others took a deep breath. No one is allowed inside the ward except for Jiang Yan. Don't disturb academician Lu Yu until there are definite results. With so many people going in, for one thing, it's possible to drive some bacteria in. That's why everyone who goes in must be strictly guarded. Once a small problem occurs at this juncture, it may bring results that no one is willing to accept. And of all people, the most qualified are just two. One is Ruyan Lu, who is the attending physician. It's the performer of the surgery. But she had fainted. So now there's just one Kongyun left. Jiang Yan hurriedly nodded her head. She was anxious in her heart, but she was not willing to harm Lu Yu because of herself. Some medical personnel then, directly after sterilizing Jiang Yan's entire body, changed into protective clothing. It was only then that he solemnly walked to the door of the ward. Kongyun's mood was apprehensive. Her heart was beating so fast that she could even thump to hear the sound of her own heartbeat. Senior brother, you must be alright. Pushing the door open seemed to take every ounce of strength she had in her body. She may not even have the courage to face the scene of defeat. She was afraid of a bad ending. But she's still here. Still on. You can't leave everything up to your senior brother. How else would he deserve to hold his senior brother's ring? She touched the straw ring of a ring woven out of flowers and grasses inside her pocket. And her mind grew firm. Inside everyone's eyes, watching Kongyun go in was incredibly anxious. But no one dared to push any further. Kongyun finally walked within the ward. The familiar smell of disinfectant made her step in carefully. Inside, a separate hospital bed. Lu Yu was lying on it with a pale face. Inside the instrument of detection, there were also some sounds made in a rhythmic and orderly manner. She didn't really understand what was going on with the doctor's instruments and how to read the data, but lately she's learned that she can read. The heart fluctuates up and down the ups and downs. Heart rhythm 98. Normal. There's also a brainwave quiz. Still exists. Was it a success? It was as if a wave of ecstasy had slammed into her heart. Heart beats faster. She stood in front of the hospital bed, afraid to move even a step. She was afraid she had alarmed her senior brother. But there was no thought. She noticed that right next to her, there was a body that was the same height as Lu Yu, only the head had been covered by a white cloth. What's going on here? She was confused for a moment. It could be seen that inside, whether it was the size of the body, tall or short, fat or thin, it was exactly the same as Lu Yu. Could it be? Is it even dead? What kind of surgery was this? She suddenly didn't quite understand. She thought about it. Consciousness transplanted. Does this mean that it failed again? It was as if her heart had been struck hard. The expression became incomparably painful. Even the inside of his eyes were starting to redden and teardrops were brewing. If the surgery fails, will elder brother ever wake up again? All she could feel was her throat drying up at this point. She realized that she was really afraid to look any further. Afraid to think and speculate any further. However, it was at this time, Lu Yu's body suddenly swayed. Immediately afterward, the white cloth next to it moved. She distinctly saw a pair of hands, underneath the white cloth, tugging away. Her eyes were wide, her breath caught, and she felt giddy and overwhelmed. Senior sister, long time no see. In front of Jiang Yan, a mechanical shell that flickered with a slight arc of electricity unexpectedly opened its mouth and said with a flirtatious general smile at Jiang Yan, "Success!" At this moment, Kongyun directly broke down to the point of crying in pain. All of her stress, her defenses, all of them relaxed in this moment. Chapter 153, Mechanical Immortality. Lu Yu unleashed the demons. Shifu. Woo woo. I thought. She couldn't really say the words that followed. Anything about failing, anything about dying. She felt such words were taboo. She was a math researcher who was supposed to trust only the numbers she penciled in. But at this time, she had immense faith in the gods. Fear that those few words would be a punchline to some taboo. Ruyan Lu was really something too. Had to get a white cloth. Said to give me a time to wake up. In fact, Lu Yu's state at this time was also very weak. The consciousness is also very tired. Even if the consciousness transplant was successful, an exoskeleton mechanical battle armor was also assembled, but his consciousness was almost the same as Ruyan Lu's. Not sleeping, even certain surgical procedures, some of the pain, must be endured on your own. Moreover, his own mechanical body was wired to a neural network. At this time, he was also extremely uncomfortable. However, he was feeling better than ever. This weakness is as weak as a temporary lack of strength. It is recoverable. It's not like before, when moments felt like a dam. It's like a person with a problem in their gut. It's like never feeling hungry. And by this time the healing was done, he felt hungry and weak. It was a feeling that was unmistakable. At this moment, Jiang Yan, although looking at this very odd-looking Lu Yu, a completely mechanized Lu Yu, but from Lu Yu's voice, form, it gave her a lot of comfort. Even with this look, which seemed like a flash of lightning, it was as if she had seen that look in her senior brother's eyes. To this face she felt no strangeness or fear. Senior sister, go tell them, just say, I've succeeded. Lu Yu smiled and pulled a mechanical mouthpiece and said. Kongyun hurriedly nodded and walked out. Lu Yu lay on the hospital bed and shook his head, couldn't help but sit up, and then also stood up. My surgery, my guess, was right. I succeeded, he mumbled as he looked down at his torso. But he was also very complicated. He was a human being, a pure human being, a man with birth, old age, sickness, death, mortal flesh and blood. He was able to feel more. However, will one still be considered a person in the future? He doesn't know either. But soon, he put that question-like comment behind him. How can you not be considered a person? My mind, my thinking, my everything still exists. Then I'm a person. It's only the way of survival that is changed in some small way. If even you don't have the means to accept the setup, how can anyone on the outside accept it? Even though he didn't care much about what people on the outside thought, he didn't want people to look at him with strange eyes. Many people can treat themselves with respect out of their scientific achievements and out of various capacities, but that look, for sure, can't be hidden. Fortunately, survived. Sure enough, it's you, dog system. The corner of Lu Yu's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This dog of a system screwed itself over last time and almost made itself think that this path was wrong and wrong again. If you do give up, you might really miss a good opportunity. He didn't study this for the moment, though, and instead looked to his body proper. It's an amazing feeling, looking at your body lying on top of a hospital bed and the detailed data fluctuations. Only the brainwaves inside his body were gone. The brainwaves on the testing apparatus were from this new body of his own. This kind of marvelous feeling, only one person in the whole world can have it, right? He couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart. I'm a ing genius. What to do with the ontology is also a problem though. Should they be destroyed, or retained? When he said destruction, he instantly shook his head and put it behind him. He couldn't manage to look straight at himself being destroyed. And there's also the crucial factor that he's just succeeded and nobody knows what kind of situation he's in. If any changes occurred next, without the body as a carrier, one might be in more trouble. One more question, if one can survive well, or if there is any hope of salvation, one should probably return to the human body after all. This may be a person that is obsessed with the body itself. Is your own body better in itself? Apparently not. High-tech means, in a way, Lu Yu could make this body free from old age, sickness and death, and could already live forever in a state. Even if the body is aging, it is completely replaceable. Keep it for now. Besides, I now feel as if there is a bridge that exists vaguely between myself and my own body. So it might be easier if I return. But if I just give up on it, can I find someone else to take over? Lu Yu shook his head, then noticed this body of his now up again. That being said, the body is actually very minimal. How simple it is. There would be just one glowing light, a very small artificial brain using a deep brain machine chip as a vehicle. Then below that, a full exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. This is as his body and arms, being able to perfect some of the moves more, including an analog nervous system inside. It would allow him to maneuver his body easily. Also, he designed something for himself. Maybe it's an obsession with his own flesh. She had Lu Ruyan artificially create 5 internal organs, and all 5 internal organs were gathered and threw on and through his own mechanical body. It actually didn't matter whether any of this was there or not, but Lu Yu did it anyway. These presences do not add any external power to him. It might even be a drag, but he persisted. Maybe that's what reminds him he's a human being, a living man. There are heartbeats. There are the flavors of the meal, even the peristalsis of the colon, etc. Yes, within his body, the organs are now in a living state. If it creates a problem, it will also cause him pain. If cancer occurs, it will also be conducted by the nervous system to feel pain inside his brain. However, he can also be replaced at any time. They were, after all, only to make him feel like he was surviving, but not to be a hindrance. So within a short period of time, Lu Yu finally relaxed. Also, the next intention is to create an appearance for yourself. At least, not to scare people. Dog system, aren't you coming out at this hour? Or are you gone? Lu Yu opened his mouth. A silence without any sound almost made Lu Yu think that the system was some kind of chip planted in his brain that could communicate with his consciousness. If that was the case, Lu Yu would honestly look down on this thing system a bit. Congratulations to the host for saving yourself. Surgery was successful. You have become the first person on Earth who can be called an immortal. But you have thus opened the chains of the devil. Chapter 154, Lu Ruyan blushing. Can that still work? The system appeared and Lu Yu smiled. It seems that this dog system has not finally broken with him. His earlier guess was valid. Instead of finding another host, it might be even less cost-effective for the system than the current Lu Yu. Lu Yu seeks to free himself from this shackle, and the system begs for someone to continue the research. Whether it's for the advancement of scientific civilization or whatever, their purposes do not collide. So is there anything you want to say now? Lu Yu asked. He was curious to know what kind of an attitude the system was carrying. Invite the host to complete his research project. Host only has life left. The system lagged slightly. Lu Yu was now successful in this surgery, and the shackles of longevity no longer existed at all. Ask the host to complete his research project and he will be rewarded accordingly, the system said as it adjusted its words. Lu Yu was also too lazy to pull anything more with the system. All the functions that existed in the previous system are still available, right? Lu Yu once again opened his mouth and asked. Yes. After receiving an affirmative reply from the system, Lu Yu was relieved. Not to mention, the assistance given by the system to given the research environment is still very good, especially that Consciousness Space Research Lab. Not only can it help to gather consciousness and focus more on research projects, there is also the possibility of experimenting on your own out of thin air. Whatever Lu Yu could think of was basically possible in this. For example, this surgery of consciousness transplantation was itself very difficult and unprecedented, never before seen. The system may have, but he didn't provide it. And it was in this research room that Lu Yu completed his initial research, proof that consciousness transplantation can exist. Otherwise, if he were to use himself as a test subject, Lu Yu wouldn't be that desperate to try. Lu Yu nodded and didn't dwell on anything else. As long as the system didn't seem to be kidnapping like before, Lu Yu was still happy to cooperate with the system as much as he did. It's a win-win situation for both sides. Currently, however, his most pressing priority was to get himself a new skin. Just literally. Whether it was the artificial brain or the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, it looked hard to think of him as a normal person. But it's not something that's very challenging. In fact, in terms of the current level of scientific research, even without Lu Yu, artificial skin has already been manufactured. Routing has all been drilled for artificial organs, and being made in full form, a skin isn't that difficult. So he quickly conveyed a message to Kong Yan outside. He needs some manufacturing equipment. It's pinching his own face. After getting the claim, Sun Lao immediately became excited. This proved that what Kong Yan had just come out and said was the truth. Lu Yu really succeeded. Countless people in the live broadcast room at this moment were also excited. Great! Academician Lu Yu has really succeeded. Our academician Lu Yu has survived. There was no failure this time. That means he won't suffer from the disease in the future. But why doesn't academician Lu Yu come out? Let's see academician Lu Yu. Academician Lu Yu has just finished his surgery. Surely he still needs to rest. A riot of pop-ups swept across the screen. Countless people cheered. And even outside the hospital the sound of laughter was heard rising and falling. It was an extremely meaningful day for them. The older ones, the ones who prayed to God and Buddha, even returned thanks to their faith. But they also wanted to see, more than anything else, Lu Yu to be able to stand in front of them in person, to be able to show them. But they didn't do anything to force the issue. They also knew that Lu Yu needed a recovery period. The mind is even stronger about prayer. As for Sun Lao's side, the first time he brought the top equipment and sent it inside Lu Yu's hospital room. Lu Yu doesn't go out for the past few days' time either. Lu Ruyan, who had rested well, also joined the operation. Lu Yu also only authorized Lu Ruyan and Jiang Yan to be able to enter. To put it bluntly, he installs 5 organs for himself in order to still not forget that he is still a human being. If too many people know, too many people see themselves in this state, it's hard for them to see themselves as a normal person anymore. Artificial dermatoglyphics are made from your own cellular skin culture. This one should be more flattering to yourself. Also, your face actually has some difficulty. It's going to take some adjusting on your part that might be better. Ruyan Lu spoke and gave Lu Yu his own advice as he plastered his skin. Honestly, after she woke up, people were confused. She didn't even think that she had lasted more than 30 hours and had finished hard. And it worked. Because of her last failure, she had a psychological shadow, and now the gloom was cleared. She regained that unmistakable confidence. The success of this surgery gave her a boost. Lu Yu nodded. Of course he knew the face pinching part was hard. This face of his own, he didn't want to face others with a strange face. Secondly, it's still a face that looks more comfortable on its own. The important thing is that he's handsome in his own face. 2. Lu Yu himself then researched a face pinching technique of human skin lamination with the help of the research lab in the consciousness space. The complexity of it is not high. The skin of the person's own face is taken and cell culture is performed. Then the whole face is propped up with some bracing techniques and finally well planned. The surgical lights inside the ward were once again on. But this time no one could have guessed that Lu Yu was inside doing a minor surgery for medical beauty. A few hours later, Ruyan Lu got up, and it feels incredibly relaxing. After a large hour-long surgical procedure, this kind of surgery, even in her mind, was no longer a thing. At this time, Lu Yu's body was like being wrapped in a dumpling, with countless layers of white gauze. These grafts of skin have been completely fitted to his body. The important thing is how to form a circulatory system, combined with its own neurons. These steps are extremely subtle. Luckily, With Lu Yu's guidance, Ruyan Lu completed it smoothly. Do I need to remove the gauze? Ruyan Lu asked. Bring me the mirror. I'll take it apart myself, Lu Yu said. He took it upon himself to peel back the layers of gauze from his body, then stood naked in front of the mirror, looking at his familiar face, and this body that had actually changed slightly. Can't help but be in a bit of a trance. However, Lu Yu suddenly noticed that Lu Ruyan seemed to twist her head a little unnaturally. Both faces were even more rapidly scarlet. He froze violently and whirled around to look back inside the mirror, then snapped out of it. He crowed. Turns out I forgot to get dressed. Chapter 155 National University. Lu Yu is back. Lu Ruyan as a doctor. Usually in her eyes, men and women are no different. Only the patient is identified. She hadn't thought about this scenario before, but she didn't expect that Lu Yu just removed the gauze like no one else. Standing naked in front of the mirror and still so tisk 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 in front of the mirror to appreciate her perfect body. But it has to be recognized. Lu Yu didn't modify his figure data, basically making it according to the original figure. It's basically the exact same thing as the facial situation as well. The only difference might be that the being in the hospital bed was now thinner and paler. But that's what he looked like in front of the mirror before he entered the hospital. So this is him in his rawest form. He looked at the way Ruyan Lu turned her face sideways and felt a little amused in his heart. How come you're still shy even as a doctor? Ruyan Lu said with some annoyance. How would I know? But then she got a little curious. On the one hand, it's from a doctor's point of view, and on the other hand, it's purely from a girl's point of view. As someone who hasn't had a boyfriend until now, it's hard to even get a man to breathe properly in front of her. She was really curious. That thing you have, does it work? Lu, you are speechless, just now also a shy look. Opening is so powerful? However, Lu Yu spoke after thinking about it. It should work. After all, the rest of the body is connected. It doesn't make sense to use such a needy place as an accessory, right? Thinking this way, Lu Yu also panicked a bit in his heart. Should we try someone? Lu Ruyan saw Lu Yu that look, although she did not understand what that means, but always feel panicked and tension mess. Footsteps are a bit floating to the outside quickly ran out. Hey, that's a run. Lu Yu spoke with a slight hint of regret. With that he laughed too, but it was just a basic normal human reaction. But there was something inside him that was looking forward to a real live fight of his own. After all, the first half of my own life was basically spent dealing with research. Now there is one last issue that needs to be addressed. Energy. What he was using in his body right now for energy to continuously maintain his physical condition was a lithium air battery. Because at that time when he did the design program, controlled fusion had not yet been developed. Also, nuclear fusion as an energy source should be able to be done by no one but himself, if at all. The lithium air battery was actually quite strong, and his stored energy should be able to satisfy Lu Yu's normal life for a few years, but ultimately it's not a lasting one. Now that there was a better one, Lu Yu of course chose the superior one for energy. In the research room of the consciousness space, Lu Yu studied how to miniaturize it, so small that it was only the size of a fist and just enough to supply energy. There is still some difficulty in this, but it's not too difficult. After that, Lu Yu, through Sun Lao, prepared a laboratory equipped with all the equipment and materials for controlled nuclear fusion. Sun Lao moved quickly and immediately found the relevant laboratory, and it told Lu Yu the location, set within the National University. It was also the day that Lu Yu planned to go out with this appearance and meet with the people outside. There weren't many people waiting outside today. It's not that no one came to wait, but Sun Lao had them evicted. Sun is by far the most externally knowledgeable about Lu Yu's condition. He was worried that these people would influence Lu Yu, so he dismissed them directly. Even the live stream just shut down. The moment the door to the ward opened, there were only 3 people waiting for Lu Yu, other than those dispatched security. 1 Sun Lao, 1 Lu Ruyan, and 1 Jiang Yan. As soon as Lu Ruyan saw Lu Yu, her face couldn't help but blush, and she violently recalled the day Lu Yu's implantation was completed, and Jiang Yan didn't even think about that much. She rushed over and wanted to jump into Lu Yu's arms, but she was a bit afraid to do so. What she knew from Sun Lao was that Lu Yu still had parts left to complete. She didn't know if she would be reckless for it, but Lu Yu hugged her. Lu Yu slightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the softness and fresh scent of the beauty in his arms, smelling the slightly lighter scent of disinfectant than inside the hospital room. It's like a world away. Finally alive. Hard work, Lu Yu said softly to Jiang Yan. Kang Yan's eyes fiercely reddened, and then teardrops continued to roll down. She didn't understand so much of Lu Yu's scientific research and didn't suffer as much as Lu Yu did. There wasn't even Ruyan Lu who could help Lu Yu a little medically, nor was their elder son and the others to give Lu Yu assistance on behalf of Huaxia. She was sometimes so powerless that she felt the only thing she could do was to be of marginal companionship. Many people knew that she was Lu Yu's senior sister. Speculation that she may or may not be a genius either, or that others are judging her because of Lu Yu, whether it's a compliment or a denigration. Many more. She was under a lot of pressure inside, a lot of great pressure. So when Lu Yu's sentence came down, the line of defense that she had been holding on to within her heart finally collapsed. It was as if all the aggravation and stress that had been going on had been released. It all came out. And finally a sense that I am always worth it. No, as long as you can get better. Senior brother. It's not hard at all, Kong Yun said, shaking her head. Lu Yu patted Jiang Yan's head and then smiled, twisting his head to look at Ruyan Lu. He didn't say anything, but the meaning had already been conveyed. Ruyan Lu looked at the duo with a complicated gaze before gently nodding. She knew that Lu Yu was saying to her to watch over his essence, the body that no longer has a consciousness. Lu Yu then arrived at the National University with elder son under the protection of a line of personnel. The entire ride is a secret pickup and drop off and no one has access to it. Looking at the big change in the National University today, Lu Yu felt emotion in his heart. I used to know that when one man gets a government position, all his men get a government position. It's kind of true today. This is because the nano-flying blade project was done at the National University. Goldbox conjecture was also demonstrated here at the National University. Although there were a few hiccups, such as the exposure of the Chenkerson affair, but the State University and HWA officials dealt with it very quickly. Chenukson has now been stripped of his professorship, and even his retirement has been revoked. Strangulated retirement doesn't even exist. Their little mathematical valve within the State University was sort of swept into the dustbin of history. Although some of it looked like it was done to Lu Yu didn't care about that, and he didn't have the heart to dwell on these things. Nowadays, he stood at a height that I'm afraid no one in the entire world would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Even if he didn't punish Chenukson, he wouldn't care. Of course, if he's still around, someone even more miserable than him might show up. It's always good to beat off. Chapter 156, Lu Yu's hand rubs nuclear fusion. The whole internet is shocked. The changes in the State University can be seen from the inside out. On the one hand, the requirements for academic research have been raised considerably. On the other hand, it is also more permeable in terms of academics, so that ordinary academic students can have the opportunity to publish their results. In a word, as long as you are talented, you are not afraid of not showing your face. This is the biggest change in terms of academics. Today the academic atmosphere is among the best in the country, if not the world. And then there's the fact that the state has invested in grants for several big programs of research here. This includes deploying some of the top math professors and scholars and setting up some math research programs. There is also the Nano Research Center, which is now a world center for nano research, with hundreds of millions of dollars in state funding. Even Lu Yu saw a huge statue of one being built. Taking a closer look at the head on the floor, wasn't it his own? Lu Yu was instantly a bit bewildered. Elder son, this doesn't have to come to this, does it? Lu Yu opened his mouth. When Sun Lao took a look, he was also immediately enraged. I don't know anything about any of this. These people are always fly-by-night drilling to the skies, and they don't know anything about career research. What's the point of erecting a statue when the person is still alive and well? I'll have them outlawed immediately. Immediately, Sun Lao made a call and went directly into the president's office of the National University. It was soon outlawed. Finally, arrived at the arranged nuclear physics lab. It was improvised, but had mobilized the resources of Jiangchang and even a few surrounding big cities to do it. From the moment we got out of the car, we saw a huge standing sign, Controlled Nuclear Physics Research Center. There is no writing down. Lu Yu's heart was clear. This Nuclear Physics Research Center had just been listed, was directly occupying some of the previous buildings and resources, even outlawed some marginalized programs. But those people didn't dare to have any complaints and even thought about how to climb up the ladder. Sun Lao of course knows that Lu Yu does not like these hanging on his name, such as this research center, so it is simple and rough without writing Lu Yu's name. But there are some people for whom not doing anything makes them seem like they don't exist. To use an analogy, some live streamers, when they see a huge heat of traffic in front of them, it's hard to get him to not rub it in his face. Let's compare one more. Let's say it's a team doing a novel. The framework that was originally built out is already very good, and the process of operation is also very smooth and clear. But the boss also recruited some operation. They have to think, if I continue to maintain such a run, then the boss will not find with me without me are the same. So, it was a mental note to start making small changes. For example, today this best exposure bit was changed beautifully, to be able to concentrate traffic better and highlight good books better. Change that list tomorrow. Then the change was made and they realized, hey, something's wrong. How it's getting worse with each change. The mind panicked and continued to change. Finally, damn it, and then a different one. Well, here's where I have to mention a well-known team in the fictional world, wreaking havoc almost everywhere they go. I won't say who it is. Now it's not that all of them are inside this state university, but that's where certain people's minds are. It's as if he's prickly and scratchy if he doesn't do it, or if it looks like he's not doing anything. For better or worse, I'll do it first anyway. Luyu didn't have that smack of effort to break up those either. He walked directly inside the research center. Suffice it to say that the entire footprint alone is extremely wide. The equipment inside is all top-notch and first class in China, with the standard of today's China. In the domestic top first class, that is the world's top. It's still improvised. In a word, as long as Luyu wanted it, the officials would try their best to fulfill it to the maximum extent. It was really because Luyu's results had once been too amazing. This research center isn't bad, is it? After Sun Lao finished his obscure business, he rushed at Luyu with slight complacency. Luyu nodded slightly, quite satisfied with this place, although it wasn't like the institute inside the consciousness space, where everything was available to him, as long as he wanted it. But after all, this is the real world. The real world is pretty good at getting to this point. After talking to Elder Sun for a few moments, Luyu plunged into his research and development. Your own core energy is only more secure if you do it yourself. It's like eating. You will always get a tummy ache from eating takeout, additives, gutter oil or whatever. No one can say for sure. Then you have to cook for yourself. It's been half a month since the author's bacterial gastroenteritis. So take care of yourselves, brothers, and watch what you eat. But outside, the internet, which had just subsided a bit, was blown up by a photo. The source is a student at the National University. Guess who I see? Luyu. I used to be in the same grade as academician Luyu, and I've even met him, and everything on the internet says that Luyu is still undergoing recuperation, but I just took a picture. This photo was released by him just as Luyu got out of his car and looked at the research center. A side-by-side photo. Those who were not familiar with Luyu still had a certain amount of suspicion, but those who had seen Luyu's appearance many times, or were familiar with him, could recognize him at a glance. I'm going. Is this for real? This honored one appeared at the National University. Doesn't this mean that academician Luyu's surgery is now very successful? Alright, everyone can rest easy. Academician Luyu is recovering so well now. My heart is at ease. Is there anyone who will go together to the National University to block academician Luyu personally offline? Take me one. I'm coming now. Or don't go. Now there is no announcement of Luyu academician's condition, and the side again like that is also the side, and not the front stonehammer. Is Luyu academician then? Maybe people want to scientific research it? Not Luyu words. We more table wrong situation. Sit back and wait for official news. Don't believe the rumors and don't spread them. The internet instantly rushed up a row of trending search engines, and a photo was reposted in all sorts of ways. This situation could have been avoided. Sun Lao said to clear some lanes to avoid being mobbed. Luyu's point was that there was no need to bother people, and if someone did see it then they saw it. So it was a bit of a surprise to actually be photographed though. But Sun Lao and Luyu had no intention of pursuing the matter. But by this time many people had already gathered outside the National University. Countless people looked forward to seeing Luyu's true colors. As for Luyu, at this time, he was already inside the laboratory, entering a critical stage. He already had experience with the theory involved, and had performed many hands-on exercises in the academician-level research labs in his consciousness, and had long since become too familiar to do so. Through the middle of the device, a small thing with a light source was turning slowly. Just by looking at it, it feels like it contains a huge amount of energy. That's the guy. Luyu directly undid the human skin of his exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, revealing the mechanical skeleton inside. Then, reaching down, he took the reactor of controlled fusion, and removed it. Nice guy. Hand-rubbing fusion. Chapter 157 Nuclear Fusion Luyu. Research curvature ship. The one who dared to do so was probably the only one in the world like Luyu. Fear not. Fear not. After all, what if any hint of a leak did occur? No normal human body can withstand it. Only a person like Luyu, who was completely mechanical body-oriented from the inside out, would dare to make an attempt like this, even if any leakage did occur, and his internal organs, skin, etc., became cancerous, or some other mutation occurred due to nuclear radiation, etc. All can be replaced at any time. Thinking about it this way, Luyu felt that he was still quite good like this. After he picked it up, the whole thing was very stable and secure. The expected 1 in a billion chance of failure did not materialize, and it was steadily grasped by Luyu and placed into the location of his reserve energy. After the installation, An indescribable energy instantly ran through the entire body. How? If it was a normal physical sensation to describe it, it would be that Lu Yu at this time felt full of strength and energized. In older Chinese medicine speak, that's yang energy to the max. Seems like a description for a normal person, but under the contemporary social environment, whether it is because of entertainment to death, or because of the working environment, or because of the lack of self-consciousness of young people, more than 90% of the population is almost always in a state of suboptimal health, getting up from bed and feeling drained, or do something about it and feel unenergized. But what about going for a checkup and realizing that you have no condition whatsoever? Pure and simple, just can't get it up. Couldn't get the doctor to give an explanatory note. Of course, in Lu Yu's case, his subhealth was actually okay before the onset of the disease. It's largely a result of his own circumstances. Everything needs to rely on his own. And those who often work on their own get some exercise and are able to improve. But it was also too much work and led to physical exhaustion. It's not an exaggeration to say it's exhausting, but now it feels like entering a new realm of humanity. It turns out that people can still be energized to such an extent that their strength is so strong. It was no exaggeration to say that if it was in this state, even if it was the original physical mortal body, he felt like he could beat a tiger to death. Well, just think about it. Of course. Kind of awesome. Maybe I'm still the first human in this world with controllable fusion. The corner of Lu Yu's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Then he took out the lithium-air battery's energy block. This stuff, it's outdated. Of course, lithium-air batteries have an extremely wide range of applications in everyday life. Inside the major fields, where the demand for energy is higher, it is still better to have controlled fusion. Lu Yu then restored all of his skin and stitched it up. As long as we wait for the wounds to recover, we won't be able to see anything broken to outsiders. He's still a human being. A subtle whimsy suddenly crossed his mind. With a heartbeat, he manipulated the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor and directly took off into the air. This is where the essence of battle armor functions. Lu Yu swooshed above mid-air. With a slight feeling of excitement in his heart, he began to fly within the empty research center. It's not a bad feeling. It's time to work on curvature ships. Lu Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he also calmed down his excitement. The interest in research itself had always been there, and he had not been coerced by the system. Let's just say that the situation was one of mutual benefit. He wouldn't have gotten this far without the system. Regarding curvature airships, as the name suggests, they are driven in the same way as jets, helicopters, and other types of flight. And the curvature ship is driven by the curvature. It involves a combination of the Einstein's theory of general relativity and the theory of spacetime curvature. Einstein proposed in his theory of general relativity that mass and energy could bend spacetime. This creates what is known as curvature. The concept of curved spaceships was born on this. Curvature spaceships also belong to a kind of science fiction inside the product. But it's not made up out of thin air. It has its own basis. But the difficulty involved is naturally very high. The principle seems simple, doesn't it? As long as the mass or energy of the curved ship is able to bend spacetime, then use one of the other places within cosmic space that also possesses a curved spacetime to make a spot jump. To put it more bluntly, that's traveling through time and space. Around the curvature ship, just form a sufficient energy field and then localize to any energy field in cosmic space to allow space to fold. Then you can show up there. This theory is somewhat recognized even within the scientific community. The reason why it only appears inside novels is because it seems simple, but it's very difficult to realize. What kind of energy intensity is considered a standardized energy field? Secondly, how far is it cost-effective to jump? If the distance is too close, it must be an extremely uneconomical kind of scientific research. It is a simple fact that it costs me 100 liters of oil to drive a kilometer of curvature to cross from here to the other side, and I only need to drive a fraction of a liter in my normal car. So which one do you choose? If it's a very long one, scratch that. But again, positioning is difficult. Also, where natural curvature occurs in the universe, it is generally a collapse of objects in the universe. The most notable example is the black hole. Or maybe it's some kind of turbulent bending caused by a gathering of star groups. To put it bluntly, the curvature ship is, with some probability, that energy field is artificially creating a small black hole. The first thing to address is that this black hole will not affect the normal world of space and time. The next thing to address is that the space-time curvature in place has to be able to be restored after the curvature ship has made the jump. Finally, it is the positioning within the universe that must not fall inside a black hole nor an extremely complex group of galaxy clusters. Even if a curvature ship artificially created a small black hole, it wouldn't be able to suck in a real black hole. So if you really landed in such an area, then you could only accept the fate of being devoured. And when they landed in the center of a cluster of galaxies, they were either shattered by the impact and buried in the stars, or they were held back by an energy field and could never get out again. In addition to the curvature drive, a conventional set of travel modes needs to be designed. If you are in a place that is not suitable for jumping, you can change the traveling power mode. The whole thing is very complex, and there are very few ideas that can be provided to Luyu for reference. Even if there is a system to provide libraries 50 years later, the information is rare. Chapter 158 Probability of Zero? Luyu's discovery. Because drilling into this program means that nothing may come out of it for the rest of your life. Neither the state, nor the investors, can afford such a huge development investment. This is a theory based on the reality of existing theories combined out of the theory is fully developed with the opportunity to develop it. But again, it's infinitely close to zero. There are simply too many problems and difficulties. However, since the system had released this task, it was definitely possible to accomplish it. System, I remember that I still have the permission to check all the information about a certain item within 1,000 years once, right? Luyu asked. Yes, host. What type of information does the host need to inquire about? Curvature ship. Okay, host, please get ready. Luyu stood still, his eyes closed as he had entered the space of the research room of consciousness. A glowing library of books presented itself to him. One word is engraved on the outside. Millennium. Subsequently a bunch of books and materials, including some papers, appeared directly on Luyu's desktop or his mailbox. Luyu immediately threw himself inside the research, flipping through the information inside quickly. Suddenly, Luyu stopped. A very fatal question suddenly occurred to him. This includes previous databases after 50 years, as well as databases for such millennial queries. This year, does it refer to the civilization of Earth's technological development, or does it mean at the cosmic level? He immediately voiced the doubts in his mind. It is based on how far the civilization of the host's planet can develop without the assistance of this system and under normal development. The system's reply could be considered a direct confirmation of Luyu's guess. That is to say, all of this information is actually a result of the level of development of Earth's civilization itself. And obviously, the system was confident that certain kinds of things like the kind of great explosion of scientific research in human civilization in the 20th century were within his calculations. The bottom line is that the system is equipped to judge how far civilization's information has developed in these decades, thousands of years from now, because it already has it in itself. If there is anyone in the world who can say for sure what has been hypothesized for so long, I'm afraid there is no one more authoritative than the system. Luyu frowned as he continued to flip through the information. Yes, there wasn't much that brought him useful information. That is, do you think that in 1,000 years Earth won't even be able to accomplish the scientific metamorphosis you're talking about? And that under normal development they'll still be bound within the solar system? The vast majority of cosmic civilizations are the result of this. They can't get out of the home galaxy. Even, the vast majority of civilizations are not able to go beyond their own planets. Earth's civilization is already well developed. There might be a chance to get out of the solar system in 10,000 years if there is no interruption from an external catastrophe. Luyu snapped into silence. No wonder information is so scarce. But there are still useful things in it, such as some breakthroughs and some theoretical directions. The reason why it can't be done is still because of the material, and the fact that it can't be done for the practice of the theory. And it was speculated based on the information Luyu had seen. Even controlled fusion should be done in a few hundred. This discovery somewhat cheered Luyu. One has already developed controlled fusion technology that is centuries ahead of its time. Who says it can't be done beyond the millennium? And, as the system says, it's most of the universe's civilizations. Then there must be a small number of civilizations that can do it. Or maybe the civilization that exists behind the system is this kind. To be able to have this kind of civilizational fission spanning definitely requires an opportunity. Only this kind of opportunity should be very difficult. It may not be impossible to break this routine. Combination of general relativity and spacetime curvature theory. Do the unification. What needs to be accomplished is the construction of the energy field. And stabilization. Luyu thought of a more suitable place for the experiment. Moon. On Earth. There is some possibility that either failure or success will affect the temporal and spatial environment. If this variation can be kept within limits, the Moon is relatively better than the Earth. But these things come second to that. The first thing Luyu has to do is to complete the integration of the theory and the argumentation of the self-theory. Theory, for the most part, guides action. Open the time capsule. Luyu thought of a prop that the system had rewarded him with earlier. Never got around to using it. Time capsules can, to a small extent, affect the speed of the course of time. Well, that rate is reduced. That is, on the outside, it's a normal flow rate. An hour had passed outside, and inside it had probably only just traveled a few minutes. This was the first problem Luyu needed to overcome after he recovered. The outside world was already abuzz with discussions about Luyu. In such a day's time, There were already quite a few people standing in shadow outside this nuclear physics research center. All want to see what's going on here. Whether they are spies or normal people, they hold great curiosity. There were quite a few others who came right over at the beginning. Sun Lao had no choice but to put a control on this side. It's what keeps the place quiet. How come Lu Yu hasn't come out after going in for so long? It's not going to be anything, is it? Sun Lao couldn't help but frown. He had been waiting outside for more than a day. Even the brakes were done in the car. He didn't want any accidents to happen to Lu Yu, whether it's on a national level or on a personal level. Even from a purely human perspective, he hoped that Lu Yu would live a long and healthy life. Elder son, we got a piece of data earlier. That is, a piece of energy fluctuation occurred at the nuclear physics test center. Its magnitude is not particularly high, but it has reached the release of nuclear energy. Someone presented Sun Lao with a data report. Looking at the time above, it was probably the time when Lu Yu installed controlled fusion energy for himself. Sun Lao and the people outside didn't know, so they were still very worried. Even though controlled fusion was now available, their thinking was still stuck in the past. What's more, although the theory was completed by Lu Yu himself didn't have any hands-on practice, nor did he have anyone to assist him. Who knows if a little something might happen? If it wasn't for the fact that there were electronic devices that could sense that the living beings were still normal inside, Sun Lao would have wanted to rush in. There are no cameras installed inside. What is avoided is the leakage of information. But if it's okay, then come out quickly. Can't just stay here and boil the old man. Sun Lao is really old. He waved his hand. Wait a little longer. Then he laughed a bit bitterly. This one is a national scholar. A contemporary living national scholar. His ideas, of course, are to be respected. In the presence of such a person, none of us are anything. He is often the one who will lead an era. Chapter 159, The United World Government. Lu Yu must die. There is no official denial. That means this photo shoot is real. Since academician Lu Yu was able to come out on his own and walk on his own, it proves that his surgery was very successful. So, why has academician Lu Yu never met with us until now? Is he doing something more important? A speculative article. He doesn't carry any malice. Its content, however, implicitly began to accuse Lu Yu of not taking all those who cared about him seriously. You're all recovered. So what are those of us who prayed for you, who traveled so far to visit you? Don't you even show us that respect? Or have you come out to meet us for a moment and delayed your precious time much? Needless to say, the publicists, jet-setters, and hacks who had previously gone out of sight looked as if they had been paid, and they've obviously learned to be smart and well-behaved this time. Instead of dismissing you directly from the front, sidestepping or standing in respect for Lu Yu, lead the audience's thinking in some small way. Let the audience question the skepticism for themselves. So you can't with me now, can you? Not to mention, it does work. I arrived here from the farthest place in the north, after traveling more than 20 hours by train, which is farther than a trip to the moon, and people like me abound. Is it possible that in the heart of academician Lu Yu, we people are not even given a meeting? Not even a small note? That's right. I went to the temple on my knees and worshipped the Bodhisattva, and I don't know how much incense money I gave. And now it's more or less chilling me. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Lu Yu is so arrogant and cocky, and still talking about loving the country and the people. I think it's just the appearance of doing it, and the actual action reveals everything. Some of them talk a rousing game, but the vast majority of people still insisted on defending it. But no matter how much they debated with these people or spoke up for Lu Yu, it's like these people have discovered that brains are shafts. How it doesn't make sense. But some clever netizen spotted a very detailed thing. IP address is in Chaozhou, or the IP address is in Guizhou. Can't see what's wrong? The opposite side of Tidewater is Bend. Next door to Guizhou is the Stick. These are the two most convenient places to hook up a social VPN. There are also some that have purposely opened a live stream, drawing countless people discussing the topic. Then these guys get on the mic and are exposed even more thoroughly. The opening is our continent, closed mouths and then locomotives. There are also a few words laced with foreign language. Obviously, these people are outside the country and are emboldened. But after it was discovered, it became the fun of all the netizens. But netizens are also wondering in their minds what Lu Yu is doing now. But at the same time, something big happened in the world. Europe's Northern Alliance frequently browbeats Eagle Sauce. Even the Sakura and Stick families participate frequently. These two guys would have been convinced before, but now it's surprising that they're secretly poking and prodding with Eagle Jam and the rest of them. Even San was involved, to the extent that it was so overwhelming. There was a surprisingly tacit agreement to reduce the intensity of the war. Yes, the yellow-eyed pup also had other ideas in mind. Wasia's previous outburst of fighting was too fierce. Ed up Eagle Sauce has no temper. Ed up Stick Sakura straight to her knees. What kind of strength is that? The big guys are going to have to weigh in. And now about the battle on the East China Sea. Hawk Jam couldn't care less about maintaining his face. There has been some information, and some footage that has gone viral. This quickly the Northern League are shocked. Even in that part of the Middle East, the Bible country, which bounces around the most, has subsided for a while. How? That's one big unity of the world apart from China. No one expected that the unity of the world would come about because of Xia. In one short day, the company has been staging millions of troops on the border of China and deploying several military bases in the direction of the A.S. The troops are similarly placed in the direction close to the Padala, leaving aside even with the PA. The little monkey is even jumping up and down and responding aggressively. All of a sudden the international winds are blowing, although not explicitly stated. A great tacit understanding has been cultivated among nations. China's netizens have been climbing the walls out for a while now, and all they've faced is the collective-style cynicism of netizens from various countries. This is going to be a big deal. I watch the news these days and I always feel like they're holding something bad in their hearts, and the Bible doesn't rob Jerusalem anymore. It's bull. Is it really because of us? We are the great powers? Has the world suffered from China for a long time? Many people in Huaxia were nervous and overwhelmed in their hearts while feeling very fresh and exciting at the same time. Isn't this a dream of my heavenly kingdom? In fact, for most countries, they don't want that. Who wants to leave behind their current interests and rivals? Just like with the Western world, for example, which is inherently at odds. Hawk Jam tried everything it could think of. You think us so big volume, after being dismembered are still, that certainly must continue to dismember but there's no way around it. The rising power of the East is too intimidating. You're a little ahead of me. I can live with that. What's the big deal? I don't say anything, but in my heart, you're the big brother by default. You're a tier ahead of me, so I'm not saying anything. Big deal. I'll be your lapdog and make some soup, but you're so far ahead of me. It makes me look like an African native, so I must be worried. Later on, in the eyes of the Chinese, we will all become African native chiefs, and it won't be a fight when we want to screw whoever we want. That hitting each other has become a child's chokehold. To put it bluntly, that balance has been upset. It used to be said that the world was a superpower, the super being the superpower Hawksbane, while the rest were powers. This ultra is awesome, but it can't mess with that many strong. It must threaten the key node where HWA breaks the equilibrium. Otherwise, we'll all be fish out of water. Blow up the planet and do it again. I can responsibly express that it is today's China that is the most destabilizing factor in the world. They are the biggest threat. They have the most amazing weapons and ammunition in this world, and a level of scientific research that surpasses common perception. That's why I firmly believe that China must be dismembered. And to catch the culprit, that would be Lu Yu. This person must die, and I highly doubt that Lu Yu is not from Earth, so I've decided that I'll take the lead and make our counterattack. Chapter 160, Ultimatum. Nuclear war about to break out? At the meeting, Eagle Sauce worshipped the old man, wiping his mouth and exclaiming, "No! You Eagle Sauce have paid out. You've lost the fight. Why should you take the lead? The first one is just not convincing. Even if we are going to join forces now, then we need to make it clear that my family is not sitting here because you are awesome at Eagle Jam." That's right. I agree with what everyone says, and on our side Gaul doesn't really agree either. Gaul was said with their necks held high. Hans Cat and also nodded. A little hesitant there. To be honest, he accepts the sponsorship of China is quite a lot. If the situation wasn't so outrageous, he wouldn't even want to come to this conference. As for the Ba Tai, it was directly excluded by them, because Ba Tai and Huaxia are too close to easily leak the wind. Although the relationship is not much rank difference with Huaxia, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. So it is inevitable that there will be a wavering mind under such a change of heart. John, the old cow finally snapped. Eagle Sauce, although your strength is good, it's still almost interesting to be the alliance leader. You've already failed once to face Huaxia head-on, and even made a humiliating payout. We allies are not a league of losers. We are standing together to defeat HWA. John Old Bull don't think he's been hanging out with Eagle Jam, but after all, he's a former sunbather. The light that was once there has always been planted in their hearts, while many times one has no choice, I guess, and must follow the Hawk Jam. Every now and then a little bit of the board comes down, followed as a last resort, tripped up because it was Eagle Jam that drove itself out of the light. Doesn't it show at this point? The last cut, straight out of Eagle Sauce drooling over the old Bai won't even talk. I don't know if the diaper will hold up with more talk. Old Bai can say that his nose is all crooked. In the future, if the country's history can still be recorded, if it is inside the history books of China, he will definitely be written a big book. The cause of the dynasty's decline, And then add some sort of posthumous temple title like Morning Emperor Seizong. The better one is a spirit emperor of some sort. Eagle Sauce, can still fight now, even if I lose. I just can't with Huaxia. You guys are just as easily brush the map. So try it. Let's get a handful before we mess with Huaxia. Old John Bull rubbed his balding bald head in disdain. The ones who lost face were Eagle Jam, Sakura and Stick. There's a direct relationship with them. And these other ones who came to the conference, while also urgent, are divided into a primary and a secondary. The most facetious is definitely Eagle Sauce. Eagle Jam was dumbfounded for a moment. So what do you guys say? I propose. Let me. Old John Bull was a man of honor, remembering his glory days, with colonies all over the globe, occupying more than half of the planet's territory. He thinks he's good enough. I think it's better if I do it. That's over 100 years old for you. I at least ate Eagle Jam decades ago without losing a fight. And feel like you can. But it's quickly disliked. Decades ago you could indeed. But now you're not nearly as interesting. And there's more than enough to be upset about per se. The Northern Alliance was still fighting with Home before this meeting. Gaul also tried to step up and act as a bit of a boss. And San stepped up as well. Even the little cherry blossom days reveal themselves up. The big stick is more than worthy. And then the whole conference room was in an uproar. The old buy really diapers can't even be pocketed. Shut up, all of you. Do you still want to sanction Huaxia? And do you still want that Luyu to die? It was the South American soccer nation that finally tapped the table and said. The crowd then subsided. The whole is set aside for the present. So now say, what is to be done after the division of China? Let me start by saying that we at Eagle Sauce want Luyu as a person. Everything else can be left out. It's best if it's alive. If dead, we want the rest. Like that space elevator thing? Controlled fusion. Old Bai opened his mouth again. In fact, he was all a bit blurry, relying on the person inside the headset to transmit instructions to him to speak. Give up. Then another round of arguing. The whole meeting was on the verge of rolling up its sleeves and doing it at the end. What a big haymaker. But eventually there has to be a solution. The finalized leader has to be a Melika. The reason is simple, he has too many allies. And every country in the world has to look at him a few times. Except for China. The votes were spread out above. And many allies had dissenting voices. But it was always one vote ahead. And the others were even more clueless. The final compromise, though, was that while each family said they were joining forces, they would just command their own. It's really just another coalition government. Another is that Luyu must die. No one will get it. The other option identified is to just take out the threat of nuclear weapons. Because the only thing that can pose a threat to China is nuclear weapons. Hawksbane, Big Hair, Old John Bull, Hans Cat, Gallic Chicken, and even Persia, North Stick, and so on that have nuclear weapons resources as the first siege core point. On that day, from the first island chain, 12 Eagle Jam carriers went directly into the Sakura and Stick homes. Directly from the direction of the sea to blockade China. 6th generation fighters such as the F-35, Su-35 and other types of fighters, Blast Furnace Mirage and so on, all into the list. The Monkeys, the Sands, and the Golden Khanate in the north are all like that. On all sides, it's got Huaxia hemmed in. And the action is very searching. So much so that on the Chinese side, before there was even any movement, a siege had already been formed. Something strange. We arrived in the area of the first island chain. China should be able to detect it. And they haven't reacted in any way. This time it was still one called MacArthur who went to war. The other MacArthur had gone home to retire. New Arthur frowned, unable to guess the reaction. Must be in fear. The whole world is under siege. This is bound to be a great opportunity for us to overcome. The man with the big stick chuckled. It's not right. It's definitely not right. But Admiral MacArthur couldn't think of any reason himself. So he had to take the big stick family's words as the reason for now. But there's movement. And they're panicking. What they wanted wasn't a real fight. And at this point in time, no one would be able to eat good fruit if they really fought. The goal is not to fight, but to let it be known that they have the courage to fish for rats. Eagle Sauce couldn't hold back first. Direct disclosure. To the side. Now. The united parties of my world are a serious threat to the world. We've got and unwilling to war. Please make contact with us immediately. Chapter 161, Protecting Luyu. Deadly battle. Deadly battle. There is still no official statement from Huaxia, but folk have gotten the message. There has been a civil uproar. All it took this time was for someone to leak that information online and that was enough. And there's no official blockage in China. This just makes the public opinion even more and more powerful. The first thing people who saw the news did was not believe it. How can it be? How can Big Hair and Air Hair stop fighting each other? How can Bible Nation and Camel ceasefire? Persia all pressed on. It's so false, but everyone has eyes. So many people autonomously climbed the walls to go outside and read the news. Seeing a bunch of country bosses all standing inside a video talking about their anger towards Huaxia, and it's been deliberately translated into Chinese. This really made a lot of people panic. In fact, in the eyes of most people, we are still developing countries. We're not so far behind, maybe better developed than Africa, than some places, but not even close to the top developed countries. This is a thought that has been deeply ingrained in everyone's mind for years. Even if it's the day of the 4th of July that straight up grazed the Eagle Jam Sakura stick, it's not likely to change all at once. Maybe we have the home field advantage? Or maybe Eagle Jam wasn't ready? Always giving ourselves a little bit of a free pass. It's not that the country isn't confident, but it's true that it's outrageous to think about. And it's evolving too quickly for many people to make the transition that quickly. And, this time it's 78 countries united. Even in the battle of the founding of the country, that was only 17 halls fought. This time it's a blatant threat of nuclear weapons. I told you that what China is doing in the international arena is definitely unpopular and detested by everyone. That is, you patriotic dogs take yourselves seriously, you know? Now that people are getting real, you people all hurry up and go to hell. What are you doing now? Are you dragging us to die together? I've already contacted Eagle Sauce's embassy, and I'm leaving China tomorrow, and from now on, we're done with grace. The culprit of all this is the officials of China, and at the very core, Lu Yu. See, people, as long as we kill Lu Yu and then liberalize the technology, they'll treat us as one of their own. Kill Lu Yu. Kill Lu Yu. It's this scourge, the scourge of our Huaxia. For a while, there were slightly fewer attacks on the officials because they were afraid of being banned. But it didn't matter to Lu Yu. There were simply too many attacking Lu Yu in this kind of storm. It simply couldn't be sealed over. They feel that it is lawless. They must be afraid of academician Lu Yu. We mustn't let academician Lu Yu face danger alone. If we kill Lu Yu today, we'll kill you and me tomorrow. This is the battle for the destruction of the earth. We must persevere. But how are we going to face these 78 countries with tens of millions of troops? In plain sight. How are we going to manage that? It can't be beat. It can't be beat. We must compromise. Sometimes it's better to know what's right. It's not that we don't insist. It's really that the other side is too rogue. They are directly fighting us with nuclear weapons. How are we going to fight? Are we dragging everyone in the country to die with us? Sacrificing a Lu Yu. We are able to remember him. I believe that there will be people like Lu Yu in the future of our China. There are staunch defenders, but there are also fence-sitters and even capitulationists have emerged. It's really the images inside that video that are so amazing. Those carriers, those fighters, those nukes, and untold numbers of troops. It's simply mind-numbing. Anyone with more confidence is balking at this moment. Some even couldn't help but raise the heavens in grief. Why is it that our Huaxia has to target us so much when it's so hard for a Lu Yu to appear? Could it really be that the heavens don't bless my Huaxia? Official, come out and say something. Surrender and apologize, then kill Lu Yu. Can't you speed up? Are you really asking us to give such a person a burial? Let all of us die with him? It's not like others are asking us to destroy our country for just 2 requests. Can't we even do that? It's not just killing a Lu Yu. It's worth it to die a Lu Yu to save thousands of us. It's not just transferring some technology. We still have it ourselves. The group boiled over and argued. And the Chinese authorities have finally stepped in. Straight away, a lot of the people who were intentionally leading the charge blocked them all. The law is not responsible? Sorry, it's called a united front now. Surrenderists, fence-sitters, get rid of them all. And outside the National University's Nuclear Physics Research Center, Lu Yu hadn't come out yet. Sun Lao was anxious. He had been pushed many times from above to see Lu Yu with his own eyes. Moreover, countless troops were deliberately dispatched from above to take over the entire state university. Even Sun Lao had no right to intervene. A car sped by. The chief stepped out of the car. Chief, what's going on? What exactly is the attitude from above? It won't really hand Lu Yu over, will it? Sun Lao said loudly and angrily. Lu Yu, as he watched step by step better, to this young man, he has a kind of look at his own feeling, and Lu Yu's contribution, absolutely indelible. As a soldier, he cannot accept such a situation fall. Shut up, the chief frowned and reprimanded. What age are you? Don't you know how to be more composed? Only then did he let out a slow sigh. I don't know exactly what the attitude is. This time it's for real. The sound and fury is great, though the odds are they're putting on a show. But who dares to bet? Sun Lao was immediately on fire. Immediately, he kicked at the car. So it was decided that Lu Yu would go out and block the guns? Surrendering before the battle is a cowardly battle on the battlefield. I'm going to decapitate him. What if those people can't block it after Lu Yu's death? What if they want something else? Should my honorable Huaxia be left to the mercy of others like this? My Huaxia has been back on top of the world for more than 100 years. Could it be another 100 years? What if it's like this again in 100 years? He questioned with a cry, all from his deepest heart. If someone surrenders, I will not surrender. I'd rather die on the charge. Also, whoever wants to kill Lu Yu, step over my corpse first, Sun Lao said firmly. The chief lost his smile. Come on, do you really think you're the only patriot? Why don't I know what you're talking about? He was about to say something else when, just then, an uncountable number of people came to the outskirts of the National University. In unison, he dropped to one knee. We absolutely cannot let academician Lu Yu die like this. Even if it's a nuclear war, we are willing to run to the battlefield. To die fighting. Die fighting. The chief shuddered, as if there was heat steaming in his eyes. The next moment, all the soldiers escorting the Nuclear Physics Research Center, it's chanted in unison. Protect academician Lu Yu. Deadly battle. Die fighting. Chapter 162, You guard the gates. I'll do the research. Sun Lao also straightened his back at this time, as if he had returned to the year he had just joined the army. Rows and rows of NVA soldiers, all with high morale. At that time, there would be no worries, and if there was a problem, the problem was solved. I don't know when it started, but it gradually became more of a thought, to think about this and that. Die fighting. Sun Lao shouted loudly under his breath. The head honcho couldn't help but have his eyes glowing. The heart was uplifted. Looking at this group of warriors with burning eyes, how could he not be thrilled in his heart? But he still had a stern face and rushed at the group. Nonsense! Have you forgotten that soldiers have a vocation to obey orders? Get up in a hurry! The crowd of generals stood up in unison, but their gazes remained unchanged. It is an earnest expectation. If they refused at this point, they would certainly be obeying orders as their first priority, but the blow to morale would certainly be very heavy. The chief took a deep breath. Do I need you guys to tell me how to do things? He, the Eagle Jam family, wants to threaten us. When did I, Huaxia, accept such a threat? Wasn't the original founding battle surrounded by wolves? It's just what happened back then all over again. We can defeat 17 hulls. We'll still be able to take down 78. When did we in Huaxia ever win by betraying our own people? When has a soldier ever won by selling out his country's scientists? There is no such history in China. And there definitely won't be. After tonight, everyone write me a review. Everyone couldn't help but look ashamed under the first seat's angry rebuke. Then is it promised up there to defend academician Lu Yu? Sun Lao couldn't help but say with great joy. The chief was about to frown and reprimand this Sun Lao for being so old and not knowing to be more calm. Just then, the door to the Nuclear Physics Research Center suddenly opened. Lu Yu came out. Academician Lu Yu. The chief hastily collected his words and looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu was still a bit confused and didn't know how so many people came down in one go. Lu Yu. Lu Yu. So many people watched Lu Yu's figure from afar with high chance. It was only after the head seat had explained everything that Lu Yu came to a realization. This Hawksbane guy hasn't been honest until now. Academician Lu, don't worry. I promise that there is absolutely no way that you will be subjected to any threats to your personal safety. The chief said solemnly. Only from now on, I'm going to need even tighter protection for your personal safety. The lot of them have gone mad. He spoke again. Lu Yu shook his head. I don't care about those things. I'll leave the matters of the country and national defense to you, and leave the scientific research to me. I need to announce my scientific findings now. Sun Lao froze. You still want scientific research now? Lu Yu nodded. I have scientific research results that need to be published, Sun Lao said. At this time, however, the chief directly interrupted, and then waved his hand. Engage. Why not? We should have the courage of academician Lu. Let him be strong. The wind is blowing over the hills. Not only are we going to, we're going to do it in front of everyone in the world. Let's make all those guys look at us with wide eyes. How many of them come? I, Huaxia, will not be afraid. Then the head honcho gave a direct order to invite the world's global journalists to participate. A launch event was held. Lu Yu also didn't expect the head honcho to make such a big deal out of it, but he didn't have a problem with it. If you want to make it public, make it public. This thing, the curvature ship thing is, to be blunt, not something that can be stolen just by announcing it. A short half-hour later, the National University Auditorium, the entire auditorium, inside and outside, was filled with people. Many reporters have long gathered near the National University, just to get the first-hand breaking news. The announcement was eagerly awaited, both at home and abroad. I heard that Lu Yu is going to show up in person this time. I wonder what kind of attitude it is. Does he have the same attitude as Huaxia? It's definitely different. What we, America, want is for Lu Yu to die, or to leave Huaxia. And Huaxia is for Lu Yu to only stay in Huaxia even if he dies. Lu Yu himself definitely wants to stay alive. The way I see it, Lu Yu was just forced to come out and apologize this time. Doing it personally would be too damaging to their Chinese morale. So I think the most we can do is make Lu Yu come out and apologize. And then cut himself. This is the best possible outcome. To save the face of Huaxia, Lu Yu is treated as an outcast. A bunch of foreign journalists with smiles on their faces whispering, "This is a big deal, and can even be said to be witnessing history." I've heard that the Chinese have a habit of recording history, and that their favorite thing to do is to record their humiliating history and write about it in a big way. I see that this time their students have so much more to recite and memorize. New century. New shame. Is it not possible that it was Lu Yu who came out to harden the steel? Huaxia will never allow it. Even if he wants to come to the stage, doesn't he have a soft spot? His family. He seems to be an orphan. Right. And the person he likes. Jiang Yan. I heard that the attending doctor has a bit of that for him too. He can't possibly do what he wants. Just then, it suddenly caused a low cry. Only Lu Yu walked out in a dignified manner. This was followed by an even larger group of seemingly pedantic characters wearing glasses. Lu Yu scanned the group before speaking. Today's purpose is simple. I'm going to announce one of my latest technical achievements. What? Is there a mistake? He's still doing research at this hour? Eagle Sauce is going to blow him up. And he's going to be so easy? Both domestic and foreign journalists were in an uproar. None of them expected Lu Yu to be able to walk out so calmly, and to say so lightly that he wanted scientific research. What about Eagle Sauce's nuclear deterrent? We wait for you to be scared and you ask me if my eyes are dry. Excuse me, I have to interrupt. May I ask academician Lu Yu, don't you realize that, led by Hawk Jam, the 78 Nation Alliance is demanding your life? An Eagle Jam reporter couldn't help but stand up and ask. Lu Yu glanced at him. This reporter from America is very rude. Please expel it. Soon the man was taken away. The whole room shook. Lu Yu and Huaxia, what on earth are they up to? Are they really planning to start World War III? If there is a purpose other than to listen to my scientific report, you can leave now. And one of the scientific researches I'm going to elaborate on today is, across the solar system, curved spaceships. Lu Yu didn't care about a small hiccup and directly began to tell the story at his own pace. Chapter 163, Disruption of Aircraft Carriers. That's just my fallout. The entire report site, in addition to those old school, scientific research scholars listened to as if mesmerized. All the other reporters, numb. It was actually really a scientific presentation. And there was literally a group of research scholars at the conference talking about something. The point is, they can't understand anything. They only understood one. That is, Lu Yu has come up with a curvature ship scientific research program that can take humans out of the solar system. No, people are hitting your doorstep and you're still jumping solar systems? The point is, that group of research scholars, each one of them incredibly excited looking, listened like crazy, and standing in front of Lu Yu, it was like an elementary school student, one question after another, and it seemed that what was asked was no more advanced than what they wanted. Lu Yu patiently answered some of the contents for them. It caused a gasp of surprise, and it was said that this was a scene that could go down in the history of world scientific research. Alright, that's all we have to share today. Next, Huaxia will focus more efforts on developing the curvature spaceship. After saying that, Lu Yu turned around and prepared to leave. Academician Lu Yu, do you really not care about national defense? Do you really want all of China to suffer the ostracization and siege of the world for you alone? Or even suffer the extinction of the country? Do you want to drag a country down by yourself? Drag everyone down, so you can get away with it all by yourself? Shouldn't you cut yourself down in thanks and appease the anger of the world? A reporter from the BBC house, unable to hold back any longer, questioned loudly. Lu Yu stopped and looked back at the reporter. He suddenly laughed. I've never heard that more people are right. I also remember a saying that the truth is often in the hands of the few. It's not the fact that there are more of you that makes you robbers of logic. What have I done? What did I do? Do I need to cut myself to thank for my sins? You can say that with such a straight face because you come from a robber's background? When Lu Yu finished speaking, the headmaster also walked over with large strides. We in Huaxia don't pick fights, but we're not afraid of trouble either. If you all dare to come, then try. The crowd of journalists, especially those from Western Eagle Sauce, were completely shocked. This was not just Lu Yu's statement. This was the equivalent of the first time that China's military had bared itself outside. Wait for the news to spread. It's a complete sensation around the world. Huaxia is finished. This Lu Yu, he is also finished. At this time, for the sake of a little bit of face, they even talk tough. They seem to be in need of a beating, no matter how much sense he makes. The law of the world is that the weak is strong. And in today's world, 78 countries are united. And he has only one country. He is weak. He must submit. You see, Huaxia will compromise in the end. And at the joint meeting, Hawk Jam nearly slammed the table. They're looking down on us. They're betting that we won't dare fight. Then let's give them a good show. Everyone listen to the order. Block all the ships. In the East China Sea, South China Sea, Big Maw and Golden Khanate. All of you on the border give me ammunition straight up. If he wants to fight, we'll fight with them. Worshipful old man all but ignored his diaper and stood up and exclaimed. But no one picked up on it. Do you really intend for the coalition of 78 countries to just go back in disgrace? And then give another battle to Huaxia, so that the 87 countries will retreat without a fight? Old Bai said angrily once again. All warships, carriers, warplanes, and my 7th generation fighters are all deployed. Seal off Huaxia. The combined total of 10,000 fighters from all countries directly up from the first island chain. The entire sky above was densely filled with the roar of fighter jets. Even the Eagle Sauce family's not yet perfected 7th generation fighters were sent straight to the field. It's over. We've been completely blocked. Are we going to restart over 100 years of history? We're not a heavenly kingdom anymore. Lu Yu, can you come out and give thanks? Kill Lu Yu, in exchange for an understanding to retreat. This is our only way out. He's not wrong. What's wrong is the times. What's wrong is that we can't beat the 78 kingdoms. Yeah, if it were 1 or 2 countries, I'd be willing to go into battle and fight for my life. But this is a completely unequal war. We have no chance of winning. Sacrificing one person for the whole of China. Isn't that bad? Domestically, the voices are also growing more and more shrill. And at this time, China was in the South China Sea, where Lu Yu's curvature spaceship manufacturing test was rapidly advancing. Do you think it really makes sense for us to still be doing this whatever scientific research we're doing now? Shut up, the above told us to work. So let's do it. In a word, trust academician Lu Yu. He's helped so many people. He won't harm us. Believe in the country too. Believe in our country's power to protect Huaxia. On top of a strange island, a bunch of people were frantically building infrastructure. It's one of the genes of the Wahini. It's a completely man-made island. It was the test site for the prepared curvature ship. The energy field it induces is huge, and it is certainly not something that can be tested on land. Look, you guys, that's the Chinese people constructing the island. They are totally looking down on us. One of the coalition warships noticed the situation on this side and immediately launched a signal to surround this side. Not only did you not surrender to kill Lu Yu and then cower properly, but now you dare to come out. Isn't this taking our 78 allied forces out of the picture? The 7 battleships approached frantically. Just then, however, a round ship in the air suddenly appeared overhead. It's too fast. Radar didn't even catch it. Again, it's as if it's in that place itself. What's that? Spaceship? UFO? Could it be a new scientific research program in China? I remember the press conference was about some kind of spaceship. The coalition group was outright shocked. Lu Yu, who was far away from the remote control center, took the intercom and spoke. All personnel evacuate. The test is activated. With Lu Yu's command, a layer of energy fluctuations that could be seen with the naked eye appeared directly above the airship. Immediately afterward, all 7 of the coalition's warships, all of their electronic equipment, failed. Immediately afterward, the space that these people saw took on a distorted state. Their warships, surprisingly, are disintegrating. Over that tiny area, they saw a scene of incomparable horror. Around the ship, a circular energy field formed. The energy of these energy fields spilled out. And then, with their hardened ships, they were just in the middle of the distortion of space and events. Disintegrated. And with the energy waves still conducting, the carrier behind the 7 warships disappeared silently. A black hole that swallows even light. Chapter 164, The Rout of the Allied Forces. The one who sits on the ground is the one who borrows. At this time, the interior of the Eagle Sauce Coalition's testing base still had no idea what was going on, and it was a joyous scene. This time, it's bound to make Huaxia and the others feel scared. Let them know that we are still in charge of this world. Anything they want to do, they have to listen to us. As long as they bow down this time and kill that Lu Yu, they will no longer have anything to fall back on. There's an old Chinese saying that those who know what's good for them must think so. And I know an old saying of theirs called boiling a frog in warm water. Give him a little favor first, then with our allied forces, slowly disintegrate them. The new MacArthur opened his mouth proudly, especially when he found out that China had artificially created islands in the South China Sea, and directly mobilized up warships and an aircraft carrier. And this self-confidence was even more soaring for him. What little sense of caution there had been before was only excitement at such a time of imminent battle. He felt that if Huaxia really had enough strength to subvert the globe, it would have done so long ago, and would still be waiting for a so-called scientific research report? Will they still allow their allied forces to wreak havoc on the oceans? After all, they were descendants of Angsa, and the pirate gene was deeply rooted inside their genes. They will always think that everyone in the world is just like them. If you have strength but are not strong, then what are you doing developing strength? If you have the strength and not the hegemony, then what are you doing here? They see Wasia's low profile, introspection, or disregard for them as a form of awe, fear. All that had gone on before was purely because they were overthinking things. He wanted to wait now for the way the Chinese whispered and begged for mercy in front of him. He, MacArthur, is going to shock the world. America's newest celebrity. And, inevitably, Hawk Jam is great again. Why? Only one superpower is allowed to exist in this world. And Eagle Jam beat both at different times, defeated the woolly bear in the last century. This century perpetuates their myth. What an invincible presence a rising Wasia seems to be. It's going to be a defeat at his hands. Looks like it's still early enough for us to backslide. There's still Eagle Sauce at its best. Taro Makoto of Sakura Kodomo whispered. We were purely blindsided before. And this is the true strength of Eagle Sauce's beautiful father. I'm not asking for much. Just Liaodong. Then I want Central China. I want the Gumbo Bay. A group of people actually started discussing the division of Huaxia here. Then they picked up their stockpile of red wine and pushed it around in highball glasses. Just at that moment, however, a colonel suddenly burst in. Can't you see the generals are having a banquet? Are you guilty of disturbing the general's pleasure? MacArthur said unhappily. It's no good, Mr. Admiral. Our Loki carrier and 7 battleships actually lost their signals at the same time. The colonel exclaimed. The entire party was violently silent. What did you say? MacArthur's face instantly grimaced, and he was opening champagne at this time. This colonel is very insensitive and must be given a little shoe to wear in the future. The civilization of China is really useful sometimes. What's all the fuss about? Our God's Eye 2 electronic jamming system is the most advanced jamming system in the world. Just make contact immediately. That's right. God's Eye 2 is unique in the world. Even Big Mao has suffered a lot. And the Bible country is also like a fish out of water in the Middle East with the help of this. The face of the Daimao family immediately darkened. But without waiting for them to continue touting their horses' asses, that colonel immediately said, it is because our God's Eye 2 is also ineffective that we dare to bother you generals. We sensed several massive energy fluctuations on the South China Sea. You guys go check it out. At this time, the crowd finally changed their faces. God's Eye 2 was Hawk Sauce's unique weapon. It's useless? MacArthur Jr. rushed to the accusation table. Immediately at the monitoring station, a magnitude that made the machine's beep alarms and flash red lights spread wildly over the South China Sea was spotted. And above center control, the 7 warships and carriers were nowhere to be seen. How is this possible? Disbelievingly, he took out his ultra-long-range binoculars, then looked to where the warship went. It was thought to be an ordinary mission, and the Chinese side was bound to put up with it. But now it was making him a little flustered. When he saw the contents of the telescope, his entire body froze. Their proud world-class maritime hegemony, built on 12 aircraft carriers, and one of them, the Loki, had just disappeared without a trace under his watch. It's falling apart. It was as if the 7 warships carried by the Rocky had never been in this world, never been in this ocean. The behemoth just dissolved like snow. He even saw the Eagle Jam soldiers on deck still talking, laughing and merriment. Still saw them walking at a leisurely pace. The first officer was also seen ready to order a direct cannonade. They have real-world orders. It's like when the furry bears were laying out their nuke strategy in Eagle Jam's backyard. They realized long ago that this was a battle that had to be fought. However, there won't be any later. Never again. MacArthur saw the moment of ablation with his own eyes. He realized that if that massive energy movement would have swept through here just now, I'm afraid that the celebratory, halftime champagne opening he just did will be the last dance of his life. Fear. A deep inner heart of fear. What the hell is this damn Chinese doing? Wiping out an aircraft carrier right under their noses. Even the last air and space mothership hadn't shaken them up this much. It's dissipation. Like an adult bullying a child. And the child doesn't know better than to get up and deliver it himself. Not to mention resisting. It's a dimensional lowering blow. It's like the firearms age crushing the Cold Warrior age. It's over. We're finished, MacArthur muttered. Suddenly he snapped to attention and turned his head and immediately said, this news must be sealed off from the coalition forces. Those allied forces, just now, have been seen in their respective command rooms. The major spoke with a red face. Admiral MacArthur, I must withdraw. Our little Sakura days have never been the dogs of China. This time, we are threatened by you. Allow me now, immediately, to exit the battlefield. Also, Eagle Sauce, all the Eagle Sauce troops you have stationed in Little Day must all be taken away. Otherwise I don't know what the Chinese side will do to you. Also, I have, just now, sent documents to the Chinese side. You may be too late. Chapter 165. Stop? We're just doing scientific research. I'm sorry, but Big Stick, am the undercover agent that Huaxia has planted for you. It's not too late for you to surrender. I can accept your surrender on behalf of Huaxia, Stick Country said loudly with a condescending look. As a little China, I am proud. I saw through your plot long ago. I'm just here to welcome the king's master. Monkey also spoke immediately. It's safe to say that Big Stick, Sakura Kotoshir and Monkey simply wowed everyone in the room. Can people still be shameless to such an extent? Can the state be so shameless? But with 3 as the front row, they reacted at once. Sanmao, I'm a permanent ally with Huaxia, definitely working together with Huaxia. Big Hair, we are strategic partners of Huaxia. I am all planning to return a series of Chinese homelands in the outer Hingan Mountains to them. There's no way we're going to be in the same boat as you guys. Good. MacArthur's gums are crunching. Before the formation of the United Army, he did not know that China actually has so many friends. He squeezed out a smile. I'm sorry, I'm actually undercover as well. We Eagle Sauce are the staunchest ally of China. At this time, the research center, a launch area in the west. Ready to launch? The technician opened his mouth and asked. Elder Sun's gaze landed on Luyu. At this moment, Luyu was resting his eyes with his eyes closed and opened his eyes at the words. It wasn't a time of any major scientific research, just a little incidental R&D on top of researching curvature ships. The data obtained from the launch of the curvature ship was discovered by Luyu to be anomalous when it was being calculated. And this so-called anomaly is actually the field energy that comes from the energy at the time of the man-made black hole. That is, its electronic jamming capability. Luyu thought of extending it, expanding it to the satellite level, and from now on, as long as it could be in any corner of the Earth level. As a command goes down, an area can be completely blocked off, or even, blockade the entire planet. You know the wizard's blockade in the trilogy? A classic quote called physics doesn't exist anymore. This one may be different from the Tomoko blockade. Tomo can radically contain you. However, once this is successfully launched, it means that as long as the Chinese side wants to, it will allow any civilization on Earth to return to the Cold War era. All the everything electronics that I say you're not allowed to use, you can't use. Elder Sun, the representative of Sakura Little Day has come over and is urgently seeking a meeting. Even threatened to offer the small-time island of Shikoku for our garrison. The nodes were being launched, but Sun Lao got a very odd message. Elder Sun's eyes glanced at Luyu in a somewhat odd manner. He certainly knew the horrors of experimental launches on the South China Sea, but I didn't expect to surrender to the little life straight away. But for this two-faced Little Day, coupled with the national hatred, Sun Lao certainly would not give the Little Day any good face. He glanced at Luyu, who instantly understood his mind. With a slight smile, he nodded. Then the mind returned once again to the first site of the launch. Prepare to fire. Taro Yamamoto of Small Days walked quickly into the launch site. He was just stunned when he came in, not realizing that Huaxia had let him come to such an important place. So does that mean that he can be taken as one of our own? It is important to know that foreign countries are never allowed to visit such important places for scientific research. Even for research scholars who can get in, the visit is only restricted to certain places. At that thought, his face snapped to life. Just know there are benefits to betting on both ends. I didn't realize the benefits were so great. Whether Daddy America wins or China wins, he'll be invincible. I looked up and saw Sun Lao looking up at the satellite launch site. Elder Sun, as you know, the sincerity of our Little Day has always been clear. Please give China a high hand so that we can withdraw from the battlefield. We have given China the most accurate intelligence, ready to overwhelm all of Eagle Jam's sea power. Taro Yamamoto said quickly. High raising? Sun Lao froze for a moment. What did we do? It's that new weapon you're making in China. The kind that can melt snow. The one that makes aircraft carriers disappear in an instant. Baka. Yamamoto's anxious head has sweat. How can Huaxia still pretend at this time? We're all on our own. Don't play like that. Talk about it. And we can talk about how we're going to divvy up the Eagle Sauce later. The place where they cherry blossomed their little lives was small and poor. Otherwise it wouldn't have been staring at China for thousands of years. Always trying to get to shore. But it would be nice to split the Eagle Sauce. A new type of weapon? No, you're wrong. We've never had a new type of weapon. Don't you watch the launch of Academician Luyu? Didn't Academician Luyu say a long time ago that we just want to engage in a scientific research, curvature spaceships, to realize the folding and jumping from the cosmic space? Sun Lao smiled indistinctly, as if he only realized it at this time and explained. Science? Scientific research? Not weapons? Taro Yamamoto could have stuffed a goose egg in that mouth, wide-eyed with incredulity. Space and time folding, artificially creating black holes, realizing space node jumps. Kotaro's brain buzzed. In other words, Luyu's what's-his-name launch was nothing else at all. It's simply saying, I'm going to do a new scientific study. And then, this scientific research also succeeded. By the way, The joint blockade of the 78 countries was broken. Then by the way melted one of Eagle Jam's rocky carriers and 7 warships. He swallowed and looked in Lu Yu's direction with some disbelief. It took him a moment to realize that it was all true. When their allied forces were standing by and ready to fight, they were overpowered by a single piece of scientific research and technology. They all fell down before they even made a move. He sucked in a breath of cold air even more at the thought. General Sun, you must believe in our sincerity, right? All of our Sakura's culture comes from China. To put it bluntly, we are the grandchildren of China. We have always been able to recognize our position. I know that it's hard for you to believe, but, in addition to Shikoku Island, we can also lease Kyushu Island to give to China. Well, 100 years. No, a permanent lease, and there's no charge for it, okay? Yamamoto Taro said as he eagerly looked at Sun Lao, waiting expectantly for a reply. All previous intentions must have fallen through. Sun Lao waved his hand. I'm sorry, the one who accepts the surrender now should be the headmaster. It has nothing to do with me. He pointed to the sky, where the sound of a countdown was being heard. 3, 2, 1, 0, fire. A roar starts it up. The rocket took off into the air. Can't you see that I'm exploring the mysteries of scientific research with academician Lu Yu? Chapter 166 We do not accept surrender. Remnants of the wreckage. Taro Yamamoto's face went blank as he stood still. You're really working on a scientific launch, aren't you? You guys aren't kidding, are you? He watched as a rocket went up into space. At this time, Elder Sun turned back, showing a mouthful of big teeth and said with a smile, however, after this scientific research is over, you guys must be more careful. Yamamoto Taro was shocked in his heart and wanted to continue asking something, but was immediately waved by Sun Lao. See them off. Immediately, someone came in and dragged Taro Yamamoto and sent him out. Yamamoto really doesn't want to go. He'd already seen the effects of Wasia launching a curvature ship. The fallout from the scientific research alone has completely destroyed the coalition forces. Even 5-star General MacArthur is changing his tune and is admitting his mistakes, and that he is the biggest undercover agent. Who would believe it if he said it? But he just said it, in an attempt to be able to earn Wasia's forgiveness that way. And this time, it was clearly a scientific study coming at them. What effect will this have? And does anyone know the consequences? He was tempted to get down on his knees right now and just admit he was wrong. Unfortunately, Sun Lao didn't even give him a chance to find one. Sun Lao stepped forward to meet Lu Yu, who came up at this time. How was the launch? Judging by the speed of the air return, the launch has been successful. Lu Yu paused, then looked at Sun Lao and smiled. Hasn't launch technology always been our advantage? And there's no need for me to talk more about this kind of elementary technology at all, right? All I care about is the effect of that satellite in the sky. Lu Yu pointed to the sky with a smile on his face. Sun Lao nodded. Of course he knew that rocket launching technology was frankly the simplest grassroots technology here. Still have to look at the sky. What about those allied forces we have at sea? Sun Lao tried to open his mouth and asked. After all, this time, the allied forces were coming at Lu Yu, and this had to be asked for an opinion. If Lu Yu wanted to retaliate, without saying a word, he would definitely relay it to the head honcho and the others. The headmaster would also respect Lu Yu's wishes to the greatest extent possible. To put it bluntly, the effects of globalization used to involve themselves whether they fought or not, so they had to be careful before each war. The latest you can get off the field is the latest you can get off the field. Those who hide behind it are often able to eat more of the benefits, but not anymore. In other words, China can completely leave the world behind and form a circular economy on its own. And with Lu Yu, the great Buddha, there was no worry about any new industries. For all the new industry that comes with these, there's just not enough to go around to use it. Just one moon travel program may seem low cost, but the actual payback is extremely high, and that's a lot of people to carry at a time. Now it's even more of a moon landing frenzy. It's only been a few months and this is almost paying for itself in construction costs. So there is no need to care about those so-called coalition forces on the ocean right now. Even the War Department is such an opinion. But to ask Lu Yu is to have to give Lu Yu a full respect. Let's say that Lu Yu is a saintly mother and feels that this war should not go on like this. The Ministry of War will also carefully consider Lu Yu's opinion and finally consider this option. Lu Yu couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard the inquiry. Then he said, I'm just good at scientific research. It's the treatment of the enemy's military department that's the best at it, isn't it? Hearing the word enemy, Sun Lao instantly understood. Nodding repeatedly, I see what you mean. Lu Yu was a bit stunned. You'll get it when I say something. At his realm, he honestly didn't care at all anymore if the coalition existed or not, and whose hegemony it was. He really thinks that the military department can do whatever is in the interest of Huaxia, but it didn't matter. He didn't have a problem with Sun Lao understanding it so well. Report. Just at this time, A middle-aged man who looked like the director of the launch center walked over with an incomparably excited expression. Say, the director of the launch center took a deep breath and steadied his mind, then spoke with an incredibly serious expression. We have just received a signal from a curvature ship from cosmic space. The launch of our curvature ship was very successful. It landed in the vicinity of the Io-4 moon in full accordance with academician Luyu's calculations. It's just that the cosmic transmission speed is slightly slower. In fact, at the speed of the launch, they should have arrived immediately after we launched from the South China Sea, and then transmitted back via radio. That's just the right speed. This proves that the theory of artificially created black holes proposed by Luyu's original is completely feasible. The people at the launch center do research in the direction of cosmic science all year round. They anticipated that Luyu might launch successfully, but I didn't expect it to be basically accurate. There's no deviation. That would be shocking. Realize that even with the current rocket recovery technology, seems like a lot of talk about gliding through the atmosphere via various money-old ballistics and other techniques. But it's hard to tell than this. What did they say? Luyu was also a bit surprised, though there was no problem with his calculations, and he had even experimented with them in the research center of the consciousness space. But this is, after all, hands-on, and it's really his personal practicality. It was hard to hide my excitement. The director of the launch center was slightly more tempered in his excitement at the moment. Only then did he speak with an odd look on his face. They say they found fragments of Eagle Jam's carrier, and a full battleship next to Io-4's orbit. The signs of life up there have completely disappeared. Elder Sun and Luyu glanced at each other. Then the two of them laughed out loud. Artificially created black holes. What is a black hole? Is something that swallows even light. But then the principle of curvature is cleverly utilized to allow space to be folded so that jumps can be made. That is, at one point in time, the teleportation points of Earth and Io-4 were pretty much next to each other. Only after completing the jump, it finished releasing its energy and reverted back to normal space. What they hadn't expected was to send even those wrecks and an entire battleship through that energy fallout without destroying it completely. Does this also mean that Hawk Jam also made an attempt at a warp ship launch? Sun Lao cried and laughed, then joked about it. Luyu nodded. Let them take advantage. Better yet, claim a little launch fee or something. Took them on a Io trip after all. And at that moment, above space, a satellite was falling into orbit. There is still a heated argument going on among the coalition forces. They are arguing about who is in a dominant surrender position. Just then, the circuits around them all made a nuisance sound as if they were disturbed. Within moments, a plume of black smoke rose from within their conference room. What's the situation? MacArthur was in a panic. Could it be that Huaxia has made a move to directly wipe out all of them? Chapter 167, Huaxia's dragon flag fluttering. Surrounded. Not accepting surrender at all? The relationship between our big stick and China. That's father and son. So what if the son is a little rebellious? You can't just the son to death. As for you people, let's wait for the heavenly soldiers of Huaxia to come and destroy you. A bunch of pirate ghosts. The commander of the big stick suddenly became agitated. How many years have you Eagle Sauce Station troops in my stick home? What do the people of the upper kingdom of China say about us? They say our specialty is the Eagle Jam army. I, Big Stick, have endured the humiliation and waited for this day. You wait. The countries were completely flustered, and none of the 78 countries were able to make a decision at all. It was at this time that the major, who had finally ascertained the cause, came running in. All our electronic signals at sea and in the air have been jammed. Even the basic use of electric current is hard to do. We're surrounded, the major said nervously. MacArthur. A wave of despair washed over him. How can this be? Damn Chinese. We've already surrendered. Why can't they be gentlemen and accept our surrender? This is not the behavior of a gentleman. I'm going to appeal. I want to see their commander. Yes, and I want to see Luyu. Laughing MacArthur stood up excitedly. The big stick man's original smile that was still laughing couldn't come out at this time. No, Daddy Wasia. Your son is still in there. Can you at least give me a signal to pull out? Let's take on the coalition together. Right? I can be your pawn. I can be your dog. However, as things stood now, he recognized his situation. Daddy Wacha didn't care about them at all. Smoothly, they caged them in. At one time, 12 aircraft carriers could dominate the world, and that was Eagle Jam's ocean hegemony superweapon. But, now adrift in the ocean, they can't even do basic controlled steering anymore. The ships have become piles of scrap metal. The crowd simply wanted to cry, especially the countries like the Great Harry and the Three Harry, who were supposed to follow Huaxia to eat and drink. Now it's gotten to this point because of a momentary questioning. There's no going back. Even Sakura Kadeko and the others couldn't receive the latest news conveyed by Taro Uemoto anymore. Just then, suddenly there was a zip and the current returned. Is it Wacha who has spared us? MacArthur immediately spun in place excitedly and spoke. I knew there had to be a use for our hawk sauce. Zip! The current is off again. What the hell is going on here? All at once everyone was confused. It was literally dancing on top of their nerves. Watcha! What the hell are you up to? Actually, HWA did nothing. Simply experimenting. Just now. It's just experimenting with satellites with emitted EMI systems, directly covering all the battleships of the Allied forces, not to mention, when they paused, they did nothing more than blockade Eagle Jam proper. Lost the entire Eagle sauce to electromagnetic signals. Then it covered Cherry Blossom Little Days, Old John Bull, Gallic Chicken, Hans Old Cat, and so on. A few blinks later, it came straight to a big global coverage package. It works. When it really works. Not only are they in full view of our eyes, and the signal blockade can be completed at any time. It's like we're fighting a blind man in the Cold War era, and we're holding the nukes. Inside the head research room, there was immense excitement. The crowd was full of happy people. A group of veterans in their 60s and 70s. The younger ones in their 50s. They hadn't been in such a pleasant mood in a long time. Aren't we too much of a bully? There's always the feeling that we're fighting primitives with tanks. The gap is even bigger. One of the generals spoke up. Are you cool? The chief looked up at him with squinted eyes. Cool. The general's eyes narrowed with laughter. It's a complete and utter crushing of not being on the same level. Not a dimensional war. There wasn't even any need for an artillery war at all. No need for heat weapons. A satellite did the trick. It doesn't even require them to bother with them following up. Yes, the Chinese side didn't care about this group of Allied forces at all. After one blink of the globe, they locked onto the area where the coalition was. What the hell is going on here? Our Allied forces have lost all signals. The White House is running out of pockets for the old Baywatch diaper. There was a constant stream of people wiping the sweat from his forehead. I thought to myself, I'm over 80 years old. I've had a hard time becoming president. Can you let me experience what it's like to be the overlord? Why should the Chinese be against me? You've risen to power because I'm in power? Can't contact any signals. Secretary of Defense Eagle Jam remained stoic as he spoke. At this point Trump and Eagle Sauce territory seized the opportunity to make a big comeback. Y'all take a look at what Old Bay has done. He's letting Eagle Jam slide off the deep end. And he's telling Eagle Jam to keep his voice down. When have we Eagle Sauce ever suffered like this? You have chosen me. And I will make Eagle Jam great again. Trump's approval ratings are literally skyrocketing. In fact, this guy has drawn a lot of fans within China instead because of some abstract factors. It was even thought that some of his maneuvers were on the side of China. But in fact, this guy is even more sinister and venomous than Old Bai. What he's rushing up to is white supremacy. Eagle Sauce supremacy. And there's no downside. The rules that work in his favor, he abides by. Rules that are not in his favor, and he won't abide by them. So often you can just read in the news that he's quit some association again and so on. The trade war started with this guy pressuring hard, so don't really think of him as any kind of good guy. Of course, he won't get a chance later. Bang! A loud explosion exploded on his lectern. Fire splashes. Aren't you the chosen one who even dodged bullets? Good. Then I'll give dynamite this time. I'll see how else you can work it out. But really, none of that matters. The 11 Eagle Sauce carriers drifting across the ocean, including the rest of the coalition together, totaled more than 20 carriers and 100 battleships, just drifting straight out on the ocean with no one able to find them. They ran out of food and starved a bunch of people. Eventually, they started killing each other, eating human flesh. This copy, it's mine. I am the Supreme Coalition Commander. MacArthur was cloaked in hair and had long since lost the gentleman of the day. A bunch of commanders are here to grab human flesh for dinner. Just then, a big soldier covered in wounds suddenly became agitated outside. We docked. We're saved. We see land. The crowd, which had just been fighting over the human flesh, all ran out in a hurry. They really saw land. However, the next moment, they saw a fluttering dragon flag. Chapter 168, 5-star generals protecting food. Scandalous acts. They thought they would be rescued when they docked, but after they saw that it was the dragon flag of China, their hearts instantly turned half cold. It's these damn Chinese again. How did the fleet get here? Even if it's just to float off to Bend, or to Sakura's little day home. Anything less than floating to the furry bear's house. Of course, the best outcome would be to float back to Eagle Jam's lair. That's where they feel most secure in themselves. But it stopped on the coast of China. Damn it! Sparring with the Chinese? The next moment, little MacArthur took a trumpet and knelt directly on the deck. Honorable Upper Kingdom of China, I have come to surrender. Please don't shoot. Don't shoot. Let us surrender. All our warships are given to you free of charge. I surrender together on behalf of the 78 allied nations. He shouted at the top of his voice, afraid that he wouldn't be heard on the other side. The kneeling position. He'd seen how people used to kneel in the small days of Sakura, used to laugh at how the little days sat like this. It seems downright prescient now. I can't wait to be able to reproduce it exactly 1-to-1. This is for them is simply the existence of the disobedient. What a war! What revenge! What hatred of HWA! What white supremacy! What eagle sauce dominance! What global firsts! Get the hell out of here! Don't get involved! I am now the good and virtuous citizen who is most loyal to HWA, and MacArthur's actions have certainly angered the little days, the big sticks, and the monkeys. Particularly notable are the benders. They kicked MacArthur straight in the ass. Get out of my way. You guys, I am also a Chinese. We benders are also Chinese. It's not your turn to kowtow in front. I will now return to my mother's arms. I'm just a disobedient rebellious child. Now go home and get a lecture from your mommy. Now I understand. No one can stop me from going home. The benders would not have had the strength to stay in the game at all. The last food for this group of coalition forces starts with the lowest class of coalition member states. Their bending strength was not outstanding in the first place. None of the ones that remain are now powerful. But Ben stays, that is, considering the other layer of who they are. That's the fire that Wasia is passing on overseas. Bend and Wachovia are family. In particular, China's tolerance for many aspects of bending is simply obvious to all. They hope to be able to be at a time like this when the benders are on top of it and can add a little bit more to the level of acceptance that Wasia has for them. Are these, all of them, Eagle Jam's battleships? An ordinary private, seeing the fleet scattered over the sea, confused. He's just a private, doesn't know the specifics, still holding their own every day, guarding the gates of the country. He's always waiting for the other guy to call, but then he saw a group of men dressed in rags, but looking high in rank, scrambling to their knees on the deck. Take your panties off as a white flag. This is unbelievable. How is that possible? Are these people crazy? Another private immediately dialed the phone to report it. Soon they were given orders to permit the other side to dock, as long as the other side doesn't fire any weapons. When MacArthur, Makoto Taro, and these men finally stood on the land again, they wept bitterly. Too excited. I didn't think I'd ever be able to stand on land in my life. They can't imagine this past time. It's too frightening, even too scared to remember. Standing on land finally inspired their shame, but how to cover it up? It will surely be discovered by Wasia. Solely they will leave it alone for now. Soon the Chinese side had dispatched troops to receive it. Reporting to the commander, a total of 78 naval ships have come alongside, and 7 carriers have come alongside. Some haven't drifted in yet. In total, the remaining enemy forces total 764. The messenger hesitated for a split second, then continued. We found human bodies being consumed on top of the ship's hold. The messenger looked at the hordes and shuddered. It's a bunch of demons from hell, isn't it? People eat each other. I didn't realize that in this 21st century, it's especially still the unrivaled dominance of hawk sauce, modernization at its finest. I can't believe this is still happening. The army chief's face was expressionless, but a shock wave has occurred in the mind. He knew there had been a change at sea. It seems to be a big victory for HWA. Only there's nothing in the country about it. No one knows what happened, but he didn't know it was surprising that the victory was so big. 78 allied nations, and this is what it's come to. The one at the head of the group turned out to be Coalition Commander MacArthur. 5-star general. Look over your shoulder. It's only 1 star. He hadn't imagined that he could one day just end up as Supreme Commander of Eagle Jam, but he's been on the frontier for a long time. Immediately ordered. All warships taken over by our side. These people, I will inform the top. You guys. The army chief hesitated. Ben's commander immediately stepped forward and said, Me. I'm from Bend. I'm also from China. Can we get some food for our compatriots first? MacArthur also nodded quickly. Yes, I asked to have some food. Thanks. And that's all I ask. Cherry Blossom Jr., Day, John Bull, Hans Cat, Blast Furnace Chicken, etc. All bottomed out with their incredibly condescending heads. They want a bite to eat now. What a wonderful feeling. He had forgotten it himself now. The army chief had a strange look in his eyes. Though this group doesn't deserve any qualifications for making conditions at all, still, he allowed it. After all, if the group starved to death, the credit would diminish. When the food comes up, where is this a coalition army? Totally a bunch of beggars. A bunch of officers grabbed and fought each other on the ground for food. They've gotten into the habit of grabbing food. If you don't protect your food, you'd have starved to death and been split up long ago while wearing it. And let's not talk about his farce here. Eagle Sauce Old Bay and others at this time simply cannot find the coalition forces, can only continue to telegraph China, demanding that China must give a statement. The nations of the world are rhetorical ultimatums. They knew that a situation might have occurred. but they had no idea how tragic the accident would be. Therefore, at this time, they still maintain a certain face, take diplomatic rhetoric, and attempt to put pressure on the Chinese side. And on this day, the press conference, may I ask if there is nothing Huaxia would like to say? Is it that China is ready to engage in world terrorism and is ready to be the enemy of the whole world? An Eagle Jam reporter stood up and exclaimed. The diplomat eyed the reporter oddly. Then he spoke without haste. World terrorism? As far as I know, it's you, Eagle Jam, who have united 78 countries to wage war against my China. Chapter 169. Liu Yu protects the country's fortune for 1,000 years. Only 1,000 years? This is a war of self-defense for our Huaxia. It's a war for the people of our Huaxia. It's clear who's a terrorist. And is there any shortage of wars you've blatantly waged for the sake of hegemony? In addition, I believe that there is no country in the world that is qualified to deter, threaten, intimidate Huaxia. He paused. Neither can Hawksbane. Neither can the Allied 78. That reporter was horrified. You are preparing to start World War III? It's not that we're trying to start it. We're on passive defense. Furthermore, we have never answered a battle. And as far as I can tell, you were routed without a fight. To put it bluntly, you are soldiers of iniquity. And this is the punishment of heaven. By the way, I have news for you now. Our soldiers have spotted your coalition warships off the coast. A bunch of people are begging Huaxia to take them in. You can go back and ask your officials for specifics. He smiled slightly at the end, then posted one photo of the surrender of the coalition forces. Eagle Jam's top admiral, now touted as a hero of sorts, and the royal admiral of the John Bull family, and so on. All of them are at the level of the highest commanders of their countries. Instead, they were on the edge of a beach, fighting like hungry dogs guarding their food on the beach. All the reporters were in an uproar. Wachovia acknowledged it. Wachovia has finally admitted it. But is this the result they want? Suddenly, they felt a shiver run through their bodies. The world has changed. It may have changed a long time ago, but they don't know it. They still survive in Eagle Jam's former glory. It's like John Bull reveling in his own sunsets. It's hard to shock people's inherent perceptions without a war to change them. But now, there is. So, will I still be able to curry favor by reporting on Black Huaxia now? After only half an hour, press releases blasted out all over the world. The great people of China are the most advanced and free nation in this world. The Allied forces have waged a devil's war. That's why they will eventually be crushed by themselves. They failed. And it was well deserved. The great dragon flag should fly all over the world. And on behalf of the people of Eagle Jam, I welcome the Huaxia army to keep us safe. I've heard that the Chinese dragon flag gives the most sense of security. When will you come to our bend to return to the bosom of the family? Public opinion almost very tacitly chose to speak on the side of China. The previously lopsided black material has completely disappeared into thin air. There are a few headstrong, small countries that don't yet have a form of humane treatment, while writing in the same way as the previous manuscripts. Media outlets around the world have coincidentally blackballed these outlets outright. Just kidding. 78 Allied forces. There are even 24 aircraft carriers, more than 200 warships. In the end, the whole army was wiped out, and the supreme commander had to rob it all for food. Hell, I don't know what the hell Wachovia has done, but there's no doubt that HWA won. It's a win before you've even done much. There are even voices now saying that Huaxia used supernatural weapons. The Chinese invented magic, fired a super fireball spell inside the sea, and then defeated the Allied forces. Not only is it fast and efficient, but fireball is environmentally friendly. No contamination remains after extinguishing. Something was burned, surely that was the Union's fault. Why do they have to use harmful materials to build weapons? And why can't they learn from Huaxia? When these news came out, the world was in an uproar. Old bystipers simply won't stop. For all he knew, Eagle Jam might actually realize a real decline at his hands later on. He knew that if he didn't admit defeat, they would be targeted. The White House spoke first. All the movements of the Allied forces have nothing to do with me. Eagle Jam. They are acting autonomously and have mutinied. We Eagle Sauce are friends with Huaxia forever. Old Bai almost fainted outright at the speakers' meeting. But it was held up. A series of agreements followed in which people from the Chinese embassy were found to sign. Aha! It doesn't even need to be said much. Direct opening of ports of entry for trade, locations in San Francisco, and many other ports. Directly allow all of these people to open tariff-free. It's not just Eagle Sauce. Other countries are scrambling for fear of being liquidated. Each of these 78 countries, counting one, open ports duty-free. The unaware Chinese are still in a daze. What's going on here? Did China win? To wake up from a sleep and realize that the powers are actually myself? It's bad. My Huaxia has become the overlord. Wrong. We, China, are just back to being number one in the world. People all over the world are waiting for Wasia to go over. The Chinese officials were also a bit caught off guard for a while. What the hell is going on here? The whole world has become my new market? I've colonized the whole world? It's hard to get used to. It's hard to digest. And there's a feeling of having nowhere to go with your strength. Other people have no place to use their strength. It is a punch in the cotton. Sheepish needle. And right now we have nowhere to go with all the power on our side. It's true that we don't even have any cotton to work with. There's no target to hit at all. It can be suffocating. What to do? Tell us all. Where do we stand now? The chief sat down on the first seat with a somewhat saddened look on his face. He had never had this kind of trouble in his life. He could never have imagined that it was the launch of a space vehicle that could lead to such a result. The coalition just lost. Happiness troubles. It's simply not too apt. His heart was actually happy at this point. It was quite a feeling of who was my enemy in the world. Their ports of commerce? We certainly don't want them for nothing. It's impossible to spit out the fat that's in your mouth. But they're asking for a garrison. Sun Lao frowned. Honestly, I don't think any of them are worth a garrison. I now have the feeling of looking at them as natives. We don't have to fight them for anything. What's done is done. Sun Lao concluded. Chief nodded. Though in the past, if I had said such a thing, I would have been called arrogant. Everyone else opens up their markets and lets you colonize and station troops. And you don't even go? Isn't this an international joke? But that's the way it is. Nowadays. Wasia can't look at those of them. That is, they are the market that can make life better for the Chinese. So they accept it. As for the garrison, that's a no-brainer. Eagle Sauce proposes. Let's restart the joint talks in China. The head honcho said again. No need to pay attention. It has nothing to do with us. Develop yourself, I think. Most importantly, just focus on Prof. Lu Yu's research and development. Sun Lao said. A smile appeared on the chief's face as well. Lu Yu is indeed worth it. With such a Lu Yu, we can protect the national fortune of China for 1,000 years. Chapter 170, Eagle Jam Split, Lone Star Republic. A series of symposium summits are being organized in close proximity to the outside world. After all, for Huaxia, the occupation of the so-called land is now not needed at all. Even to a certain extent, the occupation of the so-called land is an additional burden to China. That's not occupation. That's aid. Of course, around the territorial waters of China. Now all the countries are honest. There have been disputes over the sea before. The monkey family, for example, thinks that Wasia is bullying people and putting territorial waters in front of his house. Luzon, for example, felt the same way, and even used to clash with China at sea. Then there's the Big Stick family. It is also known as Tsushima Island, where we used to be. Also for example, the outer Hingan Ridge and the Kuril Islands of the Great Maoists. There was a tacit agreement to just give Wachovia a pass. The so-called island chain had ceased to exist that night. Even the carrier formation, what with the fighter groups, was completely over before it even started. Under electronic interference, everything is turned into scrap metal. There's no need to fight. Since we can't beat them, what's the point of the blockade? Is it a target for China to shoot at when it's upset? Instead of that, should we really cut ourselves off from Wasia? The previous blockade was designed to block China's access to the sea and limit its rise. There's also the technology that the embargo could import into China. Now it's completely reversed. Their technology? Wasia doesn't need it at all. The technology of the Chinese self has been unique in the world. You blockade him and get a hammer for new technology? Of course you have to be a dog of China with an open door to have a chance to get a little soup and rice and such from China. Now the rise of Huaxia has given them an incomparably strong sense of crisis. It's no longer the boss they have to fight for. Instead, it's the penis. For now Hawk Jam remains the leading dick, but it won't be forever. If anyone can get a little bit of the scraps from Wahoo, surpassing Eagle Sauce would be simple. And Hawksbane itself has now erupted into extremely serious conflict. Itself because of the naval battle, which led to a shift in conflict within the Eagle Jam. For the time being, it's been suppressed as well. Both the Anchorsmen and the Judson put aside their disputes for the time being. After all, as long as they won on the battlefield, there were countless benefits waiting for them to divide. And now losing, the previous conflicts could no longer be contained at this moment and all of them erupted. Before that there was Judas Capital Raising Series, which has been extremely divisive. On the evening of the same day that Eagle Jam signed a treaty of sale with China, great riots broke out right here in Texas. First, there was the $0 purchase. Then the melee erupted into conflict. It ended with the governor going straight to a state of emergency. In the morning of the next day, the big Eagle Sauce flag landed right over Texas. Rising, the flag of the Lone Star Republic. We now declare that we, the Lone Star, are founded. We were originally a Lone Star in the beginning. There is no relation to Hawk Jam. We also joined Eagle Jam as an independent nation. No one can stop us. From now on, everything on the borderline that is not recognized by Lone Star is smuggling and fleeing. Except for the Chinese. Of course, the Chinese are the most peace-loving nation in this world. We will commit ourselves to the principle of peaceful coexistence with the Chinese. We welcome the Chinese to Lone Star. The founding of the Lone Star Republic simply stunned the world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What do I see? I've always heard before that Hawk Jam was going to split. I never thought I'd see the real thing today, or witnessing history in my lifetime. New history lesson. What is the historical background? What is the historical significance of the founding of the Lone Star Republic? New political exam question. What kind of reference does the Hawk Jam and Lone Star rivalry have for us? It's over. It's over. I'm history. The internet in China has long been abuzz. The fact that Lone Star was founded so quickly was something no one expected. Back in the day, especially when Trump and Old Boy were battling for supremacy, the Lone Star was where the Trump vote was, at the height of the fight. It has even happened to the point where states have faced off against states. Again, Texas was previously one of the few big states with the highest economic development in Eagle Jam, so they have an extremely high status in their own right. But in the end all the conflict was pushed down and it was all good to sit down and talk. Anyone would think that this is just political showmanship. But this day became a reality. It's only bitter for this class of Chinese candidates. The founding of the Lone Star Republic is proof that Eagle Jam's hegemony is on the decline. Only a peaceful and friendly country like ours is the way to go in the long run. Some people have taken to the internet to show their answers. The answer is certainly not a standard one, nor is it any better, but it just speaks to everyone's heart. A lot of people who were once part of the publicist era are a bit overwhelmed by it. Such a big eagle sauce. And this is the decline? Such a big Lone Star. And he breaks away? Even the two sides of the border have begun to face each other. Eagle Sauce won't admit it. Then a reporter interviews the Chinese diplomacy. We respect the history of all nations. And Lone Star, he was once an independent nation, which we should fully respect. We want both sides to sit down and make peace. No war. It seemed to say it, and it seemed to say nothing at all. But there is one thing that HWA recognizes about the Lone Star. Haven't you guys been bending over backwards to discuss us like this before? Now it's just a matter of giving it back to you. And the words leave room for you to talk amongst yourselves. If they could talk about it on their own, would it have gotten this far? Internationally, it's just unbelievable. Luyu didn't know that he had caused such a big deal because of one of his launches. He didn't have the heart to pay attention to that either. Even less interested in those. Congratulations, host, on completing the curvature ship project. Congratulations to the host, who will gain a lifespan. The system lurched and lagged. Because the current Luyu simply didn't need him to give out so many days of his life to sustain his life. According to reason, Luyu was now an eternal body. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Luyu's mouth. I'd like to see what you can send me. Luyu laughed lightly. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a bottle of body repair liquid. Congratulations to the host on the project's completion. 80%. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the key to Wang Chao's book library. In other words, this body repair fluid that acts as a bonus to increase longevity? Body repair liquid, under the great loss of the body, as long as it has not died, it can repair 99% of all hidden dangers. Lean. This system guy really does have a cure for pancreatic cancer. Chapter 171 Dark Forest Laws. Body repair fluid. On this repair liquid, early takeout. I'm afraid to not need Luyu to go on this path of mechanical ascension up, but it had all come to this, so Luyu didn't bother dwelling on it. Luyu carefully studied it. This potion should be used for both his current body and his previous physical body. Luyu wasn't used to his physical body just dying. Naturally he needed to maintain it. Otherwise the life force wouldn't have been long. His current physical needs, on the other hand, were a fusion of his internal organs and his mechanical body, and there was definitely something that wasn't quite compatible. With this, it can all be fixed. Let's use the body repair solution first. The body is now the main focus. Luyu thought about it and made a decision, then took out the body repair liquid from inside the system. However, what made Luyu somewhat surprised was that this time the system conceded, surprisingly enough for two people. In other words, Luyu's mechanical body and his physical body both had enough dosage. It seems that this dog system is not as tough as he said, without something to blackmail Luyu, and still wanting Luyu to continue. Of course it was necessary to give into his sincerity. Good stuff. Luyu drank it in one gulp. I can't tell you what it feels like. It doesn't even taste good in your mouth. It just suddenly felt as if my body was lighter. It even felt as if his internal organs were more energized. Luyu then fed his flesh body to drink it again. The color of the flesh became better. However, the cancer was not eliminated when tested with instruments. It's just considerably less active. System advisory: the system does not recommend that the host completely remove the cancer cells. That's when a voice popped out of the system. Lu Yu frowned. What the hell kind of advice is this? Follow-up questions were not answered. Lu Yu simply stopped thinking about it. This project is only 80% complete, and it should be partially due to the development of that electronic jamming. But what's the 20% completion gap? Lu Yu's heart fluttered. Could it be a return flight? Or maybe it's bringing back some kind of sample? Or develop his other abilities? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new scientific research project, an artificial astral body. Lu Yu also froze for a moment. What the hell was an artificial astral body? After carefully reading the system's description, Lu Yu realized it. What astral body, in fact, is the creation of Earth's satellites. But this satellite is not the same as the previous ones. How much can a launched satellite weigh? It's just a matter of using the Earth's outer orbits to hook up your own instruments. But the artificial astral body is for Lu Yu to actually create a small planet. Lu Yu couldn't help but frown. This research project will actually give rise to many problems. What is the purpose of a satellite if it is artificially created? And would it interfere with the orbit of the Earth's rotation? Will there be some sort of offset? It is important to realize that the calculations have been made, and at the moment, there is an extremely delicate balance between the Sun, the Earth, and the Moon that is just right. How big a satellite would one have to build to not affect the Earth? As he read on with the requirements of the scientific research information, Lu Yu's frown deepened. This is exactly what is needed to create a new space war fortress. Who is the system trying to watch out for? A new concept popped into his head. So an alien civilization has discovered Earth? Or is it that this system, he himself is a spy system? Making himself a ball trader without realizing it. Creating this satellite actually for monitoring the Earth? The latter possibility, however, Lu Yu felt was unlikely. Without the assistance of the system, it was impossible for Lu Yu to progress so quickly and develop to this point. Honestly, controlled fusion, for that matter, doesn't even know how many years it will plague the planet before it breaks. Not to mention something as conceptual as a curvature ship. No human civilization can even go into space yet. So as far as the system was concerned, Lu Yu didn't feel the need. Help you grow into space and then blockade you. So do I thank you? Or do I not thank you? And there's another crucial point. That is, why can't this so-called war fortress be modeled after the moon? All sorts of questions appeared in Lu Yu's mind at once. He needed to unravel them one by one. The brunt of this is that the presence of this satellite cannot break the delicate connection between the Earth's moon in our solar system. It allows for man-made planets to appear while maintaining the previous balance. This requires a huge amount of computation. Right. The key to Wang Chao's bookstore. This reward is pretty special too. Lu Yu suddenly remembered the reward and immediately turned it over. Then saw the description. Wang Chao was a great scientific researcher and scholar who had led the development of a planet's civilization. Wang Chao's library of books was the accumulation and summary of his life's experience. It's a treasure trove of a planet's civilization's accumulated wisdom. Lu Yu was somewhat stunned. There's something fierce about this Wang Chao bookstore. Why is it an Earthling surname though? And a Chinese one at that? Lu Yu asked, the doubt in his heart. It's just a phonetic name. The host doesn't have to read too much into it. And in the history of this civilization, short nomenclature was taken. The system replied. Lu Yu nodded. The accumulation of a planetary civilization. That is to say, this Wang Chao is already the highest achiever of that unknown civilization. And the fact that the library of books appeared here in the system is a representation that Wang Chao is dead. And that civilization is no longer able to thrive. So this civilization was the last to be overthrown? Lu Yu's eyes flickered as he took a deep breath. Suddenly there was a tingling sensation in his scalp. To be able to be rewarded by the system, there must be something redeeming about it. Which meant that the Earth had not yet developed to the heights it had reached. Such a civilization. But overthrown words. Lu Yu thought of the Dark Forest Law. It's lucky for a civilization to show up on a cosmic space siege. But you can't be the only one that's so lucky. Within the vastness of cosmic space, there is bound to be a lot more luck. And these fortunes come early, or late, or develop in different directions. And there are all sorts of coincidences. The civilizational development of scientific research is not the same. According to the current division, the degree of cosmic civilization can be divided into 7 levels. The first class, the home planet civilization. That is, the origin level, where intelligent life forms are born. And Earth is, quite obviously, in that class. It was even mentioned earlier that the Earth is currently not even a Tier 1 because of the insufficient level of utilization of its resources. It can only be considered a Level 0, 8 civilization. Of course, now, because of Lu Yu's appearance, the occurrence of controlled nuclear fusion had allowed humanity to advance into the era of complete utilization of the resources of the home planet civilization. Chapter 172, inspiration from the book depository. Physics doesn't exist. And because of the curvature ship, Earth is rapidly progressing towards a secondary civilization. A second-class civilization. i.e., a stellar-class civilization. That is, for development within the star system where the parent star is located. The planet is currently in its infancy, which is a curvature ship. Actually, you can't do the super high-power kind yet. Even simulated black holes are, of course, extremely small and recoverable. Its jumping ability, too, remains roughly within the solar system, and if it goes beyond that, there's not enough energy, not even controlled fusion. So the long-term task previously given to Luyu is then the Dyson membrane. Stellar-level resources can be utilized. The civilization that this Wang Chao is in is bound to be even closer to a stellar-level civilization than Earth, if not already. But they're overthrown. Dark forest laws. At the stage of development of the cosmic civilization, whether you carry good or bad intentions, all must be treated as malicious, because you don't know if the other person carries malice towards you. If the other person's civilization is less developed than yours, you release goodwill, but he suddenly surpasses you if he has a technological explosion. He may in turn swallow you, and it's even more dangerous if the other person is inherently more developed than you are. You can't gamble, and the other civilization wouldn't dare to gamble. If you lose the bet, it's the fate of the planet that you lose. The Earth, when all is said and done, seems to have a life history of billions of years, but intelligent life is only a few tens of thousands of years old. Counting apes, it's only been a few million years. It's really short in the dimensions of cosmic space. In other words, the Earth is very young. Once discovered, the probability of being exterminated is high. Luyu patted his head and threw away the distractions inside his head. This reflection deepened the sense of urgency in his heart. The system can't be a no-brainer. He wasn't overly worried though. The system chose him, so naturally there was still the possibility and hope of a flip. Well, Luyu subconsciously had already set the unknown being to be higher than himself. After all, to be able to come here, it must be at least stellar level. Taking the key that fell into his hand, Luyu entered his consciousness space. A brand new library of books appeared in its own research center. There was only a wooden gate. He shoved the key into the hole and the door was opened. He saw how dusty the inside had become. The books inside are extremely well preserved though. Luyu opened the book closest to him. Inside, it reads, Basic Research Data on Controlled Fusion. Luyu froze for a moment. Controlled fusion. Is that just the threshold information for getting started? He studied it carefully and realized that the contents were slightly different from his own in terms of research direction, but different paths lead to the same thing. Ultimately, they all achieve a level of control over the enormous amount of energy released by nuclear fusion. R&D on superconducting materials is also much worse, but it is clear that the other side has developed the utilization of controlled fusion to the extreme. And at the moment Earth is just a rudimentary stage of application. There's still quite a way to go, but it has inspired me. Luyu took a deep breath. He was shocked at the information. He continued to delve deeper and found a lot of information roughly between a home star civilization and a stellar-level civilization. There are some that the Earth already has, and has even been developing for years, only not as much attention has been paid to them, or something that has been taken for granted. And then there are the things that Earth doesn't even know about. It can give Luyu quite a lot of references and lessons. I actually have some visions about the Dyson membrane. How to stabilize the capture of henshin is our current problem. Our data model is already solving something, but I feel like we've been watched. We have some technical dilemmas. Seem to be disturbed. Luyu suddenly got a copy of the note material. The signature is clearly Wang Chao. Physics doesn't exist anymore. Suddenly a line of words caught Luyu's eye. A phrase previously thought of only as a play on words has appeared in the notebook of a scientific researcher and scholar. Subsequently all sorts of gibberish-like things on it simply made Luyu's scalp tingle. But in the end, Luyu's eyes lit up. I've found a way. I'm sure, to block our technology, but I got around the blockade, broke the intervention, and managed to build the Dyson membrane. But I feel that we are in danger. Luyu took a deep breath. The system was probably deliberately letting himself in and then coming to discover the note himself. It's a little more credible than the system just saying it. Finally, Luyu saw a desk inside the library. There's a piece of paper on top of the desk. I want to seek to prove my vision. Perhaps we would have ended up a little better off if I had been able to produce an artificial satellite earlier. Subsequently, Luyu saw a large number of calculation formulas on the back of the paper. But it's all intermittent and not coherent in any way. But it made Luyu's eyes light up. He could see that it was some formula for gravity. This was simply the most suitable thing for Luyu right now. Although a lot of things were cluttered, it gave Luyu some good ideas. And some of the computational models are already coming to fruition. It's a piece of paper that's worth $1,000. Lu Yu was like a treasure. This could save himself a lot of time. However, he realized that there was no other valuable information inside this library. But next to the desk, there was another door. You can't push it, and you need a key. The dog system is a real dog, but he was also exhilarated. At least by building on what has gone before. You can take the road less traveled yourself. After launching out of the space of consciousness, he just wanted to rest his brain. Instead, he saw Kongyan push open the door and come in. Elder brother, are you finished with your scientific research? Kongyan immediately perked up and ran over. I even brought you something delicious. From Kongyan's hands, exquisite dishes are made. Lu Yu's mood was quite soothed and he smoothly wrapped his arms around Jiang Yan's waist. Senior brother, see if you like it? This is my latest research. Jiang Yan said as she looked at Lu Yu with an expectant face. A smile surfaced on Lu Yu's face. Of course everything senior sister makes is delicious, but there's one thing no one can match, Lu Yu said. Jiang Yan looked at Lu Yu with some doubt. Show and tell. An earthy love story, said Kongyan instantly turned her face red, all the way to her neck. Then which one do you want to eat? Senior brother. Kongyan bolstered her courage and said, it's nice to have a healthy sifu, without as much worry as before. He could also continue to follow his senior brother's lead. Lu Yu leaned his body forward and pressed over. Of course. Chapter 173, talking only about the wind and the moon. The wind and the moon have no boundaries. Lu Yu of course just went up, and the response he got was a little more than simple. For Kongyan, her longing had been planted from a long time ago. Maybe she never dreamed she'd see the day. Like a dream, but that's what's real. So she was excited and proactive. It even made Lu Yu a little confused. To paraphrase, I just added and you handed off the big move? Still, the whole thing was wonderful. Lu Yu also enjoyed the moment. He really felt more like a robot during his time in the hospital bed, and not a real person. It was a mechanical body now, but it had real feelings. It's more like a person living. He also didn't think about the next scientific research for a while, much less concerned about major changes happening in the outside world. The few days he spent alone with Kongyan were the most relaxing he'd had in a while. Unlike hospitals where they are pushed around, it was time to give Kongyan a piece of my mind. It's also about giving yourself the determination to make up your mind. As confident as he was, it was undeniably with some sort of parting last words like thought in that moment. At least with this world, I was here. Jiang Yan also treasured this moment very much. I should say, she treasured every minute and every second she spent with Lu Yu. It's so rare to be able to have the time you have now. It was hard on you during that time before. Lu Yu held Jiang Yan's hand and kissed it gently. The two lay calmly in the grass, very restful. I think it's all worth it. As long as elder brother can be healthy and well, it doesn't matter at all. Kongyan sat up from the grass where she was lying. Then his hands were spread out, facing the sky, and his eyes were slightly closed. I think it's going to get better from here, don't you? With a slight shyness, the young girl smiled back, and for a moment everything lost its color. Lu Yu was lost in thought for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he smiled and nodded. By the way, senior brother, when will you be able to go back home with me? Kongyan asked. Home? Lu Yu was a bit puzzled. To be honest, up until now, Lu Yu was basically ignorant of Jiang Yan's family situation. I only know that this girl seems to have some background in her family, but he didn't pay attention to that and had never seen Kongyan's parents come to school. My parents have known for a long time. They want to meet you too. Jiang Yan wrapped her arm around Lu Yu. Don't worry, there won't be any so-called difficult bridge for son-in-law or anything. You are the pride of our Huaxia, the second real national scholar of our Huaxia. They couldn't be happier. It's about the two of us. My parents want to talk to you. Kongyan lowered her head, her ears reddening. Lu Yu lost his smile, not realizing that there was such a thing. Not that he cared about the red tape, but people are in the world, and when they have people they care about, they must want the people they care about to be happier. And this kind of thing wasn't really a big deal to Lu Yu. So without much thought, he nodded his head in agreement. Seeing Lu Yu nod, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. The entire group became overwhelmed. In her heart, this represented a kind of recognition, an acknowledgement from Lu Yu. She couldn't help but place a heavy kiss on Lu Yu's cheek. Don't worry, senior brother. I know that you are a person with big dreams, and it's hard for anyone in this world to manage to face that kind of high-latitude ideal impact with you, but I will never be a drag on you. I'll take care of you, Kongyan said divinely. Lu Yu almost laughed out loud at how he had the feeling of being turned upside down. What do you mean she's sure to take care of herself? But if you think about it, it's true that Kongyan takes care of herself more. The two of them then discussed the time. Jiang Yan mainly not wanting to interrupt Lu Yu's own rhythm of life, trying to look at Lu Yu's own habits. Lu Yu is not impossible. Just when the relaxation rest. As the two got up, They were surprised to see an old acquaintance. Ruyan. Ruyan Lu stood on the outer path of the lawn. She hadn't come here on purpose. Let's just say it was a complete and small coincidence. But it was undeniable that she really hadn't seen Luyu for a while. Since that day when Luyu changed his body and came out of the hospital, he had never seen it again. But since that day, Ruyan Lu felt like she had no spirit to do anything. She no longer had the same go-for-broke competence she once had. In the old days, she only had patience in her eyes. Now, the hospital is offering her some new positions and even promoting her to vice president. There was certainly something in there because of Luyu getting back on his feet, but she wasn't having any of it, so she excused herself. She was the one who treated Luyu for the surgery, so there were countless people begging her for treatment now. But there are times when it just doesn't work. If she's willing to take orders, she could easily become a big player in the industry. There are literally countless people across the country, and around the world, who have invited her to be a fly cutter. But she won't. She wanted to think about what was wrong with her. What the hell is wrong with myself? Even the spirit of drilling is gone. It was her vacation time and the hospital was waiting for her a new answer. Without realizing it, I walked here. She also didn't expect to see Luyu here. In that moment, it was as if her eyes came to life. But the moment he saw Jiang Yan by Luyu's side, his eyes darkened a bit again. However, she hid it well and stepped forward and smiled. It seems that academician Luyu has recovered quite well. I'm surprised to have the honor of running into you here, she said with flirtation. Kong Yun winked. Combining labor and rest is the normal situation, as it is with senior. So it is with you. Liu glanced at Jiang Yan with slight surprise. The little sister actually said a little bit of depth out today, but he's always been straightforward when it comes to the emotional top. He didn't notice some weird atmosphere between the two women. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't put too much stock in it. There are times when not knowing may be the best knowing. Luyu may not be as skillful in handling it, but it doesn't need to be. It depends on how good a person is. He was sure that they could handle it. Thanks. I hope I can learn. Ruyan Lu also spoke out of temperament. Got a minute? Take a walk together? Luyu opened his mouth to invite and said. Ruyan Lu's eyes lit up slightly. She hadn't expected to get an invitation. Subconsciously, she looked at Kong Yun. This, here, is the main man. Chapter 174, Moral Cleanliness, Groundedness and Peace of Mind. I didn't expect Kong Yun to act as if she didn't notice or see anything. With a smile on his face, he pulled Lu Ruyan. It's also thanks to you, Dr. Lu, or else elder brother wouldn't know how long it would take to recover. Kong Yun spoke up. Ruyan Lu was pulled along side by side. He was even pushed to the other side of Luyu by Jiang Yan. She glanced at Kong Yun with complicated eyes. This sister, is she really stupid or does she really not know? She glanced at Luyu. I didn't actually do anything. The difficulty of this surgery is in the design, in the process, and in the patient herself. And yet it doesn't have much to do with doctors. I'm just an enforcer. Ruyan Lu didn't take credit for any of this. She knew very well that the success of this operation was entirely because of Luyu himself. His design, his thinking, and his construction of the utilization of all resources. It's what has made him the stripped-down person he is today. Truly off the charts. In fact, there was a lot about the whole surgery that she didn't go into outwardly. Going to the outside world was not only unsettling for herself, but for Luyu as well. Like, for example, is it possible to achieve longevity after switching to a mechanical body? Increased longevity? If one goes about it positively, it may trigger endless calamities. There's no need to be presumptuous. Otherwise why wouldn't I go to anyone else but you alone? Luyu laughed. He didn't deny Ruyan Lu's credit. No one could match her, at least on a trust basis. It just so happens that she is also a top-skilled doctor, known for her surgery inside and out. As it happens, it's also your own primary care physician. So many things have come together. How can it be as simple as just being an enforcer? If it was someone who couldn't get Luyu's trust, Luyu would rather not do it. Or, he could manipulate himself. Or he could train Jiang Yan. Soon, the three of them had arrived downstairs at the villa. This villa is a specialized villa issued by the state mission. It's useless to have money for the people who live here. Find any house next door and that blood is red hot. Merit badges are the kind that can be used as children's toys. The security here is naturally needless to say. Not to mention all the specialized security escorts in the open and in the shadows. I won't go up there. You guys go back. Ruyan Lu spoke. Dr. Lu, you're welcome to visit elder brother's home often. Ruyan Lu froze for a moment and looked deeply at Jiang Yan. Then he glanced at Luyu and said, is senior sister Jiang really welcoming me? Of course, I certainly welcome anyone who is kind to elder brother. I think, elder brother, he's lonely, Kong Yun said. After saying that, she unexpectedly left the place one step ahead of Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu watched Jiang Yan leave. And for a moment, she couldn't guess what was in Jiang Yan's mind. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly understood somewhat. These two women are playing dumb here, all on their own. Couldn't help but be dumbfounded in his mind. And Rui and Lu exchanged glances. You do look different than you used to. There was a time when you had an even more mesmerizing aura. That's you. After Lu Yu said this, he walked into the villa by himself. Rui and Lu stood still, then closed her eyes tightly. What exactly should one do? Her education, her consciousness, her code of ethics, her professional code, etc., did not allow her to envision too much, but the choice of things seems to be out of anyone's hands. Instead, she threw it to herself. Lu Yu's attitude is just not an attitude. Jiang Yan's attitude, on the other hand, was such that Lu Ruyan did not dare to think deeply. She's scared. After Lu Yu went upstairs, he saw that Rui and Lu had just turned to leave. All he could say about the situation was to go with the flow. Not long afterward, however, Lu Yu got a message. Sun Lao informs him that the people above him are concerned about his health, so a special arrangement was made for a physician consultant. This doctor consultant, it's Rui and Lu. The point is, Rui and Lu didn't refuse. From above, or more simply, from an outsider's perspective, it's not hard to see the strange connection between the three now. Elder Sun and the others are just going along for the ride. Lu Yu did not refuse. As for what happens again after that, he doesn't know. Say it again and see. He is not morally clean, nor will there be mere till death do us part. As long as he cared, that was enough. But it's time to work on a new subject. Let's postpone the matter of visiting Kong Yun's parents until the end of the next scientific research for now. Man-made planets are still very difficult. It was also by far the most complex project Lu Yu had ever worked on. It is important to know that the formation of any planet above the sky is the result of countless coincidences, and the celestial body that is finally formed by the continuous aggregation under the collision of countless meteorites. And now Lu Yu needs to be made artificially. It looks simple. Just need to engage and polymerize the meteorites together. But the physical theories, calculations, mathematical calculations, etc., involved in it, the sheer volume of calculations is so huge that it is not even possible to do it manually. There are many things to consider. It was a good thing that Wang Chao's note saved him a lot of the process. The area of his villa was very wide, covering an area that was definitely not smaller than a research institute, and the equipment inside is definitely some of the finest stuff in the entire world. Lu Yu didn't consider any assistance for the time being, but the good thing about this research program now is that there are no extremely complicated experiments to design. Of course, when it comes to designing experiments, the difficulty is very high. Rui and Lu pushed the door into the villa. After searching for half a day and finding Lu Yu, he saw Lu Yu on the case being fully concentrated on writing his own things. The rows and lines of numbers and calculations simply made Lu Ruyan's scalp explode from reading them. The point is, inside this office, the ground was already thick with paper. It's filled with all sorts of formula calculations. Are these the wrong don't conclusions? Lu Ruyan didn't dare to move. She was afraid of disturbing Lu Yu's habit. Many scientific researchers and scholars have their own habits of placing things. If they break Lu Yu's inspiration, she felt absolutely unforgivable. So she was careful and took a seat inside the office. She looked at the man across from her, a little lost in thought for a moment, then looked out at the breeze blowing through. There was a sense of peace that had been missing for a long time, a sense of groundedness that fell on the body and in the heart. Unawareness. I can't believe she fell asleep. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in close to a month. At the moment it was incredibly reassuring. The only sounds in the entire office were the shorthand rustling of pen strokes and the slight sound of two breaths. The two seemed to be close together. Just then, Lu Yu's desk phone suddenly rang. Chapter 175, World Scientific Research Explosion. Change of Heaven. Sun Lao and his group rushed to the villa area where Lu Yu was located as fast as they could. This is coming from an extremely large number of military figures. We've made an incredible discovery. Above the moon, there seem to be non-human tracks of action. Sun Lao opened the door and said immediately. Lian Chang, the old man, was also here today. As he was the head of the Nano Research Center, Space Celestial was using the technology of the nanoflying blades, and he was the one who had permission to know about it in the first place, and had processed the message as fast as he could to find Lu Yu. Several strange events have erupted on the moon. The processors we placed earlier have actually been able to do a steady job of providing a signal source, but in certain special frequency bands, our signals are completely isolated. And the crew on the moon is not going to find anything wrong with it, and it will be restored on time after a point in time. It used to be dismissed as a fault in some wiring and not given any attention. It's just that the frequency is rising rapidly these days, and it can't be traced to anything. Just an hour ago, word came down from the moon. They saw a craft appear over the moon. It's very slow. but based on the recorded video it appears to be a design style completely different from Earth's. I doubt it. It's... Lian Cheng stopped his speculation at that point. He is an expert in the nano direction, but not in space, or astrophysics, etc. And it's not good to jump to direct conclusions. The moon? Lu Yu was already looking at the information that Sun Lao and the others had brought. His brow quickly furrowed. It's not clear in the middle of the picture, but a huge craft could be seen, ascending rapidly over the farthest reaches of the moon's surface. Then bizarrely, he rushed forward in the direction of the moon base, Guanghan Palace. It was slow, and Lian Cheng guessed correctly that it was very much like it was intentional. With the speed of takeoff seen in the footage, it can't be matched by any human craft nowadays. Is it an alien civilization? Lu Yu instantly associated it with his new research project. Artificial planet. Why do you have to build a satellite? And it's the most ecologically pristine satellite. Is it because the moon is occupied, and there's no chance of mankind taking it? Lu Yu took a deep breath. What he could be sure of was that this flying machine was certainly not simple. We're primed for battle on the cantonment. Whether it's a basic missile defense system or say, a 7th generation fighter, the Divine Phoenix, it can all work. But he's got this shielding tactic. Sun Lao didn't go on. Much like the battle with the Eagle Jam Coalition just a short time ago, Huaxia directly controlled the electronic interference in the sky. There is no signal in and out. Even the simplest electronic products cannot be used under the circumstances. Hawk Jam's allied crowd was nearly wiped out. Only now Wahoo stands where Eagle Jam stood in the beginning. I see. Whether it's contact or combat, that's for the War Office to decide. My proposal, however, is not to give up on the moon or the development on it. Besides, Lu Yu stood up. We need our own satellite. A real Earth satellite. What do you mean? Elder Sun and the others asked with puzzled faces. Superficially, Lu Yu spoke out his plan, and the hearts of the crowd were violently shocked. The vision is just too bold. It could even be considered a level of terror. Is this something one's mind can come up with? Just listening to the name, they thought it was a regular satellite launch, but it is just a bunch of instruments to the sky. For the current China is simply a family affair. And even China has a standing use of launch rockets. But man-made planets, artificial Earth's satellites, what kind of bold idea is that? And it's something that's going to make a war machine fortress out of this satellite as a bridgehead for the planet. Even its intentions are unmistakable. That would be the most elementary hypothetical enemy. From over the moon. And it looks like the idea is already quite embryonic, waiting for a concrete program and implementation. Lu Yu had already made some guesses and had already thought about it. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. So what do we need to pay attention to at the moment? Sun Lao opened his mouth and asked. In these areas, there is definitely a need for scientific research scholars like Lu Yu to coordinate the relevant scientific research work. From these options, the military then decides how to handle the situation, with the means we have now. Unless it's intentional on their own accord. Otherwise, we can only respond passively. Lu Yu shook his head and said. Elder Sun and the others nodded heavily. In fact, Lu Yu still had some conjectures in his mind that he hadn't said. The system doesn't give a specific time though, but certainly not now. Crisis creeps in, but it's just a crisis, not a life and death situation. That is, inside the system's perception. These arrangements on the moon would not pose a threat to Earth for the time being. So following this line of thought, it's not hard to guess that the flying machine, in all likelihood, had no one behind it, but some sort of established program that was triggered. There's also the possibility that it's being manipulated from afar. That means the back of the craft is actually quite a ways from Earth. They are afraid that there will be a civilizational change on Earth. Thinking further along this line of thought, the Dark Forest Law that Lu Yu had guessed earlier had already taken effect. The other party has discovered the Earth civilization. Its technological civilization means, is more highly than the Earth. At least they have come to Earth and implemented detection programs before Earth has even discovered them. They are afraid that there will be a technological explosion on Earth that will overtake them and eventually wipe them out in turn. So they need to be stopped. But they're now the equivalent of exposing it, and instead they'll put Earth in a wary frame of mind. Once this news is known to the outside world, will it really benefit them? Lu Yu could not get an answer in his mind. But soon, he would be able to tell. Day 2. The Lone Star State announced that it had developed its own 7th generation fighter and that an 8th generation fighter was already in development. Sunset John, the old bull, controls the 3rd generation of hydrogen energy technology. It's more efficient and more high energy than lithium-air batteries. And fit for the planet. It's safer than controlled fusion, with no risk of leakage. And Big Harry even announced that it was entering the space arena with the launch of the Tsar Moonlander and a reboot of the moon landings. Cherry Blossom Little Life. And even more so, got the Fermi technique. The entire human environment is suddenly on the track of a technological race. Moreover, The targets of all the countries were uniformly aimed at Huaxia. Chapter 176, The Tavern Mustache Man Speech. Having just suffered a defeat, they suddenly had a new bottom at this moment. It's worth noting that after Lone Star became independent, Eagle Jam's northern part also split directly. When there is a crack in the community of interest, when there is no more profit or blood to nourish that group, this country is completely falling apart. A total of 3 countries have been established in the northern region. California took the top spot for a walk-on line headed to the Eagle Sauce's Wahine pedigree, claims to be a California Taiwanese, and a family member of the Wachovia, but he's the weakest. And the new Washington and the new Eagle Jam novelty will occupy the northeast of where Eagle Jam used to be. With Xinjiang as its base, it controls the perimeter of the 5 major freshwater lakes and is extremely strong. That is, on top of Eagle Jam, which is now 4 countries. All 4 of these countries, with the exception of California's Taisho, have seen a technological explosion. What's going on with this planet? Has there been a new scientific explosion? A few days ago it was all proper and now it's back to being stupid. Can't these dogs ever settle down? The Chinese are really shady. Hawk Jam is just developing its own strength, only to have the Chinese forcefully traveling hegemony to tear people apart. Miss the first day of Hawk Jam. Hawk Jam, you're the free country. A number of disorganized voices have appeared online. The scientific research team within Huaxia also held various meetings overnight, discussed the possibilities of these new results of scientific research. The answer they finally got was that there was no way they could get it, unless every one of their countries could produce a character like Lu Yu. This is clearly impossible. But the truth just comes out. A good move. Using the rest of Earth's civilization to hold back the development of the Chinese civilization. Aren't they afraid of playing it off and having a technological blowout? Lu Yu had a small smile on his face, but it was only a thought that came to him. The other side is offered to the major nations of the planet in order to limit the development of the planet. What they give is frankly fetishism, and with their more advanced civilization, they can defeat China after. But it's self-defeating, and these countries can build something, but knowing what it is doesn't make it so. Gradually it was lost. It's like once upon a time in the 1980s in China. Once upon a time, though, China was a closed state. However, many of the scientific achievements are not too far behind the international level. Take, for example, the previously mentioned photolithography. Photolithography technology in the 80s China is not to say that it is the only one in the world, but it is definitely the leading level. Yet it's still a little behind Eagle Jam because of the high cost of research and development. It's hard to make it back. Plus, Eagle Sauce, Sakura's Little Life, funding your purchase directly and then sealing your technology. Or maybe it's dumping low prices and taking all the domestic lithography market. Sells better and cheaper than your homebrew. Do you buy or self-research? Self-research represents countless dollars going down the drain. And buy without it. You can also get results fast. The rise of the buyer group, represented by the Ryu family of a certain think tank group, completely abandoned the development of technology. Finally, the lithography industry went into stagnation and regressed, and ended up having the technology stolen by the Little Days to develop their own semiconductor industry and sell it back to us. It was not until 2000 years later that China learned the pain of being stuck in the neck. It was only a few years ago that it began to rise to the occasion. It's kind of lucky, but between a civilization and a collision of civilizations, you have no chance of catching up. The other side won't give you time to react. Where the hell did this come from? 7th generation fighters, Lone Star has got them all. And we have a copy of the design. And I've gotten to know the people at Lone Star. And it's nothing like ours. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Old Bai was elected as usual as the boss of the new Eagle Jam. Inside the office at this time, the bigwigs of the entire Novelty General were gathered together. Old Bai almost fell asleep, but the others looked serious. With these things, we will have no need to fear Wasiai anymore. It doesn't matter how he got this thing, it'll work for us, a high official spoke up. If, as speculated, it's the same as those variations found by Huaxia on the moon, we'll be the forehead sinners of mankind. One man made his point in a hushed voice. He did not approve of acceptance, he preferred to hold his tongue, develop on his own, and eventually overtake Huaxia. Unfortunately, this is a political occasion and it's never the perspective of the whole environment that matters. Maybe it may not be the guidance of the aliens that enables China's scientific research to develop so fast. They are earlier and faster than us. Maybe it's the Chinese people's disobedience that caused them to prepare to teach China a lesson. The man from the Department of Defense spoke up. We just have to be more obedient than Xia, and we're the best choice. Cherry Blossom's little day in the life of the cabinet. Do we really need to do this? If we do, it will be our third rebellion, and China will never forgive us again. One man said worriedly. It was really the events of the last battlefield that were so frightening. not a dimensional crush. Scared of this and scared of that. When will we have a piece of fertile land of our own in our little cherry blossom life? I think that it must be accepted. We must also challenge Huaxia. I believe that our little empire of days is invincible. And history has taught us that no good can come from surrender. Every surrender just gives us ourselves a new master. Now, we're on our own. A man in military uniform exclaimed. I don't agree with your request. I hope the cabinet does not make an approval. Besides, your war ministry has overstepped its authority. The cabinet prime minister said in a deep voice. It's not up to you. The uniformed man, Taichi Ishikawa, gave a sardonic smile, followed by a wave of his hand. A group of soldiers rushed in. If you don't agree, then we'll get a new prime minister. Taichi Ishikawa walked up to the stage, then rose up with a sneer, and with his hand, he cut the prime minister right down. Mind you, there were reporters present. I declare, from now on, we will take over the cabinet, and I, for one, will be the new prime minister. A classic episode of Cherry Blossom Jr. The following grams. They made it. I, Little Day, declare that within the coming time, I will sever all cooperative relations with Huaxia. We recognize none of the shameful treaties previously signed. All the compensation. That's false. When the statement from Sakura Little Day came out, a man in a European bistro with an impassioned fist pump. It was the Chinese, who robbed us of our food. It brought our bread to 500,000 marks apiece. We should stand up. We are Hans and we have a great history. I promise, after I come to power, I will return to you the happy life that once belonged to Hans. Chapter 177, Lu Yu betrayed Earth? They did it again. For people around the world, the recent changes have been too fast. So fast that they can't even digest it. Not too long ago, the news on the various for Huaxia smear, and then set up a coalition army, vowing to Huaxia, as well as Huaxia's devilish researchers Lu Yu severely punished. Then after some time, the wind suddenly shifted dramatically. Various reviews of their own problems, explicitly and implicitly, are apologizing to Huaxia. Even Eagle Jam at the time lowered their lofty heads. It also ended up leading to the disintegration of Eagle Jam, which was split into 4. Literally a change for the ages. They didn't know what was going on at first, but it's not like there was a news blackout on the Chinese side. So where would there be an impermeable wall? The Allied forces were defeated in the South China Sea and were starved to death, captured, their ships seized, etc. were circulated. Everyone suddenly realized that it was the largest coalition army in the world that then lost the war. That's why they have this attitude coming out. They've just taken over the rise of China, replacing Eagle Jam as the most powerful country in the world. But not before they had received the brainwashing of the voices from Huaxia on them. The landscape of the world has changed again. The scientific research technology of all countries is like an eruption, one after another, one stronger than the other. There seems to be a backlash against HWA. In that instant, the countries that had just had their backs broken, all of a sudden their backs straightened up again. What the hell is going on here? Someone please explain it to me properly. Am I supposed to be worshipping HWA, or has it opened up a new race? I knew it. Huaxia is just a tiger. We have so many countries united. How can they be our opponent? It must be that they have falsely publicized it, and it's actually us who have won. Hawk Jam is gone, but Shingo is still here, and Lone Star is still here. The little days of cherry blossoms, the once unbeatable sunburst, the invincible blast furnace chicken, and big hair, China will be defeated. Some of those who knew a little, but not much, were suddenly confident again. They think Wachovia is just a guy who has no chance, no success rate. At this moment, they finally raise their eyebrows. Blockade. A blockade must be placed on this inferior people. They must have stolen our technology to develop so rapidly. Just don't give them any chance. The Chinas in the East should be dismantled just like Eagle Jam. Otherwise they are the greatest threat to world peace. All must work hard. This is our new battlefield. Much of the population in the West was carried away, and public opinion grew more and more heated. As for Hui Jin, who had met with Lu Yu once before, his eyes were glazed over at the moment. Not only him, but many researchers, could not believe it. Previously, they couldn't believe that Huaxia was able to become #1 in the world so swiftly. But it has to be admitted that China has made real scientific research that they can't surpass for the time being. But now, how the world seems to have it, they are the ones who emphasize logic the most. In China there is a Lu Yu who can trace his roots. In these other countries there is none at all. Even according to the news circulating, it was that after some people were secretly assembled, the technology was distributed from above for them to work out the results. Could it be that this was stolen from China? This is not just Hawking's idea, but the idea of most research scholars. A fact that has to be recognized even if one dislikes HWA more than anything else. Personally, I sternly condemn the act of academic theft. And I hope that certain officials will have to come forward and give us an account of where your technical information really came from. Stephen Hawking opened his mouth at the top of his personal blog. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. After the white supremacy mentality has been worn down, now they are finally able to raise their eyebrows. And they are worried about finding a target to strike directly. But the appearance of Stephen Hawking is not a target for them? Hawking's blog was taken down between. Even just less than half an hour later, Hogan was surprised to find that his villa was directly surrounded. Hawking never responded again and his blog posts were deleted. Some say they saw Hawking in a wheelchair going to the Royal Intelligence House in John Bull. Then on the same day, an official announcement was made by John Bull. Huaxia, it's an ancient nation. It's a recognized perception worldwide. And we thought that it was Huaxia that gained what it is today through its own efforts and then defeated us. This is also the progress of human civilization. But now, I'm very sorry to tell you all, the Chinese have become ball traders. They betrayed Earth, made contact with an alien civilization in outer space, obtained information that developed faster than Earth. In order to obtain this information, they sold Earth's coordinates. Our Earth is facing a crisis. They, the Huaxia people, are attempting to become the spokespersons of the extraterrestrial civilization, and then they are acting as spokespersons for the extraterrestrial civilization, trying to enslave us. And Lu Yu, this so-called scientific research scholar, is nothing more than a tiny conveyor. He doesn't know anything. Ask, who in this world can make a scientific research in 3 hours? He can. He has conquered photolithography in 3 hours, and he has conquered controlled nuclear fusion in 3 hours. This is absolutely impossible. The people of our world will not accept it. Victory is going to belong to our Earth. The Huaxia people should be completely erased from this world. They don't deserve to coexist with us. Good thing, our research scholars, night and day, have finally researched something that can counteract Huaxia and Lu Yu's R&D. Here's our chance. People all over the world must unite and be immortalized against China. They must be drained of their last drop of blood. And this tumor must be completely wiped off the face of the earth before we can survive in peace. John Bull's speaking officer was impassioned. If Lu Yu was an unknown person, he would probably believe it. Not only did he dump the betrayal of the earth on Huaxia, he gave it to Lu Yu. Ball trader, selling out our planet. The Chinese must disappear. Countless people on the scene chanted. It was as if they were wearing a special sacred mission. It's all about the planet. It wasn't just John Bull, but at the same time, Hans Cat, Blast Chicken, Lone Star Republic, Shingo Country, and Cherry Blossom Little Day, all made their voices heard. Hans the Cat's mustache has become the biggest campaigner through his speeches, and disqualify other campaigners on the spot. He stood on a high platform, shook his hair from his forehead, and exclaimed, "We Teutons are the best human beings in this world. All Chinese people, they should die. Cherry Blossom Small Day, rebuild the shrine, open the door to worship." Chapter 178 Military Meetings. Electronic traps. What the hell is going on here? What's to be done about this? Wah! Military conference. A full complement of uniformed bigwigs. This thing is too much of a crisis. It may seem like it hasn't started yet, but the invisible war has already been quietly fought. And, this time it was, China facing the world. Huaxia he can indeed debunk the rumor. But so many countries in the world have said it and are bombing at all times. 3 men make a tiger. And there is no room for Huaxia to argue at all. Especially with the release of their technology, which has been rapidly catching up with the current Huaxia. And now the pressure on China's defense has increased steeply. This isn't the same win as last time. It's tough. Asterisk with them. They dare to slander us like that. I suspect that they themselves are the ones. It's too easy for them to get what they have. We have academician Lu Yu to get this far. Is everything that has gone before to be undone? Are we going to lose our power at this time? Are we going to admit that we are inferior and have sold out the planet? There is only struggle, even though we are on the inferior side. But our technology is all our own. More perfect. If they dare to come, then let them have no return. Sun Lao slapped the table and said with a red face, he was Lu Yu's witness. He was a step-by-step witness to Lu Yu putting together a scientific research. And he himself endured severe pain to write out one scientific research result after another. He would be the first to not accept such a slur. Silence. The chief's face was heavy and he tapped the table, causing Sun Lao to shut his mouth. Their purpose is nothing more than to destroy our scientific research in the end and capture or kill academician Lu Yu. With the lessons learned from the last time, we will never betray any of our compatriots. The protection of academician Lu Yu is even more important. Protect him so we can have a future. Suppose, whether the other side stole the information, or actually developed it on their own, or it was a coalition of alien civilizations, they got the actual scientific information that allowed them to catch up with us quickly. But our trump card, on the other hand, is Academician Lu Yu. We believe in Academician Lu Yu, the chief said. Finally, he gave a direct order to put several military districts on full alert and enter a state of war. What the hell is going on here? Did we really do a ball rape? I don't believe Lu Yu is such a person. If Lu Yu is an undercover agent of the aliens, there is absolutely no need for him to develop those medicines that will help us. Is there a possibility that these so-called medicines are taken just to deceive? Moreover, no one can say, after the drug will not have any side effects? The country is also accompanying him in his sins. If it's a control agent, it's an extraterrestrial civilization that takes control to inspire it. Our China has all fallen. This Lu Yu is the scourge. I admit that he has brought China above a height, but it is undeniable that because of him, China's originally low-profile development has become a place of 4 wars. From the day of the National Day, the appearance of the Air and Space Mothership, to the 7th-generation fighters, and then the Eagle Sauce combined army's attack on Wasia. All of these were brought about by him. Just kill Lu Yu and nothing will happen. The big deal is that we compensate and apologize and everything will be peaceful. On the internet, the hacks have come forward once again, frantically leading the charge. Of course there were also most of the people with backbone and courage, and those who firmly believed in Lu Yu. Efforts were also made to show solidarity with Lu Yu, but there were also people who were not aware of the truth and were directly brought astray. And at this moment, Lu Yu was inside his office, quickly calculating his stuff. For the outside world, he didn't care. Or maybe what's in front of us is nothing more than a small fight. An extraterrestrial civilization trying to break down the interior of the planet. This is just getting started. Moreover, after these things appeared, Lu Yu instead became more confident. Because it's, quite frankly, an extraterrestrial civilization that can't do anything with Earth right now. And that's why it needs proxies. He still has time. As time passed, Lu Yu ambled on. Ruyan Lu had come to the villa for the 5th time. She had the intention to persuade Lu Yu to take a rest for a while, but she was worried that if Lu Yu knew the news outside, it would be a big blow to him, especially the kind that would surely break his heart to be questioned by one of his own, even to the point of betraying him. But fortunately, he had been testing Lu Yu's physical condition. Very good. Kangyan also brings meals on time every day. In fact, today's Lu Yu could do without the need for meals and these at all. But after all, it was Jiang Yan's intention, and Lu Yu had no intention of actually making a robot. Time was tight, but not so tight that Lu Yu didn't have time to eat. In the past 2 days, Jiang Yan and Lu Ruyan were however getting along extremely well, and the two surprisingly had a sense of total understanding. It was getting late, and soon it would be time for dinner as well. Lu Ruyan looked at her timetable and had the intention to help Lu Yu with something, but she couldn't do it. Right at this moment, Lu Yu suddenly let out a long breath, finally lifted his head. A smirk then appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ruyan Lu's eyes lit up. You finished? The preliminary planning calculations have been done, but I can't guarantee that there are no mistakes or omissions, Lu Yu said conservatively. It's hard to say absolutes on top of scientific things. That's good. I have faith in you, Ruyan Lu said with confidence. In fact, the plan for the man-made planet was top secret. She had no access to it, and Lu Yu didn't say anything about it. But even so, she had strong confidence in Lu Yu. Lu Yu has verified too much every time in the past. Lu Yu smiled at his words. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that the system interface suddenly had a strange message. Upon closer inspection, it dawned on me. It's the development program for the curvature ship that's making new progress. Curvature ship R&D development level, 85%. There are simply too many new concepts involved in curvature spaceships, and each one taken individually is a big scientific discovery that could shock the world. The so-called Nobel Prize is not even worthy of his shoes right now. Chinese research scholars. Just along the Lu Yu inside the exposition appeared only words, as well as a simple process of exposition. Constant research and development, refinement, taking some of the technology from the curvature ship and applying it directly to life. Works very well. Surprisingly, it was 85% complete. The point was, Lu Yu also saw the reward. Sure enough, the more difficult this kind of scientific research is, the more rewards it involves. There's even a reward for when the curvature ship research program is able to make it to 100%. Lu Yu guessed, and then his gaze fell on the rewards this time. Congratulations to the host. The project curvature ship is 85% complete, and receives the reward electron catcher. Chapter 179 Argumentation Meeting. Star Making. E-catchers? Lu Yu looked stunned. This thing was something new. Literally, it's the simplest thing to capture electrons. It's not like this is anything new. You see the content described in middle school textbooks all the time. Not new to Earth's scientific research. Or even just something very elementary. But Lu Yu realized it only after carefully observing and reading the contents. It was nothing like he understood it to be. What is this electron trap more like? The is similar to the more popular military weapon these days, the electronic jamming system. Take for example a satellite intervention carried out by Liu Yu from the new technology development on the curvature ship. It is one of those things. And this instrument, generally, carries radar. The radar itself is extremely well developed for this electronic jamming they are launching. Also for example, China had previously realized the self-developed Thousand Hands electronic jamming system before there was any involvement of Liu Yu. It is also a ridiculously strong presence. When they first crossed paths and came to prominence, it was in the South China Sea and Eagle Jam rubbing up against each other. The extent to which the world was impressed afterward was this kind of place. According to the current timeline, that's last year. To the casual observer, this is a heavy-handed attempt at a simple act by HWA. And it's actually much more than that. In the face of the growing rise of China today, Eagle Sauce can't sit still. So he abandoned the battlefield of the imperial grave and shifted his center of gravity right back to East Asia. And it has strengthened the island chain's blockade against the Chinese side. Southeast Asia, obviously, is a geopolitical region that belongs to China. You've risen to power now, haven't you? So I'll knock out your backyard, make it my power, and support the pro-Eagle forces to power. Is this hard for you? Then countries around the world that cooperate with China, or have communication content take a look, especially China's little brother. I'll go, boss, if you can't even keep your own backyard, do I still have food to eat if I follow you? So, Hawk Jam has propped up a pro-Hawk force, at the national level, and Washa's response was, then from the north, the line of Liancheng, and privately, Hawk Jam and the Chinese Thousand Hands electronic jamming system are even fighting. As for who won and who lost, just look at Old Main and who is better now. How dare he be naughty? Let's just say that Eagle Sauce is running with its butt clenched. At that time, the electronic jamming system of China was so powerful, not to mention the satellite jamming system that Liu Yu launched afterward. Just an absolutely awesome presence. What about this catcher? It's more like a radar installed inside an electronic jammer. The ability to capture movement at high altitudes more accurately and efficiently. Liu Yu carefully observed and analyzed the system and found that the electronic jamming system was higher than he had ever guessed. For aerial capture acuity, even that satellite in the sky is much better. Is this the system's idea that I might be captured by a non-Earth civilization for intervention? Liu Yu frowned. That is, the system felt that there were some things that even relying on himself alone was not a solution. And that was why such a reward appeared, equivalent to direct access. That's not the character of the system. However, Liu Yu didn't think much about it. Since it was there, it was naturally the best outcome. He was now at the most critical step in his research. Practice. Everything that stays in a dissertation and stays on paper, without actually practicing it out, is false. But the difficulty is so high that he needs to discuss it with the official side as well. But his tier is high right now. Not only is it a direct conversation with Sun Lao, but at any time, he will appear to be responsible for the argumentation of his program. In fact, to put it bluntly, this was a simplified version of the process, and they had long been unable to keep up with the field that Liu Yu was studying. Even the scientific research team could only analyze it to a certain extent at a theoretical level and based on Liu Yu's guidance. So, as long as finances allow, as long as reality is enough, no one would think twice about actually doing a little something to make themselves unhappy. Anyone who refuted Liu Yu's proposal, not to mention internally, if the news leaked out, someone would be able to eat them alive. Academician Liu, your program this time, isn't it a bit too radical? Not that I feel bad. Rather, is it really necessary for us right now? While it is currently argued that traces of an extraterrestrial civilization have appeared on the moon, it is uncertain at this point whether or not it is real. And it's clear that they can't intervene with us right now. Otherwise our projects on the moon simply won't move forward. Sun Lao opened his mouth. Inside the office, everyone was sitting upright. But even Lian Chang and the others were looking at Liu Yu carefully, fearing that if they missed any sentence they would not be able to keep up. Liu Yu sat in his seat, knowing that this was the question on everyone's mind. Very much so. Have you all ever thought that? Regardless of whether it is true or false, and whether it is the emergence of an extraterrestrial civilization or not. As far as the interior of the Earth is concerned now, does it not need such a thing to ensure a certain peaceful environment? Having a sword and not using it, and not having a sword in your hand, are two different things. And, in my opinion, that one time on the moon was bound to be something from an extraterrestrial civilization. So, with probes from extraterrestrial civilizations known to have reached the moon, I suppose it wouldn't be too hard for them to get to Earth, would it? So they're not doing anything now because they're good? No, but because they don't have the capability at the moment. And that capability is not that the extraterrestrial civilization is less powerful than ours, but because their personnel haven't arrived yet. And we don't make any preparations? when their main force arrives, is there any hope for us to make preparations then? Lu Yu asked directly. Everyone on the spot closed their mouths. According to Lu Yu, it must be right, but man-made planets. It was on Earth that the humans were born, and the Earth nourished many creatures, and now they're actually the beginning of the creation of the home planet? It's unbelievable to think about, even impossible to accomplish. These are my theoretical argumentative arguments, along with some calculations for the Earth's orbit, gravity, and the 4 laws. You all can see. Lu Yu closed his mouth after he finished speaking. Elder Sun and the others certainly couldn't read it. Only the core of scientific experts were frowning and crying in thought, even holding pens that had been constantly making calculations. A silence fell over the office as well. Even a veteran researcher like Lien Cheng felt that there was nothing to do because it was not related to his specialty and could not be touched at all. Chapter 180, Crazy Idea. The whole of Jupiter for fusion. The others who can calculate it are either physics gurus or top scholars in astrophysics. There are many academicians, top professors and other famous people. But even these people, seeing Lu Yu's huge amount of calculations, were all numb, unable to imagine that involving so many fields was actually done by Lu Yu alone. It would take them quite a while to do the math even if they did it together. Seeing that they were still in the argumentative stage, Lu Yu wasn't going to wait any longer. He left the office straight away, giving them a little time first. He was about to go and have a good look at the e-catchers issued down by the system when he was quickly chased by Sun Lao and the chief. Lu Yu, do you really think this program is very necessary? The head honcho opened his mouth and asked. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Yu, but the cost of this project could be enormous. So one must be careful. Lu Yu also patiently explained. The current Earth civilization is actually a very weak civilization level when looking at the universe. Also, how did all those new technologies from various countries appear today? We should have it all in our minds. Why did the extraterrestrial civilization guide other countries to target us? Huaxia? It's because they can't spare their hands, or their hands aren't positioned enough yet, so they have to hold us, Huaxia, in check. According to their understanding, the rest of the planet isn't scary, which is why they actually arrived, but didn't make any contact, just surveillance. But they've seen the recent explosion of technology in China, and they're afraid that it's a technological explosion, and that by the time they arrive, we'll have surpassed them. That's why they have to contain us before they make a move. But we don't know when the extraterrestrial civilization has discovered us, when they will arrive, and it's quite possible that they will arrive tonight, and then we may all be too late. The headmaster and a few people from Sun Lao nodded frequently after hearing this. The head honcho then had a solemn gaze and heavily tapped Lu Yu's shoulder. Since you think it has to be, let's do it. Lu Yu froze and glanced back at the office researchers who were still validating. The argument isn't even over yet. I believe you. When have you, Lu Yu, ever been wrong? The chief didn't care about the argument, and said with more confidence than Lu Yu himself. Lu Yu cried and laughed. Feelings really go through the motions, and even Lu Yu had a feeling that if it was not for his questioning spirit because of scientific research, he resolutely requested that the Ministry of the Army bring scientific researchers over to test. They probably just had to hear Lu Yu say they wanted to engage and they just nodded their heads in agreement. If they can really find out the loopholes in your thesis, it's also enough for them to become internationally famous, even for 1,000 generations. The first person to discover the loopholes in Lu Yu's thesis, Elder Sun, also opened his mouth to make a joke. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh as well. But the head honcho continued next. Now then, it is up to me to announce that the Artificial Planet Program appoints Lu Yu as the chief designer. Everything must give way to the Artificial Planet Program, except for sudden and irresistible events of great magnitude. Bravo for my China. The head honcho finished patting Lu Yu's shoulder with a look of "I'm very optimistic about you." Lu Yu cried and laughed. If it was before, when he was in his hospital bed, this kind of thing would never be his turn. But now, this artificial brain of his, coupled with the mechanical exoskeleton battle armor-shaped body, much stronger than the average person, he does not serve as who served. So the first minister has a very good reason. Only Lu Yu suddenly felt that he was recovering while not sure if it was a completely good thing anymore. Lu Yu's side has already carried out the preparatory work. Artificial satellites, as the chief said, cost something that can definitely not be explained by simple calculations. The level of manpower and resources mobilized is simply mind-numbing. Now the most basic action. That's how do you make a planet? Without a doubt, the most basic of all was undoubtedly the star core. The making of a planet is something that requires countless more meteorites. Or as with the moon, there's kind of a multitude of dust from space aggregated together. And the natural formation of this universe is measured in at least how many billions of years. It's an incredibly long process. Lu Yu needs to shorten this process to a few years, or even a few months, or even as many days to complete. The first thing to address is meteorite material from outer space. Lu Yu made an extremely bold conception. That's taking Jupiter. Jupiter is known to be one of the most ponderous galaxies in the solar system, because he's just too big. The big one has several of his satellites, and the last curvature spacecraft test release, the final landing site chosen to locate the perimeter of Io 4. In addition to these larger moons, Jupiter has its own belts, which are generally just an isolated zone of various meteorites that have coalesced, because of the gravitational pull between the planets, and because of the pull of Jupiter. This is an extremely peculiar landscape, and this place was undoubtedly the best place for Lu Yu to take it. The crux of the matter is that the distance between Earth and Jupiter is not a fraction of a point. Trying to carry the meteorite back would not have been a normal difficulty, so it comes down to a key tool: curvature spaceship. Remember the release of the warp ships? At the time it directly led to many of the Hawk Jam Coalition's warships being directly swallowed up and disappearing, but some of the wreckage, and even the completed warships, were sucked into the magnetic field around the artificial black hole created by the curved ship, was carried along with it. Taking from Jupiter may not be impossible, as long as you can capitalize on this point. The bottom line is that curvature ships use a lot of energy, but now use controlled fusion. He couldn't simulate a large black hole though, and Lu Yu didn't need one that huge. As long as you can carry one at a time, sooner or later you will be able to finish. In the end, it was just a matter of manipulating the synthesis from Lu Yu's side. Controlled fusion of the curvature of the ship cannot do a one-time energy consumption of huge, but because he is a nuclear fusion material, the energy is nearly eternal, not more than his order of magnitude. He can always be a steady stream of production. Even inside the process of thinking about transportation, Lu Yu had a superb idea. Jupiter's appearance is to have an extremely rich hydrogen gas, 90% of it. If he used the whole of Jupiter as a launch site, turning Jupiter into a launch site for a curvature ship with its own converted nuclear energy, it's even possible to shift the entire planet Jupiter to the Earth side. But obviously, the idea is so crazy that doing it would only damage the Earth, and Jupiter coming to Earth and swallowing it up? This vision of his is as crazy as the crazy idea that lit Jupiter on fire. If not crazier than that, it was only that this was unnecessary, so it was treated by Lu Yu as an option to be discarded. Now that the choice has been made, let's begin. Chapter 181, Shocking Discovery. Lu Yu unifies the four great powers. Inside the seminar office. Previously, there were only about a dozen or so scientific researchers and seminars, but now, it has expanded to a research team of thousands of people. The environment was also replaced with a super research center as an office. Everyone had their heads down as they maneuvered through their stuff. Suddenly, one of the researchers jerked his head up, a look of ecstasy on his face. "I've found Lu Yu's loophole. He made a mistake in his calculations in mechanics. The process is wrong." That officer was very excited, and if he succeeded in his challenge, he would certainly become a figure at the level of the history books. Moreover, that was Lu Yu. That was a mythological figure. But that's what scientific research is all about. And scientific research has the spirit of questioning, so that even the most mythical of research scholars can be pulled off the pedestal once again. As soon as he is able to disprove the theories of men of the past, the altar will fall. With such a discovery, Lu Yu would become a stepping stone to fulfill his name. The crowd was immediately drawn to his cry. Immediately several academicians and professors of physics came quickly. "Come on, get out of the way so I can see. Can Lu Yu really be wrong? He's a human being too, only deified. It's only normal for an error to occur with such a huge amount of calculations, isn't it?" Some people couldn't help but whisper. They're in a mixed state of mind right now. One is because of who they are. They are nationals, trained by the state and working for the state. Of course it was the hope that Huaxia would grow stronger and stronger, climb to the top, and that Lu Yu would never be defeated and take Huaxia to a higher realm. But on the other hand, they are human beings, flesh and blood. They couldn't believe that Lu Yu, who was also a human being, wasn't wrong. At this point in time, when the mistake was discovered, a hint of joy couldn't help but emerge from within, even a sigh of relief. Turns out you're human, too. You're not a god. But then they get frustrated if the argument really fails. It's both complicated people. Of course, from the bottom of their hearts, speaking, they had incomparable admiration for Lu Yu. It was only Lu Yu's height that left them out of reach to the point of despair. They wished that Lu Yu and themselves could be closer, not to the point of despair, but sadly, never had a chance before. But now it seems the opportunity has arisen. A crowd of people surged in, with various calculators, and the sound of researchers chiming in on the data. "Ain't it? Isn't it?" Teachers. The discoverer, a graduate student doctor, looked at the crowd very expectantly and said. The front group of bigwigs frowned tightly. A shake of the head followed. The discoverer's face stiffened, and he quickly spoke up and asked, "Don't you see a problem? Whose student is this?" the academician big man said in a deep voice. The other old professor next to him had a very embarrassed face and said, "It's my student, who's no good." Then he turned his head and angrily rebuked at the discoverer. He has not learned the basics solidly, and he actually said that he discovered academician Lu Yu's problem when he had a loophole himself. You're crazy to want to make a name for yourself, aren't you? This year's study is directly along the graduation. Hurry back and don't embarrass me. That discoverer instantly reddened. He was still not convinced. The old professor hated the problem and pointed it out directly. Look at this. You've made a mistake in even the most basic calculations. Or at the very beginning, the math must not be right. Hurry up. The old professor was so angry he was about to have a heart attack. A lifetime of fame is ruined, especially inside such a large research facility. When people see him in the future, they will say, "Oh, old professor, you are good at what you do, but unfortunately, you just don't teach very good students." Maybe the others are just flirting, but it's kind of a disgrace for the old man. The old professor couldn't hold back even more at the thought and pushed his student out of the room. "I told you to listen, watch and learn more. What are you doing with your big mouth open? Are you afraid people won't know you don't have a brain?" The discoverer, blushing and not daring to retort at all, kept his head down and was pushed away. Indeed, as his mentor said, his first thought when he discovered the data problem was, "I found a loophole in academician Lu Yu. I'm going to be famous. The professor will definitely let me graduate." However, the reality hits hard. In fact, the most infuriating thing for the old professor is that this guy obviously has a heart of deception. And when he finds a problem, he tells him directly, and he checks the calculations. Will it still be a problem? Apparently not. This student obviously wants to become famous beyond his mentor. However, the many bigwigs did not criticize too harshly. It was normal for young people to have this kind of mentality, but now they must emphasize the need to get serious. Finally, as time passes, all the steps are being completed at a rapid pace under the leadership of one of the big boys. It's a done deal. No questions asked. Regarding mechanics, Lu Yu Crossing did a perfect argument. No problem about the strong interaction force argument. No problem with the weak interaction argument. There's no problem with the magnetic argument. Calculation errata have been completed. All calculations are correct. And Professor Lu Yu has given more possibilities. It will be extremely helpful to our practice. The utilization of a curvature ship. The sky is the limit. I'm afraid he's the only one who can think of such an operation. The academician big man sighed. The old professor who had chased the student away earlier nodded as well. Just as he was about to speak in favor of it, suddenly his expression snapped. Snapping his head down, he frantically flipped through the paper material on his desktop. Then his hand shook violently. "A great discovery. A truly great discovery," he muttered, his face reddening as if he'd been struck. "Ho, what did you find out? It's not like your students have found a loophole, is it?" Someone was in a relaxed mood at this point and couldn't help but flirt. The old professor snapped his head up and everyone was startled by the blood in his eyes. For the first time, everyone saw that it was as if a person's eyes actually glowed. Incredible heat burned through all. "Old he, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing's wrong, right? It's not good to be so agitated at such an old age. Come on, what the hell did you find out?" The group couldn't help but press on. Could it be that you guys didn't realize it? Within the entire exposition of the paper, academician Lu Yu has made a unified entire exposition of various mechanics, although he didn't jump to conclusions in that direction. But, his argument, his thesis, is done. That means, he took a deep breath and looked around the crowd. Everyone in the room was a big shot in physical mechanics. Snappy response. This is representative. The four mechanics of the physical world. Complete unification. Everyone in the room was shocked when this news came out. All of the people in the room, any of them, are the top of the physics world. Chapter 182 Publishing Lu Yu, the shock of the world. At the very least, they are the students of these daimyo, and in the future, 9 times out of 10, they will be the daimyo in the future. Even the cutie who was kicked out by his mentor, could he really get in without ability? Just poor emotional intelligence and trying too hard to get ahead. In the future, he will also be a great professor who will sit on one side of the town. So it was said that the 1,000 or so people on the scene were the top physics heavily core team in the whole of China. They were shocked though by Lu Yu's construction of an artificial satellite, employing the space bouncing of a curved ship, but ultimately limited. But the unification of these four forces is a difficult problem that has been plagued by the scientific community for many years, starting with Newton's introduction of gravity and Einstein's explanation that gravity is caused by the bending of spacetime. Then there is the strong interaction force, also referred to simply as the strong nuclear force, which is the force that acts between the physical units of quark matter, binding protons and neutrons within the nucleus of an atom, as well as binding quarks within protons and neutrons. Weak interaction force, the force that acts during particle decay and radioactivity to cause the transformation of particles in the nucleus of an atom. Electromagnetic force, the force of interaction between electric charge, electric current and magnetic field. He explains the attraction and repulsion between charged particles, as well as the phenomena of light and electromagnetic waves. These four great forces, from the day they were completed and proposed, there have always been people who wanted to unite the four great forces, but no one has been able to do it. For them, the four great powers were looking at the entire universe, more grandiose and shocking than the curved spaceships carrying the meteorites around Jupiter. We witnessed history, truly witnessed history. This is a major breakthrough in our physical theory. Just an intercept about the four great forces of unification will make the front cover of Nature magazine. What bull Nature? Sigh. Are they qualified to comment on Prof. Lu Yu? It's their honor to publish it for them. We could have published it ourselves. Why ask them? Those foreigners, seemingly now to us all kinds of cynicism, all kinds of look down on, or clamor how, but the results of academician Lu Yu, who can refute? Guaranteed to be rummaging through all of academician Lu Yu's information every night. A group of people were incredibly excited. The people looked at each other and solved the problem at hand first. That is to say, telling Lu Yu, Sun Lao and the headmaster and the others about the result of this argument being completely successful. Facilitate the next move of the LUF academician. Next, that's what happened with the four vigorously. After consulting Lu Yu is not interested in these. They found to go to publish the results, but also at will them. The study of the four forces is merely incidental to it. He certainly knew the significance of this. As long as these people could find out, it would not be in vain what he had done. As for announcing it in person, there's no need for that. Nor would these men dare to take any personal interest in his achievements, unless they really don't want to continue to stay in China to do research. To put it bluntly, the current Lu Yu didn't think of himself as a school valve though, but essentially, his presence is a top university valve, and countless resources will be directed toward him. Countless personnel will also gather around him. After receiving Lu Yu's affirmation, the old academician looked excited and directly brought people together to hold a conference. The whole thing about the man-made planet was, of course, kept secret. Then the papers organized by the four forces of unification were published. Subsequently, it was published in the magazine Lu Yu above. This is the national level to step forward. Directly led the creation of the magazine, all the personnel, all the magazine's top bigwigs. It's to use this to reverse the habit of academics still publishing out there. After making this a windfall, there is no doubt about the gold content of this impurity, and Lu Yu has been invited to review any paper as the honorary editor-in-chief of the journal. When the news was announced, there wasn't much of a backlash in the world of the common man, but in the scientific community, a nuclear bomb was undoubtedly dropped. It shook the entire Chinese scientific research community. Only researchers know how significant the unification of the four great forces is. I heard a senior sister say one thing, that is, this four vigorous forces of unification, in fact, is only a result of the casual research of academician Lu Yu, just a spin-off. It's too powerful. The unification of the four great forces of the universe. What kind of award can reward academician Lu Yu? Academician Lu still needs rewards? His achievements will be remembered by mankind. Research scholars a kind of excitement. The most crucial thing is that the research in this direction, China is always lagging behind the international level. This time, it truly transcends the international in theory. No one was more shocked than the world's leading researchers and scholars. They themselves have had their full energies in those directions recently because of the inexplicable appearance of high technology. And now, Lu Yu had once again given them something that shook them. Unify the four vigorously. He will inevitably be the man who will serve as the C-suite in physics in the future. Even, no one can sit next to him. No one can catch up with him. You're being too absolute. This may not be true. It could also be an academic forgery in Huaxia, or it could be a forgery by Lu Yu. He didn't publish his major research results, so there's no process to this. I don't really believe in the outcome. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What's important is that you have to go through the Chinese magazine Lu Yu for yourself, which answers the question for you in detail. And I happen to be, on the side, learning a new subject, Chinese language. I am very fortunate to be a character of the same era as Lu Yu. I witnessed a lot of history. That's what scientific research is. Not a bunch of research results that don't know what they're talking about and are following steps. I don't believe it. At the moment, Western academia, in fact, was already supposed to be in the dark. As a researcher, especially one who is inwardly bent on research and doesn't want to pay attention to what's going on out there, he or she is forced to act like a robot and decipher the invented operation of some scientific research. He produced it without even understanding the principle himself. They do get the fame. But it is the biggest insult to a scientific researcher. They find this group of politicians just disgusting. Originally, they were also filled with feelings of disgust towards China under the propaganda offensive. But now, a foolish, ignorant, and still ruled by aliens, who have become ball traders to the Chinese dash. How could someone like Lu Yu be born? People don't get or steal things. They write clearly and explicitly about the process and exposition of everything. This is the result of people's self-research. Where exactly is fertile ground for scientific research? I just want to be a researcher, not a dog for those politicians, doing things I don't like. Chapter 183, Yearning for the East. Lu Yu, the West flees collectively, much less plagiarize like a thief. I suspect that we ourselves are the ball traders. That shouldn't be a secret in the scientific community. Perhaps, Huaxia is where the holy land of our scientific research lies. With Lu Yu around, this glory is there. I want to go to China, to stand up bravely like Mr. Hawking, but I don't want to die. Don't want to be vanished like Mr. Hawking. Is there any way out? A group of scientific research scholars with a conscience had already exchanged quick words inside their circle. They look over all the arguments with skepticism and do the math themselves, getting results. No questions asked. Scientific researchers and scholars with a conscience who are convinced by their hearts and their mouths. And they think it's bad. It's bad for research. The mind is incredibly resistant to such a model at this stage. So, they want to go to Huaxia, join Huaxia, find the happy land of scientific research there. Stevenson was a scientific researcher in astrophysics who was not at the top of his accomplishments and only came from a small country from the Czech Republic. But recently the Czech Republic, too, has had its own end blast results. He didn't feel right, but he couldn't fight it. He had to keep his head down and do the work he didn't want to do. He'd seen those comments on the internet and longed for them, but he didn't dare. He's actually under complete surveillance. He has a family, and it's hard to be able to escape his current circumstances, or maybe not at all. It was tight enough to make him despair. Unless, it's the world, the most powerful force, Huaxia himself, who steps in to take him away. But he didn't think he was that high on the card. Also, HWA shouldn't be doing this kind of thing. Although inside the consistently molded notion, China is always super invincibly bad. But they do things, very regulated. This has to be recognized. Even if they pretend that rabbits are harmless, they are generally extremely secretive when it comes to laying their hands on them behind the scenes. There's absolutely no way to do something that's laid out in plain sight. Another frustrating day. Breaking down some uninformed theories and validations. It's ridiculous. Stevenson snickered from his own office. And that was all he dared to snicker in a place like this. It was the only free space world he had. But he couldn't actually guarantee himself that there were no monitors. But just at that moment, a pop-up window appeared on his desktop. Hi Mr. Stevenson. I've been watching you for a long time. May I ask if you are really interested in traveling to China? Coincidentally, so am I. We now have an association of scientific researchers from all over the world who can't stand oppression. We have the same claim to travel to China, to find where the holy land of our scientific research lies. Feel free to contact us if you have the same idea as us. We can be reached at a very simple pop-up letter, a very simple hacking technique. After he read it and saved the contact information, the letter simply destroyed itself. Stevenson's entire body froze. It was an immense choice for him. To give up everything we have now and travel to that unknown China? Is Huaxia really a holy land? He had never been there and was skeptical. But, really stay here? And stay until you die? So am I still a research scholar? I wasn't anymore. At that time I was just a puppet with knowledge stuffed inside my head. I am a trained and easily aging robot. I don't want to be like this. And I don't want to go on like this. Stevenson's gaze steepened as he thought it through, then found the contact information that I had saved. It's a mailbox. Soon he sent an email over. I have a family, and children. I don't know how to keep them safe. If we ever get out, I want to take my family with us. Stevenson typed it and sent it. Within seconds he got a reply. Glad to get your reply. Proof that you do have a real heart for research. Don't worry, we will definitely take our families with us. Without our families, what is the point of our behavior? For the sake of surviving ourselves, we must also do it for our families. That's when Stevenson finally had peace of mind. He deleted the email, and got an address on it. On the weekend he found a fake shopping mall to stroll through, and following the directions inside, he got rid of the surveillance. Here he saw a lot of research scholars gathered. There was even no lack of some bigwigs from all walks of life who were already famous all over the world. You guys, all leaving? All heading for China? Stevenson was shocked. He really didn't expect so many people. The sheer power of this association of researchers is astounding. Indeed, we yearn for China. That's the paradise of academic freedom. Specifically, I would like to have the opportunity to have some contact with academician Lu Yu. I hope he can bring some enlightenment to my question. He definitely can. A man who had been famous for a long time and was an honorary member of several top universities said with immense reverence, "Where Lu Yu is holy ground. We need Lu Yu. He is the king of our spiritual world. Let's go. I'm going to China. I'm going to look for Mr. Lu Yu." A bunch of people talking. Stevenson also finally figured out how they were going to leave. It is true that the power of a scientific researcher is relatively small, but really only relative to a politician. They have a lot of influence relative to the average person. Not to mention the fact that so many of the top bigwigs have joined forces. And, to no one's surprise, the group was ready to flee. So with all the resources colluding, they even got on a plane to China by perfectly legal means. Stevenson still feels like he's dreaming the moment he shows up on the plane with his ticket and his family. How is that possible? That's out? He looked out at the sunlight and suddenly felt incredibly soft and pretty. Just like his mood. Finally, it will soon land in China. What kind of a paradise is that? He mumbled in his mind. And this time, the number of research workers who fled together, according to the statistics, totaled 3,900. And basically, they're all characters with their own accomplishments. Stevenson's kind. It's entry level only. And it was at this point that these big European, Lone Star, and new countries finally realized something was wrong. Where are my researchers? They're all project leaders. And they real gone? Chapter 184, a trip to China and our professor lost it. China is robbing our researchers. They don't talk about any morals or guidelines. We must have a say. A man with an octogenarian beard angrily slapped the tabletop and snarled at a meeting of the technology cabinet on a small day. They have now realized the tradition of the following. And the whole country is starting to get hyper. The whole ethos of the community has also become incredibly rigid. Even after some people became extreme, they wanted to take revenge not only on Hua but also on Hawk Jam. Although Hawkmaster is their daddy, a key factor in their final surrender in the first place for committing a mortal sin was the placement of 2 mushroom eggs in his house. In the age of castration, they began to effeminate, or after economic support, some cultural aspects were completely compromised to the West, so it leads to higher social costs. It led to the birth of certain ultra-feminisms, and in the crazy 80s, the mantra of a woman with a small life, who needs to be equipped with 4 boyfriends. That is, a driver for transportation, a wallet for giving money, a warm man for shushing, and a main house for romance. It's not magic, it's something that really happened. So in the 80s, at that time when the small-time economy was taking off, there was another awesome industry that came along. That's the game. The 2 game companies, Nintendo and Sega, at one point in that era had the market capitalization to be the most powerful industries of the small time. And thus the emergence of geeks was born. That's what happens when they were once castrated. And the backlash that is now being brought about is vengefulness. One is a vengeful Wahhabi, because it was the Chinese battlefield that dragged them down and prevented them from being able to create their co-prosperity sphere. And based on the various official smears from the small days, the stereotypes created are all infinitely amplified at the moment. The other is Eagle Sauce. Although Eagle Jam is now disintegrating. But there's still Shingo. And there's still Lone Star. Especially after the disintegration of the Hawksbane, every single one of them claimed to be Hawksbane proper. These extremists in the small days don't care that much. Since you all fight for orthodoxy, you're all in it together. Otherwise, we don't begrudge us another fight with Hua. Once upon a time we beat them to the punch. And now it's the same. They must be made to apologize to our little empire of days. And return those traitors. We must punish these traitors with the harshest of means. Even in the midst of their environment, there are still some people who have some conscience. They, like the wave that traveled to China this time, also chose to leave their little lives behind. As if on a pilgrimage, he went to China to see Lu Yu. We at Lone Star will be urging Hua to teach the personnel out. These are traitors to our Lone Star. Hua has no right to receive them. Our research scholars from John Bull are traveling to China to be smuggled out. Everyone must alert themselves not to be fooled by Hua. This is a conspiracy by Hua. The Chinese side must give us an explanation. Either Hua kills this group of traitors, or leave it to us to deal with these traitors. One by one, nations have come forward with righteous indignation. It was as if Hua had become a public enemy of mankind. Yet HWA's response was tepid. We, Hua, do not cause trouble, nor are we afraid of it. The hat that is forced on us, we don't intend to accept it either. I hope all countries will understand. There is no such thing in the world as asking us about people you can't watch over yourselves. The researchers, why they fled from you. You have to do your own soul searching. And they are yearning for my Hua. That is a light in their hearts. Why should your freedom interfere with their choices? we urge all parties to put aside any preconceived notions and build their own countries without adding any other troubles, and don't bring unnecessary disputes. The response was followed by even more anger from the nations. You ripped us off, and now you're telling me that it has absolutely nothing to do with you? Even if it really doesn't matter, it has to matter. The digestion of some scientific research technology still needs to be done by these people. How can we carry out our work now that everyone is gone? It's true that people give babysitting instruction, but you have to have someone who can understand human language too, don't you? A new round of verbal abuse, once again, with the international directly becoming a mouthpiece venue. But the shadowy drop of readiness did not stop for a moment. They just need time to digest the technology and mass produce it for deployment. The Lone Star Republic sent the Secretary of State to lead a team that flew directly to China. The same countries, almost all the powerful countries were present. This must put pressure on Wachovia, and also to tell Wasia that we, now, are not afraid of you. Don't worry, this time, we're bound to make Huaxia bow down, as well as buy ourselves more time. The country of Huaxia has existed for too long. His existence is out of place with ours. 5,000 years of history, so let them be annihilated. Break its roots, cut its text, chop its words, and fool its culture. This is our goal, Secretary Lone Star exclaimed before departing. The representatives of the countries soon landed in Huaxia, and it was finally decided that the Congress would be held in Zhangchang. It was simple for the Chinese side to choose this place because Liu Yu's presence here would allow these people to see their position clearly. You guys got the technology and there's no comparison to Liu Yu. For their part, the Western countries now need to see what's going on in Zhangchang, the most mysterious and harsh city on the Chinese side right now. It's best to be able to put one foot in front of the other. Let Liu Yu be a stepping stone to their fame. Then to their extreme disappointment, they did not see Liu Yu. Not only that, the Chinese side is extremely tough. No one can teach Wasia to do anything. In terms of age, you all have to be grandsons to Wasia, since you all don't have any peace-loving, peace-talking sincerity. You all please return. A military admiral Big Shot said with a cold grunt. This Huaxia is determined, and really thinks they are invincible. When our stuff comes out, they'll know the drill. On the way back to Lone Star, Secretary of State Trinken said with a hard look on his face. He then turned back and asked, by the way, what about Professor Smith? He must be allowed to overcome all technical problems within half a month's time. I want to see the real thing in the flesh. To make HWA feel afraid, the entourage rushed off to find it, but returned quickly a few minutes later. Mr. Trinken, Professor Smith is missing. He's not on the plane. His seat is empty, the entourage said with a look of embarrassment. What? Trinken stood up at once. He's not in the plane? Did he jump off? No, I've already asked. And Professor Smith didn't even get on the plane. The man next to him didn't make any impression. Chapter 185, Artificial Planet begins. Live worldwide. This time, Trinken brought scientific researchers with him. And on the one hand, it is the scientific and technical staff that can see what level China may be at today, being able to create opportunities for him to reach out. And some lectures on technology to form a deterrent to China. Aren't you guys great at technology? Now, it doesn't exist. But what's going on now? The professor he brought with him is gone. Is he dead? Intercepted by Wasia? It was only when he landed on the Lone Star that he snapped to the news in China. Prof. Smith, Lone Star's top scientist, joins the National University, became a visiting professor at the National University, honorary fellow for life. Trinken's brain exploded. It was the escape of the researchers that appeared to be the purpose of the trip, still trying to bring some shock. As a result, they took the researchers they brought there and lost them. It's like, the other guy robbed you and you sent your own wife to the door. He rushed to call and inquire. The reply was that not only he, but old John Bull, big hair, 2 hair, 3 hair, little life, big stick, blasted chicken, and Hans Cat of all families all had lost them, and all of them are top researchers. As a result, they all chose to land in China. 70% joined state universities. Actually, I should say, it's 100% to join the National University, because they heard that Liu Yu has a research room in the National University. This gives the opportunity to get up close and personal with Liu Yu. However, it was also too many people for the state university to accommodate. That's what diverted some of it to land at other colleges to go. Where does Wasia need to be afraid? I'm afraid my mouth is crooked with laughter. It was a beautiful sight to see the conference offices of all the countries resounding with the roars of the rising and falling voices. This was followed by mobilizing their talents from all over the world, researchers and scholars, and mobilizing their forces for the technical attack. They're scared. Are really scared. The rise of a Huaxia, even if it is an enemy of the world, has changed the perception of some people. Some researchers have come to believe that Huaxia, where Lu Yu is from, is the holy land of scientific research. It's just getting started. Once they let Huaxia develop some more time and they don't have a secret tech implant, how will there be any chance of catching up? I'm afraid the gap will widen. At this time, in his office, Lu Yu, who was being sought by top scholars of scientific research from all sides, was seeking an audience, was relaxing myself brushing up on the news online. After seeing all the maneuvers, he couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, it's still Bunny Een. If you don't do it, you're digging up someone's old roots. Won't we cause public outrage? That's still not good, is it? Ruyan Lu couldn't help but ask. You think there's no public outrage because you didn't do it? Lu Yu faintly laughed. It's inevitable that many people who don't know anything specific about the coalition still have this concern. Since we have offended, we must offend to the death. To show mercy, that's not showing yourself any mercy, Lu Yu said indifferently. He then got up and left the office. Everything is prepared today. The curvature ship at Io is ready. And now, with the state's blessing, 4 more curvature ships have been built. Reporting to the Lu Academy, everything is ready. May I ask if we will begin? A young worker in the artificial planet's scientific research room said with a solemn expression. These core members are all hand-picked executives of the state. There are also a few that are top academicians that are here to oversee a lot of the details. Reduce some of the energy loss for Lu Yu. To put it bluntly, you can't just let Lu Yu do everything, right? Lu Yu nodded at his words and walked onto the command stage with a serious expression. All men are now at my command. Are the newly built warp ships out and ready? Lu Yu asked again. Everything is ready. The 4 warships have been set up in the South China Sea, the East China Sea, the Pacific Ocean, and the North China Sea, ready to initiate launch. Lu Yu nodded and waved his hand. Launch activated. Then as the chime reads off the countdown, at the same time, in the 4 directions of the Earth, the 4 major curvature ships were activated at the same time, and the location of the coordinate system is, of course, the perimeter of IO4 where the first curvature ship arrived. On the one hand, there is already corresponding experience where it is the safest and most secure, and most effective. Inside space, humans are so small that everything has to be done carefully. Is curvature ship 1 ready to return? Number 1 is ready. Ready to return. Good. Start it up. Artificial planet program, officially begun. At this moment, Lu Yu was also slightly agitated. Oh, man-made planet. Officially implemented in his hands. It has the feel of manipulating human destiny. The coordinates of the landing point of curvature ship 1, of course, were changed to outer space, and it was on a track precisely calculated by Lu Yu. And at that moment, all the nations of the world heard a rumble, high in the sky. What happened? Someone looks up and sees nothing. It was so loud. I thought a planet had hit the Earth. Don't be some kind of apocalyptic coming. It was so loud that the point was that none of them could find the source of the sound. Finally their satellites picked up the anomaly. Report. Strange craft have appeared above the outermost orbit of outer space. Suspect, Chinese side. And, the craft is surrounded by quite a few meteorites. Shingo, they inherited Eagle Jam's aviation assets. Their NASA is getting messages back from space at the moment. What? A strange flying machine from China? After Old Bai saw the picture, his expression shook a little. No country in the world, no person, had ever seen this before this picture? Because the electronic shielding jamming system was turned on, their radar was completely undetectable, and the ones that have seen the warp ships are all dead. This appearance of the warp ship was the first time they had seen it. Damn Chinese, what are they doing again? Old Bai grumbled under his breath, casually tugging at his diaper and adjusting the gears. It looks like they'll be swallowed up by the meteor. Their ship might crash land. We can always be prepared for the crash wreckage to find its way into our hands. As long as we can get it, we might be able to decipher quite a bit of Chinese technology. That Lu Yu's technique won't be a secret either, NASA's top official said. Turn on the live broadcast and implement a global broadcast. Let everyone in the world see the ugly state of China at this moment. It's not as if the wasps don't miss, and they're not so holy. He was very confident. The countries were instantly connected. At this moment, the majority of the world's population, from the TV, saw the scene happening in real time in outer space. Little did they know that this was what Lu Yu was deliberately showing them. Chapter 186, Shooting Down a Warp Ship? Dream on. In that instant, the world went live. The gazes of billions of people fell on the starry sky above them. Through the screen images, they were desperate to see the dilemma of Huaxia. Would also like to see what Wachovia is really doing. Those scientific researchers and scholars are looking forward to the scene of Huaxia being wrapped in a meteorite and finally falling. Even if it was floating in orbit in outer space, they could find a way to grab it. Though, they didn't know exactly where these meteorites came from. High above, The astronauts sitting at the controls in the curved spaceship were now incredibly nervous as well. All set? Ready. All 5 astronauts looked solemn. When they were up in space, they were well aware that if the experiment failed, they would die without burial. But there are always forerunners of mankind, and they were forerunners of China this time. And of course it was completely out of trust in Luyu. This one journey could be said to be the only unoccupied group of astronauts in the entire history of mankind. No one ever did. Originally, this mission, they were asked about their own wishes. If they do not wish to engage in the artificial planet program in fear for their own safety, they can also make a landing. Another person will be chosen after that. This of course leads to some loss of time. These 5 astronauts, though, have an unbelievable amount of determination. Realize that they're not just doing an astronautical mission, and it was in defense of China, even an exploration of the technology of the world's civilization. It's a man-made planet. It's exciting and stimulating to think about. So none of them chose to back down at this point. Start. Activate laser cannons. Inside Luyu's plan, this real-time process was very simple and rough. How do you polymerize these meteorites to form the primary form of a star? It's simple. Shelling. It doesn't matter if it's blown to smithereens. Law of conservation of matter. And there's gravity. Sooner or later, these things will be absorbed on. Of course, this is just a simple little detail. The actual manipulation, of course, is to lean all of these things in one direction. It is also a way for the curvature ships to have a free passage to navigate. In an instant, the entire curvature ship violently erupted incomparably amazing energy lasers from all around. The meteorites carried around were propelled by the blast. Start going in a direction of convergence, and created a channel out for the curvature ship. Holy, the Chinese are so fierce? What kind of energy level laser weapon is this? It directly blasted a path out of the entire mess. Are they heading back? Look for an opportunity to attack if he returns. If we can shoot it down. Great credit. All kinds of discussions were going on, with ordinary people, and the staff of the aviation center, witnessing this historic moment. Then the astronauts of the curvature ship, they maneuvered the ship directly to the outskirts of the meteorite. Activate the high-energy laser weapon again. The smaller meteorites were shot into smithereens on the spot. Within a few moments, then large chunks of meteorites were going in one direction to close in. Under everyone's gaze, the pieces of stone were coming together. What the hell are they doing? Aren't they returning to the ship? Are they trying to wipe out all these meteorites? Is it to prevent the Earth from being hit by meteorites? Crazy. Is it true that HWA doesn't bring any brains to things nowadays? Let them do it. They're bloated right now. And as soon as they waste their resources down, we'll have our chance. A crowd of people were delighted. But practically no one yet understands what Wasia's curvature ship is doing and what significance it has. The curvature ship is merely following its own established orbit to complete its mission. Finally, everyone saw that a small sphere made of meteorites had appeared. It's very irregular, very uneven, and very small, but it completes the aggregation. This has become the first step. This little thing that will become part of the star core. Are they going to give this thing away? Or destroy it completely? Were we wrong about Wasi? One man, working for the future of the planet. Is it possible that they are simply showing off their force and technology? I saw this massive rock and I had an incredibly bold guess. Wasia shouldn't be on a man-made planet, right? This voice came out, causing the audience watching the live stream to fall into a momentary pause. An artificial planet? Is that even possible? This is crazy, isn't it? Impossible. Chinese people are born with an inexplicable sense of pride and condescension. They feel that they should have their responsibility for everything. They are bound to go to exclude meteorites. You guys just relax. Some people analyze the character of the Chinese because of the legacy of history and the legacy of ideas. So they don't think like most of the country now, especially nowadays. With the prevalence of liberalism, everyone is talking about personal gain. But HWA will feel that the collective good is above the individual good. This doesn't even need to be preached. Many people possess the self-awareness to do so. Take, for example, enlisted personnel. Were they there for personal reasons? It is also bound to be possible, because the military is one of the avenues of upward mobility. But is it entirely personal? No. They also have the responsibility of defending the country. There are a lot of people that can go and sacrifice themselves for the sake of the collective. Such people are often very great, but seem very incomprehensible to many in the West. Why should I use my personal life to defend so-called others? Even parents and children and wives can't let themselves get to this point, can they? As Chinese, they defend China. As an Earthling, definitely protecting Eartha. It's a thought that some people take very much for granted. But the next moment, they saw, high above, after the polymerized meteorite, the curvature ship landed, straight through the atmosphere, trying to return to China. Quickly intercept. China must not be able to react at this time. I bet it's the only one they have. And it would cost a fortune too. If we can get it, that means we can crack it. And to teach HWA a lesson, our war has begun. And we don't share the same fate as Huaxia. A group of people spoke with incomparable excitement. Finally, on the command deck, a Lone Star man in an admiral's uniform slammed the button. A missile then rose directly into the air. They used the most powerful missiles. The goal is to destroy. Even if you get a little less, you can't let Huaxia have it. Quick! Center! A missile cuts through the stars. With a jolt, it had been about to meet up with the warp ship. Chapter 187 Directive, eliminate the Lone Star Command Center. They actually sneak attacked it this time. Inside the Wachovia. Wachovia didn't broadcast live though because there was no need to, but because the extranet has been bombing for days. It also led to a lot of Chinese people being sneered at. Someone went straight to a live reprint. Many people's eyes reddened the moment they saw the missile. Don't have to think about it. It's all damn Lone Star. The soul of Eagle Sauce is immortal. I don't think it's enough that they're splitting and dismembering now. It's going to divide them even more. We've made enemies all over the world. Isn't it normal for others to beat us? This is obviously a Chinese ship that maintains outer space. What right do they have to missile bombard it? This is against international morality. Asterisk them. Country. I'm ready to go to war. Countless people are venting their emotions online and can't wait to storm those countries right now. Especially Lone Star, Shingo, etc. After Eagle Jam, more people, however, were watching the scene with incomparable nervousness. Right about this time, above the broadcast, an energy shield was suddenly seen rising from the surface of the warp ship, and after a few moments, countless snowflake dots appeared in the middle of the screen, and then the black screen. Holy, what's going on here? Is it a hit or a miss? I'm in a hurry. It must be a counterattack by a Chinese ship. This moment touched not only the hearts of Chinese people, but also the hearts of people all over the world. How did it really turn out? And could HWA have lost the war? Is it possible to intercept successfully? In the command center, Admiral Lone Star's face suddenly changed. It wasn't just the outside, but his monitoring station was out of picture as well. There is electronic interference present. Our signal has been completely cut off, and we can no longer maneuver to the launched ICBMs. A person in charge immediately reported that. FARC, quickly, check it out immediately. We must be the first to know the results. Also, activate all of our warships immediately. Have the research scholars project the bearing of the landing. We need to be the first to seize it, even though there is interference. The established program we set for the missile will not change. On top of the missiles are our basic intelligent AI, though there was something ominous inside. But he could not afford any discouragement or slackness at this time. What if I win? Just because they can't see it doesn't mean that Huaxia can't see it. In the command center of Huaxia, Lu Yu's desktop screen showed the scene high above the sky, and it's totally the first view of the curvature ship. More able to see everything happening clearly. Use the missiles to shoot down the warp ship. Liu wanted to laugh and almost laughed out loud. These foreign devils, who have forgotten how they went routing in the South China Sea. All weapons involved in electronic warfare are reimbursed. That is, the moment the screen was turned on at high altitude, those trajectories were completely locked on. And, with the interference, there was bound to be confusion and collapse of his program. That is, they will not be able to find their target. Self-destruction eventually occurs. There was no damage to the curvature ship at all. The moment he should have returned directly to the ship, Lu Yu gave the order. Towards Lone Star's command center. Fire a laser weapon as well. It's not polite to come and go, and let these white skins get a good feel for the power that comes from China. Everyone does get to see the live stream, but this time, a laser beam could be seen plummeting through the heights. A pillar of crimson energy light directly lunged down. What's that? Where is that running to? Admiral Lone Star finally saw the lasers, outside of jamming range, and was incredibly nervous. The distance was too far for him to analyze the orientation. According to the calculations, their lasers are headed our way. What? Admiral Lone Star's face changed instantly. He was a soldier, a commanding officer no less, but didn't think I was going to die. Without any hesitation, he immediately tried to withdraw. At this point, I'm afraid it's too late. One of the white scientists spoke up. The speed of light. You know, we're still able to chat here, probably because Huaxia wants to leave us a little last word, so reduce the power and slow down a bit. This old man specializes in laser weapons, so it's familiar and understandable. But the laser, though slow, was of appalling energy. It's too easy to destroy this place. Impossible. Take me away at once. The admiral roared. He finally panicked. Yet the next moment, suddenly the head felt a blazing heat. inside their eyes. It was as if the buildings overhead had been dissolved, or as if they had never been there. Of course, the moment they saw it, they were actually caged themselves. Only, there was no pain, because it's too fast. The temperature is too high. Died too soon. They hadn't had a chance to properly feel the pain that had been dissolved in the moment. It had been completely reduced to ashes. It was in front of billions of viewers around the world. Lone Star's command center. That was melted right down. The ground, as if it had been chiseled through the earth, left a black hole whose bottom could not be seen. Is this the power of Hua? It's too powerful. No wonder they're wild and empty-eyed. So it's because they have this capital. That means that even though we didn't see the overhead footage, the missile was destroyed and couldn't be shot down, right? This is the world of the Chinese now. Their scientific weapons are so high-end that they are 100 years ahead of us. The group saw the command center directly ablated. The heart was already beyond despair. This is not the despair of one man, but of billions. The Chinese, are they really beatable? They are invincible. Why should we mess with them? It's acceptable for us to eat the leftovers after them. It's the fault of these damned politicians. It's taking our lives and inviting an enemy that shouldn't be messed with. The Demon King. They should be responsible for our lives. Some people roar online. And unlike the outside world, at this point in time, Huaxia was already cheering. Incredibly boiling. Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could I, Huaxia, not be aware of this happening? Cool. It's so cool. Just one missile? Sorry, please send more. You guys are trash. A laser weapon that blasted right through Lone Star's command center. It's so beautiful. My blood is boiling. I'll immediately go and plow all 3 acres of my family's land. And at this time, Curvature Ship 1 had already landed securely at a landing site that had been predefined by Huaxia. Ants. Another thing, several other warp ships have been launching for liftoff. Chapter 188, Declaring War on China? Here comes the one looking for death. The world is in a state of shock. What the hell is this China doing? Because they had once again detected huge energy fluctuations inside the 4 directions of China. Could it be that Huaxia is still testing some new weapon? Just by relying on these things, can we really fight against Huaxia even if we get these technologies? There are already people who are very inadequate inside, especially high up in the sky. The shock of seeing a curved ship is more immediate than even typing one. It's so shocking. Center of wisdom. An admiral. All dead. That is to say, China now fully possesses the ability to annihilate any country. Even if they can't, they can definitely carry out decapitation operations. All the bigwigs of the country are in a precarious position, feeling a slight chill on their necks. What is it? Super fortifications? Another new technology sent from above? Inside the cabinet office on a small day, someone suddenly shrieked out in alarm. Since the last docking, each country has essentially arranged for an exclusively equipped crew to be ready for docking at a moment's notice. The docker discovers the mysterious force's new technology of docking and is immediately ecstatic, and organize expert analysis and then direct mass production. Sure enough, it's those existences they feel threatened by Huaxia. Our current power isn't enough to fight it, so we've been given new support. They were ecstatic. This super defense system is a direct extraction of nuclear energy, filled with an energy shield. It can defend against all impacts from the outside without discrimination. There's another set. Miniature nuclear energy super explosive technology. That is to say, with the smallest volume, yet the greatest quantum of power can be crafted. No less powerful than the big atomic bombs of old. Hydrogen bombs and the like. The eyes of research scholars on a small day light up. This is good stuff. Nuclear energy. That's a technology that the whole world has blocked for a small time, because they had lost the war. Only Eagle Jam attempted to form a deterrent against China in the small days. So the aid force, coupled with the small days of sneaky research, had nuclear power technology. But with the foundation of this technology, it's easy to make a nuclear bomb. But they haven't had it. They dream about it. Today I didn't expect to get the full set of technology straight away, not to mention the mini nukes. It's less than the size of a palm. And it could take a Hiroshima. It's a death joke. But it does have a heart. And this technology, equipped with advanced anti-radar, stealth, and launch systems in one. A complete set. One more command message. Suddenly the receiver realizes that there is a paragraph after the technical number. It was written by that side directly in a small day text. Blast the other side. Over there, they are very unhappy with Huaxia. That's why they want to destroy Huaxia. They're upset with us too. Gave us all this technology and it still doesn't work. We must make a mark this time. We must become a world power, so that no one can command us. A group of fanatics were thrilled beyond words. Immediately after this technical document came out, research and development and equipping were carried out in secret within the small day. Basically, they go together, because the faster the better. Who knows what Wachovia will do next? No one is sure. Even that extraterrestrial civilization was a bit unable to resist. At this time, Lu Yu wasn't worried about any of this. Even if the outside world was in an uproar, he had to finish the project he was holding. The good thing is that after the experience of the last launch, this one went even smoother. Initiate jump liftoff. Appeared in Jupiter's ring belt and then initiated a return voyage again. Bring back the meteorite. Blast it again. Polymerize it. The whole operation is taking its time. And the world, all confused, watching that meteorite aggregate grow larger and larger. What the hell is this HWA doing? Of course, they were also concerned about the fact that there were a bit too many curvature ships in China. And after that one, the electronic jamming system was turned on directly every time it descended. Every time a meteorite pile has been observed growing, it was only after the curvature ships had left. Of course, they weren't idle. All countries are secretly stockpiling, preparing for a great war that will completely overturn China. Even they don't cover up anymore. Bigwigs from various countries are meeting frequently. The current size, the mass, is about 1/10 the size of the moon. By my estimation, it's enough. Any further increase will affect the tides on the surface of the Earth. The tides are changing now, but not enough to threaten the Earth's deflection. Just the perfect angle and mass. After Lu Yu did some calculations, he declared the plan complete. Of course, there is one more step left to be done with the artificial planet. War Fortress. That means that on top of that, a landing site and warform machine needs to be built that can be switched at any time. They're really making a planet artificially. They're crazy. Such a powerful existence is not allowed on this planet. They must be destroyed. Nations of the world, we must unite. This time, the Little Day took the lead. They're in the Little Daylight Bay area, gathering over 500 warships, and directly declared war on Huaxia. Then straight away he turned on the missile launch system he'd just gotten and was ready to fire. Because every moment, it's live rounds on. Little Day to send an army, 800,000. And then there's Hans Cat. Hans Cat, for a change from his usual serious and austere state, stormed straight into 1,000,000 troops under the control of Mustache. And the sword is aimed at restoring the great glory of the Hans Cat, to annihilate the Wachovia. Their first battle, however, was not against China. Blitz Poland in 48 hours. Well, Poland's wounded world has reached again. Old John Bull was not idle. The Royal Navy, the Royal Air Force, and Royal Military Intelligence all stepped in. The Lone Star Republic sent millions of troops to fight across the Pacific. Shingo has even come up with countless funds. They took down what was once the biggest giants on Wall Street gathered together. The richest. You guys surrender now. We can let you die a quick death. The commander of a small day, standing on top of a warship, looking across the river at the voices being sent over the radio. You guys, are you worthy? A voice came from inside the transmitter. Good. Since you guys are the ones who seek death, then it's not our fault. Go to war at once and don't give us any chance. He no longer belongs to us humans. We are now going to make the Chinese completely disappear from this world. With a command, all the guns were aimed at HWA, miniature nuclear bombs, as well as laser cannons and other top-end weapons. 7th-generation warplanes, instantly about to arrive in the territory of Huaxia. This time, they carry the determination to win, and to make it too late for Huaxia to react. Chapter 189, 100% missile intercept rate. Now to Mai. This time, it looks like it's on its own, but far more vociferous than the last coalition. Last time, everyone didn't know that Huihua was that strong. This time they were prepared. They knew that Huaxia was powerful, but likewise there was no bottom in their hearts. They don't know how strong Huaxia is. They also don't know if the final battle will be won. This is the consensus of the people at the very top. But they had to fight. First and foremost, it was for themselves. Breaking the current technological invincibility posture of Huaxia would give them a chance to develop and breathe. Again, they got the stuff of the extraterrestrial civilization behind them. This is the price that must be paid. An extraterrestrial civilization would allow them to catch up with Huaxia's technology in a short period of time. It is equally possible to completely erase them in a short period of time. So this battle must be fought. Couldn't they guess what the purpose of the extraterrestrial civilization was? Of course they know, but then the ass determines the position. Or they believe they can get their hands on the other side's tech with the Tiger and then still get rid of the extraterrestrial civilization. Everyone is not a cutie. It's a huge change in the middle of a huge change in the middle of a huge change in the middle of a huge change. The slightest mishap would be the death of the body. And this group of people, the race, would disappear from the river of history. If they don't catch up again, they will seem like savages in front of the Chinese. The moment, the Chinese side turned on the live broadcast directly, from the two seas in the southeast, and the borderlands in the north and west, including the various forces coming from the Kunlun Mountains. Are they crazy? To exterminate my Huaxia, the whole world together? When have I, Huaxia, been the villain? Are we really wrong? We shouldn't develop? We didn't rob anyone. We developed it all on our own. Why are you doing this to us? Those who have a backbone have begun to be righteously indignant. I, a 2-year veteran and 10-year veteran, requesting to return to the battlefield. Better to die standing up. Then one will definitely not bow down. If they want to fight, then stand. Whoever lowers his head and kneels, get out now. 70-year-old veteran, requesting to fight. Online, a certificate of a former soldier. A discharge certificate was made available. Countless people were impassioned and no one flinched. This is the base color of Chinese soldiers. Do you surrender because there are many enemies? Do you think it's okay to surrender? International disputes. That's the death of a nation. Look at Eagle Jam today. He was split into 5 countries. It's because they lost last time. This is their result. If we lose, the end will be even worse than theirs. Don't take any chances. Fight. At this moment, all the other voices, the hacks, the sneering voices if they dared to come out, would absolutely be sprayed to death. But for sure, there will be a lot of trepidation. This is the world besieging my Huaxia. Will I, Huaxia, liberate the world? Or will the world cut me? Huaxia? One moment. On all sides of the live broadcast irradiation, the sky was billowed up by a thick fog, and countless flames erupted. From the big stick, the little day, the Sanago, and the big hairy respective directions, the respective electronic jamming full airspace coverage. Just under 3 seconds. No less than 10,000 missiles have been fired from all directions. The main event is a handful of saturated strikes, not letting Huaxia have any chance to resist. What to do? So many missiles. Could there be nukes? They are determined this time. Crazy, totally crazy. If they dare to use it, we'll use it too. Die together. There's crazy, there's scared, and there's so much eye candy that it's too late to look at it. Those who have the bloodlust are even on their way to join the army. They demanded it. Straight to the battlefield. At conscription offices everywhere. Countless young men are even lining up in long lines. Even if the draft is not open at this time. And the hearts of those watching the live stream were in their throats at the moment. The oldest man who was once cured by taking Lu Yu's special medicine for Alzheimer's disease was carrying a big knife. If he hadn't been stopped by his son, he would have rushed out already. But even if he was stopped at home, he held his big knife at all times, as if he could rush inside the point thing and cut down all of these devils. These brats shall not die a good death. They'll die a horrible death. He gritted his teeth. We believe in our country, his son said in a hurry. Only the eyes were also extremely worried. What to do? Many people can't know the answer in their minds. There was even sadness in the hearts of many, because in their view, there was no hope of winning at all, but still willing to die generously. I would rather die on the battlefield. I absolutely refuse to live. A veteran stood in the square and roared. If even one of these shells were to fall on the territory of China, it would be an unbearable loss. Please, everyone, don't worry. Believe in the power of the motherland. Suddenly, within the live broadcast, a person's voice appeared. There was a familiar instant guess as to who was speaking, but there are others that are less familiar. Immediately afterward, the virtual image of Lu Yu was directly imported into all the live broadcast rooms. All of you should recognize me. I will lead the way and win this one. Huaxia is invincible. We know that they are oblivious, but we will not let the blood be shed in vain. Lu Yu smiled and opened his mouth. It's Lu Yu. It's the national scholar Lu Yu. He's the one who made China soar, invented many scientific researches, cured my Alzheimer's, and stopped me from being paralyzed. He made the Chinese people stand up for their spine. He must have a way. There must be a way. Countless people were instantly agitated after seeing Lu Yu. There was even a flash of fervor in his eyes. Lu Yu came out. There must be a solution. They had blind confidence in Lu Yu, because Lu Yu's battle record, up until now, had never been defeated. Lu Yu looked solemn, as if he saw the millions of Chinese people behind the live broadcast. I will be with you, and we are with you. At this time, Lu Yu seemed to be looking up. It's time to test the results, he muttered. Then he raised his hand and pressed it. No one else could see what Lu Yu had pressed, but in that moment, they heard a roar outside the window. It was as if the sky was falling, a power they couldn't estimate, couldn't imagine, and it was panic-inducing. It's as if the sky is torn apart. Only moments later, these tens of thousands of missiles that have risen into the air, even all the nukes, all of them were intercepted. Yes, totally done with the interception. The unmistakable sound of violent bombardment is the sound of happiness and victory. Inside the live feed, in those areas of liftoff, they hadn't had a chance to enter Chinese territory yet. Yet fireworks have bloomed. Artificial planet. War fortress first function. Intercept blocking is completely complete. 100% interception rate. Chapter 190, 100% saturation strike. Human vaporization. What happened? 1. Someone asked with apprehension tinged with disquiet, completely unable to believe it, because the explosions in the middle of the picture seem to be high in the air, or even worse, just over the enemy, and they're done. Did they blow themselves up? They mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops just to give themselves a shot? It's like a man walking up to you with a knife and framing himself for a stabbing, then asking you, just ask if you're afraid. Are you afraid? Well, it really confused everyone. The emotions that had been mobilized before, the feeling of going to die a martyr's death for the country, were all of a sudden stuck as if they were stuck. They were desperate for answers. By this time the pop-ups on the live feed were all completely unreadable. Everyone is asking what the hell is going on. Lu Yu didn't even look at the pop-up screen to know that. As he spoke faintly, above the stars, Huaxia has created the latest defense system, air-to-ground defense system, with 100% missile interception rate, currently verified, 100% complete. None of the enemy missiles have fallen into Chinese territory. I win. As Lu Yu's voice fell, everyone is boiling. I'm so excited I can't speak. My hands are shaking from typing. This is equivalent to Huaxia, fighting against the world. The first battle. Winning. This is the strongest top force in the world. They were also gifted with an extraterrestrial civilization. They don't know how to do it, but only know 2 words to describe it. Awesome. In 4 words, that's Lu Yu being awesome. In 8 words, that's Lu Yu being awesome and Huaxia Wan Shang. 100% interception. That's awesome. I didn't realize the overlords were us. From this day forward, I will no longer lay low. I declare that I am the superior man. Just wait, you big geezer brats. We'll let you know why the flowers are so red only when we win. The soldiers on the frontier felt even more outrageous. All of them even stood with the determination of certain death to guard the gates of the country. But this is over before the fight even starts? Of course it's not over. Now, it's our turn to strike. Lu Yu spoke faintly within the live broadcast. Activate immediately. Full field electronic jamming. In an instant, the same satellite that was once launched, fired again. These people have forgotten the shame on the Union Army. No, it's not that they've forgotten. It's that they feel they have a defense against interference. Electronic warfare is fought directly at high altitude in no man's land. I didn't think that they had gotten their hands on the new technology of the extraterrestrial civilization and actually resisted it. Unfortunately, this is just the beginning. Is it really just defense when we spend so much effort? Lu Yu had a sneer on his face. The electronic Ganto system on top of the artificial planet integrates the electronic interference of the previous generation of Wei, and the upgrades were completed. Its power, directly, has increased 100-fold. Don't ask how there's enough energy. The question is controlled fusion. What are you going to play with me? A moment after activating the electronic jamming on the artificial planet, the whole world is blind. What's going on? Our radar has completely lost its signal. Bad. Our circuits are being cut. Our jammers are smoking. We're losing. Among the armies of the countries, which were originally carrying a confident stance, they violently panicked at this time. What's going on? We've got an extraterrestrial civilization with electronic interference. Is this even a defeat? Can we really win this? No. Huaxia is invincible. It was a concept that rose steeply in everyone's mind. Yes, the Chinese are invincible. Their hearts were filled with despair at the moment. Little day on the ship, countless small-time soldiers blushed. It was a battle that they felt was a battle to restore their powerful selves, but before it could open wide, the eyes were wasted. All attacks interrupted. It's too suffocating. Our little day empire, absolutely undefeated. They, the Chinese, are nothing but flesh and blood. For the sake of a small day tomorrow, gentlemen, follow me to the death. As long as it's by the sea, as long as it's ashore, we'll fight them directly in blood. Enter their cities and they won't dare bomb them. Supreme Commander Nozomi Yamashima roared. Kill, 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 kill in the homeland of China. A group of soldiers roared. Electronic jamming. Can't even sail the boat? But can you keep my men from moving? On top of a warship. That's tens of thousands of fully loaded troops. Everyone gets into the outbilge and just hand paddles. They attempted to land on the coast of China and fight it outright. As soon as we get into the Chinese territory, a messy punch. They're not alone in this fight. It's the whole world that's fighting. As long as they come from all sides, together, into China itself, China will throw in the towel. These damn Chinas, especially Lu Yu. When we catch them, we must dig out all the scientific research knowledge from his body, and then split his body. Do human experiments for me. Someone roared. Hundreds of thousands of men, all warships, rowing hard. the arrested big hairs, on the other hand, are even more straightforward, they just need to go south. And then there was the once great empire of Mon, now languishing, a mere buffer zone nation in its own right, who also became a borrower. They want to restore their glory. And San, monkeys, from the south, from the southwest, respectively. At this time, it was as if it had become the most primitive attack posture. Do you think that we have no artillery shells in China? We're the originators of gunpowder play. Lu Yu was inside the live broadcasting room, looking at the image that came back and smiled. Then, without further pause, the attack button was pressed directly. That moment, fire erupted from the sky. In terms of the amount of gunpowder, who can beat China? No one has had to chat about HWA's ammo dumps since. Back in the day, HWA had a phobia of not having enough firepower. Now, that's even more of a no-brainer. With instant, concentrated firing in a short period of time. It's not just the defenses on the ground, and man-made planets in the sky above. Laser cannon, electromagnetic artillery, air-to-surface guns, planetary railguns, all fired out in unison at this moment. It was an unbelievably beautiful sight. Everyone saw the brilliant firefly past in the sky. It's like a meteor shower, but it carries the scent of death. Boom boom boom. Worldwide, all the soldiers who attacked China, all finished being vaporized when they landed. Small days of navy, hundreds of thousands of troops, all reduced to vapor. They don't even see flesh and blood. Not even blood. Completely evaporated. Not just them, including all those who attacked China. One-time elimination. Chapter 191 Project Award, Quantum Receiver. The war is over. Within China, countless people were dismayed. They looked at the fire that was rushing through the sky inside the live video, but those people disappeared. There's something very surreal about it. In the last second, it was still a moment of great crisis in the life and death of Huaxia. Countless people are waiting for their second enlistment call-ups, and 56 million former soldiers are poised for action. And yet, that's the end of it? All the fervor and anger I just stirred up, and it's just gone? All the spectators, for a while, had a feeling of disappointment. My pants are down. Show me this. It's like 3 seconds, man. It's just 3 seconds, and then the fun is over. Then it went into sage mode. It's a little underflavored. Asterisk. I don't dare to say until today that I, Huaxia, am the real hegemon of the world. Strong. My Huaxia is strong. From now on, my Chinese people should be superior. My suggestion is not to give them another chance. Just erase all of their history. Unify the world. I want to become a human being. Although my body is not in the battle, my body is ready to go to war. My spirit has entered the war. It is fitting that I should live in such a prosperous time. Forefathers and martyrs. This pomp and circumstance. As you wish. The country's internet has exploded. Even an 80-year-old grandmother knows something so significant. Before that, the old man, who was about to die, asked his grandson to join the army and serve his country. And this moment, sitting up in shock from a dying illness. I'm good again. Sure enough, a big country can heal. Medical care in a strong country is just fine. Of course, they only saw the surface of these, and the live broadcast was directly interrupted at this time. The news is all over the place, reporting on the accusations against countries, accusing them of immorality, and then bring all the people to verbally attack them. But afterward, there's actually quite a bit to do. Of course, it is the dismantling of those countries that exist. Last time, Huaxia was following the old tradition of not interfering with other countries. But we were the victorious nation that gave them preferential treatment and told them to behave themselves. But they're not self-conscious. This time the roll is on. Even brewed a huge violation of the crisis. So learn your lesson this time and never let them have the ability to come back again. The war fortress in the sky didn't stop at all. Instead, it came with a global positioning precision strike, air-to-ground power. After the last strike against the Lone Star Command Center, it was clear to anyone that Huaxia had this capability. Some countries, however, are still holding out. Inside the Chinese culture, they are the kingdom of heaven. They can't look at us barbarians. As long as we are respectful enough, we'll definitely be able to obtain forgiveness. Quickly, go to Huaxia at once. Call Huaxia. We are willing to apologize. We are willing to follow the ancient tribute system of Huaxia. We are willing to become a vassal state and pay tribute every year. Won't they just attack us? We recognize that we are their sons. So what right does a father have to beat his son? Lone Star, Shingo, and Little Day, Big Stick, Old John Bull, Hans Cat, and other nations, are holding their own meetings. That sight, it was horrible. The number of people who died in this battle is simply incalculable. There are even some extremisms that are still speaking out internationally, saying that Huaxia is inhumane and genocidal towards the human race. doing the world's worst tragedy. But it was soon divided among their own people. Han's cat is even getting pretty experienced at handling these things. They instantly surrounded the mustache mansion, grabbed the mustache out. So did the small days, when their military cabinet collapsed outright. One by one, they were incredibly pious and wanted to find Wasia to show their sincerity. Unfortunately, it's already too late. What's that? The boss of Small Days is actually in an okay mood. Although Little Day lost the war, but he got his power back. No longer did he have to listen to what that group of soldiers said and did. At that moment a guard pointed up into the sky and said, Taro Kawashima looked up at the sky and saw a rapidly growing black dot. There was an immediate sense of foreboding in his heart, and the smile on his face was forced. No, it can't be. This should be. After the victory of China, the garrison fighters that are going to come to our little life to monitor. It must be, he muttered, but his feet had begun to race toward the car. But his legs were weakening. There's no way to run away. It's only been how long? How does HWA have time to send a garrison? He had guessed. That's a missile. And it's a direct-to-ground missile blast from that satellite in space. Precision strikes. Boom! An incredibly bright fire cloud appeared in the sky above Tokyo. In the meantime, similar accidents have occurred in the mansions of bigwigs all over the world. By old never have to look at their diapers again. Because there's no more piss and no more life. Lone Star's newest command house, that is, where the former state capital of Texas used to be, was moved straight to the ground. Han's cat, along with the mustache guy who called for the opening of S3 to give Hans a nice spring, melted into their Berlin. As for old John Bull, along with their royal family, their council, all wiped out. Inevitably, in the process, some people will be hurt, but no one is innocent in this war. In those countries, original sin has been created, especially the mustaches and the Small Days. The following countries like Lone Star. It's an orgy for all. Kill every other one. There are definitely leaks. There will be no womanizing at this point in time. It's time to establish a new order, and it will take an iron hand. In Buddhism there is a famous saying that a bodhisattva's heart needs thunderbolts. You don't have to be angry. People think you're a bully. That's why bodhisattvas also need guardians who can fight. There's also the fighting Buddha. Of course, none of this aftermath command was manipulated by Liu Yu's forehead. After Liu Yu took command of the first wave to eliminate the army's living forces, the command was given to the bigwigs of the military ministry. He has no interest in war. Prefer to immerse yourself inside your own time and study your own stuff. Congratulations, host. The artificial satellite project has been completed. Project completion. 60%. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the quantum receiver. Liu Yu frowned. Last time he gave an electron catcher. This time he gave a quantum receiver. And what the hell is a quantum receiver? It's a real treat when you look into it. Quantum receiver can receive signals from 10 light-years away from the universe, or transmit signals. It should be a transmitter, to be exact. However, Liu Yu didn't care about this so-called title issue anymore. But before using it, a question arose within Liu Yu. Chapter 192, A Signal from the Depths of the Universe. Bringing students to teach. The dark forest laws, in general, are not supposed to transmit signals indiscriminately to the universe. Because of this is the probability of generating to allow the other party to localize our side and thus seek the position of the Earth. Thinking about this, Liu Yu probably understood why the system had named a quantum receiver. Let him receive, but do not advise him to transmit. Thinking clearly about this, Liu Yu already had a plan in his mind. You can try receiving signals from the universe. If we can carry out the interception of the signals transmitted by the foreign civilization to those countries before us, or even decrypt them, it might help us in no small way. The quantum receiver was removed from inside the system. Found out that the thing was actually very small, but the size of a fingernail. After viewing it for a little while, Liu Yu was a little surprised. The material of this thing should also belong to the nano level, and it was more advanced than the 64 pi meters that Liu Yu had created before. The difficulty will be higher. He didn't delve into it or disassemble it though. Odds are you still can't assemble it yourself. Otherwise it wouldn't have been the system's turn to reward it. You could have made it yourself. And this receiver is quantum. A quantum is, to put it bluntly, the smallest indivisible unit of energy, commonly used within physics. Are the two pillars of physical theory in the world today? The other being relativity. Theoretically, whether it's molecules, atoms, or electrons, they are all actually different forms of quanta. It can also be said that our world is made up entirely of quanta. Each of us is a 24K pure quantum product, and this quantum receiver, in fact, covered reception. For the other side of the form of emission, multidimensional reception, Liu Yu had no intention of doing an in-depth study for the time being. Instead, he turned on the quantum receiver, the computer in his office, or rather one of the world's top supercomputing connections. Connection drivers that are automatically updated at the moment of access. Surprisingly, a window popped up. The current version of supercomputing computing power is too low. Upgrade is recommended. And on Luyu's display screen there is a confirmation to upgrade before using it, and an option to continue using it. Luyu of course chose the latter. Updates to current supercomputing capabilities can't be gotten all at once. Is the reception of cosmic signals turned on? Luyu chose yes. Immediately afterward, a graphical representation of the curve appeared on his desktop. Soon there was a rustling sound from inside. Even some of them are more ponderous. Luyu frowned. There didn't seem to be any useful information. But he wasn't discouraged. Being that information is received in outer space, who knows when the other side has transmitted a signal? One may not be able to capture it. It's a very long-term process. However, Luyu did not intend to find a specialized person to monitor or analyze it. It would be nice for him to take the time to visit sometimes on his own. Just as Luyu was about to give up, suddenly, the curvature mapping on the desktop actually began to jump massively. A signal? Luyu's eyes lit up. I didn't expect to see the birth of such a signal. And so fast. Luyu glanced at the quantum receiver with some surprise. This thing looks small, but it's much better than the space observatory mirrors that were built before. You know, in the old days, when these things were made to receive signals from outer space, they were made in valleys, and they were very location specific. It cannot be easily interfered with and needs to be in a place where electronic signals are relatively sparse. The former academician trekked through the mountains and took 10 years to find a suitable place in a valley in Yunnan and Guizhou. This thing, however, is much more powerful than even that behemoth. But how to decipher? Or is there a simpler identification? Luyu saw the undulating line of waves, then began to analyze some of the cacophony of sounds and signals coming from above. Damn! The humans of this sphere are so stupid. After giving them so many things, they can't even beat a single native. Surprisingly, they all lost the battle. Far-flung Starfleet, you are needed here to arrive faster. A technological explosion has occurred here. This civilization must be contained in its claws and teeth. Fortunately, the content is not complicated or very tedious to decipher. And the thing actually comes with some degree of decrypted message capability. So Luyu had already deciphered it without expending much effort. So the odds are that it's a signal emanating from the moon. Their direction. It should be the depths of the universe. My guess was not wrong. They are just on their way here. The good thing is, we've neutralized the threat from within. Although he was not involved, he was aware of some of the plans of the War Department. The chief and Sun Lao even made it a point to bring the plan to him. But he just scanned it and didn't comment on it. It's good to leave these things to specialized people. But he knows that in the future, the ecology of the world's nations going their own way should break down. A relatively loose world unification organization may be formed later. It could also be called the United World Government. The dominant player, of course, is, China. China will also send certain representatives as aides, which can also be called overseers. To some extent, limit those ideological deviations. Then enter the unity of the earth and the unity of words. Under such a pattern, it is ensured that it will not drag down the internal development of China. Likewise, the resources of the world are integrated. Each place is later divided for development. Truly the age of globalization. Any other information? Luyu looked at the receiver's chart. But unfortunately, the universe was just too silent. Or to put it another way, the universe is too noisy. Between the universe, there are so many signals, such as those emanating from the stars, but also, for example, from some light sources and so on. There's also somewhat of curvature, ripples, rotation, and so on. These are not things to be deciphered, but the voice of the universe itself. Just then, the door to his office was pushed open. When senior sister Jiangyan saw Luyu, a hint of surprise flashed inside her eyes. What are you doing here? Luyu got up and put down his research for the time being. Kangyan spat out her tongue, then said, National University is going to start a World Scientific Research Conference. Ready for you to be the keynote speaker. Plus, they've got an assignment for me. The former Luyu was not much of a surprise. At this stage, he is indeed the world leader in scientific research. And it may be possible to conduct scientific research in a more orderly manner under his arrangement. It just doesn't spread out resources. But what did the latter mean? Giving Kangyan a mission? Well, Elder Sun and the others would like you to lead a teaching program within the National University. Or any university in the world for that matter. That is to say, I hope you can take on a few students. Pass on your mantle. Chapter 193. Two women gather together. You've come at the right time. Luyu cried and laughed. What a mess it all is. The legacy mantle is here. Not to mention the fact that his lifespan was now unlimited and there was nothing to pass on. But he could understand what Sun Lao and the others were thinking. None other than because of the threat of extraterrestrial civilizations under. They were afraid that Lu Yu would have an accident, causing this big explosion of scientific research results to come to a direct standstill. So they needed one or so many people to be Lu Yu's students, to be able to learn some ways and means from Lu Yu. Again, a legacy of scholarship. Moreover, the technological surge they got after overthrowing the bigwigs of various countries this time was basically similar to what they had deduced before. All courtesy of mysterious forces from beyond the earth, plus some information provided by Lu Yu. They are actually still very nervous. They also said that you can refuse if you don't want to. The state won't force you to do anything. We'll honor everything about your wishes. Kong Yun concluded. Lu Yu then nodded. He's not too adverse to bandwagoning. As a human being, especially a Chinese, writing books and making speeches, establishing virtue in speech, all more or less have a little bit of bone in their genes. It's a saintly thing to say. The so-called banding and teaching of the flute actually falls somewhere between a merit and a word. As for Day, there's not much left to say. Although Lu Yu is not a perfect man, but he thinks that he can still be virtuous and ethical. It's also enough to call it exemplary. It would be nice to actually bring up some students who can take on their own thoughts, ideas, and also assist themselves. It certainly couldn't be better. In fact, it is also the authorities concerned, who are intentionally training Lu Yu to be a school valve. Though the current Lu Yu himself was a super school valve himself, but that influence is relatively weak. This is like an old monk inside a deep mountain. If he wants to become a great monk, he also needs to have disciples to brag to him not. Lu Yu doesn't need to brag about it, but the country needs to maintain its influence over him. There is a need for a multifaceted, multi-dimensional image of Lu Yu's personality to be presented to all. This I can promise. Lu Yu nodded. Really? Elder brother, you're really planning to take on students? Jiang Yan actually thought that Lu Yu would refuse. Including Sun Lao and the others thought that it was the case. After all, Lu Yu didn't like dealing with the outside world, more immersed inside his lab. Probably this subtle relationship with Jiang Yan and Ruyan Lu is already an extremely rare feature. They were all prepared for Lu Yu's refusal. I didn't expect Lu Yu to agree. It was an unexpected pleasure. Then should they call me Little Master? Or Little Master? Or maybe? Kong Yun blushed slightly. Sure, maiden. Lu Yu helped her speak her inner thoughts. Kong Yun's face turned even redder when she was poked and prodded, directly burying his head in Lu Yu's chest. That's when the door opened again. It's Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu's face was a little embarrassed when she saw the scene. I came at a bad time. She spoke awkwardly. Kong Yun's face became even more flushed. Not knowing what came to mind, he suddenly got up and grabbed Lu Ruyan, who was about to leave. No, sister, you're just in time. She pulled Lu Ruyan directly into Lu Yu's embrace together. Lu Yu was all a bit stunned. Lu Yu then heard Jiang Yin murmur in a low voice. In fact, I know that there should be no one in this world who is worthy of senior brother. You, me, neither. You and I, both are just an ordinary kind in this world. Perhaps with our own qualities, there is no big difference in the end. And if elder brother was placed in ancient times, then it could be the descent of the star goddess Wensu, or some kind of goddess, but definitely not ordinary mortals. So why are we trying to trap him with the restraints of ordinary society? I know that I can't guard elder brother by myself. I don't have that qualification to ask for elder brother either. If only as long as senior brother is happy. I think you should be able to accept it. Kong Yun murmured, and also spoke out in a rare way. It wasn't really something she said on the spur of the moment. It was something she'd already been thinking about for a long one. Lu Yu's attitude was simple. No initiative, no rejection, no aversion. Go with the flow. When it's time, it's time. He also has no moral pressure to be a saintly mother. What was his, he took. It's not his, and he's not going to grab it. Jiang Yan felt that she couldn't distract her senior brother's energy too much on these. So what had been brewing in my mind for days finally came out in this moment. One could see the shock in Ruyan Lu's eyes at this moment. You know, society is not ancient times. And it was here in Lu Yu that the current technological development explosion was started. But Kong Yun came up with such a far-out idea. But should she refuse? The thought had just flashed through her head before she rejected it in a heartbeat. What has he been doing here all this time? Doesn't it even realize the intent of Sun Lao's arrangement for them? Why did he or she go back to accepting the duties of this full-time nurse practitioner? Isn't it frankly just a little longing in the deepest recesses of your heart? Would you like to? Jiang Yan spoke again, looking at Ruyan Lu expectantly as she asked. Ruyan Lu's eyes were complicated. She definitely wouldn't refuse, but she hadn't thought that Kong Yun would be so generous. Of course I do. She lowered her head, her cheeks blossoming pink in a beautiful way. Just don't know. She raised her head, her eyes like autumn waves, as if there was a breeze ruffling in her eyeballs with brimming water waves, and her entire person seemed to instantly melt. Do you agree? She was apprehensive, her heart quickening. The more you want it, the more nervous you get. She used to have no desires, so she disliked heaven and earth, and gave no face to anyone. She was, once, like a bodhisattva in a temple, a fairy god in a temple, high above anyone who liked to look at her mood and face. But now she has desire, and that desire is Lu Yu himself, so she's apprehensive. She's scared. She doesn't know the outcome. It's tempting to know, and it's scary to know. Though from a rational standpoint, Lu Yu would not have refused. From the daily contact, from her observation and understanding of Lu Yu should not even refuse, but she just couldn't help herself. At this time, she suddenly felt ashamed of herself. Even low self-esteem appeared in her for the first time. You should be more confident. Lu Yu pinched Lu Ruyan's nose and smiled. Why should I refuse? He unfolded his arms and took both of them into his arms together. I would like, at this time, to be able to talk about something that is only between adults. Are you guys right? Lu Yu said with a bad smile. Chapter 194, The world wants to worship teacher Lu Yu. When he came out from inside the office, Lu Yu was refreshed. Jiang Yan and Lu Ruyan hadn't come over with him and were both resting well at this time. The place he's going to now is National University. A special shuttle is available outside the door. Upon arriving at the State University, he kept a low profile and didn't want to cause too much of a stir. Elder Sun and the others were already waiting at the place. You were able to willingly accept students. I'm so glad. Sun Lao's face showed a red glow, and he was in a very good mood. Come this way. There were guides who directly brought Lu Yu along to the location of the auditorium. After going in, Lu Yu was instantly confused. The entire auditorium was filled with people, and the front and back doors are all blocked. A sea of people. I thought it was just for me to pick out a few with decent talent? Lu Yu couldn't help but speak. Sun Lao smiled somewhat awkwardly. It's not that I don't follow your request. It's just that after the news got out that you were charging graduate students, countless people flocked to you and couldn't even pull their weight. No matter what their major was, they all wanted to apply for your name. Eventually it got so loud that even students from major foreign schools, even from around the globe, came over. And that's if we've already stopped most of them all. Now that's 95% of the people who have been evicted. Lu Yu also cried and laughed a little. I didn't realize that a move to collect students had introduced so many people to attend over. Let me take you in first. Elder Sun hurriedly opened his mouth, then had someone lead the way, finally squeezing inside the auditorium. Chu Hongming, the dean of the National University, was full of red faces. Seeing Lu Yu appear, he hurriedly greeted him. I've never in my life seen any professor charge a student with this level of grandeur. All this life is enough. This is still in our field of physics research. Unbelievable. Yes, the major that Lu Yu is currently charging students for is physics. Inside the current field of application, especially among Lu Yu's subsequent research fields, physics is of great importance. Lu Yu heard the principal's words without comment. Then, at the invitation of the congregation, he went up to the podium in the auditorium. The moment he saw Lu Yu, the entire noisy scene, without the need to emphasize the record too much, everyone quieted down. Below, a pair of eyes with admiration, with longing, and with blazing fervor all landed on Lu Yu's body. For a while Lu Yu was also a bit shocked. He had never been in such direct contact with such an intuitively burning desire to learn. Good afternoon, students. Lu Yu opened his mouth. The crowd immediately broke into thunderous applause. Thank you all very much for your enthusiasm, but as we all know, physics is a very boring subject, and a very difficult place to produce results. Now that people have so many people coming through, I'm happy that a lot of people are finally paying attention to this area. But again, much to my trepidation, I can only actually count as your senior in terms of grade. This is also the first time I've opened a class to accept students. I don't know how well we'll get along inside the next few years, but I will certainly do my best to teach my coursework. We will all progress together, and be able to go a step further for the scientific research of mankind. However, we all need to prepare our minds, and do not let a momentary impulse, or some blindness to me for a moment, get the better of us. This is not desirable. This one may be the one that determines what kind of career you will dedicate yourselves to, for the rest of your lives. Lu Yu opened his mouth. He was not directly discouraged, but the meaning within the words was clear. Consider yourselves well, to plan for your future. I've already thought about it. As long as I can follow instructor Lu Yu, I'm willing to do so even if my life is fruitless. As long as I follow academician Lu Yu, I'm willing to do odd jobs. I don't do it for fame and fortune. I just want to do a little something for a research scholar who has always been dedicated to the country. We are indeed from the top. Because of the near blind obedience to you, it's all coming over in a swarm, but I'm sure my senses can't be wrong. I know what kind of stars to follow. I know what kind of career I should be doing. The country needs us. Scientific research needs us. Elder Lu Yu, please allow me to be able to fight with you. And if I am fortunate, I will never back down. For a while, each of the students inside the auditorium opened their mouths to speak, looking excited. They must have given it a lot of thought. Otherwise it would have been blocked out long ago and become part of that 95%. Even those who were stopped outside and couldn't come in. Not a few of them were the top students of the Capital University, or Harvard and other top colleges and universities. Each one is gifted. These are already screened, highly talented, and have total conviction. Otherwise, Sun Lao wouldn't have put it in for Lu Yu to pick. Lu Yu's heart was slightly agitated when he saw this scene. A 90-degree bow followed. Thank you all for your love. I hope I can afford to take on this trust from all of you. If you are chosen by me, please do not be proud, for our time will be extremely long. Don't be discouraged if you're not chosen by me. It doesn't mean you're not good. Lu Yu finished speaking. All the students nodded their heads in a hurry. Principal Chu Hongming rushed up to preside over the order. Lu Yu, on the other hand, went back inside the room and started picking out information. Needless to say, the profiles of these guys are excellent. Much better than when I was a student stage myself. Makes that time self-satisfied. Even that time itself. Where would I dare to think of such a scene now? He was within the room, looking through a lot of information. 10 points were finally selected. These 10 copies do the final interview. In the end, Lu Yu finalized 3 people. More than enough. He didn't have much energy to deal with it. Anything less won't help. 3 students, no more, no less. One of them is this year's national top student in his current subject. One is a regional top pick. Even one of them has been refined in Cambridge at the home of John Old Bull. Lu Yu nodded slightly. In the future, you will be my students. Well, my direction may change at any time. It's not too late for you guys to quit. Don't worry, teacher. We definitely won't hold you back. They're firm. There's no telling how many people out there are envious right now. Backed out? Isn't that a joke? How could one possibly give away such an important opportunity? This was Lu Yu's first batch of students. That gold content is bound to be an unbelievably awesome existence later on. I don't even know how many times the status alone has been gilded. In that case, you will first report to my office tomorrow, and then get some rest today. Once you start, you have no possibility of regret. Right at this moment, Lu Yu suddenly looked stunned. Suddenly, he looked up high into the sky. The electronic catcher, surprisingly, sounded an alarm at this time. Reporting to the host, the electronic catchers have captured an anomalous signal. Please host idea. Please host idea. May carry some unknown danger. Chapter 195 Teasing? The system is going to be upgraded. The system's reminder of Lu Yu snapped to alertness, but with the students before him present, he certainly couldn't show it. First, we took a few students down to rest and agreed on a time to go to research tomorrow. Lu Yu then returned to the car at the first opportunity. This car is a special purpose-built car. The modifications made with even more raw material from the nanoflying blades, not just bulletproof, and, by definition, protected against small missiles. Of course, this stuff isn't much use even if it's guarded. The explosion is not only the tearing effect, but also the shock. A missile makes enough to make the car a few backflips. The ground are enough to leave a super huge crater. To survive such a bumpy ride would be a lifesaver. Also, the car is loaded with small electronic jammers, and it was directly connected to the satellite war fortress in the sky, which would react at the first sign of abnormality, assisting with ground avoidance offenses, to maximize the likelihood of preserving the survival of the people in the car. Of course, Lu Yu had another special feature. Everything about his current body, except the artificial brain, is replaceable. He wasn't afraid of any of this, but the ones that are able to trigger the system's cues, the ones that are able to make the e-catchers all able to do something. This would necessarily not be something that could be done at the current level of civilization on Earth. It must be an extraterrestrial civilization, the one that has been absent, that has made a reactionary move. It's likely that this world action is the reason why it was dismantled outright. Lu Yu guessed that maybe some people were annoyed? Is the specific signal captured? Lu Yu sat inside the car and opened his mouth to ask. Originally, Sun Laodu wanted to go back with him, but he refused. There's only one driver. He meant to drive himself, but the driver was unwilling. He thought that defending Lu Yu's life was more important than his own. Lu Yu couldn't argue with him, because there is no telling when the change will happen specifically. Currently it is definitely time to evacuate the state universities first. He wasn't much of a pretender either. There's no signal for now. You're not much of a catcher. Lu Yu couldn't help but inwardly spit out the words. You're not going to report any more fake news, are you? But at that very instant, an unmistakable shrill alarm sounded in his head. Immediately afterward, the surface of his eyeballs, a blue screen-like thing appeared. Lines of something like text aka some kind of message appeared on it. flashing on a blue screen. What's going on? Lu Yu's heart panicked. He shook his head as hard as he could, but to no avail. And reaching out and waving it in front of my own eyes won't change it. This blue luminescence was as if it was seal engraved on Lu Yu's eyeballs. Suddenly, Lu Yu's pupils shrank. See a small countdown under the blue screen. 30 seconds. Stop the car. Lu Yu was halfway there when he suddenly let out a roar. The driver subconsciously obeyed the order. Lu Yu directly pushed the door down and rolled out. The driver was stunned and was just about to follow him when he heard Lu Yu roar, "Don't follow me." He didn't want to hurt the innocent. It's best not to if you can avoid it. Pressing if you really can't avoid it. There's nothing you can do about it. 15 seconds left. He turned around and saw the driver standing still. And the driver was a soldier. He obeyed orders. The point was that he wasn't able to perceive this danger coming. His brain didn't even react. He just informed elder son and the others at the first opportunity. 10, 9, 8. Sweat broke out on Lu Yu's brain. He doesn't want to die. Otherwise there would be no need to bet against the system in the first place. Finally give yourself control of the initiative. He instinctively felt it was a countdown to death. Maybe it's an explosion. Or just raid his consciousness. All in all it won't be a good thing in any case. He tried to think of countermeasures. But time was too short. System, hurry up and do something. But the system didn't respond. 3, 2, 1, 0. Time stops jumping at time 0. One of Lu Yu's hearts had jumped to the position of his throat. However, nothing like what he expected happened. 0 is 0. Nothing. But the blue splash screen in front of him didn't change. Lu Yu's face was ugly. These dogs, are they playing with themselves? He looked up at the sky above. It was now after 6 o'clock. He was able to see the moon in the sky. Was someone watching themselves? Or is it a tease? A threat to yourself? But Lu Yu's bones were of the unbelieving kind. Since you have to screw me, well, let's give it a try. Lu Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just then, the countdown began again. Tune right back in for the last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, asterisk 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 me if you dare. Otherwise, you're not going to have a good time. Lu Yu muttered, and this time, he was calm, waiting for the end of time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The alarm is deactivated. The signaling transport unit is complete. Electronic capture device. Capture completed. And content for disassembly. Parsed. The object of this attack is a quantum bomb, transmitted through a special electronic form, not captured by the human eye. Once formed it is very difficult to dismantle. The dismantling has now been completed. And well sealed. The system's voice finally sounded again. A quantum bomb? Lu Yu chilled for a moment. That is to say, he does it by means of enclosing matter, which in this case, analyzed, is by means of electronic matter scattered in the air as a medium. Directly targeted transmission of shimmering bombs? That first scare was, the first time it wasn't intimidation, but a successful interception by an electronic catcher. But its device will continue to fight after its mission has not been completed. So the capture is completed for the second time. Although this bomb is only a microscopic particle bomb, the other party possesses an anti-surveillance awareness. It has installed an anti-decoding program in the quantum bomb. There's a massive amount of information. It's causing a blockage in information processing. The system concluded. It was only at this time that Lu Yu snapped to attention. Where was the teasing just now? But the system burdened with the problem just now. Repairs are underway. One is still wrong about the system. However, Lu Yu did not feel guilty about the dog system. After the disassembly, the blue light diploma in front of him still had the countdown, and the unrecognizable messaging language. It just disappeared completely. However, Lu Yu's face remained ugly. This one can be considered a life and death crisis. System, you don't look as powerful as I thought you would. Lu Yu secretly thought in his heart. Sorry host. The initial version is more backward. Currently the host has completed enough items to pass the rating and is ready for a system upgrade. May I ask the host whether or not to upgrade this system? Chapter 196, Quantum Bomb. Lu Yu's new project. What changes will the upgrade make? After the upgrade, the host can explore on his own. The system paused. As if it had sensed Lu Yu's questioning. As if it had been humiliated. Hosts can rest assured that the updated system will work better than you can imagine. Also, the update is 24 hours long. During the update, the system will retain only basic security alerts and defense functions. Please make your own choice for the host. Lu Yu nodded slightly. Update immediately. He wasn't afraid of a second attack coming from the other side, because in itself this defense system only functions as an alarm. Still, the e-catchers finalized it. But, this little thing, it's kind of awesome. He pulled out the electronic capture device he had on him. Something very small, but it saved his life just now. It was at this time that Lu Yu heard the sound of a fast vehicle rushing towards him. Looking back, it was Elder's son walking over with a group of heavily armed soldiers. The master of my escort group just told me something happened to you. Is it normal now? Elder's son hurriedly asked. Then without waiting for Lu Yu's answer, he was already checking Lu Yu up and down. This is a baby bump right now. Especially since they now know there is an extraterrestrial civilization not too far away, just above the moon. It's even highly likely that the other side is coming over to Earth fast, whether out of emotion or out of reason. Lu Yu all absolutely can't have any problems. It's okay, Lu Yu said with a wave of his hand. Any problems you have, let me know first. If anyone dares to threaten you, Huaxia will certainly do whatever it takes. Sun Lao said solemnly. Lu Yu certainly knew the determination of the above to protect him. But, at this level, their means of interference are no longer useful. Like the quantum bomb just now. How's this for defense? It was he himself who couldn't have predicted it. If it wasn't for the electronic capture device, it would probably be accounted for today. But after thinking about it, Lu Yu decided to tell what had just happened. Panic and disorientation are inevitable. Sun Lao couldn't control such a situation either. But it's something that has to be experienced. This wasn't a war where Lu Yu faced the universe alone. They must also do the guarding as soon as possible. And psychologically prepared. Once the other side can easily send quantum bombs for Earth to carry out decapitation operations, that would be a big deal. Although the likelihood of this scenario is very low to the point of impossibility. But even if there's only a 1 in a million chance, don't bet on it. If you lose the bet, it's a gift of life. But in the end, why did the other side not start using quantum bombs until now, instead of just doing it right from the start? Instead, they're teaching those technologies to other countries so that they can fight against Huaxia on their own? The first thing that must be true is that the bar for quantum bomb technology is a bit higher than one might think. Secondly, the other side may not want Earth to master this technology. Finally, the quantum bombs on the other side may be very limited in number. Even if there were a few of them, conducting a decapitation operation against Lu Yu should have been used a long time ago. There is also the possibility that the use of a quantum bomb is something that needs to be approved after a message is passed before it can be used. But whatever any of the above is, it means that this thing can't be used lightly. As for how Lu Yu had avoided this quantum bomb attack, Lu Yu had only said that it was pure luck and that there was currently no means of interception. E-catchers he can't mass-produce yet. Elder Son frowned tightly after getting the news. Not surprisingly, he was also a little flustered. But he was a soldier, so he managed to remain calm. If that were the case, our security would be useless. There would be no need for it to exist anymore. But if what happened today happens again, who knows if there will be this kind of luck again? I'd like to direct our broadsides to intervene on you in real time. 24/7 cage area monitoring. As soon as we can catch a disturbance, we'll transmit it to you immediately. This is one of the most conservative approaches, but it's the only way to go about it. Lu Yu nodded. Sun Lao finally insisted that he must escort Lu Yu back to his home before he went back, and this time, he directly left the entire escort group all behind. Though, as I said earlier, crowds may not be helpful, but at least keeping it serves as a peace of mind. Lu Yu returned home. Lu Ruyan and Jian Yan both hadn't woken up yet because they were too tired. Instead, he went straight into his research room. Quantum bomb. I need to pull up all the parsed information now, including the residue. Lu Yu opened his mouth. The system has gone into an update that will take 24 hours. The basic functionality is still there though. As the system placed the quantum bomb in front of Lu Yu couldn't even believe it. It's almost impossible to tell to see it clearly with the naked eye. It was only under his microscope that the mold became clear. It was a bullet head thing. Tiny, probably smaller than the average dust. But according to the information provided by the system earlier, the power of this thing could be more than just killing a person. And it's a divisible warhead that can be used for an indiscriminate attack in all directions. The bottom line is that the power delivered by each quantum bomb is probably no less powerful than a typical missile. That's the equivalent of being cleared within a few kilometers. That's a good one, Lu Yu exclaimed. With the disassembled information, Lu Yu carefully studied it. Needless to say, this is a difficult one, at least for Earth's civilization right now. Start with microscopic particles. Make microscopic particles in the form of explosives and use the atomic structure in them to detonate. If I could make a replica. Lu Yu's eyes flickered. This time, the system was asleep and did not issue a quest. But he already had an idea. Next mission. Do this quantum bomb. It was difficult, but Lu Yu was never afraid of suffering. And the information obtained after disassembly will help him a lot. Although the internal core components had been destroyed to terminate the bomb's detonation. But still a very good thought. It's kinda hard to get used to the space of consciousness without the system. Let's hope the system can give me good news. At least the upgrade surprised me a bit, Lu Yu muttered, then dove headfirst inside the world of quantum physics. He began by taking all the quantum physics content of the entire world and studying it in depth. Secondly, extract some key information that can be used for him to integrate. Close to something critical. Lu Yu frowned, but he already had an eyebrow. Chapter 197, System 2.0, Mission Sequence Replacement. This time is flying by. No small breakthroughs are being made inside Lu Yu's research. All that research he had done previously amounted to paving the way for him. So a lot of theories, calculations, were not a problem for Lu Yu. After 24 hours, he had dissected all of the information left over from the quantum bomb, and it can be assembled to some extent. The reason why it is said to be addressed to some extent is because part of it involves the core areas. Lu Yu rubbed his brow, which was not sore, but he was indeed a bit mentally exhausted. After a good night's rest, it slowed down. It was when Lu Yu was planning to continue attacking the problem. Congratulations to the host. This system has been officially updated and completed. Take Life for Research System version 2.0 is officially launched. This system is in the process of rebooting. This system reboot is complete. After listening to the system's voice, Lu Yu's complexion revealed a hint of a smile. Tell me, what new features did you bring this time? Lu Yu asked. He was still holding out for an update to the system. After the completion of this system's update, it operates at a faster speed and has been raised to the 2.0 civilization level. In addition, this system has changed the mission mode it once had. In the future, this system will take the form of points. That is, for every scientific research project that the host makes, he can get the corresponding points, and points will be the currency recognized by this system, redeemable for anything already in stock in this system store. In addition, the processing speed of this system has been increased by more than 100 times. There will be no recurrence of the last blockage. After listening to the system, Lu Yu shook his head slightly. You're not doing too well here either. Other than changing a mode, adding a store, and speed, not much else has changed. System. If the system could curse, it was estimated that he would have already begun to swear at this time. What do you mean by just changing a mode and adding a store? Isn't this to make it easier to use the association between this system and the host now? Previously, it was a reward model because Lu Yu was seriously ill in bed, and it was necessary to constantly mobilize Lu Yu with rewards, including with other products. And now, Lu Yu's positivity itself is no problem, but there has also been a lack of the so-called whipping means to restrict Lu Yu. Instead of restricting it, it would be better to just let Lu Yu pick it out himself. Points are provided according to the degree of completion, or difficulty of the research. It can be said that the system after the upgrade, will be its own kernel have been adjusted. Also, don't underestimate the speed of level 2 civilization. It's a huge improvement over what it used to be, alright. That's at least a speed that your planet simply can't reach right now. Of course, Lu Yu was actually able to think about all of this. It's just that the expectations for the system are not too high. Definitely a bit of a disappointment right now. In addition, this system's ability to monitor external defenses has been enhanced. If you need to use it, you can open it after paying points. Good lord, that's changed the charging model to a different set. This guy inside the system, isn't it really a self-adjusted set of patterns that charge the real world with a certain network company's patterns? Is it true that there isn't a real person behind the controls? Lu Yu opened the system's panel. The interior space display is rather as clean as before. It's just one more interface to the system. Then there is a points record in the lower left corner. Currently Lu Yu's points are shown as 0. When you open the store, the fastest thing you see is the surveillance defense system. Look at the function description. All electronic fluctuations within the secondary civilization that are harmful to the protagonist only believe can be detected. That's over the second level. So it's still unmanageable. Is this extraterrestrial civilization really only level 2? What if it's just over level 2? And it was only the monitoring alerts that were a threat to Lu Yu himself. Lu Yu always felt a bit chickenish, but something is better than nothing. A look at points upgrades. It shows a benefit special offer. Due to the upgrading of this system, special welfare privileges are given to the host. This monitor defense upgrade only costs 1 point. Lu Yu very seriously doubted that this was a feature that was supposed to be there. Inside the last version of the reminder, there was no practice of charging for anything. And the depth of the belief is that there must have been a systematic study of the practices that some unscrupulous network companies have come up with. Having to use a single point was a way for Lu Yu to get into the habit of redeeming points. A point is certainly not expensive. Because again, look at the rest of the system's store list. The cheapest ones, that all start at 100 points. However, Lu Yu's mind moved and saw a book on the shelf. Research and Analysis of Quantum Bombs. Price tag, 100 points. Good lord, this is what Lu Yu needs right now. This system is laid out in front of Lu Yu. You play this set right, But for this dog system, these aspects, his rules, Lu Yu has no way to change. There's no way to tell. Even if you guess that the other side is directly based on some unscrupulous.com revamp. He could have just come in with a handful of death and not admitted it and been done with it. Lu Yu didn't want to dwell on it too much. The system is good now that it's updated. At least the consciousness space researcher doesn't have points to collect. The rewards received previously were not retracted to make the change either. If that's the case, Lu Yu is this will strike. This guy has some bottom line and is not unscrupulous to the end. After entering the consciousness space research room, Lu Yu then immersed himself in it and began his research. I have to say that after the upgrade, the entire space of consciousness seems to have gotten a little next year. It makes staying inside feel more comfortable, as if there was outside air, and Lu Yu self-feeling. Some of the previous functions, such as making the consciousness more firm and cohesive, consciousness more concentrated, this kind of sense better. It's kind of some little perk. The first thing Lu Yu opened was still the bookstore research room after 50 years that he had previously rewarded. There's a lot of information in there. After targeting the location based on his needs, there's really something to be found. But Lu Yu suddenly stopped. He suddenly thought of a small thing. System, is this one considered a mission? Or should we wait for you to issue another one? The quest is within the quest list, except that it has been advanced a bit in the quest order, which does not affect it. Research on quantum explosives can be entered into the list. Have fun and enjoy your research well. That's pretty solid. He then proceeded to flip through the book information. Some of the research 50 years later has indeed touched inside the realm of quantum bombs. Very basic. The magnitude of its production, and the size of a thumb, and it's not very powerful. But it gave Lu Yu ideas. Chapter 198, Everyone Dies. Lu Yu cannot die. Department of the Army Research Conference Center. Things like this are just too unpredictable. If the other side had this level of bombardment, targeted beheadings of our commanders, I'm afraid everyone would be in danger. Above the conference room, an old man-like person said with a frown, there's no omen. It's all about ego. Isn't that metaphysics? And it's through quantum propagation, which is itself very small matter. It's almost to the point of being unbelievable. If it wasn't for the news that Sun Lao had brought back from the first line, and it was Lu Yu's own words, anyone else would think this is a pie-in-the-sky dream. It also snapped them out of it. The other side's civilization was many times more powerful than the current Earth, than the current Huaxia. There's no defense against it. Now the discussion is about the very same thing that happened to Lu Yu when he was attacked by a quantum bomb. It had to be taken seriously. The Earth is currently defenseless, but it was said in the meeting and ultimately nothing could be discussed. Because defense, being vigilant on your own, all basically doesn't work anymore. The others locked on quietly and came at once. Even humanitarianism, taking you painlessly. Maybe you were laughing and joking when you got blown up. In the end, it could only be dismissed with an incredibly heavy atmosphere. Old Sun, stay for a while. The chief spoke up. Sun Lao nodded. He knew what the headmaster was going to ask. Do you think it's credible for a scientific researcher to say that he avoided the bomb by coincidence, luck, and intuition? Even if that's true, how did he lift the crisis? Is it really possible with the means available now? The head honcho opened his mouth after taking a breath out. Sun Lao nodded. He certainly knew the suspicions within, but these shouldn't even be asked. Everyone has their own privacy. We trust Lu Yu's position, trust Lu Yu's thoughts. He has made a lot of contributions to our Huaxia, and also made outstanding contributions to the union of the world. That's a thought I don't think I should have. If you think he's privy to it, I personally think it's good that he's privy to it. I think at this stage, no one's life can be more worthy of being protected than Lu Yu's. Even if Earth loses the war and 90% of its people die, we must leave behind Lu Yu as a spark, because if he's there, there's still hope. If this word gets out, not to mention whether academician Lu Yu himself will be angry or any misunderstanding will arise, it's something we don't want to see. I'm afraid outside public opinion won't agree either. Now Lu Yu is not just a scientific researcher in China, but represents the scientific research power of the world. Sun Lao took a deep breath and said, trying to stop some of the head honcho's thoughts. The chief froze, then laughed. Where are you thinking? Of course I know not to question Lu Yu, but there are some things that we can do without or block. Even if it means sacrificing our own lives to save Lu Yu, I don't mind. But we are also our own people, and we need to understand something, not be blind in both eyes. That way we can be more fully certain. What we're facing is from space. It may not even have been on the moon in the distant past. Even our myths may exist because of them. Being an opponent with these is really chilling for me, but I don't want to miss out on the slightest possibility. The chief spoke up. He was begging for the whole thing, but any chance he could get one more shot at it, he wouldn't go for it. That was one of the reasons he stayed to talk to Sun Lao. Elder Sun shook his head. Since Lu Yu discovered his scientific talent, When has he ever expired the country? How much has he done for his country? For his people? The economic value, the historical significance of controlled nuclear fusion like this. There is no doubt that it will be a colorful part of history. As long as our history exists, perhaps we too will remain above the history of the world. I hope I won't be that recorded bad name. Also, I don't think it's his selfishness. Through those things above, I can either think that this is Liu Yu's own technique that is not yet perfected, not yet done well. According to the driver's description, at that time, Liu Yu himself was extremely flustered, and even got out of the car privately, just to give himself even more of a slight chance of being able to keep from hurting the innocent. This shows that Liu Yu himself is not sure of anything. I think it's acceptable. In addition, as long as Liu Yu is not indicating that he is saying he wants to be anti-human, anti-earth, and a ball trader, I think we should all go ahead and accept it and support it. Sun Lao concluded. The chief also lapsed into silence. This is not really a very good idea. The decision is not in your hands and there are bound to be certain limitations. He certainly hadn't thought about seizing power and suppressing Liu Yu. It's just that combat itself is information warfare. In outer space, it's more of a basic physics confrontation. He just couldn't be bothered. However, Sun Lao's words were considered to have completely spoken into his heart. I see. I was overthinking myself. The head honcho couldn't help but say with a bitter smile. And just at this time, Sun Lao suddenly received a phone call. Elder son, where is academician Liu Yu now? His students have been waiting for him for half a day, but can't get in at all. Is there no one inside his villa at all? Over there was the dean of the state university, speaking anxiously. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Liu Yu wouldn't be agreeing to accept students yesterday and regretting it today, right? Sun Lao froze. This kind of thing would definitely not have needed to come to him to be communicated. But Liu Yu's information was now tuned to the highest level, and all news about Liu Yu had to be communicated. Then after thinking about it for a while, Sun Lao came to a realization. It's probably because Liu Yu was stimulated by yesterday's events and is still in the middle of scientific research. You guys wait a bit, I'll try to contact academician Liu Yu. He might be caught up in his research for a while now. Sun Lao explained. Well, I'll wait for your news. At this time, outside the door of the villa, no one is allowed in without permission. The three students just stood there looking at each other for a moment. I didn't expect their mentor to let them off the hook on the first day, but because it was Liu Yu, they would only sigh that their teacher was really too serious about delving into scientific research. Complaints? It's not possible. That's Liu Yu. Even if they waited until tomorrow, they would never give up. Just then, Sun Lao's car had rushed over, but on his complexion, he looked incredibly excited. Chapter 199, Sun Lao's excitement. The first examination. You're all here? Very well. Now all follow me in. Let's show you the results of your teacher's current research. Sun Lao opened his mouth. The three students were shocked. It turned out that they were forgotten here because Liu Yu had immersed himself inside scientific research. He had heard that Liu Yu was a scientific research fanatic before, but no one knew that he was so fanatic. At any moment, you may be inside the scientific research, and at any moment, you may come up with a new scientific research. Originally, they had a strong mystical yearning for Liu Yu, and Liu Yu's image in their hearts was incomparably tall. In this moment, it was as if Liu Yu's body was carrying light. It's awesome. How lucky he was to be Liu Yu's student. It reinforced their mindset of following Liu Yu to learn properly. And Sun Lao knew. Of course, because Liu Yu had called. He came straight over. After taking the students inside, they finally arrived at the lab where Liu Yu was after going through security checks all the way. There was no one else inside the villa today. Both Ruyan Lu and Jian Yan went home to rest. It was Liu Yu's mental state that had been frighteningly good, and hadn't been affected in the slightest. Both of them women were also very self-conscious, knowing that Liu Yu could not be disturbed at this time when he entered his scientific research state. So go back by yourself. Nor did he come back to say goodbye or warm up to Liu Yu. They had to be mentally prepared for this when they accepted to be with Liu Yu. They were prepared for that. 2. What you just said inside the phone, is it true? Sun Lao was thrilled. As a soldier, one's sense of smell for weapon types is definitely extremely sharp. Yesterday Liu Yu was still in shock from being attacked by a quantum bomb. Even just now the military meeting was emphasizing it, and the first minister was disturbed by it. And now, Liu Yu has gotten it right. Being able to know where this stuff is coming from is not far from being resisted. Maybe Liu Yu can break through this. Liu Yu looked up from his desk and nodded after seeing a few students. A few of the students were also well behaved and sat next to each other, not interrupting the speech. After the attack yesterday, I came back and did some thinking. Also I have disassembled the remnants of the quantum bomb. Some of these technologies, the parsing was completed yesterday. There was some difficulty regarding the internal structure, but fortunately, I cracked it today. Lu Yu opened his mouth. The specifics may still need to be verified in the final actual battle. He didn't pack his bags. In the midst of scientific research, no one is going to pack their bags at any time, unless one is 100% confident anymore. This was, after all, a structure beyond the current Earth civilization, and he wasn't sure if he was thinking correctly, and the system doesn't give permission. Feedback from the system can only be obtained after validation. Great, if we have this, it's not like we don't have any countermeasures, Sun Lao said solemnly. After saying that, Sun Lao also bowed deeply to Lu Yu in an incomparably solemn manner. On behalf of everyone in the world, I thank you. Lu Yu smiled and propped up Sun Lao. This form of statement, he didn't care. I just hope. World peace. But the other side came with malice, and we had no choice but to fight, Lu Yu said. The two of them, Lu Yu and elder son, were chatting, and the three students were already having pupil earthquakes, constantly contracting and enlarging. What did they hear? What tutor Lu Yu had researched was only the first step. They are facing a huge threat. But isn't the world at peace now? Just yesterday, led by HWA, the United World Government was established directly. After all the trade barriers in the world are removed, China will take the lead. It can't be helped that China is the victor and the rest of the world is the defeated. The United World Government is distinguishing between areas of administration where the small days are locked away above the islands and further diminishing the treatment after the last Great War. In other words, the small life is now basically supported by the outside economy on the shelf. Of course, they don't have much of an officer structure themselves anymore. Everything that is being done now amounts to nothing more than allowing them to atone for their own sins. It is natural that a crowded community of people with original sin and blood would need a long period of history to erase them. An Eagle Jam was dismembered, as once stated, into 10 counties, each directly responsible to the United Government. John Bull, Hans Cat, and Gallic Chicken, Big Hair and Two Hair need not be mentioned. They were all punished to varying degrees as the mainstay of the Union Army. Since then, of course, the world has adopted the Chinese model of governance, using China as a siphon. In a sense, the ultimate goal of Confucianism, which was thousands of years in the making, was realized. The world is also the same. It's just that certain groups of people in the world that carry red flags are infinitely weakened and suppressed. It is even possible that these communities will no longer be seen in the future. Like the little days just mentioned, there are also certain Judases in the Middle East. So, in such a climate, one is a big shot in the military and the other is the world's chief scientist. Yet they say that the research is on quantum bombs, to fight against a presence they didn't even know existed. Could these three students not be shocked? Elder Son took Lu Yu's thesis material and walked out of the lab with incomparable solemnity. The first thing to do is to get to the test site. And the launch site they set up this time is actually set on the moon. The moon, which is relatively some distance from the Earth. Secondly, isn't the moon an area controlled by those extraterrestrial civilizations? Try letting them experience it for themselves. Shocked, Lu Yu smiled and opened his mouth to ask. The three students looked at each other, then nodded carefully. Lu Yu got up and said, "This universe holds many unknown dangers. It is even possible to encounter a civilization that capsizes the Earth at any time. And right now, Earth is experiencing a similar event. As you follow me, you will know more of the hidden secrets. And naturally I don't need to mention the secrecy to you, so prepare yourselves." After hearing Lu Yu's words, the three men nodded their heads in succession. Within these three students, one girl, 24 years old, was called Lin Ku, and two boys, 24 and 26 years old respectively. The 24-year-old is named Lu Liang and his 26-year-old buddy is named Manhwa. Counting the age was not much younger than Lu Yu. The three of them, however, couldn't afford that kind of lightheartedness among their peers towards Lu Yu. More respect. What little they had just heard was what Lu Yu had been facing. Ever heard of quantum mechanics? Lu Yu opened his mouth and asked. The three men were in high spirits, knowing that this was the first level of the interview. What impression is left at the end depends on the present. Chapter 200. These subjects. It's easy, isn't it? More atonement in the future may not be enough for once today. I think that quantum mechanics is one of the two physical theory cornerstones of physics. Of course, I don't think my mentor would ask me such a basic question. And the mentor has already achieved the unification of the four mechanics. That's why I think that quantum could be a future area of development at the micro level. As mentor just mentioned, quantum bomb. The first to speak was Lu Liang, very confident and eloquent. After watching him finish, a hint of approval flashed through Lu Yu's eyes. Not bad for a former top student and good thinking and understanding above. It's just that there's some bias in judgment. When LV Liang finished speaking, the two of them, Lin Ku and Han Hua, also answered in a hurry. Lu Yu was quite satisfied after hearing this. All these people are still gifted and enlightened. He got up and said, What is quantum mechanics? You've all learned about it at the top of your physics textbooks. And maybe you've even got something to build on in the appropriate areas. The simple definition is the study of the material world, microscopic particles of the laws of motion of an important branch of physics, mainly the study of atoms, molecules, condensed matter, as well as the structure of the atomic nucleus and the elementary particles. The nature, widely used in quantum chemistry, quantum optics, quantum computing, superconducting magnets, light-emitting diodes, lasers, and so on, many fields inside. And for example, the quantum bomb that Sun and I were just talking about. You should be wondering what kind of thing a quantum bomb is. Before yesterday, I would have been as curious as all of you, but I had an attack. A quantum bomb attack. Luckily, I'm not dead and I'm still fine. Finally I got some answers. Lu Yu smiled. This was sort of the first lesson for them. This lesson in introductory seems perhaps that much higher. How do you understand quantum bombs? Lu Yu asked. I think a quantum bomb, would be some kind of miniature bomb? I think quantum bombs may cause damage through the energy generated by the collision of microscopic particles, not gunpowder in the traditional sense. It can actually be interpreted as a type of nuclear weapon. Yes, mentor. All three sent out their answers, and please. You're all right, but not all right. How small is a microbomb? For example, if it's the size of dust, do you guys think it could be done? Or even smaller than dust? How does a particle collision transform on and release that much energy? And what form does he use to show it? Plus, he really is a nuclear weapon. This involves research in two directions. Lu Yu organized his thoughts and his understanding over the past 2 days, then continued. One of them, the neutron bomb, is called a strong radiation nuclear weapon and is very dangerous. The other direction, it's my personal opinion. My opinion, disintegration. Lu Yu paused. Lin Ke's eyes widened, then looked at Lu Yu and asked, Mentor, what style of disintegration? As we all know, bombs are called bombs because they release a huge amount of energy, too late to dissipate the anonymous caused by the aggregated energy leakage. These energies act on the ground, or the human body, will be a direct impact, tearing. It's the easiest and most straightforward, and the direction everyone is going right now. We also know that after a neutron bomb explodes, it doesn't do much to destroy a building, but the radiation he emits will gradually go on destroying it. Maybe my idea is more humanitarian. Lu Yu couldn't even help but smile when he said the word. When a quantum bomb falls on you, the effect he has is to dismantle the material structure of your being. Actually, he's also an explosive, releasing energy to destroy the strong gravitational forces between molecular atomic quarks, and not radiation. After hearing Lu Yu's explanation, the three students were all wide-eyed. That is, it destroys protons and atoms and even inside the nucleus. The strong and weak nuclear forces. This kind of one sounds and feels so good. Does that mean that when it hits a person directly, they just dissipate and become a bunch of elementary particles? Lin Ke asked in a hurry. You understood correctly. After that I'll pick 3 topics for you to self-study and we'll lay out the topics in that direction. You can email me if you don't understand, or come see me here. After letting them have an overview in their hearts, Lu Yu directly laid out 3 topics. It's all quantum-related content. It wasn't something that Lu Yu had already researched, but rather it was a sideline that belonged to the basic principles of the current Lu Yu quantum bomb. The difficulty won't be very high, and Lu Yu isn't that perverted when he comes up to hell difficulty. Of course, this perversion is relative. If the outside world knows that Lin Ke Lu Liang Hanhua, their first face, the first time to get the subject directly to these 3 subjects, I'm afraid they're all pouring out in a cold sweat. Some professorial levels may not even have such topics. Also, if you need an experimental site, you can go directly to the Nuclear Physics Research Center at the National University. If there's any equipment missing, you can just tell me. There shouldn't be any difficulty, should there? Lu Yu concluded. The 3 students shook their heads repeatedly. Lu Yu nodded his head in satisfaction. Worthy of being my students, really enlightened. I should have known to add a little more difficulty, but the meal is eaten 1 bite at a time, so I think it's better not to pull the plug. All 3 students walked out somewhat woodenly, or maybe they didn't react to it for a while. Walking to the front door they snapped out of it. Just now, we promised? Lu Liang's face turned green and his voice trembled a little. Should this go back to the tutor again to see if we can change the subject again? Lin Ke was also alarmed that he was doing such profound research right off the bat. Can she really do it all at once? It was the 26-year-old Hanhua who appeared slightly more composed. Do you guys think that the mentor who worked on the quantum bomb for 2 days is going to find this stuff difficult? For a moment all 3 were silent. Yeah, the tutor's main project is all researched and finished in 2 days. It's only right that people don't think it's hard. Do you have the guts to go back and ask your mentor to change the subject? Hanhua asked again. Lin Ke shook her head like a rattle. So you do? Manhwa looked at Lu Liang. Lu Liang's green face didn't even recover well and turned deep green once again. Or not. He shook his head back and forth. The mentor gave us a good deal and we can always consult with the mentor and meet him. We're way ahead of everyone else. So, each cherish it. I think opportunities like this are rare. Even through gritted teeth, we have to go on. What are they doing? Doing a great scientific research, acting in the struggle for humanity. Our enemy, it's in space. Defend the Earth. For a moment all three men were hot and bothered. Chapter 201 Descent. That's academician Lu Yu's new research. A few days later, Lu Yu saw the problems each of the three students had encountered inside his mailbox. Seeing the problem, Lu Yu was still relatively satisfied. At first glance, it looks like some research has already been done on the content. It shows that a lot of work has gone into all of it. And enlightenment is great. Lu Yu also gave answers based on the questions, and guided their thoughts into a better level of thinking, allowing them to get on track more quickly on their own. The State Secret Research Center, on the other hand, was in full swing preparing for what Lu Yu's paper had shown. But the quantum bomb itself is an extremely delicate thing. The difficulty is very high. Even some of the existing conditions are very difficult to make. And in fact Lu Yu was already in his own consciousness space, inside the academician-level institute doing tests on quantum bombs. With some manipulation by Lu Yu, the entire research room seemed to have become a starry sky that Lu Yu could directly step on and walk on. In his direction, there was a launching machine. The other party, on the other hand, was a flying machine set to very high specifications by Lu Yu. As Lu Yu's button was pressed, there was only a slight vibration at the nozzle of the launcher, a bottom that can't even be observed without looking closely, and there was no quantum bomb visible in the field of view. But inside his surveillance monitor was the trajectory of the quantum bomb. Because although this thing is small, but it has all the essentials, not only has the function of guidance, but also can get real-time information feedback with the transmitter. It's just really difficult to make like that, even if the production is really done. Reaching mass production will take a certain period in time. Inside the monitoring equipment it showed that the quantum bomb was traveling at a very high speed. Inside this range, Lu Yu made certain changes to the space. It looks like the other side's flying machine is directly visible, but the distance is that of the Earth to the Moon. Only at this distance is there a possibility of possessing a threat. The quantum bombs, however, arrived at the opponent's position at an extremely fast speed. Its speed was no less than the space elevator itself, or rather, faster. All you can see on the monitor is a track rapidly approaching the target. Arrived. Lu Yu's mind was shaken. The result is naturally already accomplished inside his argument, but realistically he didn't know exactly if it would have that effect. He's confident, but everything has to start based on reality to see the end result. At that end of the craft, a grain of matter that was not at all insignificant, or even visible to the naked eye at all. It's like a speck of dust blowing gently inside the air. Or maybe it's just a light touch of human power that is much more forceful than the contact just now. The original craft was lit up with flashing lights, but in the next instant, all the lights, all of them, came to a standstill. Inside, people are still laughing. This is the scene set by Lu Yu. Didn't set off any alarms. There was no response. And then, for a brief second, the whole craft, falling apart. It's like a pixelated game screen that becomes a block of squares and the squares break down again, become the smallest unit of pixels and disappear within the space of the universe, became the tiny particles in this universe, the grains of matter that underlie the structure of matter. It was as if the entire ship, along with the people inside, had hardened and disappeared inside space. The starry universe was dark, and at this time it was even more eerily silent. Lu Yu himself felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the image. When this kind of bomb was made, even he himself felt a bit horrified and scared. Directly restored, truly dust to dust, earth to earth. It doesn't matter if you're a machine, or a human being, silicon-based, or carbon-based, all of them return to their most primitive state inside this moment in time. Can't see any fluctuations. Only inside Lu Yu's monitor could a slightly vibrating energy wave be detected. Lu Yu's initial configuration was reached. In fact, the quantum bomb that the other party had launched, the one that had attacked Lu Yu, was something that belonged to something similar to an energy burst. The basic principles are similar to those of gunpowder, nukes, and so on, and this direction belonged to a conception that Lu Yu had worked out on his own. He did two programs. The ones that are similar to the original are actually the best to decipher. It is also the best to do, but he chose this set of directions that didn't look like they would be as easy to pull off. But this time, he succeeded. It belongs to the category of collapsing matter directly after disintegrating the fundamental forces between quanta. Even Lu Yu wondered if a living creature would feel pain at the moment the matter decomposed. because the basic substance of the nerves is also broken down. Are they still able to feel the changes around them the moment they are disintegrated? Is it possible to still have that moment of bewilderment? This was purely a personal curiosity that Lu Yu himself had no interest in experiencing for himself. But the success of this thing did open up a new direction for Lu Yu. After waking up from inside the space of consciousness, he received a call from elder son. Everything is ready. Would you like to come over and watch for yourself? Preparations have been made over there for the final experiment. Lu Yu just wanted to refuse. Suddenly, an alarm sounded inside his head. Massive electronic signaling bombardment incoming. Danger! Danger! Signal clutter. Please host self-protect safety. Lu Yu was violently startled. And then he looked up to see a huge large ship arriving directly above the high sky beyond. What a behemoth of a ship that was. It was a completely different construction from any flying machine Lu Yu had ever seen. Lu Yu then put on his special glasses. It was something he had already prepared long ago. The moment he put it on, Lu Yu felt that the entire space had changed. Under the eyes of Zia, countless red light, blue light, and various colors flashed through the air. Cosmic background radiation. That's what they brought. Lu Yu heart shocked beyond measure. This day, really come, and so fast? The cosmic radiation driven by all of this is the result of their arrival. Go to the launch center immediately. Lu Yu's scalp was numb. He didn't expect the speed to be so fast, and the other party is directly appear here. I'm afraid to adopt the principle similar to the curvature of the airship, carried out for the curvature of the research, for the curvature of the space to utilize, using the spacefolding jump over the way. Outside, the humans who originally lived on Earth are going about their lives, or work, or play, or a man with a woman, one to be the hunted and one to be the hunted, or also the various creatures studying the continuation of their populations. Chapter 202 Civilization Invasion, Enemy Attack, and so on and so forth in a number of situations, all of which, in this moment, became unified. They saw the craft that suddenly appeared high above the sky. All may not be in their orientation from the viewpoint. Judging from the instruments used in the observation, this thing should be over the Pacific Ocean. Otherwise it might even block out the sunlight. The air and space mothership is nothing compared to this thing. What was that? Why do I feel extremely uneasy? This can't be an alien civilization invasion, can it? No way. Don't worry about it. I'm sure this must be something new that academician Lu Yu has drilled out. Worry and fear had just set in, and yet a bunch of people brainstormed themselves. This is academician Lu Yu's new research? It can't be. This thing is too big. Think for yourself. Lu Yu academician in the brother angle to make a breakthrough. The difficulty is definitely getting higher and higher. To make something amazing is inevitable. Moreover, besides academician Lu Yu being able to make this kind of thing, who else is there? You guys don't really think that it's an alien civilization invading Earth, do you? See that satellite in the sky? That man-made planet. Is that something a normal person could think of? Now this, in fact, isn't even half the size of a war fortress compared to its overall size. They are indeed right to understand it that way. The flying machine was immense though, like a piece of land, but it's not even close to a planet. This was one of the things that Lu Yu had almost fished out most of the meteorites in the Saturn meteorite belt to make. Surely it can't be that small. It's just smaller than the moon itself. Lu Yu would probably have cried and laughed if he knew what they had surmised. It's simply going to be a blessing. It's something that really wasn't researched by him. After the discussion was over, calm was restored to most of the people, except for a portion of the interested ones. If it was about to us ordinary people, the coalition government would surely have issued an announcement statement. No, that's just not about us. Our journey is to the stars, so don't make a fuss later. Surprisingly damn calm and unruffled. Lu Yu had been worried that this kind of thing would trigger a panic, but now he realized that he had overthought it. Getting down from the car, Sun Lao had already greeted him. Lu Yu, did you see that? Sun Lao nervously opened his mouth and asked. See, was it a secret experiment you did on your own? Sun Lao asked again. He'd love to be, but he understood very well that Lu Yu had no reason not to tell them even if he was doing such a huge experiment. He also hoped that it was something that Lu Yu had come up with. Then it would be nothing more than being scared. But if not, Earth's civilization is just in its infancy. The other side came too fast. Lu Yu shook his head, and Sun Lao completely despaired. He understood very well that even if he didn't monitor Lu Yu, how could they not know about such a big action? Not to mention that for Lu Yu's personal safety, there was almost a security corps all stationed by Lu Yu's side. The only good news there is now is that the opposing craft, at the moment, is not moving or making any noise. They didn't attack first. We might have a chance for peace, Sun Lao said with a bit of hope. Lu Yu did not say anything after hearing this, as he knew very well that this was simply impossible. The dark forest laws of the universe cannot come on behalf of friendliness. However, he didn't reject Sun Lao's offer. What if? If that's possible, it certainly needs to be avoided. Immediately dispatch the Divine Phoenix fighters to approach the other party's craft. Try to make some contact with the other side. Know their intentions. Also, the quantum bomb test piece, straight up and ready for live action. At any time, prepare to launch. Lu Yu opened his mouth. Sun Lao froze for a moment at his words, but quickly reacted. This was Lu Yu's fear of having a change of heart directly taking a two-handed preparation. I may not be able to you guys, but that doesn't mean I'll be afraid of you. If you are willing to withdraw, there may be a chance to talk again, but Lu Yu doesn't look forward to the meeting. The reason is simple. Will you be relieved when the other person does leave? If it were me, I'd literally be up all night. Under the datum of the dark forest laws of the universe, the Earth would henceforth be an exposed coordinate. The other side may have felt that there would be great attrition in taking down the planet. They chose to avoid the war and then launched Earth's coordinates into the universe. Undifferentiated release. Someday there will be a similar situation, possibly an even more advanced civilization that will appear on Earth in a godlike manner. By that time, it will be too late. Therefore, even if the other party withdrew, Lu Yu would not hesitate to press his button. Yes, eliminating the other side is the only option. Quick look, that's the 7th generation of the Chinese Divine Phoenix fighter. Countless people looked up at the sky. They saw a Divine Phoenix fighter form a huge formation rushing towards the behemoth craft. I knew that this must be one of Academician Lu Yu's experiments. I didn't expect to be able to build such a big guy. In the future, even if it's the end of the world, we'll have a few of these craft and just wander the universe. Maybe that's the idea. With a big guy like that, I think it's a good idea to name it Kunlun. The Kunlun Air and Space Mothership with the Divine Phoenix fighter, sweeping across the universe. Ordinary people simply don't realize anything yet. After the appearance of the Divine Phoenix fighter, the more and more it was talked about. But the pilots of the Divine Phoenix fighters were all incredibly nervous at this point. A signal from the ground has just been received. They already know it's not in their house. Rather, a civilization from outer space. Warning! Your party has entered Earth range. Please evacuate quickly. Please evacuate quickly. You have been warned by the United Earth Government. Please respond. Come in. Above the Divine Phoenix fighter, various frequency bands of signals were employed and fired over at the other side. I wonder what kind of attitude the other side will have. A lot of people. They were very apprehensive. They already knew that if the other party was ever upset, they were likely to the extent that the entire Earth's highest level of formation would be wiped out. Zip, zip, zip. Just at that moment, a zipping sound came from inside the recording station. Could it be a response? The other side isn't too hostile? A Divine Phoenix fighter pilot said excitedly. But soon, they realized something was wrong. The zippy sound grew louder and louder as the power suddenly increased violently. And in a split second, the Divine Phoenix fighter's receiver exploded. The pilot inside the cockpit suddenly bled from his ears and nose. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Ground signal! Launch countermeasures immediately! The enemy has made an attack. Chapter 203 Desperation. Quantum bomb. Have you forgotten? Sonic weapons. In that instant, high above the sky, a masterpiece that represented the highest level of mankind's current warplanes, an instant explosion without any resistance, became ashes. Not a trace of it remains. What's going on? The bottom, who had been cheekily watching for some new scientific research, were all wide-eyed and outright dumbfounded for a moment. What man? What is it? Let the Divine Phoenix fighter become a dirt-cheap dog-like existence in front of everyone. It didn't even activate the warning. It was just gone. A Divine Phoenix formation. That's an entire Divine Phoenix formation. If it was a war within the Earth, this Divine Phoenix formation was enough to dominate the long sky. A true hegemony. The kind where no one can be hostile. Even with funding from extraterrestrial civilizations, they are only relatively capable of defending themselves. It's the enemy. It's an enemy from nowhere. No. Does Academician Lu Yu's new scientific research even cost this much? Directly letting the Divine Phoenix fighter be a test subject? To be a stepping stone? Impossible. I know that the Divine Phoenix formation, which is currently in formation, is capable of unmanned reconnaissance, but generally travels on missions that are manually operated. We have pilots on it. Really an enemy? In an instant countless people were horrified. Not only China, but everyone in the entire world. Almost all of them could see it. But any perspective that looked up at the stars and could see in the direction of the Pacific Ocean all witnessed this scene. Who the hell is it? Must be severely punished. Request the state to go to war to shoot it down. Unless Academician Lu Yu comes out and admits in person that it was a test, the shooting down of the Divine Phoenix fighter jet will never be allowed. As long as the official is not a little cute. Academician Lu Yu would never let his scientific research become a stepping stone like this. This is his heart and soul. This is bound to be an attack. Everyone is righteously indignant. Elder Sun and Lu Yu, who were in the combat center, of course both saw the scene. Elder Sun's face was incredibly blue. This is a great shame for my Huaxia. No, this is a great shame and provocation for the Earth. The other side is not coming, so just don't die. Order all air forces in formation. Enter combat status. The time has come to defend the country and the planet. Prepare for war for the lives of the people. Sun Lao's voice was resounding, instantly changing back to that incomparably competent and iron-blooded temperament. No longer was it the simple ordinary-looking though rather serious and relatively peaceful little old man. Habitually, although everyone knew who he was, they treated him as a member of the military department doing civilian work. But at this moment, all of his sharpness and hostility burst out. He had planned and prepared for this day in his mind. The War Department had been making preparations since the day they learned the news. The so-called military maneuvers, including any operations, all the imaginary enemies, are from the universe, from an unknown direction. Activate the air and space mothership immediately. Also, have all Divine Phoenix fighters enter drone status. Make a direct attack on the target. Lu Yu spoke directly and reminded Sun Lao. Sun Lao came to a realization. The Divine Phoenix formation is indeed a huge loss for the country, and it takes a tremendous amount of time to train such a pilot. But the Divine Phoenix fighters were more than just a formation. On top of the moon, there were already thousands of Divine Phoenix fighters. This is the strength of the infrastructure fiend. Made in China is never a vegetarian. But Sun Lao's order had just been given. Just got one that made your heart sink instantly. Lunar direction. All signals, all gone. I can't reach them, regardless of whether it's the foundation staff of the Guanghan Palace, or the person in charge, including the remaining personnel of the Divine Phoenix fighter. The connections have all been cut off. Sun Lao's sweaty hair stood on end. Even Lu Yu's pupils shrank. Luckily, there was foresight, as the first UFO sighting was on the moon, so the space elevator project was put on hold straight away. That is, the moon travel program was halted. It also made a small ripple on the internet once, because the price is so cheap. A lot of people just turn it off before they even experience it. But the official above only said that it is to repair, temporarily not open the channel. Those who want to go to the sky can only lay down. I didn't realize that a resolution made under caution would seem so important at this time. Not to mention the regular tourists, but the current staff, the satellite communications, they've all been cut off. The ground and the surface of the moon are all out of contact. If you go to judge from this angle, it's equivalent to Earth directly losing its base on the moon, including all the Divine Phoenix fighters. What now? Sun Lao's cold sweat came down. A real handful of times, an enemy of this level, not to mention facing it, was too much to even think about. The very essence of the formation of a civilization from a higher enclosure is itself dangerous. Panic about what? It was at this moment that the First Minister came striding in with the men from the War Department. There is no possibility of compromise on our planet, nor is there any possibility of peace talks. Even if we fight to the last soldier, we must ensure the lives of all the people. Even if we die, it will be us who die in front. The chief spoke up. The current situation has made them feel desperate. If one were to take out Lu Yu's theory of that dark forest law, there was no way for the current Earth to resist. Earth, just out of the first level of civilization, is now a toddler, just learning to walk, defenseless in the presence of an adult. The other guy hadn't even pushed hard enough and we were all down already. Prepare to die fighting, the First Lord concluded. Actually, it may not be at its worst now. Lu Yu suddenly spoke. The chief and elder son and the rest of the crowd froze. It has come to this. Academician Lu Yu, we respect you and recognize your ability, but time is running out. The other party is now treating us like rats. It will be a complete flash for him to be overthrown. There's no longer any possibility for us. Only human life. Only lives to fill. Should any of us surrender and be overwhelmed by an extraterrestrial civilization? Please don't blame. They, perhaps, can save the fire for mankind. Yes, the scene just now made people despair to the point that the entire human race of the Earth died at the bottom of the race. It's horrible. He is right. Even if you are a human genius, even if you are the crystallization of the wisdom of the entire human civilization, but in front of power, there just isn't any skill to speak of. You might be able to work out something to fight against, but we're running out of time. Both Elder Sun and the headmaster also had dull eyes that were filled with blood. Lu Yu waited for them to finish before slowly speaking. Quantum bomb. Have you forgotten? Chapter 204 Impossible. Earth can't have a quantum bomb. Quantum bombs? The chief froze, then snapped back to his senses. There was an immediate change in the eyes. It seems to hold some kind of hope. This thing, is it really possible? How's the test going? Sun Lao, however, directly shook his head. We, all of us, Haven't tested it yet. These hopes, as it were illusory, and the eyes of the first seat, which had just cleared a little, instantly lost their light again. Why don't you try it? It's all in this baldness already. So what if you trust me once? You've trusted me so many times. You might as well trust me one more time. Would you rather die standing up, or in a puddle? If it works, then our Earth is still Earth. Failure will not change the ending. Lu Yu spoke faintly, elder son and the head honcho, including the group of uniformed bigwigs behind them. At this moment, their faces were all tinged with a slight movement. In fact, according to their character, what Lu Yu had just said was only for them to say, but this one was too dangerous, too critical. Even surrender is a case of wishful thinking, or a vain and illusory hypothesis. As the saying goes, caring is messy, so much so that Sun Lao and the head honcho himself are not able to think things through correctly. It was only at this moment by Lu Yu's words that he was awakened as if from a dream and was directly woken up. That's right, it's just a bright sword. The narrow road is won by the brave. If we don't even have the courage to show our swords, then it's our turn to lose. If it is true that there is not even the slightest resistance, then it is the will of heaven that has sent our planet into the dust. But at least, we did our best and tried. The chief's eyes were red, and at the moment, he was actually carrying a pool of fluctuation in his tiger eyes. He patted Lu Yu's shoulder hard. Elder son also nodded heavily. The group went straight into the combat center. Is it ready? It's all set. Ready to test. Lu Yu shook his head. This time, it's not a quiz. Rather, it's an actual battle. Target. Lock onto the massive craft in the air. Immediately employ quantum bombs and bombard. This is our last hope for now. The staff froze. They were working inside and didn't have time to go out at all. And they didn't even know what was happening outside at this time. Hearing the words from Lu Yu's mouth at this moment, he obviously froze for a moment. But obeying orders is a vocation. They've been in the habit of doing this for a long time, especially since they were still inside the Ministry of War's Research and Operations Center. Every single one of them is a soldier. Yes, the staff took a deep breath. The parameters were quickly adjusted. Everything is ready. Ready to launch. Right about this time, across the planet, a rustling sound rang out from inside the communicators of all channels. Huaxia, should be this place, right? According to all the information we've searched for, Huaxia should be the most powerful force on this planet. Sorry, we don't speak Chinese very well, but you believe in our sincerity. Us, are here to destroy you. Cosmic bugs. A strange laugh with a piercing sound came out directly from the inside of the combat center. I now also give you the option of being our slaves, forever in our custody. The voice sounded again. Lu Yu and the others' faces instantly turned blue. These people from the extraterrestrial civilization were simply arrogant to the extreme. Indeed, in their eyes, to the Earth is a completely unenlightened set of creatures only. They were quickly collected through their own intelligence service system and the verification was completed. Earth's information has been completed by his training, so not only does he speak Chinese, all the languages of the world have been learned by them. Oh, looks like you guys have another secret weapon. The voice rang out again, with a teasing sound. Inside the radio, they've hacked all the channels. Is this your last hope? A quantum bomb? Very interesting name. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance. Next, under my control. The voice came out again. The crowd couldn't help but despair. Even Lu Yu was not calm at the moment. Dog system, do something. Sorry, you don't have enough points. There is no solution for now. I'm just an assistance system, not a combat system. The system's voice also sounded in Lu Yu's mind. Inside. Damn it. Lu Yu angrily rebuked. But immediately afterward, the system spoke again. Actually, it's not completely hopeless. You still have a backstroke. This backstroke might give you 2 seconds before you hit the launch button. If once it fails, then all is lost. The system spoke again. Lu, you're frozen. I have a backhand? Right about this time. Suddenly, crackling sounds resounded throughout the inside of the combat center. A sound of intertwining grids. Or a short circuit. What happened? Elder Son and the headmaster and the others had been desperate. The staff is screaming. But the sudden change that came and made that unknown voice suddenly disappear? Hurry! Lu Yu made a direct leap across the railing. The exoskeleton mechanical battle armor activated directly. The entire group arrived directly at the place where the staff had just been. The whole process, less than a second. The next second, he pressed straight on. Dad! A voice seemed to ring in his ears. He didn't have the heart to tell, and he wasn't sure who it was. But he pressed on. Just those mere 2 seconds. He didn't know who the system was talking about, but he knew that missing those 2 seconds would be hopeless. After he was done, Lu Yu took a big breath. Launch successful. Lu Yu said loudly. What the hell is going on? Both the chief and elder son were shocked beyond belief as they watched Lu Yu's operation complete. But what else is being done at this time? What else can be done? But the point is, that mysterious, weird voice, gone. Never again. Quick, look. Suddenly the command center restored the network and restored the signal. The top of the TV showed high altitude. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to set off a hidden layer of spatial ripples. Then, a part of that flying machine simply shattered. Hit it. Lu Yu, this time, was releasing all the quantum bombs. All of them. Just ask you, dead or not? High above, there were no brilliant new weapons to be seen. No moving magic either. But that's it. That craft. From the tail, to the body parts, it all melts away. Just at this time, a voice suddenly traveled above the sky. Damn! How could there be a quantum bomb? How could this civilization have a quantum bomb? Chapter 205, The Fall of the Moon. Civilization of the Stars. The voice carried an unmistakable weird emphasis. It emitted a sharp popping sound. Then violently the moment the craft was ablated. Suddenly a violent explosion roared out from inside the flying machine. One was even smaller. A toy-like thing compared to the behemoth it had just been. But it's also about the size of a human flying machine. At the moment with unparalleled speed. Super hypersonic flight. Before disappearing directly into the sky at a speed that no one could react to. And the behemoth, the remaining wreckage, blasted down from high above after the explosion. What happened? What was that? How did it suddenly explode? Could it be that one of ours has struck? The crowd, which was still filled with righteous indignation just a moment ago, was stunned at this moment, and their eyes were about to fall out. Less than a minute ago, everyone was in a state of shock, in a state of anger. Just what kind of forces are hostile? The horror of what the craft was bringing was just too much. The 7th generation Divine Phoenix fighter of Huaxia, without any resistance, was directly blown to smithereens. Can't even avoid the battle. And its a ranged attack. Even those who were angry knew that this battle was definitely not simple. But they never expected the reversal to come so quickly. Academician Lu Yu, on whom they had high hopes, did not disappoint them. Yes, their first thought was that Academician Lu Yu had hidden some new weapon. After all, China is most accustomed to is to announce a generation, hide a generation, develop a generation well. With this kind of technology, one can't even see any movement or even a violent rumble. It's just so solidly settled. The body exploded. They could see it, clearly bombed from within. If it was Lu Yu's new scientific research, then it could only mean that Lu Yu was even better. But no one was thinking about these things at the moment. They only had the visual impact and shock. A craft that massive was melted right down. Like snow being melted. Shock was followed by ecstasy. It must be Academician Lu Yu. It must be Academician Lu Yu's handiwork. Even if it's an alien civilization, then let them have no return. We'll win. Where's the trash from that dares to come to my Earth to spread wildness? Some have realized that it could be a technological artifact from an extraterrestrial civilization, a flying machine or something. Although there was some fearful aftermath, at the moment there was only immense excitement. So what if it's an extraterrestrial civilization? That's how you get no place to hide. Still want to play the big one? Excuse me. On your knees. Moon. It had been lost for several days within the base of the moon's Guanghan Palace. A lot of people are sad, because they don't know what's going on yet. Only a few simple speculations appeared inside. They were the first to discover a non-Earth vehicle on the moon. They also had the task of observing all possible extraterrestrial products on the moon. So it's pretty much a matter of course to guess some of it. Can we still go back? Perhaps an alien civilization is about to strike. There will be an intervention attack on Earth. There are only 3 ways we can end up. The first, the home planet is under attack. They didn't take us seriously at all. Left us behind on top of the moon. The home planet has no time to contact us, so we'll just have to wait up here for news. In the second, not only are we blocked off, but our home planet Earth is also blocked off, and we become drifters, never able to return. Even, we might become the last spark of humanity. The third, that is, waiting for the extraterrestrial civilization to simply wipe us out. The man at the head of the group was named Han Shiyu. He was the head of the Guanghan Palace base and came from the military department. Or rather, he was still under the Ministry of Progress. And the entire Guanghan Palace base was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. At this moment, he was also frowning tightly. There weren't quite a lot of people who stayed at the base of the Guanghan Palace, probably more than 100 staff members, maintaining the basic functioning of the Guanghan Palace. Everyone had their eyes on him and he felt a lot of pressure. Not just because of duty, but because of personal fear of the unknown. It's the other side's failure to show up that's the most gut-wrenching. If the other party showed up directly, or even made a direct move, as a soldier, he had never lacked the courage to show his sword, but the other side didn't show up. It could only create a pressure within their egos that could not be dissipated. Even he himself is like that. not to mention those below him. Already some people feel completely abandoned, becoming an outcast. And the panic was spreading. The good thing is, there is no shortage of oxygen gas here now. At the base of the Gwanghwan Palace, plants are cultivated with artificially delivered oxygen. And then the sun's photosynthesis is utilized to produce a counter-complement to the greenery. Even without any support from Earth, there is some oxygen extraction. Only, it might be relatively thin. A condition similar to altitude sickness can occur. But there are some other chemical ways in which the ground is converted that lead to the production of oxygen other than the cultivation talents of the wasp. Overall, it was enough to ensure the supply of more than 150 people in Gwanghwan Palace. What if the home planet loses the war? Or will we become the mother planet's outcasts? One girl said with great anxiety, we only have to believe in the home planet, and believe that the mother star can overcome. How can we be the best of the best when the nest is overturned? We are a tiny branch of Earth's humanity on the moon. If the home planet fails, no matter what the future holds, what happens to us? We will be the target of a hanging. Then the fire of humanity will be guaranteed. We're just going to run for our lives. We might be able to take a warship that retains reserves to make the jump, but who's going to provide the energy? If we lose the battle, we're just lonely souls, Han Shiyu said firmly. The crowd's brows loosened slightly. At least judging from this aspect, they were not going to be abandoned, and perhaps carrying some weight. But just at this time, suddenly, an incomparably shining light directly illuminated the high altitude of the moon. There was a loud bang. A craft crashed directly to the ground. What's that? Some were horrified that this was not any form of flying machine they had ever seen. Totally different style from Earth. His center is a shape that presents an oval shape with 3 triangular protrusions on the periphery. How can I describe it? It's like a gyroscope with a long triangle. Watch out. That could be the craft of an extraterrestrial civilization. The hearts of the crowd sank hard. The extraterrestrial civilization really appeared before their eyes, and they couldn't help but feel apprehensive inside. But it's not right. Could it be that this is the way alien civilizations land? By smashing down? Chapter 206, Soldiers' Blood and Courage. Only stand and die. Suddenly someone spoke up. The crowd all of a sudden looked at her. It was the female staff member from before who was taken aback by all the gazes gathered to look at her. Am I wrong? She said, a little overwhelmed. No, you are so right. Too right. Han Shiyu's eyes violently erupted with an astonishing light. It's excitement. It's exuberance. It was as if there was finally hope. This one sentence presented him with a great deal of confidence. The other side is a craft of an extraterrestrial civilization. It's definitely not human inside. Instead, he crashed here on the moon. What just happened to him? Associate. Then it could be. The mother planet wins. So he escaped. Crashed down on the surface of the moon. The way to break the ice. Then, now seems to be in sight. There are 2 choices before them now. First, wait for news from Earth. Earth would never give up on them if they won and would come to find them. When the time comes, you just need to explain the situation. In this case, there is no room for error. The second, that was to go up and capture, or kill, this escaped craft, including the intelligent creatures inside, outright. This is the blood and guts of a soldier as it should be. It's also the time to build a career. Han Shiyu directly chose the second one. Soldiers of my generation. There is never a reason to retreat. We're supposed to be defending our family and country. It's just that we've been stranded and lost our comrades. If we don't have a combat objective, then we can hunker down and preserve our strength. But let us hold back for so many days. Let us be afraid for so many days. Are you willing to turtle? Han Shiyu said loudly. No. Everyone was hyper. Looking at the flying machine, hatred had been brought into their eyes. After so many days of accumulation, there was finally an outlet for it. Those who are willing to follow me into battle, follow me out. At Han Shiyu's command, everyone moved quickly. Since he was going to do it, it certainly wasn't reckless behavior. They had been in a state of combat readiness before, and all of them were in armor. And everyone is equipped with exoskeleton mechanical battle armor. And the current battle armor had been drilled by the Research and Development Department. And a lot of weaponry had been added without affecting flight. Whether it's from the fact that the system looks better than before, it's more fluid, it's more futuristic, and the combat capability is even better. At the moment, they are all open. And they directly entered the reserve compartment of the Divine Phoenix fighter. Multiple preparations. In an instant, more than 100 Divine Phoenix fighters rose into the air, heading directly for the place where they had crashed. Target locked. Please advise. Sir. Target locked. Please advise. Sir. Please advise whether to approach or fire. One by one, the voices traveled inside Han Shiyu's headphones. Han Shiyu sneered. Enemy unknown. Direct fire, life or death. With his order, with a loud bang, All of the divine phoenix fighters erupted with blue flames. A stockpile of ammunition was all poured out. Earth, an astronomy hobbyist scholar, Wu Chen, was maneuvering his telescope, regarding the sound of a possible extraterrestrial, alien civilization on the moon. He didn't know exactly, but such rumors had come out. And it seems to have been corroborated by the battle that took place in the sky just today. He wanted to see if he could observe anything. If it could be filmed and published, it would certainly cause a huge stir. Is that a firefight? Someone on the moon is having a firefight? Wu Chen suddenly shrieked. His buddy couldn't help but turn around. Can you not make a fuss? Every time it's a shock. Every time you think you've observed some strange astronomical phenomenon you want to be famous. It's not that simple. Let's look before we talk, shall we? A good friend has known him for years and has seen this happen to him for a long time, as he has always just loved a good scare. And then go over and see. Oh, one of the most common astronomical phenomena. So not only did he have no waves in his heart, he would want to laugh and couldn't help but sneer. This time it's real. On the moon. It's really firing. You, come and see. I've captured all the pictures, Wu Chen said excitedly, and pulled a buddy over. There were also those who didn't believe in it at all, but couldn't resist Wu Chen's forceful pull. There was nothing for it but to look down at the binoculars. But the next moment, his eyes widened. The whole thing froze. On the surface of the moon, he couldn't count the number of fighters that were blasting away at what appeared to be a flying machine in one area. In an instant, dust and fire filled the sky. That's the divine phoenix fighter. Wu Chen's telescope, with good magnification, observes the moon very clearly, and he is a military enthusiast himself. How can you not understand the divine phoenix fighter? That's the pride of the skies. What are they fighting about? What are they fighting about? For a moment he tried to see a little more clearly, but he was pulled away by Wu Chen. Now do you believe me? I haven't even looked hard enough. Hurry up and let me do it myself. Wu Chen was incredibly excited to observe, and he didn't know how long it had been before the ammunition was all emptied before he finally stopped. He immediately posted all the photos he saw taken online. Who says the divine phoenix fighter can't? Earth fights aliens. Divine phoenix fighter shows its power. After one photo was exploded, the internet immediately created an immense sensation. Good lord, war on the moon already? That firepower? I like it. This can't be the craft that escaped out, can it? Ha ha, this alien must be captured. Damn, it gave me a good scare. Arrest them. I want to see what aliens really look like. Wu Chen also wanted to know, but the observation could not be made. After the bombardment, the divine phoenix fighters all returned. At this moment on top of the moon, Han Shiyu was wearing an exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, flying high above the sky. Now, it's time for us to go test the results. Han Shiyu opened his mouth and took the lead over himself. Leading the men, he charged over. The craft that was there before was already twisted and untouched, with no semblance of movement, dead or alive. It must be torn down. The weaponry on the battle armor cuts right through. The strength of the shell was so high that it surprisingly didn't break under the saturation style attack. And the laser weapon on the battle armor, with the combined efforts of the crowd, finally tore a hole in it. We will be the first in the world to capture aliens. Han Shiyu suddenly joked. Then he took the lead and went in himself. The situation inside is unknown, and it's likely that there are still dangers, and it's also likely that the people inside aren't dead. In the moment of going in, his eyes flashed, and subconsciously, he stepped on his battle armor and burst back. Chapter 207, Arresting Avalanche. Direction of Biological Evolution. Han Shiyu's caution is very justified. He had secretly adjusted the power of his exoskeleton mechanical battle strike to the maximum at the start. Be ready to retreat at a moment's notice. This craft has suffered so much bombardment and it hasn't even shattered. No one knows what's going on inside. Standing in the distance at the moment, his heart was palpitating. It's okay. It's okay. And the people behind him were taciturn. The moment he exited, all the energy from the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor all poured out at that moment. All of them bombarded towards the inside of that opening. It was almost to the point where the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor ran out of energy and could only maintain flight. And the backlash inside was extremely intense. An indescribable warhead shot out of it. Yet, it is capable of immense power. Falling in one place is equivalent to a cannonball falling, which can directly blow out a big crater. It's good to know that people out there are cautious. Finally, there was no more movement inside, but Han Shiyu was very cautious, and after half an hour, checked for any loopholes, even dropped a drone spotter in and didn't see anything more, before manually entering to check it out. Enter the interior of the craft. Han Shiyu was alarmed. The material inside was something they had never even seen before. The craft, which looked small on the outside, had plenty of space inside. and after all that indiscriminate bombing, the infrastructure inside remained largely intact and undamaged. Han Shiyu was alarmed in his heart. He was even more wary, as there was no sign of the surviving intelligent creature inside. It was only as he swept through the last room that he became violently aware of movement within. You damned lowlifes. The ones who are unworthy of capturing Avalor. You deserve to die. You will surely be avenged by Avalor, and Avalor will finally erase all of you. A coarse voice came out from inside the room. His Chinese language was already very fluent. It was no longer as stiff as when he had just spoken it. Han Shiyu was shocked. Is it really an alien? After a few glances were exchanged, Han Shiyu no longer hesitated and directly broke down the door. But the creature in front of him, he was outright dumbfounded. For the creature before him was nearly transparent, could see right through him to the back. How do you describe this creature? It's like a jellyfish inside the seawater. That's right, it's the jellyfish. All he had was a bunch of floppy tentacles, but the head is huge. There wasn't much power in itself, but he's flexible. While the crowd was preparing to capture him, they even thought of moving several tentacles together, trying to escape with the help of bouncing. Surprisingly, the crowd almost didn't react to it, but luckily the people at the door arrested him straight away. The creature's body didn't have much strength. A grown man could grab it with one hand and be defenseless. Everyone hadn't expected that the creature that had driven them to the brink of extinction would be something like this. They all sighed inwardly that the era of the great starry sky had indeed arrived. I can't believe I'm still seeing this intelligent creature. Keep everything here in close custody. Tow the craft directly into our base in Guanghan Palace. As soon as we can make contact with the ground, we'll send the craft all the way back. This may be of great assistance to Academician Lu Yu's team, Han Shiyu said. The crowd was thrilled. It was the first alien arrest in human history, though the aliens looked strange. And just then, suddenly a communicator rang. Hirokan Palace, please answer when you hear me. This is the Wasia Ground Connection Unit. Come in. The communicator rang. The electronic overlay has also finally lifted. Roger. Guanghan Palace requests immediate return. On the surface of the Canton Palace we have apprehended an alien flyer, and have captured him. It is currently in a state of survival. Research Center. The jellyfish creature that called itself Avalanche at that moment had been tightly packed inside a clear crystal glass. Something can be drawn from his current condition. They are more similar to plants, and what they absorb is actually carbon dioxide, instead of oxygen, which is a deadly object for them. After an overdose of inhalation, it can lead directly to their death by shock. That's what it says in the Cantonment Observation Report. Their last check of the craft was that it was filled with carbon dioxide and didn't have any oxygen. After testing, he has a need for carbon dioxide, not oxygen. Get the hell off me. Humans. You call yourselves humans, don't you? Also belonging to intelligent creatures, and we are more advanced than you. You'd better treat me harshly, and then set me free. I'm just one of Avalor's vanguard officers. We'll still have a steady stream of Avalor's armies coming around the stars. If you guys don't let me go, the Earth will surely be destroyed. Do you guys think that mastering the quantum bomb is something great? That's just a basic weapon for our Avalanche. The creatures inside were still screaming and wanting to attempt to escape, filled with contempt for the humans of Earth. Are you sure? You're just a pioneer officer? Lu Yu smiled and opened his mouth to ask. Of course I'm just the vanguard officer of one. You don't really think that I'm the only one in a civilization that can send out probes that can spy on your civilization from a distance, do you? The creature said with a snort. But I haven't heard of any vanguard officers, just one person. Shouldn't it be a group? Besides, if I spare you, will you spare Earth? Anyway, your big forces are coming to overthrow our Earth, so why don't you kill you first? Lu Yu continued. The creature instantly fell into silence. Lu Yu's words directly made him not know how to reply. Straight down. Either way, it's conquered to death anyway. Then why be afraid of you and let you go? Maybe I can get you some continuity in the bloodline of your species. If you don't let me go, everyone dies, Jellyfish said with a sneer. Lu Yu nodded, then stopped answering and looked at the monitoring instrument next to him. Lu Yuan. This creature, it's very interesting. It's also very unique. We just used a nuclear magnetic scan of his entire body. The conclusion reached is, their muscles have basically atrophied away, with only a few basic muscle modules still functional. I don't know if it's his individual condition or their pack condition. It would require a genetic sequencing of him. In addition, we also discovered that he has a large brain capacity, and the degree of development of his brain is very high, at about 3 times that of a human. Hearing these data, Lu Yu was surprised. Chapter 208 Project Completion Reward. New Scientific Research. This is clearly, in some ways, the same evolutionary direction as humans. When mankind was a primitive society, there were several evolutionary directions among them. One of the more notable ones is none other than the ape-man branch. There are still apes and monkeys. There are others, similarly evolved intelligence. Some of the more representative ones are Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. Both populations are the same. Both have developed brain capacity and have learned to walk upright. What this amounted to was giving up the horrific solo combat capabilities of the ape era. Because man himself is a four-limbed animal like animals, walking upright impairs a certain amount of leg function because all the weight-bearing goes to the legs, and upper body strength deteriorated, forming hands. Degeneration in the limbs, coupled with the expansion of brain capacity, formed intelligence and eventually became the overlord of the planet. As a final note, Neanderthals were primarily active in the African and European regions. They were tough, but in the end they were all wiped out by Homo sapiens. That is, our old ancestors. Of course, Neanderthal genes have not disappeared, and Neanderthals and Homo sapiens are not reproductively isolated. A lot of genes are hidden inside the human body and remain, like what's going on with diabetes, which is basically a Neanderthal genetic holdover. And the creature before him, who called himself Avalokiteshvara, was the same, with degraded limb strength, but the brain is more developed. But unlike humans, they evolved to be more extreme. Of course, it's also possible that humans haven't had enough time to evolve. The current human race is still evolving. What's happened to that craft of his already? Lu Yu turned back to the researchers, and there was an immediate reply from there. The material of the flying machine should be a brand new metallic substance, a more stable structure than gold, which has a small amount of titanium and iron mixed in. But the flexibility and the strength are given by that unfamiliar material. Lu Yu nodded slightly, and the eyes of the Avalokiteshvara, who was being held inside the glass, snapped up in horror at the moment. You can't dismantle it. You can't dismantle my flying machine. This is unethical behavior on your part. He yelled and screamed. Lu Yu looked amused. I'm even going to destroy you together. Why can't I dismantle a flying machine? Disassembled. Dismantle it and it will be unassembled. There's a civilization in there that's more advanced than yours on Earth. There are scientific and technological documents you've been salivating over. I can give it all to you if you leave me alone, and you get nothing for tearing it down. Just an inferior civilization. Avalokiteshvara said nervously. It doesn't matter. I'll take a shot. If we can analyze it, then we'll get it. And if we can't, we won't be sorry. That could be the heights that our Earth has yet to reach. Lu Yu opened his mouth. The Avalokiteshvara creature opened its mouth and realized that there really wasn't anything to stop Lu Yu. Threats? It doesn't work. They're not afraid of threats. The lure of technology. And they're pretty self-aware. Doesn't work. I'm willing to tell you about Avalor's movements. So you can leave me alone? He opened his mouth again, no longer having the arrogant roar he had before. Lu Yu said, I can only say that I will consider it. If your words are informative, I will consider it. A flash of anger flashed in the avalanche creature's eyes. When had he ever been so aggravated? But now, there's no way around it. Actually, Avalor no longer exists. When he opened his mouth, he directly surprised the people in the research center. Only Lu Yu was still relatively calm, because this guy came in so unexpectedly, and in too much of a hurry. I am one of the last creatures of Avalor, and the last king of Avalor. You may address me as Lord Byros. My people, they have died in a war of unusual destruction. They are a biological civilization from another dimension. We have no power to resist. Only the last of the avalanche creatures gave their all and allowed me to escape in the ship. And my people, all dead. Biloxi. Lu Yu glanced at the guy, and honestly, he had a hard time believing what he said. But the situation he described just happened to match Lu Yu's guess. My forefathers, once upon a time craft arrived on Earth, when you were still ravenous, lowly, inferior creatures. So they built bases on the moon, but for a while, your Earth had too much oxygen. We needed carbon dioxide. So this is just our alternative planet. Byros spoke again. But just about 10 years ago, a strange group of people appeared on our planet Avalor. They are too powerful. My people, there is no resistance. Biloxi's eyes were on fire with fear. Lu Yu frowned. He couldn't be sure if it was true or not. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the flying machine. There's information in there about the history of our Avalor. That's the continuation of our civilization. Seeing Lu Yu's expression of distrust, Byros got excited all of a sudden. Lu Yu nodded. I'll trust you for now. So can you untie me now so you can let me out? Bai Luosi said as he looked at Lu Yu with anticipation in his eyes. Let me think about it. After all, it's too dangerous for you out there. And Earth only has oxygen at the moment. Not enough carbon dioxide. It's a pain in the ass to come out. Lu Yu finished with a smile, then turned around and walked out. How credible is what he says? Sun Lao greeted him as he walked up. having watched the whole thing from the surveillance room. Unbelievable. Lu Yu directly shook his head. Let's not forget that over the moon is where their base is. And yet he didn't make any contact, but went straight to war. And, in the first place, there were all the countries that passed on scientific information, including the quantum bombs that were fired at me. He explained. Sun Lao immediately understood. In fact, he was clear in his heart, but needed to come to Lu Yu to see his decision. But there's no need to kill him. It can also be used as a research creature. Lu Yu faintly laughed. Despite the remote manipulation, it could be intelligence in action. But Lu Yu didn't believe in such a coincidence. But it's true that the situation on our planet is not very safe. Lu Yu spoke again. And at this time, the system's rewarding voice had actually sounded inside his head. Congratulations to the host. The quantum bomb project has been completed. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining a polygraph. The polygraph success rate is 100%. Congratulations to the host. For acquiring a new program, the genetic code. Chapter 209 100% success rate. Straight cut scramble. A polygraph? Such a crap prop? There had been a lie detector on Earth for a long time. And Lu Yu knew just how he worked. Today's polygraphs basically work primarily on the basis of the psychological stress that occurs when a person lies, resulting in physiological changes. And the polygraph organizes and analyzes the data to arrive at a final conclusion. These physiological stresses, which often bring about accelerated respiration, increased blood pressure, increased heart rate, conductive skin reactions, etc., are controlled by the sympathetic nervous system and are not subjective reactions that the body can elicit. So based on that as a projected principle. But what if the person is just nervous? Or what about the errors produced? The accuracy of the results was unacceptable to Lu Yu. So in Lu Yu's eyes, it was just low. Even if he said that he could guarantee 100% correctness, Lu Yu felt that it was still a bit of a match for this scientific research of his. It's just that it's ready to go right now. Testing the lying status of Avalorians. The wonderful use of the polygraph is not only used for lie detection. Please don't speculate. This system is always fair and impartial. Other wonderful uses need to be confidently developed and discovered by the host. The system sensed Lu Yu's thoughts and immediately spoke. Lu Yu muttered, what else could a lie detector be good for? Let's believe him for a moment. After extracting this lie detector directly from the system space, Lu Yu first did some research. After all, as a researcher, nativism also requires a mindset of drilling, preferably into mind. After studying it carefully, Lu Yu frowned. How does the structure of this thing feel like déjà vu? Damn, wasn't this similar to his own artificial brain? Which was what he got now by virtue of his brain machine and then changing the construction. But there was a part of the workings inside that really wasn't something Lu Yu could see with his naked eyes. Now Lu Yu's face became even darker. You better not be lying to me. Lu Yu always had the feeling that he had been plagiarized by the system for his achievements, and was also given out as a reward by the system. It's not good to dismantle it now. And if it's dismantled in case it can't be assembled, it's really scrapped and there's nothing left. The dog system can also come a dead giveaway that it will never help fix it, unless points are given. After thinking about it, I still don't want to be that much of a mess, so I'll just take it to Biloxi and quiz him to see, at least on top of the results. The system wouldn't lie to him. The quiz was 100% successful, so let's go ahead and use it. He turned back again, and Biloxi's eyes lit up. You're willing to let me out? Are you agreeing with me? Truly. Although I'm a king, I'm also a scientific researcher, and I'm bound to be able to bring a qualitative leap to your planet, he said aloud. Without a word, Lu Yu directly had the hood holding him open and then put the lie detector on his head. What is it? Byros panicked. He didn't understand this stuff, but gradually, he inwardly guessed as Lu Yu asked the question he had just asked again, then had him repeat what he just said. Tick-tock. Quiz complete. The person being quizzed has 10% truthfulness. 90% of speech is falsehood behavior. Recommended for execution. Unbelievable. A mechanical voice exploded from above the side voyage intention. Good man. Only 1 out of 10 words is true? The surrounding researchers' eyes lit up and immediately looked at Lu Yu. There's more of this good stuff? But they're just researchers. They're not interested in that kind of stuff. And the only reason they're excited now is because there's a quiz subject and they're interested in the results. But this is something that, if it were shown to the War Department, or the Criminal Investigation Division, would guarantee that their eyes would glaze over. With this thing in existence, isn't the detection rate 100%? For those in the War Department, the so-called spies ceased to exist, embezzlement and all that, and it's just a matter of asking, what a lot of monitoring costs that's going to save. And at that moment, Byros, who was being tested, had his eyes wide and was on the verge of being stunned. What's this? It's amazing how you can tell the truth from every word he says. The point is, how did he go about recognizing it? Lu Yu smiled as he directly exported a piece of data from inside the polygraph. Then looking at the Avalokiteshvara, I thought you said all of it to me? It is true that you are an Avalonian, but you lied when you said that Avalon had been completely wiped out. Not everyone in Avalosian is dead, and you are not the king of the Avalorians. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with amazement. This lie detector, not to mention other things, this lie detection function is really good. Earth's kind. There are specially trained people who can totally make themselves believe their own lies to avoid this test. But here, it doesn't seem to work. Biluxi's eyes had been horrified. This was the kind of technology that wasn't even available on Avalor. Lu Yu also very much sighed. This function was only timely though. That is, it was very useful inside specific occasions. However, the technology involved is anything but low-tech. At least, with the current Earth civilization, it's hard to do. He'd actually had a bit of a guess after seeing this thing. That's about consciousness. Consciousness is inside the cerebral cortex, and every behavioral idea that is inevitably produced by the necessary pheromones and compounds that are formed. If the polygraph can directly identify these pheromones and compounds, then there are corresponding such cross-references. It's just a direct capture of the evidence. This is not useful by self-deception, but rather information extracted by compounds secreted by the brain itself. The same as having a murderer's murder weapon and fingerprints lifted directly, or having a video of the infidelity captured directly. It's all ironclad evidence, but it's just too hard to analyze pheromones at this entry level. It would be nice to be able to analyze the structure, reinterpret the pheromone inside, and even the specific message inside the pheromone, rather than the action that this pheromone corresponds to. It's exaggerated. It's finer than even a quantum bomb. It was also clear from the look in Biluxi's eyes that there should be none in Avalosian. Or if there is, it hasn't circulated. It's never even been rumored. Do you want to die? Or do you want to live? Die. And you'll do it a million ways. Do you believe that? Lu Yu revealed a smile, but it was like a demon in by Luoxi's eyes. I'll say it. I'll say it now. Byros swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How could he dare to hide anything at this time? Chapter 210, Lu Yu's new assistant. Lu Shun. This guy, even with the added benefit of a polygraph, is still lying. But after being directly appraised twice, never dare again. Biluxi could see that it wasn't a bluff. It was real. Lu Yu frowned after seeing the results. Byros is from the planet Avalor. Specifically, he would be a deserter. He was an officer on the planet Avalor. But they did get invaded by a new civilization. The Avalorians have been completely enslaved, and they have no means of resistance. Those demons from the outer planets have made us their slaves. The Avalorians have fallen from a population of 20 billion to only 30 million. This craft is what once we hid in space. Years ago, we saw Earth. We used to have Earth as an alternative. So there have been preparations for an expedition to Earth. But the demons came too fast. They have a completely different technological development than we do. They use the cold weapon system, but they can fight high tech. I finally got the chance to go on a mission outside the prison, and I found the flying machine and smuggled it out before they could react. It just so happens that I'm also picking up a signal from the Earth monitoring craft. It's the only place I can come. Byros chose to give up completely. No more sophistry. That civilization where cold weapons hit hot weapons? Lu Yu was staggered. Yes, they're in knives and swords. Or rather sticks. Or fists themselves. I don't know exactly how. Part of it, we're guessing maybe they unlocked their genetic locks. But there's another part that I can't understand. They don't even seem to need any craft to fly into space on their own. A deep look of fear flashed in Byros' eyes. That group. One sword could split an ocean on the planet Avalor. That is to say, someone could split the Pacific Ocean with a single sword. Even Lu Yu was shocked, because Byros didn't lie. The polygraph found a green light. That's right. Gen Lock. Lu Yu's heart fluttered as he thought of the new mission that the system had dispatched this time. The genetic code. Was this the system's intention to start him in the direction of genetics? The evolution of the human species? Is this one of the routes for future technology? The so-called genetic code is not really just a baseline of existing genetic sequencing and then complete deciphering of all the genetic sequences. What kind of reuse? This project is huge. As far as genetic engineering is concerned, the whole world is involved. It's hard for a single country to accomplish it. Back in the day, China completed 1% of the results inside gene sequencing. Moreover, the difficulty of accomplishing the decoding of the genetic code is unimaginable. Can you imagine that a tiny fragment of a gene can directly influence how sick a person becomes? Like genetic diseases, when it develops, and so on. And what the system is emphasizing is finding the genetic code. That is unlocking the first generation of humans. Make some people superhuman. Lu Yu also thought of a problem. Isn't the ultimate ceiling strong enough for a mecha school like your own? Mechanical soaring style? and if he chose this path, it would mean that there was no possibility for him to genlock in the future. System, is that why you kept urging me to consider it in the first place? Lu Yu asked. But the system didn't answer. Rubbed his brow. These are pretty tedious questions. Ignoring Biluxi's shouts, the guy was directly imprisoned. He thought carefully about the next few problems he would need to face. First, the good news is that the Avalorians did not invade Earth. They didn't have that time. The bad news is that a stronger civilization may have appeared and is likely to decipher the information that the Avalorians once had in order to locate Earth. Earth is no longer hidden. Thinking in the bad direction, Earth's coordinates have been discovered by at least 2 extraterrestrial civilizations. Of course, it's also possible that the other side doesn't have any idea about Earth and thinks it's too weak to have an appetite for it. But everything has to be thought of in terms of the worst. What about assuming that the opponent has a strong desire to attack? How does the Earth resist? Second, the issue of the genetic code. A new mission for the system. Find the human creature's combination lock. This may be the future. At least, the one civilization that is stronger than Avalanche is on this route. Third, the problem of this body of his own. If the genetic code is deciphered and the genetic lock is opened, then it might not be a dream to return to your own body. The terminal disease he previously had should not be difficult to cure in the presence of the genetic code. That means he can return to a strong body, and open the genetic lock and become superhuman. Before entering the state of scientific research, Lu Yu thought of the lie detector. System, isn't the rest of the polygraph's function about consciousness transplantation? Lu Yu asked about his inner doubts. Yes, host. The system actually gave an affirmative answer. Lu Yu was speechless. This dog system was hiding. The odds were that it was just to disgust him a bit. Lu Yu did not intend to be in charge of Bai Luosi's subsequent matters. Instead, it was given to Sun Lao and the others. The imagined event of a strong attack by a group of aliens did not come. Instead, there was only one. But this one, if Lu Yu hadn't just happened to develop the quantum bomb and caught him off guard, even Earth wouldn't have been able to make a good and effective counter. And the planet that crushed Earth's technological civilization in this way became someone else's slave. This nervous urgency made Lu Yu even more intense. Lu Yu did not have much hesitation to directly enter the research state. The handling of Biros, so many people, will certainly be handled better. Luckily, someone had already done the gene sequencing before. My main job is to interpret. Humans themselves have a total of 23,000 gene segments, and the one that dominates human activity and goes inside the DNA is only that 10%. There are some discarded useless ones, or genes that were discarded when they evolved in ancient times, but there are also good ones, what might be called, for the moment, sealed gene fragments. The job is huge and tedious. However, he had a great assistant, Lu Shun. Dad, you wanted me. Right at this moment, the image of a virtual person leapt out into Lu Yu's office. When Biros just appeared, he even attempted to directly interfere and sabotage Lu Yu as they pressed the button to launch the quantum bomb. Originally, Lu Yu had run out of chances. At the last minute, a voice calling out for Dad appeared. He stalled for 2 seconds, giving Lu Yu time to launch. He is the newborn intelligence. Once a scientific achievement of Lu Yu. Chapter 211, Terrifying Lu Shun. Despair of Earth. The newborn intelligence still maintained the image of a child, reflected in front of Lu Yu's desktop. At the end of the last time, Lu Yu gave him the name Lu Shin. He actually disobeyed a certain logical directive last time, which was not to leave that secret research base. Many researchers still have a certain amount of fear about his birth. However, the lowest level of logic, he had transmitted it directly when Lu Yu had encountered a crisis, and through his intelligent little detachment. So it's not really a violation. Protecting Lu Yu was his first order. Everything else can take a back seat, like the last time. For example, when he traveled to the area where Hawk Jam was located and just destroyed the server in its entirety. It even leads to loss of control. It is also based on this directive, including the time when Lu Yu was in a coma. When Ruyan Lu operated on him, he also went directly inside the ward. This time, it was Lu Yu who released him. The little guy was formed as a mass of data though, and had been inside a secret research base. But he himself had been cultivated by Lu Yu to form the consciousness of data. And he's already gobbled up data from the entire network on Earth. Don't look at him as harmless, but he is extremely scary, even in a way. His knowledge base and utilization was unmatched by any research scholar on Earth, including Lu Yu himself. If Lu Yu did not have the system under his power, he himself might not dare to say that he could beat Lu Shin. Rather, it's from a scientific point of view. The knowledge base Lu Yu is inevitably inferior. That's the horror of his growth. And nascent intelligence itself has unlimited room for growth. Theoretically, with enough knowledge, and growing knowledge at that, he could match the gods. Even if the arithmetic reserve is insufficient, he can develop better arithmetic to provide for himself. So, his scientific ability should not be underestimated. There may be only certain aspects, such as some innovative human idea, a never-before-seen concept such as this, that will challenge him. Doing genetic code unlocking this time, Lu Yu was going to use him as his assistant. It will relieve him of a lot of work time. Just need this guy to analyze and organize for himself, and he will do deeper research at the end. Lu Yu patted Lucian's head. Good. I'm going to give you a mission this time. Do you have the confidence to accomplish it? Lu Yu asked. Daddy finally took me with him? Lucian's eyes lit up, not the slightest hint of his terror. His knowledge base is vast and he understands a lot about human emotions, but the time of his birth was too short, and in terms of the growing character emotions that Lu Yu had molded for him, it was made to be somewhat limited. It was Lu Yu who had long thought it would take time to mold him into a proper cognitive worldview. Of course, you should have gotten out long ago. It's my fault for never letting you out. Lu Yu's heart was also slightly touched. The little guy was too intimate with himself. Daddy, give me the task quickly. I won't do anything too easy. Lucian leaned on Lu Yu's body and said with a smile. Despite not being able to touch the entity, he still enjoyed it. In fact, according to this design of Lu Yu's, by directly installing a brain machine and adding an exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, he could also have an entity, become a human being with an existential nature. But this was not something he would do without Lu Yu's permission. Moreover, Lucian felt that human society was just too complicated. Might as well stay inside the data of the network. Everything there he was able to manipulate. In there is his personal kingdom. What we need to do now is to screen and test the results of human gene sequencing. Also, analyze the function of these gene fragments. One large and one small. One physical and one virtual. The two got into the swing of things quickly. What had to be said was that it gave Lu Yu an unprecedented sense of unimpeded pleasure. Because humans will always be interrupted with all kinds of problems, and mankind itself has to face its own environmental, social problems. Parenting is still a small matter, but when it comes to big things, it is even more complicated, and not only is it troublesome to deal with, but it is also affected by emotions. But Lucian, however, as for Lu Yu himself, he only needed to solve the problem of eating and going to the toilet, and all of his time could be spent pouncing on it. And Lucian is fully capable of taking on his work. Even if Lu Yu wanted to be lazy, he could completely abandon his own personal work and just go and remind Lucian of his direction at certain points. Inside the lab, it was quiet. It was two figures crossing paths until late at night. The two of them, Ruyan Lu and Jiang Yin, were at the swimming pool below the villa, and both of them couldn't help but smile as they looked up at the lit-up place. Lu Yu was back in research mode. It was good that the two of them themselves had become completely familiar with the current rhythm, and because after the problem of Lu Yu being caught in the middle was solved, the two of them didn't have any heart defenses. Instead, the relationship is getting better. Competing for favors and all that, not at all. The two of them also had their own work to do. When Lu Yu had time, it was fine for them to accompany him. Coalition Government Conference Center. This is the topmost conference currently set up by the humans of Earth. The Chinese took up most of the seats, but there were also other racial categories standing on the stage. They need to be given a chance. Sun Lao is one of the representative parties of China this time. He came here with orders from the War Department. Take a document. This is a document that everyone has just read, right? Sun Lao opened his mouth. The crowd was frowning intense. These messages, can we be sure that they are true? A white man rushed to ask. Desperate for an answer. Not only him, but also all the non-Chinese area people present wanted to know. I can guarantee that all of this information is true and valid. And it came out of the mouth of academician Lu Yu, who personally interrogated that extraterrestrial civilization, the Avalokiteshvara. And there's 100% certainty that what he's saying is true, Sun Lao emphasized. Everyone present instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Extraterrestrial civilizations. Not only are the alien ships real, but so are the aliens. What made them feel most appalled was that the other party had only sent out one person. Moreover, the planet to which the other party belonged had been enslaved by a higher civilization. He's just a deserter. This kind of news coming out is just desperate. Any chance of winning? Even with a research scholar like Lu Yu, would there be a chance of winning? Lu Yu's scientific research was fast, but in the end, it was just him. Does the entire planet depend on Lu Yu? Chapter 212, Found the Alien Base. We must see the level of backwardness of our present planet. We are simply too weak. So weak that we are feared and dreaded. But we have information that is likely to be controlled by a higher civilization than that one. When they will come and what they will do to us, we are simply powerless to resist. This news, instead of publicizing it, it will only cause panic and despair. We, for one, can keep it unpublished. Let us suffer on our own. If Earth is able to have a technological explosion, that's our good fortune. If not, then we can only wait for death. A South American spoke up. They couldn't imagine at all how their opponents were powerful existences, totally unbeatable. Instead of worrying, lay flat. It's enough to let those who know now know. There's no need to leak it. His point was as simple as letting the last humans spend their time without panic. If one is lucky and arrives only a few decades later, then at least one generation will have lived a lifetime in peace. Fart. Elder son suddenly slapped the desktop and burst into a rage. What kind of things have not been encountered by us human beings since we sent the letter to this day? What kind of difficulties have not occurred? From the time of mythology, there are myths of floods exterminating the world all over the world, to the aftermath, where civilization and barbarism collide. The Black Death, which was able to be solved then. Even if the other party is a god, then we must have the courage to kill a god. If God kills a man, how can the people not resist? Whoever dares to say such a thing, fork it out immediately. Sun Lao was incomparably angry, and the key was that the man's statement just now was still shared by a portion of the people. That was the last thing he could stand. I am in favor of your opinion, Admiral Sun. I remember that there was a TV series in China that was widely circulated, and his name was Bright Sword. I'd rather die with a bright sword, even if it's just a second's delay. That's also proof of my existence. What is the point of our planet's existence when the whole planet is unresisting? A white man stood up with a cold grunt and said, finally a group of people reached an agreement. Some people may disagree, but disagreement can't affect the decision. Wasia is the dominant one, and can't even vote for it, let alone refute it. If you have an opinion, then hold it. As for the message not being revealed, whoever reveals it is tantamount to betraying the planet. The results are more than any one person can afford. There is nothing here to give them the time to put democracy and freedom. Besides, I have a proposal. From now on, create a world-class scientific research center. We're going to mobilize the power of researchers and scholars from all over the world. Develop scientific research in all walks of life. As fast as you can. Invest all armament expenditures in scientific research. This is not a joke. It's a life and death crisis for humanity. Sun Lao said with a final hammer. After the meeting was adjourned, Sun Lao immediately kept on the hoof and had all the participating regions mobilized. A huge research center was built right around the National University. Based on the National University, it covers almost half of the entire city of Jiangchang. There's also a lot of suburban zoning. The world's finest resources are tilted. On top of that, the title of Wahoo Infrastructure Maniac. Surprisingly, it has been completed in just 3 months. In addition to this, the world is working hard to develop the higher technology that is already available. Take for example the Air and Space Mothership, which has been expanded to 20 ships, and sit and improve the construction on the basis of Luyu. Access to space. This problem was actually not difficult to solve. The most difficult ones had all been solved by Luyu. Additionally, an attempt to heavily promote exoskeletal mechanical battle armor in the civilian population, bringing down the price of battle armor. Once again, you can get a set for only $300. And with the push from the state and the world government, there are going to be training centers for exoskeleton mechanical battle armor at every county level. Of course, there's no saying to the general public. It's being promoted as if it were a movement, a trend. In fact, it is a kind of martial spirit pioneering. And the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor is something that would be great for an average person to handle. Solo can also fight, soldiering around the globe. So to speak, the entire planet, as far as the eye can see, is changing. An innovative piece of scientific research exploded out of the blue, and there has been a rise of talented researchers and scholars. Among them, 3 of Luyu's students, who had performed extremely brightly, had also risen to prominence in the research center. And because he was Luyu's student, the attention he received was also very high. The 3 of them turned these into their own motivation. Above the moon, not only has the standing staff not been downsized because of what happened last time, instead, they vigorously built the base of the Guanghan Palace. Currently, the Canton Palace base has expanded to 10,000 people. This is the standing army, man. The Divine Phoenix fighters had also grown to 5,000, and it was still coming up in a steady stream. Han Shiyu, after the last battle, was only a captain's rank himself, and this jumped straight to Major General. Even, the future is unlimited, touted as the seed of Earth's future 5-star generals. Blocking the fact that he's not promoted higher right now is just that he's still a bit short for his age and seniority. But everything will be in the future. At this time, he had become the general head of the Guanghan Palace. Or maybe he has an even more racy name, Commander-in-Chief in the Moon. At the base of the Canton Palace, most of the men were drilling. Han Shiyu himself, dressed in armor and with about 100 men, was searching the moon. It's to find the thing that shielded the moon in the first place. including the one that launched quantum explosives at Earth to sneak up on Luyu. How can it be tolerated in the eye of the beholder? Commander, we've been searching for half a month. There's no progress at all. All the probes that can be used have been used. A member of the team couldn't help but speak up. You can go back now if you don't want to, Han Shiyu said faintly. That team member immediately shut his mouth. He knew how hard it was to get into a special training team spot on Han Shiyu's side right now. This is the elite of the elite. In fact, he's got the locations provided on Earth. But Biloxi's rhetoric is that the base hidden on the moon is not fixed, but will have some self-capacity for concealment, unless they were instructed to show up, like the time they saw it. But now Byro's ship currently needs some repair before it can be used. Not today. He had one in his hand from a Luyu academician who had sent it to him. Electronic receiver. It can be detected on Earth. No reason it can't be detected on the moon. There's no reason why the system can't be detected. Suddenly, Han Shiyu felt his palms jolt. Then above the receiver, a red dot immediately flashed. Found it. Chapter 213 Earth's Proving Ground. A little game. On top of a raised barren hill. The place had been toured by them several times before. Passed by several times. Various detectors have also been checked. But there is nothing out of the ordinary. I can't believe it's here. Some people expressed surprise, and Han Shiyu's eyes flashed with incredulity. He had thought that the other party would be hidden deep inside a very remote corner. Who knew that this barren mountain was, in fact, less than a few kilometers from the base of Guanghan Palace? Even standing at the base of the cantonment was able to see it. They also often travel right over here for events. Yet this thing had been lurking right under their noses. If it wasn't for this detector of academician Luyu, I'm afraid it would be really hard for us to be able to detect this fellow, right under our noses. It's abominable. Several people spoke up with some anger, but Han Shiyu was cautious. Having had his last battle, he was highly wary of the things and even artifacts of these extraterrestrial civilized beings. With the bombardment of several people directly after the exoskeleton mechanical battle armor, the entire barren mountain was directly flattened. That thing is running. It has a self-defense mechanism. According to the information that Luyu reviewed out, this probe that was on the moon to detect the Earth, there was no one inside. There aren't any Planet of Valo people. Some, controlled by an intelligent program. Those messages that Luyu had monitored earlier were emitted by the intelligent program simulating the Avalokites. The crowd immediately gave chase. It's a good thing that all four roads have been completely blocked off. There's no place for this thing to run, unless he can drill through the moon. Boom! An oval-shaped craft was violently exposed in the air. It kicked up a huge cloud of dust. A massive covering of fire then surged forth. Fortunately, Han Shiyu and the others had already prepared for this and immediately avoided all the attacks. They take the approach of stalking. This craft is so energized that it will take some time to recuperate and recharge through solar power before it can act. That is, they can't actually touch it hard right now. Good thing there isn't much of a stash of this stuff. Finally, below a slope, it crashed down. I'm going back. I am an Avalonian. You vile people, get out of my way. All of you. From inside the craft came a voice. It roared. When Han Shiyu and the others opened the craft, they eventually realized that it was just a program that was carried on top of the craft, similar to a smart brain AI. I don't know if it's because I've been off the grid for too long, or if I've been here too long, but this program has become a bit dysfunctional. Self-consciously, I consider myself an Avalonian as well, but the state is very unstable. All these things, give them all to academician Luyu to study. Han Shiyu laughed. Now the Guanghan Palace could finally open up normal circulation channels again. And Sun Lao and Luyu had already discussed it. As long as the hidden dangers on it are removed, it will work fine. One can't choose to choke on the fear of the arrival of the Avalosians, or those who conquered Avalosian. Instead, similar behavior should be encouraged even more. To build your roots within the solar system. Now the moon and Luyu's artificially created planet were the equivalent of Earth having both satellites in its hands. It can be used as an arching Earth presence and shift. The benefits to the planet are naturally much greater. I'll make this trip myself, Han Shiyu said. This won't make a space elevator because it can't carry it. Must be checked in using the Rack Divine Phoenix fighter. Finally return to the surface of the Earth. Is the signal searched? Can you make an accurate localization? Cosmic stars. Within a desolate space, rocks were weaving in and out. It is full of dangers and challenges, but it was within such an area. An airship piloted in. In the middle of the airship's cabin, the ship was nothing like Earth's style, or that of Avalor. Rather, it's an old image of a sailing ship, but the design on the outside is a weird material. Included above the sails of the sailboat were seal engravings of what appeared to be some sort of symbol or writing. But he just can travel fast within this starry sky. This is infinitely close to the speed of light. If anyone is measuring the speed, this speed, without the use of curvature, is nothing short of appalling. A few completely wildly different looks from Earth, and completely different from Avalonians. Or, to address someone by name, is it appropriate? These creatures were different from the normal pack, no matter their appearance. They're more like some kind of polymerized creature. At the head was an inverted triangular mantis head with 6 arms and a pair of wings. To his left was a guy with a dog's body and a man's head. On the right-hand side is a guy with a snake body. It just looks completely different. At the moment, however, they were gathered together looking at a piece of mirror. What appeared inside this mirror was the image of Han Suk-yeol arresting the craft on the moon. There were also flashes of Earth. These lowly civilizations always think that they have found the truth. But in reality, the truth in the universe has been predetermined for a long time. Mantis Head spoke up. How could they even begin to understand how a god-level civilization could exist? Their tiny gazes will only be able to see that sky. For example, aren't those pigs we've raised still claiming to be the chosen children of the universe? Even attempting to resist our detention. It's too ridiculous. The guy with the dog's body and human head pushed his eyes up and said, "The universe is vast and civilization lasts forever, but not for these indigenous ants. However, I do have a small idea. An experiment could be done." The snake-bodied guy laughed. The crowd all looked at him. "This one is on top of the planet with the Avalor name number SW9395. We can give him a chance. Do you think that they can be neutralized?" SW9395. That is, it stands in for the Earth. Impossible. Cultivation itself is something that goes against heaven. A lowly civilization like theirs, even if there's no one to control it, by the time it's overthrown, it'll just be out of their home planet. There's just no way such a thing could exist in their genes. Mantished was the first to veto it. That's why I say, give them a chance. I've read one of their Avalor's writings, credited as being written by one of their Avalor's most gifted characters. He said that the universe was actually an immense unlit forest, and that there could be all sorts of civilizations in the universe, but they couldn't be discovered by each other. Once discovered, it could face annihilation. That's one of the reasons they must want to overwrite planet SW9395. They believe that with enough opportunity, the most powerful civilization in the universe can be born. So why don't you try it? Chapter 214, Genetic Code Breakthrough. Cruel Experiments. I find it interesting. You don't think that they, the creatures, can actually cross dimensions and finally overtake us? The crowd was lost in laughter. Beyond them? Even if they were given billions of years more to catch up, what could they do? The genes said it all a long time ago. It's more like they're watching how an ant is talking about conquering the Earth as much as they're talking about it. It's more of an experimental, fun mindset. And then finally, let them despair. It's like the relationship between a farmer and his chickens. Chickens think they have discovered and come to the truth. But inside the farmer it is as simple as presenting it and then killing and bleeding it out. Yes, they consider themselves farmers. Alright then, let's do as you say. It's good to have some fun. After all, the whole journey was very boring too. Mantis Head said with a smile. Just see the guy with the snake body and pointed at the screen. Then the innermost chanted something. The mirror actually had a ripple on top of it. I didn't realize that when you knock off one native, there's another one. Interesting. They had long ago warred away from all things and affairs in Avalor. The discovery of the Earth was nothing short of a surprise. And by the way, they took over the control of the flying machine. Even Biloxi's escape was something they had always seen and were aware of. It's like a human crouching on the side of the road, studying where those ants end up going. Let's hope they can give us some surprises. What no one realized was that a cloud of golden light, without warning, appeared in space above the Earth. Then it plummeted, and the craft that had just been transported to Earth by Han Shiyu shuddered violently. The intelligent AI on top of the craft was instantly forcibly extracted as if, or rather, disappeared out of thin air, a whoosh into space. Then, that golden light and the intelligent AI collided together. Golden light exploded. Countless small dots flew out, then wriggled and grew wildly. It's like a big tree twisting, eventually forming a single earthling likeness. And it took the backgrounds of Wasia and Wasia as a sample. Each and every one of them was dressed in incomparable antiquity. With sword in hand, he flew high above the sky. There are also white Westerners, blacks and so on who are racially paired out. Then a surge of electricity jolted through. All of these people bursting out of the golden light opened their eyes. They're alive. If it was an Earth human, or then Lu Yu who saw this scene with his own eyes, he could simply be shocked beyond words. It's like planting beans inside a myth. And that's a lot of time and space apart. How many light years away? Yet he threw it around casually. If they had known that they were facing such a perverted enemy, it was impossible to imagine their despair. But that group of creatures, looking at the desperation of civilizations on other planets, had long been familiar with it, too familiar to be true. So they played a fresh one this time. Totally different playstyle. In their world, A lot of people like to play inside a kind of simulated world, called a game. How about taking this game and just mirroring it, and just to see if they can be the final passer? But everyone, inside this game of mine, has only one life. The mantis head of Fartime opened his mouth and laughed. Lu Yu was inside the laboratory where he was in seclusion. With the assistance of Lu Shun, his work on the genetic exclusion went smoothly. These genes could encompass all the genes that remained from the earliest evolution of Earth's creatures. It's easier. Strawberry, single-celled organisms, but with its own separate and simple construction. Everything that lives on Earth evolved from algae, aka basic single cells. Biologically, going down the ancient past all the way to the present, those biological genes have survived. Only most of them are eliminated by the human body. In the midst of the evolutionary journey, it is certainly not a bad choice to say, but there is always the one that is missed by humans, and the genetic translation, the deciphering, the job is immense. It was the one that consumed the most of Lu Yu's time. It's good to have Lu Xun as an assistant. Otherwise, with Lu Yu's energy alone, there was no way to finish reading it in this lifetime. I probably understand what the system means by giving this quest. In the evolutionary process of natural selection, it's very tough to try to form an intelligent species like humans. One could even say that it is almost impossible for such an evolutionary perspective to exist. And the Avalorians, in fact, fit the evolution a bit better. They shriveled their limbs, caused by moving their brains too much. But humans also chose to walk upright. This actually defies evolutionary common sense. That is, human evolution may have been interfered with. Lu Yu was in deep thought. He had some guesses, but found no evidence among the genes. These guesses are probably what's known as the genetic code. After several tedious tests, Lu Yu finally managed to discover something fishy. Inside every fragment of a gene, there is always something similar present, and it doesn't seem to do much, and it's a very small percentage. A material structure so small that it even made Lu Yu think it was something, but after careful observation, Lu Yu realized that it wasn't the same. Are these the genetic locks? And where is the code? Lu Yu's mind mirrored the question. He tested and extracted it again and again, finally found the direction. A very small port. It's just like an end on some cell. At first Lu Yu thought it was the shape of some kind of tiny quantum structure, but soon he realized that it wasn't. It's like the telomerase inside a cancer cell. The reason why cancer cells can multiply indefinitely. It's because his telomerase doesn't shrink after replication and is always highly active. And the body's normal cells can't do that. That's why there was a saying circulating back in the day. If mankind conquers the real cancer problem, then mankind is not far from immortality. The port, obviously, is on a much smaller unit than the cell. Somewhere on the gene fragment is the base constituent matter that is a quark on an atomic port consisting of units. And not every one of them. When you cut it out, will it be a code? Will it be able to open the genlock? Lu Yu's eyes blazed as he felt that he should be right. But strong testimony is needed. He looked for other animals for comparison and found that there was nothing similar inside the base atoms of animals. Only humans are exclusive. So he was more than sure. If you think it's feasible, we can start a trial right away. You can have our fighters. Or that is, I'll be your human test. Sun Lao said inside the phone. Lu Yu shook his head. He wasn't 100% sure. The best solution is a death row inmate. Chapter 215 Experimentation begins. Gene Potion. A car was traveling quickly above the highway. In the car, it was Lu Yu himself who was sitting there. He carries with him the files obtained from all the genetic codes this time. There is no longer any problem within his argument, but this field is completely new. Finding the genetic code and unlocking the genetic lock. What could result? Should anything go wrong? Is that a person breaks down? There are all sorts of lesions possible. It's not even possible to say that you'll die from a direct genetic collapse. For the sake of caution, Lu Yu finally suggested the use of death row inmates. Of course, in deference to the last human right, these death row inmates will be made to sign a consent form, and if a death occurs during the experiment, it will be their own atonement. But if they succeed in surviving, they can have their sentences reduced for meritorious service. Soon, arrived in the middle of the secret experimental base, Sun Lao greeted them. This time, all the preparations were made by good children, because a momentary problem led to the wrong path. So the final consideration is to give them a chance. Sun Lao opened his mouth. Lu Yu's eyes swept over and saw dozens of people being guarded before nodding slightly. What Sun said is very common. In any kind of place, there are honest, ordinary people, but it is forced step by step by the wicked, step by step to back down, and finally backs down, and then makes the angriest decision in indignation. Take, for example, a certain murder case of a man who avenged his mother's death, avenging the murder of his father. Then there's the slaughter of the family, the rape of the wife, the outrage of revenge, etc. It varies, but under the law, there is no turning back for them. To put it bluntly, they're all pathetic. Lu Yu took a deep breath, then said, "Then preach, begin." With the assistance of several researchers, the experiment flew into gear. Scared? The first person to come up was an honest-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shaking all over, but he looked at Lu Yu but gritted his teeth and pumped. I'm not afraid. I know you, academician Lu Yu, and I'm happy to be able to die at your hands. I hope all the children in my family are well, and that my mother-in-law finds a good man to marry," he murmured, and Lu Yu nodded slightly. "Don't worry, it will work." Lu Yu looked at the researchers and took out a burst of blue potion from inside his suitcase. The process is simple. Just by directly injecting the gene potion that Lu Yu had concocted into it, it could directly break down and then break the bond of the gene lock. As soon as the needle went down, the middle-aged man's eyes went gray, and his heart trembled uncontrollably in fear. But soon he realized that he wasn't even dead. "Well, is it done? Am I dead?" The middle-aged man opened his mouth tremblingly and asked. But immediately afterward, an incomparably scorching power rose up within him. "It's like the whole thing is going up in flames. I'm hot. It hurts. It's like I'm dying." The middle-aged man roared in anger and instinctively began to struggle. Rolling on the ground, a vein bulged on his body. The process was very painful. Let me die. Academician Lu Yu, you killed me," he growled. The remaining people in the queue all stared blankly at once, not daring to say another word at all. That's too scary. They just assumed it was a test for some kind of human drug injection, and there may have been merit reductions to get here. Bang on luck. You're going to die anyway. However, I didn't realize that the process would be so painful and torturous. All at once, there was some fearful regret inside. Just then, on the body of the middle-aged man rolling on the ground, the blood in his body, the muscles, as if they had their own consciousness, came to life and scurried through him. The whole person, surprisingly, grew taller and bigger with the naked eye, and there was a clicking and rattling sound inside the bones. Roar! The middle-aged man couldn't hold it in any longer, and it tumbled directly flipped over a dozen meters and crashed into the wall. Then stood up. "Zhou Hong Yu." Lu Yu opened his mouth. "Here." The middle-aged man subconsciously stood upright and returned, which had formed his instinctive reaction. "Not unconscious. Any pain? Any discomfort?" Lu Yu asked again after recording. The middle-aged man froze. The tearing pain from before was surprisingly gone. "And he's still alive." The point was, he had as much power as he could use right now. Looking at Lu Yu and the rest of them was like looking at a small person. "That means he made it? I'm not in pain. I still feel like I'm comfortable. I have inexhaustible strength. Besides, I feel like I can kill you with one punch right now." The middle-aged man was somewhat incoherent with excitement. Lu Yu lost his smile. This guy even used himself as a metaphor. The first stage of unlocking responded quickly. But the process isn't over. It will probably be all unlocked within 12 hours. Congratulations on becoming Earth's first super genetic warrior. And congratulations, after this time, your death penalty file will be expunged and you will be sucked into a special training unit. Lu Yu opened his mouth. It was something he could not refuse. He was in no position to refuse. Unless it's until later, when he's merited again. There's no chance he'll be released back. And as a genetic warrior that had just been developed, he definitely had to be allowed to familiarize himself with his own power before he had the possibility of contacting the outside world. The middle-aged man was instantly confused. The man who now looked over 2 meters shrank to the ground and cried out in pain. I'm not on death row anymore? I get to live? I can see my son, my wife again?" The middle-aged man muttered. "It's under the jurisdiction of the War Department," Lu Yu said, and the eyes of the others in line next to him lit up. "This genetic potion, it doesn't necessarily kill you, and there was such a big change after success. Better body, more strength. You know, they just saw with their own eyes. This guy did not use any power, jumping straight up more than 10 meters. Nothing happened at all when it hit the wall, which was dented. This is an area made of titanium. The bottom line is that it really is possible to not go to your death, and become a warrior. Good. I will do well and serve my country." The middle-aged man subconsciously used a kneeling salute. He really couldn't think of anything to thank Rod with. At Lu Yu's signal, the research worker brought the middle-aged man down. A more detailed mapping of all the data on him is also needed. Need to know that he's unlocked his genetic power to that extent. It is the effect of which gene segment is stimulated. Chapter 216 EarthOL is opening. And finally, after testing it on everyone, the data in it will be harmonized to see if it's the same for everyone. It still makes a difference. There is still a lot of work to be done here, but Lu Yu didn't mind the trouble. The experiment was launched directly on all subsequent death row inmates. In the end, a total of 28 people were tested. Not a single person died during the trial. 100% success rate. This was very surprising even to Lu Yu himself. This was a way to break through the genetic lock with a potion. And relatively speaking, it was the mildest one inside Lu Yu's argumentation stage. A cruder one would be to place a person in a hospital bed and, after injecting them with an anesthetic, use sequencing to find out where the body's genetic locks are located. Final targeted violent demolition. But that would inevitably lead to a lot of bodies that couldn't handle it and would die. Lu Yu's gene potion, however, was a potion that was finally obtained through experimentation in the midst of arguments over and over again in order to avoid saying that the mortality rate was too high. Relatively mild. But the process remains painful. However, Lu Yu did not expect that there would be such a high success rate. Was it chance? Or did it not happen because the probability was so low? Or was it just luck? Lu Yu wasn't sure for the moment. But the results of the trial were now very encouraging to him. However, it should be noted that gene potions, because of their mildness, open relatively fewer gene locks. To use an analogy, if there were 10 levels of genetic locks, the genetic potion only opened the first level of them. Even Lu Yu has no way to directly open the 10th level now. And that kind of consequence is really unpredictable at the bottom. Can this potion be mass-produced? Is it possible to popularize it for all people? Sun Lao's eyes were turning green after seeing the entire experiment. One grabbed Lu Yu's arm and asked in excitement. The problem of mass production is not difficult. Theoretically, the entire population can receive the genetic potion unlocked, but there are basic requirements in my argumentation process, and some people are not fit to open the gene lock. Lu Yu said. That means that most people can receive 1 or 2 genetic unlocks as a minimum, but deeper down the body may not be able to handle it. But then there are those who are born physically weaker, or have some genetic fragments inside their genes that don't fit, and many other factors. Not only did Lu Yu want to realize the opening of the genetic lock, but also if it was a relatively gentle and controllable unlocking. I see. Organize the production side immediately and go straight to mass production. Sun Lao opened his mouth. He then dialed directly to the head honcho in front of Lu Yu. The first minister agreed to the demand on the spot. Lu Yu could understand their feelings. It was because Bairo's appearance gave them a full sense of crisis. There is no more internal strife on Earth. And earlier there was even a suggestion to disarm all of humanity. Only the appropriate security services will be retained. Feeling that the military no longer has a need to exist. But last time, Bairo's appearance woke them up. It is true that the Earth is evolving rapidly. And it is also true that the Earth has no enemies at every step. But there is inside the universe. As the saying goes, the world is invincible. But the enemy is coming from the sky. By this point, Lu Yu was sort of relieved. This project is a good chunk of the way through. As long as the whole population is promoted, he should not be very low on this completion. Shouldn't it be at least 90%? I don't know how this dog system rates either. However, just at this time, the dog system suddenly flashed red in front of Lu Yu's eyes. Alarm! Alarm! Massive non-Earth signals appearing. Massive quantum convergence shock is closing in on Earth. Lu Yu was shocked in his heart. That fast? He jerked to his feet. What was seen? What did you check? Tell me quickly, Lu Yu said in a hurry. Outside the Earth's atmosphere. At the moment it has been blocked off by a net of energy enveloping it. Earth's signal. It's completely blocked. The moon, War Fortress, has been completely shielded. After preliminary system detection, the level of civilization of the incoming enemy is very high. Beyond planet Avalor. The conclusion given by the system directly made Lu Yu's eyes widen. Again? And so fast? And now it's blocked off the planet without even realizing it. And isolated the moon and the War Fortress. That is to say, neither of the Earth's satellites, with the exception of the one that fought Bairo's, had much of an effect. No. System, didn't you say you were building a defense system for Earth? How come it doesn't work at all? Lu Yu couldn't help but question. System. Come on. He's a system. He's not a god. How does he know the next wave of enemies is coming so hard? That's totally overstepping the mark. Lu Yu's face was very unsightly and he was wondering how to tell Sun Lao. A blue crystal screen suddenly flickered in front of his eyes. The whole is transparent and presented in the same way as the system. Host detected, Earth OL is opening. Host name, Lu Yu. Host occupation, scientist. Overall rating, a human robot. Has the consciousness of a human and the body of a robot. Evaluation, low level. Mission, please fulfill your potential. Complete the highest level of life evolution. Next you will face enemies from outer space. Please make sure to kill them. You will receive your unique reward. Lu Yu's entire body was bad. How this thing is just like the system. And what scares him the most is that he was completely seen through with one glance as if he was being scanned. There's also the fact that this one came to violate more like it was meant to be a playground for the planet. It's like a bunch of high and mighty people who are playing for fun. and they are being spied on for everything. System, what's going on? Lu Yu opened his mouth and asked. It's them. The system spoke up. Them? Who are they? Lu Yu opened his mouth and asked. Some civilization that exists at an advanced level in the universe. Or, to use your oldest word art, they are gods. The system opened its mouth and replied. Lu Yu fell into silence. According to the feelings he was seeing right now, this was indeed an unparalleled godlike means. Dog system, are you also overthrown inside this godly civilization? Lu Yu suddenly asked. Nice, but I stayed alive. A civilization failed in its challenge and selected you to start over again. Did the previous host fail as well? Yes, then won't I have no future with you? Lu Yu's mind had settled down by now. Couldn't help but flirt. You have no choice now. Also, this is supposed to be an advanced intelligence built by that higher civilization, just like me. But here, he can see you, but can't spot me. Will you choose to accept their game or break it? The choice is yours.